You are clearly a licentious and tyrannical ruler, yet under your reign, the nation grows ever more prosperous, and the empire's subjects regard you as the greatest emperor of all time because you have awakened the imperial prestige system. You diligently cultivate your skills for a full day and night, only to find your cultivation regressing instead of advancing. Yet when you angrily execute a despicable minister, your imperial prestige +5. When you skip court for 3 consecutive days to indulge with your concubines, your imperial prestige +3. At this moment, you sit high upon the dragon throne, listening with a stern expression to the minister's admonitions. Your Majesty, throughout history, truly great emperors have endured what ordinary men could not. This humble minister dares to kneel and beg your Majesty to prioritize the greater good and temporarily acquiesce to the demands of the regional warlords. I second the motion. Your Majesty, our great Zhou Empire is now surrounded by enemies on all sides, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this critical moment, we absolutely cannot afford any internal turmoil. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding! You have earnestly listened to the minister's advice. Imperial Authority 1. You felt somewhat helpless in your heart. Ever since you transmigrated 2 days ago, replacing the previous emperor and becoming the ruler of the Great Zhou Empire, you've discovered the existence of this imperial authority system. This is a world called the Ninefold Celestial Realm, where 9 continents resemble 9 separate planes, teeming with hundreds of races and countless powerful figures. In such a world where martial prowess transcends the ordinary, the sense of crisis in your heart is overwhelming. To accumulate imperial prestige for the lottery, you've racked your brains trying to figure out how to be a wise ruler. But this system feels like a counterfeit product, riddled with flaws. Last night, guided by the thought that a heart free of women wields the sword with divine ease, and the virtuous idea of a wise ruler maintaining purity, you considered disbanding the imperial harem. Yet, the moment this thought arose, you were unexpectedly docked another 5 points of imperial prestige. You suppressed the urge to drag the system out and destroy it, then opened the memorials on the imperial desk. The Mountain Eagle King petitioned to transform the Mountain Eagle Prefecture into a vassal state. Offering annual tribute, the Iron Crown King petitioned to turn the Northern Desert region into a vassal state. Pledging to heed summons and provide tribute, the Polar King petitioned to convert the Polar Prefecture into a vassal state. Offering tribute and recognizing the imperial court's legitimacy. As you read these so-called petitions, the fire in your eyes burned even fiercer. Furious to the point of laughter, you glared coldly at Left Deputy Su Zheng, who had led the admonitions. Good, truly excellent. Deputy Su, have any other feudal lords submitted memorials? The Great Zhou Imperial Court had 9 feudal lords, most of them near the borders. They only held military power and limited privileges. Though they enjoyed high reputations in their respective regions, the imperial court maintained full control over economic and political affairs. But ever since the previous emperor died suddenly a year ago, everything seemed to have changed. Your Majesty, there is none at present, Su Zheng responded, holding his ceremonial tablet, then continued, Your Majesty, the 5 regional princes control nearly 30% of the imperial army, which is of great significance to the safety of the dynasty. This minister humbly requests that Your Majesty, for the sake of the imperial cause, grant their requests for now and consider other measures later. Ding! You patiently listened to the minister's advice. Imperial Authority 1. The veins on your forehead bulge as you struggle to contain your rage, your chest heaving with anger at the current situation and the system's mischief. Outrageous! Overcome with fury, you can no longer restrain yourself and slam the imperial desk with a resounding blow. Declaring themselves kings and establishing their own courts, what fine regional princes of Great Zhou they are. If we grant their wishes today, won't the other 4 princes follow suit tomorrow? Before the enemy even attacks, Great Zhou will have already collapsed from within. Such wickedness, and you dare advise me to agree to it? Su Zheng's face twitched, then he gritted his teeth, prostrated himself on the ground, and cried out mournfully, Your Majesty, this subject acts for Your Majesty's sake, for the 1,000-year foundation of our Great Zhou imperial dynasty. For the sake of the state, this subject is willing to risk death. In remonstrance, I beg Your Majesty to grant the vassal king's request. As soon as Su Zheng finished speaking, 7 more officials immediately stepped out of rank, knelt in the central corridor, and shouted with a look of fatal determination. We are willing to risk death in remonstrance. We implore Your Majesty to endure this momentary humiliation and grant the vassal king's request. In the vast hall of supreme harmony, some wore hesitant expressions, some remained as steady as old monks, while others had mocking smiles in their eyes but most simply watched with cold detachment. You press your hands against the imperial desk, leaning forward slightly, your deep and icy eyes slowly sweeping over the face of every minister. At this moment, you can be certain that these people who are risking their lives to remonstrate have undoubtedly been bribed by those 5 regional lords. King Gojin of you could endure sleeping on firewood and tasting gall, and Han Exian could tolerate the humiliation of crawling between another man's legs. If we're talking about endurance, it's not that you can't endure, but you clearly understand the consequences this endurance would bring. Rather than being a frog slowly boiled to death in warm water, it's better to wage a bloody and spectacular battle that way. You won't have lived this life in vain. With your mind made up, your expression actually calmed. It is truly fortunate that our great Zhou has such loyal ministers who fear not death. Since you are so determined to remonstrate at the cost of your lives, so determined to seek death, then we shall grant your wish. Upon hearing these words, Su Zhang and the other 7 abruptly looked up, staring at you with disbelief and utter confusion. Wait, why isn't this guy following the script? Remonstrating at the cost of one's life doesn't mean actually seeking death. The other ministers also looked at you as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide with shock and uncertainty. Men, escort the 8 good ministers to the Duanmen Gate and behead them immediately to fulfill their will. By the Emperor's will. A flash of electricity flashed in the eyes of Lu Zihao, the commander of the Forbidden Guards, and he respectfully cupped his fists to receive the order. After that, with a wave of his hand, he recruited a dozen Forbidden Guards to pounce on Su Zhang and the others. No, no. Your Majesty, spare your life. Your Majesty, spare your life. I don't want to beg for death. Those 8 people instantly panicked, except for Su Zhang, who shivered his lips and didn't make a sound. But the remaining 7 kept kowtowing their heads and begging for forgiveness in pain, obviously agreed to just follow the fun. Why is this fun? Even a little life will be lost. Wu Ji did not pay attention to the 7 people crying and begging for mercy, because he was once again confused by the system's beep, ding. Instead of listening to the dead advice of the 8 ministers, you are prepared to kill them, triggering the tyrannical attribute, Emperor's Might +2.
Tyrannie plus 2?
What kind of routine is this? Wu Ji's head was filled with confusion, but he couldn't be bothered to think about it, and his attention was returned to the Great Hall, because he wanted to see if there were other people standing behind Su Zhang and the others. It was a pity that no one had ever opened their mouths to plead for mercy even until the 8 people were bound and dragged out of the hall. But Su Zhang's last backward stare gives a little reference. The cries faded away and the entire hall was silent. Outside, the sound of thunder and the clattering of rain was even more audible, and occasional lightning flashed, reflecting a shifting sideways face. Ding! You beheaded a dead counselor in anger, triggering the attribute of authoritarianism, the Emperor's authority +5. Ding! You angrily behead a dead counselor, Emperor's Might +3. Ding! You angrily behead a dead counselor, Emperor's Might +3. The system tone suddenly sounded again at a certain moment, and it sounded 8 times in a row, gaining 22 points of Emperor's Might. Wu Ji's face didn't move, but his heart was extremely depressed. The behavior of a wise ruler withholds imperial authority, but the behavior of a tyrant adds to it. This system, I'm afraid it's not installed backwards. Is it? Ding! Dewey's first full 100. Open the lottery. In Wu Ji's sea of consciousness, a circular wheel suddenly appeared. The roulette wheel is divided into a total of 4 fan-shaped zones, with heaven on the top, earth on the bottom, Xian on the left and Huang on the right. Just before Wu Ji could take a closer look, the roulette wheel had already disappeared. Ding! Congratulations! You've won the 12 golden men. 12 golden men. 9 heavenly realms spirit puppets. Attribute 1. Indestructible core. Indestructible can be repaired by fusion of spirits. Characteristic 2. Rui as big as a mountain, as small as a doll, as normal. Characteristic 3. Fortune integrated with the national fortune of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. The stronger the Great Zhou's national power, the stronger the strength. Looking at the 12 little gold men within the system space, Wu Ji's heart surged. The cultivation realm of the first heavens was divided into 10 realms in total. That is, the refined body realm, the 1 elemental realm, the 2 elemental realms, the 3 habitats realm, and the 4 phases realm, as well as the 5 elemental realm, the 6th harmony realm, the 7-star realm, the 8 gates realm, and the 9 heavens realm. Each of these realms is subdivided into 9 sub-realms. 12 spirit puppets of the 9 heavens realm. This was a very terrifying force. One must know that there were only a dozen or so Nine Heavens realm experts in the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Even with the addition of the powerhouses from the various sects within the territory, the total number was feared to be no more than 50. What's more, the 12 golden men have those horrible characteristics. In the next instant, Wu Ji's eyes fiercely hardened. There is a powerful enemy watching from the outside, and a vassal king inside who is intent on rebellion. There are even courtiers with treacherous hearts, clans and other Jianghu forces that defy imperial authority. With such a critical situation, what does he have to worry about? Since being a tyrant could strengthen the country, he would be a tyrant who would suppress the Nine Heavens and dictate for all time. The sound of wind, rain, and thunder are all very urgent. But the magnificent hall with as many as nearly 200 people was suffocatingly quiet. Half a quarter of an hour later, Lu Zihao went and returned. Your Majesty, Su Zhang and the other 8 rebellious ministers have been executed outside the Duanmen Gate. Lu Zihao clasped his fists and reported, his expression uplifted. In the year since the new emperor ascended to the throne, he was either drunk on cultivation or indulged in wine and sex. It has been very unattractive to the affairs of state. What is even more outrageous is that the new emperor has always taken the approach of throwing stones in making decisions. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, there have always been several corner jugs always available. If there were 4 voices about something, then the new emperor would order the 4-corner jug to be moved and labeled accordingly, and the jade would be cast. After the jade has been rotating in the corner pot for some time, it will choose whichever corner hole it ends up resting in. It was such a dim-witted act that had plunged the Great Zhou into a precarious situation. Originally, Lu Zihao had also lost his confidence, but the new emperor's actions today had raised a glimmer of hope in him again. Aha! Wu Ji stared at Lu Zihao, who had pierced through the rain but had not dripped, and nodded gently. Lu Aiqing, you immediately lead the Forbidden Guards to raid Su Zhang and other 8 people's residence. Especially pay attention to collect secret letters and other things. As for the rest of the family, all of them will be imprisoned, waiting for their punishment. By the emperor's will. Lu Zihao's eyes shone brightly as he led the order and was about to leave. At this moment, a drinking voice suddenly rang out. Wait! Chapter 2. Punishment of the 9 clans. Wu Ji squinted and saw that it was Lu Zifeng, the Minister of Justice. As the second in command of the Ministry of Justice, Lu Zifeng has a high position of power, and his real power is quite a bit greater than Su Zhang, the left servant. What is it that Emily Lu has to teach me? Wu Ji spoke out coldly, his tone unkind. Lu Zifeng moved his slightly chubby body to step out of the squad and saluted without panic. I dare not. Afterward, Lu Zifeng straightened up and said with a serious face, Your Majesty, it is still a mystery as to whether or not Servant Su and the other 8 ministers are fornicating with the vassal king. His Majesty's killing without verification, and now he is going to directly plunge the family into jail, which is too absurd. Furthermore, even if we really want to raid, according to the law, it should be the Ministry of Justice. Why do we need to bother the Forbidden Army? Wu Ji let out a long O and leaned forward slightly, looking straight towards Lu Zifeng. Is Secretary Lu accusing me of killing innocents indiscriminately? Lu Zifeng's scalp tightened slightly, and he glanced at the side front without any trace, while gritting his teeth. I wouldn't dare. However, as the ruler of Great Zhou, Your Majesty should be careful with your words and actions. Furthermore, even if Servant Su and the others are at fault, their crimes are not punishable by death. What a be careful what you say. What a crime not to die. Wu Ji clapped his hands and laughed, after which he smiled and scanned towards the others. Dear ministers, is there anyone who thinks the same way as Servant Lu? The ministers in the hall were suddenly in a state of shock, except for a few people at the front of the class who were always calm and outgoing. The rest of them all lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with Muji, much less respond. They had clearly sensed a difference in the new emperor. If the previous new emperor was a fainting emperor, then today's new emperor is an iron-blooded emperor. What's more, Su Zhang and others clearly have problems. Lu Zifeng stood out at this time, either demented or somewhat involved with that matter. Wow, it seems that Lu Aiqing is the only one who thinks like this. This is a bit strange. It is hard not to be able to Lu Aiqing also with those several feudal kings' close dealings. Wu Ji said, slowly standing up and walking to the front of the imperial case. Then, without giving Lu Zifeng a chance to defend himself, he coldly drank. Which one of you come to answer me? What is the content of the opening of the laws of the Great Zhou? Lu Zihao stared unkindly at Lu Zifeng's back and responded in a loud voice. Great Zhou's iron law first rule. The Emperor's majesty is inviolable. The Emperor's will is above all else. Your Majesty, Lu Zifeng's defiance of the Emperor's authority and his deliberate attempt to bind the Emperor's power is a crime of great disrespect. I ask for a decree to execute the rebellious minister. Wu Ji cast an appreciative look at Lu Zihao before shaking his head. What I'm curious about now is just who gave Secretary Lu the bottom line that he has no respect for his superior. He was first taken to the heavenly prison, where he was strictly guarded and no one was allowed to come near him. By the way, let's plagiarize Secretary Lu's residence again as well. Ding! You suppress your vassal's provocations, triggering the overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might +2. Hearing the system's beep and noticing that the Emperor's might had increased to 12 points after returning to 0, Wu Ji's heart felt a sense of relief. However, Lu Zifeng was both shocked and furious at the moment, and his face rose to the color of a pig's liver. Faint ruler, you dimwit, tyrant. As he hissed angrily, Lu Zifeng suddenly red-eyed. Lightning-like surged towards Wu Ji. Wu Ji's face changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down and didn't take a step back. Lu Zifeng was an expert of the seven-star realm, so naturally it was not something he could fight against. But this is the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Even if all the ministers were to look on with cold eyes, Lu Zifeng would never be able to get to the royal steps, because the one next to him is always like a statue, but the eunuch in charge of the temple's Suishou. In the memory of the predecessor, the impression and cognition of this Suishou was the clearest. The man had some minor problems, but he was loyal to the previous emperor and him. More crucially, Suishou was a Nine Heavens realm expert, the topmost handful of people within the Great Zhou. Even if the predecessor looked at the wrong person, it didn't matter. As a Great Zhou emperor, he had quite a few life-protecting treasures on him. No more, the 12 golden men could show themselves in an instant. How dare you! Several angry shouts sounded almost simultaneously, after which silence returned to the hall. It's all a long story, but the transformation was so quick it was a blink of an eye. Looking at the corpse that had been slapped to pieces and slowly fell to the ground, instead of being happy, Wu Ji's eyes flashed with a cold color. Slowly, he turned his head sideways and looked at the silver-robed old man standing in the first seat of the civilian class column. Why didn't Minister Su leave him alive? Su Chonghong tilted his body slightly and said with an apologetic face, Your Majesty, forgive me. I was in a moment of anger and eager to protect my master, so I failed to pay attention to the proportion of my hands when I laid them down. I hope Your Majesty is not offended. Wu Ji stared at Su Chonghong for a long time and finally smiled brightly. Although Minister Su was a bit heavy-handed, but after all, he has done a good job of protecting the emperor, so this matter will be revealed. After saying that, Wu Ji swept his eyes at the several people who were just about to strike. Then a flash of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Pass on my decree. Lu Zifeng assassinated me in the temple. Edict. Execute his 9 clans. On the other hand, immediately confiscate the residences of Su Zhang and other 8 rebellious ministers, and all their family members will be imprisoned, waiting for their release. Ding! You ordered the killing of the 9 clans of the Minister of Justice due to the assassination, triggering the attribute of ruthlessness, and the Emperor's prestige +12. By the Emperor's will. Lu Zihao respectfully received the order and glared hatefully at Lu Zifeng's corpse, then quickly left. The ministers in the temple bowed their heads and frowned, most of them puzzled in their minds. Was Lu Zifeng really so angry that he did that crazy thing? Or did he want to ask to die so he could cover something up? But what was it that was worth paying the price of his 9 clans to cover up? Wu Ji was thinking about it too, except that his predecessor was so uninterested in the affairs of state that he remembered little useful information. After that, the court meeting lasted for another half-hour before it ended. At lunchtime, looking at the delicacies slowly turning on the dining table, and then look at the delicate palace maids serving to and fro, Wu Ji's heart is a good burst of emotion. I didn't think he'd have a day to enjoy the real imperial treatment. Your Majesty, the master of the night hunting division, Meng Ong, seeks an audience. Xian. Wu Ji put down his purple bamboo chopsticks and picked up a handkerchief woven from 1,000-year-old silk and wiped the corners of his mouth. The night hunting division was the eyes of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, similar to the brocade guards, though the power was not as vast as the brocade guards. It is only logical that with the existence of such an organization, the predecessor should have a clearer picture of the situation in all aspects. Nay, a few years ago, Meng had shaken out a big embarrassing incident of his predecessor to the previous emperor, resulting in the murder of one of his predecessor's extremely favorite purveyors. Because of this, the predecessor hated Monin. As a result, it has only been summoned once in the year since he ascended the throne. And it also excludes Manhwa from the court proceedings and does not allow him to enter the court. If not for the lack of suitable candidates to take over, I am afraid that the predecessor has long been the official Manhwa. With dark thoughts in his mind, Wu Ji looked sideways at the white-browed, silver-haired Su Shiyu. Senior companion Zhua, is this man, Meng, trustworthy? Su Shiyu gathered his hands together, his eyes propped upwards, and responded in a soft voice. The Meng clan has been loyal for 3 generations, and when Meng succeeded to the position of master of the night hunting division, he even spent an ancient blood contract to make a blood oath. When it comes to loyalty, even Commander Lu can't match it. Therefore, Your Majesty, this man Monin is trustworthy. Wu Ji raised his eyebrows slightly surprised. The predecessor doesn't seem to know anything about this. It was also right that the previous emperor had died violently while making a breakthrough in seclusion, and it was natural for many things to be too late to be handed over. As he was thinking about it, a slightly slim middle-aged man with deep-set eyes walked into the hall. My humble servant, Meng, kowtow to Your Majesty. Looking at Meng, who had fallen directly to his knees with a respectful face, Wu Ji let out a light sigh. Secretary Meng, can you blame me? Ding. You've lowered yourself to the level of an emperor. Imperial Might 1. The corner of Wu Ji's mouth twitched and he secretly rolled his eyes. This system is a real ghost. Can this be deducted? Manang's body trembled slightly, and he only felt his nose sour a little. No one can understand how difficult his year has been. As the master of the night hunting division, he himself stood in opposition to all his subjects. The new emperor's attitude towards him made it even more difficult for him to even breathe as he was squeezed into a crevice. Over the course of a year, there has been an almost endless stream of attacks on him, his family and his men, both explicitly and implicitly. It is impossible to say that there is no resentment in one's heart. But that was his destiny. He could only grit his teeth and suffer in silence. My lord, I dare not. Your Majesty is everything to me. Even if Your Majesty asks me to die, I will never hesitate. I only hope that Your Majesty will treat my handlers and relatives well. Meng didn't know what the emperor had summoned him for, but he had long been aware of what was happening within the courtroom. The emperor's style has changed drastically, and the image of iron blood has been revealed. He wondered if the emperor wanted to settle past grudges. Secretary Meng is worthy of being my backbone. Wu Ji praised a sentence with a smile, then said with a straight face, the matter of that year, Meng Aiching has already made up for it with a year of hardship, and has also shown me your loyalty. From today onwards, the dust of the past is gone with the wind, and your authority is restored to the fullest extent. Monin looked up with a wide-eyed disbelief. Su Shiyu also blinked, looking rather surprised. Emperor, this transformation, really more and more big. My humble servant, kowtow to Your Majesty. Meng's eyes reddened and he lightly trembled as he kowtowed 3 times in a row. Love, Secretary, quickly rise to your feet. Wu Ji greeted him, then gave Su Shiyu a wink. Su Shiyu understood and waved his duster and lightly drank. Ergo, all of you stand down. The dozens of eunuchs and palace maids waiting in the hall didn't dare to say anything, and after respectfully saluting towards Wu Ji, they quickly withdrew. According to the news sent back by Commander Lu, the letterhead of correspondence with the Iron Hat King was found in the secret room of Su Zheng's residence, and the secret envoy of the Iron Hat King was also captured in Lu Zifeng's residence. As it stands, the 5 vassal kings should be led by the Iron Hat King to force the palace to stand on its own. And in the other 7 people's residence, although did not find out the secret letter and so on, but also searched out from the region of the 5 feudal lords of all kinds of treasures. Lu Zifeng, Su Zhang and others secretly colluded with the 5 feudal lords and worked together. This matter can be confirmed. However, they alone were not enough to keep the full court silent. I suspect that there are others behind this. Secretary Meng, do you have any news about this matter? Manang's spirits lifted and a flash of hope appeared in his eyes. He had asked for a meeting countless times, and had handed in many secret passes, but they had been sinking like a stone. And now that the emperor has come to his senses, perhaps there is still salvation for Great Zhou. Chapter 3. Decentralization of the Night Watch Division and the establishment of the East Chamber. At that thought, Manhwa gritted his teeth and replied, "Your Majesty, and today, the interior of the court is divided into three main forces. One of them is the line of Pillar Generals. This faction, with Pillar State General Mu Yuan at its core, gathered 30% of the Great Zhou's military generals and 10% of its civil officials. They were His Majesty's staunch supporters in the beginning, but now their attitude is somewhat ambiguous. Second, the Chancellor's line. This faction, with Chancellor Su Changhong at its core, gathered about 40% of the civil officials and 10% of the military generals. A number of them are in secret communication with the enemy's secret envoys. However, for the time being, there is no sign that Su Changhong is directly involved with the secret envoys of other countries. Third, the Zongjing lineage. This faction, with Zongjing Wu Chengyue at its core, gathered 20% of the civil officials and 30% of the military generals of the Great Zhou. When His Majesty ascended the throne, the opposition from the Zongjing clan was the greatest. And now they even pulled out King Rui, fearing insubordination. What's more crucial is that the ones who have the most frequent dealings with the various feudal kings are those from this lineage. Hearing this, Wu Ji couldn't help but see a slight flash in his eyes. King Rui, whose real name was Wu Rui, was the third son of the previous emperor and former crown prince. To say that among a group of brothers, the most outstanding is the predecessor and Wu Rui. The difference was that Wu Rui was strong in his personality and his literary and political strategies, while his predecessor was strong in his martial arts talent. To be able to advance to the 5 elemental realm at the age of 21, there weren't many people in the entire First Heavens. At least in today's younger generation, there would not be more than 10 people. Therefore, when Wu Rui's crown prince position was abolished 2 years ago, the predecessor became the new crown prince. After his predecessor ascended the throne, he saw that Wu Rui was very honest, so he appointed an idle prince, and after that, he no longer cared. But he didn't realize that this King Rui had long been secretly connected to the people of the imperial clan. As for the last 30% of the military generals and civil officials, they have remained neutral and will not easily get involved in the three parties' factions. Speaking here, Manhwa gave a slight lurch, then spoke in a deep voice. Su Zhang, Lu Zifeng and the others all belong to the Zongjing line, and I suspect that the Zongjing line and the 5 feudal lords are afraid that they have already reached a sordid deal in secret, which has led to today's scene. However, Su Changhong's sudden intervention added a few more points of confusion to the matter. According to the story, this should not have much to do with the Chancellor's lineage, but why did he, Su Changhong, intervene and silence the Zongjing lineage for them? Wu Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, rubbing the golden cane bead offered by the small remote country. Earlier, before Su Zhang was escorted out of the hall, he had looked in a certain direction, and the one standing in that direction was none other than Su Changhong. Could it be that Su Zhang is Su Changhong's secret agent? But even if this is the case, Su Changhong is not necessary to kill Lu Zifeng, for nothing to cause a fuss for himself. At this time, Zuosho suddenly made a slow and methodical sound. I heard that King Rui is quite fond of Su Shiyu. Perhaps there is collusion between the two parties. When he heard the name Su Shiyu, a knowledgeable and graceful figure flashed through Wu Ji's mind. Su Shiyu was the granddaughter of Chancellor Su Changhong and the #1 beauty in the imperial capital. The age must have been 25 or 26, and the predecessor was quite obsessed with it. Only, that woman seemed to be extraordinary, and after 2 simple meetings, she made the predecessor choose to know what to do. Manang's eyes first lit up, but then he frowned. Su Shiyu is modest on the outside and proud on the inside. Even to King Rui, she has never been able to look at him. I heard that King Rui had made many gifts and invitations, but was politely declined each time. She would agree. Zuosho shook his head slightly and slowly said, Can she make her own decisions? Manhwa was stunned, and after a few breaths of silence, he shook his head. If it was such a big deal, Su Changhong wouldn't have let Su Shiyu's nature take over. In that case, if the Zongjing line and the Chancellor's line have secretly joined together, then everything makes sense. When he said that, however, Manhwa had a jolt and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If these two parties really joined forces, wouldn't the Emperor be in danger? Your Majesty, I suggest pulling in the Pillar General immediately. The only way to make them throw in the towel and not dare to move lightly is to pull the Zhuge General's line over. Wu Ji swept his eyes at the nervous Manhwa, but he shook his head and let out a light laugh. These are ultimately just guesses, And it may not be as simple as that. Don't forget that there are still secret envoys and feudal lords in the shadows. On the side of the Pillar General, there may not be no collusion with other rats. In addition, the sect world loves to get together. They won't let go of this opportunity. Meng Ong and Zuo exchanged glances, both somewhat puzzled in their hearts. How can the Emperor still laugh at such a dangerous moment? But Your Majesty, can we only be passive and take it? Passive? Wuji laughed, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I don't like to be passive. Since the game of chess is now obscured by layers of thick fog, let's completely mess up the game. With that, Wu Ji waved his big sleeve and turned to stride towards the imperial throne. Here, at the core of the Great Zhou, is my world. How to play chess, how to set the rules, all by my word. Wow! The hem of the emperor's robe flicked, resounding with a gust of wind. Wu Ji turned around and took his seat in a dashing manner, his eyes filled with a domineering color. Meng Ong and Zuo stared blankly, only realizing that the emperor at this time was unprecedentedly majestic and unpredictable. Where's Monin? I am here. Meng Ong subconsciously bowed his head and clasped his fists, respectfully marched to the decree. Edict. Effective immediately. The overall rank of the Night Hunting Division is promoted by 1 grade. The rank of the head of the Night Hunting Division, Meng Ong, has been elevated from the 2nd rank to the 1st rank. On the other hand, the Department of Night Hunting was given the authority to supervise all officials, control the rivers and lakes, and spread nets all over the world. If there are important matters or important times, as long as there is no doubt, the privilege of decapitation is possible. First to decapitate, imperial power to authorize, down to the beggar ranger, up to the 2nd-ranked officer, all can be beheaded. Boom! As if a thunderbolt exploded in their heads. Meng Ong and Zuo all stared with wide eyes and open mouths in disbelief. Such a monstrous power has always been given only to a certain person for a certain period of time. But now this power was directly given to the entire Night Hunting Division, and it seemed to have no expiration date, so how horrible should this be? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This. Menang's body trembled and his lips trembled, and he didn't know whether it was excitement, shock, or fear. Wu Ji ignored Menang's violent reaction and followed it up by staring at Zashu. Where is Zuo? The old slave is here. Zuo's body bowed low, and his eyelids fluttered ever so lightly, as if he had a premonition of something. Edict. Effective immediately. The imperial dynasty of Great Zhou establishes an additional East Excise Factory, with the factory minister as its head. With the palm of the temple eunuch Zuo concurrently from the 1st grade East Factory, and to loyal chamberlain as the core, absorbing the origin of the innocent good hand, quickly sound East Factory framework. Give the East Chamber the power to monitor the 100 officials, the military, and the Jianghu, and the privilege of decapitation when necessary. Zuo's pupils tightened, and his heart was secretly horrified and agitated at the same time. For their group, all favors come from the emperor. However, throughout the thousands of years of Great Zhou's history, there has never been a period in which eunuchs were given such great power. In addition, there are 2 points that the 2 secretaries should bear in mind. First, it is necessary to set up a specialized monitoring body within each of the factories and divisions, specializing in internal monitoring. Secondly, the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber need to supervise each other. Once you discover and report the other party's abuse of power and human life, you will be rewarded with 3 times the merit. And those who are prosecuted must be punished severely. In case of the offense of demotion, the official shall be deprived of his official body, and his cultivation shall be abolished. The crime of 10 years imprisonment shall be imprisonment for life. The crime of imprisonment for life is punishable by death. For the crime of killing the head, the 9 clans shall be executed. Wu Ji stared at Meng Ong and Zuo, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The 2 secretaries need to remember, I give the Hunting Night Division and the East Chamber such a monstrous power, not to let them flaunt their power and kill people. I shall be rewarded for my favor with loyalty. Anyone who dares to cross the line will be severely punished. My lord, I honor the Emperor's decree. I will live up to your Majesty's great favor. I will fulfill His Majesty's expectations. Meng Ong and Zuo took a deep breath and led the order with a solemn face. In fact, while they were excited, they also had a great deal of hidden worry in their hearts. With such an amazing bestowal of power, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be people who would do wrong. By allowing the 2 parties to monitor each other, supplemented by an internal watchdog body, we can avoid chaos and mischief to a large extent. The heavy burden weighing on the duo made them excited yet apprehensive, and it was difficult for them to regain their composure for a while. Ding! You've decentralized the night hunting division and set up the East Factory, granting it the privilege of decapitation, triggering the attribute of authoritarianism. Wu Ji glanced at the Emperor's might, which had increased to 33 points, and the light in his eyes flashed. Monin, I am here. Here's an assignment for you. Send someone to keep an eye on Shiyu Su's movements. Once she is found out of the house, invite her into the palace. Monin stared in disbelief. Why did His Majesty invite Su Shiyu to the palace? Moreover, with Su Shiyu's nature, I'm afraid she won't agree to enter the palace. Wu Ji smiled blandly and said in an inexplicable tone, I have said that the rules of the great Zhou chess game should be set by me. Although Su Shiyu is a woman, she is a thread that connects several parties in this mess. By holding on to this thread, you can turn passivity into initiative. As for whether Su Shiyu agrees or not, do you need me to teach you that? I am asking you to invite, but I have not stipulated whether it should be a civil or a military invitation. Have I? Meng Ong quickly realized that His Majesty was trying to forcefully bind Su Shiyu into the palace. It was just that the thought of the consequences made Menang's scalp tingle a little. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that this move will anger Su Changhong and completely push the Chancellor's line to the opposite side. At that time, I'm afraid it will cause a big mess. Your Majesty, will you deliberate a little more carefully about this matter? Go and do it. Arrange for the experts to set up well. Don't make any mistakes. Wu Ji ignored Menang's admonition and calmly commanded, apparently unlikely to change his mind again. Monin had no choice but to answer the order with concern. Yes, the microcosmic minister will retire. With Meng Ong gone, Wu Ji looked at Zhuo again. Zhuo, big companion, you also go down, as soon as possible to categorize the East Factory matters. As for the resident and related resource costs, the proceeds of today's inspection can be invoked first. What is needed afterward may be drawn up in a list and brought to the Treasury. I thank you for your Majesty's trust. The old slave retires. Zhuo was moved to salute, after which he bowed and retreated backwards out of the hall. Chapter 4. Kidnapping the most beautiful girl in the Imperial City. Dewey System. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level, 4th level of the 5 Yuan realm. Dewey, 33. Curiosities, 12 golden men. Note: for every 100 of Dewey, 1 lucky draw is allowed. Wu Ji scanned the system panel. Then with a flick of his right hand, 12 small palm-sized gold figures appeared on the table. Changed to regular size. As Wu Ji's mind moved, the 12 golden men instantly disappeared from the tabletop. However, 12 figures clad in black armor, with long swords at their waists and black and gold masks on their faces appeared in the hall. They stood quietly like this, and although they did not emit a powerful aura, they invariably gave off a very oppressive feeling. Name: 12 Golden Men Ziwei. Cultivation level: 4th level of the 9 Heavens realm. Characteristics: indestructible. Rui. Luck. Name: 12 Golden Men Ugwai. Cultivation level: 4th level of the 9 Heavens realm. Characteristics: indestructible. Rui. Luck. Wu Ji studied for a long time and realized that the cultivation realms of the 12 golden men were all equivalent to the 4th level of the 9 Heavens realm. Such strength is already very extraordinary, and it is only 1 level lower than Zhuo. Like Meng Ong and Lu Ziheo, one of them was at the 3rd level of the 9 Heavens realm and the other at the 2nd level of the 9 Heavens realm, and they were still no match for the 12 golden men. They can't speak, but they can understand instructions. As for the name, it is referred to by the 12 hours. Zi Jiuyin Mao left behind. In the future, you and others will always arch at my left and right. After a brief thought, Wu Ji only left behind 4 spirit puppets, and the remaining 8 were put back. The undercard is something you can't not keep. And the deeper and more hidden they are, the more they can reverse the situation at the critical moment. Imperial capital, inner city. On the wide, flat street, a magnificent carriage escorted by a dozen silver-armored guards and pulled by 2 6-stage snow lions was traveling neither fast nor slow. After the surrounding pedestrians saw it, no matter whether they were ladies of the house or famous talents, they all quickly dodged to the sides, not daring to have the slightest collision. On the 3rd floor of a liquor store on the left, several figures were staring with different expressions. 6th-ranked snow lions as beasts of burden, and 6th Harmony Realm and 7-star Realm experts as guards. What a great show. Do you know the identity of the owner of the car? A red-clothed woman with a lightly veiled face suddenly spoke out, her puzzled tone mixed with a few moments of tastiness. The white-robed youth with a face like a crown on the side shook his folding fan and laughed lightly. Look at the seal on that carriage. It should be for the exclusive use of the Chancellor's residence. The style of the carriage is soft and warm, so it should be used by women. In the entire Chancellor's residence, there is only one woman who is qualified enough to have such a row. The woman in red's eyes flickered slightly, surprised. Elder brother is saying that the person inside that car is Su Changhong's first granddaughter? Su Shiyu? 9 times out of 10. The white-robed youth nodded. Su Shiyu, it's rumored that she's skilled in everything from zither, chess, calligraphy and painting to danwu, literature and politics. And the strength of the martial arts talent is not much worse than that dim-witted ruler. She was even known as the first beauty of the imperial capital because of her gorgeous appearance. Such a character. I would like to be on it for a while. The woman said that she was about to get up, but an old man on the opposite side of the room gave a steep cold shout. Nonsense. Sit down. The woman's movements froze, and although she didn't get up again, her eyes remained resigned. Don't forget what we are here for. The great events of the clan are at hand, so you can't afford to play small. The old man rebuked, then warned. Remember, no one is allowed to cause trouble before the secret meeting. If not, abolish your cultivation and expel you from the clan. The 5 or 6 people in the elegant room all looked serious. Yes, at that exact moment, cries of alarm suddenly came from the street below, and the crowd on the main road ran to the sides in a hurry. It wasn't long before hundreds of guards dressed in basalt-colored brocade garments with sharp blades on their waists and black-veined umbrellas on their backs appeared and blocked the path of that carriage. Shenlord clothes, Soul-breaker blade, Xuanji umbrella. This is the Hari Yuelang of the Hari Yuelang division? Not bad, just how dare they surround Su Shiyu. Don't want to die. I heard that that dim-witted ruler killed 9 ministers in a row during the morning court today, and even executed one of them for 9 clans. I'm afraid this scene in front of me is also at the behest of that dim-witted king. But is the king crazy? Wouldn't such a move completely anger Su Changhong? That's not right, since the faint king ascended the throne. He has been extremely displeased with the Karyushi, and has hardly ever given orders to the Karyushi. I'm afraid that this matter may not have been authorized by the faint king. It's best if it is, and it doesn't matter if it isn't. Anyway, the more chaos in the court, the better for us. And be quiet and watch. Hunting the nightlings? Do you not want to live? How dare you besiege the Chancellor's car? On the street, the leader of the Su House Guards clapped his horse forward and spoke out coldly without fear, with a look of contempt on his face. If it was a year ago, he wouldn't have dared to talk to Carrie Euro in this way. But nowadays, Carrie Euro's status has long been in tatters, and he's not going to fudge it. Daring to threaten the Night Hunter, that's pretty gutsy. I just don't know. How many lives do you have to die? A slim white-robed youth stepped out from the ranks of the Night Hunters, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. The man looked a little weak and pale, and from time to time he coughed softly, like a consumptive. However, the guard leader's heart trembled and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. There are 5 ghosts in the night hunting division, 5 of the most powerful and bizarre under Mong. There had been a saying circulating among the upper echelons of the Great Zhou that it was better to bully Meng Ong than to mess with the 5 ghosts. The reason why the 5 ghosts were scorned in this way was not only because of their strength, but also because of their weirdness, terror, and cruelty. He had never dreamed that the consumptive Ning heir would personally come out. Don't look at Ning heir as a young man, but in reality, his age had long passed 100 years, and there were unknown numbers of people who had died in his hands. If he knew Ning heir was there, he wouldn't have dared to talk like that even if he had 10 guts. Just when the atmosphere was a bit depressing, a warm and pleasant voice suddenly came out from the carriage. My men don't know the rules, so I've made Hall Master Ning laugh. Don't worry, Hall Master Ning, after we go back, I will definitely punish him severely, and I will also strictly discipline the others. Speaking here, the voice gave a slight lurch, after which it laughed softly. I just don't know. Why is Hall Master Ning blocking my way? Ning heir shook his head and did not respond, but instead looked oddly at the leader of the guards who was frozen on his horse. Since Miss Su opened her mouth to plead for mercy, then I cough. It's not good for me not to give face. The leader of the guards suddenly let out a long breath, and the joy of surviving a robbery appeared in his eyes. But not waiting for him to show a smile, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart, and when he looked down, he saw a mouthful of sputum more in his left chest. Puff! A muffled sound rang out, and there was a body under the horse's hooves for that matter. The entire scene was instantly silent. Whether it was the pedestrians on both sides, or those eyes in the dark, all of them had their mouths wide open with a stunned look on their faces. I said I'd save face. What's going on here? Also, using a mouthful of phlegm to instantly obliterate an expert at the 8th level of the 7-star realm, this tactic was too intimidating. The majesty of the Karyushi division is not to be provoked. For his crimes, he would have needed to die 3 times. It's just that Miss Su's face can't be ignored, so it's fine to kill him just once. In that case, it seems clear that Hall Master Ning has come prepared. This is strange, His Majesty has always disliked Master Meng. But today's incident is beyond reason. If my guess is correct, Master Meng Si should have regained His Majesty's favor, right? Ning Er pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, smiling back. Not bad. Miss Su is truly icy smart. Then why don't you, Miss Su, make another guess as to why we have come here? There was a slight silence in the car, and it was only after 5 or 6 breaths that Su Shiyu's voice came out again. Only the tone was languid and obviously somewhat despondent. Your Majesty is trying to kidnap the youngest daughter into the palace, and there's no room for error. If not, how could it be that we couldn't labor for Hall Master Ning to come out together with Hall Master Zhang? Ning Er's eyes narrowed slightly, an amused smirk flashing across his eyes, as well as a touch of scorn. Miss Su is at least a talented daughter of the Songfu. Why do you have to speak so harshly? The decree from above is clear. It's a please. At the back of the carriage, a burly one-eyed man stepped out, showing his teeth and smiling, while pulling the horizontal flesh on his face to roll. Miss Su should know very well that that old lady beside you can only stop one person at most, and not for more than half a quarter of an hour. Therefore, I hope that Miss Su will cooperate well, so that it won't be difficult for everyone. Seeing this one-eyed strong man appear, the onlookers sucked in another breath of cool air. It's the one-eyed ghost Zhang Helu. The night hunting division actually sent out 2 ghosts at the same time. No, 2 hall masters. This is a must. Nonsense, although the Chancellor's house is not as good as the night hunting division, there are quite a few capable people in the Chancellor's line. Since His Majesty has sent someone, it is natural that he must be 9 out of 10. Strange, why did His Majesty tie up? Ahem, why did he invite Su Shiyu to the palace? It's hard to believe that it's trying to forcefully take over. Isn't that bull? What man wouldn't be attracted to a beautiful woman like Su Shiyu? The only difference is that His Majesty has the power to dominate and the others. But your Majesty is not afraid of angering Su Changhong because of this, and thus. Or how about he's? The matter has come to this, even if my daughter wants to be uncooperative, she can't. I only hope that you all will not regret it. Su Shiyu sighed softly in response, after which she had the guards withdrawn to the sides, leaving only the driver of the vehicle and the people inside the vehicle to accompany them. I won't trouble Miss Su with that. Ning Er smiled blandly, then greeted Carrie Yuelang as he rounded up the carriage and quickly ran off in the direction of the palace city. In the 3rd-floor elegant room of the street-side restaurant, all the people looked at each other in dismay, thunderstruck by this encounter. Only the old man smiled heatedly, a glint in his eyes. This is heaven trying to kill Great Zhou. With such a dim king in power, how can this world be stable? What senior uncle said is very true. The Great Zhou imperial dynasty has been dominating this heaven and earth for more than 1,300 years. It's time to die out after such a long time. I've heard that there is a supreme sacred sect in the west that covers a territory that is not much smaller than Great Zhou. Although there are also countries, they are all just dynasties and imperial dynasties. And all the courts are at the beck and call of the most holy sect. Even if it is a change of monarch, it will be decided by the most holy sect on a whim. If my Tianxian sect could do the same, how wonderful would that be? It's impossible for one clan to monopolize it for the time being. But it's still better than relying on the snout of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Chapter 5 Molestation. Ding! You sent someone to kidnap the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital to enter the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, and the emperor's prestige plus 10. Wu Ji, who was enjoying the spiritual plants in the imperial garden, could not help but step on his feet and blinked, a wonderful expression on his face. Lascivious? How can he be desolated when he hasn't even met anyone yet, much less touched them? While secretly spitting in his heart, the beep gave him a new way of thinking about obtaining Emperor's might points. Since kidnapping a woman into the palace can increase the Emperor's authority, can't you do it yourself? But this shouldn't be that simple. The reason why the points for tying up Su Shiyu to enter the palace were so high must be a combination of factors from multiple sources. For example, the identity of Chancellor Su Changhong's favorite first granddaughter, such as the title of the first beauty of the imperial capital. Then there's her own poise and natural talent, and the resulting influence, etc. If tying up a random woman could increase the emperor's power, that would be too out of character. Even so, Wuji was not disappointed. After all, discovering another new way to scavenge emperor's might points, wasn't it? Pose for the Hall of Books. Yes. The Chancellor's residence. Boo. With a muffled sound, the exquisite jade artifacts worth thousands of dollars were instantly split into pieces and splattered all around the floor. But Su Changhong clearly did not have the heart to pay attention at this time. His eyes were staring at his eldest son, his face as gloomy as dark clouds filled the sky. What did you say? Shiyu was forcibly invited into the palace by Karyuro. Yes, yes, father. Father, you must quickly find a way to save Shiyu. If we delay any longer, her innocence will be ruined. I'm afraid. Su Sheng's face was terrified, clenching his teeth, clapping his hands, and stomping his feet, looking like he couldn't wait to directly kill his way into the imperial palace. Yes, father. If Shiyu's innocence is gone, then Rui Wang's side will be in trouble. The eyes of Suyu, who had just come running, flickered slightly, and added a sentence immediately following the words. Su Sheng glared at his own sibling with a somewhat angry expression. What a time to be thinking about that. Suyu raised an eyebrow, obviously a little unimpressed, but didn't say anything else. Your Majesty, what is he trying to do? After the initial shock and anger, Su Changhong had quickly regained his composure. Instead of rushing to think about how to send a rescue the first time, he began to think about the reason behind it. Su Sheng gave a sharp jolt of apprehension. Father, do you think that the dim-witted ruler could have found out something? Su Changhong coldly swept a glance at Su Sheng and chided. How did my father teach you? Dare to disrespect his majesty? Are you too old to live? Su Sheng's head shrunk and he lowered his head sheepishly. The old man had always been cautious and extremely strict with them. He was also too anxious and angry this time, which made him accidentally violate the taboo. And what was found out and what can be found out? It's not like we Su family members have been secretly working with the thieves. So what are we afraid of? After Su Changhong scolded and lectured, he slowly sat back in his chair. Although Su Sheng scratched his ears anxiously, he didn't dare to speak out again so easily. Suyu rolled her eyes and carefully spoke out. Father, His Majesty has always had little interest in matters of state, but he was quite covetous of Shiyu even back then, and the matter of King Rui pursuing Shiyu was not considered a secret. Do you think that His Majesty simply doesn't want to cheapen Rui Wang, so he wants to make the first move? If it had been before, this would have been possible. But the change of heart that occurred at this morning's court is enough to show that His Majesty has made a great shift. When he said this, Su Changhong fiercely stared. HM? He's not running to get back at the old man, is he? After saying that, Su Changhong but then shook his head, denying his guess. No, it's not that simple. The day of the faint king's iron blood, when it was a strong nation. He's forcing the old man to take sides, forcing the dark hands of the underground to make a move. But where did he get his ideas from? He's not afraid to play with it? This game of chess is not something that one person can control. Listening to Su Changhong's mutterings, Su Sheng and Suyu were both a bit confused, feeling like they were listening to the clouds. In fact, their own father had acted so strangely that they had never been able to fathom his true thoughts. Heh, some fun. Since that's the case, then I'll meet with you for a while. Su Changhong suddenly let out a hefty laugh and tapped the table to get up. Prepare the car and enter the palace. Yes. Harem Hall of Books. Inside the bright, elegant temple, a woman in a goose-yellow dress was sitting quietly on a chair with a serene expression. Behind it, there was a white-haired old woman standing silently with a walking stick. And around them, there were more than a dozen palace maids who were quietly serving. Crunch. With a soft thud, the door to the temple was pushed open. This was followed by a shrill chanting noise. His Majesty has arrived. The palace maidens in the hall reflexively knelt to the ground, tightly bowed their heads, and moved in unison. The yellow-skirted woman gave a slight pause, and then she also stood up and lowered her head facing the door of the hall. Outside the temple. Your Majesty! After Mongong saluted, he strangely glanced at the masked armored soldiers escorting the four corners of Wu Ji's front and back, and his brows furrowed slightly. Not only were these people in strange attire, but their aura was also quite bizarre. With his strength, he couldn't even tell the depth. Who are they? I've never heard of such a strange man in the court. Wu Ji nodded slightly and stepped into the hall under the escort of the four golden guards of Zijiu In Mao who didn't move an inch. My daughter, Su Shiyu, meet your Majesty. Looking at Su Shiyu, who had her head lowered and her jaw buried, bending her knees and hitching her hands, Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly as he slowly stepped closer. After that, Wu Ji stretched out his right hand and approached towards Su Shiyu's chin. Su Shiyu's pretty face changed slightly, gritting her teeth and shaking her head to try to dodge. Ha! Wu Ji let out a low hum with unquestionable majesty. Su Shiyu suddenly raised her head and looked at Wu Ji with a coquettish smile. Your Majesty is well read in the holy books, so you should know the principle of not being close to the one you have been given. After all, there is no red line between my daughter and His Majesty, at least, for now. Heh, you're your usual self, still as articulate and smart as ever. Muji smiled brightly, but then controlled his right hand, which had been paused halfway, to continue forward. However, I am not what I used to be. You should be aware of the consequences of continuing to dodge. Su Shiyu's pretty face stiffened, staring at Wu Ji in dismay, her eyes thick with doubt. Although it was only a few words exchanged and a few eye contacts, she was already certain that this emperor was indeed extremely different from before. But how can a person undergo such a transformation without a word? It was also in this moment of daze that Wu Ji's palm had already cupped on Su Shiyu's smooth chin and wrenched it in a small half-turn to the left and right. Ding! You forcefully molested the Chancellor's first granddaughter, triggering the attribute of desolation, Imperial Might +1. Showy eyes and soulful eyebrows, agar nose and cherry lips, muscle smooth as cream, skin elastic like velvet. Fruit is worthy of being the first beauty of the imperial capital. Wu Ji sked and sighed, before he drew back his hand and laughed heartily as he made his way to the Empire's seat on the inside. Su Shiyu stood frozen in place, her face turning green and red at times. She, just like that, was slighted? What made it even more difficult for her to say was that the moment she had just made contact, she had actually felt an electric current swinging from the other's fingers, tingling her face with a slight tingle. Behind Su Shiyu, the white-haired old woman squeezed her walking stick with a deadly grip. Her arms kept trembling lightly with anger, but she never dared to snap, or even look up. It wasn't just because of Wu Ji's status, their situation, but also because of the stare of a single eye. That look came from a masked armorer close to her, and although it was only an emotionless gaze that showed no fluctuation of emotion, nor did it reveal the slightest bit of aura, she sensed the scent of death in that instant. She recognized that she had also killed her way out of a pile of dead people, but that feeling made her feel panic and trembling from the bottom of her heart. What exactly were these four mysterious armored men who were escorting the emperor? Above, Wu Ji took his seat in the imperial throne before he opened his mouth carelessly. You're so smart. Can you guess what I've invited you here for? Your Majesty, my daughter feels the need to remind you. You are not inviting, you are tying. Your Majesty, this is not a wise move on your part. I propose that it would be better for you to let my daughter out of the palace as soon as possible. If not, the rumors outside might get more and more outrageous. After all, my daughter was kidnapped in the street, and there were countless people who saw it. Your Majesty, the damage to my daughter's reputation is a small matter, but you are different. You are the Supreme Emperor of Great Zhou, the Lord who rules over 100 million subjects. If you were to get a reputation for robbing people's women, plundering beauty, and wantonly committing adultery, what would happen to your Majesty? Where is the prestige of Great Zhou? Wu Ji raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Shiyu in surprise. This woman, she's really something. It's amazing how you can avoid the truth when it's all come down to it. This hand of calmly transferring one's own danger, turning passivity into initiative, is really quite good. It's a pity that I don't eat this. Fame is something you think I care about? Wu Ji snorted lightly and shook his head. In fact, you know very well in your heart that I will not have any concerns about this since I have let the people do it openly and honestly. So you don't have to go through the trouble of trying and changing the subject. All right, be honest. If you actively cooperate, you may be able to save the Su family. If not, the Su family, I'm afraid that it won't be long before they're completely removed. Su Shiyu's heart jolted, her eyes revealing an unbelievable color for the first time. Listening to the other party's meaning, was he planning to eradicate their Su family? What has he mastered? How dare he have such thoughts? Where did he get the bottom line? Also, since the Dim King had said such words without any concealment, it meant that he had already made up his mind that he would not let himself out of the palace no matter what. Just thinking about this, Su Shiyu was filled with confusion, only feeling that her eyes were clouded and she couldn't see anything. In her confusion, her proud talent and calmness had gone somewhere, and she had trouble settling down for a long time. It was only after dozens of breaths had passed that Su Shiyu managed to calm down. Your Majesty, my daughter does not know what you are talking about. Wu Ji's eyes were slightly cold, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 6. Smart People, More Brainpower. It was at this moment that a voice rang out from outside the temple door. Your Majesty, Minister Su has entered the palace to seek an audience. Wu Ji ordered with a slight lurch. Take him to the hall of inquiry and wait. Yes. Wu Ji slowly got up and paced closer to Su Shiyu, taking a whiff of the jasmine-scented hair. Great Zhou, it's my Great Zhou. I will never be merciful to anyone who dares to play Great Zhou. Remember, I don't need evidence to kill someone. Also, although the red face is wonderful, but the red face with poison, I will only let her turn into a red powder skeleton. I'll give you more time to think it over. When I return, if I don't have a satisfactory answer, well, one can only say I'm sorry. Su Shiyu's lips trembled slightly, her eyelashes fluttered lightly. Her dark, clear eyes were lifeless and restless. When Wu Ji left with a big stride and the door of the hall closed, Su Shiyu's body suddenly went limp. Fortunately, the old crone behind him held on in time, which prevented him from falling. Rainbow Woman, how dare he? How dare he? Isn't he afraid that Great Zhou will fall apart in an instant, or even have his life taken? Su Shiyu mumbled in disbelief, her mind in chaos. The power of the Chancellor's office is so huge that once it is unleashed, it is not unlikely that it will kill its way into the imperial palace. What's more, if grandfather sensed the danger and directly joined forces with Zongjing and Rui Wang, and with the help of some other boosters, it would only be a matter of 3 or 2 days' work to change the sky and the earth. She really couldn't figure out where the dim-witted king got his backbone. Lin Hong swept her eyes over the palace maidens in the hall and transmitted her voice. Miss, I'm afraid the outside world has all been deceived by the faint king. Su Shiyu had already passed the dead points and opened the Shin Pass, stepping into the 6th harmony realm, and thus could also spiritually transmit sound. After the dismay, the transmission was skeptical. HM? What do you mean? I suspect that what His Majesty has been doing all year is just to paralyze the outside world. On the one hand, it's about building up strength. On the other hand, he was waiting for all the bullies to jump out at him so he could try to get them all in one fell swoop. It was a bit unbelievable, but the old body had to think about it. Because of the 4 masked armored men who were escorting His Majesty at all times in the party, the old man could not even see the root of it. Even the fact that one of them just gave a faint stare made the old body feel like hell. I'm certain that if he makes a move, I won't even be able to block a single move. Hearing Lin Hong's response, Su Shiyu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. One must know that Lin Hong was an expert at the 9th level of the 8-gate realm. The person who could make her unable to see the reality was definitely in the 9 heavens realm without a doubt. And I'm afraid that someone who could cause Lin Hong Ruifang to die just by looking at him would have to be at least a super strong person above the 4th level of the 9 heavens realm. In that case, those 4 people were all 9 heavens realm experts, and at least one of them was above the 4th level of the 9 heavens realm. At this thought, Su Shiyu couldn't help but shiver in her heart, feeling a cold air rising from her backbone. Since the dim-witted ruler was able to pull out 4 powerhouses of the 9 heavens realm by hiding them from everyone, what about the other good soldiers? Where are the elite soldiers? If the Dim King had really been hiding his light under a bushel this year, she didn't believe that the other party would reveal all of his cards. If that's true, then this Dim King is too terrible. No wonder he dares to be so tough. He dares to be so emboldened. Su Shiyu transmitted her voice in response. The more she thought about it, the harder it was to calm down. It was really a fine thought. Miss, I'm afraid we'll have to make other plans. Although that incident is not a small charge, but if you take the initiative to explain everything, positive cooperation may not have a place to survive. Otherwise, I'm afraid that hundreds of people up and down the Su family would really be in big trouble. Lin Hong advised with a face full of worry, her heart also very unsettled. It's just that this palace is so complicated with formations that it's impossible to send messages outward. I also don't know if the family head will be able to notice in time and plan ahead. Grandfather was discreet and had a keen sense of danger. Since the faint king had revealed some of his cards at this point in time, he was obviously preparing for a showdown. I trust grandfather will make a wise decision. Su Shiyu responded and then sat down on the chair, her eyes lost in a daze. She prided herself on being smart and wise, and had never really put others in their place. Even that Rui Wang, who was famous for his literary and political skills, she didn't care much about. As for the fainting king, she was even more disdainful after the slightest trick back then to make the other party know what to do. But never thought is such a she did not put in the eyes of the characters, but actually concealed from everyone, sit and watch the forces of all sides of the chicken flying dog jump. And now that she thought about it, her cheeks burned red. The big picture will change, it seems, and she will have to make a choice about her fate. The Hall of Inquiries. Elderly Minister Su Changhong. Greetings to your majesty. Be excused. Did not hear the words look at the seat. Su Changhong can only stand honestly in the hall, hanging hands and lowered eyebrows. In fact, he wouldn't dare to be dishonest. It was because he had already discovered the extraordinary nature of those 4 masked armorers surrounding the imperial throne. As a prime minister of the Great Zhou, his strength was likewise in the top handful, the same as the head of the night hunting division, Meng Ong, who was in the 3rd level of the Nine Heavens realm. But even with such strength, when facing those 4 people, they could still feel a slight palpitation. What this represents is really self-evident. In that instant, Su Changhong's heart set off waves of shock. Also thought a lot about it and immediately changed his intentions and attitude. Thank you, your majesty. Wu Ji was high above the imperial throne, looking at the courteous and reverent Su Changhong. The corners of his mouth sketched out a playful smile. Previously, when the court meeting, this Su Changhong is not this posture. At that time, he was unchanged, killing people without changing his face and with a smile in his eyes. And then look at this moment. The transformation is amazing. Sure enough, strength is everything. I don't know. Prime Minister Su came into the palace to seek an audience with me. What is it about? Listening to Wu Ji's careless question, Su Changhong was slightly silent, and then violently fell to his knees and cried bitterly. Your Majesty, the old minister is guilty. Guilty. The old minister has come here to confess everything, and to redeem my sins in order to pray for your Majesty's forgiveness. Wu Ji was instantly confused, blinking with an odd expression on his face. This old bastard, he's too good at acting, isn't he? Look at those tears. Look at that look of remorse. It's really something. But, truth be told, the old bastard was also decisively scary. I guess he's already brainstormed a lot of big plays through the 4 golden guards? That's just as well. Save yourself a lot of trouble. Oh? Tell me. What are your sins and how do you plan to redeem yourself? Wu Ji still looked careless, not shocked in the slightest. When Su Changhong saw this, he was even more certain of his inner speculation. Your Majesty, the old minister has 3 sins. For one thing, some courtiers are secretly liaising with secret envoys from enemy countries in a bid to infringe on the interests of the imperial dynasty. The old minister knew of such evil deeds, but thought to grasp clear evidence before reporting to his Majesty. This is the crime of neglecting political affairs. Wu Ji sneered and narrowed his eyes. Heh, you're quite good at abandoning your pawns and saving yourself. But why have I heard that those people are your servants, and that they are in secret communication with other countries with your authorization and acquiescence? Su Changhong's body trembled slightly as he raised his head and said in fear and trepidation, Your Majesty, the ministers of Great Zhou can only be servants of your Majesty. Those people are most like to tend to the trend. Weekdays did not less to the old minister's residence to come together, but also to send east and west. But the old minister has always been clean and has never received anything of value from anyone. As for the rumors, they are nothing more than the petty tricks of enemy spies trying to undermine the foundations of my Great Zhou dynasty. The old minister is absolutely loyal to his Majesty and to Great Zhou. This heart, this will, the sun and the moon are proof. The heavens can tell. Wu Ji bristled non-committally and waved his hand. All right, go on. Aye. The second sin of the old minister is in laziness. The sin is in inaction. The old minister knows that the hearts of the people in the imperial court are in flux and ghosts are running rampant, and he also knows that there are people among the feudal lords who intend to rebel. But he chose to remain on the sidelines and failed to fulfill his duty as Chancellor to share the worries of His Majesty and the court. I am guilty. Wow, go on. Wuji raised an eyebrow, not moving. The third sin of the old minister, the sin of the. When Su Changhong said this, he was apprehensive, and his expression was more than a little struggling. Speak. Wuji chortled with some impatience. Aye. The third sin of the old minister is to be ashamed of the late emperor. Su Changhong wiped his cold sweat and finally gritted his teeth and said it. Wuji froze, his brow furrowing slightly. Speak clearly. Seeing Wuji react like this, Su Changhong couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Did the emperor not find out about this? But it had come to this, and he could only say it with a stiff upper lip. If he waited until the emperor found out in the future, he would be in even more trouble instead. The old minister overheard at the time that someone might be trying to assassinate the late emperor. Only the old minister scoffed at this and did not take it to heart, because the late emperor experienced no less than 10 assassinations of all sizes, but none of them were ever able to hurt the late emperor in the slightest. But unexpectedly, on the second day, the sunny day thunderbolt of the late emperor's death was ushered in. Old minister, guilty. Looking at Su Changhong, who was whimpering and sobbing sadly on his knees, Wu Ji was frozen. The last emperor was actually assassinated? Not because the breakthrough went wrong. As his heart sank, Wu Ji slowly straightened his sitting posture and stared coldly at Su Changhong. Who assassinated the late emperor? And how? Your Majesty, there is quite a lot involved and the process is quite complicated. My granddaughter, Su Shiyu, has studied and reviewed this matter in detail, and I believe it will be a bit clearer if she tells it to Your Majesty. However, there is one thing that the old minister still needs to confide. About that news, the old minister inadvertently learned it from the mouth of the drunken Lu Zifeng. The reason why the old minister took Lu Zifeng's life during the morning court was also because he was afraid that he would involve the old minister in it, so he took the risk. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Wu Ji could not help but be silent for a while, not realizing that the reason would be so complicated. Su Changhong, do you know that for this third offense alone, I can exterminate your entire family? I am aware of my offense. I beg Your Majesty to give me a chance to redeem myself. Su Changhong prostrated himself on the ground, incomparably humble. Then you will fight your way into the midst of those disorganized officials and figure out what they are plotting. I'm going to kill them all. Su Changhong's heart tightened. Sure enough, the emperor was definitely hiding a terrifying undercurrent. Otherwise, would he have dared to make such a bold statement? The old minister obeys the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 7. Lifting the clouds to see black and white. As for Su Shiyu, stay in the palace. Yes, to be able to serve His Majesty in the palace is a blessing that Shiyu has cultivated over 8 lifetimes. When Su Changhong heard this, instead of being shocked, he breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that it was a life preserver for the Su family. Your Majesty, please also have this delivered to Shiyu. I believe she will tell Your Majesty everything after seeing this. Su Changhong said, taking out a tiger tooth trinket from his pocket. Wu Ji nodded slightly and let the spirit puppet Ziwei take the things over. In addition to the 4 spirit puppets in this hall, the rest of the eunuchs and palace maids were all cleared out, so they could only let Ziwei do it for them. Then, Your Majesty, the old minister will leave first? Su Changhong looked at Wu Ji and asked tentatively. Wu Ji raised an eyebrow, an impish smile suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. That won't do. If Prime Minister Su leaves intact like this, how will he be able to fight his way into the midst of those disorganized ministers? Su Changhong's eyelids jumped as he watched a masked armorer walk towards him with a stick, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Well, humph. Hiss. Ding. You ordered someone to confine the Chancellor's cultivation and gave him 50 lashes, triggering an overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might +5. It wasn't long before a tidbit of news circulated out of the palace, and everyone's jaws dropped when they heard it. Have you heard? His Majesty sent someone to kidnap Su Shiyu to enter the palace, and Minister Su went to ask for it but failed to get it, and was instead beaten by His Majesty with 80 lashes. Hey, what's 80? It's 300. Yes. I've also heard that Su Xiang was beaten up so badly that he couldn't even walk. In the end, They were still carried out of the palace gates by the Forbidden Army before being picked up by the Sangha Spirit Beast carriage. It's not so bad, is it? Su Xiong, that's an expert of the Nine Heavens realm. How could he be unable to walk by a beating of the board? Snort. What do you know? If you want to be executed, your cultivation is sealed. And the ones who are torturing are all experts. Even if their flesh is strong, that won't be enough to eat after this meal. Faint king, faint king. Not only did he kidnap the Prime Minister's granddaughter to enter the palace, but he even gave the Prime Minister a good beating. This is not for a human king. Shu, you don't want to die. How dare you say such treacherous words? The Chancellor is no slouch either. He's contributed a lot to the chaos in the court in recent years. Right? Well played. It's just a pity that Su Shiyu, such a fairy-like character, was scourged just like that. Alas, while all kinds of rumors were flying around, there were also all kinds of people constantly running to the Chancellor's residence. Imperial Palace, Hall of Books. Tell me, by whom exactly was Father Emperor assassinated? Wu Ji turned his back to Su Shiyu and asked without emotion. Su Shiyu put away the tiger-tooth charm with a complicated expression, and after several breaths of silence, she sighed softly. Back to your majesty, those who plotted to kill the late emperor were the Iron Hat King, the Black Nightmare sect, and the Rue King. Wu Ji turned around with a huff and stared at Su Shiyu with a deadly stare. You say, Rue Wang? Yes. As a matter of fact, based on the review of the corresponding clues, my daughter believes that not only is King Rue involved, but he should also be the one leading the charge. Su Shiyu already had a choice in her mind, so she didn't hide it anymore. Wu Ji was silent for a long time, and a flash of self-deprecation flashed in his eyes. Yes, since ancient times, it is the most unfeeling emperor's family. What's more, that Wu Rue was deprived of the crown prince position and lost the chance to ascend to the throne as the emperor. How could he not hate it? Originally, he was still agonizing over what he should do with Wu Rue, but after learning about this, he no longer had any worries. Tell me more carefully. There are so many forces involved. Why is there not a hint of news? Even Zhu Shou did not find any abnormality. Your Majesty, the Iron Hat King is the late emperor's sibling, and he knows the late emperor extremely well, including the weaknesses of his mind. The Black Nightmare sect, on the other hand, specializes in illusions and even has the clan's treasure weapon, the Manhwa, which can dramatically enhance the effects of illusions and induce heart demons. As for King Rue's strength, it was his connections within the imperial palace. When these three are combined, they are the most deadly weapon for the late emperor. On the night when the late emperor was in seclusion, the Black Nightmare clan members had pretended to be spirits in the western tomb, making quite a commotion. Therefore, the late emperor assigns Zhu Shou, the eunuch in charge of the temple, to go and check it out, and Zhu Shou was thus transferred. After that, because Lu Zifeng was summoned by the late emperor in the afternoon, King Rue assigned Lu Zifeng to carry the Manhwa and enter the palace in the evening to meet the saint. Lu Zifeng was ordered to hand over the Manhwa to Lu Hui, the eunuch in charge of the Zhejian supervisor, and left the imperial palace after his face to the Holy Spirit. As a matter of fact, Lu Zifeng was not clear about the utility of the Manhwa, nor did he know the specific matters. However, he still sensed that something was wrong. So that night he drank wine to drown his sorrows, and when he happened to be encountered by his ministerial daughter's grandfather, Lu Zifeng expressed his concern. Only, my daughter's grandfather thought he was drunk and talking nonsense and did not care. Wu Ji said with an expressionless face. Straight Temple Supervisor is responsible for the maintenance of the palace and the operation of the formation, and the head eunuch is the head of the Straight Temple Supervisor. In that case, it was Lu Hui who had quietly sneaked into the Father Emperor's cultivation palace. After that, in response to the weaknesses stated by the Iron Hat King, the heart demon-inducing effect was strengthened through the Manhwa, and that's why it caused the Father Emperor to die a violent death.
Su Shiyu nadi defermetibli.
9 times out of 10, based on review, it's a process. Lu Hui relied on the token to get out of the formation silently after he got his hands on it, making the temple protection formation never make a mistake from the beginning to the end. And there were no traces of fighting or other visions in the temple, so it was only when the late emperor died violently that no one suspected it. Good, when it's really good. Wu Ji gritted his teeth and drank lowly. Su Shiyu waited with her head bowed for a long time, then opened her mouth somewhat hesitantly. Your Majesty, my daughter suggests that we leave Lu Hui alive first, lest we frighten the snakes. Wu Ji swept his eyes at Su Shiyu. He knew that the other party had already chosen a stance and wanted to show his value as much as possible. He didn't respond, however, but changed the subject. Do you know anything about General Pillar? Hearing this question, Su Shiyu couldn't help but look odd. Seeing Su Shiyu's expression, Wu Ji was a bit puzzled instead. What's wrong with that question? Wu Ji secretly thought about it, but his face remained ancient. He had grown accustomed to who he was at this point in his life, and was well aware of the importance of camouflaging his emotions for the emperor. Your Majesty, the Mu clan has been loyal for generations, and its family motto is to serve the military and the country with loyalty for generations. The current pillar state General Mu Yuan is the #1 expert in the Great Zhou, and has made great achievements for the Great Zhou. When the Zongjing family was strongly opposed to His Majesty's ascension to the throne, it was the general of the pillar state who strongly suppressed the opposition and helped you to ascend to the throne peacefully. According to the information from the Chancellor's office, the pillar general has not been found to be in contact with an unidentified person. Only half a year ago, you gave the widow of a common soldier to the grandson of a pillar general, Mu Wuha, as his wife. This matter, in the folklore, reduced to a big joke, making the Chuguo general's house lose face. 2 months ago, you promised your favorite granddaughter, Mu Qingyan, to be married to the fat prince of Wushua. After this matter spread, it further made the pillar general's residence lose its prestige. That Wushua country is just a small vassal dynasty of Great Zhou, and that fat prince is so fat that it is very difficult to even walk. And Mu Qingyan is the second most beautiful in the imperial capital, making the holy sons of various sects and the imperial sons and emperors of other countries covet the existence of. If I were to let my daughter speak, it would be difficult to guess what is in the mind of the pillar general. After all, these two facts are at. Su Shiyu didn't say the latter words again, but the meaning was already obvious. Wu Ji couldn't help but be speechless to the extreme. How many assholes had this predecessor done? No wonder there were so many base deweys in the opening. It was all brought on by that guy. The key predecessor of this dusk is completely blind. Nonsense. All to wipe his ass. It seems that after that you have to run through the memory of the predecessor. Otherwise, the trouble comes or still do not know because of what. Your Majesty, my daughter understands that what you did previously was to mislead the outside world so that you could bide your time. Since you have already planned to close the net, can you withdraw your order so that Mu Qingyan will not fall into the sea of misery? After all, there's still January before the wedding date, so that should be enough time to settle the trouble, right? Su Shiyu took a deep breath and carefully advised. She and Mu Qingyan were known as the imperial capital's twin beauties, and although your fight had not stopped, they did not want Mu Qingyan to fall into the boundless sea of bitterness. How can a golden tongue go back on its words? Wu Ji snorted coldly, ignoring Su Shiyu's greatly changed face, because there was one more thing he hadn't said, and didn't need to say. Although you can't go back on it, if the groom is gone, won't the engagement disappear? He had just recalled this memory of the bestowal of the marriage, and realized that it was actually guaranteed by the Iron Hat King, and in the juncture, he had even boasted about that prince as if there were nothing in heaven or on earth. Coupled with the fact that the Ushuo kingdom had sent many novelty gadgets to make the predecessor cheerful, it was only then that he waved his hand, and without saying hello to Makuhara, he simply allowed it. As for the bestowal of marriage Mu Wuha, it is a consequence of the Jibei king flinging. Figuring out the cause, Wu Ji couldn't help but be filled with helplessness. This was clearly a premeditated plot by several of the feudal lords, and they were trying to achieve their goal by using these little tricks to alienate his relationship with Makuhara, so that he would become a loner. That's why I'm afraid that the Ushuo kingdom is also mostly united with the Iron Hat King. If not, where would they get the nerve to propose such an invitation to marriage? Wu Ji was secretly contemplating, and a flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A small country that dares to get involved in this kind of chess game is really looking for death. You and peacefully stay in the Hall of Books and Fragrance, and wait until the great event is certain, and then discuss the rest. Wu Ji instructed a sentence towards Su Shiyu, after which he did not linger and quickly left. Su Shiyu slightly lowered her head and did not respond. Originally, she thought that Wu Ji would be a dragon and tiger majestic lord, but his attitude towards Mu Qingyan made her a little chilled. Would such an unscrupulous emperor really be a majestic lord? Lin Hong blinked and said softly, "Things, miss, may not be what you think." "And what would that be?" Su Shiyu smiled ruefully, both sympathetic and pathetic towards Mu Qingyan, as well as confused about her own prospects. "You were not paying attention, but my old self saw it." After His Majesty said those words, A flash of biting killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Although the old body did not figure out to whom the killing was directed, all things have a trace. Therefore, the killing should be related to the matter of Ms. Mac. How exactly, perhaps we will see in a few days. Yes. Su Shiyu froze a little, staring up at the beams, and for a moment she didn't know where her thoughts had run off to. Chapter 8. Flipping a card and turning up an assassin. Late at night, the Hall of Diligence. Your Majesty, it's time to turn over the cards. Wu Ji's stretched posture instantly froze, only to return to normal 2 breaths later. In the past 3 days since he crossed over, he was busy adapting and practicing, but he hadn't come into contact with the beauties of the harem yet. However, the system's mechanism was too fiendish, and he didn't dare to cultivate backwards to deduct his cultivation and imperial might. That said, he hadn't cultivated this day, but he felt as if his cultivation had increased a bit, as if he was cultivating on his own. Since he didn't have to cultivate, this night life of his was much more tedious. It's just, wouldn't it be a little bad to do something like that? He's a properly educated man. Ding. You're so full of yourself, Emperor's Might 1. Wu Ji was instantly filled with speechlessness. This ghost system was more than magical. It was simply inhuman. Can this be deducted too? Ahem. Flip it. Wu Ji responded, after which he waited blearily for the system's beep. It wasn't easy for him to save up this Emperor's might, and he had mended his ways, so the system should always show something, right? Ding. You've been turning over your consort's cards at night, which triggers the index of lasciviousness, the Emperor's authority +1. Wu Ji's eyes snapped open as he let out a long sigh of relief. Night flip? What if we flip during the day? It is said that daytime proclamations are the standard for tyrants. Did you not choose the right way to open this? Well, we'll have to try it tomorrow. In order to save up for the Emperor's Might lottery, he had to put up a fight. Your Majesty turns over the cards. The card attendant enters the hall. Upon hearing the imperial eunuch Yang Yang's loud shout, Wu Ji's mouth instantly twitched and his face heated up a bit. Are the rules in the imperial palace so magical? You're shouting so loud even for something like this. At this time, he misses Wisho a little. If that guy is there, he can definitely figure out his own feelings. No wonder those emperors in ancient China, who knew the consequences of being close to eunuchs, still relied on them and even defended them. Very often, there can be such a person or a group of people around, when really can save a lot of things, save a lot of heart. Unfortunately, Swisho was busy with the establishment of the East Chamber, and there was no way to wait by his side at all times in a short period of time. Just as Wu Ji was rambling, 9 eunuchs walked in, followed by 9 palace maids carrying wooden trays. On each wooden tray, there is a scroll and a volume. Yang Yang sneaked a look at Wu Ji's expression and saw that his face was expressionless. So he turned his head and ordered, "Open portrait." The 9 eunuchs hurriedly turned around, picked up the scroll on the tray behind them, and lifted it to the top of their heads and spread it out. In that instant, it seemed as if there were suddenly 9 more silhouettes in the hall, whose authenticity could no longer be described as subtle. It's no longer a simple portrait, but like preserving an image. In fact, the principles are not far from each other. These portraits were painted by the Imperial Palace's Imperial Spirit Painters, and the effect was similar to a virtual projection, showing the most beautiful side of each consort in a dynamic form. In the portrait, there is a green-skirted consort raising her sleeves to cover her mouth and smiling with lowered eyebrows. A red-clothed consort raised her green jade fingers and slowly stroked them down from her delicate cheeks, before finally throwing out a seductive wink. There is also a yellow-dressed consort holding a pipa and slowly plucking it, softly opening her vermilion lips to softly chant. There is even an umbrella consort to stretch the delicate body, the curves of the exquisite body to show the best. So different, each has its own unique characteristics of the 9 dynamic portraits, but let Wu Ji look at the eyes, a heart is even more stupid. If these 9 people were placed in the previous life, which one of them would not be in existence that could be called a national goddess? But now they have to show their best in order to fight for their favor. It would be impossible to say that I am not excited. However, Wu Ji did not forget about it. In fact, no matter which world it was, the most important thing was the degree of possession of resources. Having money, even if it's ugly, will always make some stunning women bow their proud heads. If you have the right, even if you are short of money, you can occupy the beautiful things in the world generously. Of these 9, is there any who have not yet been honored by me? Yang Yang sniffed, but quickly reacted and quickly walked to the side of a portrait. Back to your Majesty. Noble Lady Wei has not yet been honored by your majesty. Wu Ji couldn't help but be speechless. The predecessor could be a real tosser. This harem now has nearly 100 concubines, and now pulling out 9 people, it is surprising that only one person has not been scourged. In fact, although all of the emperor's women were collectively referred to as consorts, the vast majority of them were actually not considered consorts. The hierarchy of concubines in the harem of the Great Zhou dynasty was somewhat similar to that of the Great Ming dynasty. In addition to the empress and the empress, there are a total of 9 levels. In order, they are noble consort, jowie, jeyu, beauty, talent and nobleman, chosen servant and lady. And today's nearly 100 consorts, the highest level is only jowie. It's not that easy to become a concubine of the Great Zhou orthodoxy. Tell us about this vigary's origins. Wu Ji stared at the nobleman in the portrait who was dressed in a purple dress and had a somewhat icy face with a somewhat odd expression. The other 8 people were all in the category of rejecting and welcoming, but this Wei Guoren was the only one who had a look of indifference that rejected others, which was really a bit rare. It's hard to believe that this is an attempt to catch a break. Or is it that this woman already has a lover and was forced into the palace? Back to your majesty, Noble Lady Wei's real name is Shi Huaiwei. She is 20 and 6 years old, with a cultivation level of the 9th level of the 4-phase realm. He is a native of Qingchuan province in Qingzhou and a former inner disciple of Lanrua sect. 3 months ago, take part in the draft to enter the palace.
Si Huaiwei, Lanrua Yong.
Has some meaning. Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly, then he waved his hand. It's just her. Yes. Yang hurriedly let the eunuch of the recording room make a registration, and at the same time sent someone to Wei Guiren's side to send a message. A quarter of an hour later, the Kaiwei Hall. His Majesty has arrived. Hearing the shouts coming from outside the hall, the palace maids inside the hall hurriedly bowed their heads and knelt on the ground. Shi Huaiwei, who was fidgeting and looking uncertain, also stood up, bowed her head and knees, and greeted her with a salute. Concubine kowtow to your majesty. Be excused, and rise to your feet. Thank you, your majesty. Wu Ji stared at Shi Huaiwei, who was still wearing a purple dress for a long time. With her slightly powdered melon face and peach blossom eyes that flashed lightly in the water, she was really as beautiful as she was in the portrait. However, this look is a little different, without the cold color, with a few points of tension, uncertainty, as well as uneasy. Uneasy? What's she upset about? Wu Ji narrowed his eyes and scanned a circle of the great hall, then waved his hand. All stand down. Yes. A cadre of eunuchs and palace maids exited in response, and Wu Ji clearly felt that Shi Huaiwei breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Shi Huaiwei realized that there were still 4 masked armored soldiers who had not gone out, her eyes were a little alarmed again. Your majesty, he, they, this. Shi Huaiwei pointed at the 4 armorers with a look of difficulty. Wu Ji smiled bashfully and stepped forward to pull on Shi Huaiwei's small, soft, boneless hand. In that instant, Shi Huaiwei's body tightened, but she didn't dare to resist. There's no harm in it. They won't go into the back hall and listen to anything indiscriminately. Wu Ji didn't have any mental pressure at all. The spirit puppet wasn't a real person anyway. Most importantly, he was still weak and didn't dare to be careless. All of the halls in this palace are equipped with formations, so in case something happens, the outside may not be able to detect it in time. However, it was different inside. Even if something happened to him while he was doing his business in the back hall, the spirit puppet could instantly step in. The 9 heavens realm formed its own heaven and earth, and the divine platform was like the sea, so it could be forbidden with a single thought. Well, the good time is short. Rest with me. Wu Ji wrapped his arms around Shi Huaiwei, feeling the other party's stiff body, and then noticing the struggling and frightened eyes, he felt even more that something was wrong. Under these circumstances, even if she didn't want to, it would have been better for her to die or commit suicide as a sign of her honor. But what is the reasoning behind this gesture? Couldn't be trying to assassinate yourself, could it? Thinking of this, the smile at the corner of Wu Ji's mouth grew even wider, but his eyes gradually turned cold. After turning the screen all the way, he went deep into the sleeping chamber of the back hall, which was where he put Shi Huaiwei down. Change. Wu Ji smiled and spoke out, but Shi Huaiwei's body was tightened, after which he took 2 steps backwards towards the table. Your Majesty has worked hard on the affairs of state, so I'm sure you must be very tired. Concubine has personally boiled a small pot of 7-colored lotus seed soup for your Majesty. So let your Majesty first open your stomach and get rid of your fatigue. I don't want to drink it this time. Change your clothes. Wu Ji stared at Shi Huaiwei's back with its supple lines, still smiling out faintly, but his tone was clearly unquestionable. Shi Huaiwei bit her lip, a color of sadness flashing in her eyes. But by the time he turned around, he was back to normal. Yes, concubine will change your majesty's clothes. Only, just after these words fell, Shi Huaiwei covered her mouth and stayed in place. Because at some point, the clothes on Wu Ji's body had actually been taken off, leaving only a pair of black and gold shorts. Looking at those robust, well-proportioned muscles, and then looking at the evil smile hanging on Wu Ji's handsome face, Shi Huaiwei's face flushed red, and she lowered her head at a loss for words. It's not necessary. Wu Ji smiled and spoke out, one word at a time. I, for one, want to see you change. A color of suffocation, annoyance, and a touch of desolation flashed in Shi Huaiwei's eyes, but somehow managed to hold back. Concubine, listen to your majesty. Shi Huaiwei slowly raised her head, shyly responded softly, and then began to remove her clothes. The lights were bright, and Wu Ji's eyes were like torches and cold pools, staring silently at every movement. It was also unknown how long later, the two figures had disappeared from the ground, and the only thing that was left was the gauze curtains hanging by the side of the reclining couch swaying slightly and gently. When the bright lamp met the wind, the temple returned to darkness. But half a quarter of an hour later, a cold voice suddenly rang out, followed by the lights flaring up again. Dare to premeditate to assassinate me? Which one gave you the guts? Wu Ji threw away the hairpin glowing with ghostly light in her hand and stared at Shi Huaiwei, whose cultivation had been sealed underneath her, with an ice-cold expression. 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and Shi Huaiwei bit her lips, her eyes hollow. She had never expected the tyrant to be this vigilant. The poisoned soup he would not drink, and he himself could only sacrifice his chastity by trying to strike when the tyrant was least on guard. But where could he have imagined that even at that juncture, the tyrant would still remain sufficiently guarded? Not say anything? Heh! You think you can hide everything by not saying anything? Wu Ji cupped Shi Huaiwei's jaw, his eyes fierce. The Qingzhou Qingchuanfu Shi clan, and the Lanrua sect, it seems that there is no need for any of them to exist anymore. Chapter 9: The Undercurrents. Wu Ji had thought that Shi Huaiwei would be scared out of her wits, but to his surprise, the other party laughed miserably instead, revealing a mocking expression. Then I'd like to thank you. Kill it. Get someone to kill it. Better kill the whole thing. Leave no one behind. Wu Ji frowned greatly. Shi Huaiwei reacted like this, but in turn, it made him a little confused. It wasn't the Orchid sect instructing her, nor was it the idea of the family behind her, so why did she want to assassinate herself? After a slight silence, Wu Ji rolled over and got out of bed. The cause I will find out. Enjoy the peace and quiet afterward. 2. It is not to be said that you will not have the opportunity to do so in a few days. After saying that, Wu Ji lifted his hand, and after returning his robes to their place, he left in large strides. Outside the temple, Yang had planned to stay a little longer and then go to rest, but unexpectedly, the door of the temple was pulled open at this time. Looking at Wu Ji, who stepped out with a gloomy face, Yang immediately had a thump in his heart. Your Majesty! Seal the Kaiwei Hall completely, and no one is allowed to enter except for reliable food delivery courtesans. Wu Ji interrupted in a deep voice, then added, also, make her an avoidance soup that she must drink. In addition, in the future, unless I say so, all concubines in the bed are required to drink a joy-avoiding soup in advance. Avoiding joy soup is an elixir to avoid pregnancy that works for about a month. In addition to this special effect, it is not only harmless to the human body, but also has a not weak tonic effect. It was worth a lot of money, but it was naturally nothing to the imperial palace. The reason why Wu Ji made this rule was that he was afraid of raising a large group of emperor's sons and grandsons. A powerhouse of the 9 Heavens realm could live for 300 or so years, and he was only 22 years old, so he didn't want to have hundreds of Empyrean sons at a young age. Yang's scalp tightened, knowing that that noble way must have somehow angered the emperor. After today, this Kaiwei Hall is afraid to become a new cold palace. Fortunately, looking at the emperor's appearance, it shouldn't implicate them. As for the arrangement of avoiding the happy soup, Yang wasn't really surprised. Because this thing was commonly used by previous emperors, only not as exaggerated as the emperor. By the emperor's will. Also, summon the lord of the night hunting division, Meng, and order him to come into the palace to meet with the emperor at once. Yes. The Hall of Diligence. Meng Ong hurriedly arrived and looked at Wu Ji, whose face was a little less than perfect, and wondered in his heart. Your Majesty, has something serious happened? Not really. Wu Ji put down the paperwork on the neighboring forces and rubbed his temples. I am looking for you because there are 2 things I need you to do immediately. Monin breathed a small sigh of relief and bound his hands respectfully. I am all ears. First, send someone to find out everything about noble Lady Wei Shi Huaiwei, even if it's how many playmates she had as a child and which one she was closest to. Find out. Pay particular attention to events that might cause her to develop a hatred for me. Monin's eyelids fluttered slightly, somewhat alarmed. Couldn't be that noble Wei tried to assassinate the emperor when she was being honored. Could it? His heart was suspicious, but Meng Ong didn't dare to ask. The night hunting division has set up bright and dark case banks all over the Great Zhou, keeping detailed records of local celebrities and major events. Coupled with actual checking, it will take as little as 1 day or as long as 3 days to get results. Aha! Wu Ji nodded slightly before continuing to speak. Secondly, send an expert to go to the Wushua kingdom and remove the head of the prince who is married to Mu Qingyan. Then pick 2 or 3 princes and kings to kill at random. Remember, this is a secret matter and must not be exposed. Monin blinked in surprise, then a look of joy came over his face. About this matter of Mu Qingyan, he wanted to mention it to His Majesty last time. Only with multiple concerns did he end up holding back. But I never thought that His Majesty would make this decision. Your Majesty is wise. If General Zhuguo were to learn of this, he would be greatly relieved and thankful for His Majesty's graciousness. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the night hunting division happens to have a deputy temple master operating in the northern desert region. Let him go ahead, and he'll surely get his hands on it without a hitch. Well, you look after the specifics, I just want results. Neither is too urgent, but the sooner the better. Yes. All right, go ahead and set it up. Yes. The humble servant excuses himself. The next day, early morning. Ding. You have not practiced for 1 day and night, triggering the unruly attribute Imperial Might +1. Looking at the number of Emperor's Might points that had risen to 50, Wu Ji's eyes lit up. If you get 1 point of Emperor's Might in a day without cultivating, then you can get 30 points for nothing in a month without doing anything. More crucially, he clearly felt that the operation of spiritual energy in his body was a few points faster than yesterday. This kind of operating efficiency could already compare to the effect of previous full-strength cultivation. How terrifying would that speed be if he didn't cultivate in January? It's a real layup. It's a real layup. The Chancellor's residence. Father, the dim king is too deceitful. Turn against him. Su Shang looked at Su Changhong, whose face was still a bit white, and with red eyes, he gritted his teeth and shouted. Su Yu's eyes lit up with some stupidity. Father, brother is right. Not only did the dim-witted ruler rob Shiyu to join the palace, he also beat you 50 times, making us the laughingstock of the whole imperial capital. The breath is too smoky to be tolerated. Besides, that dim-witted ruler is on the verge of becoming obsessed with killing people at will. Why should we be loyal to such a tyrant? Su Changhong looked at Su Shang and stared at Su Yu for a long time, then suddenly let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. This world is ultimately Great Zhou's and the Emperor's. Even if you hate and are angry, what can you do? Against? That's easy for you to say. Don't look at those ministers who have been surrounding the old man. But if we were to do such treasonous deeds, how many people would dare to support the scene? Su Yu's eyes instantly lit up and her mood was a little excited. Father finally let go. It's good to be relieved. Father, there are many who want the tyrant's life. I'm afraid that King Rui, all the feudal lords, the 10 great clans, the neighboring enemy countries, and even the pillar generals have already had their differences. Even if the pillar general didn't want to get involved, then most likely he wouldn't help the tyrant. Looking at the Great Zhou of today, apart from Zuoshou, Lu Zihao, and a few others, how many people are willing to sell their lives for a tyrant? Su Yu said with a fervent face, and although Su Shang listened with a somewhat struggling expression, he didn't refute it. Su Changhong sighed darkly, closed his eyes and waved his hand. Old me is tired, you guys and go down first. Let old me be quiet for a while. This is... Su Yu hesitated and then nodded once before pulling Su Shang out. When the door of the room closed and the footsteps were far away, Su Changhong opened his eyes again, only that a pathetic color filled his eyes. Family misfortune. Alas, doing a full set of theater in order not to go wrong. He chose to conceal even the two sons he relied on most. Only, this concealment has coincidentally allowed him to discover Su Yu's abnormality. Palace City, King Rue's mansion. Su Yu has sent a letter. That old man Su Changhong has truly been forced to the cliff. I always thought there was something bizarre about this. There can't be anything wrong with it, can there? Don't worry. There are my king's people everywhere inside and outside the palace. It can't be faked. What's more, with that punk's nature, it's too common for him to do such a thing. In that case, I will make a trip to the Chancellor's residence in the late afternoon. Well, he must be invited here, and the great plan must be finalized this night. With old man Su on board, even if Makara is foolishly loyal to the end, there's no way to stop him. Good. Inner city, somewhere in an underground palace. King Rue has sent a message that Chancellor Su Changhong will also be participating in this night's grand plan secret meeting. What do you all think? This is nothing unusual. The most favorite granddaughter was forced to tie into the palace. His own hall of 100 officials of the head of the even more by a board hit the face of the loss. Under these circumstances, how could Su Changhong be loyal again? What's more, Su Changhong is not Makohara. He himself is treacherous and selfish, or else he wouldn't have allowed people to secretly communicate with other countries. In that case, it seems that the plot to get rid of the king is as easy as pie. It's not hard to kill him, per se. The hard part is how to get them to kill each other so as to secure our interests. Of the 9 clans other than those 2, the remaining 7 have either explicitly or implicitly joined the camp of the ruler remover. But that Wu Rue cannot imagine. In fact, 5 of the feudal lords have become our people. When the tyrant is removed, we'll seal the mountain for the time being and let the 5 feudal lords stir up the situation. Wouldn't it be nice for us to come out and clean up the mess when they've killed almost all of them? Well, that works. However, when you remove the king, it is best to remove that Makara as well. Makara had too much influence in the military ranks of the Great Zhou, and if he was allowed to live, he might support another ex-imperial son. At that time, with Makara's means of conquest, it is not surprising that many variables will be added in vain. Scoff! A mere veteran general, what is there to fear from him? With such a great power, how can he alone turn the world upside down? Don't be careless. This matter concerns the grand plan of uniting my 10 clans to unite the Great Zhou. The fewer variables, the better. Agreed. Agreed. Good. Then it's settled. Late afternoon, Imperial Palace. Ding. You've been pampering your concubines in the harem, triggering the attribute of desolation, and the emperor's authority is +2. Wu Ji walked out from one of the palaces, refreshed and stretched, a faint smile on his face. Add 1 point for not practicing, 2 points for daytime hemming and hawing, and another 1 point for nighttime flipping, and that's an easy way to account for 4 points of emperor's power in a day. It was at this moment that a eunuch paced with small steps and ran quickly. Your Majesty, there is a secret message from Master Mengji. Wu Ji took the palm-sized communications secret card handed by the eunuch, only to see a light golden shimmering light swirling on it. There was nothing else but the words Monin's secret message at the top. However, as Wu Ji raised his left palm and gently stroked it, the pale golden shimmering light instantly converged, and a passage of text appeared on the secret plate. Meng Ong's secret message. Your Majesty, the matter of Ushuo Kingdom has been finalized and there are no waves. Wu Ji's eyes brightened slightly, not expecting Karyushi to move this fast. Once again, he raised his hand and waved it, and all the writing on it instantly disappeared. After throwing the communication secret card to the eunuch, Wu Ji turned around and walked towards the hall of Qin Zheng. Now that it's done, it's time to settle things on Makara's side. When he arrived at the Hall of Diligence, Wu Ji lifted his pen and waved his ink, writing a paragraph on each of the 2 pieces of paper before putting them into an envelope with a forbidden system drawn on it. Summon the commander of the Forbidden Guards, Lu Ziheo, to meet you. Yes.
Chapter 10. Mu Chinyan.
Imperial Capital, General Pillar's residence. Boom, boom, boom. In a courtyard that was tightly guarded by armored soldiers, there were constant crackling and popping sounds coming out, interspersed with the sound of a woman's teeth gnashing and cursing. A green-clothed maid approached over with a food box, and only after the armorer had checked it did he open the formation to put it in. Pushing open the door to the courtyard, the maid couldn't help but shrink her neck and lower her head when she saw what was on the inside. In this compound, there were 8 humanoid basalt sculptures standing. The sculpture's features are blurred and obviously not finely carved. Only on the sculpture's forehead, the words "Faint King" were carved out by a sharp blade. Almost every one of these 8 basalt iron sculptures was scarred, with deep or shallow dents everywhere. Some of the sculptures had their arms jerked off, some had their legs broken, and there was even one that had lost most of its head. As for the originator, it was naturally the woman in a red dress who was holding a long whip and continuously beating. The woman was about 25 or 26, with a hot body, delicate face, and a different kind of heroic aura on her face. Only, at this moment, she was like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law, dancing the iron whip to the point of splashing water, while also cursing non-stop. Damned dim-witted ruler. Smoke your eyes out. Wannabe dimwit. Turn over your brain. Shameless tyrant. Smite your children and grandchildren's roots. Smoke you. Smoke you. Smoke you. The green-robed maid approached in small steps while silently chanting a closed-ear spell, compelling herself not to hear. Not to hear. Miss, it's time to dine.
No.
Mu Qingyan gulped lightly, still hatefully thrashing the sculpture in front of her. The green-clothed maid's mouth was deflated, and she really had some regrets. If she had known it would be like this, she would not have killed herself to say the news of Su Shiyu being kidnapped into the palace to the young lady. 2 months ago, when the news of the emperor's gift of marriage came, the young lady almost went mad. He even drew his sword and rode his horse on the spot, and was about to kill his way into the imperial palace to settle the score with the emperor. If it wasn't for the armor commander guarding the gate organizing the armorers to block it with a human wall, God knows how much chaos would have ensued. After that, the young lady was imprisoned in the courtyard by the head of the family and was not allowed to step out. The month before last, after the young lady ordered to build the basalt sculpture, she kept beating it day after day to vent her anger. It's been a month of peace and quiet, but it's back to business again. I blame myself for talking too much. The fight, secretly complaining in her heart, the green-clothed maid actually did put down the food box and began to smack her own cheeks fiercely. Mu Qingyan suddenly froze, and after turning her head back to see the maid with clenched teeth and dripping tears, her cheeks red and swollen, she hurriedly threw down her whip and ran over.
Koho.
What did you do? Mu Qingyan grabbed the maid's hand and droned in a heartbroken and irritable manner. Oh, miss, I'm to blame. I shouldn't have said that to miss, causing her to get angry again and hurt herself. Koho whimpered, her eyes misty with tears. Mu Qingyan whirled her small fist and pounded her brain, getting a headache. Obviously, it's all the fault of that damned dim-witted ruler. Why should they be made to suffer? After this mess from Xiao He, Mu Qingyan's resentment towards Wu Ji became even stronger. But in this case, it was not good for her to continue. This girl Xiao He was not only timid, but also simple and tight, not following her at all. But after all, they grew up together as children. She all treats Xiao He as a younger sister, and does not want Xiao He to be in fear all the time. Okay. You can't be blamed for this. Can't I stop smoking, miss? Xiao Hu's eyes instantly lit up, and after wiping away her tears, she turned her tears into a smile and happily went to open the food box. Mu Qingyan helplessly rolled her eyes and glared hatefully at the tyrant sculpture before she walked helplessly towards the green stone round table. Xiao He set all the meals on the tabletop, and after staring at Mu Qingyan with her hands on her chin for a long time, she suddenly whispered, "Miss, or let us escape." Escape! Mu Qingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes and said feebly after swallowing the spirit rice, "Do you think this lady doesn't want to escape? But the old man is watching me more closely than a thief. How can I escape?" After saying that, Mu Qingyan suddenly had a thump in her heart, staring suspiciously and uneasily at Xiao Hidao. "Koho, is something wrong?" "That's not true. It's just..." Koho spoke slowly, hesitantly. "What the hell is going on? Come on." Mu Qingyan couldn't help but be anxious. Koho glanced around, then lowered his voice. Miss, just now there came a bookish man of his appearance. And as soon as he arrived, he was welcomed into the main hall to go." Mu Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, already understanding Xiao He's words. Though simple to the point of lack of heart, Koho has an extremely amazing ability. Xiao Hu's eyes were able to see through disguises, and no matter how amazing the disguise was, it couldn't escape her eyes of true vision. This ability was too demonic, so only the two of them were aware of it, and even her grandfather was not told. "Who is he? Is it hard to believe that he's from the palace?" Mu Qingyan softly asked, her expression somewhat shifting. "Miss is so smart. She can even guess that. It's someone from the palace. And it's also the commander of the Forbidden Guards, Lu Zihao. He looked at Mu Qingyan with a face of admiration and honestly said it. Lu Zihao? What's he doing here? Mu Qingyan frowned slightly, somewhat uncertain. Miss, Lu Zihao is the emperor's lapdog. If he comes, then he must be working for the emperor. And it's quasi not an honorable thing for him to come sneaking around like that. Xiaohua is worried that Miss's marriage has been brought forward. That's why Xiaohua wants Miss to escape. Mu Qingyan's heart suddenly snapped, and she became somewhat startled. Letting her marry that disgusting meat mountain from the Ushuo kingdom, beating her to death was not an option. It was just that, until that day actually came, she was holding her breath. She hoped that her grandfather would try to help her escape from her misery, and also hoped that something big would happen to mess things up. It would be a disaster if the marriage was brought forward. After thinking uneasily for a long time, Mu Qingyan hesitantly said, I don't think so. According to the morals of that dim-witted ruler, even if he were to do something this unruly, it would be done with a big grin, fearing that the world would not know about it. And how could you send someone to sneak in? Speaking of this, Mu Qingyan was slightly more at ease. And wait a while, if it does get ahead of schedule, grandfather will come and say hello to me. By then, try to escape. Lu Zihao, meet General Zhu Gua. Looking at Mu Yuan, who was sitting in the main seat with a square face, gray sideburns, and an overflowing iron-blooded aura, Lu Zihao greeted him respectfully and put his posture very low. Makara casually arched his hand and said with a flat face, I don't know what Commander Lu is here for? Lu Zihao once again clasped his fists before stroking his storage ring and taking out a paper envelope. I wouldn't dare Lu, have come here to forward a secret letter for His Majesty. A letter? It's rare, a mere letter, but it's even necessary to bother Commander Lu to personally make a trip. Makuhara let out a light laugh, a touch of mockery hanging at the corner of his mouth. I wonder which of my old husband's unproductive grandchildren His Majesty wants to give in marriage again? Lu Zihao frowned slightly, straightened his waist a bit, and said in a nonchalant manner, This is a secret letter, and I do not know its contents. Please ask the Pillar General to check it out for himself. Makara squinted at Lu Zihao with some playful eyes. It seems that Commander Lu has truly been favored by His Majesty's grand grace. After a light laugh, Makara raised his hand and the envelope floated into his hand in an instant. Before dawn this morning, 3 princes of the Ushuo kingdom were assassinated, including the man who joined them in marriage. The man is gone, and the marriage contract is null and void. After removing the restraints and spreading out the envelope to read the contents on the inside, Makuhara's eyes instantly stared. In that instant, many emotions such as astonishment, delight, incomprehension, and suspicion surged to the forefront of his mind, leaving Makuhara frozen for a long time. Only after more than 10 breaths did Makara calm down and let out a long sigh. So, is this a mending of sorts? But why did you make it in the first place if you knew it was a dim-witted act? After murmuring, Makara's eyes suddenly turned cold. What's more, how effective can this remedy be? And who knows today that my Mu Yuan's favorite granddaughter, Mu Qingyan, the proud daughter of Great Zhou, has been betrothed to the fat prince of the Wuxuo kingdom, although that person is dead. But this name has already been rumored. Which other family's good son dares to marry Qingyan in front of thousands of mocking eyes? Speaking here, Makuhara slammed the table fiercely, gritting his teeth and shouting angrily. My Mu family has been loyal for generations. How many hearts and blood have I given, and how many great sons and daughters have died in battle for the great Zhou imperial dynasty? But now, Your Majesty has insulted my reputation 3 times. Why? How can I feel secure in my loyalty to such a Your Majesty? How can I be loyal with all my heart? Lu Zihao was slightly silent, after which he solemnly said, General Pillar, at this point, can't you see? What is the reason why His Majesty has to bear the name of a fainting ruler and tyrant for as long as a year? It is good to teach the Pillar General to learn that, in fact, His Majesty has been pretending to be stupefied all this year in order to bide his time. Look at the present-day courtroom. Look at the present-day Great Zhou. All the bulls and devils have almost all jumped out. This situation is clear to you and me, clear to the world, and even clearer to His Majesty. So the time has come, and Your Majesty no longer needs to pretend. This is the cause of yesterday's great change, and the cause of giving an account to General Zhu Gua today. Looking at Makara's frowning and contemplative expression, Lu Zihao took a deep breath and said, General Zhuge, as ministers of Great Zhou and ministers of His Majesty, we should share His Majesty's worries. Even if you are humiliated, even if you are accused by millions of people. What's more, is the humiliation of the Pillar General really that great? What are those things to the great cause of the imperial dynasty when no one has died unjustly and no one has suffered the pain of a broken heart? Lu Zihao's emotions were stirred, and his eyes flashed with divine light. If General Zhuge still has concerns, he may finish reading His Majesty's letter. Makara fell silent and propped open the envelope again, only to realize there was a second piece of paper inside. If the general of the Pillar State is still calculating about the matter of Mu Qingyan, then I will shamelessly mention a promise. When the big event is finalized, we will welcome Mu Qingyan into the palace as a consort. Of course, it's up to the Juggernaut General to decide exactly what to do. Makwan's wrist flicked, and his heart was truly a mixture of flavors. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? If it was the previous emperors, it mostly counted for nothing. But if it's really as Lu Zihao said, then... Chapter 11, sad, ridiculous behind the scenes. Swept away the spirits and demons of the universe, and washed the dry heavens as clear as a mirror. That's a good ambition, except that, with today's chaos, even with the addition of the old man, the guard may not be secure, and how can we talk about clearing out the treacherous and evil? Makara had a plan in mind, but his doubts were still quite large. Lu Zihao said with a confident smile, General Pillar State does not know that His Majesty's patience and secretive tactics can be described as ill-advised. Even if I were based in the palace, I hadn't noticed the slightest hint of it before yesterday. Let's not mention the other things, just the 4 guards who suddenly appeared at His Majesty's side yesterday. Do you know what their strength is? Seeing Lu Zihao speaking in such a mysterious manner, Mu Yuan could not help but be curious. Oh, is it hard to be a good player in the 8-gate realm? Lu Zihao heatedly smiled and perked up. 9 Heavens Realm. And it's 4 experts of at least the 4th level of the 9 Heavens Realm. This can't be right. After hearing this, Makuhara was not surprised and excited, but decisively rejected it. How the great Zhou imperial dynasty is embedded and what geniuses it has, how could this general not know? Suddenly 4 experts of the 4th level of the 9 Heavens Realm appeared. Heh. Do you think that 9 Heavens Realm experts are all cabbages that can be cultivated without a word? Lu Zihao shook his head and laughed lightly. At first I didn't believe it either, but then I did, because it was true. General Pillar, I think we've all overlooked one thing, and that's the nature of the emperor's heart. As an emperor, would he really expose everything to the eyes of our subjects? My great Zhou has been passed down for more than 1,300 years and has experienced 9 emperors. In this, however, whenever an emperor began to cultivate the most secretive power, it could be passed on from generation to generation after that. This force pulled out by the current emperor was most likely the deepest hidden force of the imperial dynasty. How powerful such a force would be was anyone's guess. But His Majesty's attitude is already obvious. That is, to fish out all the miscreants and catch them all at once. Since His Majesty dares to have this scheme, it means that His Majesty has the courage to do so. What do you say, General Pillar? Makuhara was horrified and rubbed his fingers together in a slow voice. That, by the way, is somewhat possible. After saying that, Makuhara's eyes were certain, and he took a deep breath to look at Lu Zihao. Then I wonder, what does your Majesty need from me? Lu Zihao's heart was relieved, and he said with a straight face. His Majesty has said that the important thing for the Pillar General is in the military and in the confrontation between the 2 armies. Therefore, some chores will not bother the Pillar General. If necessary, His Majesty will send a decree. However, His Majesty has also asked the General of the Pillars to be more vigilant in recent days, so as not to be exploited and cause any mischief. Old husband understands. Give my regards to His Majesty on behalf of my old husband. Also, please tell His Majesty, the Mu clan, forever loyal to the Great Zhou, will never deviate from the scriptures. Don't worry, General Pillar. I will definitely bring the words to you. A quarter of an hour later, the small courtyard where Mu Qingyan was. What? That meat mountain is dead? Hee, great. As soon as she threw away the iron whip, Mu Qingyan was excited like a little bird, circling around Mu Yuan excitedly. Grandfather, tell me, how on earth did that guy die? But God opened his eyes and sent a thunderbolt to kill him. Makuhara couldn't help but feel a little helpless, shaking his head and guffawing. How can normal thunder strike a cultivator to death? To tell you the truth, His Majesty arranged for it to be done so as to help you out of your misery. It's a dimwit? Mu Qingyan was slightly stunned, and after that, she was violently furious. This doggy emperor must be playing with some devious idea again. Does he still want to betroth me once more, to a bandit? A bandit? A mountain king? Or beggar? Dog dimwit. Sooner or later this ant will cut him down. Makwan's face instantly stiffened, followed by a vicious palm strike, splitting the lapis lazuli tabletop to smithereens. Unbridled. Looking at Mu Yuan, who had a furious face and hair, Mu Qingyan couldn't help but shrink her head in fear, holding her mouth with a resigned expression. Grandfather, what are you doing? His Majesty was kind enough to help you, and you dare to be so disobedient. Really, really? Mu Yuan pointed at Mu Qingyan and glared for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't think of an appropriate word. You're still being mean to me. In itself, it's the fault of that dim-witted ruler. First it was Brother Go, then me, and after that there was no telling which of my siblings the faint king would want to plague. Mu Qingyan puffed out her cheeks. What happened to Go? Not only is he doing well now, but he's clamoring to run before His Majesty every day to say thank you. If His Majesty had not appointed him, how could he have found such a beautiful woman to his liking? It doesn't have a good reputation, but as long as we find him another proper wife from the right family later on, then all will be well. Makwan grunted coldly and retorted, but he complimented Makwu for once in a rare moment. Mu Qingyan, however, was unmoved and coldly grunted. Humph, I don't care. Although that man was killed, my reputation is ruined. How can I go out in the future? Damn dim-witted ruler. I hate him. What's there to be afraid of? The big deal is to marry into the palace and become an imperial concubine. Makohara got up and dropped the sentence, before whisking his sleeves away. Mu Qingyan, however, was wide-eyed and froze in place for a few breaths before suddenly letting out an ear-piercing scream. Ah, dead old man, what are you babbling about? You want me to marry that stupid king? Don't you dare. Beat me to death. Even if I were to marry a beggar, I would never marry a dim-witted king. Mu Qingyan was furious, but Mu Yuan had long since left, and the formation was opened again, so she could only vent her anger on those sculptures. Evening, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, there's news from the Haruka province. Meng Ong stepped into the Palace of Diligence, toward the imperial seat of the Wu Ji, rummaging through the paperwork out of the remittance. The expression is a little odd. Oh? Tell me about it. Without looking up, Wu Ji gave a faint command. Yes, Your Majesty. When noble Lady Wei was 12 years old, she took in a merchant's son named Yang Xiaofan as a junior. That Yang Xiaofan is quick-witted and good at pleasing people. Coupled with a fair amount of martial arts talent, he was well liked by the vigilantes. When noble Lady Wei was 15 years old, she brought Yang Xiaofan, who was the same age, to join the Lanrua sect. Then as they get older, the two should have a secret love affair. Only in ignorance, in fact, the two did not know themselves. A year ago, the duo trespassed into the forbidden land of the Lanrua sect. At that time, noble Lady Wei took the blame on herself, causing her to be expelled from the clan, but Yang Xiaofan was able to stay. 4 months ago, when the news of the election was spread, the Shi family of the Qingchuan prefecture wanted noble Lady Wei to participate. But at that time, Yang Xiaofan happened to go home to visit his family and also made his feelings clear to Wei Guoren. The two of them had already planned to make a private arrangement, and Wei Guoren was unwilling to do so. After that, Lanrua clan, perhaps with the idea of burying a pawn within the imperial palace, teamed up with the Shi clan to kill Yang Xiaofan in front of noble Lady Wei, and threatened to kill Yang Xiaofan's parents as well. At the same time, they used noble Lady Wei's parents as blackmail to force noble Lady Wei to enter the palace. At that time, Wei Guoren's heart was as if it was dead, so she entered the palace in a muddle. If we are talking about making noble Wei hate His Majesty, or even kill him, it can only be because she is implicated in this matter. Wu Ji slowly raised his head, his eyes somewhat self-deprecating. That's a hell of a thing to do, and it's spilling over. Only, since Shi Huaiwei's parents were still alive, why did she have no scruples? At that moment, however, Manong continued to speak. But, Your Majesty, in fact, those are all illusions. Yang Xiaofan and his parents did not die. On the contrary, Yang Xiaofan was exceptionally promoted to a true disciple by Lanrua sect due to a sudden surge in his qualifications. What was ridiculous was that Wei Guoren's parents, who should have been well protected according to the agreement between them, were instead assassinated. According to the verification, the one who killed Wei Gairen's parents was none other than Yang Xiaofan. As for the reason, it seems to be for one of the things left behind by Noble V. Wu Ji's eyebrow wings lifted lightly and his mouth opened slightly, his heart filled with speechlessness. This bridge is bizarre, wonderful, and ruinous enough. Poor Shi Huaiwei, in order to seek justice for her so-called love interest, she spelled out everything to try to assassinate him, the emperor. But I didn't realize that her beloved lover, who should have died a long time ago, was on the loose, even slaughtering her parents. It's so pathetic, so sad. Wu Ji was suddenly very curious. He was curious to know what kind of a reaction Shi Huaiwei would have when she found out about all this. Has there been any message from the corresponding evidence? Yes, the physical evidence and the human spirit portraits have all been passed over. Well, then follow me to the Kaiwei Hall. Yes, Kaiwei Hall. There was a long-cooled meal on the table, and by the looks of it, it should not have been touched at all. On the soft collapse, Shi Huaiwei didn't wear her favorite purple dress anymore, but was dressed in a simple set of white clothes. The red eyes, the dark circles under the eyes, and the pale face quietly illustrate the truth of the saying, "There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart." The door to the temple opened, footsteps came, and Shi Huaiwei stiffened and looked up. In that moment, Shi Huaiwei was a little disappointed, but with a touch of relief. "Looks like it's time to hit the road," Shi Huaiwei muttered, a wry smile suddenly appearing on her face. The Shi family is nothing more than a clown, but the Lanrua sect is still one of the top 10 sects within the Great Zhou territory anyways. If His Majesty wants to destroy it, I'm afraid he'll have to pay a small price. Or perhaps His Majesty has changed his mind and does not wish to make trouble for a poor dying man. Wu Ji smiled blandly, with mockery in his eyes. Have come to this point, still thinking of urging me to kill so as to provoke the 10 great sects to rebellion, destroy my great kingdom? Might as well tell you that your fling is pointless. For all the rebellious and traitorous people, I will sweep them away, Wu Ji said, shaking the hem of his imperial robe and settling into his chair. However, I have come today to give you a hard surprise. Seeing a eunuch dragging a wooden tray, Shi Huaiwei did not care, because for her, heaven and earth have long been in rebellion, and her heart has become a dead sea, without a single ray of light. Surprise or shock, it wouldn't affect her in any way, and it wasn't likely to make the slightest ripple again. However, when a smokescreen is blown away, when a piece of behind-the-scenes scrolls are spread out, Shi Huaiwei can no longer sit comfortably, much less remain calm. Chapter 12. I'll give you the chance to take revenge.
No.
This can't be. This can't be. Silhouette staggered to her feet, pressing her hands to her head, her eyes filled with confusion, madness, and blood. She struggled, hissed sadly, cried, even slapped her head and tore at her veil, like a madwoman. Wu Ji watched quietly, his eyes compassionate. I remembered the past and saw the present as a time of reckoning. How many deep love affairs in the world, only in the end to realize that people's hearts are cruel. The word love is connected to the sky at one end and to the earth at the other, the sweetness of wine at one end and the cruelty of poison at the other. Therefore, he easily will not be moved by love, have the desire to become, appreciate can be. The hysterical outburst went on for the better part of a quarter of an hour, during which Wu Ji always watched quietly, without uttering a word, until Shi Huaiwei knelt heavily and kowtowed fiercely. Concubine prayed to your majesty, begging your majesty, for the sake of concubines having made love to you in her innocence, to give concubine a chance. Please give my concubine a master and help me to kill the evil thief Yang Xiao Fan. If your majesty agrees, even if my concubine were to enter the netherworld, I would be willing to work for you as a cow and a horse. Shi Huaiwei's nails clawed hard into the carpet, gouging through the stone floor and oozing crimson blood. But she did not feel the slightest pain. For her heart, her soul, was suffering the pain of all fire. She thought that her parents had been killed by the clan or the Lanrua clan. But how could she have imagined that it was Yang Xiaofan, whom she wanted to avenge at all costs, who killed her? In the end, her parents were killed by herself. If she hadn't accepted Yang Xiaofan into her residence, then Yang Xiaofan was just the son of a mere merchant. How could he have grown up? If she hadn't taken on everything outside the Lanrua sect's forbidden land, then how could Yang Xiaofan continue to stay in the Lanrua sect? If she hadn't tried her best to cover everything up, How could that young Xiaofan have digested the proceeds of the Forbidden Land and been accepted by the Lanrua sect as a true disciple? If she hadn't given her parents the treasures she had obtained from the Forbidden Land like that, how would she have attracted Yang Xiaofan and caused her parents to die tragically? Compared to these, the matter of Yang Xiaofan partnering with others to create the image of fake death to deceive himself was somewhat insignificant. She hated the clan and the Orchid sect, but she hated Yang Xiaofan even more. Hated herself. She hated herself for being blind, and for more than a decade, she had personally cultivated a viper that devoured her master. What's even more ridiculous is that she gave a fervent fangirl's heart. She didn't even know how to face her parents after death, and right now, she could only do whatever she could to fight for the chance to handily kill the Lord-devouring viper. It was the only way her guilt could be alleviated a little. Do you think that I will agree? Or, in your mind, why should I say yes? Because you paid for your innocence? Or is it because you almost took my life? Wu Ji looked down on the kneeling Shi Huaiwei with a cold expression. Shi Huaiwei's body stiffened, and a look of despair appeared in her eyes. She wanted to keep praying, but she simply didn't know how. Assassinating the emperor itself was a great crime of executing 9 clans, and now she had to pray to spare her life for the time being, and even help her take revenge. How is this possible if you follow common sense? Muji left his seat and turned away. Seeing Wu Ji's back getting farther and farther away, Shi Huaiwei violently collapsed to the ground with a deathly gray look on her face. Her sky completely collapsed, but just then, a voice suddenly came. Recuperate well, and on the day you return to your normal state, I will allow you to take your revenge. Yang Xiaofan had to die, the Shi family had to be destroyed, and the Lanrua sect, too, had to be eliminated. Since your chastity has been offered to me, you are also considered my woman. Since she is my woman, she is not someone to be bullied. I grant you this opportunity for revenge. Ding! You rush to your consort, determined to remove a party's great clan for the sake of noble way, triggering the domineering attribute, Emperor's Might +10. Shi Huaiwei looked up suddenly, her eyes wide and ears open, fearing that she was hallucinating. After confirming that it wasn't a hallucination, he couldn't hold back any longer and crouched on the ground, bawling his eyes out. I do not know how long. Shi Huaiwei gradually stopped crying, and then upright posture toward the direction of the palace of Qingjing heavily knocked 9 times. My humble concubine, kowtow to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Shi Huaiwei simply didn't dare to imagine that the emperor would not only allow it, but also help her to destroy even the Shi family and Lanrua sect. As one of the top 10 sects of the Great Zhou, the Lanrua sect's depth naturally did not need to be doubted. To exterminate such a great power, God knows how much it would cost. Moreover, this move was bound to stir up the group anger of the other 9 clans. How much trouble will it cause then? Shi Huaiwei didn't know, but she knew the weight of the emperor's golden words, so she didn't doubt this in the slightest. At this moment, Shi Huaiwei's heart, which had already been broken beyond recognition, fluttered all over one person without a care in the world. For her sake, he was willing to set off a catastrophe and fight against the entire Great Zhou Jianghu. So what did she have to worry about? My woman! Sylvia murmured, crying and laughing at times, and climbed onto the stool. And then, on the tears and blood, began to eat at the meals on the table that had long since gotten cold. She has to recuperate, she has to adjust, and she has to get back to her best and most beautiful as soon as possible. Only then could she get her revenge. Midnight. In the past 2 days, Su Shiyu, who has been out of sight for nearly 2 days, finally showed up, and also took an unimpressive old man into the imperial palace, all the way to the Palace of Diligence. Wu Ji also did not sleep peacefully at the Prosperity Consort, but waited in the palace. How? After Su Shiyu and that old man entered the temple, Wu Ji did not raise his head and asked questions straight away. Your Majesty, I am fortunate to be able to fulfill my duties. The old man's body shook and his appearance had changed drastically, but it was none other than Su Changhong, the prime minister of the current dynasty. Well, tell me, what rats are there, and how do they avoid converging on the ears of the court? And how do these rats plan to act? Wu Ji put down the opinion map in his hand and asked with interest. Yes, back to your Majesty. There is a large underground palace underneath the Zongjing residence, and it is surrounded by secret passages. All the people from different directions were guided by the close friends of the sovereign house and converged in different places. As a result, the personnel, though many and varied, failed to be detected even by the Karyushi division. Wu Ji's eyes instantly chilled, and his eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. Good. So good. Truly worthy of being the Zongjing of Great Zhou. Worthy of being the head of my Wu Chengyue. You deserve to die by 1,000 cuts. Suishou, Mengong, Lu Zihao, and Su Chonghong hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Go on. Yes, Your Majesty, those who participated in the secret discussion this time have a total of 4 routes. One of them is the core of the Rui Wang and Zongjing lineage. In addition to the 2 of them, there are still the King of Fu, the King of Duan, the Jinyang extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, as well as the personal courtesans of Princess Shud and others. The corners of Wu Ji's mouth pulled slightly. Well, this instantly had 2 to 3% of the imperial clan involved. Good thing too, a bunch of dried-up ancestors. Getting rid of some of them will save a lot of work. Among them, the one that most concerns Wu Ji is that Shud imperial concubine. The Shud imperial concubine was the consort of the previous emperor, originally only a 4th-class Jeyu, but was promoted to a 2nd-class consort because she gave birth to Wu Rui. After her predecessor ascended to the throne, in accordance with customary practice, she was promoted to become a 1st-class imperial consort. However, she is still generally referred to as Shudika Taikei. Due to the early death of the empress established by the late emperor, and the noble consort, 2 noble consort, etc., are not authorized to control the entire harem. Therefore, the predecessor has not been concerned about the Shidikai consort. But he did not want to see that this one had also joined forces with his own son and wanted him dead. As for the predecessor's mother consort, she had lost her life 7 or 8 years ago because she had blocked the knife for the late emperor. Perhaps the previous emperor had this in mind when he made his predecessor the crown prince. Secondly, the emissaries of the 7 feudal lords. 7 ways? Wu Ji's complexion sank, not expecting that in addition to the 5 clan kings that had already jumped out, there were 2 more in the shadows. Which 2 clansmen are the ones who have not participated? Back to Your Majesty. It's the King of Jinbian and the King of Kokong. Upon hearing the kingly names of the 2 vassal kings, the corresponding information quickly flashed through Wu Ji's mind. Jinbian King, real name Wu Changzong, 188 years old, cultivation level of the 6th level of the 9 Heavens realm. He was of the same generation as the 200-year-old Wu Chengyue, 2 generations above him. The Jinbian King's clan is on the eastern border of the imperial dynasty, and the 500,000 Jinbian army under his command is strong and powerful. It is recognized as the first among the armies of all the feudal lords. King of Fruit and Dare, real name by Howren, 132 years old, with a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the 9 Heavens realm. The Kokong King's clan is on the western border of the imperial dynasty, and the 500,000-strong Kokong army under his command is also not bad in battle. Among the armies of the feudal lords, it is not the 3rd but the 4th. Monin, I am here. Have someone probe the movements and attitudes of these 2 vassal kings. I want to know if they are available. Yes, sir. Su Aiching, you continue. Yes, the 3rd group of people is the people from the 10 major clans. The manpower of the 10 great sects entering the imperial capital this time was actually not very large. However, the ones who came were all elites, and the one who led the way was either a vice-patriarch or a Taishang elder, and their voices were not small. As for the 4th road, ahem, it is none other than the old minister. Su Chonghong said, dryly coughing, slightly embarrassed. Aha! Wu Ji nodded slightly, then doubted. No one from another country was found? Back to Your Majesty, no. Perhaps there are forces that will be connected in the shadows, but no one will let them appear in today's scene. Wu Ji nodded his head softly thoughtfully, before asking again. When do they intend to strike, and how exactly will they carry it out? And how will the results of the battle be distributed? At the critical point, the people in the hall had a solemn expression and looked seriously at Su Chonghong. Back to Your Majesty, the consensus of this secret discussion is likewise for: one of them is to honor King Rui as the emperor. Secondly, the 7 feudal lords could form a dynasty, which would be recognized by the new imperial dynasty and become subordinate to it. Thirdly, the 10 major sects are located in the prefecture as the territories under the jurisdiction of each sect, and all affairs within the territories are under the sole control of the corresponding sects. Fourthly, the old ministers and Zongjing Wu Chengyue are appointed as kings, and actual territories are granted to King Fu and King Duan as the new feudal lords. Heh! Ridiculous! Lu Zihao was so angry that he cursed out loud. A bunch of rats in the gutter. How dare they talk big about dividing the imperial dynasty? And that damn Rui Wang. He had gone so far as to abandon the thousands of years of inheritance of the great Zhou imperial dynasty for the sake of the imperial throne. If we really let them succeed, how can we call it Great Zhou? What's more, after the imperial dynasty was torn apart and foreign enemies came to attack, how could any of them stop them? Have they all been bitten in the head by a rabid dog? Chapter 13. Anti-countermeasures. Setup. The corner of Meng Ong's mouth twitched and he coughed lightly, tugging on Lu Ziheo's sleeve. Commander Lu, in the presence of His Majesty, what is the decency of bickering and slurring? Lu Ziheo reacted and hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. He was also confused by his anger, and in the heat of the moment, he forgot the occasion. There's no harm in it, so Aiqing Su continues to speak. Wu Ji waved his hand carelessly and looked at Su Changhong. Yes, Your Majesty, with the above consensus, they have agreed to strike tomorrow night at the beginning of the hour to execute the Thunderbolt. The so-called Thunder strategy is to raid the Imperial Palace, take the Palace City and the Imperial Palace as fast as possible, and surround and kill His Majesty. According to the plan, they needed to settle everything before the Divine Martial Army outside the city killed the Palace City. As for the 200,000 Imperial Guards inside the city, they had a number of pieces in them that could delay them until dawn. Therefore, their only obstacle was the 50,000 forbidden troops guarding the Imperial Palace. As for the Forbidden Army, the Zongjing Line, King Rui, and Shidikai and others also each have their own connections, and are expected to be able to control 8,000 of them. Together with the old ministers, a total of about 10,000 forbidden troops can be held. However, the forbidden troops were scattered to guard various parts of the Imperial Palace, and in the midst of the chaos, it was difficult to assemble in the right place and time. Therefore, they intend to use these 10,000 forbidden troops as bait to spread out and create chaos everywhere, in order to weaken the protective force on His Majesty's side as much as possible. At this point, they will gather the vast majority of their best and brightest to set out together and go straight into the Imperial Palace to plot against His Majesty. Hearing this, Monin couldn't help but frown slightly. No, have they forgotten the Pillar General? With the prestige and calling power of the Pillar General, he was afraid that he could suppress the unrest of the Imperial Forest Army within half an hour, and then lead the army to come to his aid. At that time, won't they become a turtle in a jar? Su Changhong shook his head. Naturally not, though there were many among them who didn't think the Pillar General would come to their aid. However, in the spirit of caution and to remove any future problems, it was decided to allocate some of the manpower to deal with the situation. The old man just mentioned that they would gather the vast majority of their main forces to kill the Imperial Palace, and the remaining part of the group will directly kill the Pillar General's residence and take the head of the Pillar General. Suishou sniffed, but smiled sorrowfully. Want to take General Mu's head? Hey, they're afraid they're taking things for granted. Do you really think that General Mu's reputation as the #1 expert of Great Zhou is for nothing? Su Changhong's brows wrinkled slightly as he sighed lightly. For a Pillar General, who dares to take it lightly? However, the Left Palm Palace should not forget that that name does not include the Great Zhou sect realm. The Pillar General's 7th level of the 9 Heavens realm cultivation was indeed appalling, but among the 10 great clans, there might not be none at this level. The clan had a small number of people though, much less an army. However, the clans have always had more than the court in terms of high-level experts. Each of the 10 great clans had 3 to 5 9 Heavens realm experts. With this many 9 heavenly realms, who knew if there were any late 9 heavenly realm super-existences among them? What's more, the people of the clan have many bizarre methods. If 4 or 5 experts of the 5th or 6th level of the 9 Heavens realm were to make a move together, supplemented by strange secret methods and strange weapons, it might not be impossible to take down the Pillar General. Anyway, in my old man's opinion, since they dared to have this thought, it proves that they have a not-so-low degree of certainty. In that case, it does say less. Suishou smiled slightly, no longer argue, but the meaning of the words is somewhat intriguing. Although Su Changhong felt a little strange, he didn't pursue it. That's something. Wu Ji laughed softly and stood up long. After pacing back and forth for more than 10 breaths, his eyes fiercely fixed. And now those moles are hiding in deep holes that are hard to explore, and taking the initiative will only spook them. In that case, we'll wait for them to deliver tomorrow night. However, if they were to be allowed to run amok, the number of people who would die tragically tomorrow night would be a not inconsiderable number. Also, there will be no shortage of damage to the imperial capital. Therefore, we must take all the initiative we can. Su Aiqing, Do you know the pieces in those people's hands? Back to your majesty, based on some information, it should be possible to finalize 30 or 40% of the people. As for the rest, it is a poor judgment. Wu Ji nodded slightly and then ordered. Then later, tell Meng Ong and Zhuo everything you know. Yes, Secretary Meng, Zhuo companion. It's time for me to see what the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber can do. Before nightfall tomorrow, the two of you should finalize the list of at least 80% of the other side's darkies. After that, arrange everything so that the pieces disappear the moment they are activated. Especially on the front side of the Forbidden Army, it was important not to leave out a single secret agent. Otherwise, when our side begins to mobilize its layout, it will surely be detected. I obey. The old slave obeys the order. Meng Ong and Zhuo responded in unison, and then looked at each other, both feeling a heavy pressure. In fact, the most difficult part of this matter is not to find out the secret son, but to leave no trace in the process of finding someone. Once someone sensed that something was wrong, it was likely to bring about a series of changes and even make the entire covert investigation operation exposed. As a result, the two of them have a heavy burden on their shoulders. But since His Majesty had decreed it, they could only do their best to do it right. On the other hand, the duo had already begun to secretly fight in their hearts. For Manhwa, the East Chamber had only been established for a few days. If the other party did not perform well, it would not be a good place to put their night hunting division's face. And for Zhuo, this is not only a major challenge, but also a great opportunity. If one's East Chamber performed well enough in this errand, it could even be on par with the Karyushi. Then, His Majesty will certainly attach more importance to the East Chamber. And in this way, the development of the East Chamber afterward will certainly be more and more smooth and rapid. Lu Aiqing, I am here. Tomorrow we will invite the king to enter the urn, and the specifics of how to set up and how to kill the enemy will be arranged by you coordinating the Forbidden Army. The humble servant obeys the order. Lu Ziheo's spirit was uplifted and his fighting spirit was high. At this moment, Su Changhong suddenly spoke out with some hesitation. Your Majesty, the enemies that will kill the palace tomorrow night will be at least a dozen or so 9 Heavens Realm experts. On our side, counting 4 of us, 4 of His Majesty's close guards, as well as 2 ghosts from the Night Hunting Division and 2 under the command of the Left Palm Hall. In all, it only adds up to 12 people. If the enemy comes with 15 or 16 9 Heavenly Realms, our side, I'm afraid, will be powerless to fight against them. Even though the Forbidden Army's military strength was strong, it was difficult to hunt down 9 Heavens Realm experts. What's more, if they set their sights on His Majesty, I'm afraid we'll find it difficult to protect His Majesty. Wu Ji swept Su Changhong's eyes and smiled meaningfully. He naturally knew what Su Changhong was concerned about. Don't worry, if we want to compare masters, I won't be afraid of them. What's more, there is a great difference between the 9 Heavens Realm and the 9 Heavens Realm. Wu Ji's tone was somewhat inexplicable, but Su Changhong and the others heard it. But at the same time, their hearts were greatly relieved. Since the emperor had said so, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, it was impossible for an emperor to joke about his own safety, right? It seemed that the emperor was, in the dark, indeed in control of a very mysterious and powerful force. After the big event was finalized, Wu Ji was about to let a few people leave. At this moment, Su Changhong, however, fiercely knelt on the ground and spoke out with a face of shame and self-reproach. Your Majesty, I have the audacity to hope that Your Majesty will forgive the sins of your unworthy son. Su Yu. Wu Ji was stunned and frowned in disbelief.
Su Yu?
It's your second son, isn't it? What's wrong with him? What's his offense? Back to Your Majesty, it's exactly him. It was only previously that the old minister learned that this ungrateful son had been secretly associating with King Rui. After stating the reason, Su Changhong hurriedly added, But Your Majesty can rest assured that this rebellious son has not committed a great mistake, only that his path has gone astray. As a matter of fact, the reason why the old minister was able to smoothly blend into those rebellious ministers, but also thanks to this rebellious son, tipped them off and corroborated for the old minister. Well, Wu Ji stroked his chin, and after a little contemplation, he spilled out a smile. If that's the case, that kid has made a small contribution. Then let's stop there. However, Su Aiqing, after this matter you can take good care of your discipline. If he is unfaithful and unruly again, then I, for one, will no longer be able to take his side. Thank you, Your Majesty. Don't worry, Your Majesty. After this matter, The old minister will definitely discipline him strictly if he commits any more evil deeds and does not jail your majesty's chastisement. The old minister will cut him down first. Su Changhong let out a huge sigh of relief, the stone in his heart slowly falling to the ground. Although no one else knew about Su Yu's matter at this time. But after the battle tomorrow night, not many things can be hidden. That's why he took the initiative to claim the blame for his second son and ask for a way out for him. Wu Ji nodded gently, then stood up and waved his hand as he walked towards the back hall. Well, after that a couple of love ministers go and deliberate and decide. Yes, I will retire. Great Zhou calendar, 1333 years, i.e. the second year of Tianwu. July 13th, late afternoon. Wu Ji was lying on a Lingluo rattan chair inside the imperial garden, enjoying the sunlight. Dewey system. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level, 5th level of the 5 elements realm. Dewey, 65. Note: for every 100 of Dewey, 1 lucky draw is allowed. After harvesting the 3 points of Emperor Wei from today's White Whoring, the number of Emperor Wei points had risen to 65. However, Wu Ji believed that after tonight, it should be easy for Emperor Wei to break 100 again. After all, those messy people who are red-eyed and want him dead are a lot of points to harvest. Your Majesty, my daughter has heard about the Ushuo Kingdom. You arranged this, didn't you? Su Shiyu, who had been forcibly summoned here and miserably reduced to a rattan chair pusher, was not resentful at the moment, but was even a little excited. Yes or no, does it matter? Wu Ji responded lazily, his eyes not even opening. Su Shiyu let out a low laugh, her eyes sly. The tone of His Majesty's voice actually gives the answer. After saying that, Su Shiyu pushed the rattan chair and shook it while asking again carelessly. Your Majesty, I wonder how many days before my daughter can go home? Don't play small, there are some things not for you to know. If not, should the news be leaked out, you'll be the first one I kill. Wu Ji's tone was icy cold. Not at all like a joke. Chapter 14 Hunting in the Dark. Su Shiyu's heart tightened and she didn't dare to probe any further. But in her heart, she became more and more somewhat unconvinced. She just didn't believe that this emperor could really see into people's hearts. Humph, just wait, sooner or later. I'll have to make you lose at the hands of this lady. I have sought you out because I have a matter that requires your cooperation. Wu Ji didn't bother trying to figure out Su Shiyu's small nature and directly threw out the main topic. Is there room for my daughter to refuse? Su Shiyu rolled her eyes and walked to the side as if no one else was there, picking up the spirit tea and taking a light sip. Wu Ji didn't care and said blandly, Tonight, I will honor you. Biffed. Su Shiyu's eyes suddenly popped out, and the tea in her mouth spewed out directly. Coincidentally, the angle was right in front of Wu Ji. Seeing that the tea was about to pounce on his body, Wu Ji merely shook his sleeve robe, and those messy little droplets of water fell straight to the ground halfway through. The so-called 5 elemental realm was said to be the cleansing of the 3 flowers and the 5 qi. At this level, the internal breath drums like the wind, but a feather cannot be added or a fly cannot fall. Therefore, to control such a small droplet of water is nothing at all. What? Su Shiyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her own rudeness, because at this point, she was completely flustered. Your Majesty, you can't do this. It is often said that only those who are in love with each other will be able to last for a long time. Although my daughter admires your Majesty's divine might, admiration is not the same as adoration. Moreover, after all, my daughter and His Majesty know each other only to a limited extent, so there must at least be a process, mustn't there? The most important thing is, Your Majesty, you are the supreme ruler of Great Zhou. How can you take a concubine as a child's play? And after all, my daughter is also the granddaughter of the Chancellor of the dynasty, so it would be too inappropriate if she did not go through the proper etiquette. Wouldn't the world laugh their asses off if this were to get out? Your Majesty, you. Su Shiyu's pretty face was red and her eyes flickered as she racked her brain to come up with a long list of reasons. Only, Wu Ji's words afterward instantly left her dumbfounded in place. What's the hurry? Even if you want to, I don't have that mind yet. I just want to speak out of your mouth about it and check on someone. The corners of Su Shiyu's mouth tugged, shy and annoyed. The original sensible lady image can no longer be maintained. Stretching out 2 small fists, open mouth and teeth made a cute tiger roar action. A smirk appeared in Wu Ji's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. What is the relationship between your Taoist protector, Lin Hong, and Lu Hui? the head eunuch of the Straight Temple supervisor, Su Shiyu secretly snorted coldly and forced her restless mind to calm down.
Laon, lui.
As smart as Su Shiyu, she quickly understood. The one the emperor wanted to test was definitely Lu Hui without a doubt. Because Lin Hong had grown up in the Su mansion since she was a child, her entire life had been closely monitored, and there was no way there could be a problem. Moreover, in these 2 days, Lu Hui would come to seek Lin Hong from time to time to get close and climb up old friendships. Originally, there didn't seem to be any problems, but at this time, the emperor specifically mentioned it, so that meant that it might not be that simple. Only Su Shiyu was still a bit confused. This is the imperial palace. If the emperor wants to check on an old man in the palace, there should be more than enough ways to do so why seek her out? Although a little puzzled, but Su Shiyu did not dare not cooperate, for fear of really being. Back to your majesty, Lu Hui is Lin Hong's cousin. Before Lin Hong entered the Su mansion at the age of 12, she and Lu Hui had a lot of banter and were considered playmates with a good relationship. Later, the town they were in was struck by a disaster, and the two of them broke off their relationship. It wasn't until a few years ago, when Lin Hong accompanied her ministerial daughter to the palace to attend the imperial banquet, that the two of them met again. However, after not seeing each other for over 100 years, the relationship between the two has faded. Wu Ji nodded slightly and calmly said, "Well, then you'll have Lin Hong inadvertently reveal the information to Lu Hui. I don't think I need to teach you exactly how to control it, do I? I will not let your majesty down." Su Shiyu raised her eyebrows, a little displeased in her heart. Isn't that looking down on her? In that case, then you and go. Wu Ji waved his hand, and Su Shiyu was again furious. This can really be a fly in the ointment for yourself. With a light snort, Su Shiyu turned around and left. Before leaving the imperial garden, the face has been hung with a complex expression of shame, anger, and uncertainty. Evening, King Rue's mansion. A young man of 28 or 8 years old, with a warm face and wearing a bright yellow royal robe, was standing quietly on the corridor bridge. With his left hand behind his back, the youth clutched a handful of fish food in his right hand and tossed it down to the lake with interest. This person is no other than the current Rue Wang, Wu Rue. Your Highness, Boss Lu has just sent an urgent secret message. With the sound of a dull, powerful footstep, a stout, armor-clad man came striding in. Oh, what was said? Wu Rue spoke out blandly without turning around. Tonight, the faint king will visit Su Shiyu in the Hall of Books and Fragrance. As the armored man's words fell, the entire heaven and earth instantly fell silent. After that, the entire section of the bamboo corridor bridge suddenly trembled madly. Not many. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by loud clanging sounds, the entire corridor bridge completely burst open, and the broken bamboo and wood were like arrows flying in all directions. When the dust settles and you look around, there are only a few steel cables bobbing continuously on the lake. Wu Rue, on the other hand, was standing firmly on one of the steel cables. Only, at this time, his complexion, but no longer gentle and elegant attitude, but instead filled with the color of sinister madness. Good, 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 very good, Wu Rue shouted several times in a row, but his tone was filled with appalling killing intent and jealousy. Send orders to all parties. Rush to the underground palace half an hour early to meet. As soon as the first hour of the day arrives, immediately follow this king to kill the imperial palace and attack the Hall of Books, Fragrance straight away. The armor-clad man's face changed slightly as he hesitated. Your Majesty, according to the previous agreement, in addition to the king's masters, when the situation is the most chaotic, can only enter. They, I'm afraid, won't agree. Then tell them, this king has received a secret report that there is an ancient legacy teleportation array hidden in the depths of the imperial palace. Therefore, we must find the faint king at the first opportunity without giving him the slightest chance of escape. If we don't, and we delay and let that dim-witted ruler escape, no one will be able to get away with it. Looking at the grim-faced Wu Rue, the armor-clad man didn't dare to persuade him any further and hurriedly led the order to leave. Wu Ji, what a good eighth brother of mine. You mustn't be in too much of a hurry. Otherwise, if you break her body, this king don't even know how many kinds of torture should be used to entertain you. In the breeze, Wu Rue's voice, as low as a stern ghost's horn, slowly swings away, interspersed with the sound of oozing teeth grinding. As night fell, the lights of the houses went on one after another, and then one after another, they went out. The sands of the hourglass nearly rolled over, and the gongs of the night watchmen beat and beat. During the period everything was smooth and not different from the usual. Until all objects referring to time point uniformly to one location the beginning of the sub-hour. The south gate of the palace city. City gatehouse. Lord Lieutenant, I heard you talking about the Kairaya spirit wine since yesterday. My subordinate was out on an errand today and happened to pass by the Drunken Star restaurant. So I bought a pot on the way. Why don't we try it together, guys? Ha ha ha. A man with a pockmarked face and a large faceplate stepped into the command hall and smiled playfully towards the city gate captain seated on the inside, and from time to time, he also waved his hand and greeted the other colleagues on the inside. Hemp Pansy, you have a heart. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes and smiled, sweeping another glance at the two men behind the man. I wonder who these two are? They're my distant cousins, and they've been wanting to join the Imperial Guard for a long time. But it's just a shame that there's never been a doorway. No. My subordinate would like to discuss this with the school captain today to see if we can come up with an idea. Oh? Yeah. The lieutenant gave a light oh, after which he was slamming the armrest. Wow. As if they had gotten a signal, a dozen or so generals and officers of all sizes in the hall instantly drew their weapons and surrounded those three people. Ma Pansy's face changed slightly as he said with a stunned expression, "What are you doing, Lord Lieutenant?" "Do what?" The lieutenant sneered and rose slowly, gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist. "Ma Pansy, your dog's guts are really big and scary. How dare you do the thing of treason and rebellion?" Ma Pansy's eyes instantly widened and his body trembled in disbelief. "Lieutenant, what are you babbling about? How could I possibly rebel? Gird your loins so that, perhaps, you may save the lives of your family. If not, The lieutenant's expression was harsh, and there was even more anger flickering in his eyes. "If it is not commanded from above, today this drink is drunk. He, as well as the brothers in this temple, can all die here. Go!" One of the youths behind Ma Pansy suddenly let out a sharp cry, and then he found a direction and drew his sword to kill. The great war broke out in an instant, but with heart against heart, the end was already self-evident. The western city gate of the Imperial Palace. On the main street a mile away from the western city gate, a group of more than 100 forbidden soldiers were approaching the distant city gate building in a blaze of glory. At the front of the group, a brown-faced man swept his eyes around, then lowered his voice and commanded, "All of you stay quiet later. I'll handle everything with the joint." "Yes." Hearing the response, the brown-faced man turned back in satisfaction, his attention back on the approaching gatehouse. Suddenly, a flash of alarm came to mind, but before he could move, he felt a pain in his back, and the rest of his eyes saw the tip of the knife stabbing out from his lower dantian. "You!" The brown-faced man turned back barely in disbelief, and all he saw was a mocking face and a silent killing attack. After more than 100 breaths, the fight stopped, but the group did not scatter away, but continued to march forward, because there are still some rebels waiting for them inside and out. In the inner city, the Imperial Guard's front army barracks. "General Liu, please also borrow the military talisman." More than 300 Imperial Guards surrounded a wide tent, and the lead benefactor stepped forward a few steps and bellowed towards the tent. Only, unfortunately, the tent remained quiet. There was no sound other than the gasps of the crouching guards outside the tent door. Time passed slowly, and just as that benefactor could no longer stand it and was about to swing down his right arm to order a strong attack, the sound of dense footsteps suddenly came from the outside. Within a few minutes, thousands of heavily armed Imperial Guards surrounded and counter-enveloped the 300 or so people in the center. Benefactor Wang, daring to bring up troops to borrow this general's military talisman, you're not small in guts. As a cold laugh came, a burly middle-aged general appeared on a cloud-maned horse. The advantageous general surnamed Wang immediately fell into an ice cellar, shivering his lips full of death. "A group of treasonous and rebellious thieves. Simply a disgrace to my imperial army. Kill. No one left behind." As the words fell, 1,000 arrows were fired, and shouts and screams rose to the sky. Like this change is being staged in many corners of the Great Zhou imperial capital. Chapter 15, Strong Enemies Watching, but I Enjoy Dancing. Imperial Palace. More than 300 silhouettes crossed the sky at high speed and swept all the way straight toward the direction of the harem. When one cultivates a path, one can briefly glide in mid-air by entering the Four Phases realm. However, if one wanted to fly in the air for a long period of time, one had to reach the 7-star realm. These 300 or so people were able to run in the air over long distances, and they were obviously all strong people of the 7-star realm and above. That Lu Hui really does have some skills, to the point of shutting down the entire Imperial Palace's forbidden air formation. Someone in the crowd skeed out a sigh. Yeah, if the air banning formation is still on, you can't fly in the air below the 9 heavens realm. It's not unusual. The direct palace supervisor is in charge of the operation of all the palaces in the Imperial Palace. As the first person in the Straight Temple supervisor, Lu Hui naturally has the ability to do this. At this moment, someone looked at the scene of chaotic fighting and killing everywhere below and suddenly issued a question. Strange, according to the time projection, it shouldn't be this chaotic right now, right? Hey, with the change of dynasty coming up, which one doesn't want to get a step ahead and earn some more credit? That's a valid point. As long as someone has started it in advance, then everyone else will have to move even if they don't want to. Not good. In that case, won't that dim-witted ruler escape? Hiss. Hurry. Hurry. Accelerate. Mustn't let the faint king escape. In the next instant, the crowd's speed once again increased by several percent, using the cover of the night to speed towards the depths of the Imperial Palace. At a certain point, when this group of people came to the east side of the harem, saw the hall of books below, and only then stopped. Unlike before, this place was obviously much quieter, with no sounds of fighting or a bit of chaos. In the small square below, there were still hundreds of forbidden guards towering like statues.
No.
A cold shout suddenly rang out, after which a sword-shaped light several feet long was seen slashing downwards. Click! There was a soft sound, as if a mirror had been shattered, and the scene below changed instantly. At this moment, looking again, where was there another forbidden army in the square below? Instead, on the outside of the hall of books in front, there is a group of court ladies dancing to the sound of drums and music. The ones who were admiring were none other than Wu Ji, who was sitting steadily on top of the emperor's couch outside the door of the hall, as well as the dozens of silhouettes on either side of him. After several breaths of silence, another huge fist-shaped radiance blasted towards the battlefield of the tragic fight a mile away in the rear. But then, there was another light click, after which the scene changed again, and there wasn't even a ghost there. At this point, where they still do not understand, it turns out that what they saw along the way but the illusion. Illusion.
Formation.
Dang, that's a good tactic. Even we can hide it from you. It seems that eunuchs' attainments in formations have already reached the Great Zhou. At the front of the crowd, a brown-eyed old man clenched his teeth and uttered a voice, his expression in shock. Vice Patriarch Lu is so praiseworthy, but we don't dare to take it. Some small eye-covering formations, if you are careful to check, naturally cannot be hidden. However, we believe that your urgent hearts will solve this problem for us. And as it turns out, you all did cooperate enough. Zuosho stepped forward and responded with a smile. Then, Zuosho's duster shook and a token suddenly appeared in his left hand. As the pattern on the token flashed with a golden aura, a series of shrieks suddenly rang out in midair. When he fixed his eyes and looked again, there were only 18 silhouettes left in the air. As for the rest, they fell to the ground. It was obvious that the airband formation had been activated. Other than the 9 Heavens Realm experts, the rest could only be forced to land. The successive changes had greatly dampened the flames of the visitor, and the atmosphere was suddenly a bit weird. Wu Ji, however, paid no attention to this, and except for a glance at the very beginning, his attention afterward was always on the courtesan who was dancing. After taking a sip of the aromatic spirit wine, Wu Ji suddenly looked at Su Shiyu on the side. I've heard that you're good at all the arts and crafts. With such a beautiful view, why don't you offer a dance to help with the fun? Ding! You don't change your face in the face of a strong enemy, and you even enjoy dancing and listening to music, triggering the unruly attribute, Emperor's Might +7. Su Shiyu skimmed her mouth, very slightly unhappy, because once again she's being used as a gun. Wu Ji's so-called verification, in fact, is to borrow the mouth of Lu Hui, a cadre of disorganized officials lured here, so that Annette is exhausted. Don't forget you're a hostage now. If you don't listen and play with your temper, watch out for your grandfather. Wu Ji smiled evilly and transmitted his voice straight towards Su Shiyu. Su Shiyu's pretty face immediately changed, and she got off the field with clenched teeth and a sad face. Remember, it's not just about dancing, it's about chanting, Wu Ji added with a smirk, blithely not putting a cadre of great enemies in his eyes. Emperor, Release Shiyu and Mr. Su can leave here. Greeting the crowd of skeptical gazes, Su Changhong gave a loud shout. The anger in his eyes was like a tide, but he still forcefully suppressed it. However, the wind whistled and there was never a response. Emperor, even if you are prepared, the difference in strength between the two sides is so great that it will still be difficult for you to win. But if you let Shiyu go and Mr. Su leaves, you'll have a few more chances to live. Su Changhong violently landed on the square and once again made a plea. By this time, Su Shiyu had already begun to twist her waist and dance as she strolled on her padded toes. The goose-yellow light gauze skirt could not hide her proud figure, and the orange cape that was held at her waist and in her hands fluttered in the wind, just like an elf fluttering up and down. The jade neck reflects the moon when you hang your head, and when you pause your feet, the shadow becomes interesting, and when you look around, the stars shine, and when you smile, all things are shining. That stirring dance, a time actually attracted the attention of all the people, infatuated with countless heart pond. The moon caresses the threshold and thinks faintly the shadows of the branches and the light call to the sparrow bridge. The sleeves of the slender clouds and the robes of the west wind. The hometown still remembers the goodness of Alang. Autumn water and dry grass. How can I teach my love for each other not to rush me to old age? Drums of war are beating, blood is staining the spears. When will the letters of home return to the magpie bridge? The singing voice that seems to be like jade falling from the plate, and the sound of spring tinkling resounded in the audience, accompanied by the delicate dancing posture, just like the moon palace fairies dancing on earth. Enough! Suddenly, an angry hissing sound came, breaking the beautiful picture. Wu Ji's thick eyebrows wrinkled, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He's looking and listening. What bastard spoiled his fun? My lovely, dear and hateful eighth brother, you are still truly incorrigible. You're obviously going to lose your life, yet you still have the leisure to enjoy the scenery here. Wu Rui pushed aside the crowd and slowly stepped forward while gritting his teeth and shouting angrily. Sure enough, my decision was not wrong. If I let you fool around any longer, my great Zhou's foundation of more than 1,000 years will definitely be buried by you with not even a crumb left. Wu Ji pulled out his ears and said with a bored look on his face. So it's the third brother, ah. I said, which crazy dog is this no eyesight? Dare to disturb my pleasure. Ding. You insulted the emperor's brother and the former crown prince among you, triggering the unruly attribute, Emperor's Might +3. When Wu Rui heard this, the muscles on his face jumped sharply for a while, and his eyelids fluttered even more incessantly. Third brother, in fact, I originally still appreciated you more. Talented, knows how to hold back, can confuse people, and knows a little strategy. It's just a pity that you're too eager and short-sighted. For the sake of the throne, you are willing to bring in a bunch of crooked people, so it's really despicable. You don't even think about it. With this foundation of yours, even if you were to succeed, what would happen to you in this world? Not to mention the invasion of other countries, even the so-called 10 great clans and various feudal lords, you can't stop them. Listening to Wu Ji's ridicule and insults, Wu Rui was so angry that his body trembled. At this moment, an old gray-haired man with sunken eyes came forward and pressed Wu Rui's shoulder. Wu Rui turned back ferociously, but when he saw that it was Zongjing Wu Chengyue, he forced himself back down. Where is Lu Hui? Tell him to get his ass out here. Wu Chengyue gave a cold and powerful cry. Among them, the ones most likely to leak were Su Changhong and Lu Hui. Looking at Su Changhong's appearance, it shouldn't be possible. Then the only possibility left was Lu Hui. Old dog, you're here too, huh? Ding. You insulted a respected imperial enforcer in public, triggering the unruly attribute Imperial Might +3. After Wu Ji recognized Wu Chengyue, the killing intent in his eyes instantly skyrocketed several times. The position of patriarch in itself should be a role model for the imperial clan, an enforcer to maintain the concentricity of the imperial clan, and the most loyal and powerful arm of the emperor. But what about Wu Sung AK? What has this old bastard done? Unbridled. Wu Chengyue was instantly furious, his beard twirling and his eyes widening in anger. I am the great Zhou Zongjing. I am an enforcer of the imperial clan. Even your father, the emperor, has to respectfully call me uncle when he meets me. You ignorant child, how dare you insult me? Heh, old mongrel, you really have the face to say that. Wu Ji bristled with disdain and chimed in again. Great Zhou, the emperor is the only one. You're just a courtier. How dare you override the emperor? I don't even know where you got the face to mention the word Zongjing. What is Zongjing? Those who are loyal to the king, guard the safety and security of the imperial clan, and maintain the imperial clan with one heart and one mind. This is the Zongjing. And what did you do? He took the lead in obstructing my ascension to the throne, and now he is even openly rebelling against me. Today, I will kill you and see how you will face the ancestors of Great Zhou when you enter the Yellow Springs. After the scolding, Wu Ji didn't bother with any more words. Noticing that Su Changhong had quietly run halfway across the room, he immediately waved his arm. Aren't you looking for Lu Hui, that gutter snipe asshole? I'll let you have a good look. Oh yeah, and attach another one. Before long, 2 corpses separated from their heads were suddenly picked up from the eaves of the palace on the west side. Judging from the costumes, one person should be a eunuch. As for the other, it was a richly dressed woman. Lu Hui, dead. That one, again? The consort of a fainting king. The cadre of rebels conversed in disbelief, but did not notice the steeply changed complexion of several of them. Mother consort? Wu Rui's eyes widened and he fell to his knees in disorientation. In the next instant, an incomparably mournful cry and roar suddenly rose to the sky. Ah! Takashi!
Yi.
This king will definitely break you into pieces. Throw your bones to the ground. Kill. Kill up for this king. Except for Wu Ji and Su Shiyu. Leave no one behind. Stimulated by bone-deep hatred, Wu Rui surprisingly has not forgotten Su Shiyu. Kill? Ha! More than 300 people drank in unison and were about to go on a killing spree when they were startled by a sudden change of events that caused them to make an emergency stop. Chapter 16, The Terrifying Golden Man.
Bang bang bang.
In a series of muffled sounds, the walls of the surrounding halls were crashed through by brute force, from which densely packed and heavily armed forbidden soldiers surged out.
Ta-da-da-da.
The sound of tiles being stepped on rattled back and forth, and armored men with armor and horns and crossbows sprouted from the tops of the surrounding palaces. Click here. Eerie sounds were mixed with the trembling of the earth, and the surrounding ground split into a gap, from which rushed out uncountable sharp warriors, as well as terrifying killing weapons. Looking at these forbidden troops that appeared in an instant, the 300 or so rebels all had their scalps numb. These forbidden troops were at least tens of thousands, and there were all sorts of horrible war-sharp weapons. Most of the sharp weapons that could be fitted by the Forbidden Army were pseudo-precious weapons that specialized in hunting high-level martial artists. No one can remain calm in the face of such a situation. Weapons of the first sky could be categorized into 3 major grades, and each major grade was further divided into the upper, middle, and lower grades. 1. The mortal vessel is the most widespread and common. The 2 true weapons were able to increase their battle power by several percent. However, generally only martial artists of the 5th Yuan realm and above had the capital to acquire them. The 3 are the treasured weapons. Treasure weapons are very rare, and the materials and processes required for forging have particularly stringent requirements, and the number of refiners who can forge them is also extremely rare. In today's First Heaven, it was rumored that no one was able to forge middle or upper-grade treasure weapons anymore, and lower-grade treasure weapons were already the limit. As for pseudo-precious weapons, they were a special kind of existence between true weapons and precious weapons. The pseudo-precious artifacts used in military formations were almost always large instruments. With mutual coordination, it was enough to blockade a side of the battlefield and hunt down 7-star realm, 8-gate realm experts, and even powerful people who had first entered the 9 heavens realm. Looking at this scene, how could it be more than just getting the news early? This was clearly premeditated. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. With a wave of Wu Ji's big hand, the remaining 8 spirit puppets behind him took the lead in rushing up to the sky, except for Ziwei and Ugly Wei who remained unmoving. Suishou, Meng Ong and the others glanced at each other, hemmed and hawed and sneered as they followed closely. Takashi, Wu, Tian Wu. At the same time, tens of thousands of forbidden soldiers banged their weapons and let out a heaven-shaking roar in unison. In the next instant, densely packed sharp arrows shot into the square from all directions. There were even pseudo-precious artifacts that emitted huge sword awnings, arrow awnings, gun awnings, and so on, bringing a brilliant light to this dull night. Miserable screams rang out suddenly, one after another, and those 300 rebels from various directions in the 7-star realm and 8-gate realm, in a matter of moments, a small half of them died tragically or were seriously injured. The hunting feast was officially staged, and high up in the sky, those 79 heavens realm experts also changed their faces. Su, Chang, Hong. It's really you. Seeing that Su Changhong had switched sides and quietly joined the opposite camp, the brown-eyed old man who had previously spoken out, Lu Min, the vice-sect leader of the Black Nightmare sect, gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "How dare you swindle us? Aren't you afraid that my 10 great clans will exterminate your Su family's entire clan?" Su Changhong smiled disdainfully and despised. "I am the Prime Minister of Great Zhou. Would I be afraid of you gutless bandits? Who are they?" The Golden String sect's Supreme Elder Zhao Anping's attention, however, was not on Su Changhong, as his eyes swept back and forth over the 8 masked armored warriors in disbelief. "Naturally, the one who wants you dead," Monin grinned, looking excited. He also hadn't expected that the 9 Heavens Realm experts that the Emperor had hidden in the shadows were as many as 10. Moreover, these 10 people's auras were extremely similar, and they should all be around the middle stage of the 9 Heavens Realm. The first, second, and third weights are the early stages, the fourth, fifth, and sixth weights are the middle stages, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th weights are the late stages. And now that the contrast in the number of people in the 9 Heavens Realm between the two sides had been reversed, 18 versus 17 on the surface, the Great Zhou side had the advantage instead. At this moment, Lu Min suddenly smiled grimly. So what if there are many people? This patriarch can eliminate the gap with a single swipe of his hand. While saying that, Lu Min's eyes suddenly flashed with a ghostly light, looking straight towards one of the masked armorers. At the same time, his right hand raised, and a skull-like black light ran towards the other masked armorer. "Not good. Watch out for his genjutsu attack." Suishou's face changed slightly and hurriedly reminded in a loud voice. It was just that the reminder seemed to be a little too late, and the 2 masked armorers had already been hit in droves. The corner of Lu Min's mouth lifted up a mocking arc, but before he could laugh out loud, the 2 masked armored soldiers drew their swords towards him as if nothing had happened. "This can't be right." Facing the raging chopping blade, Lu Min let out a shocked yell, his face full of incredulity. The people present have been stunned, but also do not care to think about it. Each selected the opponent sprinted on, wanting to seize the first opportunity. The great battle broke out, and bizarrely, there were constant roars of horror in the process. "Be careful. These masked men don't fear genjutsu attacks. Nope, they seem to be physical cultivators. Swords and spears can't penetrate them, and astral awnings can't penetrate them. Ah! Damn! Are they people or ghosts?" The chaotic roars were filled with horror and disbelief, and there were even more dying screams that rang out one after another. Seeing the 2 early 9th Heavenly Realm experts from the Zongjing lineage instantly beheaded, and then seeing the great general of the Clan King's lineage at the 4th level of the 9th Heavenly Realm have his head chopped off, Zhao Anping suddenly roared out, "Pay the old man! What are you waiting for?" As this shout rang out, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man suddenly looked cold. After that, as if he had eaten a great tonic, he slashed one of the masked armorers with a palm. Immediately after that, there was another flash and a ghostly pinch on the neck of another masked armorer. "What are you afraid of? Can't you let Fu play again?" Saying that, Fu Lin lifted his left hand again, and under a vicious whip, he actually directly spun that masked armorer's head around twice. Seeing this scene, Suishou's pupils instantly shrank, and a horrified look appeared in his eyes. Forcibly confined? The 7th level of the 9 Heavens Realm. After shouting, Suishou seemed to have thought of something and once again exclaimed, "Old man Fu? You're the previous sect leader of the Scorched Light sect, Fu Lin? How is this possible? Weren't you beheaded by the late emperor himself?" Fu Lin hemmed and hawed, playing with the flavor. "That said, it's really thanks to that martial barbarian. If he hadn't knocked the seat down to the Black Dragon's eye, it would have been very difficult for this seat to break its confinement and advance to the late 9 Heavens Realm." After saying that, Fu Lin no longer paid attention to Suishou and the others, but instead looked down at Wu Ji below. "Little brat, make them stop. Be a good boy and lead the death. In that case, this seat can still be lenient and kill fewer people. If not, by the time tomorrow dawns, this imperial palace will surely bleed to death." Wu Ji raised his eyes and glanced at them, then slowly took a sip of his fine wine. "Based on your words, the Scorched Light sect will surely be removed from the first heaven." Fu Lin's face instantly stiffened, and endless anger appeared in his murderous eyes. "Little brat, you really don't know how to write the word, death. I still don't really know, so let you, the old undead, give me a demonstration." Wu Ji smiled bashfully and reclined on the imperial couch, pestling his head with a playful expression. "Good cub, since you're so anxious to die, then this seat will fulfill you. Fu Lin couldn't stand it any longer and dispersed his forbidden power and was about to throw away the corpse in his hand when a sudden change occurred. A long knife was silently aimed at his lower dantian, and after that, it stabbed in viciously. Intense pain assaulted his mind. Fu Lin's body and mind trembled as he felt the rapid loss of power. His heart filled with fear and horror. How is this possible? Who is it? With a question, Fu Lin slowly turned around and saw precisely a head that was turning. Cluck, 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 cluck. In the oozing sound, only to see that the masked armorer who should have died long ago, at this moment, even forcefully twisted the broken neck, quickly returned to the position. Eft! Draw the knife. Zip! Wave the knife and break the head. The dead head was carried in the left hand with the basalt glove, while the torso fell helplessly towards the blood-soaked square below. The fight stopped, and everyone looked in a direction with their jaws agape at the masked armorer who stood proudly in mid-air and remained silent. A superpower of the 7th level of the 9 Heavens realm, unexpectedly, died just like this? This is outrageous. Isn't it? Gulp! Suddenly, there was no telling who swallowed hard and broke the silence in the arena. Immortality? This can't be. They couldn't be the stiff race, could they? All of them looked like they had seen a ghost, terrified and uneasy. The head spun around a few times without dying. I'm afraid only the stiff race of the 2nd heaven can do that. But although the stiff race had a terrifying physique, they were also afraid of Yuan Shun attacks. These people, what kind of existence are they? At this moment, not only were Lu Min, Zhao Anping and the others shocked and terrified, even Zhu Shou, Meng Ong, Su Changhong and the others were also drumming in their hearts. Super strong physique, no fear of Yuan Shun attacks, and seemingly possessing an immortal body. Is this still a human being? Where on earth did the Emperor find such a group of terrifying existences? The eerie silence didn't last long as the 8 masked armored warriors once again went on a killing spree. The Alliance side was already no match for them, and 6 more were killed in succession. Now that Fu Lin was dead, the remaining 10 were even more powerless. Some people tried to bind their hands and beg for surrender, but Naji had no intention of accepting it. 2/4 of an hour later, the battle came to an end. All but a dozen or so of the Bloods were escorted to kneel in front of Wu Ji to await judgment. Ding! You set up a siege to kill 315 experts of the 7-star realm and above, triggering the Iron Blood attribute, Emperor's Might plus 30. Ding! Emperor Wei has broken 100 again. Will the lottery begin? Listening to the system's beep, and then looking at the dozen or so imperial nobles who were constantly trembling in front of him, the smile at the corner of Wu Ji's mouth grew more and more intense.
No.
3rd brother, Wu Rui. Your guts are really fat enough, and your heart is indeed ruthless enough. For the sake of the imperial throne, you even dared to murder your father's emperor. How dare you? Hearing Wu Ji's words, Wu Chengyue, who originally had dull eyes, suddenly had a jolt of disbelief and looked at Wu Rui on the side. Ruer, that's not true, is it? You're telling me that he's talking nonsense, right? While Wu Chengyue was emotional, Wu Rui had a numb face and empty eyes. All right, don't sympathize with me here. Whether or not Wu Chengyue had anything to do with the assassination of the late emperor, Wu Ji didn't even bother. Slaughter them all. The sight of them makes me sick.
No.
Your Majesty, spare your life. I am your uncle. You can't do this. I am the Duan King of the current dynasty. Wu Ji, how dare you kill me? Executing the pillars of the imperial clan will inevitably be labeled as a tyrant. Wu Ji, think about it. Chapter 17. Amazing decree, Emperor's might points soar. A cadre of emperor clans either begged for forgiveness or threatened, and chaos ensued. At this time, Su Changhong and the others also hardened their hearts and went forward to advice. Your Majesty, they are after all imperial nobles. If we kill them all, I'm afraid it will adversely affect His Majesty's prestige. If not, only the first evil will be executed. For the rest, scrap their cultivation and imprison them for life. Right? Yes, Your Majesty. It's too unprofitable to damage Your Majesty's prestige for a bunch of jumping clowns. Your Majesty. Sound and fury? Wu Ji coldly smiled, his eyes showing a cold aura, and said, prestige is earned by fighting, not by being pushed around. If they are spared today, there will be others who will follow suit in the future. It's done. Don't say another word. Cut it off. By the Emperor's will. Lu Zihao didn't dare to say more, turned around and waved his big hand. A dozen sharp blades were raised high, cutting down a dozen heads to gurgle on the ground. Ding! You disregarded threats and admonitions and insisted on beheading a cadre of imperial nobles, triggering the attribute of ruthlessness, imperial might plus 10. Sweeping over the emperor's might points that had been saved up to 118, Wu Ji gave a hefty smile. Reaping the feast. It's just beginning. Draw up an edict. Yes. Zuosho rushed forward and respectfully marched. 1. All those who participated in the plot to rebel and revolt, except for the imperial clan, will be pitched against the 9 clans. Ding! You ordered the killing of the 9 clans of rebels, triggering the tyranny attribute, the emperor's might plus 15. In this rebellion, the main forces are all imperial clans, clansmen, and feudal lords. The officials involved in the dynasty, although there were quite a number of them, most of them were not in high positions, so the reward of 15 points of emperor's might was not out of Wu Ji's expectation. 2nd. Those who conspire against the emperor's clan shall have their families executed. Ding! You ordered the execution of the family members of the imperial rebel, triggering the tyranny attribute, emperor's might plus 12. 3rd. To summon the Iron Hat King, the king of Shanin and the other 7 vassal kings, and limit them to enter the palace within half a month to ask for forgiveness. If not, the imperial army will arrive and no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Ding! You have given an ultimatum to the 7 feudal lords, triggering an overbearing attribute, emperor's might plus 28. 4th. Decree was sent to the 10 major clans, including the Black Nightmare sect, Lanrua sect, Scorchlight sect, and Tianxian sect, restricting the heads of the clans to come to the palace within 10 days to ask for forgiveness and to offer the 10 clans holy maidens as consorts. If not, the imperial army will arrive, and the 10 clans will be annihilated. Ding! You delivered an ultimatum to the 10 great clans, triggering the overbearing attribute, emperor's might plus 40. Ding! You threatened the 10 great clans to present the 10 holy women to the palace as consorts, triggering the attribute of desolation, emperor's might plus 10. Hearing the last system beep, Wu Ji raised his eyebrows slightly. It just adds 10 points or 1 point for each person. It seemed that one would still have to wait for the 10 sect sacred maidens to actually enter the palace in order to get more emperor's might points. This side of Wu Ji's successive orders under the high, a group of courtiers but scared face changed greatly. Your Majesty, the 7 clan kings and the 10 great clans do deserve to die, but to completely turn against them at this time is a bit too hasty. As soon as Su Changhong's words fell, Lu Zihao followed and advised. Your Majesty, the 7 vassal kings control close to 40% of the Great Zhou's troops. Once war starts, I'm afraid the court will be unable to suppress it. After all, the border guards have to guard against other countries. If the 7 feudal kings collude with the enemy again, the situation will become more and more confusing. Manong gritted his teeth and also clasped his fists. Your Majesty, the 10 great clans have many experts, and I'm afraid that what we've killed today is only 20 to 30% of them. If they completely unite with the 7 Roads clan kings and fight against the imperial dynasty on the front, I am afraid. No need to worry much. I have my own way to deal with them. Ding! You don't listen to the advice of your important ministers, triggering the attribute of headstrong imperial prestige plus 6. Wu Ji waved his hand to interrupt the crowd's admonishment, then glanced in a certain direction. There, where the General Zhugua's residence is located. In order to ensure that there were no accidents, he had secretly sent out the last 2 spirit puppets. With their secret help, I don't think there will be any problems. All right? Go about your business and get everything sorted out as soon as possible. Wu Ji waved his hand and turned to leave. At this moment, Su Shiyu suddenly trotted over. Your Majesty, may my daughter leave? Originally, Su Shiyu didn't intend to mention this at this time, but the decree that Wu Ji was going to force the 10-sect sacred maiden to enter the palace as a consort just now caused her to blow up a bit. This dim-witted king is too despicable. She felt like she had to be pissed off if she stayed any longer. Having entered my imperial palace, you still want to go out? What's more, the fact that you were kidnapped into the palace by me has long been rumored among the people. If I let you out at this time, won't it ruin my reputation as a womanizer? Stay honest, you. Wu Ji laughed. Then, with a wave of his big sleeve, he stepped away gracefully. Su Shiyu's mouth was open and eyes wide with anger and confusion. Shouldn't it be a shameful and outrageous name for lusting after beauty and forcing yourself to tie someone up? Why does he still look so pleased with himself? Su Shiyu really felt that her head was a bit insufficient. The two people's thoughts were simply not on a level. No wonder she's never been able to please. Shiyu. Hearing a soft call, Su Shiyu's body trembled, and after turning around and seeing Su Changhong, it was as if she had seen a savior. Grandfather, you quickly find a way to talk to His Majesty and hurry to let me go home. I feel like I'm really going crazy if I stay any longer. Looking at the agitated Su Shiyu, Su Changhong gave a helpless, bitter smile. Shiyu, do you think His Majesty today can still be persuaded? After saying that, Su Changhong carefully swept his eyes around, after which he lowered his voice. Shiyu, this is actually a good thing. It can be seen that the Emperor is actually quite attached to you. If you can win the Emperor's favor, you may not be able to compete for the position of Empress in the future. At that time, my Su family will truly have a foundation. Su Shiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Changhong. Grandfather, how can you? Su Changhong stomped his foot and said with hatred, why don't you understand, you child? Throughout the history books of emperors in the entire first heavens, I have never seen that any emperor could be as unfathomable as your majesty. If we look at the entire first heaven, which man can compare to your majesty? If you don't marry His Majesty, who do you want to marry? Which one is comparable to His Majesty? Where's the exaggeration? And Su Shiyu still wanted to say something, but she saw Su Changhong's body flashing, already slipping away first. Only a transmission was left echoing in her mind. Think about it, you can't gamble on a big thing like this. Otherwise, if you miss the opportunity to grab the favor, you can only regret it. Su Shiyu stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. Inner city, General Zhugua's mansion. A bunch of little people. How dare they spy on this general? Makara stood proudly in mid-air, beads of blood dangling from the tip of his blade, and a look of disdain in his eyes. Across the street, a white-robed old man held up a mediocre paper umbrella. The old man glanced at the 3 new arm-length scratches on the back of the umbrella, then looked at the 3 pale and shaky allies behind him, and his heart was overwhelmed with fear. He was Tianxian sect's supreme elder Wei Chun, who had just advanced to the 7th level of the 9 Heavens realm last year. Originally, he thought that this operation would be a sure handful. After all, he had also brought with him the Tianxian sect's Zhenzong treasure weapon, the medium-grade treasure weapon Tianxian umbrella. There were even a few allies in the middle stage of the 9 Heavens realm to help, and the allies also had 2 lower-grade treasure weapons in their hands. But when they really exchanged hands, this was the only way to realize how powerful Makuhara was. To be able to chop through the Tianxian umbrella with a lower-grade treasure weapon and still pressurize a few of them to lift their heads. No wonder he could be called the #1 expert of the Great Zhou. Wei Chun felt that the other party had most likely reached the peak of the 7th level of the 9 Heavens realm, and it was unlikely that he would break into the 8th level at some point. However, he didn't die because there was still a 9 Heavens realm 2nd tier backer. While that person can't play much of a role in this battlefield, it's hard to tell otherwise. After all, the Pillar State General's mansion could only have 1 9 Heavens realm, Mu Yuan. As he was thinking about it, a loud shout suddenly rang out from below. Makara, would you be interested in a multiple-choice question? Makara's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he saw the 2 figures on the roof below, a killing opportunity-like substance instantly exploded in his eyes. The harpies are despicable. Zhou, grandfather, leave me alone. Kill them. Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth, and although she was scared in her heart, she did not show any fear. Yo? Pretty intense. The black-clothed middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in surprise, and then the strength of his sword-wielding hand increased, cutting a thumb-length bloodstain on Mu Qingyan's white neck. Mu Qingyan let out a pained grunt, her body trembling slightly, but she still had a stubborn face. Stop! Makara roared, an appalling aura bulging from his body. What do you want? What do you want? Didn't I tell General Mu just now? I would like General Mu to make a choice. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled teasingly, a cruel smile flashing in his eyes. Well, the choice is now in General Mu's hands. Let's ask General Mu to make a choice. Will he let himself die? Or do you want your precious, flowery, spoiled granddaughter to die? Makuhara's steel teeth clenched and his fists clenched. Joke! If this general waits to die with his hands tied, how can he be sure that you will spare her? Do you, by any chance, have a choice? The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly with a smug expression. It was at this moment that Mu Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and Wei Chun also shouted loudly with his eyes wide open. "Look out!" The black-clothed middle-aged man was instantly startled, and hastily lunged forward, while at the same time exerting force with his right arm, wanting to preemptively cut down Mu Qingyan's head. "Pest! Dang!" Two voices sounded simultaneously in succession, after which the black-clothed middle-aged man's torso was seen splitting in two from the waist, falling askew toward the bottom. The sword, on the other hand, cut into an iron arm and embedded itself. Mu Qingyan had thought she was dead, waiting with her eyes closed for the suffocating sensation of death to come. But after a long time, there was still no feeling, so he opened his eyes in some confusion. This look but froze on the spot, because the black-robed man who had held her hostage had bizarrely turned into two halves, and beside him, there were two more armored men in black armor with hideous masks on their faces. One of the armorers still had the long sword that had just rested on her neck stuck in her right arm. Before Mu Qingyan could return to her senses, the two armorers had already rushed up into the sky. Chapter 18 Heavenly Martial Arts When Dignity. Dewey, 29. Current number of draws available, 2. Note: for every 100 of Dewey, 1 lucky draw is allowed. Inside the Hall of Diligence, Wu Ji dismissed his left and right and began the lottery. The borderline arcane will appear in the Sea of Consciousness once more, and Wu Ji focused his attention on observing it. There are 4 major zones: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each subdivided into 9 smaller sectors. A total of 36 prize zones and 36 prizes form a flawless circle. And in the very center, there is a gold dot, which in turn extends outward towards a slender pointer. At this moment, the needle was spinning wildly, and Wu Ji could only see a circle of shadows. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned the Silver Universal Indoctrination Card. National Indoctrination Card Silver. Upon use, the cultivation level of all patriotic subjects of Great Zhou will randomly rise by anywhere from 1 minor realm to 2 major realms. Characteristics: Heavenly Gift can be used to burn words onto the deck with your mind, and when instilled, the sound of Heavenly Gift will resound in everyone's mind, heralding the blessings of heaven. Limited to 12 words or less. Looking at the mysterious card in his hand that flickered with silver light and was somewhere between reality and reality, Wu Ji was filled with consternation. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty possessed nearly 1 billion subjects, and even if only 900 million or even 800 million embraced Great Zhou, that would still be a frightening number. But this reward could actually help so many people raise their realms at the same time. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? Moreover, he had been staring at the party and realized that the last area where this pointer stopped was in the region. That's how horrible the regional rewards are. What about that day zone? After a long time of agitation, Wu Ji calmed down. After thinking for a long time, Wu Ji fiercely fixed his eyes, and then he used his mind to burn 12 words on the card. After doing so, Wu Ji didn't use it immediately, but closed his eyes once again, because he has one more chance to draw. Ding! Congratulations! You've gained the cave technique. Seeing that the pointer finally stopped at the yellow zone, Wu Ji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But he soon laughed to himself and sighed at his own greed. After gazing and digesting the information that appeared in his mind, a flash of surprise flashed across Wu Ji's eyes. So it's such a jutsu. It's unexpected. After a spontaneous smile, Wu Ji's right hand shook, and silver cards appeared. Use. Buzz. As the silver cards disappeared into points of light, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared and spread rapidly towards the entire Great Zhou's territory, with the Palace of Diligence as the core. In this instant, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be transformed into a vast expanse of water. And those silver dots of light were like small stones, creating mysterious ripples that were imperceptible, but real. The Hall of Books. Su Shiyu sat on the bed hugging her knees, her teeth biting the brocade quilt, her pretty face wrinkled into a ball, like a vicious little milk tiger. His right hand also kept rubbing a muppet, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, a strange wave enveloped her entire body. At that instant, Su Shiyu felt like she was soaking into an immortal spring, so comfortable that she wanted to let out a shameful aha sound. The dantian and meridians are expanding, reinforcing, and strengthening. The internal breath is growing, shuffling, and compressing. The sea of consciousness is expanding, and the soul power is condensing. Boom of a drum. A bell suddenly rang out, as if it had crossed over endless space and time, coming from the midst of the Hong Meng. The deafening sound was followed by a low murmur of incomparable majesty. This murmuring voice is difficult to distinguish between male and female, but inexplicably it will bring out an infinite sense of awe. There seemed to be a slight hint of joy in it as well as, relief. Tianwu when honored. Great week. When shang. The human race when it rises. Su Shiyu landed on the ground in horror, looking around in disbelief, her mind in turmoil. What's going on here? What the hell happened? That voice and, your own cultivation. Huh? Cultivation? Su Shiyu froze, her eyes filled with a look of disbelief. Because it was only at this time that she realized that her internal energy had condensed into a Dan, and her cultivation had actually reached the 9th level of the 7-star realm without even realizing it. From the 1st level of the 6 harmonies realm to the 9th level of the 7 stars realm, he had almost risen 2 great realms in a row. Su Shiyu all felt like she was going crazy. She was very sure that this was definitely not an illusion, but what the hell is going on here? The voice. Yes, that voice just now. Heavenly martial arts should be honored. When the great Zhou should flourish. When the human race should flourish. This. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Tianwu. Isn't that the Emperor's year? In a trance, Su Shiyu seemed to understand something. But the thought gave her a sense of distant unreality. All the emperors of the Great Zhou would only take one yearly name. For example, when His Majesty ascended to the throne last year, the name of the year was Tianwu. And this is the year that will continue until, throughout the history of the entire Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, and even all the countries in the entire First Heavens for which history was available, the only one who had Tianwu as a yearly name was His Majesty today. It's not that no one wants these 2 words, but no one dares to take them. Tianwu, on behalf of the heavenly cloth martial arts, how arrogant. In the beginning, because of this year number, the Great Zhou Dynasty Hall cannot be less staged monarchs and ministers tear each other's drama, but that's not the point. The point is how could such a thing involve His Majesty today? And the words, the human race will rise, are even more terrifying. Don't look at the fact that the entire First Heavens were almost all held by the human race. That was because the human race was too weak and it was difficult to stand in the other 8 heavens. So what was the meaning of that mysterious voice? Does it mean that His Majesty today is able to lead the human race to rise up against the heavens? More importantly, how did this happen to you? When she thought of the depths, Su Shiyu suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. A blessing from heaven? A son of God? Am I, then, not? Miss. At this moment, the door to the house was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Hong ran in with a shocked face. Miss, my cultivation, it changed. I seem to have broken through to the 9 heavens realm. Also, I think I heard mysterious voices. Su Shiyu was instantly shocked, and her complexion instantly became brilliant. She thought that she was the only one. Granny Rainbow, how many levels of cultivation have you ascended? It should be a triple. The old me was originally at the 9th level of the 8-gate realm, but now I'm at the 3rd level of the 9 heavens realm. Lin Hong said with some uncertainty, obviously still in some disbelief. However, soon Lin Hong realized something and looked at Su Shiyu with a stunned expression. HM? Could it be you too, miss? Su Shiyu let out a long breath, looking a little lost, yet as if she had a few leaps in her step. Yes, this happened to me as well, and I was able to raise my cultivation a lot, almost rising 2 great realms in a row. What's more, there's not the slightest hint of unstable roots. Moreover, I feel able to mobilize myself without any half-stagnation, as if I've earned it through hard cultivation. Su Shiyu said, suddenly walking to the window and opening it. Looking through the window, the eunuchs and palace maids in the corridor should be quiet and orderly. But at this moment most of them are in groups of 3 or 5, full of excitement, saying something. Seeing this scene, Su Shiyu's face twitched slightly as a flash of bewilderment flashed across her eyes. Couldn't be that the entire Great Zhou had had such a strange encounter. Could it? Kaiwei Hall. Shi Huaiwei looked at her beautiful and graceful self in the mirror, and then felt the abundant internal energy in the dantian and a clear divine platform. Her eyes were colorful. In the next instant, Shi Huaiwei's body shifted and actually appeared in front of the window 5 feet away in an instant. Spirit liquefaction Dan and Shintai are like rivers, so they can travel far in the air or shrink the earth. This, then, is the 7-star realm. There were noisy bursts and killings in the palace tonight, but Shi Huaiwei didn't pay much attention to them. It was because she was in the process of breaking through to the 5-elemental realm at that time. It was so hard to break through to the 1st level of the 5-elemental realm and before she could manage to inquire about what exactly happened in the palace, the change came again. It was only the magic of this change that made Shi Huiwei ecstatic. In just over 10 breaths of time, her cultivation had unexpectedly skyrocketed all the way up, crossing 2 major realms in a row to reach the first level of the 7-star realm. Such a cultivation level was something that even those true disciples of the Lanrua sect could not achieve. The only people who will have them are alternate saints and saints, as well as regular saints and saints. Those people, however, were in their 40s and 50s at the lowest. As for that Yang Xiaofan whose flesh she could not wait to eat alive, even after digesting the 2 treasures, I'm afraid that he had not yet touched the edge of the 6th harmony realm. Your Majesty truly is the son of heaven's destiny. Your Majesty, after the thieves are destroyed, my concubine will be the poisoned blade in your hands that cannot be cut off. Sylvia murmured to the window, her eyes more determined than ever. Inner City East Anti-Corruption Factory. 9 is the extreme number, 99 through and through. It turned out that the peak realm was such a feeling. So, the power of the most powerful is so terrifying. Zuosho stood with his hands in front of the factory seat, his back facing the door of the hall, his heart fluctuating. Previously, it was only a short time of more than 10 breaths of effort, but it allowed him to cross a huge gap that even 100 years of hard labor might not be able to cultivate. Don't look at the fact that he had previously been at the 5th level of the 9 Heavens realm, and was only 4 minor realms away from the 9th level of the 9 Heavens realm. However, with the resources and aura concentration of the current 1st heaven, after 100 years, he might not be able to take the final step into the 9 Heavens realm. But things in the world are really strange and unpredictable. A sudden heavenly gift had easily erased the gulf on the cultivation path. As for why this was so, Zuosho was not at all puzzled, because the mysterious voice had given the answer. All of this is thanks to your Majesty's blessing and your Majesty's holy favor. Report to the factory official. The people have arrived. As a voice rang out, Zuosho slowly turned around. Narrow eyes slowly swept one by one from the bodies of a dozen or so people in the hall, and the corner of Zuosho's mouth suddenly revealed a seeping, wry smile. There are 3 people in this hall who deserve to die, and it includes a Lord of the Guard. Hearing Zuosho's words, the people in the hall all changed color, but no one dared to move, and even less dared to raise their voice in question. Zuosho stretched out his right hand. Looking at the white and slender fingers, a look of pity appeared in his eyes. O Master of the Guards, my lord has specially established the 5 guards of the East Chamber with reference to the 5 temple system of the Night Hunting Division. The lords of the 5 guards should have been the 5 people that my lord trusted and relied on the most. But the facts tell my lord, the hearts of the people, it is difficult to guess. Chapter 19, Holy Favor, Heavenly Blessing for Great Joe. Ha! Zuosho steeply let out a shrill laugh, followed by his right hand exploring forward, flexing his fingers into claws into the void. At the same time, 3 people suddenly floated up in the air within the hall. Those 3 struggled violently, but it was hard to even stomp their legs or shake their heads. Their mouths kept opening and closing, but they couldn't make the slightest sound. This bizarre scene was watched by the others, secretly horrified but with a breath of relief. The holy grace is great, and the heavenly gift of discerning loyalty and evil. Zuosho's tone suddenly drew up, and killing opportunities surged in his eyes. By comparing the cultivation enhancement of some of the people in the East Chamber, Zuosho discovered a very interesting point. The more loyal one is to His Majesty and to Great Joe, the greater the increase in his cultivation will be. And those who had their hearts in the right place, the cultivation increase was obviously much smaller. Even more so, he discovered that someone's cultivation had not changed in the slightest. From this, Zuosho had a bold guess. It may not be particularly accurate, but he, rather than kill 1,000 people by mistake, will never condone one. The East Chamber is his, but it's even more His Majesty's. As His Majesty's sword, he would never allow a mistake. Like these 3, 2 of them had only raised 1 weight, and the other had not even changed. That, in his opinion, would be disloyalty to His Majesty. Remember, the East Chamber is His Majesty's sword. If you dare to be disloyal to His Majesty, you will end up like this. With that, Zuosho's right paw violently closed up and turned into a fist. As for those 3, it was as if they were squeezed by the power of heaven and earth, bursting apart as if they were watermelons, turning into blood and splashing all over the hall. The remaining dozen or so were soaked in sticky blood and marrow. Fear flooded his eyes and his head bent lower. Su Shiyu withdrew his right hand and once again swept his eyes toward the people in the hall. These remaining 15 people, on the contrary, all improved quite a lot. Originally, there were only 9 heavenly realms in the East Chamber, but now all 15 of them were. Among them, the 4 guard masters and 1 lieutenant were in the middle stage of the 9 heavens realm, while the remaining 10 were in the early stage of the 9 heavens realm. After a little thought, Su Shiyu promoted that lieutenant to the vacant guard master. This heavenly blessing was granted because of your majesty, and the area it enveloped was at least the entire imperial capital. Or even, quite possibly, the entire Great Week. If the latter is the case, then uncountable talents will be born in my great show. Su Shiyu paced and whispered. Then his eyes were certain and he drank. Pass the word. 1. For those who have already joined the East Chamber, the second cultivation test registration will begin immediately, and then make a comparison where there is no change on the spot to jail waiting to be sentenced. Anyone who changes below the 3rd weight is registered, closely watched, and may not be granted a major position. And now the East Chamber sub-offices have spread to all the provinces of the Great Show, although the county and county levels have not yet had time to spread. But the number of people has been very not bad. It wouldn't be a small number if there were no changes in cultivation, or if there were really big problems. To kill so many people at once, he would have to seek the Emperor's approval before he could do so. 2nd, increase intake. We must take the opportunity to net up and coming talents, and let the East Chamber's large net cover every county and prefecture in Great Zhou as soon as possible. These 2 things are the specific responsibility of the 5 guard masters. By order of the factory official. Well, the inexplicable nature of His Majesty is such that even the heavenly Tao must be favored. I believe there is no need for my lord to elaborate on what this means. Do your duty well, and do not fail His Majesty and my high expectations. Remember, you are evil wolves who devour ghosts. But anyone who dares to jeopardize the Great Zhou, do wrong, or disobey His Majesty can be punished. Even second-ranking officials and nobles of the imperial family can be captured or even beheaded. Don't be afraid to cause trouble. As long as the evidence is conclusive, everything, by this gong to bear. Definitely live up to the favor of the Holy Spirit. I will live up to the cultivation of the factory officials. A dozen or so East factory executives unconsciously straighten their backs, their eyes fiery. General Zhugua's residence. How come grandfather isn't finished yet? There's not going to be a problem, is there? Looking at Mu Yuan, who was floating in mid-air with his brows furrowed and loosened, Mu Qingyan had a worried look on her face. Beside him, a white-robed youth in his 40s laughed with a relaxed expression. What could possibly go wrong with a heavenly blessing? Grandfather's cultivation was already terrifying, and now that he had been blessed with the creation, God knows what step he would take. Perhaps grandfather is crossing a great divide. Mu Qingyan's agaric nose wrinkled as she plucked out a dissatisfied glance at the youth. Brother Go, you have a big heart. This what heavenly blessing comes inexplicably. Aren't you afraid that there is some heavenly conspiracy hidden behind it? Mu Wuha glanced sideways at Mu Qingyan and said with a teasing face, As I see it, I'm afraid you're suspicious because of the word Tianwu? You! Mu Qingyan was about to get angry, but Mu Wu he turned his head with a shake of his folding fan. Qingyan, you don't think about it, is it possible for such appalling tactics to be man-made? If it was said that one person was given an initiation, there was indeed such a secret method in the ancient times. It's just that the costs and pitfalls are unimaginable. But what about what we're going through right now? There are no hidden dangers, no unsteady routes. Everything seems to fall into place. And, at least the entire empire has had this encounter. This kind of means even the legendary immortal gods may not possess. So, you don't have to doubt that Tin Chi is Tin Chi. Mu Wuha gave a slight beat, after which he said with eyes full of eagerness. I told you a long time ago that His Majesty, who is definitely not simple, could possibly have been in disguise. Now look, I got you right, didn't I? After enduring humiliation for a year, once the dragon is in the air, he will wipe out the rebels and traitors. Who can match this kind of mind and means? And now, even the heavenly Tao expresses its expectation and sends blessings to His Majesty's people. How awesome is that? Mu Qingyan skimmed her mouth and said with dissatisfaction. Even if that's the case, there's no way I'm going to the palace. Entering the palace? His Majesty wants to take you as his consort. Mu Wuha's eyes immediately lit up and he turned around with an excited face. This is a great thing. Why aren't you happy about it? Do you know what the last line of that voice means? That means that His Majesty could potentially unify the entire first heaven, and then go against the grain to conquer the remaining 8 heavens. If it really comes to that, won't Your Majesty become the Emperor of Heaven? Or maybe, God Emperor, Immortal Emperor? Then think again, if you become His Majesty's consort and work a little harder, wouldn't you hope to become the Imperial Queen? That's not a mundane empress, but an immortal God Empress. At that time, if you want to eat dragon meat and phoenix guts, it's not just a matter of words. Mu Qingyan rolled her eyes powerlessly and slapped her forehead. A unified heavens? And conquering other heavens? Oh yeah, how dare you? Humph. It's not that dimwit, it's what grandfather said. Anyway, I'll never marry that dimwit. Beat it to death. Mu Wuha naturally knew why Mu Qingyan was like this, and was rolling his eyes thinking about how to persuade him when a voice suddenly came out. Bastard girl, if you dare to disrespect His Majesty again, beware, I'll tie you up and send you to the palace tomorrow. The old man's awake. Ah, but it's a big deal? Seeing that Makuhara landed and floated, Makuwuha hurriedly came forward and said playfully, a small breakthrough is nothing. Mu Yuan casually waved his hand, and then looked at Mu Qingyan, who was beaming with an unhappy face. You mixed up girl. Can't you change your stubborn little nature? If His Majesty hadn't secretly sent an expert to help you before, you would have lost your little life. His Majesty saved your life. So how can we turn the page on what happened before? Mu Qingyan froze, then looked suspicious. Those 2 masked men, did he send them? Or what? Makara sighed softly, sighing. Last night, the main force of the rebels could all be running towards His Majesty, but I didn't expect that His Majesty would still send out his experts to come and support us in that treacherous situation. With such a generous favor, how can we blame His Majesty anymore? Mu Qingyan couldn't help but be silent for a while, twisting her fingers and turning to leave. Night Hunt Division. Master of the division, ahem. It is already certain that this heavenly blessing covers the entire Great Zhou. And it's limited to Great Zhou. Ahem. The consumptive Ning heir spoke slowly, his eyes colorful. Monen's eyes went wide and he slapped the seat arm hard. Good. Heaven has truly blessed my Great Zhou. Calling out the favor, Monen looked sideways at a grinning, rich middle-aged man on his right-hand side. Changshan, can you summarize any patterns? Changshan slightly owed his body and said with a smile, a great advance for the faithful, a small advance for the waverers, and as for the unfaithful, such as the dark sons of other parties, there is no advance or retreat. Is that even possible? Monen's mind was shaken, and he was even more in awe of the mysterious nature of heaven's blessings. At this moment, Changshan continued to speak again. The East Factory side has already slaughtered a deputy guardmaster, a lieutenant, and, well, a guardmaster. There are even orders to compare the records of cultivation, to capture those who have no advance or retreat, and to secretly control those who have made small advances. In the meantime, there's a fist pumping, ready to take advantage of the situation and spread the spread completely. The left palm haul is ruthless and decisive enough. Monen murmured meaningfully, then his eyes were certain. Do as you are told. In addition, utilize the strengths of my Kanoji division to seize the opportunity to recruit as many budding geniuses as possible. The Karyushi division, am not short of people, I am short of good and talented people. For this new recruitment, the minimum requirement is those who have risen one great realm in the heavenly blessing, by order of the master of the division. It was midnight, and all the families had long been asleep. However, when that mysterious fluctuation swept through, the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty was completely abuzz. If one were to look down from above the dome of the sky, one would find that the densely packed lights were lit up at almost the same time, and painted a splendid picture on the reckless earth. Some dilapidated compound. Father, are you better? A middle-aged man swooped into the main house looking apprehensive and burst into tears of excitement at the sight of the white-haired old man who was stretching out on the floor. His father was already on his deathbed and had been ill for so long that he was likely to die within the next few days. However, at this time it seems to be like a withered tree, where there is still half a shadow of the terminally ill. The heavens have blessed Great Zhou due to your Majesty's virtue, and I have been baptized with blessed fortune. Not only have my illnesses been removed, but I have also become a cultivator of the first elemental realm. The old man said with a face full of complexity, and then violently exited the courtyard. kneeling reverently towards the east. I thank your majesty for your holy favor. May your majesty's heavenly might be great. And may the great Zhou nation prosper and the people be at peace. The middle-aged man behind him hurriedly followed suit and knelt down, kowtowing from the bottom of his heart in thanks. Chapter 20. The nation boils over. Some small village in the middle of nowhere. A teenager slowly walked out from the deep cave, holding a broken sword in his left hand, and dragging a 3-foot-long flower-spotted python in his right hand. Exiting the cave, the teenager threw down the carcass of his prey and leaped onto a boulder. And then, looking down at the reckless mountains and forests below, he let out a high-pitched long whistle. After a dozen breaths, the teenager closed his mouth, listened to the echoes from below, and snapped to his knees in one direction. Luo Hao, the mountain boy, would have perished in the mouth of the beast today, but thanks to your majesty's heavenly blessing, I was able to survive. I will remember today's favor, and in the future, if there is a time to serve the country and the king, even if I have to die, I will never hesitate to do so. This will is as my way. After saying that, the teenager smashed the broken sword with one fist, while dragging the corpse of the flower-spotted python. He turned around and left with a determined face. Somewhere in a dense forest, dozens of black-robed men with powerful auras surrounded the perimeter, surrounding a woman dressed in a silver palace dress with unparalleled style in the center. The woman sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes closed tightly, and there was still a large area of black, dirty blood on the grass in front of her. Moon Palace Master, don't play God. If you know what's good for you, you'd better tie your hands. The black-robed man at the head of the group stood with his hands folded, looking askance at the woman in the palace dress. On the side, a woman with a charming posture rolled her eyes and also advised bitterly. Palace Master, you might as well surrender. Although my Nine Spectres Palace is the king of the assassination world of the Great Zhou, the power of the Brahma Palace is so strong that it covers the 2 great imperial dynasties and the 5 great imperial dynasties, so it's not something that the Nine Spectres Palace can fight against at all. What's more, nowadays you have a strength of 1 out of 10 you can't escape. If he joined the Brahma Palace, he could at least become a powerful arm of the Night Palace Lord like the Black Fury Vice Palace Lord. There was even the possibility that it could be a good match for the Carpathian Night Palace Master. At that point, you can be. I regret not listening to the old man's words and trusting you made. A cold voice rang out, interrupting the woman's words. Luckily, the fate of heaven is upon me. Everything before it's too late. As he watched the palace-robed woman float up, the black-robed man named Black Fury's face changed slightly. You actually got rid of the blood Borneo poison? How is this possible? After murmuring incredulously, Black Fury, but then his expression turned cold. But what can be done? You and I are both at the 7th level of the 9 Heavens realm, and I have 10 9 Heavens realm protectors under me, so you are still no match. Qin Shiyue. Surrender. Merge the 9 Spectres Palace into my Brahma Palace, and you will surely receive unimaginable benefits. Heh, if others don't know where you come from, how would this palace not know? Qin Shiyue smiled disdainfully, her cool eyes full of contempt. Despicable Night Fork clan, wanting to make this palace bow down. You guys, are you worthy? Black Fury's expression instantly sank, his blood-red eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. How dare you insult the mighty Night Fork clan? You're looking for death. Powerful. Qin Shiyue let out a light snort and looked at her with an arrogant slant. You know nothing of the mighty, nothing. Saying that, Qin Shiyue violently raised her foot and stomped lightly. In an instant, it seemed as if this side of the world was sealed. The dust, the leaves, even the breeze, all moved as if the pause button had been pressed. Zira, a dark red circular blade slashed out, breaking the bizarre seal. Black Fury staggered backward a few steps, looking at the dozens of extra puddles of flesh and mud around him with a horrified expression. After that, he didn't bother to pay attention to the only intact young woman. His body flashed into a black shadow, and he wanted to flee. Heh, you? Can you escape? Qin Shiyue lazily smiled. Her voice was still in the same place, but her person had long since disappeared. 5 breaths later, Qin Shiyue went and returned with an indifferent expression. Palace Master, I was actually forced. I didn't want it either. The young woman collapsed on the ground, pleading with a face full of panic, even kowtowing hard. Palace Master, spare me this time. You know, This palace makes mistakes and never allows them to occur a second time. Qin Shi fell slightly silent, then turned around with a soft sigh, letting the young woman's body behind her fall apart. Looking up at the somewhat dull moonlight, the corner of Qin Shiyu's mouth lifted up in a small arc. Faint king? A male lord? Oh, that's quite interesting to think that even my 9 specters palace can be fooled. Then let this palace master personally meet with you to see what you are hiding. In the days that followed, the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty was in an uproar, with a succession of major events that were jaw-dropping and unimaginable. Cities and towns, streets and alleys, hooks and bars, military camps and noble houses. Everywhere is the sound of emotionally charged talk. The Rui Wang of the dynasty united with the 10 great clans and the 7 vassal kings to rebel with the intention of assassinating the emperor, but in the end, they were actually eliminated in a net? Is this matter true or false? Of course it's true. I heard that on that night, the entire imperial capital was bloodied, and I don't know how many people died. And afterward, the emperor ordered the execution of the 9 clans of the plotters by an imperial edict, and even killed the heads of the people rolling and the bones of the corpses into a mountain, and the viewers were all horrified. The emperor is really ruthless, not even sparing a cadre of imperial nobles. Anyone involved will be executed. Even the only Tai Gui Fei of the dynasty had her head chopped off. Tyrant.
Tyrant.
The way to rule a country, how can you just kill and kill? Nonsense. What is the point of keeping a traitor who stabs a ruler and destroys the country if not to kill him? Stay away from him. This man looks like he hasn't been blessed by the heavens. And it's 80% that he's a spy from another country. I heard that the emperor also gave an ultimatum to the 10 great clans and the 7 vassal kings, either to take the initiative to enter the palace and ask for forgiveness, or to wait for the imperial army to come to their door to suppress them. Originally, I thought that the current emperor was a fainting ruler who did nothing, but at this time, it seems that it's not like that at all. Everyone is now saying that His Majesty was previously enduring humiliation, and it should not be false. Only, I heard that His Majesty also let the 10 great sects bind their own saints to be sacrificed, which, more or less, is a bit damaging to the emperor's authority. That's how it should be. The sect has always been overbearing and domineering, relying on force to forcibly occupy the Spirit Mountain myriad mansions, and they have not done much to harm the heavens and the earth over the years. And now that His Majesty is forcibly claiming the 10 sect holy maidens, this is to ruthlessly slap the 10 sect's face, to make them completely lose their majesty. The heavens have blessed my great Zhou. This time it has sent down endless favors. I'm afraid that at least 20% of the country's strength will be enhanced. More than 20%? At least 30 or 40%. My third son, whose cultivation has risen 14 realms in a row overnight, has joined the night hunting division as an officer. From what he told me, it's not a small number of handsome newcomers like him in the night hunting division. It's a pity that my son only raised 1 major realm and failed to enter the night hunting division. He was going to join the army, but he was recruited halfway through by some kind of factory yaman. It's the East Chamber, isn't it? Your son is really lucky. Yes, it's the East Chamber. Just why do you say that? Is that East Chamber very powerful? Of course. The East Chamber is a new government office established by His Majesty today, and is at the same level as the night hunting division. Moreover, the factory officials of the East Factory are still the most trusted eunuchs of His Majesty, and most of the core figures in them are also palace chamberlains. This is directly under the emperor, and I've heard that it has a lot of power. Hiss! That East Chamber, is it so big? Doesn't this mean that there is a possibility for my son to meet His Majesty in the future? Imperial Capital, Outer City, West City Gate. Close the gates! A loud shout suddenly rang out, causing the densely packed crowd to turn around in dismay. Which one of these nonsense shouts? At the top of the city, a small general of the city gate was about to shout curses, but when he saw more than 100 people speeding from the rooftop, he hurriedly shut his mouth and ordered the city gate to be closed in a hurry. It was no wonder that he was so alarmed, because those people, dressed in basalt-colored brocade garments, with sharp blades on their waists and black patterned umbrellas on their backs, were the night hunters of the night hunting division. And nowadays, the Karyushi division, holding the power of the first to kill, almost no one dares to mess with. Not to mention him, even the city gate captain, under the disobedience of the order, will be beheaded on the spot. Karyaro, what are they doing? The crowd that was waiting to leave and enter the city was full of doubts, but no one dared to make a mess. It was at this moment that another shrill gulp came. The East Chamber has been ordered to capture the traitors of the Tianxian sect and the Scorchlight sect, so idle people should quickly get out of the way. Looking at the 100 or so people who swept in at speed from the top of the building on the other side, the atmosphere in the field instantly became even more oppressive. But at the same time, there are a few oddities. Steel-forked hat, blue soap robe, Zimu sword. How come this East Chamber is also involved? Listening to the meaning of those words, there are people from the 10 great clans mingling around? Hey, this is going to be good. The Hunting Knight Division and the East Chamber's authority are similar, one old and one new, but I wonder, will they fight for the credit? On the main street below, a dozen or so people had their heads lowered, and their faces were extremely ugly as they looked at each other. A woman in red clenched her teeth and snapped her head up to look angrily toward the two incoming men. Looking at his face, he was none other than the Tianxian sect disciple who had witnessed Su Shiyu being kidnapped into the palace. The great Zhou Emperor gave our clan 10 days, and now only 2 days have passed. What do you want? Is it difficult to disobey the Emperor's will? Sister. On the side, a white-robed youth's face changed slightly and hurriedly drank a low warning. Hey, eloquent. If you enter the city with those assassins, you are accomplices. Committed the crime of treason, and you still want to leave the city quietly and retreat in one piece. Joke. An East Chamber lieutenant with a duster on his left arm smiled grimly, then said with a look of impatience, "All right, come with us honestly. In that case, there is still a little less skin to suffer. I am the alternate holy maiden of the Tianxian sect, and according to the agreement between Great Zhou and the sect world, even if I do break the law, the Tianxian sect should take the punishment on my behalf. I'll see if any of you dare to touch me." The woman in red gritted her teeth and screamed with an angry face. "Take them all." That East Chamber captain didn't bother with nonsense and waved his duster to signal his men to do it. At this moment, the Kanoji lieutenant on the opposite side, who had been quietly watching, suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What a great honor! Daring to rob my night hunting division of its merits. Do you guys not want to live? Why does Captain Wu need to speak so harshly? The thing about credit is that it's only for whoever takes it. There's nothing wrong with you and I playing fair, is there?" The East Chamber captain narrowed his eyes, then smiled and yawned. When the captain surnamed Wu heard this, he was disdainfully skimming his mouth, mocking, "Fair play with me, Karyushi? Heh, what are you, East Chamber?" Chapter 21, Entering the Imperial Cage. Ask me what the East Chamber is? A low laugh suddenly rang out, followed by a silhouette that noiselessly appeared in front of that East Chamber captain. Then this guard will tell you that it's not your junior's turn to judge whether the East Factory is East or West. The East Chamber acts also cannot tolerate others to obstruct, yell and shout. Today, these people the East Chamber will take them. Seeing the East Factory's master of guards showing up, Captain Wu immediately sank in color and drank with a cold face. The rule of first come first served. Master Sun Wei should always abide by it, right? Rules. Sun Lu, whose face was as bewitching as a woman's, guffawed, pinching her orchid fingers and smiling. "There is only one rule in my East Chamber. Bigger fists, bigger rules." Saying that, Sun Lu fiercely chilled his eyes, and then he saw an invisible chi surging and pouncing at Lieutenant Wu, who was dozens of feet away. "Ha, interesting." Another hoarse, low laughter sounded, which was like a spring breeze, and silently and without a sound, it wiped that chi energy into nothingness. At the same time, the laughter seemed to resonate from a deep mountain canyon, with echoes constantly colliding in all directions. What's even weirder is that no one knows exactly who is making this laughter and where it's coming from. Anam. Tick-tock. There was a soft thud, and 2 droplets of blood fell to the roof. Sun Lu touched the back of his ear and looked at the crimson blood on his finger. His face was incomparably unsightly, and a touch of fear flashed in his eyes. Shadowless ghost, Wu Shuang. Muttering under his breath, Sun Lu violently turned around and left. Master of the Shadowless Hall, Wu Shuang. "We'll remember you. Let's go." The people from the East Chamber came and went quickly, and they were gone in a flash. This 3-turn, 2-twist scene saw a crowd of onlookers filled with consternation. East Factory people obviously a moment ago also dragged not this how to turn the eye on the gray runaway. Remembering Sun Lu's loud shout before he left, the crowd all had a wonderful look on their faces. There are 5 halls in the night hunting division, and they are also known as the 5 ghosts because of their different styles, unpredictable behavior, and ruthlessness. Namely, black-hearted ghosts, smiling ghosts, consumptive ghosts, one-eyed ghosts, and shadowless ghosts. Among the 5 ghosts, to say the most mysterious, it is the shadowless ghost undoubtedly. Because no one has ever known what a shadowless ghost looks like. I heard that no one who has seen the true face of the shadowless ghost can survive. Take it. The voice rang out again, and dozens of night hunters excitedly led the way, then stepped into the air and glided down. The dozen or so deacons and disciples of the Tianxian sect and the Scorched Light sect had a deathly pale face and obediently tied their hands. Almost all of the experts from their clan who had come this time had lost their lives, and it was impossible for them alone to kill their way out of the city. Not to mention, that mysterious and unpredictable shadowless ghost was still hiding somewhere and staring. Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden. Wu Ji teased the 3-colored Lingmu fish in the lake while quietly thinking. The Emperor's might points had no other gains in the past 2 days, that is, they were saved up to 40 points by the daily routine. The 12 golden men, however, have been greatly improved. After the use of the Universal Indoctrination card, Great Zhou's comprehensive national power rose quite a bit, and it also directly pushed the cultivation of the 12 golden men to the 8th level of the 9 heavens realm. As for his own cultivation, he had also directly raised 2 major realms, reaching the 5th level of the 7-star realm. In addition, through the remittance of Mengong, Zuoshou, and others, he had also grasped a lot of useful information. For example, the so-called God-given ability to sift people. For example, the submissive hearts of the king of Jinbian and the king of Kokong. Another example is the strong shift in the sensibilities of the people, courtiers, imperial nobles, etc., towards him as an emperor. Then again, the night hunting division, the East Chamber, and the overall battle power of the Great Zhou military forces had increased. And these great changes have directly given Wu Ji the confidence to sweep away all scourges. It was at this moment that the 4 guards of Zijiu in Mao suddenly moved in unison. Among them, Ziwei and Ugly Guard quickly protected Wu Ji's sides. Instead, the 2 guards of Yin and Mao made a flash and instantly appeared in the air right in the middle of the small lake and drew their swords to slash fiercely.
Bang bang.
There were 2 explosions in succession, and the vast fluctuations stirred the lake water into waves more than 10 feet high, and a figure slowly appeared in the originally empty midair. It was a tall woman in a silver court dress with a plump body. The woman was as windy as snow, and her cool eyes carried an arrogance that seemed to be innate. Just by looking at it, it gave the impression of a magnificent and unrivaled style. 8th level of the 9 heavens realm? Oh, interesting. Qin Shiyu guffawed with a slight surprise in her eyes. Wu Ji leaned back on the exquisite chair and looked Qin Shiyu up and down for a long time, his eyes a little odd. 9 specters, palace, Master Qin Shiyu? Qin Shiyu frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. The other looked at her as if she were looking at a piece of cargo, and with undisguised aggression. How long had it been since she'd encountered a look like that? I can't imagine that your majesty would even pay attention to a little girl. It seems that his majesty is really not as rumored. Little woman? Hearing Qin Shiyu's self-proclaimed name, Wu Ji couldn't help but look odd. Although this Qin Shiyu was not yet 100 years old, she was already over 80. A man of such an age calling himself a little woman before him? But Wu Ji just shook his head and smiled, not thinking much of it, because he cares more about something else than these minor details. The reason why Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan were known as the Imperial Capital Twin Beauties instead of the Great Zhou Twin Beauties was because the name had already had an owner. One of them was none other than the Qin Shiyu in front of him. If we talk about beauty and body, in fact, a few people are considered to have their own unique characteristics without a few differences. However, the kind of temperament that Qin Shiyu possessed was something that Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan lacked. On top of that, Qin Shiyu's martial arts talent was extremely strong, and her methods were quite ruthless. Being able to control the #1 assassination organization in the underground world of Great Zhou, there is no need to mention this aspect of ruthlessness. And to enter the 9 heavens realm at less than 60 years of age, this kind of talent, even the predecessor is far inferior. Only, although Qin Shiyu's talent was terrifying, she was unable to ask for first place. It was because the current generation of the ethereal sex Holy Maiden had broken through the 9 heavens realm at the age of 50. And now at the age of 56, it is rumored that he has already touched the threshold of the middle stage of the 9 heavens realm. This kind of horrible talent, Wu Ji, when he heard at that time, can ruthlessly muttered, "Horrible is this? This is where you got it wrong. It's really what the rumors say." Wu Ji lazily scratched his brow, not seeing a bit of the domineering aura that an emperor should have. "Oh, Your Majesty is truly a wonderful man. The others are eager to sweep away all gossip, but His Majesty, instead of denying it, rejoices in it. That, indeed, surprised my little lady a little. Qin Shiyue seriously sized up Wu Ji, and while her heart was odd, she was also really a bit depressed. Dealing with people who don't play by the rules is most exhausting. Since you know my reputation, how dare you send me to my door? Is it possible that you can't wait to throw yourself at me? Ding! You've molested a 9th heavenly realm 9th level powerhouse, triggering the desolation attribute, Emperor's Might +6. Wu Ji spoke out with a smile, but it caused Qin Shiyue's face to slowly chill. To be honest, my little daughter had inadvertently dipped into your Majesty's favor a little bit, and thus did not have much ill will towards your Majesty. But if your Majesty continues to be so frivolous, there is no guarantee that my daughter will not do something dangerous. Oh? Threatening me? Wu Ji was stunned at first, then smiled brightly, revealing his white steel teeth. Looks like you still don't get it. Or, do you think that after stepping into the 9th level of the 9 Heavens realm, there is nowhere you can go and no one can stop you in this world? Qin Shiyue's heart tightened with a bad feeling. It's not possible that Makahara is hiding in the neighborhood. Is it? But it's not right. Before she came, she has let people repeatedly confirmed, Mu Yuan has been imperial decree out of the imperial capital. Just as Qin Shiyue was a bit startled, 8 black shadows suddenly sprang out like lightning from both banks and stood in the blink of an eye, completely surrounding her in the center. Looking at the 10 masked armorers with identical attire, Qin Shiyue could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. 10-9 Heavens Realm 8th level? No, counting the 2 next to the Emperor, this is 12. 12-9 Heavens Realm 8th levels, how can this be fought? While Qin Shiyue was secretly regretting, another figure came treading water. It's rare to be face to face with the Moon Palace Master. We are fortunate. Looking at Su Shiyu, who came closer with a smiling face, Qin Shiyue only felt a little dizzy. This old thing even stepped into the 9th gravity as well? Your Majesty has misunderstood. In fact, my little girl was just joking with your Majesty just now. My youngest daughter has come here to remind your Majesty of one thing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Shiyue decisively lowered her lofty head and owed a graceful salute towards Wu Ji. Oh? What is it? Wu Ji asked with a smile. Your Majesty, you should know about the newly risen Brahma Palace in the last 100 years. Their power was extremely large, at least equal to 3 or 4 Nine Spectres' palace. What's more, the core of the Brahma Palace is actually all Nightbloods. My youngest daughter suspects that there may be a shocking dark conspiracy behind the Nightbloods. Moreover, they had set their eyes on Great Zhou, and it was impossible to say when they would jeopardize Great Zhou's interests. It is for this reason that my youngest daughter made a special trip to the palace so that His Majesty could be on guard. The Nightbloods. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Wu Ji rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although the first heaven is now dominated by the human race, it does not mean that there are no other races, nor does it mean that the other races are in an absolute disadvantage. Like the Night Fork clan, they have huge islands overseas as habitats. Although the Night Fork clan seldom invaded the continent, it was also difficult for the human race to explore the bottom of the Night Fork clan. It's important to note that the Nightbloods are not nice guys and gals. In ancient times, the Night Fork clan was extremely vicious, specializing in cannibalism, poisoning the human race for thousands of years. And now, what are they planning to do as they launch an encroachment from the shadows? Preparing for a full-scale attack on the continent. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, my daughter will leave for now? Seeing that Wu Ji did not make a sound for a long time, Qin Shiyue could not help but probe out, wanting to leave immediately. When you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. As the palace master of the 9 Spectres Palace, you should understand this point. Wu Ji raised his eyes and spoke out, his tone domineering. I'll give you 2 choices. Chapter 22 The Knife. I'll give you 2 choices. One of them is to be beaten half to death by them, and then confine their cultivation and wait for my favor. Secondly, bowing down and bowing to the Emperor, the 9 Spectres Palace will be alongside the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber, and will become the 3rd sword that I will personally be in charge of. And you, too, can be ranked as a subordinate of the 1st rank, and enjoy a lifetime of honor while preserving your freedom. Ding! You threaten the head of the strongest underground assassination force within Great Zhou, triggering the domineering attribute, Imperial Might +8. Qin Shiyue's face twitched slightly as she looked around at the imposing 12 armors and Su Shiyu, a touch of bitterness appearing in her eyes. It was good when I came here. I can't go back. To be held in such high regard by your majesty, my daughter is terrified. Qin Shi Yu let out a dark sigh, then respectfully bent her head and knees. I, Qin Shi Yu, would like to be the blade in your majesty's hand. Having made a decision, Qin Shi Yu's heart recoiled with relief. As a matter of fact, the matter of the Brahma Palace had been weighing on her heart like a stone for the past few days, making her quite angry, although she was now super strong and not too afraid of the Brahma Palace's assassination. But her men were different, and the difference between the two power tiers was not small. Once the Brahma Palace went on a rampage, it was likely that the Nine Hells Palace would retreat and suffer heavy losses. But now that she had the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty as her backer, most of her pressure instantly went away. In fact, there was another important reason that prompted her to bow her head. That was the amazing changes that the heavenly blessing had brought to Great Zhou, and the message implied by that voice. If Wu Ji is really the son of heaven's destiny who can lead the human race, then following around will certainly be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Your Majesty, noble Lady Wei has been summoned to see you. Your Majesty, Master Monseigneur is waiting for an announcement by decree. Xian. Yes. Before long, two silhouettes arrived one after another. Concubine, see your Majesty. I, Mong Ong. Pay my respects to your Majesty. Level off. Wu Ji beckoned the crowd to lean in closer. The 10 great sects are used to being overbearing, and most likely refuse to bow down obediently this time. Therefore, I will make an example of them and give them a bloody warning before the deadline arrives. Wu Ji stated his intentions and then his eyes went cold. Where is Monin? I am here. The Black Nightmare sect, together with King Rui and the others, assassinated Father Emperor. A heinous crime that must be punished. You are ordered to lead the elite of the Night Hunting Division to rush to the Black Nightmare sect and wipe it out completely. Those who surrender will live. Those who resist will be killed. To avoid accidents, I'll lend you 2 golden guards to assist you. Ding. You are determined to erase the Black Nightmare sect, one of the top 10 sects within the Great Zhou, triggering the overbearing attribute Imperial Might plus 10. The humble servant obeys the decree. I will live up to your Majesty's expectations and make the Black Nightmare sect completely delisted. Monong led the way with a solemn look, his eyes agitated. Due to their absolute dominance at the level of experts, the 10 great clans have always been arrogant and domineering, and have not put the laws of the imperial court in their eyes. If they were not afraid of the imperial army, their behavior would only have become more reckless. And now, finally, it's time to roll over and settle the score. On the other hand, Meng Ang's own cultivation had also risen to the 8th level of the Nine Heavens realm. Although he didn't think that there was anyone else in the Black Nightmare sect who could be hostile to him, it was good to have an extra hand to prepare. Thus, there was no pushback on Wu Ji's offer to have the masked armorer assist in the battle. Where is Zashu? I am here. The last patriarch of the Scorched Light sect, Fu Lin, insulted me and insulted the country's prestige, and I had put out the word that I would exterminate his sect, and now it's time to cash in. You are ordered to lead the elite of the East Chamber to rush to the Scorchlight sect and completely annihilate the Scorchlight sect. The rules are the same, and in addition, I will add 2 more golden guards to you in case his clan's experts make trouble in secret. Ding! You are determined to erase the Scorchlight sect, one of the top 10 sects within the Great Zhou, triggering the overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might plus 10. The old slave obeys the order. Suishou lowered his eyebrows in response to the order, and a flash of blood color flashed in his eyes. He has, for a long time, not gone on a killing spree. Where is Vai Gue? Your Majesty. Concubines awaiting orders. Shi Huiwei fell to her knees at Wu Ji's feet, her eyes filled with excitement and nervousness, and her lips kept shivering slightly. I promised you that when you recover, it will be the day you are allowed to take revenge. Since you are ready now, I will fulfill my promise. As of today, you are one of the Vice Palace Masters of the Nine Sepulchre Palace. The Nine Spectres Palace will help you on your revenge trip. In addition, I will lend you 2 more golden guards to protect you. Concubine, kowtow to your Majesty. Shi Huiwei choked and bowed, crying with joy. Sure enough, His Majesty hadn't lied to her and had sent 2 powerful armored guards. Although she was a bit confused as to how His Majesty was able to control the Nine Hells Palace, she didn't have the heart to think about that at the moment. She now hated to fly to Lanrua sect at once, and smoked that skinned and crushed into pieces. These days when I sleep, I always dream of my parents. But the more she did, the more she suffered, and the more hatred she felt for the man. Qin Shiyu, your mission is to assist Noble Wei and destroy the Lan Rua sect. This is your first mission to join the Great Show, so don't let me down. If not, even if you transcend above the 9 heavens realm, even if the 9 specters palace is 10 times more massive, I can still suppress it with my backhand. Ding! You are determined to erase the Lan Rua sect, one of the top 10 sects within the Great Show, triggering the overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might plus 10. Hearing Wu Ji's warning, Qin Shiyu could not help but feel a jolt in her heart. Could it be that the Emperor was hiding some terrifying undercard in the shadows? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I am not a short-sighted man, let alone a faithless one. Since I have bowed my head in allegiance, I will not go back on my word. Your Majesty will just wait for the good news in the palace. Very well, I also believe that you are wise. Wu Ji glanced at Qin Shiyu, then swept over Meng Ong and Zhuo and added, remember one thing. The 3 holy women of the 3 clans, I want them alive. Yes, don't worry, Your Majesty. Several people once again led the order, but this time each expression is a little strange. Wu Ji didn't bother with their thoughts and waved his hand. All right, go ahead. I will retire. When the crowd had left, Wu Ji smiled silently at the lake. The reason why he wanted to make a move at this time was not just to sound the alarm for the other 7 clans. He, in turn, will sound the death knell for the 7 Wei clan. Even if this death knell could not make the vassal kings all the way bow down and accept their sins, it could still be a great deterrent to their internal affairs, and even trigger civil unrest. It will certainly be much easier for the 2 parties to move again at that time. As for the last purpose, it was naturally for the Emperor's might points. Just making up one's mind and sending out one's manpower was enough to get 10 points of Emperor's might. How much more could one get if one were to actually get rid of a great clan? Looking at the D-Wei that had risen to 84 points, Wu Ji's eyes rolled back in his head. With only 16 points left to draw again, he had to find a way to save them up as soon as possible. Otherwise, this heart is always itching. Not too comfortable, General Zhugua's residence. Miss, there's a message from the palace. In the courtyard, Mu Qingyan was counting ants in boredom, and when she heard Xiao He's shout, she jumped up in shock. What? That dim-witted ruler sent someone again? What does he want? Trying to give my lady a marriage again? Still want to? Mu Qingyan yelled, a look of panic and indignation on her face. Damned dim-witted ruler. I wondered why grandfather had left the imperial capital so suddenly, but I realized that he was behind it. Faint king, you don't want to toss my lady again. Big deal. Big deal. My lady hangs herself from a beam. Looking at Mu Qingyan, who had scurried up the tree in a panic, Xiao He couldn't help but open her mouth wide, her eyes filled with questions. Miss, what's your hurry? I haven't finished yet, nah. It's not faint. It's not His Majesty who sent them. It's Miss Su. Mu Qingyan was stunned, and when she reacted, her ears reddened as she jumped down from the tree. Damn girl. Can't you finish all at once? And you didn't give Koho time to say it? Koho looked aggravated, twisting her fingers and holding her mouth. Mu Qingyan knocked her brain, coughed lightly, crossed her arms and shook her head.
Oh.
You, my lady, is sort of done with you for the rest of her life. Tell me, what message does she, Miss Su, want to pass on? Could it be that you don't want to come out after enjoying yourself in the palace, and you want to ask this young lady to have fun too? Huh? How do you know again, miss? Xiao Hu looked up quickly, her big black eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Mu Qingyan immediately pulled the corners of her mouth. It is hard to believe that this mouth of his opened up. Oh, she's really good at that too. It's just that you're greedy for vanity and power. But you want to drag my lady into the water? Humph, despicable, ignorant. This young lady will not succumb to the lechery of a dim-witted ruler like she did. Mu Qingyan turned around, her head slightly raised, condescending and judgmental while showing a small amount of self-satisfaction in her eyes. Humph, what imperial capital's number 1 petite, what imperial capital's number 1 beauty. Not even a little bit of principle, how can they be compared to themselves? Huh? Miss, you know again, huh? Xiao Hu's words came, but caused Mu Qingyan to be confused for a good while. What's with the no again? What do you know? How come you don't know that yourself? Damn Xiao He, can't you make it clear? My lady obviously didn't say anything, so how come she knows again? No, ma'am, you clearly said. Miss Su said that the young lady would certainly not enter the palace and would despise her fiercely. I didn't expect. Really let Miss Su said correctly. Miss you do know? Mu Qingyan slapped her bare forehead with a lifeless face. Geez, can't a warrior come along and take this lackadaisical little girl away? She felt that sooner or later, she would have to be pissed off at this girl. Miss Su also said that the reason why Miss won't enter the palace is because she doesn't dare. Hearing Xiao He's words, Mu Qingyan immediately exploded. What? Don't dare? Is there anything in this world that I, Mu Qingyan, wouldn't dare to do? After blowing up and jumping to her feet, Mu Qingyan but added a sentence resentfully. This young lady just doesn't want to. Because this young lady is worried that she won't be able to resist chopping up that dim-witted ruler after running into him. That, Miss Su didn't get right. Koho cocked his head and spoke with a serious face. What she said was that Miss was afraid to enter the palace to meet with her because she was worried that her cultivation hadn't improved as much as hers and she couldn't beat her. Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and after a long time of resting her anger in place, she finally failed to calm down. She had never lowered her head after fighting with Su Shiyu for so many years, and now that the other party was provoking her over and over again, she just couldn't stand it anymore. Go! Enter the palace. Chapter 23. If you don't listen, you should be beaten. Ding! You have successfully lured the second most beautiful girl in the imperial capital into the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, the Emperor's prestige +7. Inside the Hall of Books and Fragrance, hearing the system's beep, the corner of Wu Ji's mouth hooked into a soothing smile. That's 91 points, work harder. Maybe we'll get it all together today. It was a pity that the one in front of him had also somehow suddenly changed his temperament, and it was already difficult to gain Emperor's might points through molestation. Your Majesty, what has come to mind that makes you so happy? Su Shiyu stared at Wu Ji with a coquettish smile, and from time to time, she would even clip a piece of spirit fruit and pass it to Wu Ji's mouth. It's not that you're too cute and pretty. I am, of course, happy, Wu Ji said with a smirk, and reached out to touch Su Shiyu's thighs in an unfaithful manner. Su Shiyu's pretty face was slightly red, but she only let out a pout and did not get angry. Facing such a Su Shiyu, Wu Ji was both happy and helpless. Happily, Su Shiyu's attitude had shown her heart. Unhelpfully, this transformation of Su Shiyu no longer allowed him to gain Emperor's might points by molesting Su Shiyu. Unless, of course, that step is carried out. However, Su Shiyu was not an ordinary woman after all, and it was better to walk up the process that should be there. Your Majesty, Miss Mu Qingyan Mu of the Pillar General's mansion, has come at the appointment of Miss Su, and is waiting outside the palace at this time. Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly as he laughed lightly. Let her come in, and don't mention that I'm there yet. Yes. The palace maid who came to remit the report retreated, and not long afterward, a haughty laughter came from outside the palace door. Su Shiyu, you can do it, you haven't even been in the palace for a few days yet. Do you really think you're the imperial concubine? What's the matter, you think you've fallen for a fainting king, and your value has risen so much that you don't even bother to come out to greet him. As the words fell, Mu Qingyan formally stepped inside the hall, her head slightly raised and her eyes slanted in a scornful, contemptuous manner. Wu Ji looked around with interest and realized that this Mu Qingyan's posture was really on par with Su Shiyu. The difference is that Su Shiyu is on the quiet side, like a lotus flower in a pool. Mu Qingyan, on the other hand, preferred to move and be delicate, like a red rose with thorns. Looking at her demeanor at this moment, she looked like a haughty little peacock. Dumb. Ha! Mu Qingyan looked at Su Shiyu, who only covered her mouth and laughed but didn't say anything, and was about to get angry when another person appeared in her line of sight but instantly made her freeze in place, her face changing. How dare you? Why don't you bow when you see His Majesty? Seeing Mu Qingyan not move for a long time, the imperial eunuch Yang Yang hurriedly stepped forward to scold. No harm done. Wu Ji waved his hand, not caring. After all, his predecessor owed the other party, and he was not in a good position to take this small matter into account. Yang Yang's head dropped and he hurriedly retreated. After this shout, Mu Qingyan also finally came back to her senses. After glaring hatefully at Su Shiyu, who looked like she was watching a good show, Mu Qingyan's jade neck stretched as she glared at Wu Ji in displeasure. Faint king, what are you doing here? Tell me, did you order Su Shiyu to trick me into entering the palace? And what do you want to do? Mu Qingyan said, taking a step backwards without a trace, her eyes filled with vigilance. Sting. Your people have insulted you to your face, Emperor's Might 3. Wu Ji's face was slightly cold, but the smile at the corners of his mouth instead grew a bit thicker. How dare you? While lightly drinking with a smile, Wu Ji extended his right arm towards the front. In the next instant, two circular vortexes glittering with shimmering light appeared in front of Wu Ji and Mu Qingyan respectively. Mu Qingyan was startled, but before she could react, she saw a palm suddenly reach out from the whirlpool in front of her, and then she felt her neck being pinched. After a slight dizziness, Mu Qingyan was shocked to find that she had already instantly moved more than 10 feet and appeared in front of Wu Ji. Miss! Xiao Hua was shocked, anxiously shouting on one side and hurriedly falling to her knees, kowtowing in fear and begging for forgiveness on the other. Your Majesty is not annoyed. Your Majesty, don't be angry. She didn't mean to do it. I beg your Majesty to spare her this time. Please. You! After Mu Qingyan froze, she was about to be annoyed and scolded, but Wu Ji raised his hand and flipped her over, placing her horizontally on his own legs. Disobedience to etiquette and disregard for the king deserved to be beaten. Wu Ji's left hand cupped Mu Qingyan's white neck, and his right hand was raised high, and then slapped down hard towards a certain rounded place. For a while, the hall was filled with the sound of crisp, pop, 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 ding. You spanked the second most popular girl in the imperial capital in front of others, triggering the Desolation Index, Emperor's Might +6. Hearing the system's beep, Wu Ji then felt much more relieved in his heart. On the side, Su Shiyu was surprised by Wu Ji's bizarre tactics one moment, but the next moment, she blushed in shame and lightly spat and turned her face away, all the while moving his butt a little unnaturally and adjusting his sitting position. As for Mu Qingyan, who was the party involved, the whole person was even more almost dumbfounded. She clung to a pair of firm, strong thighs, the hot pain and tingling in her buttocks causing her to die of shame. What made it even more difficult for her to say was that her body seemed to be very out of place. She had a different kind of urge, and her mouth was trying to make inappropriate noises. This feeling caused Mu Qingyan to completely panic, fearing that she would lose her face if she continued, so she rushed out to beg for mercy. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, I was wrong. Quickly stop. Wu Ji raised an eyebrow, and after a moment's thought, he ended up releasing Mu Qingyan. Mu Qingyan managed to escape the clutches of the devil and hurriedly retreated several feet away, glaring at Wu Ji with a face full of shame and indignation. Wu Ji contained a smile and rubbed his slippery fingers together, then picked up his handkerchief and wiped the non-existent dust. Well, this body fragrance is a bit like the scent of the red-hearted lotus. It seems that you, this girl, didn't spend much time soaking in the spirit scent bath on weekdays. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingyan, who was already ashamed and angry, immediately lost her mind and Ara screamed as she threw out a hairpin. Deceitful, faint ruler, I'll kill you. Buzz. In that instant, several powerful auras instantly surged within the hall of books and fragrance, and even colder killing chances enveloped Mu Qingyan's body. After this stimulus, Mu Qingyan finally came to her senses. It was only then that she realized exactly what she had done, and her entire little face turned even more instantly pale at the thought of the consequences. Strangely enough, those auras just flickered and somehow converged silently. The hairpin had also come to a distance of 1 foot in front of Wu Ji's eyes. Seeing that Shakura was about to stab it, a strange vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, another vortex appeared at the door of the temple. The short dagger also bizarrely pierced through the vortex, piercing the wall and disappearing. This is the cave technique, ignoring spatial distance, changing spatial orientation, and returning to the void with a single thought. With Wu Ji's current strength, he can use it at will within a radius of 100 feet. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Qingyan, she must have been so confused because she was so distraught and lost her mind. Your Majesty. Su Shiyu fell to her knees with a flustered face, pleading for Mu Qingyan with pleading words. Xiao He in the temple was even more frightened and shivered, wailing and constantly kowtowing. Mu Qingyan's body also softened and she fell to her knees with her eyes lifeless and lowered her head. Although she had previously been yelling that she wanted to kill the dim-witted ruler, that was just a gas. How could she dare to really do it? After all, it's punishable by death. However, the events of the party, coupled with the previously accumulated resentment, ultimately caused her to completely lose her mind under the shame and anger. Right now, she doesn't know how to beg for mercy, and even more so, she doesn't know exactly how the emperor will deal with her, as well as, the Pillar State General's mansion behind her. Mu Qingyan, do you really hate me so much? Wu Ji straightened his stance and spoke out with an indifferent face. Mu Qingyan's body trembled slightly, and after a slight silence, she bit her lip and astringently said, "My subject is." Hearing this response, Su Shiyu and Xiao He instantly raised their heads and looked at Mu Qingyan with wide, incredulous eyes. It was Yang Yang and other eunuchs and palace maids, who were also astonished and filled with disbelief. Doesn't she, wanna die? However, at this moment, Mu Qingyan's voice sounded once again. But that was before, and at that time my daughter really hated. However, after realizing that His Majesty was enduring humiliation, the hatred in my daughter's heart dispersed for the most part. After that, His Majesty sent guards to help secretly and saved my daughter's life. Since that time, my daughter has actually stopped hating His Majesty. It is just that there is still a little bend in my daughter's mind that I have not been able to turn. Feng Kai, Your Majesty, and... In a moment of extreme shame, my daughter lost her mind. Speaking here, Mu Qingyan slowly raised her head and took a deep breath with a resolute face. I know that I have sinned greatly, and I am willing to die in thanks. I only beg Your Majesty, spare my daughter's relatives and do not implicate them. My lady worship. As the words fell, Mu Qingyan bowed her head and couldn't get up for a long time. This turn of events caused Su Shiyu and the others to look complicated. But no one dared to open their mouths again, only sneaking glances at Wu Ji with varying expressions. Wu Ji stroked his chin, and after 7 or 8 breaths of silence, he finally spoke. In view of the entanglements of the past, I will be lenient and bind my sword without decapitation. However, there is always a price to pay for doing something wrong. From now on, you will stay in the Imperial Palace. In a few days after the gift and blessing, you will join Su Shiyu as my Imperial consort. You, may I? Mu Qingyan's face changed slightly as she raised her head to look at Wu Ji, a touch of bitterness appearing in her eyes. Thinking that she had sworn and yelled before that even if she married a beggar, even if she died, she would never marry an emperor. But who could have imagined that just a few days later, she would have to renege on her previous harsh words? After all, who really wants to die when you can live? And, after meeting in person, she realized that her inner resistance was actually not as great as she thought it would be. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness. I, my lady, am willing to... Ding. You forced the second most beautiful girl in the imperial capital to bow down and accept the proposal of becoming a concubine, and you are restricted from going out of the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, the emperor's authority +9. Seeing that the number of emperor's might points had once again broken 100, Wu Ji's eyes brightened slightly before he rose with a satisfied nod. He didn't care what Mu Qingyan was willing to bow down because of, as long as he could achieve his goal, as long as he could harvest emperor's might points, he wouldn't care about the black and white of the means. He's a comatose ruler and a tyrant. Well, you two have a good exchange. I have business to attend to, so I will not linger. Finished, Wu Ji stride away, leaving a few people complex stares. The atmosphere is weird. Chapter 24. A whole mess of terrible danger. The Hall of Diligence. Dewey System. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level. 7th star realm 5th level. Dewey 3. Current number of draws available. 1. Draw. Wu Ji chanted silently, and the familiar roulette interface reappeared. In the next instant, seeing that the pointer was fixed at the Shen district, Wu Ji couldn't help but see his eyes light up. However, when he waited to see the objects inside the system space, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The Atlas of Yin and Yang? Isn't this thing just a copy of the Sisterhood Sutra? But perhaps an upgraded version would be a more appropriate description. Looking at the lifelike scene diagrams in the Atlas, Wu Ji was filled with helplessness. If this was put into that world, I'm afraid it would be held up as a holy book by countless wolves. But for yourself, do you need it? While powerless to spit, Wu Ji still clicked on Learn. After all, it was also a Shen-level reward, so it couldn't be wasted. Not long afterward, when Wu Ji opened his eyes again after digesting the contents inside, his expression was somewhat wonderful. He wanted to take back his previous thoughts. This thing was a real holy book for him. In ancient times, there was the way of dual cultivation, which could enjoy pleasure and at the same time complement the cultivation of both parties. And that's something that's kind of this one. However, the divine subtlety, I am afraid that no gongfu can be compared. One exchange is worth 10 days of hard work. 1 to 2 double the effect. A pair of 10 is 10 times more effective. If you're hardcore enough to have a no-show, then thoughts unconsciously fanned out. Wu Ji's eyelids gently twitched, a long lament in his heart. He is afraid that, on the path of a tyrant and a fainting king, he will go deeper and deeper and never be able to turn back. Come on, man. In. Yang Yang floated in from outside the temple like lightning and respectfully waited for orders. Set up the spirit spring palace and summon all the concubines of the western court to rush there. Yang Yang was stunned, his eyes full of surprise. The spirit spring palace was a place where the emperor indulged in pleasures, and the chamberlains were not allowed to enter. For all the courtesans and concubines who entered inside were clad only in a thin veil and no other garments. But other emperors would usually only gather 3 or 5 concubines to participate, and the likes of your majesty hardly ever appeared. You know, the west courtyard can have a dozen concubines, there's some big battle down, eat it? What are you waiting for? Seeing Yang Yang staying still, Wu Ji couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows, a displeased look on his face. I'll go and arrange it now. Yang Yang came back to his senses, not daring to say anything more, and hastily retreated. Ding! You summoned 15 concubines and 100 court ladies to indulge in wantonness, triggering the attribute of licentiousness, the emperor's authority plus 10. Ding! Effective once on a single day. Ding! Your cultivation level has increased. In the 2nd year of Tianwu, on the 20th day of the 7th month. Spirit Source Mountain Range, Manhwa Sect. Main Peak, Sect Deliberation Hall. Patriarch, according to the statistics, during that night's bizarre turn of events, 30% of our sect's disciples' cultivation remained unchanged, and most of these disciples are true and inner disciples. And those whose cultivation elevation was below the 5th level took up more than 50%. Less than 20% of the disciples in the entire sect had their cultivation raised by 5 levels and above. As for those who have elevated by 1 great realm and above, there are even less than 100 of them, and most of them are outer disciples. Third Elder Su Hui spoke with a serious face, his expression somewhat heavy. Surprisingly, there's only this much to gain? The elders in the hall all frowned, their faces very ugly. One must know that all the disciples of the Manhwa sect added up to nearly 10,000. With so many people, those whose cultivation had risen by 1 great realm and above were surprisingly not even 100, and even then, most of these people were outer disciples. How does that make them happy? According to the news, even those ordinary people, nearly half of their cultivation had increased by a large realm. They were specialized cultivation sects, and almost every one of their chosen disciples was gifted. But this harvest, how come it's completely reversed? That doesn't make sense. It's a bit strange, but the heavenly blessings have their own reasons. I suggested that more efforts be made to train disciples with greater cultivation gains. Perhaps they are not the most outstandingly qualified, but their blessings are ironically not shallow, and they may be able to bring a lot of benefits to the sect in the future. Second Elder Bai Lin said after a slight pause. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder Wang Jiao, but his eyes were cold. He sneered.
No.
For those whose cultivation has increased greatly, instead of reusing them, we must try to suppress and weed them out. Hearing Wang Jiao's words, the dozen or so elders in the hall all frowned. But for some reason, their expressions weren't too surprised. Balan narrowed his eyes and said softly, Grand Elder, rumors are just rumors. They can't be true. After all, it was a blessing from heaven. So who can speculate? Wang Jiao cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lin and said indifferently, Second Elder, the facts are there. Is there still a need to deceive yourself and others? Or perhaps the Second Elder is just like those disciples, with his heart in the clan. Once Wang Jiao said this, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became oppressive and dull. Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? Balan stood up with a huff and glared angrily at Wang Jiao.
Yo?
What? Wanna do it? Wang Jiao snorted lightly, then put on a frightened look. Oh yes, the Second Elder broke through 3 heavens in a single night and is already a great expert at the 7th level of the 9 heavens realm. The old man, on the other hand, has not moved a muscle and is still only at the 5th level of the 9 heavens realm. Technically speaking, the old man's seat is also unsteady. Why don't you take a seat, Second Elder? As Wang Jiao spoke, he actually left his seat, bowed his back and spread his hands in an inviting manner to Bai Lin. You! All right. What a racket! Lanrua sect chief Naiji slapped the table and shouted coldly, which stopped the Cold War. This matter, let's put it aside for now. After saying that, Zhang Naiji looked at Yufeng, the elder in charge of espionage. Yu Chonglao, where have the men of the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber arrived? May we probe their targets? Back to Patriarch, their routes are one south and one north, and they won't get involved with our clan. Based on the inference, they were either heading for the Iron Hat King and the Shanin King, or they were eyeing the Black Nightmare sect and the Scorched Light sect. If it's the latter, I'm afraid they would have already approached under the mountain gates of the two sects by now. Zhang Naiji sniffed and looked a bit heavy. Originally, our 10 great clans have been dead set against the imperial court in terms of the number of experts. However, in the battle that night, my 10 clans lost 30% to 40% of their top combatants, and their advantage over the court has been greatly reduced. After that, an inexplicable tenchi pops up, completely breaking the dynamic between the two sides. Although I do not know exactly how many experts in the court today, but my 10 clans fell to the disadvantage has been certain. Let's say, if the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber are heading for the Black Nightmare sect and the Scorched Light sect, should we come to their rescue? Hearing Zhang Naiji's words, the dozen or so elders glanced at each other and actually lowered their heads very silently. No one answered. Since the experts of the 10 clans combined are now no match for the court, what's the point of saving them? If we run over there, we're not going to die for nothing? Just when the atmosphere was a bit dull, a silver-robed youth standing at the inside corner suddenly stepped forward a few steps. The youth had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were deep and had a different kind of charm. Patriarch, I dare to interject that the most pressing task should be to contact the 7 clan kings and other clans to immediately wield an army to the court to lead them to war. Only in this way can we temporarily preserve the foundation of the clan, and then decide whether the next step is to migrate or completely overthrow the Great Zhou. If not, our clans and the various feudal lords will be broken one by one, and it will be difficult to come back. Hearing the youth's words, most of the elders in the hall looked unhappy. Yufeng even chided on the spot. Yang Xiaofan, the sovereign brought you along so that you could learn with your ears, not so that you could make believe and speak out of turn. The court is now much stronger, but my 10 clans have been passed down for thousands of years. Are they not made of clay? If the imperial court wants to go to full-scale war with us, do you know how much it will cost them? Brat, don't think you can go around showing off just because you've had some strange encounters. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Elder, don't be angry. Disciple is just thinking about the clan. Yang Xiaofan hurriedly lowered his head, his words pleading and attitude terrified. But there was a flash of coldness and killing intent under his eyes. It was at this moment that a silhouette stumbled and ran into the great hall with a face full of panic.
No.
It's no good. Sovereign, a strong enemy has attacked the clan. What? The people in the hall all changed color and stood up in shock. Don't talk nonsense. Since 3 days ago, my Lanrua sect's mountain guarding formation and protective formation have been opened for more than half of the day. What kind of person can kill their way in without a sound? Wang Jiao slapped the backrest of his chair fiercely and cursed out viciously. Formation is open, but those enemies also somehow mixed in. Not only did they destroy the array plate in advance, but they also killed almost all of the deacons, disciples, and the like who were manipulating the array. The clan formations have collapsed one after another with little to no effect. The man spoke with an anxious face and fear in his eyes. They don't seem to be ordinary cultivators. Each and every one of them are all proficient in concealment techniques and assassination skills. The disciples and deacons and elders in the sect, if they immediately kneeled down and begged for surrender, they would still be able to survive for the time being. But all those who dared to resist, or those who reacted slower, were killed. And now, I'm afraid that nearly half of my fellow disciples have already been poisoned. Sovereign, do something. Otherwise, I'm afraid my Lanrua sect will die. After listening to the deacon guarding the mountain, Zhang Naiji only felt a roar in his head, and his eyes were a bit blurry. His clan, without even realizing it, was close to the 10,000-foot abyss next to the extermination of the clan. All of them are skilled in stealth and assassination? Yu Feng's pupils shrunk in shock. Could it be that they are from the Nine Spectres' Palace? But my Orchid sect doesn't have much to do with the Nine Spectres' Palace, so why would they do this? Balan's brows were furrowed, his expression similarly shifting. Looking at the entire Great Zhou, the only one who can simultaneously resolve the 8 peaks formation guarding disciples in a silent manner is the Nine Spectres' Palace. Therefore, the enemy must be the Nine Spectres' Palace. But why is that? The Nine Spectres' Palace, It wouldn't have defected to the court and become a traitor to the court, would it? At this moment, I don't know which elder weakly mentioned it. No way. Wang Jiao categorically rejected it, looking grim. Chapter 25 The Creepy Little Stone Statue. Oh? Why not? A magnetic, low laugh resounded from high up in the air outside the hall, causing the faces of the people inside the hall to change drastically. Oh! An elder shouted out angrily, but what was ushered in were the successive screams of the guarding disciples. Zhang Naiji's face was unsightly as he ran out of the hall with a group of elders at the first opportunity. Upon realizing that the square in front of the temple and its surroundings were surrounded by nearly 100 black-clothed people, and that there were also a dozen or so people suspended in the air in mid-air, all of them sank in their hearts and panicked a little. It was because the dozen or so people were surprisingly most of them were in the Nine Heavens realm, and the rest of the black-clothed people were also in the Seven Stars realm or Eight Gates realm. On their side, however, there were only 4 Nine Heavenly realms. As for the clan's supreme elder, he had long since fallen that night, and even the clan's treasure weapon had been surrendered. In a situation like this, wouldn't they? Palace Master Qin. My Orchid sect has never had any grudges with the Nine Spectres Palace. Why are you doing this? Zhang Naiji gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring sadly at Qin Shiyu. Why? Qin Shiyu raised her eyebrows and returned with a lazy face. The reason, have you not already guessed it in your party? Knowingly asking questions and having a lucky break. It seems that Patriarch Zhang is not a wise and resolute character. Oh yeah, if Patriarch Zhang was smart enough, he wouldn't have waited for the imperial elite to kill his door. In the face of Qin Shiyu's disdain and ridicule, Zhang Naiji's old face was green and red with anger. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Yang Xiaofan's persuasion just now. If Yang Xiaofan had been able to say it a bit earlier and he had listened to it, wouldn't today's calamity of the destruction of the clan have been avoided? It was a pity that he could only have a wild reverie under the sadness and confusion, for time would not turn back. Feeling Qin Shiyu's vast and immeasurable aura, Zhang Naiji fiercely made a decision with a hard look in his eyes. Today, the destruction of Lanrua sect has been finalized, but the heritage of the sect cannot be lost. No matter what, save the fire. Thinking about it, Zhang Naiji didn't move and quietly transmitted his voice to a certain person. At the back, a figure with its head dead low, hiding behind the person in front of it, suddenly stiffened and then loosened. At this time, Wang Jiao suddenly stepped forward a few steps, tilted his head back and stared at Qin Shiyu with hatred and anger as he shouted. Qin Shiyu, Iron Law of the Nine Spectres Palace. No dealings with the court, no involvement in the battle between the court and the clan. As the master of the Nine Spectres Palace, you not only blatantly violated the Iron Law, but you even directly bowed your head and bent your knees, becoming a traitor to the court. How dare you act like this? Aren't you afraid of being cut to pieces by the ancestors of the Nine Spectres Palace when you enter the netherworld? Qin Shiyu's eyes were slightly cold as she mocked. Elder Wang really has his hands full. I can't believe he knows all the secret laws of my Nine Spectres Palace. Wow, I think that concubine of yours told you that, didn't she? Saying that, Qin Shiyu shook her beautifully patterned sleeve robe and suddenly let out a light sigh. Previously, this palace has been trusting and indulging Fei Xia on account of her hard work. Even with you secretly make peace with such shameful things, this palace has been pretending not to know. It's a pity that the palace's generosity ushered in betrayal and poisoning. You probably don't know it yet, do you? But Fei Xia has long since secretly cast her lot with the Brahma Palace, and has become the lowly plaything of an ugly nightcrawler. But don't worry, this palace has already avenged you, and sent that together with that night fork to the netherworld. So, later you can be on your way in peace. You! Wang Jiao's face flushed with a sudden rush of red, and a counterflow of blood rose in his throat, blocking his words. At this moment, a low voice with gritted teeth and a single word suddenly rang out. Young, Junior, Fan. Behind Zhang Naiji and the others, Yang Xiaofan's body trembled as he raised his head to look into midair in confusion. When she saw Shi Huaiwei beside Qin Shiyu, she was shocked and delighted, with a face of incredulity and excitement. Wyvern? You! Yang Xiaofan shrieked and ran forward with his legs raised, his lips trembling and his face looking up at the figure with deep emotion. Wyvern, is it really you? What brings you here? Saying that, Yang Xiaofan lowered his head again with a face of shame. Wyvern, you shouldn't have come, you didn't have to come to my rescue. All these years, you've been the one to save me. But, I'm too incompetent. The clan is going to be sentenced. I failed to protect you. You are going to be invited into the imperial palace to go, and I have not been able to stop it. Even your parents I failed to protect, leaving them to die unknown. I am sorry. Huai Wei, this time don't save me. Let me follow my seniors in the same sect into the Yellow Springs. In this way, it will also make me feel less guilty and apologetic. Yang Xiaofan's voice was low and choked, full of self-blame. Shi Huaiwei listened quietly and smiled coldly. Her face as cold as winter, her eyes as murderous as an abyss. At this moment, Zhang Naiji gritted his teeth and spoke out. Huaiwei, this matter of you being expelled from the clan back then, the sect didn't know about it until later. This clan admits that the clan owes you much. But your parents weren't killed by the clan. I hope that you can look at the fact that you once lived in the sect for about 10 years and make a way for the innocent disciples in the sect to live. Please. Saying that, Zhang Naiji put up his hand and bowed a long bow towards Shi Huaiwei. Shi Huaiwei ignored Zhang Naiji, and after landing, she walked straight towards Yang Xiaofan. Behind them, 2 masked armorers followed silently. At this point, still trying to disguise, Yang Xiaofan's heart jumped, and he raised his head to look at Huaiwei, who was 2 steps away. Disguise? This? YVU. Shut up. This palace name, you are worthy of calling it. Shi Huaiwei snapped, scaring Yang Xiaofan.
No, WY.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong? This palace was really blinded by lard and pecked by a sparrow. The palace bears all the blame for you, but you take the opportunity to wag your tail and flattery to people to seek promotion. This palace is trapped by the prospect, day and night with tears, but you unite with others, swindling this palace, and then day after day dashing. This palace has risked everything to assassinate His Majesty because of your death, but you have jeopardized the lives of my parents for the sake of the objects of the Forbidden Land. This palace really hates to whip your tendons, peel your skin, and light your sky lantern. Listening to Shi Huaiwei's hissing roar and looking at Shi Huaiwei's gritted teeth and hateful expression, everyone froze on the spot. Even Zhang Naiji and the other Lanrua sect members had a look of disbelief on their faces at this moment. Shi Huaiwei's parents were actually killed by Yang Xiaofan? Then how ruthless should this Yang Xiaofan be? How inhuman. Thinking of the previous voice transmission explanation, Zhang Naiji's face became even more ugly. If Yang Xiaofan is this kind of mentality, even if he can save the other party's life today, then in the future when the other party grows up, there will be absolutely no Lanrua sect's inheritance. When he thought of the depths, Zhang Naiji could not help but despair a little. Could it be that the Lanrua sect's inheritance of more than 1,500 years was to be completely severed like this? What's this? What's this all about? Yang Xiaofan's eyes widened before he rubbed his head fiercely with a pained expression. Huaiwei, we've been together since we were children, and with these 10 years of contact, do you think I would be that kind of person? Yes. I admit that I, Yang Xiaofan, am indeed selfish. In order to get ahead, so I stayed in the clan with an apology and a thick skin for you. But I, Yang Xiaofan, no matter how inhuman I am, could never go and murder my aunt and uncle. I've eaten my aunt's delicious meals, and I've listened to my uncle's wise teachings. How could I possibly do such a thing that's not justifiable in heaven? Taking a step back, even if you don't trust me, you should always trust yourself and your own vision, right? If I, Yang Xiaofan, were really that kind of person who is worse than a pig or a dog, how would you fall in love with me? Listening to Yang Xiaofan's defense, Shi Huaiwei couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Yes, they had been in contact together for more than 10 years after all. In her impression, Yang Xiaofan couldn't possibly be that kind of person. But what's going on with her parents' deaths? Could it be the emperor? Thinking of this, Shi Huaiwei shook her head violently and fiercely. No, no way. There was no need for the emperor to lie to her at all.
Wyvern, I'm sorry.
Even though my aunt and uncle didn't die at my hands, after all, I'm guilty of failing to protect them as well. Yang Xiaofan said with a bitter look on his face, slowly approaching towards Shi Huaiwei. Wyvern, you kill me. I wish to die by your hands so that my life, in this case, would be worth it. Saying that, Yang Xiaofan pulled out a dagger with a cold flashing light and made a gesture to hand the hilt to Shi Huaiwei. In midair, Qin Shi Yu playfully looked at the scene below with disdain in her eyes. How could the emperor even be interested in such a brainless woman? However, this look quickly dissolved into a flash of dismay, followed by a pursed lip. That's something. Below, Yang Xiaofan, who looked at the dagger that instantly changed hands and rested on his neck like lightning, was filled with blankness and confusion. 7-star realm, you? The palace finally knows why it has been defenseless against you all these years. Without responding, Shi Huiwei murmured softly and scratched Yang Xiaofan's collar. Then, in the midst of Yang Xiaofan's dramatically flickering eyes, he cut and took the charm off his neck. A rough little stone statue less than the size of a finger wouldn't bother anyone who looked at it. But it was precisely such an unassuming gadget that helped you soar from an extremely ordinary merchant's son all the way up to the ranks of the Lanrua sect's true disciples. Speaking here, Shi Huiwei gave a slight beat, looked at the small stone statue in her left hand, then looked at Yang Xiaofan's clothing and shook her head. Oh no, it's the alternate saint's son now. In just a decade or so, it's really a world of difference. So it's really all about it, right? After all, it is the most valuable thing you have. Looking at Yang Xiaofan's expression with bloodshot eyes, Shi Huiwei had already gotten the answer. I think I even joked about asking you to give it to me, but you refused without hesitation. I just hate that I was so blinded by you and this thing that I never thought twice about it. If not, there would not have been the tragedy that followed. Shi Huiwei murmured sadly, and the dagger in her hand began to fly up and down. The mournful screams were piercing and oozing, and the brilliant blood flowers kept blooming. Chapter 26. The 5 ghosts are in charge. No one can match them. The hard neck was bloodied, the plain face skinned. Yang Xiaofan screamed miserably and roared in rage, wanting to struggle and resist, but realizing that he seemed to be suppressed by heaven and earth, unable to move even a single finger. In retrospect, it is really breathless and helpless. How could the palace fall in love with a young man who is so ordinary in every aspect during a simple stroll? And why is it strange that when I expressed my intention to bring you home, my mother did not object? I think you unleashed the strange power of this stone statue at that time, didn't you? And then after that, it really seems like you've got it all together with very few setbacks or bumps in the road. Even if there is, the palace will take care of it for you. Even though this palace has left the Lanrua sect, you are still mixing it up. Even then, in a very short period of time, he was promoted from inner disciple to true disciple, and then from true disciple to alternate holy son. Hey, I guess it's thanks to that stone statue, right? If not, with the greedy and selfish nature of these higher-ups of the Lanrua sect, how could they allow you to easily ascend to a high position and take up an uncommon share of resources? After listening to Shi Huiwei's words, Zhang Naiji and the others were instantly horrified. Right, why did they trust Yang Xiaofan that much? Now that I think about it, it's really a bit weird. They had never doubted Yang Xiaofan's loyalty, and even the need to thoroughly investigate the root of the matter for promotion to alternate saint's son was given a direct dispensation. Even Zhang Naiji had previously ventured the idea of bailing out Yang Xiaofan without hesitation, not even considering anyone else in the process. But according to common sense, how could he first pick among the holy sons and daughters and veteran disciples? That little stone statue, is it really this horrible? At this moment, even the airborne Qin Shiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the small stone statue in disbelief. Ah, spare me. Spare me. I don't know what the hell that thing is. I was also compelled by it. I didn't want to kill anyone. Please, 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 spare me, spare me. Yang Xiaofan roared miserably in pain and begged for mercy, but his originally not bad cultivation had made him more bearable. His face and neck already had a dozen or so blood marks, dark red flesh rolled around, white stubble bones exposed, horrible and disgusting. But instead of softening her heart, Shi Huiwei's eyes became even more ferocious. Spare your life? Heh, have you ever thought of sparing my parents' lives? Remember what I said? Skinning and lighting a lantern in the sky. Do you think this palace is joking? Sylvia bit her lip, hateful but aching. Come on, people. Tie this up. This palace is going to shell him properly. Upon hearing Shi Huiwei's command, the surrounding black-clothed men did not make the first move, but instead looked at Qin Shiyu in the air. The vice palace master has an order, and you and the others should obey it. Qin Shiyu pursed her lips and waved her hand. With Qin Shiyu's approval, only then did he step out 5 or 6 people and run towards where Shi Huiwei was. Seeing that Shi Huiwei's matter had been finalized, Qin Shiyu immediately waved her hand without further delay. Kill. Not a single one left. As the order was given, the black-clothed men in the air all dodged in unison, and after that, they were nowhere to be seen. It was at this moment that a miserable scream suddenly rang out, followed by a furious roar. Bai Lin! You dare to rebel against the clan? Wang Jiao's left hand pressed down on his blood-soaked waist as he stood 10 feet away with a pale face glaring angrily at Bai Lin. Zhang Naiji had also swept to another place long ago, looking at Bai Lin in disbelief. Traitor? Oh, I am a secret spy of the Hunting Knight Division, and I am not a member of the Manhwa sect, so how can I talk about rebelling against the sect? Bai Lin carried his blood-stained long sword upside down, his eyes somewhat saddened. 160 years have passed since Bai Mao lurked into the Lanrua sect at the age of 18. Such a long time has gone by that it's almost as if White has forgotten who he is. Oh! Looking at the bitterly laughing Bai Lin, Qin Shiyu narrowed her eyes and descended. In the list of undercover spies submitted to this palace by the Night Hunting Division, there is no such person as you, Bai Lin. There are only a total of 3 people in the entire Night Hunting Division who know my identity. Those 3, however, had died 100 years ago. Consequently, for the past 100 years, Bai has never received an order from the Night Hunting Division and has become a wandering soul without a harbor. Balan shook his head and smiled bitterly with a bleak face. Afterward, Balan took another deep breath and said with firm eyes, "But it's okay, the deepest top-secret case files of the Kanoji Division have all the information about White. About all this, a quick check will tell you." Qin Shiyu pondered a little, then gently nodded her head. "Then let's keep you alive for now, it's really for the best. But if you want to deceive the palace so that you can use the opportunity to escape, oh, you'll know what fear is." Balan didn't say anything, just solemnly clasped his fists. At this moment, Qin Shiyu suddenly looked cold, a flash of contempt in her eyes. "Want to escape? Can you escape?" The words fell and the figure disappeared. Soon, Zhang Naiji's miserable screams resounded from high above in the distance. In the northern part of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, the Black Nightmare sect. Being one of the top 10 sects of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, coupled with the fact that the Black Nightmare sect's disciples were good at attacking divine souls, and on weekdays they mostly liked to take innocent people to test out their illusions, sound feats, and so on, so almost no one dared to mess with them, and there wasn't even a single village or town in a 30-mile radius. But today, the Black Nightmare sect's mountain gate, which was respected and feared by everyone, was covered in blood and screams. Looking at the 9 large and small mountains of the Black Nightmare sect, there were corpses everywhere, and killings were being staged everywhere. And on the main peak in the center, the fight was even more fierce. But looking at the specifics of the situation on the field, perhaps massacre would be a better description. On a small square, hundreds of Carry Nightmares charged forward with the rapidly rotating Xuanji umbrella, not only knocking away the incoming sharp blades, but also substantially weakening the sonic attacks of dozens of Black Nightmare sect disciples on the opposite side. When they rushed close, the end of the umbrella suddenly cracked out a dozen or so tiny scimitar blades, cutting the opponent's neck, arm, and even half of his head between swings. Immediately after that, the thick soul-severing blade was sheathed and chopped against the grain, bringing up a flurry of blood. This time, the 5,000 elites that the Night Hunt Division had transferred from the vicinity were all in the 5th Yuan realm and above, while among the 8,000 disciples of the Black Nightmare sect, those in the 5th Yuan realm and above only numbered more than 2,000. With this disparity, he was naturally killed and retreated. This, then, is the great change brought about by that heavenly blessing. If not, the entire Night Hunting Division might not be able to pull out 3,000 elites of the 5th Yuan realm and above. Halfway up the mountainside, a white-robed middle-aged man wandered idly through the crowd. But wherever he passed through the route, a body without a heart would inevitably fall in the rear. By the time the middle-aged passed through the crowd, he glanced at the empty front and stared at the red heart in his right hand, which was still beating slightly, and his brows furrowed slightly. Why is it that none of the hearts are black when they are clearly all black? The middle-aged man seemed to be confused, and after a long time of tangling, he continued to climb upwards as he crushed the heart in his hand. It should be that their hearts aren't black enough. Well, there's no hurry, they'll find it sooner or later, in front of a certain palace. Death is a happy thing, so you should greet it with a smile. Changshan swept the dozen or so fear-filled Black Nightmare sect deacons and elders in front of him and spoke with a smile, then pointed at the dozens of corpses behind him. Look at them. How happy they are laughing. Nearly half of those corpses were wearing eerie smiles, while the other half had lingering looks of fear and panic, among other things. But with Changshan's finger, and then when those people went to look, they realized that all the corpses had all turned into weird smiley faces at this time. What was even more horrifying was that those corpses sat up violently, and then stared at them with dead fish eyes and a wry smile. In the face of this incomparably bizarre scene, on the spot, 5 or 6 people shivered in fear and directly peed their pants. Chong Shan's smile suddenly grew a few points wider. His hands flicked his 10 fingers up and down, and within a few breaths he had hooked the souls of those dozen or so people. A light breeze blew by, and Chong Shan's figure had disappeared. And on the ground, a dozen more grinning corpses, in front of a pool of water. Ahem, are you guys going to cut yourselves? Or? Ning Er looked at the 6 inner sect elders across from him with unkind faces, and coughed lightly as he spoke out slowly. But before he could finish his sentence, those 6 people shouted kill and took the initiative to attack. Ugh, why bother? Ning Er was somewhat helpless and waved his sleeve, and instantly, he saw densely packed water arrows surrounding those 6 people. These water arrows didn't look insignificant, as if they could be shattered with a single touch. But when the dust settled, all that was left in place was a puddle of sticky, wet, broken flesh. Too much temper. Don't you know how to read more and cultivate your emotions? Alas! Ning Er shook his head with a look of pity. Then, covering his mouth and nose with his long sleeve, he coughed while walking slowly towards the top of the mountain. The forbidden land in the back of the mountain. Looking at those fellow disciples who would have one of their eyes gouged out even if they died, and then looking at that one-eyed, strong man with a face full of flesh and 9 feet tall, the surviving Black Nightmare Sect's elites were all terrified. He is the one-eyed ghost Zhang Helu. Someone in the crowd shuddered out. What? It's a one-eyed ghost. Knowing the identity of the other party, the group of surviving Black Nightmare Sect elites were even more frightened and kept retreating. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree, the name of the 5 ghosts of the night hunting division could be more than just a nightmare for officials at all levels of the Great Show. It was likewise a taboo for the disciples of the sect. They knew that the incoming enemy was the night hunting division, but they hadn't expected to meet directly with the one-eyed ghost of the 5 ghosts. The dozens of elites guarding the forbidden land kept retreating, but soon they were unable to retreat. For further back was the poisonous Black Nightmare Abyss. For thousands of years, no one who has fallen into it has been able to come out alive. Dig yourself a glance and decapitate 3 people. In that case, this hall master may spare his life in a moment of pleasure. Zhang Helu smashed his wolfsbane into the ground, while holding his bladder and grinning nervously at the crowd. Everyone, don't listen to him. How ruthless are the 5 ghosts? And how can they be merciful? What's more, he said contingent, which is enough to show that he didn't have that intention at all. A deacon at the early stage of the 8-gate realm shouted sternly, not believing Zhang Helu's bull at all. However, just because he doesn't believe it doesn't mean that others don't believe it as well. Chapter 27. Destroying 3 great clans in a day. Right? Don't fall for it, people. A gray-bearded middle-aged man responded loudly, but the cold light swords in his left palm and right hand silently hit the 2 people on the side. The sudden scream instantly broke the dull situation, followed by the red-eyed crazy messy kill. At a time like this, no one dares to trust anyone, and can only treat everyone around them as an enemy. Watching these formerly close fellow disciples fight viciously for their lives, Zhang Helu grinned silently, bloodthirsty excitement flashing in his eyes. As opposed to abusing and killing, he preferred to release the altar to raise parasites. Because of that, it's fun. I don't know how long it took, but when the killing stopped, there were only 3 people left in the field who were still able to stand. And each of these 3 had scars and missing parts, and their appearance was horrible. Looking at the 3 pairs of expectant eyes, Zhang Helu heatedly smiled, then pointed at his one eye, and then pointed at the 3 people as well as the corpses on the ground. Those 3 people naturally understood what Zhang Helu meant, and with only a slight hesitation, they forced themselves to endure the severe pain and grief and stabbed their own eyes. They then trembled and struggled, piercing the eyes of dozens of fellow disciples one by one. Zhang Helu stepped forward and nodded approvingly as he met the trio's one eye. Those 3 instantly went limp, falling to the ground and crying and laughing. Although it was bound to be a nightmare for the rest of their lives, they survived after all, didn't they? However, just as the 3 of them unloaded their fear of death, Zhang Helu's voice rang out again. Huh? That's not right. How come there are a few people here, with both eyes missing? Hearing Zhang Helu's words, the 3 of them immediately panicked. My lord, it wasn't me. I'm sure each body was only stabbed through one eye. Neither have I, my lord. My lord, we wouldn't dare. Is this? Something you've misread. Listening to the denial of the three people's cries, Zhang Helu's face sank and pointed to a corpse a few feet away. This palace master has said that if it makes this palace happy, it will spare your lives. But you have to put on a show for yourselves, and that makes this temple very unhappy. Looking at the two corpses in the distance, whose eyes had become black holes, the three men's bodies went limp and dead. It wasn't them at all. It was clearly Zhang Helu himself who blinded him. As expected, as one of the ruthless five ghosts, where would the other party really show mercy? Seeing the three people lying on the ground without any anger or abuse, Zhang Helu felt a bit bored instead. After casually taking care of the three people, he stepped into the air and flew straight towards the sect's main hall. The black-hearted ghost Su Shiyu, the smiling ghost Changshan, the consumptive ghost Ning Er, and the one-eyed ghost Zhang Helu. Good. That dim-witted ruler really looks up to my Black Nightmare sect, even transferring 4 of the 5 ghosts from the Night Hunting Division directly over. Looking at the 4 ghosts of the Night Hunting Division that were guarding the surrounding area with different postures, the Black Nightmare sect patriarch Yuhi gave a rueful smile. Yuhi then stared at Mong Ong, who was directly in front of him. My Black Nightmare sect is finished today, but the Imperial Court will never be good either. When word of today's event spreads, the other clans will surely join forces with the various feudal lords to kill the tyrant and overthrow the evil rule. To exterminate your mere Black Nightmare sect, why do you need your majesty to personally sit down and dispatch it? Heh, Yuhi, you also think too highly of your Black Nightmare sect. Monong smiled disdainfully, then held his head high and proudly said, as for whether the court will be better off, in one day, 3 of the 10 major sects have gone in a row, so I'll see which sect still dares to act like a demon. He couldn't help but have his pupils shrink and his expression change. What does the other side mean by that? Can it be that there are 2 other clans that will suffer? But other than the Night Hunting Division, what other power in the Great Zhou was capable of destroying a great clan on its own? Well, this division is not going to bull you. Since the time when you conspired to assassinate the late emperor, you should have been psychologically prepared to face today's situation. When you go down to the netherworld, have a good time repenting to the dead souls of the Black Nightmare sect. Yuhi's heart first trembled, but then he quickly relieved himself. At this point, what's there to fear? Elders, follow the sect and fight to the death. Yuhi took a deep breath and greeted the only 5 remaining elders, while a deep black ancient bell surfaced with a move of his right hand. This was none other than the Black Nightmare sect's town treasure weapon, the Methreya bell. Dying. Mengan sneered, and under the light stomping of his raised foot, the entire mountain top shook lightly. Kill, except for the Black Nightmare sect's holy maiden. Leave no one behind. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty South. Somewhere high in the sky 12 miles away from the Scorched Light sect. Fellow Taoist one, what is the situation now? Can the Scorched Light sect still hold up? The Golden String sect's vice sect leader Jiao Chong stepped into the air with dozens of sect experts and joined up with the Tianxian sect's vice sect leader Wan Nan. Wan Nan looked at the distant cloud-covered mountains and shook his head with an ugly face. I don't know, because aside from the aura of those Taoists from the Scorched Light sect, I also sensed at least 12 auras of the Nine Heavens realm. Even more, there were 3 or 4 of these scents that made my alarm bells ring and my hairs stand on end. It is for this reason that I did not dare to bring anyone closer. However, most of those familiar scents had disappeared. I'm afraid that the situation in the Scorched Light sect is extremely unpleasant. Jiao Chong's face changed slightly, touching his fists with a shifting expression. Their 2 clans weren't too far away from the Scorched Light sect, so after receiving the Scorched Light sect's distress message, they rushed to reinforce them at the first opportunity. But the situation at hand has put him in a bit of a dilemma. If the top echelons of the Scorched Illumination sect had already lost most of their lives in battle, then it was estimated that the battle was about to come to an end. What's the point of them rushing over at this point? But it's not a good idea to leave in such a haphazard manner. After hesitating for a long time, Jiao Chong fiercely gritted his teeth. In any case, we always have to go and have a look up. If not, none of us can decide what to do on the road afterward. When Nan was a bit hesitant because he couldn't tell if the other party would strike at them. Fellow Taoist one, there can be no more hesitation. Let's go. Under Jiao Chong's repeated urging, Wan Nan finally nodded. It wasn't long before 100 or so people from the 2 parties approached the sky above the Scorched Illumination sect's main mountain. By this point, they could clearly see the scene below. However, after seeing it clearly, everyone's hearts sank. Because at this moment, the Scorched Light sect seemed to have been transformed into a purgatory, and the originally verdant mountain range was already full of devastation, with limbs and arms broken and blood painted everywhere. And in some important places, there are everywhere in the head wearing a steel-forked hat, dressed in blue soap robe of the East Chamber of the army. Even more, there were quite a few East Chamber servants who were carrying and counting the various types of resources that belonged to the Scorchlight sect. It was clear that the combat on the main battlefield had ended, and the Scorched Light sect was clearly the party that had lost miserably. Right now, only the peak of the main peak still had some breaths facing each other. Should we still lean over and take a look? When Nan was out of ideas and looked uneasily at Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong was about to reply when a violent fluctuation suddenly erupted at the top of the mountain, followed by an even more terrifying aura. In that instant, the entire main peak shook 3 times, splattering thick dirt and dust. Treasure weapon self-detonation? That old man Yen actually used his own life as a price to directly self-detonate his sect-suppressing treasure weapon. When Nan waved his sleeve to deflect the puffs of smoke, his eyes wide and incredulous as he shrieked. Old man Yen used his life to self-detonate his middle-grade treasure weapon, and its power is enough to compare to the 8th level of the 9 Heavens realm. But it was such a terrifying attack that was still suppressed by that breath in an instant. This. Zhao Chong was similarly startled, but the main reason was because of the aura that followed. 9 Heavens Realm 9? How is this possible? How many years has it been since my 10 great clans have seen such a supreme existence? When Nan's face turned white with the same shock when he reacted. It was at this moment that 2 figures pierced through the shroud of smoke and appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was 2 figures in black armor with black and gold masks on their faces, and they just floated in mid-air, watching silently from half a mile away. Parting black armor, hideous and oozing black and gold face armor. These are those mysterious guards beside the great Zhou Emperor? But shouldn't they be in the middle stage of the 9 Heavens realm? Why is this aura making my heart tremble? When Nan's lips were shivering, and he had lost the majestic image of a party's great sect vice-patriarch. And Zhao Chong on the side was likewise not a few points better, his eyes constantly fluttering around in a messy manner. Fruitful. Sure enough, the rumors are indeed true. The more loyal one was to the great Zhou court and to the great Zhou emperor, the greater the cultivation enhancement would be. No wonder a magistrate that had just been formed dared to directly strut and kill the Scorched Light sect. This great Zhou court, and just how many experts are there today? Go! Move! When Nan fiercely let out a low cry, after which he turned around and walked away. Zhao Chong and the others returned to their senses and also hurriedly turned around. But just at this moment, a somewhat shrill, hoarse, low laugh suddenly rang out. He he he. You all have come a long way. This drama is afraid that you have not seen enough. Why do you need to rush to go? The crowd stiffened, as if they had been ordered to freeze, not daring to move again. Because the owner of that voice at some point had already stopped in their path of retreat. Looking at the old eunuch with white eyebrows and white hair in a purple eunuch's robe, wearing a folded ear gauze hat and holding a duster, when Nan's throat rolled and accompanied by a smile hard to make a sound. I believe you are the Emperor's palace attendant, the East Chamber's factory director, Lord Zhua? I, Tianxian sect vice-patriarch Wen Nan. Meet Lord Zhua, vice-patriarch of the Golden String sect, Zhao Chong. Meet the left factory minister. Zhao Chong did not dare to be slow, followed by a respectful salute with a cold sweat on his head. Oh, you two, you're quite sensible. Suishou stared at the two with a smile, then shook his head and sighed lightly. That's just it, on account of the fact that you and others have some eyesight, my lord will spare you for the time being. Thank you, Lord Zhua. When Nan and the others were instantly relieved and hurriedly clasped their fists in thanks. Don't be busy thanking first. If you can't make a wise choice afterward, then it's not surprising that your head will have to be collected by this public. Hearing Suishou's seemingly smiling but actually cold words, the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but lift up again. When you return, tell the remaining 7 clans. The reason why the Imperial Court wanted to eliminate the Black Nightmare sect, the Scorchlight sect and the Lanrua sect was because the former had plotted treason and assassination against the late emperor, the middle one had disrespected his majesty, and the latter had colluded with foreign enemies and feudal lords. Therefore, as long as you and the other 7 clans honestly listen to the court's will, you will not be in trouble. But if one dares to flee or collude with a feudal king, oh, what will happen, you and others should be able to foresee. After hearings with Shou's words, Wan Nan, Jiao Chong, and the others were immediately shocked and their eyelids jumped. Surprisingly, it's not just the Scorchlight sect. Well, get lost. Yes, yes, we will retire.
Chapter 28 Misty Sect. ERUO.
Imperial capital, Spirit Spring Palace. Hibiscus is warm in the hibiscus countryside, and wine is sound in the wine pool. 3 acres of spiritual springs gas dense. More than 100 beautiful people smile is delayed. If you ask where the spring breeze is wonderful, I have a palace that is not envious of fairies. Mostly. Wu Ji leaned back on the soft and wonderful body, enjoying the massages of the palace maids and the feeding of melons and fruits and spiritual wine, while moving his 2 hands in an unfaithful manner, with one pair of eyes still lingering on the bodies of the palace maids and concubines who were laughing and joking in the spring water. The hazy veil covered the hidden snowy whiteness, and if he was not careful, he would expose the various colors of spring light to Wu Ji's eyes. Facing this cozy life that was countless times more wonderful than that of a god, Wu Ji couldn't help but chant out shallowly, trying to express his feelings at this moment. But just as he was about to recite the last 2 lines, successive system beeps suddenly sounded. Ding! You mobilized the 9 Spectres Palace to destroy the Lanrua sect, one of the top 10 sects, triggering the overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might plus 28. Ding! You mobilized the Night Hunting Division to destroy the Black Nightmare sect, one of the top 10 sects, triggering the domineering attribute, Imperial Might plus 30. Ding! You mobilized the East Chamber to exterminate the Scorchlight sect, one of the top 10 sects, triggering the overbearing attribute, Imperial Might plus 32. The beauties on the side were waiting with bated breath to hear Wu Ji's poem, but at that moment, Wu Ji couldn't be bothered with the ending and his attention was directly on the system panel. Dewey System. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level, 6th level of the 7-star realm. Dewey, 25. Current number of draws available, 1. Watching another chance to draw a prize appeared. Wu Ji's mood instantly became even more pleasant. Since obtaining the Yin-Yang Atlas and starting a ridiculous life in the Spirit Spring Palace, the rules for obtaining daily Emperor's Might points had also changed. Because since then, there's no distinction between daytime proclamations and nighttime proclamations, and you only get 10 points a day. Combined with the 1 point for not practicing, you are able to get 11 points per day without any effort. Compared to the previous 4 points per day, Wu Ji was satisfied. What's more, the cultivation level could still rub off and keep rising. The girls had almost gotten used to it over the past few days, and the cultivation of those favored concubines was rising even more at an unimaginable speed. Leprechaun, what are you doing with your eyes closed? Open them. Wu Ji scraped the stiff nose of the chosen servant underneath him, feeling the slippery feeling and elasticity of the skin contact, and smiled heatedly. The raffle and all that, let's wait until it's quiet before we start. It's not good for him to be patient at times like this. The chosen attendant's eyelids fluttered slightly and opened her eyes, staring shyly at Wu Ji, and then hurriedly turned her head away, her voice like a mosquito, and said, Your Majesty, please also have mercy on. In the eastern part of the imperial dynasty, the ethereal sect, there are only 3 days left until the deadline given by the court. Where exactly should my misty sect go from here? Ignore it, of course. I'd like to see what the court can do to me. Agreed. My 10 great clans have always stood in parallel with the Great Show, and now that dim-witted ruler wants to rely on a mere decree to make us bend our knees and bow down? How is that possible? But after that night, the court's reserves have increased dramatically, especially in terms of experts, and I'm afraid that it's no longer weaker than my 10 great clans. If the imperial court is really ruthless and mobilizes all kinds of experts and armies to attack ferociously, my 10 great clans alone will not be able to hold them back. It's not like my 10 great clans are made of clay. If the imperial court wants to move, they have to consider the consequences. What's more, when it really comes to that time, there's no need for us to hide any longer. So we'll just show our cards and completely unite with the 7 clan kings. At that time, when we face each other head-on, it's not certain who will die. If we do that, we will only lose both. At the end of the day, the ones picking the peaches can only be people from other countries and other clans. If the court is determined to force the issue, where is the concern for those? In short, let's offer Ji Rua to that dim-witted ruler. That's never going to happen. As for having the patriarch enter the palace to confess, That's even more impossible. In the middle of the sect's main hall, a group of Misty Sect's top management was arguing. There were some hesitant voices, but most stayed tough. The Misty Sect honored women, and other than the auxiliary staff such as the protectors and handymen, the rest of the disciples were all women. At this time in the hall, more a male cannot be seen, all are some or flamboyant, or gray-haired wonderful women crone. It was at this moment that a male protector ran into the hall in a fiery hurry. Report! It's a big deal! How dare you? Sect Hall! How dare you make a rude clamor? A fierce-eyed crone fiercely pestled her snake-headed cane in displeased rebuke. That protector was startled and hurriedly lowered his head, but his expression was still extremely urgent. Inside above the patriarch's throne, slightly powdered, charming Su Shiyu swept that old crone, and then blandly out of the voice indistinct. No harm done. Tell us what happened. Aye. Greetings, Patriarch. The Manhwa sect, the Black Nightmare sect, and the Scorchlight sect are 3 sects that have been exterminated. That protector hurriedly responded, cold sweat breaking out on his head and his tone trembling. After hearing the contents, the entire hall was instantly dead silent. Many people had their mouths open and were filled with astonishment and disbelief. One of the 3 of the 10 great sects had been exterminated? How is that possible? Su Shiyu's pupils shrunk slightly, and his hands under his sleeve robes clenched instantly. Is the news true? What forces are responsible for this? Back to the Patriarch. This matter has been thrice sought, and it is absolutely true. Just today, the Imperial Court's Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, and the 9 Spectres Palace, which had defected to the Imperial Court at an unknown time, had struck almost simultaneously to exterminate the 3 great sects. I heard that apart from a very small portion of them being captured alive, all the other disciples of the 3 sects were killed. Upon hearing the Protector's detailed explanation, the atmosphere in the hall immediately shifted from silence to chaos. How is this possible? The 3 major sects have been operating for thousands of years, and there are perfect protective formations where the mountain gates are located. Was that night's bizarre change really so horrifying? How many experts have emerged from the court? The 9 Spectres Palace? How could they have voted for the court? This is just heavenly. The 3 clans each have their own cards. How could they be easily erased in a single day? It doesn't make sense. At this moment, everyone panicked. No longer the calm and unimpressed they were before. It was at this moment that another middle-aged woman came running from outside the temple. Report. An urgent letter from the Tianxian sect and the Golden String sect. Read. Aye. To all the Taoists of the Ethereal sect. The court has sent its elite to suppress the Scorchlight sect, the Manhwa sect, and the Black Nightmare sect on charges of murdering the late emperor, colluding with foreign enemies and feudal lords, and disrespecting his majesty. According to Close to Check, can be known to the court side of the masters like clouds, the 3 sects of few defenseless. On the other hand, Zuosho, the factory director of the East Factory, has already been promoted to the 9th Extreme Realm, and the mysterious close guards on the side of the Emperor of the Great Zhou are suspected to have all been promoted to the 9th Heavenly Realm at the 8th level. The court's momentum has been established, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to shake again. When this time for the clan heritage plan when to go small to protect big, hereby remind. Exactly how to choose. I still hope that you all will be cautious. After listening to the woman's pronouncement, all the people in the hall felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their minds, shaking them for a while. A 9th Heavenly Realm 9th level plus 10 or so 9th Heavenly Realm 8th levels, such a force that is, the remaining 7 sects experts came out together, and they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to counteract it. What's more, since Zuosho and those mysterious close guards had been promoted so greatly, what about Meng Ong, the division master of the Hunting Night Division? What about the 5 ghosts of the Night Hunting Division? Also, what about that great Zhou's #1 expert Makara? Gobble. In a dead silence, there was no telling who swallowed hard and broke the eerie atmosphere. Patriarch. I think, regarding the court's decree, we still need to carefully consider the matter. Ahem, not bad. In fact, my ethereal sect did not act disobediently other than participating in the dark battle that night. I don't think the court will come down too hard. Will it? Right, since the court has issued the decree, it means that the court doesn't want to make too much of a mess either. If not, since the Imperial Court was able to easily exterminate those 3 great clans, then I'm afraid that mobilizing a large army to exterminate the 7 parties of clans such as ours wouldn't be too difficult. You guys, That dim-witted king wants Ji Ruo to enter the palace as a concubine. How can this be answered? Ji Ruo is the hope of my misty sect. How can I send her out? This? Why don't we go with the name of the Ji Ruo Holy Maiden and just make her an elder? And after that, we choose one of the alternate saints to be the new saint. In that case, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Heh, do you take the court to be deaf? Or a little cutie? What's more, Ji Ruo was the first delicate daughter and the first genius of the great show. I even suspect that the reason why that dim-witted ruler offered to let my 10 great clans present their holy maidens as consorts, I'm afraid that most of them are all running towards Ji Ruo. Playing smart at a time like this, I'm afraid that it will only backfire and usher in a disaster of doom. What is to be done when this is not working and that is not working? For the sake of the great plan of the clan's inheritance, anyone should be prepared to sacrifice themselves. As the sect's holy maiden, Ji Ruo should be even more responsible for this heavy responsibility. As I see it, let's follow the court's will. Agreed. Ugh. Agreed. This? Shen Shuyan sank his face and suddenly let out a light cry. Come on out. The bickering in the hall instantly quieted down, and when they saw a person walk out from the screen in the back hall, the people's complexion instantly became extremely wonderful. They had never thought that the holy maiden Ji Ruo had been in this hall. As you have heard, this is the situation today. However, the sect will not make things difficult for you, let alone force you. If you don't want to, pack up later and go far away. Shen Shuyan stared with a complex expression at the woman in a long silver dress with a face that was neither sad nor happy, and his tone was sullen. Ji Ruo, her figure was the most enchanting and stunning in the world. Her face was like a flawless white moon, but her temperament was like a moon in a well or a flower in water. It is not like being on earth, as it is far away and near, clear and muddy. Even many times, even she, the self-proclaimed appearance of the not-so-good patriarch, will give birth to the slightest trace of jealousy and a feeling of self-abasement. Chapter 29, The Statue of Garuda. Where in all the world can't you call home? Where can I not be among the vastness of the mountains and rivers? Out of everyone's expectation, Ji Ruo not only did not get annoyed and angry, but instead smiled brightly, and there was an indescribable feeling of transcendence and floating between the words. The mundane world is like a passing cloud of smoke. If you pay attention, it is there. You move your eyes and it is not there. Presence and absence, peace and restlessness, all reside in one mind. Listening to Ji Ruo's ethereal tone, almost everyone was confused. These words, what do they mean? Why did it feel as if their perceptions were not in the same dimension? Fortunately, Ji Ruo's words afterward finally let them breathe a sigh of relief. Just like a weight off your shoulders, but with mixed feelings. The imperial palace I can go to. In this way, the karma is also settled. The words fell, Ji Ruo smiled faintly and turned around, like a light smoke floating and swirling, out of the hall and went. After a long silence, Shen Shuyan's voice finally sounded. Then let us act according to the will of the court. Also, cut off contact with several of the feudal lords and be prepared for the fact that the court is unlikely to simply let us off the hook. Lives may be saved, but I'm afraid many things will be lost. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Beichuan Prefecture, Beifengfu, the Iron Hat King's royal residence. Wu Chenghe stood on the inner side of the Great Hall with his hands behind his back, a pair of unruffled tiger eyes scanning the maps of public opinion on the wall. It was a macro opinion map of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty and the surrounding countries, marked with various colorful patterns and small flags. Your Highness, it has been confirmed that the 3 great clans have, indeed, been destroyed. A black-robed middle-aged man swept noiselessly into the Great Hall and reported with a respectful salute towards Wu Chenghe's back. Wu Chenghe didn't turn around, and the expression on his face didn't change much, just snapping his stubby fingers and sighing with emotion. It is said that when the wind and clouds are in turmoil, the sky is unpredictable. This is a true aphorism. I thought that the great dragon was trapped in the shallows and could be burned to death by adding a little fire. But unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao intervened again. Heh, it's really getting interesting. Wenshu, what do you think? Lu Wenshu was slightly silent, then astringently said, Your Highness, the Black Nightmare sect and the other 3 sects were thunderously swept away by the imperial court. So I'm afraid that the other 7 sects have been scared out of their wits. Perhaps they have been born to throw their lot in with the court, and it will be difficult for them to borrow again. Wu Chenghe snorted lightly and said indifferently, "Those fools who tried to take control of us, the king never really counted on them. This game of conquering the world really relies on, or the military. 10 clans? Humph. If this king wanted to, he could have pushed his army across all of them in January. Pay no attention to them." Speaking here, Wu Chenghe finally turned around. Since the situation has changed drastically, it's time for the previous strategy to change. Send a message to the other 6 feudal lords, telling them that I have received a secret report from the imperial palace that the little tyrant is determined to slaughter all of our feudal lords. Let them immediately reorganize their troops and horses and take out all their cards to vigorously strengthen their arms. 3 days later, the tigers come out of the gates, each sweeping through the neighboring prefectures. Lu Wenshu frowned slightly and hesitated. "Your Highness, and now that the court's reserves have increased greatly, the strength of its soldiers has surpassed ours. In this situation, we again hard to touch. I'm afraid it is difficult to accomplish." Wu Chenghe smiled blandly and said with a sense of accomplishment, "I don't know how many days and nights the king has plotted for this day. Don't worry, the king won't do anything he's not sure of." Those feudal lords served only one purpose, and that was to attract the attention of the court. Of course, they alone couldn't keep the court's hands and cards occupied, so there will be other surprises coming up then. Lu Wenshu listened to the clouds and felt that he was becoming more and more somewhat puzzled by his own king. But he didn't dare interrupt, so he could only continue to listen. Wait until the divine martial army arching the imperial capital is transferred. At that time, that's when we will truly make our debut. Lu Wenshu couldn't help but get more and more confused. They were thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. What was the direct relationship between the transfer of the divine warrior army or not? And them? Well, you don't need to think too much about the other things. Go and order all the armies to sharpen their swords and prepare for battle. In addition, many war sharps will be delivered this evening, so let them catch up and familiarize themselves. Go on. Lu Wenshu still has a lot of questions in his mind. Seeing Wu Chenghe waving his hand to drive people away, he can only hold back and leave with a dark sigh. After an unknown period of time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the hall. "This movement of troops is a matter of foothold, and no slip-ups will be allowed. Is that man credible? Don't worry. He's not supposed to know anything. Moreover, he is the chief steward of the royal household, and has long been tied up, so it is impossible for anything to go wrong." That's good. That said, there are quite a few experts that have popped up in Great Zhou, especially that hall master eunuch Zhuo, as well as Mu Yuan, who was known as the #1 expert of the Great Zhou. The former could already be identified as the 9 Extremities realm, and the latter in all probability was as well. For these 2 might take it. The bottom is already out of 5. Even if there are 1 or 2 more, it's all for naught. This is a great plan, and I am determined to win it, so I will not act in haste. You just need to do your own thing and ignore the rest. Okay. Got it. July 21st. Great Zhou, the imperial capital. Ding. You sent someone to forcefully kidnap the Orchid Sect's holy maiden to enter the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, the emperor's authority +8. Ding. You sent someone to forcefully kidnap the holy maiden of the Black Nightmare sect to enter the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, emperor's might +9. Ding. You sent someone to forcefully kidnap the holy maiden of the Scorchlight sect to enter the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, and the emperor's authority is +7. Inside the Hall of Diligence, looking at the number of emperor's might points reaching 71, Wu Ji laughed in a low voice. Then, Wu Ji's attention went back to the palm-sized talisman seal in his hand. This was the prize he had drawn earlier. This talisman was called a two-way transfer talisman, which could designate a place within 1,000 miles, and then bring no more than 100 people to instantly appear in that place. Its return effectiveness can last up to an hour. As long as it is activated again within an hour, it can be returned to its original place instantly. It's just a shame that it can only be used once, and when it's used up, it will burn itself out and disappear. Your Majesty, the 3 sect holy maidens have been placed in the Holy Maiden Palace. Also, V Noble is asking for an audience. Yang Yang called out softly outside the hall to report. Wu Ji put away the movement talisman, corrected his posture, and then coughed lightly. Well, let her in. Yes. It wasn't long before the door to the hall opened and Shi Huiwei, who was covered in a purple dress, stepped in. Look at her freshly powdered look, should be well washed and dressed up, which came. Concubine, bow to your Majesty. Shi Huaiwei stepped to the bottom of the imperial steps with small broken steps, and then bent her knees and thoughtfully performed a kowtow salute. Wu Ji beckoned, blandly, "In the future, there will be no need for this great salute, just perform the salute as usual." "Yes, my concubine has made a note of it, thank you, your majesty." Shi Huaiwei got up and looked at Wu Ji imploringly, then pulled out a small rough-looking stone statue. "Your majesty, this item was obtained from Yang Xiaofan. That Yang Xiaofan was able to compel his concubine and rise all the way to the top. He should have relied on this item to help him. Although I don't know what kind of magic this object has, there is one thing that my concubine can be sure of. This object can unknowingly influence the senses and attitudes of others, and perhaps actively inspire and induce them to do things that are out of character and highly unwise. It is offered to your majesty today, and may be of no small use if your majesty can have it probed for its bizarre abilities." "Oh!" Wu Ji raised his eyebrows slightly, followed by a relieved smile. In fact, Qin Shiyue had already secretly reported this in order to show her loyalty. There are times, though, when it's better to put on a show. You have a heart, and present it. Shi Huaiwei was delighted in her heart. Lightly stepping on the royal steps and picking up the stairs, she handed the small stone statue to Wu Ji. Subsequently, Shi Huaiwei actually half-kneeled close to Wu Ji's left leg, and then cupped a pair of pink fists and pounded the leg for Wu Ji. Feeling a pair of soft rubs, Wu Ji's mouth grinned slightly. However, his attention quickly shifted as the system's beep suddenly sounded. "Ding! Unknown strange object found. Do you want to explore it?" Wu Ji was slightly stunned, not realizing that this system had other functions. "Probe. Ding! The exploration of this object is expected to cost 50 to 70 points of Emperor's Might. Shall we continue?" Wu Ji's eyelids suddenly fluttered and he cursed. To probe such an insignificant gadget, it requires so many Emperor's Might points. It wasn't easy for him to save up these Emperor's Might points, but despite the secret curses, Wu Ji chose to continue rather submissively. After all, that Yang Xiaofan's resume was too much like the main character in the novel. Can become the protagonist of the Golden Finger is not simple goods? Go on. Ding. Exploration complete. 61 points of Imperial might have been deducted. Wu Ji let out a dark sigh, not bothering with the Emperor's Might that only had 10 points left, and gazed at the information that surfaced on the small stone statue. Name: Statue of Garuda. Origin: Sacred relics of the Garuda tribe. Condition: broken 90%. Attribute 1: compulsion current effectiveness, 10%. When worn behind the back, it can subconsciously influence the senses and attitudes of others, causing them to gradually develop feelings of friendliness, reverence, and admiration. Once every 9 years, you may actively strike the light of compulsion, causing the target to react according to the wearer's wishes. The current interval has passed and can be excited once at any time. Note: you can spend 100 points of Emperor's Might or 1 chance of lucky draw to get 1 chance to stimulate the light of compulsion. Attribute 2. Not available at this time. Feature 3. Note: you can spend 9 draws to repair the idol to its intact state. After reading the target's message, Wu Ji couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. This is actually a holy relic of a race? And what level of artifacts should that be? Other than that compulsion trait alone is extremely amazing. Wouldn't this even be able to turn a dead enemy into one of their own if the light of compulsion was used on them? Wu Ji slowly rubbed the small stone statue of its appearance with mixed feelings. This thing was still in a broken state. If it was intact, its power would definitely be very scary. And I wonder what other weird properties there are? As much as he wanted to fix this immediately, he simply couldn't do it. Originally, he thought that his Emperor's Might points and lottery chances would only increase the more he saved up. But after the appearance of such a big dog that swallowed Emperor's Might, Wu Ji could only secretly lament. He was afraid that it would be hard to have a day of grace for his Emperor's power points. After all, the new discovery of this utility of the system, that similar treasure must also feed Chapter 30, The Holy Maiden of the Three Clans. Your Majesty? Seeing that Wu Ji had been staring at the stone statue in a daze, Shi Huaiwei called out gently in confusion. Wu Ji came back to his senses, put away the stone statue and laughed, pulling Shi Huaiwei towards the back hall. This object is somewhat extraordinary. Fei did a good job. When the reward? Shi Huaiwei's pretty face flushed, her head lowered as she followed closely. The eunuchs and palace maidens outside the hall waited for half an hour before they got to see Wu Ji and Shi Huaiwei show up. Wu Ji arranged for the palace maid to escort Shi Huiwei back to the palace, while he himself turned the road and traveled straight to the Holy Maiden's palace in the north courtyard. After these few days of fiddling around, Wu Ji had identified several features of the atlas. Two of them are somewhat interesting. For one thing, first contact has the biggest upside. Second, the higher the target's cultivation level, the greater the increase. The 10 sect Holy Maidens, except for that Ji Ruo, were either in the 7-star realm or the 8-gate realm, which could be much higher than the cultivation level of the concubines in the palace. Now there are 3 helpers to promote the rapid improvement of cultivation into the palace. Wu Ji naturally do not want to wait. Moreover, he also wanted to see if he could make those 3 holy women who harbored hatred towards him change their attitudes if he only relied on the subtle compulsion of the Garuda idol. And if it can, how long will it take? The northern courtyard of the harem, the Palace of the Holy Maiden. The Palace of the Holy Maiden was an area formed by a chain of palaces, in which there were more than 30 separate halls. Originally, this place was not called the Holy Maiden Palace, but the emperor decreed that it would naturally be easily changed. Sangyeongjin. The 3 chosen servants. His Majesty will arrive, drink quickly, lest the palace maids be rough and spoil the makeup of the 3 chosen servants. A large-faced elderly courtesan stared at the 3 saints whose faces were shifting in color and smirked. The Black Nightmare Sex Holy Maiden Joy glanced at the forbidden spirit soup on the table and clenched her teeth angrily. The 3 of us are the holy maidens of the hall, and now that we've been forcibly kidnapped into the imperial palace, it's just as well that we're only given the status of a chosen servant. It's too much of a bully. The elderly courtesan hemmed and hawed, narrowing her eyes in disdain. The 3 sects are disobedient and sinful. His Majesty is kind enough to spare your lives and give you the opportunity to live in peace and honor. The 3 of you are lucky not to be categorized as the lowest of ladies. So what is there to complain about? Hao Ningfen, the holy maiden of the Scorched Light sect, reluctantly smiled and hesitantly said, "And now that the 3 of us no longer have the slightest reliance, we will never show disrespect to your Majesty. How about, it's better not to drink this forbidden spirit soup." That courtesan's eyes instantly went cold, and a powerful and dangerous aura emanated from her body. Forbidden spirit soup will only imprison cultivation and last for a limited time without any harm. The 3 of you have been excusing yourselves. Do you really want to harm His Majesty? Looks like. Lan Zixin, the holy maiden of the Lanrua sect, changed her face slightly and hurriedly tugged on the sleeves of the other 2, trembling. "No, it won't. We'll drink it. Here it is." Greeting Lan Zixin's anxious eyes, Joy and Hao Ningfen exchanged glances, then let out a dark sigh and gritted their teeth as they picked up the glazed bowl. Seeing the 3 people all drank the forbidden spirit soup, and the effect of the medicine gradually, the courtesan only slightly slowed down, took the 3 people's mustard and searched out the other things with people walked out. When the door of the temple closed, the 3 of them looked slightly slower, but the color of sadness and sorrow surged out of their eyes at the same time. "I never thought that we, who have kept our bodies for decades, would end up being cheapened to that damned dim-witted ruler." Joy whimpered through gritted teeth, her fists clenched and the backs of her hands flushed with flakes of onion white. Vengeance for the destruction of the clan is not shared. Tyrant Wu Ji must die. Hao Ningfen shouted angrily in a low voice, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Originally, the 3 of us gathered together to combine our efforts to put that tyrant to death. But now that his cultivation is confined, he is no longer able to reach it. Lan Zixin spoke out softly, and at this moment, he looked again, but no longer had the appearance of cowering, and was much more composed than the other 2. The only solution for the present is to hide deep hatred and sacrifice chastity in order to make that tyrant off his guard. But that's not enough. We have to cooperate as much as possible in order to win the tyrant's trust. Only by making that tyrant eat and linger can he grow to trust us and come back for more. When that tyrant stops making us drink forbidden spirit soup, the first step will be considered reached. But then it was not to be done lightly, for we could not tell whether the tyrant was tempting us or not. Perhaps there are still supreme masters in the shadows escorting them all the time. After 3 or 5 times, the tyrant's guard will surely be gone. At that time, only then can we strike thunderously and cut down the tyrant in an instant. Joy's eyes flickered slightly, lightly touching Hao Ningfen's eyes before slowly nodding. Although it is too cheap for that tyrant, for the sake of the thousands of fellow disciples who died tragically, we agree. His Majesty has arrived. The door to the palace opened, and the palace maids and eunuchs knelt in a heap outside the palace. Wu Ji slowly stepped into the palace, followed closely by the 2 guards of Zizhu. When he saw the 3 shy and bashful holy women on the inside, Wu Ji's eyebrows flickered and his eyes showed a color of interest. In his thought, how these 3 people should also be a look of grief and anger, or else should be a posture of uncertainty. But why does it look like he's looking forward to it? Concubine Joy Lan Zixin and Hao Ningfen. Welcome, Your Majesty. The 3 women bowed their knees and bowed their heads, saluting with a delicate voice, looking between the charming eyes shy. It is really choo-choo lovely. Be excused, and rise to your feet. Thank you, Your Majesty. Follow me into the back hall. Wu Ji didn't say much and walked straight around the inner screen and into the inner sanctum on the inner side. The 3 women swept their eyes at the 2 masked armorers who remained on the inner side of the temple door, motionless, and with slightly lowered heads nervously followed them in. Inner sanctum. You and others? Do you hate me? Wu Ji sat on his seat, scraping the lid of the tea bowl while staring at the 3 of them with a smirk. Concubine wouldn't dare. Your Majesty was able to spare my concubiness life. My concubine is still too thankful to be able to do so. How would I dare to resent Your Majesty? Joy's eyes were forbiddingly closed, her dark eyelashes constantly trembling lightly, and her 2 hands were shaking up and down uneasily, very nervous. Your Majesty doesn't know in fact, there's a lot of chaos in the sect as well. When Zixin was small, he was bullied from time to time. Even if she became a holy maiden, she would still be a puppet of the clan. Zixin can't make up their own minds about a lot of things. His Majesty's extermination of them has precisely freed Zixin. Therefore, Zixin would only be grateful for His Majesty's kindness, and would never harbor any resentment. I still hope that Your Majesty will be clear. Compared to Joy, Lan Zixin was even more unbearable. The body was slightly curled up, both arms clutched to her chest like a frightened deer. However, with this posture, she had instead enhanced the allure of her own physique, and it was unknown whether it was intentional or not. Concubine dare not. To be Your Majesty's woman, concubine joy and honor. Compared to the first 2, Hao Ningfen was much more normal. Ha! Wu Ji let out a low chuckle, then slowly came in front of the 3. In that case, I am relieved. Wu Ji spoke softly, moving his gaze slowly. This Changhua Hall is nicely decorated, cozy and elegant. In the future, when the 3 of you meet, it will all be in this Changhua Hall. If His Majesty says yes, then naturally it is good. The 3 of them bit their lips and didn't retort, but only responded in a low voice. In the inner room of the inner temple, first there was a person who stepped in with Wu Ji and discussed the wind and flowers, and only after a long time was there a second and a third person. Outside the temple, the breeze was blowing, drumming the branches of the trees to sway lightly. Occasionally, a spirit bird landed on a branch, emitting a chirping, crunchy song. The sun was setting in the west, and the western sky was already reddened by the glow of the setting sun. By the time the doors of the temple opened wide again, night had quietly enveloped the land. Wu Ji was still wearing the incomparably flattering black and gold imperial robe, as if it was no different from before. In the middle of the back hall, the lights were not lit, and it was not possible to see the inner view of the inner side. Only 3 confused, hateful voices sounded low. He, having gotten his way, should drop his guard? No, it's not enough. I can sense that the dimwit is keeping his guard up at all times. Is it really worth it for us to be like this? Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Thinking about those fellow disciples who died tragically, how can it not be worth it? Kill him? Definitely kill him. Hold back, hold back. Mustn't show any difference. Mustn't let that tyrant get suspicious. If not, our efforts, our hateful endurance, will have been in vain. Go back to the temple. I want to be alone. The Hall of Diligence. Dewey System. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level, first level of the 8 Gates realm. Dewey 10. Current number of draws available. 0. Looking at the column of cultivation attributes, Wu Ji's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Previously, his cultivation was at the 8th level of the 7-star realm, but after taking a trip from the Holy Maiden's palace, he had directly broken 2 levels of the realm. Such a harvest has since made Wu Ji happy. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the arrival of the other 7 sect Holy Maidens even more, especially that Holy Maiden of the Netherworld sect, I wonder how much help I will get from my first dual cultivation with her. In addition, Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan, the two imperial capital double daughters, should also start. While Wu Ji was secretly thinking about it, he also started to approve the Zhengzhou with his hands. The great Zhou imperial dynasty's boundaries were vast, and there were thousands of Zhengzhou that he needed to personally approve every day. It was also fortunate that his spirit god was powerful and disposed of it extremely quickly, almost spending only 3 or 4 hours per day to finish it. If it was given to an ordinary emperor without martial arts cultivation to approve, he would not be able to approve 10% even if he died of exhaustion. The white moon was in the sky. Wu Ji just vacated today's Zhangji. Yang Yang bowed from outside the temple and walked in. Your Majesty, chosen servant Yu requests an audience with the Holy Spirit, saying that he has important matters to report. Chapter 31 The Storm Comes. A secret letter. Chosen servant? Which one? Wu Ji raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at Yang Yang. Yang Yang hastily pumped his cheeks and returned in fear. Back to your Majesty. It's the Yu elected servant of the Chang Yu Hall of the Holy Maiden's Palace in the northern courtyard. The concubines in this palace are most numerous with the 8th class elective attendants, of which there are 4 elective attendants of the famous Yu. Yang Yang momentarily forgot to make it clear, which led to him jerking his face and punishing himself. Is she? Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly, but he came to be interested. Among the 3 sect holy maidens, this Joy's figure was the tallest, and her eyes were also somewhat finely different from the other 2. What is she trying to do by asking for an audience at this time? Could it be that they want to take credit and curry favor in order to seek a way of survival and promotion? Bring it here with less commotion. Yes. It wasn't long before Joy, dressed in a light red dress, stepped into the hall. Concubine Joy, greetings to your Majesty. Well, say, what is it that seeks me? Wu Ji looked through the secret tome without looking up. Joy fell to her knees, her heart constantly beating fast. In fact, after witnessing the Black Nightmare sect being easily overthrown, she had thought about it a lot on the way she was brought to the imperial capital. Although the Black Nightmare sect had cultivated her, she was still a member of the Great Zhou after all. The court exterminated the Black Nightmare sect also because the Black Nightmare sect was involved in the assassination of the late emperor. Fundamentally, she actually didn't have much reason to hate the court or the emperor. What's more, even if she could really kill the emperor, what would be the point? At that time, it would only plunge the entire Great Zhou into deep water. Therefore, she had already made up her mind that instead of sending herself to her death in a meaningless manner, she should try to climb up the ladder and seek power. Lan Zixin and Hao Ningfen are her stepping stones. Originally, she was still a bit hesitant, but after the medicinal power of the forbidden spirit soup expired a short while ago, she was surprised to find that her own cultivation had risen by 1 level. But as expected, it would take months for her to do so if she practiced normally. This magical change naturally reminded her of her earlier pleasures with the emperor. After all, there was only that one thing that could potentially cause an accident. Joy thus realized the emperor's mysterious and unpredictable, which completely made up his mind. Your Majesty, Lan Zixin and Hao Ningfen are secretly plotting to. With the decision made, Joy had no more reservations and told the cause and effect before and after. Originally, she thought that the emperor would inevitably be furious, but where did she think that the emperor would be very calm from start to finish? And there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already guessed it. Not bad. From now on, you are Yu Gue Rin. Hearing Wu Ji's praise and reward, Joy's heart rejoiced. But after waiting for half a day still did not see Wu Ji say the punishment for the other 2. Joy could not help but feel apprehensive. Your Majesty, that Hin elected servant and Fan elected servant. Them? Wu Ji looked up with a slightly raised eyebrow. Naturally, it's business as usual. Joy's heart jumped at once and she stammered. But they are so guilty that your Majesty will not punish them? Since she has become my woman, I always have to give some chances, don't I? Wu Ji said lazily, then waved his hand. Okay, you go down. Joy's pretty face stiffened slightly, and she was somewhat tearless. Looking at the emperor's attitude, it was clear that he didn't intend to help her hide the matter of the informer either. How was she going to get along with those 2 in the future? Concubine will retire. With mixed feelings, Joy rose to take her leave. Just as she was about to walk out of the great hall, Wu Ji's voice behind her sounded faintly. Don't worry, in this imperial palace, those who sincerely think about me will not be wronged. What's more, you're already ahead of her people. Joy was stunned, and after reacting a flash of excitement crossed her eyes, she turned around and curtsied playfully before leaving. July 22nd, night. Mu Yuan, Zhou Shou, Meng Ong, Lu Zihao, Su Changhong, and other key ministers most trusted by Wu Ji quietly gathered at the Palace of Diligence. Your Majesty, has something changed? Makahara frowned out, looking puzzled. In recent days, he has been secretly mobilizing troops and horses from all over the world by imperial decree, and at the same time slipped around the base camps of 3 of the feudal lords. Right now it was the most critical time, and he couldn't figure out why the emperor was urgently ordering him to return. Wu Ji swept his eyes at Su Changhong, Lu Zihao, and the others who were also a bit confused, and nodded towards Meng Ong. Manong, having been authorized to do so, gave a respectful salute, and then clasped his fists towards a few of his fellow officers. Gentlemen, there has indeed been a change of heart. Just before nightfall, someone from the Iron Hat King's royal residence approached the secret altar that the night hunting division had planted in the North Wind Mansion and forwarded a secret letter. A secret letter? What does it say?
Su Changhong looked puzzled.
The secret letter says that there may be a great disaster in the imperial capital on the day of the Great Rebellion. Meng Ong spoke out softly, but the content of his words caused the crowd's faces to change slightly. Lu Zihao fixed his mind, but he let out a cold laugh. Nonsense. There are 50,000 forbidden troops within the imperial capital. There are 200,000 imperial guards. Outside of the imperial capital, there were even 500,000 of the divine martial army. With the 3 armies guarding us, even if we kill 1,000,000 enemy troops, it's just a waste of time. In the entire Great Zhou dynasty, there was no safer place than the imperial capital. If the war starts, how will the imperial capital be born out of trouble? That's not necessarily true. If the divine martial army is forced to redeploy, and then an enemy army approaches the imperial capital without a word. Instead, Makara shook his head in the negative, and then his eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful look appearing on his square, rigid face. Is it hard to believe that there is corresponding corroborating information in the letter? Manong looked at Makara admiringly and nodded. Good, because the letter mentions that, with the exception of the Iron Hat King, the other 6 vassal kings are nothing more than blindfolds to attract the attention of the imperial court. The Iron Hat King was in close contact with mysterious forces, and hundreds of large, pseudo-precious artifact-level killing weapons had even appeared in the army. At the same time, it was highly likely that the Iron Hat King had colluded with the neighboring kingdoms to jointly raise an army to invade the country on the morrow. One of the most crucial pieces of information is, the Divine Warrior Army would be forced to redeploy, while the Iron Hat King's army would most likely quickly appear near the imperial capital by unknown means. This, then, is the reason why His Majesty has urgently summoned all of you to this meeting. After listening to Meng Ang's explanation, the crowd's expressions instantly heaved, but they all still had some doubts in their hearts. Su Changhong rubbed his fingers and hesitated. Who actually wrote this secret letter? Is it trustworthy? And how can you tell that it wasn't sent by the Iron Hat King on purpose, wanting to confuse the public so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to do something else? Monin shook his head, his expression equally uncertain for a few moments. The person who sent the letter is Lu Wenshu. Lu Wenshu? Isn't he the right-hand man of the Iron Hat King, the chief administrator of the royal residence, and the top pillar of the Beifeng province clan land? His words, too, can be believed. Lu Zihao frowned greatly, his disbelief intensifying. Lu Wenshu mentions that the Iron Hat King Wuchengi has most likely been replaced by a mysterious being. So after much struggle, he finally chose to inform the court. His loyalty was to Wu Chenghe, an imperial noble of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. However, Wu Chenghe's multiple arrangements had allowed him to see the crisis of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty being completely destroyed. Therefore, he chose betrayal. He says that if the Iron Hat King is indeed assassinated and replaced by someone else, then he has done a good job. If the Iron Hat King is still Wu Chenghe, then he will also die to thank for his sins and accompany Wu Chenghe to enter the Yellow Springs. Together. The people in the hall could not help but look at each other, both feeling unimaginable and very much not feeling the same way. Lu Wenshu is a capable person. This point is recognized by all the people in the hall. Because the Iron Hat King's North Wind Province clan was the weakest clan decades ago, but today, it is the clan that ranks first in terms of overall strength. The reason why this is so, Lu Wenshu's credit is second to none. And now, listening to Lu Wenshu's heartfelt speech, more or less let them give birth to a feeling of sympathy. But can one trust the words of such a resourceful man? It can't be Lu Wenshu's setup, right? Mak 1 touched the temples of his patchy white hair and said with a certain tiger's eye, "Whether it's true or not, don't bother. The big picture is under control anyway. In short, the divine martial army will not be transferred, and the imperial capital will not be out of order." Wu Ji smiled bashfully and turned to look at the giant opinion map hanging on the wall. The crowd's eyes followed. There are 5 states in the Great Zhou, Dinggu State in the center, Dongmeng State in the east, Nanling State in the south, Shiza State in the west, and Beichuan State in the north. Among the 9 vassal kings, the king of Xinbian and the king of Luhe were in the East Meng Prefecture, and the king of Yongyi and the king of Shanin were in the South Ling Prefecture. The king of Kokong and the king of Zhongyong are in Zizua Prefecture, while the king of Iron Hat, the king of Jibei, and the king of Huayan are in Beichuan Prefecture. According to the original plan, General Mu had already placed a death spell on King Yongyi, King Jibei, and King Huayan respectively. In this way, if the king of Xinbian suppresses the king of Luhe, the king of Bravery suppresses the king of Shanin, the king of Gogang suppresses the king of Zhongyong, and the king of Jibei and the king of Huayan suppress the king of Iron Hat, then the general situation can be finalized. And the army on the border is not moving, in case of an emergency, Wu Ji said while holding up his irons and moving them continuously on the opinion map. In fact, after learning that Mu Yuan's cultivation had stepped into an unimaginable height, Wu Ji secretly plotted with Mu Yuan to pacify and settle the country. The key point is the so-called death curse. This was a very magical ability that Makuhara had mastered after his breakthrough, allowing him to control the mind of the corresponding target for a limited period of time. With Mu Yuan's current strength, he could only control 3 people at the same time and for a duration of less than half a month. Because of the special rules of the first heaven, the extreme of the cultivation path was the peak of the 9th heavenly realm's 9th level. If one wanted to break through again, one could either manage to travel to the 2nd heaven or carry through the punishment, or rather, the test of the heaven and earth cataclysm. However, anyone who was able to carry through the heaven and earth cataclysm and successfully break through would gain a random ability. However, according to the historical records that still existed, there were at least hundreds of people who had traveled this path throughout the first heaven. But fewer than a dozen have succeeded in doing so. This gives an idea of how treacherous the process is. One must know that those who were able to cultivate to the 9th extreme of the 9 heavens realm in the first heaven, which one of them was not a person of amazing talent. Instead, Mak 1 was rewarded with a heavenly blessing, perfectly avoiding the threat of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, while also gaining magical abilities. Chapter 32 The Old Minister, to impeach His Majesty. If the secret letter is true, there must be an invasion of the border by another country. And there should be more than one country. Wu Ji spoke slowly, and the iron rod in his hand slid to the outer edge of the Great Zhou territory. To the northeast of Great Zhou is the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty, and to the east is the Great Shang vassal, the Daki Imperial Dynasty. The southeast is our vassal, the Jinghai Imperial Dynasty, and the south is our vassal, the Hak Dynasty. In the west is the independent kingdom, the Dailin Imperial Dynasty, and in the north are the 2 vassal dynasties of our dynasty, the Golden Iron Dynasty and the Ushuo Kingdom. Among these kingdoms, the Hak Dynasty and the Golden Iron Dynasty could be the first to be ruled out. They didn't have the guts to rebel. The Jinghai Imperial Dynasty nowadays, foreign relatives interfere in politics, internal strife, coupled with the arrangement of the army on the border of our dynasty is only more than 100,000, and there is no abnormality in the movement of the army within the dynasty, basically can also be ruled out. It was also less likely that the Great Forest Imperial Dynasty was at war with another country at the moment. In this way, there was only the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty and its vassal Daki Imperial Dynasty left, as well as that Wuxia Kingdom that was secretly controlled by the Iron Hat King. If the Great Shang Empire Dynasty wanted to join forces with Daqi to attack together, it would indeed pose a great threat. At that time, the Divine Warrior Army would inevitably have to move. In that case, it makes sense. After listening to Wu Ji's analysis, Meng Ong was hesitant. But, Your Majesty, according to the report of the secret spy, it has not been found that the 2 dynasties have increased their troops at the border gate. Wu Ji shook his head and let out a light laugh. If our dynasty wants to increase its army to the border of Dashang by less than 1 million, do you have a way to blind the other side's ears? This is very difficult, but not impossible. Then it's not over? Dashang and Daqi, after all, are not vassals of our dynasty, in which our dynasty's secret spies are active. Some top secret information may not be able to grasp in time. However, if the two dynasties have really sent a decent number of additional large armies to the border, then it also shows that there are still many shortcomings in the spying abilities of the night hunting division. Monin blushed slightly, awkwardly whispering in a low, wistful voice, not knowing how to respond. Makara's expression instantly became serious, but at the same time, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty's analysis is not unreasonable. Big business. Wuji put down his irons and paced slowly back and forth. After thinking for a long time, Wuji fiercely fixed his eyes. Since that Iron Hat King, whose truth is unknown, wants to transfer out of the Divine Martial Army, then I will fulfill him. Send an order to Shinwu General Gao Ji, ordering him to immediately reorganize his troops and set off 1 hour later, rushing to the northeastern border as fast as possible, in order to prepare for the attack of the Great Shang Dynasty. Makwan's face changed slightly as he clasped his fists and advised, Your Majesty, if the secret letter is true, and the Iron Hat King's army comes to attack, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to defend the imperial capital with just the Imperial Guard and the Forbidden Army. After all, the Iron Hat King, in addition to those 500,000 explicit Iron Hat Army, still had 200,000 dark troops that could rival the Imperial Forest Army in. Moreover, they also possessed a large number of pseudo-precious artifact-level attacking weapons. Wuji waved his hand and gave an inexplicable sneer of meaning. Don't worry. If the Iron Hat King's army does manage to make a bizarre appearance near the imperial capital, I will definitely give him a big surprise. Makoto was stunned, then relieved in his heart. Yes, His Majesty still has cards in the dark. I'm afraid that, in addition to those 12 mysterious close guards, there is also a terrifying army. When he thought of this, Makohara shut his mouth and didn't try to persuade him any further. If the situation really develops like this, then let King Jibei and King Huayan annihilate the Wushua Kingdom and take over Beifeng Province. Wuji continued to speak, laying it out line by line. In addition, among the 9 clan kings, the Jinbian King's Zhenbian army is the strongest. I think they wouldn't be able to waste much effort in destroying King Luha's Luha army. Once the Luha army was cleaned up, let the King of Jinbian immediately lead his army to the eastern border to support the border army in battle and resist the possible attack by the Delin dynasty. On the part of several other clans, they acted according to the original plan. Lastly, send orders to all the border troops, ordering them to raise the alert level to the highest, spread the cordon out, and be ready for war at all times. By the Emperor's will. Wu Ji nodded slightly, his eyes flickering as he said, Well, there's one more thing to keep in mind. I suspect that the people behind the Iron Hat King should have quite a few experts. Minister Mu doesn't need to run around for the next 2 days. Just coordinate the command within the Imperial Palace. Also, it's time for the rest of the 7 clans to enter the palace for an audience tomorrow morning. Though theoretically, they shouldn't dare to make any trouble, but it's better to play it safe. Yes, I understand. July 23rd morning. The Hall of Supreme Harmony. Rise for something. Wait for an announcement for nothing. The imperial eunuch Yang Yang gave a shout and opened the curtain of the court. Your Majesty, I impeach Su Shiyu, the factory director of the East Factory. Your Majesty, I impeach the master of the Hunting Night Division, Meng Ong. 2 voices in succession sounded almost simultaneously, drawing a crowd of courtiers to look slightly sideways. Oh, what is the reason for impeachment? Wu Ji swept his eyes at the 2 counselors who stepped out of the banlieue and inquired in a faint voice. Your Majesty, under Su Shiyu's command, the East Chamber's agents have acted with lawlessness and wantonness, and in just a dozen days, they have killed and injured more than 30 officials at all levels in the imperial capital. In the remaining prefectures and counties, the killing and maiming of officials and noble families amounted to hundreds more. Your Majesty, I request an order to execute the traitors Wu Shiyu and disband the East Chamber. Your Majesty, the Night Hunting Division under Meng Ong's command, the Night Hunters, likewise disobeyed the law and killed innocents indiscriminately. The information that I have so far alone contains nearly 1,000 cases of wrongful killings, lynchings, and other crimes. I ask for the decree to execute the 5 hall masters of the Hunting Night Division and imprison Meng Ong to thoroughly investigate a whole host of sins. Oh, Wu Ji raised an eyebrow, not responding immediately. Your Majesty, the people killed by the East Chamber were all traitors who plagued the country and harmed the people, and the corresponding evidence of the crime is complete, but also in the aftermath of the corresponding documents copied to the Ministry of Justice for the record, There is a law to follow, there is evidence to check. Su Shiyu slightly raised his eyelids and swept his eyes at the indignant admonishing doctor, and then explained to Wu Ji respectfully without panic. Your Majesty, the Night Hunting Division acts with strict laws, strict internal regulation, and complete evidence, and there is no such thing as indiscriminate killing. Monin followed out with a voice, equally unhurried. Wu Ji nodded slightly and looked at the two admonishing doctors. Both the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber have the power of preemptive execution without going through the Ministry of Justice. As long as there is sufficient evidence, there is nothing to dispute. Ergo, return it. Your Majesty, how can you listen to the one-sided words of these two traitors? Moreover, the privilege of decapitation is detrimental to the stability of the court and to the well-being of the nation. I have the audacity to kowtow to your Majesty to take back the Factory Division's power of first decapitation. Kowtow to your Majesty to take back the Factory Division's power of first decapitation. Looking at the two prostrate admonishing doctors, and then looking at the subtle expressions of a group of courtiers, Wu Ji finally came back to his senses. Dare I say, they're here for a purpose? It seems that there are quite a few people with dirty deeds on them in this courtroom. This is urgent. He, you and others are teaching me to do things? Hearing Wu Ji's sneer, those two men's bodies trembled, and they hurriedly bowed in fear and trepidation. I do not dare, but for the sake of the court, I am willing to admonish bitterly, perhaps remembering the miserable end of those colleagues who had previously died admonishing them. The two finally braked their mouths hard and changed their words. The right to act cheaply in the Factory Division, the right to act first and then report, is my special approval and will not change. In the future, no one should ever mention this again. If not, I will not be blamed for my hot hand. Ding! You disregarded the advice of the courtiers and insisted on favoring the head of the factory, triggering the attribute of favoring sycophants, and the Emperor's authority is +3. Your Majesty, think twice. Seeing those two crying and wailing endlessly, Wu Ji was a bit impatient. Great Zhou's counselor is to point out the direction for the court and share my worries, not to speak out to cover up for some of the country's assholes and add to the chaos for me. It seems the two of you have long forgotten your duties. Wu Ji said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Come on, man. In. Sent them to the heavenly prison. Thoroughly investigate the past of the two, and if there is anyone who colludes with them for evil, punish them severely. Yes, sir. A squad of forbidden guards quickly poured in and sealed and bound those two out. Seeing this scene, many people changed their faces. They could never have imagined that not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they also folded two mouths into it. Even more, there's the possibility of implicating them. Your Majesty, the old minister, too, wants to impeach. At this moment, yet another gray-haired old man slowly stepped out of the shuttle train. As he watched the man walk out, Wu Ji frowned slightly. Taifu Su, who are you going to impeach? Su Liang made to open his somewhat blurry eyes and looked straight towards Wu Ji above the imperial throne. The old minister to impeach? His Majesty. In that instant, the entire Taihe temple was suddenly silent. Following that, all the courtiers clamored and fell to their knees, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. No one thought that this Su Liang would be bold enough to do so. Impeach His Majesty? Is this really old and confused? Or do you want to ask for death? How dare he use the word impeachment on His Majesty? The corners of Wu Ji's mouth hooked slightly as he stared at the old man in the temple, who looked as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. Oh? Then what does Master Su want to say? Why do you want to impeach me? Your Majesty is short-sighted for not thinking about clear governance and self-cultivation. His Majesty's closeness to villains and alienation of loyal ministers is dim-witted. His Majesty has indulged himself in lust and daydreaming, and has even cut down the number of times he conducts court affairs for this purpose, which is a desultory and unchecked act. His Majesty is cruel and unkind when he is so quick to destroy a person's entire family and plunder his 9 clans. Therefore, the old minister impeaches Your Majesty. I ask Your Majesty to ban the palace gates and reflect on yourself. After hearing Su Liang's angry shout, the heads of the group of courtiers suddenly bent even lower, somewhat frightened. He indeed dares to say so. After a moment of oppressive silence, Wu Ji suddenly laughed out loud. Taifu Su is right. I am, indeed, dim-witted, barbaric and brutal, and that, in a nutshell, is my style. Wu Ji smiled broadly and slowly got up, and between his eyes, He had an emperor's domineering and disdainful attitude. I have swept away the sinister and treacherous evil in the court and destroyed the rebellious rebels with my dim-wittedness. I have used desolation to suppress the court and the Jianghu, so that the 10 sects that have no eyes for the court have lost their face and are scared. I have spared the tragic scene of bloodshed with my brutality, and moreover, I will completely remove the internal and external troubles and revitalize the Great Zhou. Saying that, Wu Ji waved his big sleeve and looked down towards Su Liang with his arms crossed. Then, I ask you, am I at fault for my lethargy, desolation, and brutality? Su Liang was first stunned. Then he let out a trembling lament. How can your majesty pretend to be a crooked, virtuous, and saintly king? Chapter 33 The 7 holy maidens enter the palace, threatening the 7 sect masters. Wu Ji's eyes gradually turned cold, then slowly shook his head. It seems that Taifu Su is truly senile. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I want you to keep that pair of dim eyes to look at my generation of tyrants, how to command 10,000 miles of territory, how to be the world's common respect by the world to look up to. What I, most of all, like to see is the expression of those who obviously hate me to the point of madness, but have to bow their heads and prostrate themselves, full of awe, Wu Ji said, shaking his wide-sleeve robes and coldly drinking. From this day forward, remove Su Liang's position as a Taifu and put him in seclusion in the mansion. You can't enter the court without a summons, and you can't leave the house without a pardon. Ding! You dismissed the imperial master at the drop of a hat, triggering an overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might +8. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Taifu he. The faces of the ministers in the hall changed greatly, and immediately there were many ministers who wanted to speak out to plead for mercy. Wu Ji interrupted with a cold snort and turned back to the imperial seat. Anyone who dares to plead for mercy will be dragged out of Duanmen and caned. Once these words came out, the hall was instantly quiet as a pin could be heard, and no one dared to open their mouths again. Su Liang glanced at Wu Ji with pain and disappointment, and then with a long bow, he walked out of the hall in dismay. Wu Ji stared at Su Liang's back, his face expressionless. This Su Liang is a veteran of 3 dynasties, whose age is more than 260 years old. The reason why he was not killed was because the other party had labored hard and served the government with integrity, and secondly because of what he had said just now. Oftentimes, killing is not the most ruthless way to dispose. As Su Liang left, the atmosphere in the hall became even more somber. However, the dullness was soon broken by a voice. Your Majesty, the 7 sect masters of the Misty Sect, Tianxian Sect, and Golden String Sect with the 7 sect holy daughters are outside the palace seeking an audience. The ministers in the hall froze and looked a bit odd. They had naturally all known about the destruction of the Manhwa sect, the Black Nightmare sect, the Scorched Light sect, and the other 3 sects. Although they secretly marveled at the emperor's methods and the strength of the court's underpinnings, they still didn't think that the other 7 clans would bow down. After all, the 10 great sects were similar to the Great Zhou Kingdom, and some of them were even older. The 10 clans have always been domineering and arrogant, so how could they easily bow down to the imperial court? But right now, the remaining 7 sect lords had arrived with the holy daughters of their respective sects in unison, which clearly meant that they were going to bow down in accordance with the ultimatum's warning. For a while, the crowd's minds were quite mixed. On the one hand, they are secretly pleased and proud. On the other hand, they were jittery and felt as if they were moving ever further away from the center of the court's rule. This is because they are not at all sure what the court actually has in store for them. And the emperor convenes the court meeting longer and longer intervals. Many things are directly through the few close ministers to choose to give orders. In this state, naturally no one feels grounded. Xian. Yes, sir. Half a quarter of an hour later, 7 powerful men of varying ages but each with their own majesty joined hands and entered the hall, followed by 7 wonderful women lined up behind them. The Misty Sect Patriarch under the rule of Great Zhou, Shun Shuyan, pays his respects to your majesty. Great Zhou's ruling Tianxian Sect Patriarch, Kong Dexing, greetings to your majesty. Under the rule of Great Zhou. The 7 sect masters saluted one after another, with a respectful attitude, and deliberately added the words under the rule of the Great Zhou before their origins to show the intention of submission. After that, there were 7 euphonious and pleasant sounds of meeting the salute in unison. Wu Ji quietly scanned the 14 people, and at only the first glance, he was attracted by a figure. The person wore a long silver-colored dress, and her hair, which was like a black waterfall, was casually pulled into a double crescent bun. She stood quietly like that, not sad, not happy, not angry, not smiling, but like a bright, cool, clear moon, so that people could not help but notice her. This woman should only be found in heaven, and is rarely heard of on earth. Such a sentence suddenly popped up in Wu Jidi's mind, and he once again took a deep look at the ethereal woman before shifting his gaze. It is rare for the 7 patriarchs to condescend and descend upon this cold hall of mine. I am not pleased, Wu Ji said with a smirk and a playful expression. The faces of the 7 sect masters changed slightly, and after glancing at each other, Kong Dexing stepped forward and said with a sincere attitude, Your Majesty is joking. Although we are people outside of the realm of transformation, we are likewise subjects of the Great Zhou. As a citizen of Great Zhou, it is an honor for us to step into the Hall of Imperial Harmony and be received by His Majesty. Ha ha ha. Good. Wu Ji suddenly let out a loud laugh, patting the dragon-shaped armrest's eyes blooming brightly. What a great son of Zhou. What a lifetime honor. After laughing, Wu Ji but his face violently chilled. Contempt for the imperial court and disregard for the king, and even plotting treason and assassination of the king and colluding with the feudal lords with the intention of rebelling. Are these the so-called people of Great Zhou? Heh, truly a good citizen of Great Zhou. You! A black-robed old man's expression sank, and when he was about to say something, he was stopped by Xin Shuyan. Afterward, Xin Shuyan stepped forward and after gracefully performing a salute, he said with a light smile, Your Majesty, in fact, we were also compelled by the Rui Wang, the Black Nightmare sect master and others, coupled with the fact that there were traitors within the sect who were chewing on their own words, which led to a moment of confusion and a major offense. But don't worry, Your Majesty. Those traitors have been eradicated by us, and there will be no more chance for chaos. Of course, we also know that the sin is not shallow, so we are hereby following Your Majesty's decree to personally enter the palace to ask for forgiveness, and at the same time escort the 7 imperial concubines. Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Xin Shuyan in surprise. This woman, she has some material. Oh? In that case, the 7 holy maidens are willingly wanting to become my consorts. In the face of Wu Ji's question, Xin Shuyan did not respond directly, but turned his head sideways to look at the 7 wonderful women at the back. The women of the people and others indeed volunteered. Although the 7 people look different, what is in mind is not known, but at this moment naturally dare not deny. But interestingly enough, Ji Ruo did not utter a sound, and her expression was unchanged, only slightly lowering her head. Also at this instant, system beeps sounded one after another in Wu Ji's sea of consciousness. Ding! Deterred by Your Majesty, the holy maiden of Tianxian sect is forced to promise to become a consort, triggering the desolation attribute, Emperor's Might +8. Ding! Deterred by Your Majesty, the holy maiden of the ethereal sect is forced to promise to be a consort, triggering the attribute of desolation, Imperial Might +55. Ding! Deterred by Your Majesty, the holy maiden of the golden string sect is forced to promise to be a consort, triggering the attribute of desolation, Emperor's Might +7. The 7 Qs brought a total of 103 points of Emperor's Might. 6 of them had around 8 points, but Ji Ruo's block of points made Wu Ji secretly frown, because the difference was just too great, 55 points, which was by no means something that could be brought about by the name of the number 1 beauty of the Great Zhou. Could it be that there was some heavenly secret hidden behind this Ji Ruo? At this moment, Wu Ji truly valued Ji Ruo's existence. However, it was obviously not the time to look deeply into the matter, and after raising caution in his heart, Wu Ji did not continue to think deeply. With 103 points of Emperor's Might, plus the original 33 points, he not only gained another chance to draw, but also saved up his points to 36 points. Since this is the case, then the status of elective consort will be granted to all the beloved concubines for the time being. Wu Ji blandly voiced out, then stared at Yang Yang. And first, take the 7 chosen servants to the palace of the Holy Maiden to rest. Yes, Yang Yang respectfully answered the order, then bowed and went around the side to the hall door, leading the 7 sect holy maidens out of the hall. All right, the matter of escorting the holy maidens of the various sects to the palace will be considered done by all of you. Next, it's time to get to the point. Hearing Wu Ji's words, the 7 sect masters couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. Knew there was no way this would end simply. Xin Shuyan took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, And please, Your Majesty. It's actually quite simple. You all should also be clear about the difference between spirit beasts outside the wasteland and bred spirit beasts, right? Wu Ji slowly spoke out, but only this sentence caused the atmosphere in the hall to become depressing several times over. Shen Xian bit his lip and stared at Wu Ji with a flickering gaze. What does your majesty mean by that? Wu Ji ignored it, still talking to himself. Beasts outside the wilderness do not know how to be educated and do not know good and evil, so they are ferocious and savage, and are the great enemy of the human race. And the beasts of the bred, day and day captivity, night and day penitentiary, has been human nature, no right and wrong. Therefore, they are the best helpers and companions for their own people, but they are a nightmare for their enemies. This sect world is like the beasts of the wilderness. The martial arts academies around the world, on the other hand, are like pens for spirit animals. If I, Great Zhou, want to flourish for 1,000 years and become the backbone of the human race, it is imperative that we turn the chaos into a helping hand. As he said that, Wu Ji's body leaned forward slightly, the jade lurex string beads in front of his forehead swaying slightly, causing the cold, majestic eyes in the back to loom. Therefore, I have resolved to outlaw all sects within Great Zhou with immediate effect. All the disciples of the sects are disorganized and filled into the martial arts academies in all states, prefectures, counties, and towns of the Great Zhou, cultivating generation after generation of unceasingly outstanding talents for our Great Zhou. All canonical books, resources, etc., will also be allocated and disposed of by the court. As for patriarchs and supreme elders with extraordinary strength like you, they will be filled into the Martial Academy's Hall of Offerings. On the one hand, it was to serve as a supplement to the high-level battle force of the Great Zhou. On the other hand, it will also be stationed in batches in various martial arts academies to inspect and teach, etc. Ding! You wish to remove all the clans in the Great Zhou and sever their roots, triggering the attribute of autocracy, Emperor's Might plus 50. When Wu Ji's words fell, the ministers in the temple have long been stunned and trembling. As for the 7 sect masters, their faces were even more red and their eyes were spitting fire. Ridiculous! No way! Is the Emperor not joking? Looking at the 7 emotional and incomparably angry patriarchs, some of the timid courtiers had already begun to go weak in their legs. This is not only to punish the 7 clans, this is clearly to completely break the 7 clans. No, this is to completely break the inheritance and spine of the Great Zhou clan realm. This kind of decision, not to mention the 7 sect masters, even they, the Great Zhou courtiers, feel difficult to accept. This was simply forcing all the clans in Great Zhou to revolt. At this moment, many people are scared to death, as if they have already seen the scourge of the 4, stormy Great Zhou prospect. Your Majesty, you must not joke about such a great matter. Shen Xian resisted the urge to strike, stared at Wu Ji with a sullen face, and said word by word, "Do you think that I have that free time to play with you?" Wu Ji slowly got up, an invisible overbearing aura swirling around his body. "I, for one, am not consulting with you but giving orders. The banning of sects and their incorporation into martial arts academies is imperative. If a clan does not obey, then I will destroy a clan. If the 100 clans do not obey, I then will destroy the 100 clans. If 1,000 clans don't obey, I, for one, will blood wash all the clans in the territory, leaving no one behind." Ding! You threatened the 7 patriarchs in public, triggering the overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might plus 35. Chapter 34. The war begins. Exhale. A light breeze blew by, and 12 masked armorers appeared in the hall without a sound. In front of the imperial steps, Su Shiyu stepped forward in silence. In that instant, 13 raging but invisible auras surged out, enveloping the 7 sect masters in. It was like 7 lone boats in the ocean, going up and down in the raging waves. I, for one, will do what I say. In the face of Wu Ji's overbearing threat, in the face of the forceful deterrence of force, the faces of the 7 sect masters were as ugly as dark clouds. But their attitude is unshaken. As the head of a clan, the clan's legacy had always been the final bottom line. And now, the Emperor wanted to completely sever the inheritance of all the sects. How could they agree to that? Shen Xian took a deep breath and stared indifferently at Wu Ji. Your Majesty, do you know that in the history of this heavens, you are actually not the only one who thinks like this? As far as I know, there were 3 great emperors before you. Originally, with their means, they were bound to create a mighty imperial dynasty. But do you know what happened to them in the end? Speaking here, A touch of mockery flashed in Shin Shuyan's eyes. The country is broken, the family is dead, and the soul is destroyed, because the clan is indestructible by the town. Clans have existed since ancient times, and as long as there is a spark, it can form a beacon. His Majesty said that if all the clans don't comply, then he will slaughter all the clans in the dynasty. But did you know that this is nothing more than whimsy? Because as long as you dare to have this thought, then the entire clans of the first heaven will flock to the great Zhou dynasty and destroy it in rubble. They, for one, would never allow a force to threaten the survival of the sect realm. Even if just a little very insignificant threat. Oh? Yeah. Who knows? Instead of being shocked or scared, Wu Ji still had a disdainful look on his face. I, then, am looking forward to it more and more. I'd like to see how many people in this world are not afraid of death. I'm also eager to see if the bones of the sect world can blunt my butcher's knife. Wu Ji had his hands behind his back, and his slanted eyes were filled with disdain. In fact, the reason why Wu Ji came to this decision was not on impulse, but after much deliberation. For one thing, on the surface, the people who are doing the most damage to the state power of the Great Zhou today are the various feudal lords. But in reality, it was otherwise compared to the sect world, which was a crouching tiger. The clan king could only be considered a weasel. This was because there were thousands of large and small sects within the Great Zhou, and they also held close to half of the spiritual mountains and blessed lands, as well as more than 20% of the cultivation resources. If these were to be returned to the court, it would be enough to usher in a small burst of development for the Great Zhou, and the underpinnings would be strengthened by quite a bit. Moreover, the talents of the sect world would be no small help if they could be put to their own use. Furthermore, after destroying the vassal king, it was inevitable that the 12 spirit puppets would advance to the 9th level of the 9 heavens realm. And if the roots of the clan world are broken, the 12 spirit puppets will most likely be the same as Makara. Secondly, even if the sect realms outside of Great Zhou would come to intervene, it would take time, and it would most likely be one batch at a time in a staggered manner. With all this time, Great Zhou will only get stronger. Other than that, Makara as well as the 12 spirit puppets alone could solve most of the troubles. Third, he has the system in place. This is the biggest bug. With this card, the development of his power simply cannot be speculated by common sense. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to tell how powerful Great Zhou is in a month's time. Fourthly, the first heaven is not too big or too small. It was inevitable that he wanted to unify the heavy heavens in one go. It was just too troublesome and time-consuming to send out troops all over the place. In addition to finding a reason to send out troops was also troublesome. In that case, it would be better to draw in a large wave of strong enemies first, and then wait for them to come. When the winter is divided, it is not unlikely that wherever the army of Great Zhou drives, the flag will be lowered and raised. It's 5. Crazy, just crazy. Kong Dexing kept shaking his head, muttering and screaming under his breath, his eyes in a daze. It was at this moment that a rush of high voices came quickly from far and near. Report! Urgent military information. Your Majesty, the King of Luha in East Mengzhou has raised a counterflag and sent troops to rebel. The King of Shanin in the South Ridge State has rebelled. King Zhongyong of West Zephyr rebels. The Iron Hat King of Beichuan Prefecture has erected a counterflag and is not currently plundering the neighboring prefectures. The Ushuo Kingdom's army is attacking the border. The army on the border of the Daki imperial dynasty has suddenly increased to 1.5 million and is rapidly approaching East Meng Pass. The army on the border of the Great Shang Empire has strangely increased by 1 million and is currently heading south with 1.5 million troops and is expected to approach Tushan Pass in half an hour. The Night Hunting Division's secret spies are reporting urgently. The armies of the Great Shang Dynasty and the Great Qi Dynasty are rapidly mobilizing, and it is expected that 2 million troops will increase to the border within 3 days. Listening to the series of urgent reports, almost everyone in the hall changed their faces, especially after hearing about the dissension between the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty and the Great Qi Imperial Dynasty. Many people were even more frightened and turned white. With the rebellion of the feudal lords within and the invasion of powerful enemies outside, how can we defend ourselves in this time of danger? What was even crazier was that right now, the emperor was actually going to completely turn his back on all the sects in his territory. That's a recipe for death in the eyes of many. Unlike the great Zhou courtiers who were filled with despair, the 7 sect masters, after their initial shock, gradually had a gloating smile on their faces. You want to exterminate all the clans, now you're good? Don't even need the clan world to make a move, the great Zhou is going to die. Wu Ji swept his eyes at the group of ministers in the hall who were in a state of panic, and a cold color appeared on his face. Such a small matter has frightened you to the point of trembling and standing still. So it's really a waste of time to be a minister of great Zhou. Hearing Wu Ji's rebuke, the civil and military officials simply want to cry, and in their hearts, they secretly cursed Wu Ji. What time is it? What's the point of pretending? Seeing that the great Zhou is about to die, who could not panic? At this time, a burly man with a large body and gleaming eyes stepped out of the class and advised solemnly towards Wu Ji. Your Majesty, as a matter of urgency, we should immediately order the armies everywhere to contract their defenses. Now that the situation is confusing, if we spread our troops around to fight individually, we will only be broken one by one. Therefore, I would also like to ask Your Majesty to order the concentration of troops, exchange space for time, and construct a tight defense line around the hinterland of the court. Only then will the court have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Wu Ji looked at the speaker in surprise, an amused look in his eyes. This man was named Xiang Tao, a Jinwei general and minister of war. Originally, Xiang Tao was only at the 8th level of the 8th gate realm, but after receiving the heavenly blessing, his cultivation directly climbed to the 5th level of the 9th heavenly realm. The progress is so great that it is one of the best in the whole dynasty. This shows that Xiang Tao's loyalty is rare. Only that Xiang Tao's uncle had suffered a great defeat at the eastern border several years ago, causing the great Zhou court to lose face. As a result, Xiang's clan was in an awkward position, and the officials in the court kept a cautious style, which didn't leave much of a deep impression on Wu Ji. Nice offer. Wu Ji first nodded slightly, but afterward he let out a cold laugh. But there's no need. Some rats. I have already laid an iron net waiting for them. Upon hearing this, the hall was stunned. The emperor had actually responded long ago. But even if the emperor had received the news in advance and was able to deploy his troops to resist the various feudal lords, what would the armies of the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty and the Great Qi Imperial Dynasty be able to defend against? After all, de Zhou's military strength is limited. The crowd was puzzled, but Xiang Tao's eyes lit up as he thoughtfully said, among the 9 vassal kings, the loyalty of the king of Jinbian and the king of Kokong is available. And just now, in the various emergency reports, there was no mention of King Yongyi, King Jibei, and King Huayan. Could it be that His Majesty has already secretly deterred these 3 vassal kings? Wu Ji glanced at Xiang Tao appreciatively, but did not make a sound. At this time, Chancellor Su Changhong interjected. General Xiang guessed correctly. Those 3 feudal lords have indeed become the court's sharp edges. Therefore, the chaos of the vassal kings is not enough to worry about. As for Deshang and Dachi, His Majesty has also made arrangements long ago, so there is no need for you all to worry. Hearing Su Changhong open his mouth to explain, the originally panicked courtiers then settled down. However, after reacting, many of the courtiers felt their cheeks heat up a bit, and in their hearts, they were even more in awe of Wu Ji. The emperor resides in the temple, not a step out, but can control all kinds of variables in advance when it is really means unpredictable. On the other hand, the faces of the 7 sect patriarchs were quite twisted at this moment. Just now they were gloating, but who could have expected that the situation would change again in the blink of an eye? All of you and first to the side hall to rest, to be 1 or 2 hours later, I personally take you to see a big show. Wait until the big show is over, and then you all will give me an answer. Wu Ji stared at the 7 sect masters with an inexplicable smile, then waved his hand. Yang Yang, who was waiting at the corner of the hall, rushed forward and made a gesture to the 7 sect masters to leave with him. Kong Dexing, Shin Shuyan and other people at this time in the brain is a mess, cannot wait to leave to sort out their thoughts. Therefore, do not care to guess what Wu Ji's so-called big show, along with Yang Yang, retreated out. When the 7 had left, Wu Ji put away his smile and straightened his stance. Order the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, and the Palace of the 9 Spectres to closely monitor any movement within a 1,000-mile radius of the imperial capital, especially some of the less traveled mountains, forests, canyons, abysses, gullies, and ancient passes. Once a large army is spotted, immediately summon the imperial capital. Yes, sir. Mengong, Zhuishou, and the others respectfully responded to the order and directly began summoning the various ministries within the hall. The other unknown ministers looked at each other with confused faces. Without explaining, Wu Ji continued with his order. The 6 ministries and the various divisions and offices should immediately begin to prepare the relevant aftermath. After today, there will be no more feudal lords in Great Zhou, and all areas will be under the direct control of the court. It involves the posting of officials, redistricting of regions, and post-war political strategies, all of which are to come up with statutes within today. In addition, martial arts academies around the world will have to start expanding and expanding. Finally, for the redistribution and disposal of the industries, territories, resources, and manpower of the various sects within the territory, corresponding political strategies should also be come up with. This is a matter for which Minister Su will take the lead in planning. My lord, obey. Su Changhong stepped out of the squad and respectfully answered the order without hesitation. Although the other courtiers were still a little worried, they did not dare to say anything more. My lord, obey the decree. Chapter 35 The Battle of the Black Dragon's Ridge turns the heavens and the earth upside down. Dewey 21. Current number of draws available. 2. In the back hall of the Hall of Diligence, Wu Ji slowly closed his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the General Soul Xiang Yu. General Soul Xiang Yu. When used on a target, it allows the target to inherit Xiang Yu's natural ability, enlightenment, and military strategy from the god magic realm. Characteristic 1. Unbeatable. The heir has an unending source of power, and the more he fights, the more he is invincible. Characteristic 2. Thousands of troops are easy. The successor has an extremely keen sense of war machines, and can inspire the potential and fighting spirit of the soldiers under his command, making it easy for 1,000 armies to defeat him. Looking at the small light ball the size of a pigeon egg in his hand, Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. There's such a thing? This stuff is a reward for outputting from the region, so it should be pretty badass, right? Just who is it to be bestowed upon? One figure passes through the mind, and another is rejected until a figure appears. With a decision in his mind, Wu Ji didn't act immediately, but continued to sink his teeth into the draw. Ding! Congratulations! You've won the Mirror of the Mountain and the Sea. The Mirror of the Mountain and the Sea. A wonder of national fortune. Attribute 1. Early warning. Whenever a strong enemy approached the border, or an internal disturbance appeared, the mountain and sea mirror would immediately signal an alarm. Characteristic 2. Developing. You can designate an area to reveal the real-time scene within the area. An ancient mirror appeared in front of him, the frame of which was painted with patterns of mountains, rivers, grasses, trees, spirit birds and beasts, while in the mirror was the map of Great Zhou. At the moment, there were red dots blinking incessantly on the northeastern edge of the mirror, the eastern edge, and the northern edge. And there were several yellow dots blinking inside the Great Zhou map. Wu Ji looked at the rewards produced by this Xian district and pondered. Obviously, what those 3 red dots represented was none other than the invasion of the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty, the Great Qi Imperial Dynasty, and the Wushua Kingdom. As for the yellow dot, naturally, it is the rebelliousness of the feudal lords in the territory. At this very moment, another yellow dot suddenly appeared, and looking at the location, it was clearly in the most central Dinggu prefecture. Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he used his mind to lightly tap on that yellow dot. In the next instant, an unmistakable projection was projected from the mirror into the hall. The projection seemed to be looking down from the sky, and in the image below was an incomparably vast legion. Look at the size of that. I'm afraid it must be $700,000 to $800,000. Right now, this legion is marching in perfect formation and speed all the way from north to south. Looking at the surrounding scene again, it was also mostly dangerous peaks and gullies, with occasional desolate beasts running around. On top of that, there were many men in black patrolling either explicitly or implicitly around the army. During that time, whenever they encountered outsiders, they would quickly attack and kill them, not giving the slightest respite at all. Seeing this, Wu Ji had already determined the identity of the other party, and after pulling the screen closer to see the flag in the team, there was no more doubt in his mind. There was no doubt that these large armies came precisely from Beichuan Prefecture and were the Iron Hat Army under the Iron Hat King. Only how the other party had crossed a long distance and silently appeared in a territory 500 miles away from the imperial capital was a mystery. Come on, man! Wu Ji put away the mountain and sea mirror and gave a cold shout. In! Declared General Xiang Tao of Jinwei. Yes. Half a quarter of an hour later, the Imperial Garden. Looking at the circular, graphically arcane, transparent spell formation on the ground, the 7 sect masters stared with wide eyes, all of them somewhat stunned. Let's go. and go with me to see a good show." Wu Ji smiled indifferently. Then, with a wave of his sleeve robe, he stepped into the spell formation first and came to stand at the center. The 12 golden men followed closely behind, and Makara, Zuosho, and the others did not hesitate to follow. The 7 sect masters looked at each other, and with apprehension of the unknown, they followed them in stiffly. When everyone stood still, the spell formation suddenly emitted an arcane fluctuation. Not waiting for the crowd to react, when they fixed their concentration again, they realized that their surroundings had long changed drastically. The top of the canyon, the breeze, the fragrance of the soil, the sound of the spring. Where is this still what imperial garden? This is clearly has come to an empty unknown place. That's a teleportation array. It should not be, according to the ancient records, a teleportation array should have solid runes, spirit slots, and so on, and then be driven by spirit stones. But Fong, that spell formation is clearly very different from a teleportation formation. If it's not a teleportation array, then what is it? What other spells can teleport someone to another place instantly? The crowd murmured in disbelief. In ancient times, many teleportation arrays also existed in the first heaven. But after a great battle that affected the entire first heaven, almost all where teleportation arrays were destroyed. And even the corresponding canonical books on teleportation arrays were burned to the ground. What exactly happened in that war, and what kind of person had the means to completely erase the information related to the teleportation array, today it is difficult for anyone to say. But no matter what, the loss of teleportation formations in the first heaven was an indisputable fact. Perhaps there were still ancient teleportation arrays left behind in certain remote places, but it was estimated that most of them would be difficult to use again, and there wouldn't be many of them. Right now, Wu Ji suddenly came up with such a hand, which had stunned the crowd. "Your Majesty, could this be the Black Dragon Ridge?" After looking around and observing for a long time, Makara suddenly spoke out. "Black Dragon Ridge?" Upon hearing the name of the place, the crowd was stunned at first, and then they looked back. The Black Dragon's Ridge was 300 miles north of the imperial capital, and if they were to calculate according to their speed, they could arrive in less than half an hour. After figuring out the distance, the heart that was lifted slightly dropped quite a bit. Wu Ji nodded slightly and said blandly with his hands in the air, "Good. This is exactly the Black Dragon Ridge. I have received word that the rebel army of the Iron Hat King has long since stepped into Dinggu Prefecture in silence, and that it is already less than 100 miles from the Black Dragon Ridge." Manong froze and subconsciously looked at Zuosho, because the Karyushi did not discover the movement of the other party. Since it was not the Karyushi, it was most likely the East Chamber. But Manong soon froze again, because Zashu was also looking at him with a puzzled gaze. With that, the two of them turned their heads in unison to look at Qin Shiryu as if they had a heart-to-heart. However, Qin Shiryu was always indifferent and did not respond to the two of them, making them unable to decide whether it was the 9 Spectres Palace's people who had gotten the news. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Why did your Majesty rush here to take the risk when you knew that the Iron Hat King's army was coming at a rapid pace?" In the face of Shin Shuyan's shocked question, Wu Ji did not turn around, but just stared at the deep canyon below with a laugh. "I said I would give that Iron Hat King a big surprise. I have also said that I will show you all a good show. And now that the drama is about to unfold, how can we miss it?" When he finished speaking, Wu Ji softly chimed in. "Go forth and show the world your true power." The crowd looked at each other in confusion, not knowing to whom Wu Ji was giving orders. However, this doubt quickly disappeared as the 12 masked armorers suddenly bowed towards Wu Ji, after which they rose into the air without a word and flew off in 4 different directions. Watching this scene, the 7 sect masters' brows furrowed, simply unable to put their finger on what drug Wu Ji was selling in his gourd. On the other hand, Mu Yuan, Zuosho, and the others came into the spirit, aiming at all sides with glittering eyes. Because in their opinion, the mysterious army that the emperor had hidden was definitely going to make an appearance. And those 12 mysterious close guards may be the commander of that great army. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how much time had passed, but a huge, mighty legion suddenly revealed itself from the north. Further ahead, nearly 1,000 men in black had taken the lead in rushing into the canyon, and nearly 100 more experts had scattered to the high cliffs on both sides, carefully inspecting for possible ambushes. When no abnormality was detected, a large token flag was swung fiercely. Subsequently, well-equipped and ordered soldiers began to fish their way in from the north end of the canyon. Wu Ji and the others were still standing at the original place, because there was Mu Yuan who made a move to cover the tracks so they had never been discovered. Seeing that the front part of the Iron Hat army had gradually walked out of the southern end of the Black Dragon's Ridge, and there were only tens of thousands of men left beyond the entrance of the northern end. In this situation, but still no large army appeared, the crowd could not help but feel a little anxious. Your Majesty, right now is the best time to strike. This? Monin rubbed his hands together with an anxious look on his face. Makara also frowned hesitantly. Your Majesty, but did something go wrong with that army and it didn't make it in time? Why don't you let my minister and the others make a move, not to mention completely killing and dispersing them, but at least we can buy some time. Facing an elite army of over 700,000 heavily armed and with quite a few war-sharp weapons, even though Mu Yuan had already broken through to that realm, he didn't dare to say that he was alone in the town. Don't worry. Good show. This is coming up. Wu Ji smiled playfully, an inexplicable look in his eyes. It was also at the moment when Wu Ji's words fell that the entire earth suddenly began to shake crazily, as if it had suffered a terrifying earth dragon turning over. Fissures are spreading. Rocks are tumbling. Dust is streaking and bearings are lost. Within the deep, stretching canyon below, shrieks and screams rang out. The 7 sect masters and Mu Yuan, Zuo, and the others also had their faces changed drastically, filled with shock and even a hint of trepidation. It was also at this moment that the crowd suddenly felt as if the sky had instantly darkened. When they looked up, one after another, their mouths dropped open and their eyelids fluttered wildly, because what was originally a transparent sky was actually covered by uncountable boulders at this moment. There were even smaller mountains interspersed with them. These boulders and mountains were not only numerous, but also appallingly fast, drawing a long line of fire behind them, like a rain of stones and mountains shot from a terrifyingly huge bow. This is meteorite rain. God, pouring. The sky is turning over. The earth is turning over? What the hell is going on here? Amidst a chorus of shrieks, the figures of the crowd gradually revealed themselves. The surrounding dozen or so black-clothed men who were also horrified to death were even more paralyzed with fear. Before they could beg for mercy or escape, a few fist-ons and blade chi sliced through, easily cutting through their heads and bodies. The clothes cracked, revealing the black broken wings on the back of the man in black, as well as the disgustingly ugly face. One eye was born on the top of his head and the other grew on his chin on his withered, blackened face. Twice the size of the human mouth, his thin and dense yellow teeth, the view of the oozing. Chapter 36. Talking and laughing, pitfalling 700,000 troops. It was obvious that these black-clothed people weren't human at all, but were the Night Fork race. Although the entanglement between the Night Fork clan and the Iron Hat King was very dismaying to the crowd, no one cared to think about it in detail at the moment, because the sight of the sky turning upside down in front of them was too horrifying. This unknown and horrifying change had already attracted most of their minds. Your Majesty, a great change has occurred suddenly, and misfortune is hard to predict. The old slave implores your Majesty to return to the palace quickly. Zuo screamed uneasily, trying to dissuade Wu Ji from leaving immediately. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Ji just smiled blandly and stood proudly motionless against the gusty winds and dust. Indeed it is a big change, but in those rebels is the disaster of death, but in my great show is a small blessing. This is the surprise I have prepared. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This was surprisingly caused by the emperor, but what kind of power can stir up such a shock? Makara's eyes flickered, because even he simply couldn't make such an appalling commotion. In the eerie silence, the boulders and broken mountains trailing flaming tails had been slamming into the middle of the long canyon in an endless stream. Miserable screams continued to resound, and occasionally there were experts in war weapons to break some of the stones that fell from the sky, but in terms of that huge number of overall, it was just a drop in the bucket. Flowers of blood are blooming, flesh and blood are crumbling. The cracked cliffs were falling, joining the bloody harvest. At this moment, a shriek suddenly rang out. What's that? The crowd followed Kong Dexing's line of sight and looked, but at this glance, they had their pupils shrinking and sucked in a mouthful of cold air, because in the distance at the southern end of the canyon, 3 huge mountains towering into the clouds suddenly appeared. What was even more bizarre was that those 3 huge mountains were actually moving. With only one stride, they crossed 10 miles of land. Just a few breaths later, They had arrived at the exit of the southern end of the canyon. Facing the tens of thousands of troops in disarray outside the canyon, those three huge mountains seemed to be somewhat silent. But the silence was only 2 or 3 breaths of work, after which they lifted their knees and stepped down. In a flash, black clouds covered the roof. In another twist, the giant foot fell, stomping the thousands of soldiers below into pieces. The 3 giant mountains stomped around haphazardly, and in just over 100 breaths of work, they transformed that flat land into a small basin that was tens of feet deep. At the bottom of the basin, the red liquid converged into a small lake, which also covered the fragmented bones of the tens of thousands of soldiers. Seeing this scene, whether it was the 7 sect masters, or Zhuo, Mengong, Qin Shiyu and the others, all of them stiffened up and turned pale. Tens of thousands of elite troops gone just like that, tilting their heads to view the humanoid head that loomed in the clouds, and then looking at the solid and powerful humanoid body that looked like it was made of fine ore. The crowd all had dry mouths. It was only until this moment that they were shocked to realize that these 3 terrifying existences were not giant mountains at all. They were clearly an unimaginably terrifying existence. If its size had shrunk hundreds of times, then they would have dared to think for a moment if these were 3 puppets. But this appalling size made them all not dare to think in the direction of a puppet. So they are the surprises your majesty spoke of. Shun Shuyan's body trembled slightly, and his lips trembled as he looked at Wu Ji, only feeling that his worldview seemed to have been turned upside down. Wu Ji smiled stoically and didn't answer directly, but rather meaningfully and inexplicably said, "The show? But it's just beginning." The hearts of the people jumped, just at this time, but then discovered the northern end of the canyon in the distance. Also appeared 3 identical huge figures. The crowd could not help but fall silent as they looked away from those 3 terrifying figures holding Broken Mountain in their hands. At this moment, they suddenly sympathized with the Iron Hat King, sympathized with those Iron Hat soldiers. As if knowing that there was no hope of escape, the more than 100,000 troops that had been urgently summoned and gathered at the rear formed 3 tight arrays. And then, a dense rain of arrows shot up into the sky, and there were even dozens of pseudo-precious artifact-level war sharpshooters firing out astonishingly sharp auras. The crowd stared and watched as the intense attacks that were enough to crack mountains and rocks fell on the 3 giants. But it turned out to be a mouthful for the crowd. Because those attacks merely caused the 3 giants to sway lightly, they also knocked down a lot of table debris with their favorable ons. But other than that, there were no other valid gains. Not to mention knocking down the giant, even leaving deep holes in its torso failed to do so. The intensive attack continued, but it was clear to all that it was nothing more than a futile struggle before death. Other than that, as long as those 3 giants threw out the Broken Mountain in their hands, it would be enough to smash tens of thousands of soldiers to death. It was also at this moment that an ear-piercing sonic boom suddenly came from high in the air. People who heard this commotion all raised their eyes to look, and their original stunned eyes gradually turned into fear, because in the sky, there were 6 huge figures wrapped in fire light descending down. They were lined up, miles apart, and their sound was much more terrifying than a meteorite falling from the sky. And look at the angle of that descent. It's clear that it's heading straight for the Black Dragon Ridge Canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, countless soldiers were frantically pushing and shoving, trying to find a place to hide. However, the surrounding area was full of dense robes, and the ground was covered with miserable dead bodies, so it was impossible to find a suitable hiding place. The occasional cave was crowded early. The people blocking on the outside could not help but redden their eyes, and afterward they even angrily drew their weapons and raised their butcher knives towards their own robes. Crazy killing gradually swept away, but in addition to making the scene more chaotic, the situation did not help in the slightest. It was also in the midst of this chaotic madness that those 6 gigantic silhouettes finally descended. As he entered the canyon and the fire swept around him, ear-piercing sonic booms were the first to rebound in the canyon, shattering the eardrums of countless people. Immediately afterward, the flames spread and the sky shook. The collision with the earth after the 6 giants flew down directly caused the surface of the canyon to shake madly endlessly. It was as if a human body had landed on a trampoline, and the momentary shock had broken the flesh and bones of countless people, who were then lifted up more than 10 feet high in the amazing bouncing force. A dark fissure suddenly appeared, and the surrounding area was even more densely extended with tiny cracks, silently engulfing uncountable corpses as well as seriously injured and dying people. The earth was still trembling wildly, dust rose to the sky, and violent booms drowned out the dense screams. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to lose their voices. In the face of such a terrifying and vast change in the heavens and earth, the 7 sect masters were all trembling and pale in color. Even Mengong, Qin Shiyu, and the others, their bodies were tense, and their eyes were filled with horror and awe. At this moment, even though they were confident that they wouldn't fall into the hands of those terrifying giants, their hearts were still filled with scorn and awe, because although they were powerful, they could never make such a terrifying commotion. This is where the advantage of size comes in and where the difference lies. Black Dragon Ridge, gone. Looking at the deep canyon that was mostly filled by the cliffs on both sides, Mu Yuan muttered with complicated eyes. Because the implication of the Black Dragon Ridge is gone is that hundreds of thousands of prima donnas, too, are gone. Looking at the 12 giants that were cleaning up the battlefield and clearing out the living, Shen Shuyan suddenly had a jolt and turned his head to look at Wu Ji incredulously. Your Majesty, those 12 giants, shouldn't they be? Shen Shuyan said here, swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely, and spoke out with difficulty. It's those 12 close guards of yours, isn't it? Hearing Shen Shuyan's words, the hearts of the crowd jumped. Then they all looked at Wu Ji with flickering eyes. At this moment, they suddenly remembered what Wu Ji had previously commanded those 12 mysterious close guards. Go forth and show the world your true prowess. For this sentence, they did not think much about it before, but at this time once again recalled, it is simply a fine thought. You guys, real mighty. Also, there are 12 mystic Konoha guards, and there happen to be 12 of these terrifying giants. That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Greeting the crowd of complicated eyes, Wu Ji spared a smile and nodded his head gently. Not bad they are. None other than my 12 close guards. Hiss! A series of backward intakes of breath sounded, and the crowd only felt some toothache, and their thoughts were even more rather confused. Those 12 Konoha guards were clearly of normal human size, so how could they transform into such a terrifying size? What kind of beings are they, really? And the Emperor, how did he get them? Or how did it gain their allegiance? At this moment, it was as if there was an additional layer of mysterious veil on Wu Ji's body, making it impossible for them to see clearly. Even Makara, Zuosho, and the others were likewise. Originally, they thought that the Emperor secretly controlled a terrifying army, and that army was the Emperor's last card. But where did he think that the bottom card was still the 12 close guards? But its deterrent power and might was much more terrifying than the imagined army. Wu Ji still stood proudly with his arms folded, his face unchanged. The 12 golden men have 3 main characteristics. One of them is indestructible, the other is fortunate, and the third is as it should be. The so-called Rui means as big as a mountain, as small as a doll, and as normal in appearance. The reason why the 12 golden men could become so huge was precisely because of the characteristic of size as one wishes. That's not to say that the 12 golden men are invincible, though. There are a few factors that should not be overlooked as to why this ambush was won so crisply. First, the location. The special terrain of the Black Dragon's Ridge greatly enhanced the power and strengths of the 12 golden men, which was also a very crucial point of factor. Second, surprise. The other party had not discovered their layout and had no knowledge of such a presence of the 12 golden men. In this way, being unprepared naturally, his mind was in chaos and it was difficult to organize an effective resistance at all. If it was on the plains and the enemy army had defenses and coping strategies against the presence of the 12 golden men, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve the battle. Your Majesty, those guys showing their heads. At this moment, Makara suddenly spoke out, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Shiyu's similarly pretty face was slightly chilled as she stared off into the distance in an unkind manner. Since the Night Fork clan had made an appearance, the Brahma Palace behind it would naturally not be absent. She had a tough debt with the Brahma Palace. Chapter 37 Sending Heads, Light of Compulsion. The Brahma Palace, the Nocturnal Clan, and the Iron Hat King. Oh, some fun. Wu Ji muttered, a flash of killing intent flashing through his deep eyes. Dare to covet my imperial dynasty, you guys. How many lives do you have to have before you're dead enough? Looking at the dozen or so silhouettes that flew rapidly from the distance, the eyes of the 7 sect masters flickered. The visitor's aura was wild and not at all concealed, and he was obviously a bit furious. Judging from the aura, the people coming were all in the 9 heavens realm. Moreover, 5 of them had the most terrifying auras, somewhat similar to Zuosho, and should be at the 9th level of the 9 heavens realm. With the appearance of 5 9 heavens realm extreme realm super strong experts at once, the The 7 sect masters should have been shocked and appalled, but at this moment they were inexplicably somewhat at ease. As for the reason, they themselves are somewhat unable to say. Perhaps it is because they have seen the amazing hand of Wu Ji's undercard, and also do not see Wu Ji have the slightest panic, so they are influenced to think that Wu Ji has a backhand arrangement. It didn't take long for the dozen or so to lean in, and the 12 golden men didn't stop them, they just cleaned up the leaks in the ruins as they were supposed to. Damn the little tyrant.
Demmed Wu Yi.
You're looking for death. The king-robed Wu Chenghe roared loudly, and with the somewhat disheveled hair bun, he had a bit of the posture of a fallen prince. Wu Ji swept his eyes at Wu Chang and a black-robed middle-aged man behind him, and then glanced at the dozen or so mysterious people wearing bucket hats around the two of them, and the corners of his mouth drew out an arc of mockery. Old Nightcrawler, you're really getting into it, aren't you? It's just a matter of taking over Wu Chenghe's body and identity. But you really think of yourself as Wu Chenghe? Wu Chenghe suddenly stiffened. His face clouded as he glared at Wu Ji. How do you tell? The black-robed middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a flash of hatred and killing intent flashed in his eyes. But by the time he raised his head and presented himself to the eyes of the other mystics, it was with a stunned look on his face, and with a touch of fear and flattery. Look at its face. But it is the previous secretly handed a secret letter Lu Wenshu. What's the need to look? Although Wu Chenghe is evil and greedy, he is not so bad as to forget his ancestors and betray the human race, collaborating with the filthy and despicable Night Fork clan. Heh! Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare, because he has no face to face the martyrs of the human race. Wu Ji smiled coldly, and then looked askance at Wu Changhe and the others, with an iron-blooded aura in his eyes. Daring to covet my imperial dynasty, you Night Fork clan are really tired of living. Humph! What are you waiting for if you have already made your presence known and have not wiped your necks and cut yourself off? The crowd could not help but look at each other, and those on the opposite side of the room were even widening their eyes, like they were looking at little cuties, generally looking at Wu Ji. A mysterious man slowly removed his cloak, revealing an oozing face. The eyes on the top of his head flicked from side to side, while the ones under his jaw were half open and half closed, seemingly with a sense of mockery. Great Zhou Emperor Wu Ji, just now I thought that you were a male lord pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But at this point you, it seems, are still the same dim-witted, short-sighted, self-possessed little tyrant. Do you think that, with the help of the 12 strange spirit puppets' curses, you can leave everyone out of it? Wu Ji raised an eyebrow slightly, and looked oddly at the Night Stalker who had spoken. The other party was able to speak of the identity of the spirit puppet, so he obviously had notable insights, or perhaps the Night Fork clan's canonical books were well preserved. But that's all. His spirit puppet is not an ordinary spirit puppet. It's the spirit puppet of national fortune. Human? You lowly Night Stalkers have the face to call yourself human? Wu Ji's eyes were cold and stern, and he was even more unforgiving when he sneered. In ancient times, the nightjars used to feed on people. Even now, I'm afraid that there are coastal areas where the human race is constantly being plundered for food. There was an indelible blood feud between the two clans, so how could he possibly give the Night Fork clan a good look? However, this side of the world was also bizarrely tight. Obviously, many races like to transform into the appearance of the human race, but on the other hand, they regarded the human race as a lowly group, constantly suppressing, belittling, maiming, and even serving as food. This situation could be not only in the first heaven, but in the entire ninth heaven. Or what had happened in the long unknown history. Or perhaps the human race had also been glorious, so glorious that it had once made the hearts of the 100 races tremble, and that was why it was ruthlessly suppressed. As for what exactly was going on, right now he didn't know. Seek death. The Night Stalker was instantly furious, grinding his thin, thick yellow teeth and sipping fiercely, then barking orders. Kill. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. The raging aura instantly erupted, like waves pouncing on Wu Ji and the others. But before those chi could approach, a strange fluctuation suddenly whisked by, like a spring breeze blowing green smoke, instantly dispersing into nothingness. At the same time, an indifferent voice rang out. All of you protect His Majesty, and as for this group of lowly Night Stalkers, just leave them to this general. Looking at Mu Yuan, who raised his steps and slowly forced his way towards the Night Fork clan, everyone stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief, because they actually felt the breath of war in Makohara's body. That kind of breath was obviously very weak, but it gave them an illusion as if they were facing a high mountain. It was as if the other party could suppress them with a backhand. Su Shiyu's cheeks trembled lightly, feeling a little parched. Originally he thought that he had already stood at the same height as Makara. But at this time he was shocked to realize that Makara's strength had already crossed into a stage that he did not dare to think about. Su Shiyu similarly bit her lips, her eyes flickering. She was also at the 9th level of the 9 Heavens realm, and had thought that, like Mu Yuan and Su Shiyu, she was one of the 3 pillars of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty that set the sea in motion. But the truth told her that people, you can't think too much. Otherwise, if one accidentally angered Wu Ji, not to mention losing the chance to obtain the opportunity, even his life would have to be lost. On this side, the hearts and minds of the 7 sect masters trembled. Su Shiyu, Meng Ong and the others had complex faces, while on the opposite side, a group of Night Fork race was even more shocked to retreat several steps. This is impossible. In the first heaven, if the 9 Heavens realm extreme realm wanted to advance, it had to undergo the test of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. But the Great Zhou imperial dynasty has never seen a corresponding movement. So how can you break through? The leading Night Stalker hissed and shrieked, his 2 up and down eyes glaring like dead fish eyes, his brownish-yellow face even more pale from the shock. Could it be that heavenly blessing? The Night Fork that had occupied Wu Chenghe's body suddenly lost his voice and shrieked, his face changing color. Mak One smiled heatedly, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. As a reward, I will be the first to give you a ride. With that said, Makohara gripped the hilt of the sword and gently raised it, revealing a few inches of the blade, and then quickly pressed the hilt to reset the blade. And in this moment of lightning, a nearly transparent blade-shaped fluctuation flashed out quickly. Feeling the threat of death, that Night Fork shrieked in alarm and hurriedly flung out a small ancient lamp. But before that small lamp could show its power, it instantly cracked into 2 halves. Almost at the same time, the head of Wu Chenghe was also easily cut off. Feeling that the clan's aura had disappeared in a flash, the leading Night Fork immediately trembled in his heart, and fear appeared in his eyes. Blade mantle to blade intent, you indeed have stepped into that realm. Humph, a fluke won't save your lives. Makara grinned, then his body disappeared. Slow down. I am the 3rd clan elder of the Night Fork clan, Luo Hegi. I am the 1st Vice Lord of the Brahma Palace. I can apologize to the Great Zhou imperial dynasty on behalf of the Night Fork clan and offer a reparation that satisfies the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Please also spare us. I can promise on behalf of the Night Fork clan that we won't take another step into Great Zhou in the future. Luo Hugo hurriedly let out a loud roar, and spoke very fast and bowed his head in acknowledgement. Makohara's figure finally reappeared, but there was a hideous head in his hand. Facing the pleading look Makohara threw at him, Wu Ji shook his head indifferently. I'm not in the mood for that kind of fiddling when it comes to the Nightbloods. Leave one alive and slaughter the rest. After saying that, Wu Ji stopped paying attention and turned his head to look at the 12 golden men who were flying in one after another. Ding! You killed 700,000 rebels with 12 golden men, triggering the Iron Blood attribute, Emperor's Might plus 70. Hearing the system's beep, Wu Ji's eyes brightened slightly. 91 points now. When slaughtered these guys of the Nightjar clan, another chance to get a lottery that is inevitable. When the dust settled, Wu Ji rejected the left and right, leaving only 3 figures at his heels. One of them was naturally Makohara, and the second was the bruised and battered Rohaigo. As for the last one, it was Lu Wenshu. Your Majesty, is it time to cross-examine the information? Makohara voiced his doubts, then frowned. It's just that the Nightbloods are vicious and resistant to suffering, so I'm afraid it will take some torture to ask something. Don't bother. Wu Ji shook his head, after which he fixed his eyes on Luo Hongo, while secretly whispering in his heart. The idol of Garuda's trait is compulsion, and there is one more chance to use light of compulsion on it. He also wanted to see how effective the light of compulsion in its crippled state was. Before long, an undetectable gray light scurried in from the top of Rohypnol's head. In that instant, Luo Hegi's body stiffened slightly, and then returned to its natural state. But at this time, when he looked again, Luo Hegi's original fierce, panicked gaze had disappeared and turned into a confused, perplexed color. My slave Luo Huge, seeing me, why don't you salute? Hearing Wu Ji's words, Makara and Lu Wenshu froze at the same time, blinking their eyes in a bit of a daze. But after that, Rohypnol's reaction startled the two. only to see Luo Hijio roll over onto his knees with great difficulty, and then fall down towards Wu Ji with a fervent expression of obeisance. During that time, there was not even the slightest hint of the pain that had led to the injury. Your honorable and great majesty, your most faithful and humble slave, Rohaigo, salutes you. Long live your majesty. Mu Yuan and Lu Wenshu immediately had their mouths twitching, their eyes blinking continuously, feeling that their worldviews had been challenged again. So what the hell is going on here? Why is it that His Majesty just stared at him, and that Luo Hongo was as humble as a dog meeting its master? Can't be, this guy is acting, right? Makohara looked skeptical, and his expression became even more unpleasant. Wuji similarly raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared critically at Rohaigo and sized him up. Is this light of compulsion really that strong? Then why wasn't Shi Huaiwei completely mesmerized in the first place? Could it be that Yang Xiaofan was still young and didn't dare to think deeper, only allowing Shi Huaiwei and her mother to help and feel good about him? Chapter 38 One Nail, 7 Sects Bow Down. Luo Huigu, tell me, how many strong people are there in the Nine Heavens realm or above in the Night Fork clan? Wuji rubbed his fingers together and spoke out slowly. Back to your majesty, there are more than 300 strong people of the Nine Heavens realm of the Night Fork clan. Hearing this number, Makara's face changed slightly, and Lu Wenshu was even more shocked to the point where his scalp went numb. Even Wuji stopped rubbing his fingers. A month ago, the entire Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty only had a total of 12 Nine Heavenly Realms, and even if you added in the experts from the clan realm, there were only 50 or 60. Even today, the total number of Nine Heavens realm experts in Great Zhou did not exceed 100. But the Night Fork clan actually possessed more than 300, which was a bit scary. Since the Night Fork clan's underpinnings are so powerful, why are they still hiding in the shadows and sneaking around? Mach 1 voiced some disbelief. Rohaigo didn't look at Makohara, but responded nonetheless. And now that the first heaven is dominated by the human race, if the Night Fork race dares to raise an army directly to attack, it will surely be met with a unanimous crusade from the human race. Compared to the number of experts in the entire human race, the Night Fork race was still much worse. That is why the clan has set a resolution to consume the human race and strengthen our clan step by secretly controlling and provoking wars in various countries. Right now, the Night Fork clan had secretly taken control of the Dream Tower dynasty and Sisan dynasty in the south, as well as the Zhenhai dynasty in the east. In addition, encroachments were also being launched against the Great Han dynasty, the Great Shang dynasty, the Jinghai Imperial dynasty, the Daki Imperial dynasty, the Great Forest Imperial dynasty, the Snow Eagle Imperial dynasty, the Hack dynasty, and the Golden Iron dynasty. And secretly taking down the Great Zhou Imperial dynasty was a crucial step in the clan's attempt to repeat its former glory and dominate the First Heaven. Because the Great Zhou Imperial dynasty is uniquely situated, connecting to the Great Shang Imperial dynasty in the north and the Great Han Imperial dynasty in the south, it will play a significant role in helping the clan to control the other two great imperial dynasties in the future. What a great deal! Wuji sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lay out the 3 great imperial dynasties, the 5 great imperial dynasties, and a host of other dynasties. If this really allowed the Night Fork clan to have their way, then they would have silently occupied 1/3 of the First Heaven. Their guts and tactics are really not ordinary. How many strong people are there in the 9th level of the Nine Heavens realm of the Night Fork clan? 12. Hearing the response, Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly. Worthy of being a race that had once dominated the First Heaven, the Night Fork race really did have deep roots. It was only a pity that, and now only 8 of their 12 supreme powers remained, and one of them had even become his puppet. At this moment, Luo Hugo but then spoke again. In addition, the clan's patriarch advanced to the Dragon Gate realm 10 years ago. He is also the strongest being in the clan. Dragon Gate realm, Muji muttered, glancing at Makohara. After the Nine Heavens realm, there was the Dragon Gate realm. One leap from the Dragon Gate was a whole new world, and the gap between the two realms was huge. Therefore, Makohara packed up the Night Fork clan's people almost handily, without much effort. Right now, that Night Fork clan chief was a formidable foe. But when this battle is over and then the matter of the sect realm is resolved, it is thought that the 12 golden men will be promoted. At that point, it would be futile to have 10 more Night Fork clan chiefs pop up. Are there factions among the Night Bloods? Naturally, there is, and while the clan is particularly united when it comes to the outside world, the internal battles are also very bloody. The clan is divided into 3 main factions, namely the clan chief's line, the Grand Clan Elders line, and the Brahmaputra Palace Masters line. Your slave, Rohypnol, is of the Patriarch's line. This operation against the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty was originally the responsibility of the Great Clan Elder lineage, but it was then managed to be intercepted by the Brahma Palace Palace Master. As such, more than half of the people who had set out this time were from the Brahma Palace Palace Master's lineage. According to the plan, the person leading the team this time should also be the Brahma Palace Palace Master himself. But the matriarch intervened and gave this task to your slave. The exact process is this, and some of the subtle struggles are not thought to be of interest to your honorable majesty. Wuji glanced at the fervent, awe-struck Rohaigo with an odd expression. That compelling light is really scary enough to compel a nightjar of extraordinary strength into this. In that case, you will work your way up the ladder and take control of the Nightbloods as much as you can. For those who stand in your way, get Great Zhou and let them be buried here, Wu Ji said and clapped his hands, and a few breaths later, Su Shiyu appeared with a shake. In the future, you will recognize the left factory official and see him as you see me. Whether it is to pass on information or to cut down an opponent, just contact the left factory official. Luo Hegi finally raised his head and took a serious look at Su Shiyu, then honestly nodded his head once and exchanged communication talisman seals with Su Shiyu. Wu Ji nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Su Shiyu. Well, I'll let you take care of the rest. Yes, your majesty, don't worry. Su Shiyu's eyes were excited, and after a respectful salute, he led Luo Hegi to the side. Ding! You thwarted a plot by the Night Fork clan and ordered a dozen Night Fork clan experts to be killed, triggering the Iron Blood attribute, Emperor's Might plus 52. Looking at the reappearance of a lucky draw opportunity, as well as 43 points of Emperor's Might, Wu Ji lightly exhaled. Sure enough, the rewards will be late, but not absent. Your Majesty, this Nightbringer, is he trustworthy? He. Mak 1 quietly approached and looked at Wu Ji, then stared at Luo Hegi's back with a somewhat hesitant expression. Don't worry, I have my own means to control him. Wu Ji smiled bashfully, then meaningfully said, what's more, even if he's pretending to be deterred, it doesn't matter. My Great Zhou's bottom card is more than just the 12 spirit puppets. Makohara opened his mouth in surprise, feeling more and more unable to see through his majesty in front of him. Your Majesty, how much more is he, really, hiding? Wu Ji ignored Makohara's reverie and turned his head to the somewhat restrained Lu Wenshu. It's not too late to mend and redeem yourself. Good job on this secret letter to the police. Say, do you have a reward to claim? Lu Wenshu hurriedly fell to his knees and ignored the dust on the ground, knocking his head. The guilty party has aided and abetted the evil, and was already about to die. Your Majesty's willingness to spare the life of an offender is already a great favor. How could I dare to ask for more credit? If your Majesty does not abandon me, the guilty official would like to be a minor official at the gate of your Majesty's palace. When your Majesty needs it, the guilty official can always move with his pen. Wu Ji laughed softly and shook his head. You're slick, a minor temple official can be more popular than a mid-level courtier. It is said that the near water tower gets the moon first, but all of them have some talent. From time to time in front of me, I want to not pay attention to it is difficult. The guilty party is terrified. Lu Wenshu's head instantly pressed even lower, uttering in fear and trepidation, but did not retort. Wu Ji gave a non-committal smile, and after a slight pause, he opened his mouth. I have heard that you are a rare talent with extraordinary political strategies and a great deal of wisdom. Then it would not be good for me to let you be too condescending in that case. You will temporarily fill the vacancy of the Minister of Justice. Lu Wenshu immediately rejoiced, and at that moment bang bang bang, kowtowed 3 times in a row. I kowtow to His Majesty's grace. I'm willing to serve your Majesty in ridding the country of evil and fighting against rebellion. Well, level off. Thank you, your Majesty. Only after dealing with Luo Huge and letting Luo Huge leave quietly, did Wu Ji then let Meng Ong, Qin Shiyu, and the other 7 sect masters rush over. Well now, it's time for you and others to give me an answer. Meeting Wu Ji's majestic eyes, Shin Shuyen, Kong Dexing and the others exchanged glances, after which they actually clenched their teeth and lowered their heads to kneel in silence and with a heavy demeanor. With this kneeling, the sound of the wind in this part of the world seemed to have diminished a bit. Because this kneeling was more than just the 7 people making a gesture of submission, it also represented the complete bowing down of the clan behind the 7 people. This kneeling more than anything else symbolized the spine of the Great Zhou sect realm being completely bent. This kneeling also signaled that the inheritance of the sect realm was likely to completely collapse. The expressions of the 7 sect masters were all heavy, with a strong sense of sadness and desolation in their eyes. It was a sadness that the inheritance of their own clan for thousands of years would be broken, and a confusion about the prospects for the survival of the clan world. It's just that the situation is such that they have to make that choice. After seeing the terror of the 12 close guards, and after knowing the terrifying strength of Makohara, their last flukes were completely shattered. The imperial court had such an undercurrent, and even if they spared the tragedy of their clan being destroyed and all of their disciples dying horizontally, they would not be able to exchange it for a glimmer of hope. Not to mention assembling the entire clan forces of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty for the chaos, even if they were to invite the supreme experts of the other great clans of the First Sky, I am afraid that they would not be able to help the Great Zhou imperial court at all. In that case, what is the point of their resistance? With their last flukes shattered, the 7 men then abandoned their illusions and chose to bow to reality, to might. Originally they thought they would be overwhelmed with remorse and pain, but when they actually made a choice, they felt relieved instead. Especially after seeing the similar looks on the rest of the 6 humans, this mentality got a lot stronger. We, ministers, would like to follow your majesty's order to disband the clan, enter the martial arts academy's offering hall, and order all disciples to cooperate with the court's allocation. Effective immediately, the Tianxian sect, Misty sect, and the like will cease to exist. Ding! You deterred the 7 sect masters from voluntarily disbanding their sects, cutting off the roots of the 7 great sects, and enriching the power of the Great Zhou, triggering the attribute of dictatorship, Emperor's Might plus 140. Very well. The ministers have made a wise choice. Wu Ji let out a cry of appreciation. But then his eyes flickered slightly and he said in a cold voice, "But it's not enough for you 7 clans alone. What I want is for there to be no more one clan within the Great Zhou. What I want is for my people of Great Zhou to be as talented as they can be for Great Zhou." Speaking here, Wu Ji gave a slight beat, after which he bellowed out a command. "Where are Meng Ong, Zhu Shou, Qin Shiyue, and the 7 great donors?" "I am here." The 10 men responded with solemn faces, respectfully bowing their heads in anticipation of the order. Order the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, the Palace of the 9 Spectres, and the Hall of Offerings of the Martial Academy to clear all clans within the Great Zhou within 1 month. Those who cooperate voluntarily will be arranged according to the rules, and those who resist forcefully and unrepentantly will exterminate the clan. By the Emperor's will. Although the 10 people looked different and had different moods, they all responded respectfully and did not dare to be slow. Wu Ji turned his head and scanned around the messy scene, then looked up at the dark clouds that covered the blazing sun, and the light in his eyes flickered. I also wondered how many Emperor's Might points would be gained when all the clans within the Great Zhou were eliminated and the clan sector completely disappeared from the Great Zhou. He, for one, was looking forward to that day. Let's go, back to the Imperial Palace. In the next instant, an arcane spell formation appeared at the feet of the crowd. Wait until the spell formation light flash. The original place has no crowd figure. Chapter 39. Soldier Soul. Emergency at Dongmeng Pass call for character names. In the side halls of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the chief officials of the various ministries and offices were busily planning the matters commanded by Wu Ji. The rest of the officials, though listening and taking notes attentively, all looked somewhat reluctant and uneasy. When Zhu Shou led the 7 sect masters to step into the side hall, the hall was suddenly silent and all the officials turned their heads to look over. The emperor and the others had disappeared for most of an hour along with the 7 sect masters, and in their thoughts, they must have been coercing a few of the leaders of the Great Zhou sect realm. And now that the 7 sect masters have shown up, I'm afraid that things have already been answered. Gentlemen, starting immediately, there will be no more top 10 clans in the Great Zhou. And these 7, they are no longer in the capacity of sovereigns, but rather, they are the offerings of the offerings hall of my Great Zhou Martial Academy. It's our peers, Zhu Shou said with a smile, but made the civil and military officials wide-eyed and full of dismay. And that's how you give in? Previously, the 7 pillars of the Great Zhou clan were die-hard and looked as if they would rather die than give in. How is it that half an hour has passed and you've simply conceded? And by the looks of them, they seem to be a little relaxed? Greetings to all the lords. I hope that you gentlemen will take care of me in the future. Kong Dexing, Shin Shuyen, and the other 7 people followed the rules of the courtroom and saluted with their hands, their attitude quite modest. The crowd of officials were a bit stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Fortunately, Su Changhong quickly stepped forward and returned the salute with his hand after a laugh. The 7 offerings are overstating the case. Since they are colleagues, they should watch over each other, do their duty for the court, and be loyal to His Majesty. The rest of the officials then let out a long breath and responded with the same salute. Su Shiyu watched with a smile and waited until the 2 parties had finished their greetings before he spoke out again. So that I can teach you all to know that the Iron Hat King, Wu Chenghe, was replaced by the Night Fork clan a long time ago, and is plotting to invade the imperial capital with the Night Fork clan's masters and encroach on the imperial dynasty. When the crowd heard this, they all changed color. Just before they could say anything, Su Shiyu's words afterward made them freeze in place again. But don't worry, all of you. The Night Fork clan's experts have been exterminated, and the 700,000 troops of the Iron Hat King have also been pitted against each other. Therefore, there is no need to be concerned about the clan's turmoil, which will soon subside. We are here to give you a word of advice on behalf of His Majesty. Gather your heart, set your mind, and make good plans for the corresponding arrangements for the return of the clan lands to the dynasty and the return of the sects to the martial arts academy. Su Shiyu's words fell, but the hall was silent. Many people's eyes were filled with incredulity, as if they were in a dream. It was just as well that the Night Fork clan's experts were exterminated. But why did the 700,000 Iron Hat army also disappear without a word? Among the various vassal kings of the Great Zhou, the combined power of the Iron Hat King was the strongest. Such a strong enemy all the way, and it's just gone before it even makes any waves? They don't even know where the battle was fought, how long it lasted, and by which army it was wiped out. Su Shiyu ignored the appalled and incomprehensible minds of the crowd and turned his head to look at the chamberlain at the entrance of the hall. That chamberlain bowed his head slightly before turning to leave. More than 10 breaths later, a silhouette was introduced into the side hall by the chamberlain. My name is Lu Wanshu. Meet your lords. Hearing Lu Wanshu declare himself, the expressions of the 100 officials instantly became even more wonderful. This Lu Wanshu is the strongest arm of the Iron Hat King. How could he appear here? His Majesty has already decreed that Lu Wanshu be appointed Minister of the Ministry of Justice. In the future, Servant Lu will likewise be a colleague of ours. Su Shiyu narrowed his eyes and smiled, his 2 white eyebrows gently twitching, which really had a few points of joy. 100 officials at this time finally came back to taste. Obviously this Lu Wanshu and the destruction of the Iron Hat army must have no small correlation, if not. It was at this moment that a sharp, high-pitched cry suddenly rang out. Report! Emergency report from the border gate. Emergency at Dongmeng Pass. Back of the hall, Wu Ji glanced at the 83-point Dewey and then stared at the 2 new chances to win the lottery. Ding! Congratulations! You've acquired the Soul of War Overlord Heavy Rider. Soldier Soul Overlord Heavy Rider. When given to a legion to use, it allows the legion to inherit the bravery, battle skills, and battle formations of the Overlord Heavy Rider of the divine and demonic realms. Within 200,000. Characteristic 1. Riding as 1. Pawns are connected to their mounts and can borrow their mount's life force. Attribute 2. Unstoppable. As long as the Overlord's heavy cavalry maintains sufficient charging speed, it can increase its own combat power and gather powerful momentum to impact enemy formations and weaken the enemy's fighting spirit. Looking at the watermelon-sized dark light mass within the system space, Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. This Soldier Soul is not good. Moreover, this is clearly the divine and demonic version of Xiangyu's cavalry, and then paired with Xiangyu's General Soul that, ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the General Spirit Zhao Yun. General Soul Zhao Yun. When given to the target, it allows the target to inherit the natural talent, enlightenment, and military strategy of Zhao Yun of the divine and demonic realms. Attribute 1. Being bold. The successor has exceptional courage and insight, and is not afraid of charm, illusion, compulsion, confusion, and other means of mesmerization, and can quickly recognize ambush traps and enemy weaknesses. Feature 2. 7 in, 7 out. The successor is good at fighting, brave, and gets stronger and stronger, and can stimulate the potential and war spirit of himself and his soldiers. 7 in and 7 out. Zhao Yun. All in one Zhao Zilong ah. Wu Ji muttered and began to think about the distribution of the general's soul. Zhao Zilong, Lu Ziheo? Well, temperament, strength, and status, it's quite a match. After collecting the general's soul, Wu Ji got up and was about to rush to the Taihe temple in front of him. At this time, Zuishou's voice suddenly came from outside the temple. Your Majesty, Dongmeng Pass is in an emergency situation. Wu Ji frowned slightly and instantly quickened his pace. The Hall of Supreme Harmony. What's the situation at East Montgomery Pass? Seeing Wu Ji's arrival, the 100 officials in the hall who were frowning and looking uneasy let out a light breath, as if they had a bottom. Back to your Majesty, the attack by the Daki imperial dynasty was extremely fierce, so much so that Dongmeng Pass was nearly lost. Fortunately, the king of Xinbian had separated 200,000 Xinbian troops early to go to support them, joining the battle at the most critical juncture, which stabilized the position. The young general who came to report the news quickly said, and after taking a rough breath, he looked heavy again. But the battle at Dongmeng Pass was so grueling, with the unceasing onslaught of the enemy army, that Dongmeng Pass could at best only hold out for a day or so. And after the Xinbian army split 200,000 troops, the remaining 300,000 troops wanted to quickly suppress King Luha's Luha army. But it was not a one-day effort. Therefore, Dongmeng Guansen sent an urgent letter requesting the court to try to send troops to support them. Wu Ji's brows wrinkled as he drank in a cold voice. Dongmeng Pass has a magnificent wall and a complete set of guarding equipment. And although the army guarding the pass is only 300,000, it should be easy to defend it for 3 days. Why did the shutdown almost break down in just a few hours? That junior general's body trembled and fell to his knees in fear. Your Majesty. This time, the Daki imperial dynasty has almost all of its elites out, except for the 500,000 ordinary border troops. The remaining 700,000 troops are all Daki's main battle troops. Of these, 500,000 were the Iron Beacon Army and 200,000 were the Feathered Forest Army. That is why Dongmeng Pass is in jeopardy. I hope that your Majesty will see this through. Hearing this, Wu Ji finally understood what was going on. Daki's Iron Beacon Army was like Great Zhou's Divine Martial Army, and the Feather Forest Army was like Great Zhou's Imperial Forest Army. Although the overall combat power was a notch below that of the Divine Martial Army and the Imperial Forest Army respectively, it was not comparable to the ordinary border armies of the Great Zhou. It was no wonder that Dongmeng Pass was nearly lost in a very short period of time. However, since there were already 200,000 Xinbian troops that could rival the Iron Beacon Army that had arrived, they had a lot more time to respond. With that in mind, Wu Ji suddenly raised his hand and took out the mountain and sea mirror and placed it on the small case table next to the dragon chair. As Wu Ji's mind moved, a constantly flashing red in the east of the Great Zhou map in the mirror was suddenly fixed. After that, there was a flash of light on the mirror, and an image that was several feet in length and width each appeared in the hall. Kill! The noisy, low sound of killing suddenly rang out in the hall, frightening the faces of the people inside the hall, and outside the hall, there were even nearly 100 forbidden soldiers instantly swooping in. Protect His Majesty! Shrieks and the sound of weapons being sheathed rang out one after another, causing no small amount of chaos in the hall. Wu Ji couldn't help but look speechless, shaking his head and waving his hand. All stand down. Silence. Zuishou was the first to react, and hurriedly ordered the guards to quit, while glaring unkindly at the ministers in the hall. At this moment, everyone else also reacted, looking at the image residing in the center of the great hall with incomparably wonderful expressions on their faces. In fact, there was no blame for them to be that nervous. After all, the shouts of killing were too alarming, as if there were really countless chaotic soldiers in all directions. Is this a spirit painting depicted by a spirit painter? But why is even the sound so realistic? That's not right. How come I've never heard that spirit painters can also paint voices into their paintings? Hiss! This battle is really tragic. The side defending the pass doesn't want to die, and the side attacking the pass is even more desperate. Yeah, and the attacking side clearly has several times the number of the defending side. It's almost like they're pressing 10 miles of wall, everywhere stained with blood. There are broken limbs and arms everywhere. Which great battle is this describing? It's really grueling. After settling down, the 100 officials also began to talk quietly. It was just that a lot of people were a little confused and couldn't figure out if the image was a spirit painting or not. It was also confusing as to when this was a battle that had taken place, and even more so why the emperor had released such an image at this time. It didn't take long, though, for someone to notice the problem. Huh? That's Dongmenguan? Right? And the wall of the pass wall and the inside of the pass are all the flags of my Great Zhou. Is that the military flag of Daki? Are we seeing the great battle that is going on in Dongmeng Pass at this moment? Watching the gruesome fights on the wall of the pass, watching the soldiers of Great Zhou vociferously fighting 1 against 2, 3, and even 5. And then look at the Guanwei Daki army constantly rotating on the field. The temple's discussion gradually lowered. The 100 officials' faces are a little not very good to see. Although he was curious as to how that mirror of the emperors had revealed the real-time scene of the Dongmeng Pass, this was clearly not the time to explore this. In the next instant, the angle of the image suddenly changes, shifting from macro to local. By the end of the day, it was even possible to make out the faces of every single one of them. When the picture shifted from the wall of the pass to the outside of the pass, after a round trip back and forth, it changed back to the angle it was at the beginning. As the ministers can see, this is exactly the scene that is taking place at this moment in the Eastern Monumental Pass. Wu Ji slowly spoke out, his face not sad or happy, unable to see his inner thoughts. Chapter 40. The Soul Gives the Imperial Guard. Your Majesty, I ask for battle. At this moment, Xiang Tao suddenly stepped out of the squad, his eyes glowing with a cold light. A few years ago, his uncle fell into a trap and was surrounded by the Daki Iron Pay army, which resulted in the loss of 300,000 troops and an unprecedented defeat. The great defeat in this battle made the Great Zhou lose all its face, and also made it difficult for the Xiang clan to raise its head again from now on. And now that the Iron Beacon army is back on the scene, how can he hold back? Your Majesty, I request that I transfer 70% of the city guards of the eastern and central cities of Dongmeng Prefecture and gather 100,000 cavalry and 300,000 foot soldiers to repel the incoming enemy. Looking at Xiang Tao with his angry eyes and killing machine, the ministers in the hall looked different. They naturally know what Xiang Tao is planning to do, and if they can win this battle, then not only can they get rid of their former shame, but they can also raise their eyebrows and make a big impact on their reputation. It's just that it's not a joke to meet the enemy with the city guards that were assembled from scratch. What's a city guard? To put it nicely, that's a soldier. To put it mildly, it's a green man in a suit of armor. Technically speaking, I'm afraid that the city guards don't even have half the combat power of the border army. Moreover, there was even a huge gap between the battle intent, actual combat experience, and so on. Dragging such a bunch of people into battle, isn't that sending them to their deaths? Most of the officials had some disdain and even some anger in their hearts. Now that Dongmeng Pass is in danger, I'm afraid that pulling the city guards will help, but there were a few who were secretly amazed. This is because they have discovered Xiang Tao's abnormality, and today's Xiang Tao seems to be very different from usual. Especially that body aura, vaguely seems to be more terrible than Zhuo a few points. Wu Ji glanced at Xiang Tao, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest of the dragon chair. The city guards have limited combat power and should not be pulled into battle unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Wu Ji's words, Xiang Tao's eyes instantly dimmed, his face filled with loss and unwillingness. He naturally knew the shortcomings of the city guards, but right now, with almost no soldiers available in Great Zhou, he could only take a gamble with the idea of putting up a tough fight, as well as his change of heart. Unbelievably, His Majesty still vetoed it. But just at that moment, Wu Ji's voice sounded once again. However, if the Daki Imperial Dynasty wants to offend the authority of the Imperial Dynasty, they must pay the price. With that, Wu Ji grew up and let out a deep cry. Where is General Jinwei Xiang Tao? I am here. Xiang Tao's eyes were wide open, his two powerful bladders bulging as he clasped his fists and loudly responded. Relocate Xiang Tao to be the Imperial Forest General, commanding 200,000 Imperial Forest troops. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiang Tao's eyes flashed at first, has vaguely guessed the meaning of Wu Ji. Sure enough, in the next instant, Wu Ji spoke again. Order all Imperial Guards to assemble in the schoolyard immediately, fully armed and clad in their armor. By the Emperor's will. Inner City, Central Schoolyard of the Imperial Guard. Silver light armor, red cape, tiger head armor, leopard tail boots. The 200,000 Imperial Forest Army soldiers formed 4 neat squares, with a strict and imposing formation. And on the side of all the soldiers, there was also a 1-person tall clouded leopard standing quietly on each side. These clouded leopards were similarly surrounded by elaborate armor on their torsos, reflecting brightly in the sunlight. But what was even more intimidating was the fierce eyes of the clouded leopard, as well as its sharp teeth. 200,000 Imperial troops and 200,000 clouded leopards stood in silence at intervals, so that not many murmurs could be heard. At a certain moment, when the corner of their eyes glimpsed the appearance of the Forbidden Army in black scale armor, The Imperial Forest Army soldiers who were already standing straight made an even greater effort to puff out their chests, and excitement flashed in their eyes. Because the appearance of the Forbidden Army would symbolize the arrival of that great Zhou sovereign. The Imperial Forest Army is one of the Emperor's 3 personal armies. As a general of the Imperial Forest Army, to be able to witness the Emperor's holy face and to be able to fight for the Emperor was the greatest honor, especially after that night's Imperial coup and Heaven's blessing. The Imperial Army's embrace of the Emperor was even higher than ever. Originally, the lowest cultivated soldier in the Imperial Forest Army was at the 5th level of the 3rd habitat, but after being blessed with the heavenly gift, the lowest cultivated soldier was at the early stage of the 4th phase realm. The significant increase in overall strength made them more confident, and they embraced and revered that young Lord of Great Zhou even more. Time passed slowly, and when the young figure wearing a black and gold emperor's robe, a coronet on his head, and an emperor's sword hanging from his waist ascended to the highest point of the pointing platform, the eyes in the arena instantly became frenzied. Great Zhou Imperial Guards. Where are they? A clear but dignified, solemn and resounding voice rang out, instantly enveloping the entire schoolyard and resonating clearly in the ears of every soldier of the Imperial Forestry Army. Miku, 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 drink, drink, drink. In an instant, the majestic, unison roar rose up to the sky and went straight into the clouds. The 200,000 strong soldiers drank in unison, and with every syllable they would use their right fist to pound hard on their left chest, causing their armor to turn into a drum surface, emitting a dull and powerful drumbeat. Especially behind the 3 seemingly drink and seemingly protection of the original roar, adding a lot of reckless, majestic momentum. It was like awakening the ancient Yingling helping voice, incomparably shocking. More than 10 feet high on the general's platform, Wu Ji looked down at the dense armor, listening to the shocking roar, only to feel the heart of the sky want to pierce the dome of heaven. The Great Zhou Imperial Guard? Kasheng? Takashi? Wu, Wu. Tian Wu. The unified roar sounded again, and the momentum was even higher, vibrating the forest slightly shaking and the tiles lightly trembling. Great Zhou Imperial Guard? Battleable? Va. War. Battle. Fight to the death. The 3rd round of chants soared up, like thunder breaking through the air, with a biting killing intent. Wei. Wu Ji smiled broadly and drank out the word Wei, and then the light in his eyes was very bright. Fruit is worthy of being the army of Great Zhou. It is worthy of being my own army. Since you have not let me down, I, then, will bestow upon you a heavenly creation. With that, Wu Ji suddenly stretched his right arm forward and bellowed. Soul come. A dark ball of light suddenly and silently appeared right above the center of the schoolyard and slowly rotated, emitting an ancient, mysterious fluctuation. Wu Ji's raised right arm suddenly chopped downward. Soul blessing. In the next instant, countless tiny black lines suddenly spread out from the mass of light and surged towards the Imperial Forestry Army soldiers and clouded leopards below. This bizarre scene made many people's hearts jump instinctively, but the speed of those black lines was too fast. Without waiting for any of them to make an evasive maneuver, they connected with their targets as much as they could. Under the pointing platform, Zuoshou, Lu Ziheo, and the others looked at each other. However, Xiang Tao's eyes were bright, and there was some anticipation in his demeanor, because he'd been through a similar scene, and it was that magical encounter that had virtually transformed him. It was just that, beating him to death, he would never have imagined that this tactic of His Majesty could still work on hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. Royal Forest General. How is this happening? Do you know anything about it? Zuoshou noticed Xiang Tao's strange expression and immediately asked suspiciously. Xiang Tao shook his head and smiled mysteriously. The left palm hall will just watch well. It won't be long before you realize it anyway. All in all, it's a good thing, a great thing. Zuoshou couldn't help but roll his eyes and hummed lightly in dissatisfaction. Nonsense. How can it not be a good thing for His Majesty to make a move? As time slowly passed, the visions began to gradually reveal themselves. The patterns of armor became elaborate, the blades of spears and lances became deeper, the shields became thicker, and the strings of bows and crossbows changed their construction. Then after that, the aura on the generals of the Imperial Forest Army gradually increased. Their eyes became more resolute, and the carapace of the clouded leopard was getting bigger, and its claws and teeth became sharper. Zuoshou and the others who witnessed this amazing process with their own eyes kept their mouths in a half-open position, and their pupils were filled with disbelief. What are they witnessing? Half a quarter of an hour later, when all the changes stopped, the light mass in the air also completely turned into nothingness and dissipated. However, the field remained silent and a needle could be heard. Gobble! Lu Zihao lightly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke out with difficulty. Man, weapon, and rider, surprisingly. They've all been upgraded? Now the Imperial Forest Army, if we only talk about the combat power, wouldn't it equal or even surpass the Forbidden Army? If you count the changes in weapons and armor, this is going to press the Forbidden Army to fight mortal weapons advance to true weapons, inferior true weapons advance to medium grade true weapons advance to superior grade, and superior grade true weapons advance to pseudo-treasure weapons. Also, those 40 sets of pseudo-precious artifacts had advanced into lower grade precious artifacts. Besides, this is all beyond heavy cavalry, right? This. Zuosho came back to his senses and looked at the somewhat disoriented Lu Zihao with a sympathetic face. Of the Emperor's 3 main personal armies, the Forbidden Army had always been the most honored. Whether it was strength or equipment, it was superior to the Divine Martial Army and the Imperial Forest Army. In the case of pseudo-precious weapons, the Forbidden Army was equipped with 60 sets. In contrast, the Imperial Guard and the Divine Warrior Army only had 40 and 50 sets respectively. Therefore, although the Forbidden Army only had 50,000 men, if they were to fight with 200,000 Imperial Guards or 500,000 Shinwu troops, the Forbidden Army would not be afraid in the slightest. But right now, that seems to be completely broken. As the commander of the Forbidden Army, Lu Zihao does not get insane on the spot are considered good. Compared to Lu Zihao's loss of soul, Xiang Tao was smiling, scratching his ears and walking around with joy. This was not only because the Imperial Guard had become substantially stronger, but also because of the impact that an increase in the battle power of the Imperial Guard could bring about. At this moment, Xiang Tao has changed his decision. He, more than that, wants to repel the army of Daqi. Suddenly, Wu Ji's voice sounded again, breaking the eerie silence within the schoolyard. I have borrowed the legacy of the martyrs to bestow blessings on you in order to make you the sharpest spears and the most powerful heavy cavalry of Great Zhou. Today, at this very moment, the army of the Daki dynasty is plundering the country's borders and attacking the Dongmeng Pass. Ergo, tell me what to do. Tianwu. Deadly battle. Kill. 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 The heavy armor wrapped the Imperial Forestry Army generals tightly, and the armor on the Clouded Leopards similarly armed these spirit animal mounts with an airtight seal. Only the steely, fierce eyes showed through the slits, and this unison roar that resounded high in the sky was also emitted from under the face armor, low as if it came from the ground. Then kill him, kill them all, Wu Ji coldly shouted, then turned his gaze to stare at Xiang Tao below. I have only one request. Take no prisoners. By the Emperor's will. Xiang Tao's eyes were bright and shining, and after respectfully accepting the order, he turned around and stepped into the air and shouted, March! 200,000 Imperial Forest Army generals were silent and wordless as they rolled over onto the back of the Clouded Leopard, their movements neatly organized. Heavy armor. Body size increased by several % of the Clouded Leopard like a black iron rhinoceros, marching to pull out of the mountains and seas of surging momentum. Chapter 41. A fierce battle at Tushan Pass. Outside the Hall of Diligence, several core important ministers and a dozen military generals were talking in low voices. At this moment, a silhouette stepped out from within the hall, attracting the attention of everyone. Gentlemen, you may enter. Looking at Lu Zihao, whose eyes were bright and sharp and whose aura was fluttering, Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of shock in his eyes. Zuosho stared up and down at Lu Zihao for a long time, looking a little confused. You shouldn't. Also with that Xiang Tao. Lu Zihao smiled sparingly, raising his hands and feet with a much more ethereal and heroic demeanor than before. Though the latter are fearful, the former are more majestic and proud. With that, Lu Zihao turned around and returned to the hall with a calm demeanor. Let's go, gentlemen. Don't keep His Majesty waiting. Late bloomer? You and that Xiang Tao can't be more than a few years apart. Zuosho skimmed his mouth and muttered secretly, then guided the crowd into the hall. At this moment, Wu Ji was still sitting on top of the dragon chair, and a vast image appeared in the hall. The image screen shows a grassy, ghostly mountain corridor. At the southwestern end of the corridor, a magnificent giant pass towered in the center, with the 12-foot-high, 5-foot-wide wall on both sides spreading out into the mountain, incomparably majestic. However, at this time, the giant pass was undergoing the ordeal of blood and fire, with long gaps and cracks spreading on the wall, like a weather-beaten old man. The uncountable silhouettes, as well as the large war-sharp weapons that kept pounding away, made the giant pass a bit shaky. Grueling battles filled not only the walls of the pass, but also took place in the surrounding heights. It was just that the defending side was clearly losing the battle and suffered heavy casualties. Then again, the attacking side not only had the upper hand, but also looked somewhat cozy and relaxed. In addition to the 800,000 troops that were either attacking the pass or waiting for their turn to replace them, in the verdant corridor 10 miles away, there were another 700,000 troops leisurely eating and resting, not taking the guarding troops in front of them into consideration. After the crowd entered the hall and stood, they all looked serious and watched carefully. This kind of angle of real-time observation of the battle, for the accumulation of practical experience, rich means of contingency is very helpful. No one is distracted from other concerns. As for the worry, however, no one had this expression because they already knew that the divine martial army had already secretly approached the battlefield. The northeastern border of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, the southern end of the Wawa Corridor, Tushan Pass. A blood-stained benefactor ran into the gatehouse and came straight to a gallant general in silver armor with a white cloak tied around his back. Looking at the main general who looked serious but still very calm, that benefit general couldn't help but call out anxiously, "General, the enemy's attack is too fierce, and it has done its best to form a strong suppression of our army in terms of numbers, strength, and long-range instruments. As of a quarter of an hour ago, the front, left, and right battalions had lost 20% of their men in battle and nearly 30% of their wounded. The rear battalion was moved up to the pass wall as far as it could go, but it was still difficult to plug all the gaps. General, it can't wait. At least move up the 40,000 foot soldiers from the central camp." Because the other end of the Wawa Corridor was the powerful Great Shang Empire, the Tushan Pass always maintained a garrison of 500,000 men. These 500,000 guardsmen were divided into a total of 5 major battalions. Of these, the 4 major battalions of the front, rear, left and right each had 90,000 men. The center camp, on the other hand, had 140,000 men. Among them, 100,000 were horned horse cavalry, the sharpest pointy knives of Tushan Pass. The main general of Tushan Pass, Ma Yu, slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes looking straight at the benefactor. Being gazed at by this knife-like gaze, that benefactor couldn't help but balk at the bottom of his heart, but he still held his neck strong and didn't bow his head. The foot soldiers of the central camp must not be moved. The enemy army has concentrated pseudo-precious weapons to pound the 5 nodes of the barrier wall, and has already broken most of the formations. When the guarding and reinforcing formations had dissipated as much as they could, it would be difficult to last more than half a quarter of an hour with the material of the Guan Wall itself. At that time, the enemy army would be able to kill directly into Guanzhong from the collapsed 5 rifts. Therefore, 40,000 foot soldiers of the central battalion must stand by in the rear and block the rift with their bodies. Ma Yu slowly retracted his gaze and offered an explanation without haste. But if there are multiple losses on the pass wall, it will also be climbed by the enemy like ants. At that time, Tushan Pass will still be lost. The benefit general yelled anxiously, and Ma Yu finally became a little impatient and interrupted with a cold shout. "Then pass on the order to fight to the death. Either die or kill the enemy. Anyone who dares to step back, the supervisors can be beheaded on the spot." The benefactor was shaken, and after a long period of silence through clenched teeth, he said in an astringent voice, "Dare I ask the general, when will the reinforcements from the court arrive?" Ma Yu didn't respond, just waved his hand with a cold face. Without further questions, the benefactor looked heavy as he cupped his fists and saluted towards Ma Yu, then turned around and walked towards the outer side with a deadpan look on his face. This general, too, would like to know. When the benefactor left, Ma Yu suddenly sighed softly, then gritted his teeth and hated his voice. "Gao Ji, General Gao, Ma will wait for you for another quarter of an hour. If there is no movement after a quarter of an hour, then Ma will have no choice but to fight to the death regardless of the consequences." Swish! With a soft sound, the thick wind chopper was sheathed, and the snowy blade reflected Ma Yu's changing face. If he hadn't gotten a message from Shenwu General Gao Ji, with his warlike nature, he would have led 100,000 iron cavalrymen to kill out on his own initiative long before the army of the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty arrived. However, after the battle had been going on for so long, and seeing that Tushan Pass was in danger, there was still no sign of the divine warrior army showing up, which made Ma Yu's heart irritated to the extreme. Time slowly passed. The formations added to the outer side of the barrier wall had been destroyed, and the terrifying bombardment was continuously pouring onto the barrier wall. At the rear of each of the 5 nodes, 8,000 soldiers were standing by. Their fronts were riddled with traps. A wall of shields stretched across them. Their hands clenched with spears and spears, tense but silent as they waited. And behind the closed door was a long line that stretched for miles. It was 100,000 cavalrymen of white in red. Red, the brilliant red color of the brawny horned horse white, the silver white color of the cavalry cloak. In this battle, there is death and no life. Ma Yu sat on the back of an 8th-ranked horned horse king, his back to the closed door as he scanned his commanders. But when the gate is in place, the people are there, and when the gate is broken, the people are dead. This is our destiny. As the words fell, Ma Yu lightly raised his left arm and erected the wind chopper in front of his body. Check your weapons. With a signal, the 100,000 iron horsemen swish in unison, stretching their weapons out in front of their eyes and quickly scanning a circle. After confirming that there was no mistake, it was withdrawn once again, followed by a unanimous shout, with a resounding voice and resolute eyes. Takashi! A complex color flashed in Ma Yu's eyes. Then he turned around and raised his right arm high. Open! Report! The rear army of the Great Shang is suddenly in turmoil, and it is suspected that there is an engagement. In the lookout post next to the city gate building, a loud shout suddenly came, interrupting Ma Yu's command. Ma Yu could not help but stare. Then, as if he thought of something, excitement flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, Ma Yu had rushed up to the sky with a gentle vertical movement. The Great Shang experts who had already taken control of the airspace and were cruising back and forth high in the sky hurriedly separated a dozen of them to come and surround them. Unexpectedly, Ma Yu just drew his sword and casually waved out a piece of blade awnings, and then he easily killed the future person. As the main general of an army, although Ma Yu previously hated to kill a sound, but did not dare to do that. Because once he had an accident, then under the chaos of the army's heart, the defense of Tushan Pass might fall apart in an instant. But at this moment he couldn't care less. When his sight gradually drew up and farther away, Ma Yu finally got a good look at the scene in the distance. In the wide corridor of the blue grass, that originally very cozy 500,000 Great Shang rear troops were in a mess at the moment. Because there are 200,000 orange armored cavalrymen are divided into 10 ways to run back and forth to kill in the rear army of the Great Shang, just like 10 long dragons, killing the soldiers of the Great Shang toppling over. And further back, another 300,000 orange armored foot soldiers were rapidly approaching in a charging stance, looking to collide with the enemy in less than 100 breaths.
Geoye.
Divine Martial Army. You guys, finally! Mikoshi muttered, his mind reeling. At this moment, he finally understood why the Divine Warrior Army was slow to show up. But it turned out that they had chosen to take a detour from the Tushan Beast Forest and ran to plow through the back roads of the Great Shang Army. Although he was curious as to how Gao Ji dared to take that path through the Beast Forest, it was not the time to think about that right now. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Mikoshi crashed to the ground at speed and landed on his horse's back. The reinforcements have arrived. The enemy will be defeated. Open and close the door and kill the enemy. This loud shout resounded over half of the battlefield, instantly causing the auras of both the enemy and us to change. The soldiers and generals on the side of the Great Shang took the time to aim to the rear, their expressions of shock and disbelief. On the other hand, the side of Great Zhou was like a chicken bloodshot. Their battle strength was even higher, and they were able to bring back the decadent situation with an amazing momentum. The 5 closed doors opened wide in unison, and at the sound of the majestic horn, the dense cavalry rushed out frantically with Ma Yu as the arrowhead. Outside the gate, there were Dashang soldiers who wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill their way in, but they became corpses without even touching the edge of the city gate hole. The center of the rear army of the great merchant. Wastes, bunch of losers. Watching Crown Prince Yin Luo furiously draw his sword and slash about, most of the surrounding generals lowered their heads, their faces unsightly. If you, the Crown Prince, hadn't insisted on summoning the generals of the rear army to come here and organize the military banquet of enjoying dance and drinking wine, talking and laughing in front of the battlefield, how could it have been such a chaotic situation at the moment? Now it's good that it's being blamed on them instead. Yin Luo roared in annoyed disarray, his face green and white. The reason why he had to make such a show was to signal to the whole army and to the court his posture of being happy in the face of battle, so as to gain more support. How could he have expected that the army of Great Zhou would suddenly kill out from the Great Rear? You should know that the only passage between the two dynasties is this Wawa corridor. As for the Tushan beast forest, he didn't even think about it. Because of the dense concentration of desolate beasts in the beast forest, there was no shortage of powerful existences of the 9th rank. If it was said that a small wave of experts had sneaked in secretly, that would still be possible. But pulling hundreds of thousands of troops across the beast forest, how is that possible? It was with this subconsciousness in place that Yin Luo had recklessly ordered the rear troops to rest and drink. It would be impossible to say that you don't regret it. But he was the crown prince of the Great Shang dynasty, and with the honor of a crown prince, how could he bow down and admit his mistakes to a cadre of courtiers? What's more, if he lost this battle in a big way, the magnitude of the offense would probably cause him to be stripped of his title as the crown prince. In this situation, it was natural for him to be even more unable to admit his mistake. Instead, he's going to have to find a couple of scapegoats. Chapter 42. The End of the War, Daki. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the most urgent thing is to have all the generals return to their ministries immediately and gather the elites to converge on the center army to defend to the death. As long as we stabilize our position, and then mobilize the front army to return, there is no chance of turning defeat into victory. At this moment, a general who looked a bit mute but had rather deep eyes suddenly spoke out. Yin Luo put away his sword and looked, and after seeing that it was Pegasus General Yin Xianyuan, he instinctively wanted to sneer. But on second thought, there was a sudden light in his eyes. Although this Yin Xianyuan was also an emperor's son, he was the son of a palace maid, and was not placed in the eyes of the orthodox emperor's sons and daughters at all. Just from the name alone, the Great Shang Emperor's son and daughter are all single characters, but Yin Xianyuan is 2 characters. This is the most superficial difference. Even if Yin Xianyuan had become a great general in charge of a strong army by relying on his outstanding martial arts talent and his own efforts, Yin Luo had never looked at him squarely. Because of the other side's origin, the ceiling is doomed. But right now, Yin Luo suddenly discovered a big role for Yin Xianyuan. General Pegasus plus the identity of the emperor's son. That's enough to take the blame for himself. With an idea in his mind, Yin Luo immediately coughed lightly and said with a straight face, General Pegasus has a point. General Pegasus's Pegasus army was already the #1 strongest army in the Southern Expeditionary Army. Plus, General Pegasus had a lot of experience in battle formations, making him an excellent candidate for commanding the army. This crown prince has decided that from this moment onwards, he will put all of his army under the command of General Pegasus. All of you need to follow General Pegasus' orders. Don't slack off. Listening to Yin Luo's command and then looking at Yin Luo's serious expression, the generals could not help but look at each other. It was Yin Xianyuan who frowned, his eyes a little startled. When did this good-for-nothing, selfish prince become so enlightened and wise? What? Is it because you don't understand this prince's order? Seeing that there was no response from the crowd, Yin Luo's complexion suddenly sank and he gave a cold snort in displeasure. Yes, by the crown prince's order. The generals couldn't think any further and hurriedly bowed their heads to receive orders. Only then did Yin Luo's expression slow down and sigh. And now that the situation is critical, I am counting on you all. This prince will not bother General Pegasus with the setup, so I will rest on the side and wait for the good news. After saying that, Yin Luo left in large strides, not holding back. After an eerie silence, Yin Xianyuan finally spoke out. All right, all generals this time rush to their respective quarters. Gather the army as much as possible, and assemble towards the center army. As the words fell, a square-faced veteran general suddenly spoke out. General Yin, don't fool yourself. This is the Great Zhou's divine martial army that's coming. Even if my rear army and the divine warrior army set up battle lines to face each other head-on, the chance of victory would not be more than 30%. What's more, the future army was already in chaos, and even more isolated by the enemy cavalry. Where is the room to turn around? As for the front army, it is even more important not to withdraw once the retreat is ordered. It is bound to collapse. For today's solution, either directly issue a general order, ordering the whole army to launch a fierce attack on Tushan Pass as much as possible, and take Tushan Pass at all costs. Either order the evacuation in all directions at once, in which case there is still hope that some of the army will escape with their lives. Yin Xianyuan's face chilled as he glared unkindly at the veteran general. General Huang, you are also a veteran of battle. How can you say such nonsense as fleeing without fighting? We soldiers fight in the battlefield, and we are always ready to be buried in the battlefield. As I see it, It's not that General Huang doesn't see the chance to put his life in danger, but rather that he's lost his nerve and his will to fight, right? That old general's face flushed for a while, and as he was about to retort, a silhouette came running in a hurry. Report, General, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has coerced General Qi and had the Pegasus army escort him up into the air to escape. Yin Xianyuan was instantly startled and hurriedly ran out of the tent with quick steps, and what he saw when he looked up was a shadow that covered the sky. That was none other than the 100,000 Pegasus army under his command, and one of the only 2 armies in the rear army that could rival the Divine Martial Army. Asshole! Brainless little man! Damn it! Damn it! Yin Xianyuan instantly reddened her eyes, angry and anxious, cursing continuously. The other generals behind him also had complex and heartfelt faces. They really didn't expect that, at this juncture, the Crown Prince would want to flee far away on his own. It's just that this prince is also too brainless. The strength of the Pegasus army is in night raids, surprise attacks, quick turnarounds, and not being limited by terrain. At this moment, this scene and this place, the enemy army has already killed close to the front. The sharp weapon is wide open. Lifting off at a time like this, isn't that like being a living target, looking for death in the daytime? Sure enough, a few breaths later, dense arrows swept in from the rear, shrouding the Pegasus army, which was ascending into the air and whose speed was greatly restricted, into a shadow of death. Watching the elites that he had worked so hard and built with his own hands continue to scream miserably as they crashed to the ground, Yin Xianyuan felt his heart dripping blood. They were here trying to save the losing situation with all their efforts and deadly intentions. But the prince who was the commander-in-chief was so cruel to use the Pegasus army as a target for his own little life. Thinking of the word commander-in-chief, Yin Xianyuan suddenly had a jolt. That in Luo, it couldn't be that he was trying to divert the blame and plant evidence on his own head. Could it? Once he thought of this possibility, Yin Xianyuan was even more sad and angry, and his heart was somewhat confused. He was well aware of the emperor's distaste for him, as well as the contempt those emperor's sons and daughters had for him, and even more so, the indifference of the important ministers in the court to him. Once Yin Luo pushed the culpability onto his own head, and he was unable to return to defend himself against innocence, then most likely he would be defaulted down, even if it was clear to the discerning eye what was really going on. In that case, one can really die without peace. He can't die without being cleared of any wrongdoing. Over the years, although he had been bullied and humiliated, he could only grit his teeth and bear it because he was clear about his identity. But today, Yin Luo's calculations had chilled his heart like never before. The Yin imperial family is too ruthless. Where do I go from here? The war machine is ever-changing, and blood and fire are relentless. If it was said that the blow to the back of the Shenwu army sounded the death knell of the defeat of the Deshang army, then the tragic end of the Pegasus army directly led to the total collapse of the Deshang army. After all, the scene in the air was enough for anyone to see the situation. On the wall of the pass, uncountable Great Shang soldiers began to evacuate towards the outside of the pass in a panic. However, under the pursuit of the generals of Great Zhou and the pushing and shoving of the friendly troops, there were constantly people who lost their footing and fell down the wall of the pass screaming miserably. Outside the plains of the pass, the 200,000 or so Great Shang troops that were rotating to replace them were also busy turning around and retreating, but they were killed under the pursuit of the 100,000 iron cavalry led by Ma Yu. As for the 500,000 Great Shang rear troops, under the long silence of the Marquis, and under the frantic strangulation of the Shenwu army, they fell into the abyss of collapse even earlier. Except for the Blood Leopard army, which was on par with the Pegasus army, which could still barely organize effective resistance. The rest of the armies either fled or surrendered, or died or were mutilated. The battle continued until nightfall, when it slowly came to an end. On a small hilltop that had not been affected by the corpses and blood, a long figure clad in light golden armor was standing still with his hands folded. Yin Xianyuan was escorted here with his cultivation confined and looked at the back in front of him with a deadpan expression. After a moment of silence, the figure finally turned around. Yin Xianyuan quietly watched. When see the other side of the face, the original numb eyes actually cannot help but cross a touch of stunned, as well as stunning. This person had an elegant face and handsome appearance. So handsome that it was almost heavenly. But the strange thing was that this kind of demonic handsomeness didn't have much of a feminine demeanor, but instead gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. He had long heard that the appearance of the divine military general Gao Ji is extremely handsome, but did not expect to be handsome to such an extent. However, once he thought of the impending downfall, In Xian Yuan smiled to himself and lowered his head. In Xian Yuan is a good seedling for a piece of army commander. Only a pity that it was cast in the wrong fetus. Gao Ji smiled slightly and sighed with emotion. In Xian Yuan's eyelids lifted slightly, and a cold color appeared in his eyes. In never resented his descent. General Gao is at least a famous general, so don't make that mockery. Kill or be killed, as you wish. A flash of surprise passed through Gao Ji's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curved up in a playful arc. When did this general say that I would kill you? In Xian Yuan was stunned, a look of suspicion in his eyes, frowning without uttering a word. Since General In remembers your mother's gift of life, it is all the more important that he should cherish a great man's body. This world is very big. You and I are both people who were born for war, and have not yet made a great achievement. How can we be willing to bury our bones under the yellow earth? In Xian Yuan slowly narrowed his eyes and stared at Gao Ji in a shy voice. What do you exactly mean? Gao Ji sprinkled a smile, clasped his fist towards the south, and slowly said, His Majesty of our dynasty has a message descending, and has specifically ordered me to convey it to General In. The tigers and wolves do not remember the love of the same nest, and they wantonly humiliate the primus. The dragon's lair of the Wu family is high and wide, and I wish to open the door to the aspirants. After saying that, Gao Ji once again smiled gently and opened his mouth to probe. How? A flash of dismay crossed In Xian Yuan's eyes, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Mr. In is nothing more than a nameless beast in the corner of the Great Shang Palace, neither able to gain a foothold in the imperial family nor be ranked alongside his fellow dignitaries. What's more, the blame for this fiasco will be placed squarely on Yin's head. At that time, as usual, there is no escape from death. The great Zhou Emperor even thought of enlisting a useless invalid like me. Heh! Gao Ji seemed to have anticipated In Xian Yuan's reaction and shook his head bashfully with a smile. Since His Majesty of our dynasty has chosen you, then naturally he will not let you become a wasted pawn. Don't worry, in the future, there will be people who will help you to gain a foothold in the Great Shang dynasty and gradually move up. As for In Luo, you don't need to worry. He has been forced into the core of the beast forest and won't be able to return to the court for at least 2 days. In addition, this general has opened a couple of doors and let a few people out. With those people backing you up, you can't go wrong. As for your capture, no one will know, because the ones who know have closed their eyes, and there's another remnant of the army just waiting for you to lead the way, to lead them to the kill. In Xian Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly, and his expression was stunned. You should also have heard of the recent series of great events that have occurred in my great week. If you are serious about your ambition, you should know how to choose. Gao Ji turned around and stared at the dotted lights in the night leisurely out. What if I refuse? Heh! The night breeze was brisk, adding a bit more depression to the dreariness of the scene. After more than 10 breaths, In Xian Yuan once again spoke out. Only the tone was obviously complicated. I promise. Gao Ji gave a low chuckle, his laughter drifting in and out of the night wind with his words. Wise choices. Chapter 43: The Three Souls of Generals, Sages, and Soldiers. Imperial Palace, Hall of Diligence. Ding. You mobilized the Divine Martial Army to work with the Tushan Pass Guards to defeat the 1.5 million troops of the Shang dynasty, killing and capturing nearly 90% of them, triggering the Iron Blood attribute, Emperor's Might plus 100. Ding. You mobilized the King of Zhenbian to suppress King Luha's rebellion, resulting in King Luha's removal from the throne, triggering the attribute of authoritarianism. Ding. You mobilized King Yongyi to suppress King Shanin's rebellion, resulting in King Shanin's removal from the throne, triggering the attribute of authoritarianism, and giving you plus 58 to the Emperor's authority. Ding. You mobilized the King of Fruit and Dare to suppress the rebellion of the King of Zhongyong, causing the King of Zhongyong to be removed from his name, triggering the attribute of authoritarianism, and the Emperor's authority is increased by plus 65. Ding. You mobilized the King of GBI to wipe out the remnants of the Iron Hat King, resulting in the Iron Hat King's complete elimination, triggering the attribute of authoritarianism, and the Emperor's prestige plus 10. Listening to the series of beeps coming one after another, Wu Ji had a bashful face. He had known the outcome of the battle at Tushan Pass for a long time, and the fall of the 4 clan kings was also expected. As for the Ushuo Kingdom, it was at least a side dynasty, and although its strength was not good, its borders were relatively large. Jibei King and Huayan King want to take down completely. I am afraid that the earliest will be tomorrow noon. When the situation is certain, the three-way guys, King Yongyi, King Jibei, and King Huayan, will also have to be cleaned up. After all, the three of them were only briefly controlled by Makuhara, and there was no guarantee that something would not happen later. However, to clean them up is much simpler. It is completely possible for the three kings to order the army under their command to accept the court's integration, and then lead their clans to escape. At that time, killing them would be justified and would not lead to military unrest. As for the king of Jinbian and the king of Kokong, these two are smart type, not waiting for the war to start, will show the attitude of giving up the feudal land and the title of the feudal king. In this way, the hidden dangers of the great Zhou clan kings can be eliminated. Almost there, almost there. Wu Ji muttered and swept a glance at the 4 spirit puppets of Zizhou In Mao that were silently arching around. With only a few more days of waiting, the 12 golden men would be promoted to the 9 heavens realm extreme realm. After withdrawing his gaze, Wu Ji opened the system panel again without moving. All the points from today's white whoring have come in, originally 93 Tivoli points. But after this harvest, it turned into 86 points of Emperor's Might, plus 3 chances to draw. After a moment's thought, Wu Ji decided to use up the lottery opportunity. As for restoring the Garuda idol, there was still a lot of difference anyway, so it wouldn't be too late to wait until the clan world was cleared. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired General Sol Gao Chonggong. General Sol Gao Chonggong. When used on a target, it allows the target to inherit the natural ability, enlightenment, and military strategy of Gao Chonggong of the Demon Realm. Characteristic 1. Like a spring breeze, the successor gains the ability of probation, which reduces hostility and gains favor with neutrals. If you have a beautiful voice and face, and can share the pain and suffering with your subordinates, you can greatly enhance your ability to persuade them to join you. Feature 2. Rampage. When the successor is in command of an army, he or she can continuously boost the morale and war spirit of his or her subordinates, and significantly increase the speed of marching and charging into battle. Looking at the reappearing General Soul, Wu Ji couldn't help but look odd. What's with all the generals' souls and soldiers' souls? Is it because there's a massive war going on? Also, King Gao Chonggong of Lanling, this is not only one of the 4 most beautiful men in ancient China, but also an outstanding military general who is renowned in the world of war. And it was also the Gao Chonggong of the divine and demonic realm, whose inheritance ability was self-evident. Interestingly, there is really a character who resembles Gao Chonggong in Great Zhou today, Gao Ji. If not for Gao Ji's dislike of wearing masks, Wu Ji would have to wonder if the historical Lanling king was reborn as Gao Ji. Gao Ji was not only beautiful and generous, but also knew the battlefield and had great strength, so almost no one coveted his position as the general of Xinwu. Also, Koji himself seems to have a bit of a probation-like ability. The reason why the Divine Martial Army was able to successfully borrow a route from the Beast Forest this time around was because Gao Ji personally paid a visit to the Beast Forest's various Ninth Order masters. I don't know how he did it, but in short, a group of originally fierce and overbearing desolate beast lords all gave Gao Ji a surprising amount of face this time. There was no doubt that this general soul of Gao Chonggong was definitely given to Gao Ji, because no one is better than Koji. Wu Ji sighed for a long time, then continued the drawing. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the soul of War 100 Battles Armored Rider. Soldier Soul 100 Battles Armored Riders. When given to a legion to use, it allows the legion to inherit the bravery, battle skills and battle formations of the 100 Battles Armored Riders of the divine and demonic realms. Within 200,000. Attribute 1 Elite of the 100 Battles. The cavalrymen of the 100 Battles Armored Cavalry will have mastered terrifying combat techniques as well as wound avoidance strategies, and they are the elite of the heavy cavalry that has survived 100 battles. Characteristic 2 Iron Will. Tireless and brazen. Blood will only become the nourishment to increase the strength of the battle. Nothing can stop the charge of the 100 Battles Armored Cavalry. Looking at the second Soldier Soul's profile, the corners of Wu Ji's mouth hooked slightly as a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. That's quite enough to take care of Koji. Historically, under Gao Chonggong's command, there was an armored cavalry called Bao Bao Xianbei. This heavy cavalry had extraordinary combat power, and most of its members were veterans experienced in battlefields, and had contributed to Gao Chonggong's southern and northern campaigns. How similar is the 100 Battles Armored Cavalry to the one at hand? Now he doesn't have to think much about it. This soldier soul is given to the 200,000 cavalry of the Imperial Army is obviously the most suitable. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the soul of the sage Guanzhong. Sang Soul Guanzhong. When used on a target, it allows the target to inherit the natural ability, enlightenment, and tactics of Guanzhong of the divine and demonic realms. Characteristic 1. Ruling the country like cooking. The successor is well versed in the principles of governance, has excellent political strategies, sees the smallest details, and treats a big country as if it were a small dish. Characteristic 2. Knowing people well. The successor will develop a pair of discerning eyes, able to see through the depth of each person's talent and even the secrets in his or her heart, so that he or she can reasonably recommend and make good use of the people he or she knows. Guanzhong, the first Prime Minister Wuji muttered, his spirits lifting. If Great Zhou could have a famous Prime Minister at the level of Guanzhong, he would be able to save a lot of heartache, and the development of Great Zhou would be faster by an unknown number of times. Although Su Changhong is also considered an extraordinary ability, but at best it can only be considered $1 million without a particularly colorful side. Your Majesty, the night is late. Should we turn over the cards and choose a concubine? At this moment, Yang Yang's inquiry suddenly came from outside the temple. No need to rummage. Just go to the palace of the Holy Maiden. Yes. The palace of the Holy Virgin. Wuji strolled through the wide gardens, scanning the halls on either side as he walked. When he saw a palace near the lake, Wuji's footsteps slightly paused. Then he changed directions and traveled straight there. That palace was called the Ming Ruo Palace, and it was the residence of the previous Misty Sect's Holy Maiden and the current Ruo chosen servant Ji Ruo. This Ji Ruo's strength is high, perhaps also affected by the heavenly blessing. Cultivation is already the 6th level of the 9 heavens realm. More importantly, the imperial might points previously obtained from the other party were quite a bit abnormal, which indicated that Ji Ruo, this woman, might still be hiding something. As a result, Wu Ji had changed his mind and did not intend to take Ji Ruo in the near future. If not, you'll lose your life if you're not careful. After all, the other party's strength was extraordinary, and could not be imprisoned with the forbidden spirit soup in the palace. Even if he could be confined, given the mysterious nature of the other party, Wu Ji didn't want to take any chances. However, before that, the necessary trial and error is still necessary. That was why Wu Ji had temporarily changed his path, wanting to explore the depths. The Temple of Minerva. Upon discovering the arrival of Wu Ji and the others, the palace maids and eunuchs on duty outside the hall were a bit flustered, obviously not expecting Wu Ji to come. When he entered the hall, he realized that Ji Ruo had already been waiting in the hall, and had obviously heard the commotion. His Majesty has finally arrived. Ji Ruo gave a bland salute and smiled lightly as he locked eyes with Wu Ji, his eyes clear and calm. It was like meeting an ordinary friend without the slightest hint of panic or fear. Wu Ji's thick eyebrows raised, and he was not angry, but only smiled faintly with interest. You guessed that I would come?
No.
Ji Ruo, however, gently shook her head and said with certainty, it's not a guess, it's a yes, because His Majesty is not a human being. Not only is he not a human being, but he is also very controlling, so naturally he will not allow anything to go beyond His Majesty's control. Therefore, His Majesty will come, and not beyond the early hours of the morning. Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he let out a cold smile and walked to the soft collapse on the inner side and sat down. Afterwards, Wu Ji reclined on the soft collapse, his right arm propped up on his head, and looked at Ji Ruo playfully. You're smart. So guess again and see what I want to do next? A flash of surprise finally crossed Ji Ruo's ancient well-lit eyes, especially after realizing that 4 more masked armored soldiers had entered the temple without a sound. Her eyebrows were also slightly clustered. Sweeping his eyes at the 8 masked armored men who surrounded him in the middle, Ji Ruo steeply lost a laugh, then shook his head and turned around. Why is your Majesty so? Plainly more childishness of a child. Upon hearing this light mockery, Wu Ji, however, instead of getting angry, laughed out loud. Wouldn't it be a good thing to be childlike? Ji Ruo was a bit surprised, and only after a few breaths did he let out a sigh of relief. Your Majesty is truly very different from others. After saying that, Ji Ruo suddenly looked serious. Your Majesty can but rest assured that if and when there is no intention of plotting against your Majesty, there will not be any trouble. If, and only if, I wish to borrow your Majesty's imperial palace to dive into cultivation for a period of time, I will send your Majesty a great gift as a token of appreciation when I have accomplished my task. Wu Ji sniffed, but his face sank as he straightened up and laughed out coldly. Borrowing my imperial palace to dive in? Heh, what do you take my imperial palace for? Come and go as you please? Humph, where in heaven is such a beautiful thing? Ji Ruo frowned slightly and slowly shook her head. I'm not going to hide it from your majesty. If, not being from the first heaven, it's not possible to stay in the first heaven for a long time. As long as 3 years and 5 years, as short as half a year and 9 months, if will be gone. If your majesty really doesn't want to lend your precious land to Ruru, Ruru can also leave without any difficulty for your majesty. As for the acknowledgement, there will be that too. After all, if and before that, I have dabbled a little in his majesty's favor. Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly, rubbing his fingers together as he spoke out slowly. Difficult for you to tell me. How many heavens do you come from? What is your identity? And why did you appear in the first heaven? Ji Ruo was slightly silent, then said with an apologetic face, "It is better for your majesty not to know these things. If only tell your majesty to live the moment. It's the first heaven that's on earth. When a matter is mortal, let it be confined to the mortal world. Extra-earthly matters are taken care of by extra-earthly people." Chapter 44. Ji Ruo serves tea, tigers will come out of the gate. Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, vaguely as if he had caught something. But he didn't think twice about it, still sneering. "Since you won't talk about it, be honest and do what you need to do. Remember, your current identity is my consort, the imperial consort of the great Zhou imperial dynasty." After saying that, Wu Ji reclined once again and smiled. "I'm thirsty as a consort, you should know what to do, right?" A bitter smile crossed Ji Ruo's pretty face, and the moment she lowered her eyes, the light in the hall seemed to darken a bit. These decades, O Earth, are the most relaxing and pleasant times. After all, the first heaven was the earth, the world of the human race. If really you don't want to do it. And why is your majesty being difficult? After entering the imperial palace and bowing her head and agreeing to be a consort, then she is my consort. If you are my consort, how can you disobey me? And how can you treat me as if I were nothing and come and go as you please? Wu Ji's eyes were cold and his tone was domineering. As for the perils of the human race in the remaining 8 heavens, one day, I myself will inquire. That's no reason for you to be disobedient. In the moment, you should do what a consort should do. Ji Ruo's hiked-down curtains slowly lifted, revealing eyes that remained calm. Her eyes were like a clear spring, never fluctuating much. Your Majesty thinking a little too far ahead. Even if one day the great Zhou imperial dynasty reigns supreme over the one heavens alone, if and when I advise your Majesty, never set foot in the upper heavens. Saying that, Ji Ruo's right arm suddenly lifted up slowly, and dots of silver awnings were glowing from the 5 curled-up fingers. Also, if then we will make a display for His Majesty. As the words fell, the silver-colored points of light instantly diffused into a curtain of light, enveloping the 8 spirit puppets in it. Your Majesty's spirit puppets are indeed extraordinary thought? Ji Ruo was about to comment on it, but before his words fell, he instantly changed his face slightly and disappeared in place with a flutter. By the time he showed his form again, he was already at the entrance of the temple. At this moment, Ji Ruo's eyes were wide and stunned, and she was no longer as calm as she used to be. That was because the 8 spirit puppets were easily penetrating through the shroud of the silver-colored light curtain as if nothing was wrong, and were pressing towards her neither too fast nor too slow. How is that possible? That's... Ji Ruo mumbled, his face filled with confusion. 2 breaths later, Ji Ruo seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wu Ji in shock. They are the national fortune spirit puppets? Oh, you do have some insight. Good as you guessed. Wu Ji narrowed his eyes and smiled blandly, but his heart was a bit grave. Although Ji Ruo's curtain of silver light did not affect the golden man, it made him feel the aura of death. There's no doubt about it, that thing is absolutely powerful. Not to mention him, even Zuosho, Qin Shuriwei and the others, I'm afraid that they would be unable to fight. Only it doesn't seem to work on the 12 golden men. So it is. Ji Ruo had a dawning look in her eyes, but then she frowned with a puzzled expression. It shouldn't be. Great Zhou is neither a transportation dynasty, nor does it have the conditions to establish one. So how could it possibly possess a national luck treasure? Ji Ruo spoke out softly, seemingly talking to himself, and seemingly probing Wu Ji. Naturally, Wu Ji wouldn't respond, and he didn't understand the way it worked. All right, serve tea. Hearing Wu Ji's impatient cold drink, Ji Ruo's eyes were helpless as she shook her head and let out a light sigh. Subsequently, several waves of nothingness pointed at the chests of the 8 spirit puppets at an unimaginable speed.
Top, top, top.
Accompanied by a burst of heavy footsteps, The 8 spirit puppets were actually repelled by all of them. Somewhat. Wu Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered. This tactic of Ji Ruo's was somewhat similar to Mu Yuan's blade intent, and although it was much weaker, it was not something a normal 9 Heavens Realm Extreme Realm expert would be able to execute. I, then, will see what means you have. With Wu Ji secretly snorting coldly, for more figures appeared outside the hall. After the 12 golden men gathered, they quickly switched their stations and formed a battle formation of the 12 earthly branches. In that instant, the surging chi intertwined into a large net of nothingness, blocking all around Ji Ruo. Ji Ruo's pretty face changed slightly, and after her eyes changed several times, she suddenly and simply withdrew her aura. She was able to sense that the power of this battle formation could not take her life, but it could still be equal to her. There's no point in continuing to fight when that tactic won't work. Since your majesty insists on it, then if you will follow your orders. Ji Ruo sighed softly and walked slowly towards the side table. As if they had received an order from Wu Ji, the 2 spirit puppets that were blocking the way sharply stepped aside. However, the rest of the spirit puppets remained in a guarded stance, keeping an eye on Ji Ruo's every move. Ji Ruo poured the spiritual tea and moved lightly with lotus steps to the soft collapse. Looking at Wu Ji reclining with a smile on his face, without the slightest intention to get up, Ji Ruo could only bow down and pass the tea bowl to Wu Ji's mouth. Your Majesty, please taste the tea. 1 blow, 2 scrape, 3 deliver. This still need me to teach you? His eyes shifted from Ji Ruo's pretty face to his snow-white jade neck. Wu Ji lifted his eyebrows with a lazy face. Ji Ruo only felt a good headache, and with her state of mind, she was close to welling up with anger. Taking a light breath and suppressing her restlessness, Ji Ruo very cooperatively lifted the lid of the teacup, and then gently opened the vermilion lips, blew a few blows, and scraped the floating tea flowers with the tea lid, before handing it to Wu Ji's mouth. Your Majesty, please taste the tea. Wu Ji smiled playfully, opened his mouth and took a shallow sip, nodding his head in satisfaction. Well, good. In the future, if I am thirsty, I will come here to drink the tea you serve. The temple of Ming Ruo, hoping when tasting tea will be if. Saying that, Wu Ji suddenly straightened up and moved closer to Ji Ruo's ear to take a light sniff. If you choose to serve this body scent, it is a bit better than spirit tea. When the words fell, Wu Ji no longer paid attention to Ji Ruo, whose body was a bit stiff, and got up and left with a loud laugh. Ji Ruo put down the tea bowl and touched her somewhat reddened earlobes, a complex color flashing in her eyes. After a soft sigh of indescribable meaning, the Ming Ruo Hall returned to silence. The next day, early dawning. East Montgomery Pass. The originally grand and lofty giant pass was now looking a bit worn out, like a scarred beast in the darkness of the night. The bodies were mostly moved, but blood stains and fissures littered every part of the gateway. Fortunately, the Daki army finally paused their attack after pounding into the early hours of the morning, giving Dongmeng Pass a rare respite. On the wall of the pass, wounded soldiers were everywhere and the atmosphere was heavy. However, inside the wall of the pass, the soldiers in armor were cold and murderous. General Xiong, the Dazi Lord Commander, is not a mediocre person. They must have arranged for a well-guarded force. It is even possible that traps have been laid, waiting for our troops to make a surprise attack in the dark. I know that the Imperial Army is strong, and I also know that the strength of the Imperial Army lies in charging. But even if we want to take the initiative to charge, I don't agree that we should attack at this time. Now, the world outside the pass is already under the domain of Daki's army. They are in the dark and we are in the light. Striking while it is dark will not be favorable to our army. What's more, our soldiers defending the pass fought hard for 1 day, and we don't know how long we'll have to hold out after that. Every moment of rest is extremely precious in this situation. Therefore, I suggest that we wait until sunrise before striking. General Xiong, what do you think? General Gao De, the guarding general of Dongmeng Pass, stopped in front of Xiong Tao and advised him bitterly in a low voice. Right now, he was the person with the highest position in Dongmeng Pass, and at this juncture, for the sake of Dongmeng Pass's safety and security, he had to come forward. As for the main general guarding the pass, he was unfortunately killed in battle as early as yesterday afternoon. On the side, Wan Jingming, the commander of the 200,000-strong Jinbian army, also spoke out to dissuade him. General Xiong, Senator Gao's words do make sense. Now, there are less than 100,000 Guan troops left, and the Jinbian army is also only 100,000 out. And most of them were injured and exhausted with very limited combat power. but the number of enemy troops is still nearly 1,000,000. Even if General Xiang leads the Imperial Guard to kill through the enemy formation, our foot soldiers will have difficulty providing effective support. At that time, the enemy army could completely rely on the numerical advantage to continuously compress the space for the Imperial Army's impact and besiege them step by step. So, how can we explain to His Majesty? Therefore, I suggest that we wait until the day breaks, and then General Xiang will lead the Royal Forest Army to launch an onslaught on the enemy's front army. As long as you kill and break their front army, and kill them with fear, it is possible to make them know what to do and retreat. If not, it would buy time for the main force of the Jinbian army to come to the rescue. General Xiang, what do you think? Xiang Tao slowly swept over the duo and suddenly grinned. It seems that the two of you still can't let go of someone, Xiang. Gao De and Wan Jingming's expressions stiffened as they hurriedly shook their heads in denial. General Xiang, you are mistaken. How can the two of you be there? Xiang Tao raised his hand to interrupt, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. This general knows what you two mean, but you can rest assured. The Taipei army does have a great grudge against this general, and this general will never spare them. But this general did not come here to exterminate the Iron Beacon army. Hearing Xiang Tao's words, Gao De and Wan Jingming could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not. It's good that it's not. They are afraid that Xiang Tao will be impulsive and focus on the Iron Bay army, and then he will fall into a trap like his uncle, and then cause the Imperial Forest Army to fall into it as well. And now it seems that this General Xiang is still relatively calm and hasn't forgotten the purpose of his visit. But just as the two put their hearts down, Xiang Tao opened his mouth again. Because His Majesty's mission to this general is clear, to hang all enemy troops and leave no prisoners, instead of just destroying a mere 500,000 Iron Beacon army. Gao De and Wan Jingming's hearts instantly trembled. Their eyes widened, and their bodies shook a little. This lord, is he out of his mind? The Imperial Forest Army was powerful, but at best it could suppress Daqi's 200,000 Feather Forest Army, plus more than 100,000 Taipei Army. And now, he has even let it slip that he wants to crush 1,000,000 enemy troops in one fell swoop, and he even wants to leave no prisoners behind? General Xiang, you are joking, right? Gao De swallowed hard and stared dead at Xiang Tao, uneasily asking questions. Joke? Heh, this is His Majesty's will. Xiang Tao sneered, and after looking at the sky, he jumped onto the Cloud Leopard King's back with a long leap. The two of you can watch the show from the gatehouse. Okay. Open and close the door. General Xiang. Gord was about to advise him further when he suddenly felt a deadly threat coming towards him. Greeting Xiang Tao's cold eyes, Gao De's scalp numbly retracted his words, and then hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the opening and closing of the door. Chapter 45 Luo Hao Yen, Abbot of Daqi. The thick triple doors of the gate were opened, and the heavily armed cavalry came out like a tidal wave. However, Clouded Leopard's light footsteps were as if it was a willow falling to the ground, and did not cause much of a commotion. Gord stood beside the closing door, muttering with his eyes lost in thought, and even a touch of fear in the depths of his eyes. Just a glance, just a glance. Wan Jingming came up to the front and looked at Gao De sympathetically. He also felt Xiang Tao's terrifying aura just now. Although he was only affected by the waves, his heart was still beating rapidly. There was no doubt that Xiang Tao's strength was bound to reach an unimaginable level. Otherwise, the two of them were at least in the middle stage of the Nine Heavens realm. How could they be as if they were facing the abyss of death under the intimidation of a single gaze? However, compared to his amazement at Xiang Tao's strength, Wan Jingming was more concerned about the changes in the Imperial Army. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to the Imperial Forest Army, thinking that Xiang Tao had purposely mobilized most of his experts to the front for the sake of charging the formation for effect. But at this moment, as a set of Imperial guards kept passing by, Wan Jingming finally realized that something was wrong. For these Imperial troops, both the front and the center were almost all alike. Armor, weapons, strength, including mounts, there just wasn't a single one that was low or weak. Brother Gao, perhaps what General Xiang said just now is really His Majesty's will. Gao De returned to his senses and followed Wan Jingming's line of sight, also focusing his attention on the Imperial Guards. The two of them just watched in silence, until they saw all the Imperial Guards rushing out of the closed door, and only then did they look at each other with complicated expressions. All true weapon-grade equipment, the weakest 5 Yuan realm, and the 9 Heavens realm is at least over 100. This is going against the heavens. Gord spoke out shyly, feeling his head spin a little. Wang Jingming wasn't far behind, biting his finger and muttering, "So what the hell is going on here? Is it hard to believe that the Kingsguard alone has been blessed with a heavenly gift? But this is also not right. The blessing of the heavenly gift is given to the strength. This Imperial Forest Army's weapons and equipment, and even the mounts, have been substantially enhanced." There was a slight silence from Gord, and he suddenly looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice. "I'm starting to have some doubts now about whether or not your majesty is the son of heaven. This." Wang Jingming opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. Gord nodded and hastily changed the subject with a light cough. "Ahem. Now I finally know why General Xiong is that confident. With such a strong army in place, I'm afraid that the million Qi troops outside the pass are not really enough for them to kill." The corners of Wang Jingming's mouth tugged as he nodded with a complicated expression. This was an army of 200,000 5 yuan realm and above with frightening equipment and frightening mounts. Looking at the Daqi side, out of the millions of troops, they definitely couldn't come up with 10,000 5 yuan realms either. "Let's go, we can really watch a good show this time." Some underground bunker a mile outside the pass. A dozen people were hunkered down in an underground pit chatting away. They were Nightbreeders specializing in vigilance, scouting, and assassination, and had not been involved in the siege during the day, so their spirits were quite high and there were no signs of fatigue. To say that this great Zhou is truly worthy of being an imperial dynasty. 1,200,000 of our troops pressed in, attacking unceasingly, even to the point where the Iron Pay army took to the field themselves, but surprisingly, they still failed to break through the pass. Scoff, so what if it's an imperial dynasty? If not for the coincidental arrival of the reinforcements from the Jinbian army, this Dongmeng Pass would have been breached long ago. Yes, the Jinbian army is known as the #1 clan army of the Great Zhou, and its battle power is quite impressive since. But that's all. When dawn dawns, our army will attack again. We will surely be able to get down with a drum. At this moment, a middle-aged man was the one who sighed softly with a complicated expression. "Ugh. You guys can't be too happy. HM? Lu Lao Wu, what do you mean by that?" The crowd was puzzled, and one of the old men with scary scars on his face narrowed his eyes and spoke out slowly. "Lu Lao Wu, you previously went back to replenish your supplies? Did you not hear something?" Lu Lao Wu was a bit hesitant, but could not resist the urging of the crowd and could only lower his voice. "I overheard the conversation between the two chief officers of the supply wagon battalion, and listening to their words, it seems that the army of the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty has been completely annihilated by Great Zhou." "What? Bull. Net nonsense. Lu Laowu, have you been drinking? How can you say such an obviously impossible thing?" The crowd was first startled, but after they reacted, they were all shouting and full of disbelief. The scar-faced old man raised his hand and silenced the shouts of the crowd. "The Great Shang Imperial Dynasty has deployed an army of 1.5 million this time, and although it has not mobilized the central elite, there are 2 armies of bravery pressed into action. And with all the vassal kings revolting within the Great Zhou, there was no way to spare any troops to support them. Under these circumstances, how could they crush the army of the Great Shang? With those 500,000 guards at Tushan Pass?" Lu Lao Wu laughed bitterly and spread his hands helplessly. "I don't know, I heard them say that anyway. It seems like Great Zhou sent out the divine martial army, which turned the tide of battle. That's also nonsense. No matter how powerful the divine martial army is, it can't crush an army of over 1 million, let alone wipe it out completely." Listening to the crowd's skepticism, Lu Lao Wu did not retort because he was also a little unsure now. "I only overheard a few words, so maybe those 2 were joking. Also, I heard them mention the Imperial Guard of Great Zhou. It says that the Imperial Guards left the Great Zhou Imperial capital without any concealment, and as for where they ended up, they didn't say, so I don't know. The Imperial Forest Army? Could it be that they are coming to Dongmeng Pass for support? Hey, come for nothing. The Imperial Guards are cavalry, so if they were used to defend the pass, their battle power could be greatly affected." The scar-faced old man smiled heatedly, not caring. At this moment, a youth who had been looking upwards suddenly shuddered and shrieked out in shock. "Quickly! Send out a signal quickly! There are cavalry out of Great Zhou!" The crowd instantly changed color and retreated back to their respective pits at the first opportunity. The messenger soldier also crushed a talisman seal without hesitation, and a bright light suddenly leaped up from the open space 100 feet away behind him, sprinting high into the sky. "Junior, shrink back. The scar-faced old man shouted sharply, urging the youth on the lookout back. After that, the crowd hunkered down in their respective pits, holding their breath and waiting nervously. There were small illusionary formations arranged around their bunkers, and as long as the enemy troops didn't probe carefully, it would normally be difficult to discover them. But if the enemy army passed right above them, under the continuous trampling, the illusion formation would be difficult to maintain and would definitely be exposed. The only thing they could do at the moment was to pray and pray that their luck would be better. However, just a few breaths later, a dozen or so sword on several feet long swept through the area, instantly strangling the crowd under the bunker. The scar-faced old man didn't die on the spot, but the pain and confusion in his dying moments were more than a little tortured. A ball of light kept rushing up into the sky, but there was also a streak of sharp ons going back and forth, sending the Daki Knights uncollectors scattered under various bunkers into the Yellow Springs. The sharp sound of horns broke the silence of the dark night, and an army of Daki scattered and hidden in the surroundings began to rapidly assemble. In the face of the enemy's surprise attack out of the pass, the generals of Daki did not panic. For their masters had long been ready to lay a dragnet for the surprise attack that Great Zhou was likely to launch. 8 miles away, a wooden tower more than 20 feet tall stood proudly in the middle of the center army. At this moment, at the top of the wooden tower, a dozen or so generals had converged. The crowd looked far to the west with excitement in their eyes. Ta-da! A sound of steady footsteps came from the mouth of the ladder, and the generals hurriedly separated to the sides, looking at the visitor in awe. It was an old general with a white beard and waist, a spirit of timelessness. The old general's face was flushed, and his narrow, deep eyes seemed to have the look of a wolf goo. He just stepped in slowly and unrushed, as if he were wandering through his own little garden. He was the legend of the Daqi military world, the abbot of the current dynasty, and the main general of the Iron Bay Army, the upper general Luo Haoyan. Originally, with Luo Haoyan's power and prestige, he could have commanded more than half of Daqi's army, not just an Iron Beacon army. However, perhaps in order to reassure the Daqi emperor, Luo Haoyan was always willing to lead only the Iron Bay Army. "Greetings, Lord General." A group of large and small generals respectfully saluted Luo Haoyan, and only after Luo Haoyan nodded his head did he salute the stout middle-aged man who was a step behind on Luo Haoyan's right side. "Greetings, General Liao." Liao Peng nodded slightly, although there was some helplessness in his heart. He did not dare to show the slightest on his face. Although he was the main general of the Feather Forest Army, his status and prestige was much worse than Luo Haoyan. "General Shang, just as you expected, the enemy army has really come out for a night attack," a fat-faced general said excitedly, looking at Luo Haoyan with eyes full of admiration. Luo Haoyan just smiled bashfully and walked to the edge of the wooden tower to look far to the west. Liao Peng slowly stepped forward and said with a complicated gaze, "Lord General, I finally realize why you didn't allow the Feathered Forest Army to participate in yesterday's siege." Luo Haoyan negative hand calmly let out a light "oh." "Then please tell me, General Liao, what is the reason for this?" General Shang has long guessed that Great Zhou would send troops to help, but given Great Zhou's current situation, the number of troops sent must be very limited. That's why you want to use Dongmeng Pass as a bait to keep luring Great Zhou to send troops in batches to help. In this way, our army will be able to steadily eat away at the living forces of Great Zhou step by step. When Great Zhou has no troops to send, then we will take Dongmeng Pass in one fell swoop, and in turn sweep through Great Zhou's Dongmeng prefecture in a very short period of time, incorporating it into my Daki's territory. Liao Peng excitedly analyzed, only to feel that his thoughts had never been clearer. It's just that what I didn't expect was that Great Zhou Emperor's vigor was really somewhat not small, and he even sent out the Imperial Forest Army directly from the start. Hey, if we wiped out this Imperial Army, I wonder if that Great Zhou Emperor would be so angry that he would vomit blood? Lord General, you made such meticulous arrangements last night, so I suppose you expected that the Imperial Guards of Great Zhou would come running to Dongmeng Pass, and that they would take advantage of the night to make a surprise attack out of the pass, right? Luo Haoyan swept his head sideways to Liao Peng, first nodding approvingly, but then shaking his head regretfully. A lot of growth, but a lot more. Chapter 46. Deep Strategies? Mighty Miracles. Liao Peng's face was hot, and there was some dissatisfaction in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show this trace of dissatisfaction, and immediately lowered his head and cupped his fists, asking for advice with a sincere face. "And please teach me, Lord General." Luo Haoyan laughed and spoke out slowly. The reason why this general is certain that the Great Zhou Imperial Army will make a surprise attack out of the pass is because of the name of the commander general provided by the secret spy Xiong Tao. 3 years ago, Xiong Tao's uncle was defeated by me, and together with 300,000 Xiong family troops, I mobilized 500,000 Iron Pei troops and 500,000 border troops to kill them all. After this battle, the Great Zhou Xiong clan's reputation will be swept away and cursed everywhere, and that Xiong Tao will naturally hate this general to the bone. It's not easy to have a chance to snowball. How can that brat Xiong Tao hold back? As for why it didn't break yesterday, there are 3 reasons. One of them is, if the fire does not burn the forest, all the ferocious creatures will fight. If the fire enters the deep seclusion, the birds and beasts will run away. And now that the court of the Great Zhou is in chaos with the feudal lords and the clan world, it is indeed a heavenly opportunity for my Daki to rise up. But the degree in between has to be controlled, both in terms of the pressure given and the timing chosen to get it just right. If our army had broken through the Dongmeng Pass yesterday and fought its way to the city of Wuwei, it is highly likely that the 3 sides would have stopped fighting and been united in the war. At that point, the loss will outweigh the gain. This is one of the reasons why the rear army did not move until after the battle had risen. Second, if the wood is good in the forest, the wind will destroy it. After all, my Daki is still nominally a vassal state of the Great Shang, so if I act too strongly, it will inevitably lead to a lot of trouble. Thirdly, to resist foreign aggression, we must first secure the internal environment. Some people have been jumping off the bandwagon a little too cheerfully and a little over the top lately. It's time to raise their spirits. Hearing the previous points, Liao Peng, although his heart is not willing, but also had to secretly admire, because he really didn't think that far ahead. However, when he heard the third point, Liao Peng's face changed slightly, and his heart was both scornful and annoyed. He naturally knew who Luo Haoyan was talking about and who he was knocking sideways, but those people are not disloyal to Daki, just different political views with Luo Haoyan. Because of this, Luo Haoyan even wanted to use publicity to help private interests and borrowed the hands of Great Zhou to get rid of them, which was really too ruthless. What's more, Luo Haoyan's move was clearly not putting the Daqi Emperor in his eyes. Seeing that Liao Peng looked a bit off and the atmosphere in the arena became a bit depressing, the fat-faced general who had spoken out earlier hurriedly jumped out to warm up the arena. General Shang, then this imperial army, should we wipe it all out, or let a bunch of them go? The finch is in the cage, how can it be let go? Since that little tyrant is so generous in offering a generous gift, let's accept as much as we can in a generous manner, lest others say that we are petty. Aye, by order of the general. The fat-faced general answered sharply like a pug, then trotted to the summoning platform on one side. Liao Peng finally calmed down at this time and spoke out again. General Shang, didn't you say just now that you wanted to preserve the necessary space and not to rush things or draw attention to yourself? This would be, if the imperial army were to be wiped out in its entirety. Luo Haoyan turned his head and stared at Liao Peng with a somewhat speechless expression. His lips twitched, but he finally turned his head away and muttered out a sigh. The harpies are unteachable. Liao Peng was immediately so angry that his chest became stuffy, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Thieving old thing. You bully people too much. Liao Peng secretly hated his teeth, but he could only hold back and did not dare to attack. The atmosphere once again became a little weird, but this weird atmosphere did not last long, because a series of urgent reports suddenly kept coming. Report. All 3 cordons have been lost, and all 900 knights uncollected are suspected to be dead. Report. Defense C has been breached. Report. The enemy is too fast. The 3 battalions at the rear of the left road failed to engage the enemy, and only found the A and B defense lines covered with our corpses. Report. The enemy's charging speed is amazing. The 3 battalions behind the right road failed to even see the enemy's shadow. Report. The 200,000 sluggish troops in the middle road were completely killed through, with heavy casualties. Report. The main forces of our left and right ambushes have engaged the enemy and are currently fighting furiously. Report. The front of the enemy army has made contact with the 300,000 Iron Bay army, responsible for blocking the front road. Report. Watching one messenger soldier rush in and rush back in a cold sweat, and then listening to the content of the urgent reports that rose and fell, the entire tower platform was dead silent. Almost everyone looked confused, their eyes frozen and stunned. If they hadn't noticed that everyone else looked the same, they would have wondered if they were hallucinating. How long has it been? According to the speed of the Imperial Forest Army's Clouded Leopard, even if it didn't fight anyone, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to run to the Iron Beacon Army, right? What's more, there are more than 300,000 troops in the middle of this block, and there are even more ambushes on the left and right to surround and obstruct. Is this a dream? This is a little too dreamy. A tall, thin general muttered, feeling that the situation in front of him was too confusing. Luo Haoyan also appeared to be lost in thought for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, but he narrowed his eyes and let out a light laugh. Rather, something interesting. After laughing, Luo Haoyan's eyes fiercely turned cold, and he shouted orders. Pass the order. Order the Featherwoods to retreat back to the center army and form up just in front of the watchtower to wait for the enemy. Order again. Order the 100,000 Taipei army on the left road to go around the enemy's rear, take over the vacancy of the Fei Lin army, and block the enemy's escape route. Another order. Order the 100,000 Iron Peas on the right road to withdraw to their own formation and guard the watchtower as a precautionary measure. Another order, the whole army to die. No one may take a step back, no matter who they are. If you do not do so, the governor's team will chop you up. Hearing Luo Haoyan's order, Liao Peng and the others immediately stared in shock. Admiral, it's not so bad, is it? Even if the strength of that imperial army exceeded the intelligence, there was no need to be so cautious, right? What's more, if the other side suddenly diverts to withdraw, under the weakness of the troops on both sides, it will not be able to stop the other side. At that time, will it not be a wasted opportunity to wipe out the enemy's army in its entirety and allow them to leave in a big way? Liao Peng was shocked and couldn't help but question out loud. Luo Haoyan seemed to be too lazy to explain and waved his hand with a sullen face. All generals return to their positions and carry out the military order.
No.
By order of the general. The other generals did not dare to object, and after respectfully receiving the order, they each stepped into the air and quickly left. Liao Peng moved his lips, but finally let out a soft sigh and shook his head as he flew away from the watchtower. Originally, I thought that this battle would be so easy that it would be boring, but I didn't expect that there would be such a turn of events. Funny, when it's really funny tight. When the cadre of generals had left as much as they could, Luo Haoyan suddenly muttered out. There were looks of surprise, anticipation, and gravity. There was even a touch of unease. The reason why he, Luo Haoyan, was known as the god of war by the people of Daki, and the reason why he was able to win 100 battles, there was one key point. That is to know the enemy and know oneself, to anticipate the enemy, to plan and then decide. He almost never fought unprepared battles, so he was always able to clearly grasp all kinds of conditions of the enemy and us, and then use his strategy to turn disadvantages into advantages, and turn the battle around even in times of adversity. But the encounter at hand gave him an uneasy feeling of being caught off guard, because the strength of the enemy's army was so different from what he knew. Therefore, even after making the most secure arrangement, he still didn't feel very secure. As soon as the great battle broke out, the sky-shattering shouts of killing never ceased. By the time the night had retreated and the sky was clear, the battlefield had already been in shambles, with corpses strewn all over the place. The remnants of the bonfire mixed in with the red earth, and also mixed in with the broken limbs and arms that were everywhere, actually depicting a few hellish scenes. Looking down from a high altitude, one could only see a cavalry team whose primary color was silver and secondary color was red, recklessly storming towards the east in a goose-shaped formation. Behind the geese formation were bodies all over the place, and in front of the goose-shaped formation, there were more than 200,000 yellow armored armies in chaotic formations that kept falling back. Only, the speed of these yellow armored armies was obviously not as fast as the pursuing cavalry, and people were constantly drowned under the iron hooves of the clouded leopards before being turned into a puddle of strangely shaped flesh. Feudal army. Charge! A loud bellow suddenly came and drew closer, only to see that in the rear of those routed pawns, a 200,000 or so, heavy cavalry clad in heavy armor and riding across the green-eyed wolves were continuously speeding up to countercharge. Even if they encountered a routed friendly army on the way, they would charge straight through and crush them on the spot. And the person who was at the head of the loud shouting was none other than Liao Peng. Only, at this time, Liao Peng, although his drink was majestic, his eyes were quite a bit frightened, because Daki's million-strong army is now down to less than 500,000. The enemy army was simply too fierce, so fierce that even the Iron Beacon army, which had never known what fear was, had begun to flee. Even though the supervisors had already decimated thousands of people, Even though the blades of the supervisor's swords were all curled up by the cuts, they still couldn't stop the rout. Liao Peng was really hard to figure out what kind of magic the enemy army had to force them to this point. Now, the only ones who could fight were his 200,000 Feather Forest army and the 100,000 Iron Beacon army in the rear. As for the friendly troops in front of him who were crying and fleeing in all directions, he no longer had any hope. However, he still held the confidence of defeating his opponent. Because according to common sense, the Imperial Guard at this point should have already reached its limit. As long as one's feathered troops could resist the opponent's onslaught and curb the opponent's rushing speed, then the breath that the enemy army was lifting was bound to be interrupted. At that time, the victory will be theirs in the end. Time is passing, the routed Daki soldiers are sandwiched between the two armies, and several of them are trampled. At a certain moment, when the wind seemed to stagnate, the two heavy cavalry finally collided wildly into each other. Boom! A wave of dull thuds suddenly rose up from the ground, as if the mountains were tipping over and the earth was trembling. Amidst such a loud noise, the clash of weapons was instead fiercely suppressed, making it almost hard to hear. However, none of this mattered to Liao Peng, as he had finally discovered an abnormality in the enemy army. Just now, the tip of his spear had clearly pierced through the chest of an enemy lieutenant. But the lieutenant did not die. Instead, he flashed a mouthful of large white teeth at himself and turned his hand to cleave a junior general beside him. Lift your eyes again, and what you see in your eyes makes Liao Peng's hands and feet go cold. Enemy troops, obviously someone was stabbed through the abdomen, but in addition to the blood stained on the weapon, but did not see each other's wounds spraying blood, and look at the state of the same as nothing. Others were obviously smashed crooked head, but then a twist of the head, and then alive and well continue to strike. Chapter 47 200,000 broke a million. Pit kill. Liao Peng only felt an endless chill rising in his heart, so cold that he fell into an icy abyss. At this moment, he finally realized why even the amazingly willful Iron Beacon army had routed. The rushing momentum of the great Zhou Imperial army had already given people a horrible illusion of matching mountains and seas, which was difficult for manpower to match, coupled with these horrible pawns that seemed to be undefeatable to kill, which one of them could not crumble. Liao Peng didn't know why this was happening, and he didn't have the chance to look any deeper, because he had been locked by a terrifying aura. 9 Heavens Realm Extreme Realm? After following the Qi and seeing Xiang Tao's figure, Liao Peng only felt that his body and mind were filled with bitter bile, and he was almost ready to collapse. With dozens or millions of armies facing off against each other, the role that an expert of the 9 Heavens Realm Extreme Realm could play was very limited. Because he can kill 10,000 or 50,000, but not 100,000 or 200,000. However, if this terrifying expert took a liking to the opposing commander, it would inevitably be a disaster for the latter. He had never even imagined that Xiang Tao, who was rumored to be only at the early stage of the 9 Heavens realm, would reach this step. It's over. Liao Peng only had time to let out a desperate mumble, after which his consciousness fell into endless darkness. A distance of 10 or so feet was nothing more than the blink of an eye for a 9 Heavens realm expert. He, a good fighter in the middle stage of the 9 Heavens realm, was simply powerless to contend with the extreme realm experts. At the top of the watchtower, Luo Haoyan quietly looked down at the battlefield below, his eyes having become numb. Standing tall and seeing far, no one could see the collision between the Imperial Guard and the Feathered Forest Army more clearly than him. There was a brief moment of stalemate the moment the two armies collided. But a moment later, the orange-colored Feathered Forest Army fell in pieces, while the silver and red Imperial Forest Army only slightly reduced its speed, and after that, it stepped on the corpses all over the ground and madly advanced. The scene was as if the waves had hit the beach and buried everything to their heart's content. According to the previous intelligence, the Great Zhou Imperial Forest Army was only half a step stronger than the Daqi Feather Forest Army. If the two armies had faced each other in their heyday, the Imperial Guard would have won, but it would have been a crushing victory. At this moment, the Imperial Guards have been fighting for a long time, so they should be close to their limit, and the Feather Forest Army can at least be stalemated with them. But the scene at hand shattered all of Luo Haoyan's flukes. Also, he had noticed the bizarre state of the Imperial Guard. In the perimeter of the Imperial Guards, it seemed as if there was a kind if momentum lingering. This kind of potential enhanced the battle force and battle spirit of the Imperial Forest Army, accelerated the rush speed of the Imperial Forest Army, and at the same time also invisibly weakened and suppressed the battle spirit of the Feather Forest Army. As for the reason why the Imperial Guards were traumatized and wouldn't die even from fatal wounds, Luo Haoyan also had a vague guess, but he just didn't dare to be sure yet. He had already noticed that whenever an Imperial Forest Army soldier suffered a serious injury, the clouded leopard underneath him would have some problems. Either the hooves go soft and slip, or there's a sudden stumble or a wilted look, reduced speed, etc. However, these problems could only be considered minor and had little effect on the Imperial Guard's charge. Through these signs, Luo Haoyan guessed that the Imperial soldiers were most likely linked to their mounts for life, meaning that the riders could borrow or share the life force of their mounts. It was just that this speculation was too shocking, and this kind of tactic was unheard of by him, which was why he didn't dare to be sure. But none of that, it seems, matters, for his enemies have set their sights on him. Looking at the great Zhou commander-general who rose up to the sky with a cold eye, Luo Haoyan was silent and slowly lowered his head. In fact, he would have had a chance to escape. It was a pity that his dignity and the honor of 100 victories forced him to forcefully suppress that uneasiness and choose to stay. He didn't think he was going to lose, and he had no reason to think that. But by this point in the battle, the situation had become completely clear. The result, on the other hand, gave birth to his indignation at the injustice of fate. His defeat was not in strategy or unification, but in fate, because in his opinion, the bizarre changes in the Imperial Army were not at all humanly measurable. It was a trick of fate. The atmosphere of despair enveloped the minds of all the remaining Daki generals, so there were only a few scattered obstructions to Xiong Tao's approach. And these obstructions were nothing but a joke to Xiong Tao. At the top of the tower, dense halberd awnings pointed out, clearing the field in a matter of moments, leaving only 2 figures behind. One man was hunched over and silent with his head bowed, while the other towered proudly with a murderous intent. Did you ever think this day would come? Xiong Tao had thought that he would be furious and full of joy, but when it really came to this point, he instead felt some meaning. That feeling was like a vicious wolf turning into a chicken, making him unable to raise much interest or generate much joy. Thought so. Luo Haoyan slowly raised his head and spoke out slowly, his face sullen and his eyes complex. This general has envisioned many possibilities: those who were poisoned, those who were given to death, those who were rounded up, and those who were assassinated. But this general never imagined that he would one day die at your hands. Saying that, a flash of mockery suddenly flashed in Luo Haoyan's eyes. Because you are so much worse than your uncle, whether it's intellect, nature, or heart. Your uncle is no match for this general, let alone you. It's just a shame. God forbid. This general led a full 1,200,000 troops to the west, killing over 300,000 enemies at a cost of only 100,000, and attacking the Dongmeng Pass at any time. Unexpectedly, he would end up losing to 200,000 Imperial Guards. 1,000,000 troops, in the twinkling of an eye. 8 out of 10. Verbose. Xiong Tao frowned slightly, a flash of disinterest in his eyes. Then a flash of his halberd cut off Luo Haoyan's head. Looking at the head that grunted and fell to the ground, then staring at the pair of stunned dead fish eyes, Xiong Tao was slightly silent. The great revenge was avenged and Xiong's humiliation washed away, but Xiong Tao did not feel much sense of accomplishment. Is the enemy too weak? Xiong Tao mumbled, his eyes slightly confused. A moment later, Xiong Tao, however, fiercely fixed his eyes. It seems that there are still not enough kills. Just this 1,000,000 troops alone is not enough to establish the prestige of the Imperial Forest Army. Below, seeing that Liao Peng and Luo Haoyan were killed one after another, the remaining Daki generals finally completely collapsed. As a group of Imperial guards shouted to beg for surrender, the rest of the remnants of the army scrambled to follow suit, throwing down their weapons and offering surrender. In no time at all, the 200,000 or so remnants of the army threw away their weapons, knelt on the ground, and were surrounded by the Imperial guards under the tower. General, what should we do with these surrendered soldiers? Should we order the guards to take them back to the pass? An adjutant general ran up to the tower and respectfully asked Xiong Tao for instructions. After battling millions of enemy troops, the deputy general was not even tired and looked excited, thrilled, and proud. What's the use of taking them back to the pass? Xiong Tao swept an expressionless glance at the adjutant general. Then with a cold snort he swept his eyes towards the densely packed descending soldiers below. His Majesty has ordered that in this battle, no one will be left behind. Pit them all. That vice-general was suddenly shaken, his eyes somewhat horrified, just looking at Xiong Tao's cold and stern face. But he didn't dare to open his mouth to advise him, so he only had to stiffly respond to the order. General's orders. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. As the order was droned from the tower, the Imperial guards below wasted no time in swinging their butcher knives. The Daki descended soldiers drank and cursed in horror and roared in grief and anger, but it was meaningless. The bloody massacre lasted for 2/4 of an hour, killing straight to the point that the blood converged into a crimson stream, lingering and circling under the tower. Deliver a report of success to the court. The Daki army that invaded the border has been defeated, leaving no one behind. Nah. Send word to the pass guard and order them to come and clean up the battlefield. Nah. Send orders to the entire army to move eastward at a slow pace. First, we will descend the 7 Happiness Pass, then break the Qi reinforcements, and after that we will go all the way to the east. Nah. Great Zhou Imperial Capital. Hall of Supreme Harmony. The civil and military officials were divided into 2 shifts, their eyes unblinking and staring dead at the image in the hall, their faces full of unimaginable colors. Most of the courtiers were a little alarmed when they heard the tom-tom drums for the court at cock-crowing time. Because the emperor's intervals between court visits were getting longer and longer, he was almost on the verge of deserting the state. In accordance with the emperor's nature, yesterday only to the court, the next court at least 5 or 6 days later. But today's back-to-back advances are a bit out of order. Originally, they thought that something had gone terribly wrong in the imperial dynasty, but unexpectedly, after the court meeting began, the emperor directly shook out something similar to a spirit painting, allowing them to open their eyes and watch. Initially, many people were filled with depression, thinking that the emperor had come up with another trick to toss people around. But when the rumbling of hooves resounded through the hall, when the scythe of death kept reaping through the picture, the ministers finally figured out the situation. Watching the imperial guards bravely charging through the heavy encirclement of the enemy army, I don't know how many people's palms were sweating and their hearts were on tenterhooks. Many people knew about the imperial army's eastward departure from the imperial capital, but they didn't know that the imperial army had run off to the eastern Ming Pass. In that instant, many people had faces of grief and despair. Because 200,000 against 1,000,000, with 700,000 of them being the enemy's elite, this was a crushing defeat for the imperial army no matter how you looked at it. But as time gradually passed, as the imperial guards flew through batch after batch of enemy troops, the minds of the ministers gradually turned to consternation, as well as a hint of somewhat apprehensive expectation. As of now, everyone is even frozen in the temple, incredibly excited. For a time it is difficult to come back to God. The viewpoint of the mountain and sea mirror began to extend eastward from Dongmeng Pass, and what he saw along the way was full of woes. Broken weapons, corpses with miserable deaths, blood-stained earth, battle flags torn into rags, and so on, spread all the way around the tower that was blazing. And below the tower, the scene was so bloody that it was a little more chilling. More than 200,000 corpses layered like sandbags, piled up into 5 blood-colored hills. Countless pairs of angry, terrified, and desperate eyes stared up into the sky, and the rich aura of resentment went straight into the clouds, startling the spirit birds in the air to stay away, not daring to come close. Seeing this scene, many ministers in the hall shivered, and were actually frightened to the point of turning white. At this point, the viewpoint shifts again, and Harara pushes horizontally further east. There, a terrifying cavalry, reddened by blood and silvered armor, was slowly advancing. Chapter 48, His Majesty shall issue an edict of offense. Great good. This is a glorious victory, a sound victory. This battle will be famous in the first heaven, so that the national prestige of my great Zhou will be shocked in all directions. A military general suddenly shouted out loud, the muscles on his face constantly throbbing, his wide eyes filled with fervor, his face full of excitement. Not bad. 200,000 against 1,000,000. Not only completely annihilated the enemy army, their own loss is even less than 100 people. This is simply a miracle in the history of war. East out of the majestic pass, a fierce battle against a strong enemy, half a day's bloodbath, 1,000,000 corpses. The Imperial Forest Army's military might is strong enough to ask for the position of the world's #1 strongest army. Extremely. In this battle, 2 out of 3 of the central elite of Daki, and the commander of the legion is even General Luo Haoyan, who has the reputation of being the god of Daki's army and has won 100 battles. In the face of such a strong enemy, our army still swept away all of them in one fell swoop with the wind of autumn. Such a legendary battle is a testament to the bravery of the Imperial Forestry Army, to General Xiang Tao Xiang's skill in battle, and to His Majesty's wisdom and valor. Great Zhou has this strong army. The world, who dares to offend? After the words were provoked, the hall instantly resounded with an impassioned chorus of praise. But right at this moment, a somewhat discordant voice suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, I implore Your Majesty to order Imperial Forest General Xiang Tao to return to the capital immediately to await trial. The voice wasn't too loud, but it instantly braked all other voices, and the owner of the words caught everyone's attention. Lu Zihao let out a cold laugh, his eyes glaring at the person who spoke with a chilling, extremely unkind light. It was a middle-aged man who stood at the front of the civil officials' class line and looked rather elegant and handsome. Oh, Shangshu's son is a great and strange man, who doesn't even speak like a normal person's brain. This general has obviously made great achievements. How come, listening to Sun Shangshu's meaning, General Xiang has instead committed the great crime of killing his head? Sun Qixing, the Minister of Rights, ignored Lu Zihao and still held the Wutu board toward Wu Ji to admonish him. Your Majesty, there is no doubt that General Xiang is outstanding in battle. However, the 200,000 or so generals of Daki had clearly abandoned their weapons and surrendered, but General Xiang still coldly and mercilessly ordered the pit killings. This is a move that is a bit too cruel. Moreover, it is not in line with the idea of benevolence and leniency of our great Zhou dynasty. If this matter were to get out and be spread as a rumor by people from other countries, it would certainly have a very bad effect on the prestige of our dynasty. It is even possible to be attacked for deteriorating into a country of evil. Therefore, I implore Your Majesty to order Xiang Tao to return to the court immediately to await trial. At that time, even if we don't kill Xiang Tao to block the mouth of the world, we will have to dismiss him and imprison him in the heavenly prison, so that the world will know the national style of my great Zhou. Wu Ji's eyes were slightly cold, but the corners of his mouth hung out a smile instead. This angle of viewing things, Secretary Sun, is somewhat unique. However, if this order to kill in the pit is my will, what are you going to do? Sun Qixing wrinkled his eyebrows, then actually straightened his body, staring at Wu Ji with a burning gaze. The great Zhou, which started the country with the military, ruled by law, established the country with virtue, and maintained the country with propriety, is the tradition and the foundation of the country. For the sake of the country's capital, Your Majesty should issue a sinful edict to defend the national wind of Great Zhou and to correct the world's audition. Ding! Your subjects accuse you in public, Emperor's might for. The moment Sun Qixing's words came out, the ministers in the hall suddenly changed their faces. Sun Qixing, you are unbridled! Su Changhong shouted angrily, pointing at Sun Qixing and wishing to slap him to death in the hall. Does this asshole have no brain? General Lu, why don't you have someone drag this old lunatic out? Zuishou was also secretly anxious and kept winking at Lu Zihao. It wasn't that he wanted to help Sun Qixing, but he was afraid that Wu Ji would be infuriated. Lu Zihao was about to make a move, but he saw Wu Ji waving his hand expressionlessly, so he could only bow his head and retreat at that moment. Sun Qixing. To me, this name can really take quite interesting. No children or grandchildren will be left behind, i.e., the new life will be restarted. It seems that your ancestors have sensed something in the underworld, and that's why they set this name for you. Looking at Wu Ji, who had an indifferent face with a sneer in his eyes, and listening to the words with frightening content, Sun Qixing's heart tightened, but he still clenched his teeth and refused to bow his head. Your Majesty, I am the Minister of Rights, and I must be responsible for my great Zhou's national style, its foundation and its prestige. According to etiquette, according to the law of etiquette, I should abide by my duties. Muji rose slowly and snorted. The foundation of the state of Great Zhou should be in a strong army and martial arts. If not, then change. When I say it is, it is. Xiang Tao led the imperial army in front of the bloodbath. Protect my border. Promote our country's prestige, its achievements, when the country praised. You, on the other hand, want to use the name of ritual as a shackle and want to imprison and kill him. This is a move that you call etiquette, and I call it treason, Wu Ji said in a faint voice, slowly pacing to the front of the imperial case. The jade Ryu string beads in front of his forehead crisp and clear, like rain falling on the body of a sword. The national culture of the Great Zhou is that those who commit offenses will be executed. If not, then change. When I say it is, it is. The Daki dynasty dared to invade my border, not to mention just killing 200,000 or so of his surrendered soldiers. Even if it was to kill millions or tens of millions of them, what can be done? The heavenly authority of the Great Zhou cannot be violated. If there is any offense, even though it is far away, it will be executed. Xiang Tao led the imperial army to protect our wind and was about to further punish the offending country. At this critical time, you are trying to obstruct the army's eastward march with clever words. And you, what are you up to? In your mouth, it's for the good of the great weak. But in my opinion, you are trying to get a respite for Daki. This move is even more treasonous. As the words fell, Wu Ji stopped steeply, looked down towards Sun Qixing in the hall, and shouted out coldly, "Plotting treason and treason. Sun Qixing, you, how dare you?" Sun Qixing's legs instantly went limp and he cried out in pain after falling to his knees. "Your Majesty, the old minister is loyal to the court and to your Majesty. How could he possibly plot treason and treason? Your Majesty, rituals must not be broken. Rituals must not be abolished. If not, Great Zhou will lose its way and be attacked by the group." "Heh!" Wu Ji sneered, his cold eyes full of dominance. "Rights? The rights I want to see are those that can help my Great Zhou continue to grow stronger, not those that are shackled everywhere. If this gift has worn out the blood and imprisoned the courage, what is the use of having it? As for your so-called country of evil and swarming, the weak join together in the vertical and horizontal, not because they have gained or lost the way, but only because of the fear of the strong. There is only one truth in this world, and that is, steel fists. If the Great Zhou wants to rise up, it is inevitable that it will be attacked by a group of people. If other countries like it, not to mention any evil country, even if it is the country of hell or the enemy of the human race, let them call it as much as they like. I, for one, have never cared for any vain name. Faint kings, tyrants, evil emperors, devil emperors, let them call it. What can they do?" Wu Ji's words were loud and resounding in the wide Taihe temple, and many of the ministers showed a thoughtful look. "You and others remember well, bloodiness is the first element necessary for the people of my Great Zhou. Heads can be broken, blood can flow, names can be tarnished, but bloodiness cannot be lost. Anyone who dares to lose the blood and face of the Great Zhou people can be killed by anyone from my Great Zhou. By the Emperor's will." The ministers responded with a roar of approval, their eyes shining brightly and their spirits stirring. "As for you," Wu Ji turned his eyes again and stared at Sun Qixing. "Having no blood, losing your backbone, and plotting against your country, killing you 10 times is not too much." Sun Qixing's body trembled, disheveled and bowed his head, his eyes confused. "Prepare the decree." "Yes," Su Shiyu hurriedly answered, spread the paper and put up the pen to wait for orders. "Sun Qixing, Minister of Rights, has plotted treason and offended the Emperor's authority, and is hereby stripped of his post and beheaded immediately. In addition, the family will be copied and exterminated. The Ministry of Justice will organize and the Night Hunting Department will supervise." Ding! You ordered the death of the Minister of Rights without any evidence, and you copied your family and exterminated them, triggering the attribute of headstrongness, and the Emperor's authority is +18. By the Emperor's will. Retreat. The Hall of Diligence. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty." Su Changhong was summoned alone, and at this moment, his heart was quite a bit apprehensive. After saluting, seeing Wu Ji still scanning the Zhangji without raising his head, Su Changhong fiercely clenched his teeth and bowed his head to apologize. "I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Majesty." "Oh? What has Su Aiqing committed? And tell me." Wu Ji raised an eyebrow and finally looked up. "As the head of the 100 officials, I have failed to control my subordinates, check them, or set an example, and I am guilty of dereliction of duty. I beg Your Majesty's chastisement," Su Changhong said with a serious face, his words pleading and tone cutting. Wu Ji sneered and threw out a fold. "You are indeed somewhat incompetent as a chancellor. Take a look. Here's the breakdown of the Ministry of Labor and Agriculture, as well as the Ministry of the Household's resource furnishings for the first half of the year." Su Changhong hurriedly cupped his hands to see. This look, his face was suddenly wonderful, and there was even a touch of shame in his eyes. This is because the breakdown of resources between the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Agriculture differs considerably from that listed by the Ministry of Households. What this means is self-evident. And as the Chancellor, he was not confirming it against the breakdown of the 3 ministries, but it was no small dereliction of duty. Great Zhou has 6 ministries, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and the Ministry of Rights, and the head of the 6 ministries is the minister, who is ranked at the first rank. In terms of regulations, the Chancellor is the first in rank and is responsible for coordinating the government affairs of the 6 ministries. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the state treasury and was responsible for the supply and collection of all resources. According to reason, the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Expenditures and Revenues should be consistent with the Ministry of the Household contained is, but this discrepancy at the moment can only mean that there are big rats in all 3 sections, and it won't be just 1 or 2. Minister. Su Changhong opened his mouth, wanting to explain, because the ministries to send resources to the details of the situation, just when the king of Rue and other people conspire, he did not carefully control. However, after thinking of the emperor's heart and style, Su Changhong swallowed his words back, then fell to his knees with a bitter face. I have failed in my duties, and I have failed your majesty. I wish to step down as chancellor, and I ask for your majesty's favor. Not quite so confused, Wu Ji rebuked, then threw out another object. Su Changhong subconsciously caught it, and after a slight phase, but his palms shook violently, his eyes widened, and his face trembled softly continuously. Your Majesty, this. Looking at the small ball of light with an arcane and mysterious breath in his palm, Su Changhong was so excited that he couldn't even speak, because he knew what it meant. It's yours. Digested well for me to share my worries. I may wish to be clean and free in the future, so that there will be no more of this kind of chaos. Wu Ji rolled his eyes and glared at Su Changhong without any good reason. Originally, he wanted to press a little more, but Sun Qixing and the 3 ministries of resources to show their feelings, but he further saw the chaos in the courtroom. He was also less concerned about internal reorganization, so a prime minister must appear as soon as possible. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I, for one, will vomit my heart and soul to live up to the honor. Su Changhong bowed with a solemn face and firm eyes. Chapter 49. The situation has changed greatly, great Qi in peril. Ding. You mobilized 200,000 imperial guards to kill 1 million troops of the Daki dynasty without leaving any survivors, triggering the Iron Blood attribute, Emperor's Might plus 150. Looking at the newly appeared system prompt, Wu Ji pondered. Previously, the Divine Martial Army had killed and defeated the 1.5 million troops of the Great Shang, but had only gained 100 imperial might. This should have something to do with the numbers of the Xinwu army, the help of the past defenders, and the failure to wipe out the entire battle. Honestly, the imperial might points gained from conquests are obviously a bit low. Perhaps the system focuses too much on influence, or perhaps it's something else. Wu Ji couldn't figure out exactly how to determine the criteria in between. But he didn't care, it didn't cost him anything anyway. After a slight shake of his head, Wu Ji glanced at the system panel. Dewey System. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level, 2nd level of the 8 Gates realm. Dewey, 50. Current number of draws available. 2. In terms of cultivation, due to last night's proclivity to honor the holy maidens of the 2 clans, he has risen another level. The number of Emperor Wei points was originally 86. This morning the white gained not to cultivate 1 point. In Sun Qixing's body first lost 4 points, and then gained 18 points. This is 101. Add to that the 150 that just arrived, and that's 51 points of Emperor's Might plus 2 chances to win the lottery. However, Wu Ji did not intend to draw the lottery for the time being. He wanted to wait until the feudal lords were gone and the external war had ended. With the decision, Wu Ji slowly walked toward the harem. Today can still have 10 white whoring emperor prestige points have not been harvested. In the time that followed, the winds within the Great Zhou were turbulent, and the clouds were equally treacherous and dark outside the Great Zhou. In the Great Zhou Dynasty Hall, all the officials did their best to discover the abnormality of Chancellor Su Changhong. Since that day of the court meeting, Su Changhong had been in constant personal contact with the large and small officials in the court. But the things talked about and discussed are all over the world, without any regularity. In addition to this, Su Changhong continued to receive all kinds of capable people and young talents, even those from other countries. Finally, Su Changhong also summoned the heads of states, prefectures, and even some counties. The fact that Su Changhong had taken such great pains to receive officials at all levels had made many people with sharp minds smell a storm coming. As expected, soon afterward, the elite yamen of the Ministry of Justice's Delizy began a large-scale operation. This includes but is not limited to the investigation of the crimes of officials at all levels, seclusion, arraignment, imprisonment, and even direct conviction and execution, copying of the family, and so on. And in this case, there was even the shadow of the Karyushi and the East Chamber. A bloody reshuffle that started from the imperial court and spread to the state capitals and many important places in the Great Zhou was staged, making the sky over the Great Zhou seem to be covered with a layer of dark clouds. But just when everyone thought there would be uncountable chaos afterward, they realized that the sky had cleared up before they knew it. Thousands of officials were directly dismounted in this purge, including nearly 100 from the 5th rank and above. But these vacancies were as if they had been properly succeeded by a successor, and as soon as the position was vacated on the front foot, someone else filled it on the back foot. What is even more unbelievable is that these successors seem to be each and every one of them a good talent for their corresponding positions, stabilizing the situation as soon as they get started, and taking care of all kinds of affairs in a well-organized manner. It was for this reason that the vault of the sky, which was covered by thick dark clouds, cleared up with unimaginable speed. At the same time, various eye-opening reforms began to surface and spread silently but firmly throughout the Great Zhou. This extraordinary boldness and tactics are likewise considered to be the handiwork of Su Changhong. For a while, the name of Guixiang Su Changhong shook all sides, even in other countries also quite famous. In the military world of the Great Zhou, the magnitude of the various changes is even more jaw-dropping. The first is the matter of Great Zhou's defense against foreign invasion. When the news spread that the 1.5 million troops of the Dashang imperial dynasty had been routed and the 1.5 million troops of the Daqi imperial dynasty had been completely annihilated, the people of the Great Zhou all trembled and shed tears and rejoiced. And the people of other countries were in an uproar, shocked beyond words. Immediately after that, the Great Zhou imperial army gently won the 7 Happy Pass, defeated 2 million Daki reinforcements, and wantonly rampage across the news of Daki, more people like falling into a dream world. Almost no one could understand how a mere 200,000 troops, even if they were no longer powerful, could have such a horrifying battle record. Perhaps they were stimulated by the tragedy of Daqi, or perhaps they had seen the power of the military strength of Great Zhou. In short, the 2 million or so main armies of the Great Shang dynasty that were about to swing south also hastily stopped their pace and stationed themselves behind their own border, not daring to go out lightly. In the Great Zhou territory, the Wuxia kingdom was easily removed from the list, and its territory was incorporated into the Beichuan prefecture of the Great Zhou. Subsequently, the 5 remaining vassal kings, namely the king of Jinbian of Great Zhou, the king of Gogang, the king of Yongyi, the king of Jibei, and the king of Huayan, entered the imperial court again. At the same time, they also jointly announced to the whole world that they would give up their feudal lands and all the related privileges, and that they would be willing to become a small general and be at the disposal of the imperial court. The court granted the 5 kings' petition and ordered them to enter the imperial capital for an audience with the emperor in order to announce the policy of resettlement. But to everyone's surprise, near the halfway point, King Yongyi, King Jibei, and King Huayan suddenly changed their minds. After the 3 kings sneaked back to their respective clans, they led some of their core clansmen and diehards to turn and run away, wanting to head to another country. Unfortunately, the 3 kings' traces were soon discovered by the court, and were surrounded and killed by the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber. Then after that, the Pillar General Mu Yuan personally stepped in and suppressed the rebellion of the 3 kings' private armies, and began to carry out a drastic reorganization of the military sector. In the process, there were remarks about the bones and blood of Great Zhou that began to roll out to the entire territory, triggering a wide range of concurrence and resonance. As for the Great Zhou clan realm, this period of time was their darkest and most desperate period. Once the imperial court's ban on removing Zongbu came out, almost all the clans were cursing and snickering in disdain. In those days, I don't know how many times the tyrant Wu Ji's name was mentioned. I don't know how hard he was scolded. However, when it was understood that 3 of the 10 major clans had been exterminated, and the remaining 7 clans had bowed their heads and disbanded their clans, everyone immediately panicked. Within a very short period of time, the Great Zhou clan alliance was formed. All the sects were united and closely linked together, with states as sub-alliances and prefectures as units, wanting to separate from the imperial court and resolutely fight to the end. However, when the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, the 9 Spectres Palace, the local garrison, as well as the experts from the Martial Arts Academy joined together to force their way to the door in batches, the people from the sect realm were immediately dumbfounded. Because they realized that at the level of the masters, instead of having the advantage, their side had fallen greatly. Especially the existence of the realm of the 9th Heavenly Realm, the entire sect alliance only had less than 10 people, but the 9th Heavenly Realm experts on the court side had directly exceeded 100. Unable to compete in terms of mastery, and even less so in terms of numbers, the clan alliance was pressed into a corner. What makes people laugh and cry is that many of the experts sent by those martial arts academies are the middle and upper levels of the 7 great sects. Under the combination of forced deterrence, psychological blow, and stating the benefits, most of the sects eventually chose to bow down. There were also a small number of sects that died to protect their inheritance and did not hesitate to burn with their stones, and their end was naturally to be wiped out without mercy. At this point, the situation within the Great Zhou has been greatly stabilized, and under the concerted efforts of many forces, it is vaguely moving in the direction of ironclad, iron blood and self-pride. At the same time, the Deshang Imperial Dynasty, the Deqi Imperial Dynasty, the Night Fork clan, and certain special groups in distant regions have all been stirred up by the changes in the Dezhou Imperial Dynasty in varying sizes. Daki Dynasty, the imperial capital, Kaiyuan City, the Imperial Palace. A beautiful young woman wearing a phoenix crown and a pale gold queen's trailing dress walked quickly through the corridor, the hem of her skirt behind her pulling out a soft sound on the ground. The young woman's posture is dignified, her face is pretty, her temperament is graceful and noble, and her rather majestic Danfeng eyes make people not dare to look directly at her. She was the Empress of Deqi, and the #1 beauty queen of the neighboring dynasties Luo Qingqing. See you, Empress. In front of the hall of the Imperial Council, seeing Luo Qingqing's expressionless face bringing people here, the Imperial eunuchs on duty hurriedly went forward to salute, and then blocked the way with a face of being unable to do so. Empress Mother, His Majesty is deliberating with the ministers. You go and report to the Emperor yourself. This palace will just wait here. Luo Qingqing spoke out in a cold voice, her voice obviously a bit hoarse. The Imperial eunuch was a bit embarrassed, but after a slight hesitation, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Ever since the news of the unfortunate battle death of General Luo Haoyan, the Empress had closed her chambers, seeing no one except Princess Caishi. Even when the Emperor himself went there, he was met with a closed door. So many days have passed. I think the royal master also misses the Empress tightly, so he just hardened his head and entered the temple to report. After more than 100 breaths, the Imperial eunuch returned again, with a visibly lighter look on his face. Empress Dowager, His Imperial Highness asks you to enter the hall through the side door and asks you to listen and wait quietly behind the screen. Aha! Luo Qingqing let out a nasal sound and responded indifferently. After that, he took 4 close-knit palace maids with him to enter the Great Hall of the Assemblies through a side door. In the battle outside the Dongmeng Pass, our 1.2 million troops were completely wiped out, including the most elite Taipei army and Fei Lin army. Half a day later, the 7 Happiness Pass was broken. On another day, our dynasty's 2 million troops encountered Great Zhou's Imperial Forest Army on the plains of the Fu River. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, our army killed 1 million people, wounded more than 500,000, the rest scattered and fled. After that, the Great Zhou Imperial Army recklessly guerrilla raided and invaded, destroying the 4 major important resource-producing areas in the western and central realms of our dynasty, and killing through the various intercepting armies. 8 days ago, Great Zhou sent 1 million troops to launch a full-scale invasion of our dynasty's western border. Since the main battle forces have been routed by the Imperial Army, it is difficult to organize an effective resistance in the western part of our dynasty. As a result, only 5 days' work had caused the entire western border to be overrun by the enemy. 3 days ago, General Fu led 30,000 forbidden guards, as well as 3 million troops cobbled together from the east, in a siege battle against the Great Zhou Imperial Forest Army. However, you all know the outcome of this battle. Instead of destroying the Great Zhou Imperial Army, our dynasty was broken by the other side in 9 battle formations, and then united with the Great Zhou reinforcements to crush our army once again. The defeat in this battle has deprived our dynasty of its last hope of resistance. And now, it is imperative to come up with a way to deal with it instantly. If not, my Daki is looking at the imminent destruction of the country. Chapter 50 Claiming the 2 Beauties of Daki. In the middle of the hall, more than a dozen important ministers of the Daki Imperial Dynasty stood uneasily towering, their expressions heavy. Especially after listening to Chancellor Du Jiling's summary analysis, it was a white face and despair. Thinking back to a month ago, it was also here that they had finalized their grand plan of invading Great Zhou with high spirits and complacency. But just 1 month later, the situation has developed in such a way that they were caught off guard and even filled with panic. Instead of stepping 1 step into Great Zhou's territory, Deqi's Tiger and Wolf divisions were crushed by Great Zhou with almost all of their main forces with a mere imperial army. Right now, they are even on the verge of dying. The huge contrast between expectations and reality, and the rapid changes in the situation, were difficult for many people to accept for a while. Qi Zifeng, the emperor of Daki, leaned back on his throne. Although his posture was still as straight as usual, it was obviously much less majestic. His eyes were deep-set, his cheeks were white, and there was an aura of desolation about his entire body. It was as if he had been emptied of his body, and although he was strong on the outside, he was already dry in the middle, like a dry lamp that had run out of oil. After a long silence, Qi Zifeng slowly spoke out, his voice dry and his eyes numb. Negotiate as long as you can preserve the great Qi kingdom. Everything can bow down. Du Jiuling's eyes flickered slightly, and after hugging his fist, he carefully probed and asked, Your Majesty, can it include ceding land to make amends and turning his back on Deshang to take Dezhou as the sovereign state? Hearing this, the faces of the ministers in the hall changed slightly. Turning one's back on the sovereign state and switching to another country was a major taboo in the first heaven, and it was much worse than the effects of outright rebellion against the sovereign state. If this is done, Daki fears that it will no longer be able to reap the friendship of other countries. Even if it was a marriage with one of the dynasties, the latter would not agree. But these consequences are much lighter than the death of a nation. Therefore, although the faces of the people were ugly, no one opened their mouths to retort. Qi Zifeng's expression sank slightly, and after a few breaths, he gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. Included. By the emperor's decree. Du Jiuling received the order with solemnity, and after that he sent a letter directly to the Minister of Rites in the temple. In order to deal with the worst possible outcome, Daki had sent the Minister of Rites to the Great Zhou imperial capital 5 days earlier. Therefore, the crowd did not leave, but quietly waited for news in the hall. At this moment, several footsteps suddenly sounded from behind the screen. The ministers frowned as they looked over, and when they saw the woman at the head of the group, who was graceful and powerful, they hurriedly bowed their heads and saluted. My subjects, see the Empress. Luo Qingcheng ignored the crowd and ascended the imperial platform from the side imperial steps with a frosty face. Qi Zifeng was first stunned, then slowly got up and extended his right hand towards Luo Qingcheng with eyes full of tenderness. Empress, are you all right? Luo Qingcheng, however, did not reach out in response, and after standing 2 steps away in front of Qi Zifeng, she spoke out coldly. Your Majesty, millions of our Daki generals were slaughtered, and a dozen or so of our country's pillars such as the Upper General, the Feathered Forest General, and the Tingshi General spilled their blood on the battlefield. Their dead souls are watching from heaven. But you, Your Majesty, are now bowing down and wagging your tail to Great Zhou? How can you bear it, Your Majesty? Qi Zifeng's eyes were slightly cold, but he soon let out a bitter smile and took the opportunity to spread his hands and avoid embarrassment. Empress, I know the pain in your heart and understand you. I too am not like that. If we really want to discuss the root of the problem, the pain in my heart is 100 or 1,000 times stronger than anyone else. But what can I do? Qi Zifeng lamented, his eyes full of depression. The reason why I, Daki, was able to plot against Great Zhou is because at that time, Great Zhou was in the danger of falling apart and still had allies. But what about today? In one fell swoop, Great Zhou swept away all the feudal lords within its borders and consolidated all the great armies within its borders. Even the scourge of that clan has been waded through. The present-day Great Zhou is at its peak in history. In the face of today's Great Zhou, not to mention my Daki, even the Great Shang will have to bow down. Not to mention, if Great Zhou wants to sweep away my Daki, the Imperial Forest Army alone can do it. Right now, my Daki's army has lost 8 out of 10, and the remaining ones are also wounded and defeated, unable to fight. If we don't bow to Great Zhou, then Great Qi will be destroyed. Empress, come and tell me. What can I do? Do we have to strike a stone with an egg and lose all the lives, as well as nearly 1,000 years of Daki's statehood to die with a high song? After hearing Qi Zifeng's low, angry roar, Luo Qingcheng's face was however even colder. According to the emperor's words, my Daki is truly at the end of its rope? But the imperial master I know is not like this. Nor do I think that Daki is truly at the end of its rope. Good. Since His Majesty wants to play dumb, then this palace will say it. Since Great Zhou wanted to dig the graves of the sect realm and break the roots of the sect realm, all the people of the sect realm were enemies of Great Zhou. This is true for the sect world of my Daki, this is true for the sect world of Deshang, and this is likewise true for the sect worlds of the Jinghai imperial dynasty, the Menglu Imperial Dynasty, the Xinhai Dynasty, and the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. The 100-sect alliance in the north was even more so. If His Majesty is truly sincere, would he not be able to find allies? Wouldn't you be unable to find a way to check Great Zhou? Qi Zifeng stared expressionlessly at Luo Qingcheng and slowly shook his head. Empress, you don't understand the affairs of state. It's true, as you said, if the Great Zhou clears the territory of the clans, then it is the enemy of all the clans. But if they wanted to make a joint attack, how could they just leave? In the face of today's Great Zhou, like a wolf, like a tiger, no one is a little cute. No one would be reckless enough to run off on their own to find trouble with Great Zhou. It will take time, but Great Zhou won't give me Daki time. The Imperial Guards had appeared outside the Imperial capital yesterday, and who could be sure that they wouldn't kill their way into the capital tonight? The sect world has plenty of time, but Daki, don't. Luo Qingcheng was slightly silent, after which she was coldly spitting out a sentence. His Majesty once said that with strong support, Daki will no longer need to fear anyone after this, and that it won't even be too long before it can be promoted to an imperial dynasty. Both strong support. Empress, Qi Zifeng steeply bellowed, interrupting Luo Qingcheng's words, his cold eyes glaring fiercely at Luo Qingcheng. I'm just drunkenly talking about something playful, a piece of reverie. How can you take it seriously? Qi Zifeng swept his eyes at the courtiers in the hall with different expressions, his face unsightly. How can the Empress speak out of turn when one can gauge the truth or falsehood of such matters by just thinking about them? Looking at the eastern part of the first heaven today, which power is capable of provoking the Great Shang and the Great Zhou? The group of ministers slightly lowered their heads, not daring to get involved in the strife between the Emperor and the Empress. But I'm afraid others can't know what's going on in their minds. Great Zhou Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Garden, Wu Ji was lying on his back on a purple rattan chair and basking in the sun. On the left side of the rattan chair, Mu Qingyan was pounding Wu Ji's leg. On the right side, Su Shiyu was peeling the skin of the jade grapes with a serious face before gently passing it into Wu Ji's mouth. Let the hall of the Imperial capital double beautiful like a palace made to pound the legs to serve. This if it is spread out. Do not know how many literati to be verbally attacked by the scholar. But Wu Ji didn't care about that, he did what he wanted to do. Anyone who dares to chew on the tongue will be taken care of by the East Chamber and the Night Hunting Division. What's more, these two had also officially become his consorts 10 days ago. Your Majesty, the envoy of Daki is desirous of surrendering. Minister Su has prepared several strategies for your Majesty's consideration. At this moment, Su Shou's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost and reported in a low voice. Hey, this is going to be a drop? It's a bit uninteresting. Wu Ji let out a light laugh, and then without opening his eyes, he faintly asked, "Then let's talk about Prime Minister Su's strategy." "Yes," Su Shou respectfully answered, which spread out Su Shou's folders. "A strategy. Disallow their surrender of the table and take advantage of the situation to destroy the country. With the power of the Imperial Forest Army and the Green Dragon Legion, it is already enough to exterminate Daqi. Subsequently, just fill the city guards. As for the pushers behind Daki, it is expected that they will not dare to intervene at this time. Secondly, in order to avoid too much fear from other countries and to buy more time for Great Zhou to strengthen its reserves, it is allowed to surrender its table. As for the price that Daki needs to pay, there are also upper, middle, and lower strategies. The next strategy is to cut half of Daki's territory and incorporate it into Great Zhou, and to make Daki a vassal of our dynasty. The middle strategy was to cut off the western and northern borders of Daki and incorporate them into the Great Zhou, forcing Daki to surrender itself as a dynasty, so that it would become an independent state apart from the Great Shang. The upper strategy was to cut off the western and southern borders of Daki and incorporate them into Great Zhou, and to open martial arts academies to all parts of Daki. Meanwhile, when Su Shou read here, he suddenly stopped with an odd face, and then hesitantly looked at Wu Ji. Wu Ji is listening to a lot of fun. Su Shou this foot breakdown cannot help but make his heart strange. It had to be said that Su Changhong, who had inherited the soul of Guanzhong's phase, was really demonic and tight. In less than a month's time, the entire officialdom of the Great Zhou was as if it had been ruthlessly rinsed with clean water. So much so, that nowadays there are almost few cases of officials being taken to task by the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber. In addition, a number of capable people have emerged in the dynasty. These are the two characteristics of the rule like cooking and know people well, to bring Su Changhong's winning formula. Like at this time Su Changhong put forward these strategies, it saves a lot of work, and it is reasonable and clear enough. If it was before, Su Changhong is afraid that it will only be the first time to enter the palace, and then asked to agree or not to agree. How about at the same time? Go on. Wu Ji frowned while secretly lamenting and spoke out bashfully. Yes. Zuo gave a low response, and after stealing a glance at Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan, he spoke stiffly. At the same time, order the Emperor of Daki, Qi Zifeng, to order him to offer up the Daki twin beauties to His Majesty. If it agrees, then so be it. If not, just destroy the country. Upon hearing the words, Daki twin beauties and offerings, Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan immediately stiffened their movements, and then glared at Zuo unkindly, gritting their teeth. Wu Ji was also stunned, but after reacting, he laughed. If Su Changhong hadn't brought it up, he had almost forgotten about it. The so-called Daki twin beauties refers to Luo Qingcheng, the first beauty queen of the neighboring dynasties, and Qi Caishi, the princess of great beauty. These two are dainty and extremely famous. What's even more interesting is that they're also a mother-daughter pair of flowers. And as a tyrant, how could he miss this great opportunity to harvest imperial might points? Prime Minister Su have a heart. Wu Ji opened his eyes with a satisfied smile, then ordered with narrowed eyes. Then choose this top strategy. Let Daki cede the western and southern borders, allow our dynasty's martial arts academy to open within its borders, and offer the Daki twin beauties to the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. If he agrees, he will then make arrangements according to the national policy. If you refuse, you will cause the Imperial Forest Army and the Green Dragon Legion to trample through their country. Chapter 51 25 Chances to Draw Metamorphosis. By the Emperor's will, Zuo received the order and hurriedly left in a flash. Under the gaze of the two imperial concubines who looked like they wanted to eat people, he really couldn't feel comfortable. And nowadays, in the harem, there are only these two second-class imperial concubines, and their status and backstage are also the strongest. Even though Zuo wasn't afraid, he didn't want to offend the other party because of some small things. Your Majesty, that Luo Qingcheng, even if her reputation for voluptuousness is as great as it is, she is still a woman after all. How can such a woman have the honor of being favored by His Majesty? Seeing Zuo leaving, Su Shiyu could only change her target and stared at Wu Ji with a sorrowful expression. In fact, the one she was most annoyed with was still Su Changhong. Where in this world would one find a rival for one's granddaughter? On the other side, Mu Qingyan also pouted and made an aggrieved face. Your Majesty, that Daqi's upper general Luo Haoyan is Luo Qingcheng's father and Qi Caishi's grandfather. Luo Haoyan was beheaded by General Xiong, and that mother and daughter must be incredibly hateful to His Majesty. Why do you still want to summon such two women to the palace? Wu Ji raised an eyebrow, swept his eyes at these two rare consorts who shared a common goal, and smiled playfully. White grass and two flowers bloom together, and the strange things of the world are much to be seen. Since that mother and daughter are notoriously ravishing, I naturally want to see them with my own eyes. But Your Majesty, Mu Qingyan still wanted to persuade again, but Wu Ji's eyes were slightly cold and looked askance as he gave a light hum. Being swept by this gaze, Mu Qingyan couldn't help but stiffen her pretty face and lowered her head. Su Shiyu also hurriedly swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth, not daring to make another sound. After these days of contact, they had initially figured out Wu Ji's temperament. Don't look at Wu Ji's usual smiling face, but he also loves them quite generously. But once Wu Ji decided on something, it was always unquestionable. Even if things are ridiculous, they are absolutely irrefutable and overbearingly tight. Ha! Suddenly, Wu Ji let out a light eep, as if he had discovered something strange. Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan looked at each other with some curiosity. But before they could ask any questions, Wu Ji waved his hand. The two consorts and take the people back. The two couldn't help but look depressed, but they didn't dare to disobey Wu Ji, and could only reluctantly withdraw with all the palace maids and eunuchs. After his divine sense scanned without finding anyone else in the vicinity, Wu Ji gently snapped his fingers. In the next instant, 12 figures appeared from nothingness and knelt down in front of Wu Ji. 12 golden guards. See Your Majesty. 12 dull cantones rang out in unison, as if they were the clanging of gold and iron striking each other. Wu Ji straightened up and carefully looked at the new 12 golden men. They are more like the real golden man than they were before, because their armor, masks, boots, and so on, all turned into a light gold color, and a golden cloak was tied behind them. They are erect and slender, and the patterns and motifs on all kinds of utensils are more elaborate. Such an image is not only majestic and heroic, but also handsome, rigid, and quite eye-catching. More importantly, the 12 golden men had actually been able to speak. This would make it much easier to arrange for them to act in conjunction with the forces under them in the future. Name: 12 Golden Men Ziwei. Cultivation level: 2nd level of Dragon Gate Realm. Characteristics: indestructible, Rui, luck. Name: 12 Golden Men Ugwai. Cultivation level: 2nd level of Dragon Gate Realm. Characteristics: indestructible, Rui, luck. Looking at the 12 golden men whose image had changed greatly and whose strength had improved greatly, Wu Ji smiled with satisfaction. As a matter of fact, after the Great Zhou sect boundary was completely swept away, the 12 golden men transformed into their smallest state and began their slumbering metamorphosis. Wu Ji had expected the process to be slow, so he included the system space. However, they didn't want to see that just a few days later, they had completed their metamorphosis and advancement. And it wasn't even the 1st level of the Dragon Gate Realm, but the 2nd level. 12 Dragon Gate Realm 2nd level experts. Such a force was already enough to sweep the entire 1st Heavenly Hall behind the old Inbi. However, he wasn't about to start showing his fangs right away. After all, with Great Zhou's military and national strength today, it was still too much of a struggle to take down the entire 1st Heaven. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. The old rule is, leave the subclasses behind, and keep the rest hidden in the shadows. By the Emperor's will. As Wu Ji softly ordered, the 4 guards of Zi Jiuyin and Mao once again escorted around Wu Ji. The remaining 8 golden guards, on the other hand, were hidden in an unknown location, and were simply undetectable to the naked eye. Wu Ji once again laid back on the rattan chair and opened the system panel. Dewey System. Host: Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level: 9th level of the 8th Gate Realm. Dewey: 32. Curiosities: 12 golden men, mountain and sea mirror, martial emperor's sword. Current number of draws available: 15. In terms of cultivation, after blessing the rest of the holy maidens as well as Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan, Wu Ji's cultivation had risen by 4 levels. This, coupled with the fact that the Kung Fu was not cultivated as well as the leisure of the spiritual spring palace, had led to the strength that he had today. As for the Emperor's might points, after a month had passed, the White John alone had more than 300 points of Emperor's might points. After that, King Yongyi, King Jibei, and King Huayan were removed from the list, perhaps because of the ease of the process, and only received a total of 120 points of Emperor's prestige. However, after the King of Jinbian and the King of Kokong surrendered their territories and removed the title of vassal king, they received 200 points of imperial prestige for the removal of the vassal king and the strengthening of the country. Then came the Great Purge and Great Replacement of the Great Zhou dynasty and official circles, which totaled nearly 400 points of Emperor's might. This was closely followed by the attack on Daki, which also booked nearly 500 points one after the other. But the real big headache was the disappearance of the Great Zhou clan realm. Because Great Zhou's zero-tolerance extinction attitude towards sex was not only for the territory, but also a provocation to the entire First Heavenly Clan realm. Thus, a total of nearly 1,000 points were credited for this item, together with some of Wu Ji's daily incidental acquisitions, as well as the 50 points of Emperor's Might that he already had. It made the number of Emperor's Might points for this month exceed 2,500, or 25 chances to draw a prize. However, in the process, Wu Ji had used up 10 draws, so at this point there were 15 left. Looking at the conspicuous word 15, Wu Ji finally cast his eyes towards the storage space. There were fewer things in the storage space, but they were basically valuable existences that could scare people to death when thrown out. One of them, a straight-edged sword with a black and gold sheath and a dragon's head grip, was the most conspicuous. It was the Martial Emperor's Blade, also a national fortune artifact, one of the rewards that Wu Ji had gotten from his previous 10 draws. However, Wu Ji did not focus on the Martial Emperor's sword for too long, and soon moved his gaze away to stare at a small, ancient and worn stone statue. As Wu Ji's mind moved, the small stone statue soon appeared in Wu Ji's hands. Garuda idol. Then let me see, what else is surprising about you? Wu Ji mumbled out as he rubbed the small stone statue, and then his eyes were certain, and his chances of drawing were instantly reduced by 9, leaving only 6. At the same time, an arcane fluctuation enveloped the small stone statue, causing a strange fluorescent light of ghostly green to emanate from around the statue. After tens of breaths, the light converged and the form of the small stone statue underwent a huge transformation. First, the stone statue becomes crystal clear and warm. It's like going from stone to onyx. Secondly, the color of the stone statue was no longer off-white, but golden green. Finally, the blurred form of the stone statue was completely revealed. It was a strange creature with a human face, a hawk's beak and a bird's body. Its beak is like the beak of an eagle, and its face is wrathful, revealing sharp, dense teeth. Both the hair, the mouth, and the sharp teeth were a somewhat oozing green color. His body resembles a golden-winged bird, and he is clad in a celluloid heavenly garment, and his hands are encircled with rings and bracelets, and his body is golden in color. Behind it are two wings, spread outward, with their tails drooping cold as sharp blades. Wuji narrowed his eyes and scrutinized them for a long time, then fixed his eyes on the revealed information. Name: Statue of Garuda. Origin: Sacred relics of the Garuda tribe. Condition: intact. Attribute 1: compulsion. Worn behind the body, it can subconsciously enhance or change the senses and attitudes of others, so that they gradually develop feelings of friendliness, reverence, and adoration. Once a year, it can actively strike the light of compulsion, causing the target to react according to the wearer's wishes. The current interval has passed and can be excited once at any time. Note: you can spend one lucky draw chance to get one chance to stimulate the light of compulsion. Attribute 2: scapegoating. When the wearer encounters a crisis of certain death, the idol will instantly transfer the wearer to a designated location and leave a puppet in its place that is as good as the real thing. Usage interval: 100 years. The current interval has elapsed and may be in effect once at any time. Note: intervals may be offset using lottery chances. 1 year interval per 1 lottery chance. Attribute 3: summoning. The wearer can summon the ancient spirits of the Garuda tribe to aid in battle. Summon spirit strength: 1 greater realm above the wearer. Duration: 1 hour. Calling interval: 1 year. Note: you can spend 1 chance of lucky draw to get 1 chance of summoning. Note 2: if not covered by the system, it is highly likely that a Garuda spirit will attack a non-Garuda wearer after being summoned. The idol of Garuda, which had been completely restored, had obviously changed a great deal. The first is change. In Article 1, the word influence has been changed to enhance or transform. In Article 2, every 9 years becomes every year, and the interval between compelling lights has been reset. The second is the emergence of 2 major new features. The scapegoat trait is undoubtedly one of the most valuable. It's an extra life, after all. Even if the interval is as long as 100 years, it does not affect the terror of this characteristic. And the third summoning trait is quite unimpressive. It was only after reading the last memo message that Wu Ji but his face twitched and he shook his head helplessly. Originally, he thought that he could give it to his strongest vassal to use in critical moments, but the backlash label made him dismiss the idea. After all, other people don't have a system for this. It seemed that the ancient powerhouse of the Garuda race who had created this Garuda god statue was also very calculating, putting this summoning into the most difficult step to activate, obviously digging a hole. It was also fortunate that he had a system that allowed him to view the attributes of the idol. Otherwise, if you fumble around blindly, you might lose yourself. Putting away the idol, Wu Ji got up and walked towards the outside of the imperial garden, while the 4 golden guards followed closely around without moving an inch. Chapter 52: Daki's National Shame. Daki Palace, the great hall of the imperial court. The 10 or so heavy ministers slightly lowered their heads and stared at the tips of their shoes, not daring to raise their eyes and look around. The reason for this was not only because of the emperor and empress's fireworks, but also because of the empress's enchanting and mesmerizing nature, and they were afraid that they would lose their propriety. Empress Luo Qingqing's reputation as the first voluptuous queen was not for nothing. She was like a blazing sunflower that remained at the peak of her delicacy at all times, and like a siren that was extremely flirtatious and fiery and mesmerizing. Even though the empress was full of frost at this time, her fiery figure was enough to mesmerize the eyes that dared to stare for a long time, especially the honorable and dignified majesty behind the enchanting and delicate, adding a few points of different temptation. This is the weird aura of the first Cleopatra, confusing and mesmerizing. Just when the dull atmosphere was getting more and more depressing, Chancellor Du Jiling suddenly moved his right arm, attracting the attention of everyone and breaking the silence. But there was a response from Great Zhou? Qi Zifeng's face cleared up a little and he turned to look down at Du Jiuling. Du Jiuling let out a long breath, nodded slightly, and an easy smile appeared on his face. Your Imperial Majesty's guess was correct. The Great Zhou side did give a response, and it was an answered response. Hearing this, Qi Zifeng's eyes instantly lit up, and his tense body instantly relaxed. The other ministers also let out a long sigh of relief in unison, with joy in their eyes. Only Luo Qingqing's eyes were even colder, her towering chest undulating up and down, obviously infuriated. But just at this moment, Du Jiuling's expression suddenly stiffened, and the corner of his mouth sharply jerked several times in a row, as if he had eaten a large mouthful of yellow dock. Your Majesty, the conditions proposed by Great Zhou, I'm afraid. Looking at Du Jiuling's tangled appearance that was difficult to talk about, Qi Zifeng, however, waved his hand with a disinterested face. Speak, as long as I can preserve the throne of my great Qi. What kind of humiliation can endure this? Du Jiuling was still a bit torn, but when he met Qi Zifeng's disgruntled and prodding eyes, he could only sigh out softly. Yes, Your Majesty, there are 3 conditions proposed by Great Zhou. 1. Cede the western and southern borders of our dynasty and incorporate them into the Great Zhou territory. Qi Zifeng's fists tightened as he gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. May! Secondly, the Great Zhou Martial Arts Academy is permitted to open within the territory of Daki shall not obstruct or destroy it, and it is required to guarantee the safety and security of the academy. On the other hand, even if a person from the Martial Academy of Great Zhou commits a crime, he or she shall be sent by Great Zhou to be tried and disposed of, and Daqi shall not be detained or questioned. Hearing this condition, several ministers changed their faces on the spot, anger welling up in their eyes. Great Zhou, deceiving people too much. Not only did they forcefully cut off more than 30% of our territory, but they also openly sent spies into the country. Not bad. The Martial Arts Academy is in charge of teaching and guiding the martial arts, and once it opens on a large scale within the borders of our dynasty, it will surely have a major impact on the perception of the folklore. Needless to say, there would have to be a large number of sons and daughters compelled to commit treason. Moreover, among the Great Zhou Martial Academy's teachings, there would surely be a number of secret spies hiding. What is even more outrageous is that they did not allow us to arrest and try them. In that case, won't our dynasty turn into a paradise for Great Zhou's secret spies? If this continues, what secrets will our dynasty have to keep? Boiling a frog in warm water. Great Zhou. Truly a ruthless calculation. How dare they not mention the condition of letting my Daki become their vassal? Do they want to continue the reckoning later? Qi Zifeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and after opening his eyes again, he had already forcefully suppressed his anger and coldly spat out a word. May the 3rd, Du Jiuling said, glancing at Luo Qingqing, who was full of coldness and did not know what she was thinking, and once again fell into a tangle. And the face was a little haughty, the eyes a little troubled, as well as mortified. Seeing Du Jiuling's gesture, Qi Zifeng as well as the other courtiers immediately had a thump in their hearts, and after glancing at Luo Qingqing, an unpleasant premonition arose in their hearts. At this moment, they suddenly remembered those rumors about the Great Zhou Emperor. Overbearing, ruthless, absurd, lustful, dim-witted, tyrannical. Du Jiuling stares at the Empress at this time. What is the meaning behind this? Almost calling out. However, Qi Zifeng still took a chance, gathered up his sleeves, pinched each other's hands, and apprehensively pursued the question. What exactly is the 3rd? This? Du Jiuling bit his lips, lowered his head, extremely difficult to speak, and squeezed out a few words. 3rd. Use the Daki twin beauties as tribute to be sent to the imperial palace of Great Zhou. When the words fell, Du Jiuling violently prostrated himself on the ground, touching the ground with his forehead in a terrified manner. After the other courtiers were confused, they also scrambled to fall down on their knees, trembling with fear and trembling, not daring to raise their eyes. Qi Zifeng's face turned white, his angry eyes rounded as he staggered backward a few steps, a mouthful of rebellious blood surging upwards, turning his whitened face red in an instant. As for the person in question, Luo Qingqing, her body was even more shocked and trembling, as if she had been struck hard by lightning, frozen in place for a long time, unable to move. After a silence that lasted for more than 20 breaths, Qi Zifeng violently spat out a mouthful of blood and roared out in hatred and shame. Junior Wuji. You bully people too much.
Boom.
There was a loud bang, and the imperial case behind him was instantly in pieces. But Qi Zifeng is still difficult to calm down, and pulled out his sword in the temple crazy chopping up. Straight chopping column crack chip splash, dust flying. Only after venting like this for more than 100 breaths did Qi Zifeng stop. Holding his sword tightly like an old ox that had plowed 3 acres of land, he huffed and puffed and kept gasping for air. Luo Qingcheng was awakened by this commotion, and when she came back to her senses, her pretty face was even more red with shame and indignation, burning like fire. Tyrant! Shame on the human emperor. This palace will definitely be at odds with you. Luo Qingcheng gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, so angry that tears were about to fall out of her eyes. That tyrant had killed her father, and now he was trying to take her and her daughter by force? Where did he dare? How could he think of that? How can there be such an absurd and shameless person in the world? Your Majesty, that tyrant has insulted you and me in such a way. It is clear that he does not want to answer to Qi's surrendered table. And now, what hope do you have? Right now, it was time to use all means to fight them to the death. At worst, I'll die. Luo Qingcheng glared angrily at Qi Zifeng and screamed. But in her heart, she secretly sighed in relief. That great Zhou tyrant was too shameless. But this would also break the imperial master's mind. That said, it's a good thing. However, just as Luo Qingcheng had given birth to a great hope, what was ushered in was Qi Zifeng's long silence. Looking at Qi Zifeng who hung his head, Luo Qingcheng could not help but feel a thump in her heart. Royal Master? Luo Qingcheng yelled again, which caused Qi Zifeng to slowly raise his head. However, at this moment, Qi Zifeng's eyes made Luo Qingcheng feel doubly unfamiliar. Even more so, it made her a little panicky, because, in Qi Zifeng's somewhat blood-filled pupils were incomparably indifferent and ruthless eyes. Since I was a young boy, I have been brought to be taught at the side of the late emperor. From time to time, the late emperor would advise me a sentence. As a human king, the most taboo is to emphasize love. Because the 7 passions and 6 desires can control its owner, the so-called one thought of heaven and one thought of hell is exactly this. Regular people need to be sentimental because it is fundamental to what makes them human. But not the human king. For the human ruler is not a man, he carries the destiny of the whole nation. He is the embodiment of the nation. Qi Zifeng said slowly, numbly pacing to and from the room. As a human ruler, you must always put the interests of the country in the highest place. A human ruler, therefore, must not be heavy-handed. Because of lust, one can lose one's mind and find it difficult to judge what is more important. Even running when you know you can't do it, when you know you'll be in big trouble. Speaking here, Qi Zifeng stopped, his eyes looking at Luo Qingcheng without the slightest bit of emotion. I have said that no matter how great Zhou intends to humiliate me, I, for one, will suffer in silence. This is a responsibility that I, as the king of Daki, have to bear. And you, Empress, should do the same. Because the Empress is the mother of a country. When you are the mother of the world, overlooking the world, you should have the knowledge of dedication to the country. Daki cannot have me, cannot have the Empress, because after the successor is still my Daki pillar. But Daki cannot be without a territory, without a people, without a flag. Daqi shall not perish. Luo Qingcheng stumbled, shaking her head and falling backwards in disorientation. Qi Zifeng reached out his hand to help, but Luo Qingcheng dodged away.
Katsi. He.
Good one, Dazi. Good one, can't be heavy emotion. Good one, dedication for the country. Luo Qingcheng muttered a miserable smile. Teardrops continued to slide down from her cheeks. Her eyes were confused. She was already dying of hatred. Qi Zifeng opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not make a sound, and stood in place with his negative hand in silence. Suddenly, a sharp aura flashed from the center of the hall, cutting through a bright spot of light. It was the cold light of a sharp blade, coming from an elephant trunk silver dagger resting on Luo Qingcheng's neck. His Imperial Majesty is so intent on serving his country that he can throw away anything. That, it seems, is something this court can no longer change. However, this palace can at least control its own destiny. Luo Qingcheng clenched her teeth and taunted, a tiny line of blood already appearing on her neck. Doesn't the tyrant of that great Zhou want this palace? Fine. Then send the body of this palace. Let's see if that great Zhou tyrant will get angry and wave his army to step on Daqi. Qi Zifeng's fists clenched behind him tightened momentarily, but quickly relaxed again. Empress, you should be aware of the consequences of a momentary impulse. The 8th prince is still young, he, however, is innocent. Hearing Qi Zifeng's cold words, Luo Qingchang stiffened. My palace's good royal master, you, when really, are so cruel. Qi Zifeng was non-committal and did not respond. Luo Qingchang dropped her arm powerlessly, letting the dagger in her hand fall to the ground. Could you, please, save hair? Big choosers, not cuties. Qi Zifeng spoke out calmly, as if he had plowed through his emotions and could not see any anger or sadness. At this moment, the screen suddenly shuddered and a figure fell out. It was a woman who was extremely similar to Gu Qingcheng, equally enchanting and seductive. The difference is that this woman is obviously much younger, more a few points of savage hot, less a few points of mature charm. Du Jiling stole a glance and hurriedly withdrew his gaze after realizing that it was Qi Zaishi. Qi Zifeng's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already known that Qi Zaishi was hiding behind the screen. Father, how can you? Qi Zaishi screamed angrily, but Qi Zifeng simply turned around and left. One day, if Daki resurfaces and kills its way into Great Zhou, it will open up the 3 precepts of burning, raping, and looting to avenge your mother and daughter. The courtiers in the temple also hurriedly climbed up and retreated backwards out of the temple, their faces a color of grief and humiliation, to offer the Empress and the Princess, a pair of ravishingly famous pro-mothers and daughters, as tribute to the tyrant of the Great Zhou. Looking at the entire history of the First Heaven, I am afraid that there has never been such a national shame. Chapter 53, Qin Maotsai's Sightings and Experiences. Great Zhou, West Zephyr Prefecture, Haiji City. A tall and thin young man of 27 or 18 years old, wearing ordinary robes, was walking quickly through the bustling crowd. The youth looked a little weary, but his eyes were very bright, and in them shone a high spirit of fight and vigor. A similar demeanor is found in many others, making this small town active and peaceful. Mao Kai, helping out at the county courthouse again. Huh? There was an old crone selling cakes on the street side waving her hand towards Qin Mao Kai in greeting, happy to show a small half of her missing teeth in her cracked mouth. Qin Mao Kai slowed his pace, nodding with a smile as he stepped forward to help the old woman hold up her parasol. Yes, Grandma Wu. There are a few things to do today, so I wrapped up work when the sun wasn't shining. Granny Wu looked kindly at Qin Mao Kai, who was helping, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Those people in the courthouse didn't bully you again, did they? Qin Mao Kai patted the handle of the umbrella, and only after realizing that it had not loosened, did he turn his head and smile.
No.
Ever since the court replaced nearly half of the magistrate's chief officials, no one has dared to bully anyone. While saying that, Qin Maotsai's expression was somewhat saddened. Haiji City is close to King Zhongyong's vassal land, and not only do the thieving officials in the city oppress the people, but also King Zhongyong's close relatives come to make trouble from time to time. I don't know how many tragic deaths by flexing and robbing have occurred in this city. However, since King Zhongyong was removed from his name and King Zhongyong's 9 clans were executed, the atmosphere in the city instantly changed for the better. Those government officials and wealthy lords who used to be so powerful in the past, as well as the vicious dogs under them, have all clamped their tails and do not dare to willfully commit any more crimes. But then, the people of the city were still worried, because they know very well that when the wind dies down, these jackals will still be business as usual. Only this time, the development was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. First, the magistrates were summoned to the government office for questioning, and then it was the hunting of the Nightingale and the East Chamber soldiers who went on a rampage in the city to take people for questioning. After that, the court issued a decree, cutting down 35 officials, raiding 7 large households at night, beheading 523 people, and more than 1,000 people were imprisoned. That day and night, the city of Haji was slain with heads rolling and the wind filled with the smell of fish. By the time the sun rose on the second day, the county office was wide open as usual, but nearly half of the officials inside had been replaced. These officials are both foreigners and local people who are well known but not as talented as they should be. When the situation was confirmed that heaven and earth were clear and everything was clear, the people of the city were all jubilant and excited, clapping their hands. As a matter of fact, before that night's big change, Qin Mao Kai had also been secretly questioned by Carrie Yelong, and wanted to promote him as a constable of the county office. Because Qin Mao Kai was good at both literature and martial arts, he was especially familiar with case resolution and writing pleadings. In addition to his good reputation and ability to tolerate and yield, He has been working at the county office for 3 years, so he has gained appreciation. Only Qin Maokai eventually refused. This is because he prefers a military career to a job in the court system. His childhood dream was to fight in the battlefield and be a formidable general. Unfortunately, due to many practical factors, he has not been able to join the army as he wished. While Qin Maokai was somewhat lost in thought, Granny Wu's words were what pulled him back. Maokai, that granddaughter of mine has already passed the preliminary examination of the Nine Spectres Palace and has been exempted from the re-examination, having had her place confirmed in advance. Although I don't know what kind of government office is the Nine Spectres Palace, I think it's always better than the county office. Qin Maotsai's eyes lit up in surprise. Shu'er has been taken in by the Nine Spectres Palace? That's really great. Congratulations, Mrs. Wu. Granny Wu didn't know if the Nine Spectres Palace was good or bad. But how could he not know? That Nine Spectres Palace is not comparable to a county office, even a state office. Because the Nine Sepulchre Palace is directly under the command of His Majesty today, it is known as the Emperor's Three Dark Blades, along with the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber. It would be a great stroke of luck for Shu'er to join the Nine Septic Palace. Granny Wu was a bit confused as she listened. She really didn't know much about all this. However, she did understand the phrases His Majesty's personal command, and the same as the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber. That Nine Spectres Palace is so extraordinary? Hey, this is a complete relief for the wife. Granny Wu hemmed and hawed, after which she stared at Qin Maokai with a smirk. Maokai, look, Shu'er is 2 years younger than you and has been acquainted with you since you were a child, and is still decent looking. And now she has a good run. Look, when will you come up to the door to place the bride price? Qin Maokai was suddenly confused. This thought process of Granny Wu has become a bit too fast, right? And the bride price? What bride price? Did you say you like Shu'er? Qin Maotsai's eyes were a bit evasive, and his face turned even more red. At that moment, he didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to run. Grandma Wu. This ear of mine suddenly started buzzing and I can't hear anything. As if something is wrong. I have to hurry to seek a spiritual healer to take a look, so I'll go first. Hey, Maokai. You don't run, Wu Bao shouted loudly, but could only watch as the other ran away. Alas, this silly boy. How can you be so wooden? Sure, this girl is now to you have a few meanings, but if you do not set a name when she saw the outside of those more excellent men, and where there is your business, LOL. Granny Wu chattered to herself with a great deal of hatred. She knew Qin Maotsai's character very well, which was why she wanted to take the initiative to help the two of them get together. She was afraid that after Shu'er went abroad, she would be dazzled by the illusion of prosperity, dazzled by false love, and encountered the all-abominable negative-hearted man, Qin Maokai ran past 2 street corners in a row before he stopped and glanced around somewhat sheepishly. Honestly speaking, Shu'er is a good girl, but the nature is too strong, coupled with the psychological shadow left on him in his early childhood. He is still a little afraid. Huh? Maotsai, what brings you here? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, along with a mouthful of garlic odor. Qin Maokai hurriedly held his breath and moved 2 steps away without a trace, before turning his head with a smile. It's Uncle Wang, my that? A burly man with a fat body and a face as big as a basin laughed and pointed to a building across the street. It was a manor with high basalt walls and mahogany gates, and 2 10-foot-tall stone lions stood at the entrance of the manor. There is a plaque in the middle of the eaves, with 4 golden characters, Great Zhou Martial Arts Academy, and 4 small silver characters, Haiji Branch Academy below. And on the outside of 1 main and 2 sides of a total of 3 gates, there were also 5 men and 5 women and 10 heroic martial arts academy disciples on guard. These disciples were dressed in standardized tight black martial artist robes and black gauze crowns, with the robes embroidered with a dark red design of young scaly scales. Combined with the war knife and sword at his waist, it was truly majestic and dashing, making people's eyes greedy. Uncle knows you're here to visit your family's little 5 and little 6, right? However, the martial arts academy is not allowed to enter, and visits are forbidden except on the once-in-7-day break. But then again, there's no reason to worry about anything. All the expenses of the martial arts academy are taken care of by the court, not to mention food and clothing. Even those cultivation secrets and resources are also provided in large quantities. There are also those sect cultivators as instructors and martial arts masters from the main part of the martial arts academy as supervisory instructors. Instructing on cultivation is even better. Qin Maokai was slightly stunned. and only after following the burly man's finger to see the gate of the martial arts academy did he come back to his senses. No, I'm just passing through. Uncle Wong. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first, haha. Qin Maokai snorted and glanced enviously at the gates of the martial arts academy before turning his head to leave. If the former martial arts academy was a dilapidated well, then today's martial arts academy is a man-made lake. The differences in all areas are so great that it is difficult to go into detail. In short, and today's great Zhou teenagers and youth generation, there were hardly many people who did not want to enter the martial arts academy to cultivate. It was a pity that the martial arts academy recruited disciples not only on the basis of perseverance, but also on the age limit. With a minimum of 8 and a maximum of 25, he couldn't get in. Still, he was happy that both his fifth brother and sixth sister had been enrolled in the martial arts academy. A few days ago, the martial arts academy took its first break, and the two little ones came back, not to mention how refreshed they were. The livelihood and teaching problems of the two little dragons were perfectly solved, and Qin Maocai's last worry was put down. Right now, he can also finally go after his own dreams, his own path. At the thought of that passing transmission from the White Tiger Legion, Qin Maocai's chest was on fire with excitement. Joining the army, enlisting in the military, fighting in blood, and being a general is what he has always wanted to do. Especially after hearing His Majesty's words, "The bones of the people of Great Zhou are unyielding, and the blood of the people of Great Zhou is fearless." He was even more determined in his choice. Therefore, he had traveled to the prefecture 3 days ago to participate in the White Tiger Legion's recruitment selection, and had chosen the most difficult test level. And early this morning, the recruiting office finally gave a reply, and it was the one he had most hoped for. During this time, there was no dark underbelly of being impersonated, or brushing up on the strong and supportive. But successfully joining the White Tiger Legion was only the first step. What he desired was to be one of the candidates for that special army. According to the information from the Lord of the Kanoji Division, that special army is called the Iron Eagle Sharpshooters, and is currently in the process of selecting its personnel. It was said that not only was this army personally led by the White Tiger Legion's main general, by Howren, but that when it was truly formed, it had the potential to be able to become a terrifying army like the Imperial Forest Army. What kind of existence is the Imperial Guard? In today's Great Zhou, there might be people who didn't know about the Forbidden Army, but there were definitely not many people who didn't know about the Imperial Forest Army. In the first battle, he killed 1 million Qi Army elites. In the second battle, he lightly broke the 7 Happiness Pass. In the third battle, he broke 2 million enemy armies. And in the fourth battle, he crushed the Daki Forbidden Guards and dispersed 3 million enemy armies. Such a horrific battle record was practically regarded as an army of celestial beings by the people of Great Zhou. If that Iron Eagle Sharpshooter really had the potential to develop into an imperial army, he would be willing to work as a pawn even if it meant making him one. While his mind was stirring, Qin Maocai's pace was faster, and his thoughts were gradually dispersed. Ever since His Majesty's Iron Fist eliminated the clans in the territory and broke up the stubborn problems of the 9 feudal kings, he has begun a vigorous reorganization of the military. The initiatives such as disorganization and reorganization of the soldiers of various parties and the selection of the best and the weakest are not to be mentioned, but the most noteworthy is the establishment of the 5 major army corps. Chapter 54. Riding the temple to the 9 heavens, and the dragon pulling the palace carriage. According to the news, the 5 legions, if they are fully organized, will each have 2 million war soldiers. Among them, the one guarding the center of the imperial dynasty was the Qilin Legion, with the main general being the Pillar State General Mu Yuan himself. Guarding the eastern part of the imperial dynasty was the Green Dragon Legion, with the main general being the former king of Jinbian and now general of Jindong Wu Chengzong. Guarding the southern part of the imperial dynasty was the Vermilion Bird Legion, with the main general being the former Tiger General of the Southern Pass and the current general of the Southern Jinan, Xiahou Beiyu. Guarding the western part of the imperial dynasty was the White Tiger Legion, with the main general being the former king of the Fruit and Dare and now general of the West, Bai Howren. Guarding the northern part of the imperial dynasty was the Xuanwu Legion, with the main general being the former Lord General and now general of Jinbei, Xie Zhuangji. Rumor has it that General Xie Zhuangji Xie had been strangely poisoned 5 years ago, and most of his strength was sealed off, which is why he was idle at home. But I don't know why this General Xie has been entrusted with an important task. Is it because the stubborn disease has been solved? However, this is not what Qin Maokai is concerned about. What he really thinks is that the other 4 legions, do they all have a special army similar to the White Tiger Legion's Iron Eagle Sharpshooters category? If so, then, as soon as he thought of the depths, Qin Maokai couldn't help but feel a little dry mouth and trembling heart. At the same time, he was even more in awe of that mysterious, domineering, iron-blooded, and unfathomable supreme being. Because this series of drastic changes that have occurred recently in the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, in fact, the root cause is either explicitly or implicitly pointing to that. That is to say, this series of miraculous changes seems to have been brought about by that person. More than a month ago, when his cultivation level rose a total of 14 small realms under the heavenly blessing, he was astonished, but he was also a little skeptical about the so-called heavenly whisper. But looking at it again now, he was deeply shocked. I'm afraid that their majesty is really an unimaginably terrifying existence, If not, there is really no explanation for all this. On August 25th, when the sun was up, 5 gongs suddenly rang out from the 4 gates of the imperial palace. Immediately after that, there were 9 more earth-shattering drumbeats. The sound of the gongs and drums is a magnificent sound, almost all over the entire imperial capital, but does not seem to be shrill. The intensity of the change with the distance is very small. This was obviously a pseudo-treasure weapon forged from the fur and spirit bones of 8th or 9th order desolate beasts and supplemented with complicated formations. Upon hearing the gongs and drums, all those in the city who did not have important matters at hand ran out of the house at the first time in an agitated manner. This is because the sound of gongs and drums implies travel or expedition, while the sound of 9-5 symbolizes 9-5 supremacy, specifically referring to the emperor's travel. If the gongs and drums sound 9 times in unison and the drums and gongs are played intensively, it symbolizes the emperor's personal expedition. Right now, the sound of the gongs and drums signifies that His Majesty is about to go on a public trip or a tour. The reason why the people in the city were so excited and eager was naturally because of the amazing great things that His Majesty had done and the various favorable changes that had been brought to Great Zhou and to them. Moreover, they had never seen the holy face of His Majesty, and now that they had the opportunity, they were looking forward to it. But what made everyone a little stunned was that they had been waiting with bated breath for a long time, but they never saw the yamen clearing the streets, not to mention the shadow of the forbidden army. Just as the people were puzzled, there were cries of alarm that suddenly rang out. Quickly, quickly, quickly look. Look over the imperial palace. Hiss, is that the forbidden army? It's so majestic. Even from this far away, I can actually feel the slightest sense of oppression. OMG, is that a scaly dragon? The end is so powerful and unusual. Is that a flying temple? Looking at the procession that slowly rose into the air, the crowd in the city did not fail to hiss and sigh in amazement. Looking around, he saw a strange palace floating in the center of the group and 9 feet above the group. The main body of that palace is the color of black, while the lintel, bearing pillars and so on are red, and the glazed tiles above are again light gold. The overall look is majestic and atmospheric, and there is also a cold-killing aura. Strangely enough, the palace was not surrounded by walls, with only a light veil as a barrier. The palace was so large that about 200 or 300 people could be squeezed into it. But all the crowd could see was the dozens of eunuchs and palace maids standing around the palace with their heads bowed. As for the innermost interior, nothing could be seen due to the perspective. In front of the palace, there are 5 black augurs swinging their tails and marching, seemingly pulling the animal power of the palace. These 5 black augurs are 9 feet long, hideous and majestic, with dense scale armor that seems to be able to absorb the light of the sun, without ever emitting the slightest light and shadow. Only, in the eyes of those with superior eyesight, it always felt a bit awkward. It was as if these augurs were not really living things. Around the palace, there are 800 foot soldiers of the Forbidden Army dressed in black scale armor, with red capes on their backs and red feathers on top of their armor. Some people in the city who had seen the attire of the Forbidden Army frowned again with a confused look. Because the Forbidden Army at the moment is very different from what you usually see. The first thing was the extremely conspicuous black scale armor. At this moment, the black scale armor of the Forbidden Army was obviously thicker than before, and the patterns were also more elaborate and fine. Moreover, the iron armor on his head had become fully covered, leaving only a pair of chilling and intimidating eyes to scan the outside world. Secondly, there is the change in weapons. In his left hand, he wields a heavy hook-encrusted shield with 2 retractable hooks. In his right hand, he wears black and gold gloves with dense sharp spikes on the back, and at his left waist, he wears a wind chopper, and at his right waist, he has a hand halberd tied around his waist. And on his back, a strangely shaped sharp crossbow, as well as a composite arrow capsule. That arrow capsule contained not only a crossbow bolt, but also 5 blood-slotted, slender throwing spears. The armor and weapons, which looked familiar, were unfamiliar, and it was also difficult to determine the exact texture and grade. In front of the entire procession, as well as in the rear, there were also 90 each, totaling 180 cavalrymen of the Forbidden Army. Compared to those imposing foot soldiers of the Forbidden Army, the elegance of these cavalrymen was even better. At their hips were black nightmare horses of unknown equilibrium and nearly 10 feet tall. The eyes and hooves of the black nightmare horse were covered in black and purple bizarre flames, and its robust body was wrapped tightly by the heavy horse armor, giving people a sense of indestructible toughness. The most eye-catching thing was the armor on the cavalry. It was a kind of unknown black armor that looked light and had beautiful lines, and the iron armor, face armor, main armor, red cloak, and boots of stepping clouds were all in one, with almost no fit or articulation parts visible. What was even more bizarre was that their face armor did not leave the slightest hole, and although there were concave and convex parts of the nose, mouth, and eyes, the corresponding organs were not seen exposed at all. As for their weapons, they were a lance, an arm shield, 2 scimitars, a short sword, a bag of darts, and strong bows, genjos, and 1,000-bladed umbrellas hanging from their saddles. So equipped, it's almost unsettling. Finally, to the left and right of the entire procession, there were 100 men, each of the Night Hunters and the East Chamber fans. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway and outsiders look at the scene. The vast majority of the people are simply marveling and clapping their hands. Or there are even more emotional, directly prostrate on the ground, towards the sky shouting, "Your Majesty, God bless Great Zhou," and other words. This was because in their perception, as long as they reached the 7-star realm, they could fly in the air. And for the most powerful force organizations of the imperial dynasty such as the Forbidden Army, what was it worth to casually pull out a few thousand experts of the 7-star realm and above? As a result, most of the crowd paid more attention to the palace and the augur than to the imposing guards. Flying palaces, legendary dragons, these they had never seen, nor had they heard of such things in other countries. And now His Majesty of the Day rides the palace to the 9th heaven, and the dragon pulls the palace carriage. What a domineering spirit this is! As some of the frenzied people kneeled and chanted, more and more of the crowd began to follow suit. Soon after, it was actually difficult to see standing figures in the streets and alleys of the magnificent imperial capital. And the messy shouts also gradually converge into one. The sound of unity breaks the clouds and shakes the sky. Extremely shocking. Wu Ji came to the edge of the south side of the palace with his hands on his head, looking down at the dense and rather frenzied crowd below, and his mind was quite a bit agitated. This is my imperial capital. This is my people. This is my kingdom. Wu Ji murmured softly and slowly closed his eyes, sniffing lightly at the ethereal scent and listening to the shouting pilgrimage of the crowd. A breeze blew, smoothing the black and gold imperial robes as flat as the surface of a lake. The jade lurex beads at the front and back ends of the imperial crown also swayed gently with the wind, revealing a rigid, handsome face. A few breaths later, when those domineering and deep eyes opened, the surrounding breeze suddenly became quiet, and then passed through in a roundabout way, seemingly not daring to offend. "Your Majesty, all ministries are in place. Should we depart immediately?" At this moment, a young man wearing the armor of the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army with a square appearance came outside the edge of the hall and respectfully cupped his fists towards Wu Ji to ask for instructions. Wu Ji swept his eyes over the well-mannered and meticulous generals and nodded slightly. This man's name was Gao Chong, the nephew of Gao Ji, the new deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, and also the commander of the Trap Battalion. In the past 2 days, he had used up all of those 6 lottery chances, and what he had gained was quite a lot. If you combine this with the previous 10 times, you will have gained a total of 8 soldier souls and 6 general souls. The other is the martial emperor's sword and the Zonglong Palace. The Zonglong Palace was this strange palace under his feet that was capable of flying, and this thing was likewise a national fortune artifact. Whether it was the strength and genus of the augur puppets, the level and strength of the various formations in the palace, or the size of the palace and so on, all of them would continue to get stronger as the power of the Great Zhou nation increased. As for the Gao Chong in front of him, he had inherited the general soul of Gao Shun from the god and demon realm. In contrast, there are 8,000 trapped battalions. There were 10 times more people in the trap camp than in traditional history, and Wu Ji wasn't too surprised. After all, they were from that god and devil world. The personnel of the trapping camp had been selected from the Forbidden Army, and after using the soldier's soul to form an army, the weakest was even the first level of the 8-gate realm. However, the trapped army is not the most horrible. The most horrible is the Yen Yun 18 cavalry. The number of Yenyun's 18 horsemen was likewise 10 times the number in history, amounting to as many as 180. Every one of these terrifying cavalrymen was in the Nine Heavens realm, and it was still the Nine Heavens realm that was truly armed to the teeth and had unimaginable battle power. All of their equipment was at the level of treasure weapons, and they were currently under the personal command of Lu Ziheo, the commander of the Forbidden Army, which were those mighty cavalrymen that escorted the front and back of the group. Departure. Na. Chapter 55 Touring the Xuanwu Legion, enlisting the army's heart.
Great Zhu Imperial-Dynastie. Northeastern bei Huan Präfekture, Yugu Pleng.
The Kuka Plain is named for its location south of the two mountain passes and its flat, broad topography. This place was originally an important transit point for the imperial court to send people and materials to Tushan Pass, but at this time, it has been turned into the Xuanwu Legion's residence. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that there are dense barracks below arranged in some kind of regular staircase with occasional schoolyards, stables, animal pens, supply wagons, sentry towers, watchtowers, and other buildings. The entire massive military camp was roughly divided into 5 sections, like a basilisk turtle with its limbs spread out, the central body of which is the most massive, shaped like a turtle shell. As for the location of the kettle's mouth, where there are few people and buildings, it is similar to the head of a turtle. Right now, there were densely packed soldiers drilling and training in the main military camp. The camp, similar to the 2 front limbs of the Shen turtle, probed into the mountains on both sides, and soldiers could vaguely be seen groping into the depths of the mountains to fight with the desolate beasts in accordance with the establishment. As for the entrance to the south of the barracks, which resembled the tail of a basilisk turtle, many new recruits were constantly being delivered, and then quickly digested and taken to the various camps. At this moment, in the middle army deliberation hall, 24 generals were sitting on both sides of the room, fully clothed and armored. At the inner side of the great hall, there were 3 other people talking and laughing softly in a cordial atmosphere. Of these 3, one wore light golden armor, had a long body, and was so handsome that the woman sighed to herself. He was none other than General Shinwu Gaoji, who had once shown his face outside the Tushan Pass. The second person was clad in silver armor and had a heroic appearance, with bright eyes that seemed to be filled with wariness and fighting spirit at all times. This man was none other than Ma Yu, the main general of the Tushan Pass and the man who had led 100,000 iron horsemen to defeat the main force of the Great Shang together with the divine warrior army. As for the third person, it was a black-bearded old general with vicissitudes in his eyes and wrinkles intertwined in his face. The old general wore a basalt-colored armor. His face was old, but his eyes were resolute, and his spine was straight, like a pine on a mountain cliff. He was Xie Zhuangji, the former upper general of the Great Zhou and the current commander-in-chief of the Xuanwu Legion. Those goons from Dashang are also too gutless. Ma Mao has rushed across the Wawa corridor several times to provoke them, but they don't even dare to open the door. Ma Yu sipped his tea and sneered. Gao Ji elegant smile, lightly shaking the folding fan Su voice. The guards of the great merchant are no straw men, and naturally they will not do what they know to be impossible. However, General Ma led the army to take hold of the battle, and even though it did not work, it boosted morale, so it was not a loss. Xie Zhuangji swept a glance at Gao Ji and frowned slightly. This Gao Ji is more or less 8-sided, and doesn't seem to be very willing to offend people. There was something about this style of acting that he didn't like. Soldiers should be angular, blood and vigor. Right is right and wrong is wrong. With that in mind, Xie Zhuangji stared at Ma Yu with him and opened his mouth. General Ma, His Majesty has an order that this is not the time to start a major war. You have repeatedly led your army to provoke. What if you do start a great war? Ma Yu's face stiffened slightly, and his face twitched as he turned his head away, but he still muttered in a low voice. As far as the guts of that bunch of birds from Dashang are concerned, how dare they come out of the gate na? Xie Zhuangji glared at Ma Yu, after which he stared at Gao Ji. General Gao, when a soldier acts, he should act as if there is a difference between the square and the circle. As commanders of an army, and as generals under His Majesty's orders, we should be strict with ourselves and with our military orders. If not, how can I explain to the generals under my command and the people behind me if I accidentally start a big mess? How can I explain to His Majesty? Gao Ji clattered to collect the folding fan, and then even squarely get up, bowed his head and cupped his fists to salute. Mr. Gao has been instructed. Thanks a lot for the general's guidance. Looking at Gao Ji's posture, Xie Zhuangji could not help but choke, and a flash of suspicion flashed in his eyes. This Gao Ji, it can't be on purpose, right? Just what is he calculating? Xie was a little confused, but only after realizing that the eyes of the cadre of generals in the hall were looking at him with more awe did he come back to his senses. He had been idle at home for 5 years, and with the passage of 5 years, the legends and majesty about himself in the army had dispersed quite a bit. And with this comeback, it's no longer the title of upper general. In this case, there are a number of newly promoted generals who will be a bit dismayed. And with this move, Gao Ji is obviously trying to help establish his own majesty. After all, and nowadays, Gao Ji is the leader of the general's layer of the Great Zhou. If even Gao Ji treated him with respect and bowed to him, who else would dare to disrespect him? After figuring out the causes and consequences, Xie could not help but have a complicated heart. Just then, a lieutenant suddenly ran in quickly from outside the hall. Report! His Majesty's Cloud Palace has arrived 10 miles away. The generals in the hall were suddenly energized, and they all looked towards Xie. Gather the entire army and greet His Majesty. Xie vicissitudes of eyes flashed with a flash of brightness, and he immediately got up. He had thought that this was all he had in his life. Perhaps in a few more years, his body would completely decay under the erosion of that strange poison, and then he would die. But some time ago, after being summoned to the Imperial Palace by His Majesty today, the biggest turnaround of his life came. Rewarded by His Majesty, he obtained a terrifying inheritance from the divine and demonic realm, whose master was named Xie. That inheritance not only got rid of the poison in his body, but also greatly enhanced his strength and gained all sorts of insights about battle formations, strategies, and the art of war. Even more, he has mastered an extremely uncommon ability, although it was unknown where the divine and demonic realm was, or what that divine and demonic realm actually was. But the mere fact of his harvest and the word gods and devils is enough to explain a lot of things. In fact, legacies have always been incredibly rare, and most of them were left over from ancient times. If someone were to obtain one, almost every one of them would grow up to be the pride of the heavens. But the inheritance of the first heaven is far from being able to be linked to the word God and devil, so it can be seen that the inheritance is very precious. His Majesty was able to reward him with such treasures that were countless times more precious than heaven and earth's spiritual treasures. And to a vicissitude old man who had almost been reduced to an invalid, how could he not be thankful for that? His entire life had been spent fighting for Great Zhou, and the future would be even less so. If you treat me as a scholar of the country, I will paint the blue with a full heart. This was his Xie belief. In the hundreds of school grounds of different sizes in the barracks, nearly 2 million soldiers lined up in neat arrays, tilting their heads and gazing at the palace and procession in the air, their mouths wide open in astonishment. Many people's eyes were filled with unbelievable colors, just the important place of the military camp, but no one dared to talk, much less clamor. As he watched the 24 or so generals rise up into the air and run towards the flying temple, envy bubbled up in the eyes of almost all of the generals. It's an audience with His Majesty. Who wouldn't want such an honor? Moreover, the palace that was able to fly in the air also made them incomparably curious, wanting to fly up to get a full view and explore the whole thing. It's just a pity that they don't have that qualification, or even the strength to go to heaven for many of them. As for those recruits who had not yet been assigned armor and weapons, they could only cower in their barracks and stare blearily through the windows. After more than 100 breaths, a figure suddenly stepped out of the palace, flanked by 4 mighty guards wearing light golden armor and carrying golden cloaks. And then, after that, there was a group of generals. Looking at the upright figure in black and gold imperial robes with an imperial crown on his head, a touch of fervor appeared in everyone's eyes. Great Zhou people should have blood and bones. Great Zhou soldiers, even more so. They are eager to build a career, but also respect the heroes who kill the enemy and protect the country. And although His Majesty today is quite infamous, what he has done in the last month or two has convinced them. First, he invoked heaven and earth to bestow blessings, and then he got rid of the feudal lords, destroyed the clans, set up a martial arts academy, cleared the country of traitors, and initiated reforms. Immediately after that, he destroyed the small kingdom of Wuxuo, which had rebelled against his master, and deployed his elite to greatly defeat the army of the Great Shang invaders. Subsequently, and mobilized the imperial army to kill the Daki imperial dynasty heads rolled, the army without the will to fight, and even had to offer surrender table to beg for surrender. If you look at the history of the Great Zhou, which emperor can compare to such civil and military achievements, such skill and vigor? And now, with such a legendary supreme being standing high above their heads, right in their line of sight, How could they not be fervent and excited?
Yang!
Suddenly, a drumbeat sounded, drawing the wind. Immediately after that, there was a calm and powerful high drink. Xuanwu generals in full stance. When the voice fell, nearly 2 million soldiers looked solemn and neatly gathered their feet together, then raised their hands and corrected their iron armor. With that, the hands moved down and tapped the breastplate, followed by the belt and skirt armor. Finally, the hands return to their places, the afterglow sweeps in, and the feet are lightly shifted to align the ranks. When all the moves were done and no one else in the crowd had moved, another drumbeat was played. General Xuanwu, welcome! As the words fell, a loud rumbling sound rang out, a ringing sound triggered by nearly 2 million generals kneeling on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty! The vast chants rose up to the sky and also spread out in all directions, startling the flying birds in the distant mountains and forests into scattering in all directions. Generals, rise up! Wu Ji laughed out. His voice was gentle and melodious, but it clearly resounded in the ears of every general. Thank you, Your Majesty! The soldiers and generals rose, drawing a mountainous wave of sound from their armor. Wu Ji emotionally scanned the near invisible silhouettes below, his eyes deep. There were multiple reasons why he was stepping out of the imperial capital this time, touring the 5 legions and some of the gatekeepers. And the first reason is to show authority and enlist the military. After all, power comes out of the barrel of a gun, and the army is the most important force to maintain his rule. If he could make the vast majority of his soldiers and generals fear and maintain reverence for him, then even if there were generals who wanted to plot against him, it would be difficult to do so. I resigned from my hometown with enthusiasm, and my iron clothes were cold in 100 battles. How many people have returned from the bloodbath at the border? Generals, although not in the sand with you and other side by side to kill, but for the battlefield of the grueling, but also well versed in the heart. I know of your suffering, and I know what you've all paid for the peace and stability of Great Zhou. Listening to Wu Ji's sighs and lamentations, the hearts of the generals could not help but sink a little. This low, however, was soon interrupted by Wu Ji's sudden elevation of tone and words, and gradually introduced into a high pitch. Chapter 56: 5 Tiger Generals and 6 Powerful Brigades. But, when a great man is born, he should be able to stand up to the heavens and drink blood with pride. I will ride the wind and kill the enemy for thousands of miles. In this way, we can live up to the great man's body. This world is mine, but it is also yours, every good son and daughter of Great Zhou. The flag of the Great Zhou, the bones of the Great Zhou, the blood of the Great Zhou, need to be defended by me and by you. Generals, are you willing to use the earth as a zither, the sky as a song, and the sword as a finger, and with me irrigating the sun and the moon, to create a song of Jingo and Iron Horse, and to kill and break 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains? Wu Ji's tongue blooming spring thunder, high and wanton, killing machine biting cold, hegemonic words, is looking down on all beings. Ask the top of the proud and majestic posture. At this moment, the low mood was swept away, and the whole barracks was filled with a fervor like the fire of stars. All of the generals raised their right arms in unison, and then slapped the armor of their left breasts with a heavy, thrumming right fist, echoing the equally thrumming hearts below. Takeshi! Woo! Woo! Heavenly woo! Roar! The deafening and hoarse chants in unison converged together, even inadvertently forming a powerful tide of sound waves that stirred the wind and clouds. There was no response to the word Mei, but the excitement and the thunderous sound waves said it all. Behind Wu Ji, Xie Gao Ji and the others glanced at each other, their faces also slightly flushed from excitement. In the next instant, Xie stepped forward several steps and raised his arms. Live as a great Zhou soldier, die as a great Zhou soul. At this moment, those recruits who had been ordered to stay in the barracks had also swarmed out, spontaneously forming a neat line and looking up high. 2 million people converged and roared out in unison once again. Live as a great Zhou soldier, die as a great Zhou soul. Before the echo dissipated, Ma Yu was also unable to hold back and stepped forward, willing to sweep away the world's enemies for your majesty. At this point, there was no need for anyone to guide them, and all of them opened their mouths together as one. I wish to sweep away the enemies of the world for your majesty. Roar! Wei! Wu Ji laughed and drank out the word Wei, then gently waved his arm towards the bottom. Then he turned around in a dashing manner and swept towards the council hall below the side under the escort of the 4 golden guards, and soon disappeared. Half an hour later, the Songlong Palace took off once again, flying towards the southwest. The Xuanwu Legion, on the other hand, had a qualitative change of 500,000 troops, and they had a resounding title called the Northern Household Army. At the same time, the 100,000 horned horse cavalry under Ma Yu's command similarly changed, numbering 100,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry. As for Ma Yu himself, he had also inherited the general spirit of Ma Chao from the god and demon realm, and his ferocious power was even greater. At the same time, Ma Yu and the Iron Cavalry under his command were incorporated into the Xuanwu Legion. At the time of sunrise, in the western part of Shizhe Prefecture, the White Tiger Legion station, 500,000 troops stood quietly in the central military schoolyard, their eyes gazing wildly at the central tower. More accurately, it was gazing at the extraordinary martial arts and overbearing aura of the great Zhou Supreme Exalt at the top of the tower. At a corner in the back, Qin Maokai looked up with the same excitement. He succeeded in reaching his goal of becoming a member of this special army that would soon become official. But the end is a new beginning, and his military career has just begun. At the top of the tower, Wu Ji looked at the 500,000 troops with excellent spirit and nodded slightly. Then, with a sideways glance, he looked at a middle-aged general leaning back half a step next to him. It was a man with an ordinary face, but in the ordinary was bred great unusualness. The big unusual thing on the surface was his hair. Half silver white, half metaphysical black, distinct, but blended, the end is bizarre. And the great unusualness within comes from his temperament. His eyebrows are soft, his eyes are gentle, and he has a bookish air, like a scholar who has cultivated a righteous spirit. However, the indifference in the depths of his eyes and the fury that emanated out of him inadvertently. He looked like an executioner who did not put life in his eyes and killed countless people. He was Bai Haoran, the former king of Kokong and now the commander-in-chief of the White Tiger Legion. In fact, the previous Bai Haoran, while also combining these two completely opposing temperaments, was not very impressive and somewhat disorganized. Also, his hair is not what it is now, but a mix of black, white, and gray that is somewhat oozing. This is so precisely because of the clash and fight between two opposing minds. But after the two kings entered the palace for an audience the previous time, there was this great change that came later. And this change came from the inheritance of Bai Qi from the god and demon realm. Do you remember the question of the day, Ai Qing? Bai Haoran bowed his head slightly, hitching a hand to touch his forehead and making a gentle sound. I remember since, when I expressed my doubts to your majesty. I say, your majesty has given great gifts of sharp weapons to your subjects, and you are not afraid that someone will plot against you and cause trouble? Wu Ji nodded gently, then turned his head again and said in a faint voice, I said at the time that I would let you make a guess on what I was afraid of. So today, do you have an answer? Yes. Bai Haoran spat out a word with certainty, and his face had a few moments of how. It was because after receiving the inheritance from that terrifying figure, his horizons had expanded from the 4 deserts to the 6 heavens, encompassing both the heavens and the earth. Your majesty is not afraid. For those whom his majesty has given, his majesty has a notable control over their hearts and loyalties, for one thing. Secondly, your majesty has bestowed favors on the people, demonstrated authority in the army, and preached to the nation, so that the great power and the hearts of the people are all in your majesty's hands. Even if some people want to plot against the government, they are just rootless weeds, and it is difficult for them to become successful. Thirdly, his majesty's sharpshooter can be called a sweatshop. Sporadic poisonous blades devouring their masters was nothing more than striking a stone with an egg and being insouciant. Fourthly, those who can win his majesty's reliance on the bestowal of weapons are not mediocre. Neither is a mediocre person, even if he is confused by external objects and his loyalty has been lowered, he does not dare to act in a chaotic manner. It's 5. Listening to Bai Haoran's organized interpretation, Wu Ji nodded appreciatively. Sure enough, the person who has obtained the inheritance of Bai Qi is not simple. After waiting to list what was on his mind, Bai Haoran stared at Wu Ji with a burning gaze. Your Majesty, I wonder if what I've said is correct? Nice and comprehensive. Wu Ji sprinkled a smile, but his eyes are certain, negative hand to look at the drumming wind and clouds. But there is still the most important point, which the beloved secretary has not made. I am not afraid, that is because I have the confidence of absolute control. As long as I don't die, no one in the world will dare to rebel. If there is, it's just a bunch of idiots who can't make it to the big time. Bai Haoren's heart was suddenly shaken, looking at the disdainful, domineering and unbridled Wu Ji. The awe in his heart increased by a few points, and his bowed body lowered by a few inches. If I don't die, no one in the world will dare to rebel. What kind of confidence, what kind of dominance is this? In the face of such a supreme being, Bai Haoren actually didn't even dare to show a trace of disrespect. The wind picked up and a black mysterious ball of light appeared above the watchtower. I, on behalf of the heavenly Buwu, declare orders on behalf of the clan. Today, I ask the heroic souls of the human race to bestow upon you the inheritance of the way of war, and to organize an army of Iron Eagle sharpshooters. Iron Eagle, when patrolling my Great Zhou territory, protect my Great Zhou peace. A sharp warrior should promote the will of our people and defend our people's life and death. Iron Eagle sharpshooters, from this day forth, become an army. Wu Ji shouted loudly, his words resounding, and at the same time induced the soldier's soul to hang down thousands of silk strips, spreading to the 500,000 increasingly frenzied troops. This was the second reason why he personally toured the armies. He wanted to give them grace with his own hands, to baptize them into metamorphosis, to make them mindful of who brought them what they had. When the red sun turned into the western half of the sky, the Zonglong Palace arrived in Dingwuzhou leaning to the east. This was the location of the Qilin Legion, but the Zonglong Palace did not stay here for long. It was only a matter of 2/4 of an hour before they set off again. However, at this time, the Qilin Legion had also seen the emergence of a powerful brigade numbering 500,000, called the Great Zhou Huban Army. As for the commander-in-chief Makuhara, nothing has changed, because Wu Ji did not get a general soul suitable for Makuhara. When the sun set, the Zonglong Palace then appeared in the middle of the former Daki's western border. However, this was already the territory of the Great Zhou, as well as the residence of the Green Dragon Legion. The commander-in-chief of the Green Dragon Legion was the former king of Xinbian, and now general of Jindong Wu Chengzong. Wu Chengzong was a member of the imperial clan and the most influential person among the imperial clan today. Appreciated and relied upon by Wu Ji, Wu Chengzong was given the general spirit of Wu Qi of the divine and demonic realm during his previous audience. This time, the Zonglong Palace's tour to this place was for the purpose of encouraging and rewarding the Imperial Forest Army and the Green Dragon Legion on the one hand, and for the formation of a powerful brigade on the other. This army also numbered 500,000 and was called Wei Wu Pawns. That night, the Zonglong Palace did not continue farther, but stayed put, descending a large amount of spirit wine and delicacies to treat the three armies. Only at the dawn of the second day did the Zonglong Palace set off once again, running towards the southernmost state of Great Zhou, Nanling, southwestern part of Nanling Prefecture, Vermilion Bird Legion residence. Looking at the 200,000 mighty tiger heavy cavalry that were rapidly transforming, Wu Ji's eyes were deep. This cavalry itself was using the spirit tiger as its mount, and it would be most appropriate for it to inherit the glory of the tiger and leopard cavalry. Only this person who is in charge of the army has nothing to do with Chao, and even less to do with Chao Chun. But if you look at the history of China, it's a bit of a stretch. Because the commander of the Tiger Leopard Riders was the commander of the Vermilion Bird Legion, the veteran general who had inherited the general spirit of Xiahou Yuan Xiahou Beiyu. Thinking in his heart, Wu Ji's gaze also slowly stared at Xiahou Beiyu on the side. This was a character of the same generation as Xie Zhuangji, and his eyes were so large that they looked like copper bells that were a circle smaller. And the tiger eyes are quite ferocious, strong body, can be said to be old and strong, not angry from the power. The tiger general of the southern pass drags his sword out, one man and one tiger to break the three armies. This is a true reflection of the Battle of Longyu 8 years ago. 8 years ago, the Great Forest Dynasty mobilized millions of troops to attack the Han Dynasty on the grounds that the Han Dynasty had assassinated its 13th prince. However, the Han Dynasty is a vassal of the Great Zhou Dynasty because of the inability to understand the attitude of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, so the first only sent 300,000 troops to attack the Han Dynasty's western Longyu Guan. At that time, the Great Zhou Southern Pass defenders had not yet received the court's decree, and thus could not directly send troops to assist. Just when Longyu Pass was in danger under the onslaught of Dalin's army, Xiahou Beiyu actually rushed out of the southern pass alone, charging all the way from Dalin's rear army and killing straight to the front of the gate. Afterwards, Xiahou Beiyu turned around and returned, killing through the three armies again. In that battle, the Dalin soldiers who died directly at the hands of Xiahou Beiyu were actually only 10 to 20,000. But that momentum, and the final decimation of the flag, crushed the fighting spirit of the Dalin generals. After the Dalin vanguard army fled, The court of Great Zhou also finally issued the order of, if they attack, they can send troops. Dalan thus dared not commit another offense, and Xiahou Beiyu's reputation was established. Chapter 57. The Tyrant Wu Ji, Borrowing the Head of a Man. October 3rd on the shelves, after the shelves of the Daily More 12,000. Please all kinds of support. What does the Akin think of this cavalry? Fierce and intimidating, not like an earthly army. Xiahou Beiyu's tiger eyes blossomed with essence, and a touch of excited redness permeated his vicissitudes of life. As the words fell, Xiahou Beiyu lifted his powerful arms and clasped his fists sideways. Your Majesty, give me an order, and I can lead these 200,000 tiger leopard riders to break through the imperial capital of the Great Forest Dynasty within half a month. Wu Ji laughed softly and sighed softly with his hands in the air. The tiger leopard cavalry is under the personal command of the Minister of Love. I am assured of this, and I also believe that the Minister of Love has the ability to do so. However, although the tiger leopard cavalry has the power to expand the frontier, it does not have the capacity to subdue it. Great Forest is at least a side of the imperial dynasty, and its territory is close to half of our dynasty. If we want to incorporate it into our dynasty, relying on 200,000 tiger leopard riders alone is too much of a burden. What's more, an imperial army has already put the neighboring dynasties on edge. If another strong army that can rival the imperial forest army emerges, I'm afraid that the various dynasties will immediately unite to move against my great Zhou. Despite this move, I am not afraid. However, once the allied armies of the nations collapsed, forces far away would inevitably flock to them. At that time, it was feared that half, or even the entire First Heavenly Kingdom and powers would regard Great Zhou as an enemy, and would not be removed. Because fear is an effective catalyst for unity of purpose. Under the successive wars, it would be difficult for Great Zhou to catch a break. Therefore, the strategy of our dynasty now is to bury ourselves in development, digest what we have gained, and consolidate our foundation. When the time comes to show your fangs, there will be a time when the Secretary and the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, as well as the Vermilion Bird Legion, will show off their power. Xiahou Beiyu came to a sudden realization and answered with a fierce nod of his head in an urn. I understand. 300 miles to the east of the Southern Pass, the Zonglong Palace, which had finished inspecting the Southern Pass defenders, was traveling at a high altitude at a slow pace. Wu Ji sat on the dragon couch at the edge of the temple, enjoying the palace maid's leg pounding and pressing while scanning the beautiful and magnificent scenery under the clouds. This is the third reason why he has to go out on his rounds. Ever since he came to this heaven and earth, he hadn't even stepped out of the imperial palace, let alone uttered the imperial capital. And this time, when he traveled far to make his rounds, he also wanted to take in the elegance of this world. Along the way, he did feel the unique charm of this world. In Dingwishao, he saw the Daz lakes where the silver sparkling smoke became paintings, and the 7-colored spiritual fish accompanied Wang to play. In Beichuan Prefecture, he savored the shocking sight of a stream flowing 800 feet straight down, with the abyss of heaven on one side and the river on the other. In Zizezu, he saw the lofty mountains with walls 10,000 feet high, birds extinct, and pale trees 100 feet God come to rest. In Dongmeng Prefecture, he witnessed the spiritual mountain blessings of having his own immortal mansion, sitting on top of the clouds, sunrise, spring, summer, twilight, autumn, and winter. What I saw was shocking and eye-opening. What I heard, my heart and mind were open and my organs were penetrated. Somewhat intoxicated and taking a deep breath of fresh air, Wu Ji suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the silhouette running in the distance, his expression gradually turning cold. In addition to the previous 3 purposes, he had a 4th intention for this imperial tour. That is, to give the rats in the shadows a chance. If not, hell knows when they will dare to sneak into the imperial capital to assassinate him. Accompanied by a light, fragrant wind, a silver palace dress and body, quite a bit of mature charm, Qin Shiyu stepped into the hall. How? Back to your Majesty. It has been confirmed that the information transmitted by Rohaigo is correct. The main participants in this infiltration into the imperial dynasty with the intention of assassinating His Majesty are the Night Fork clan, the 100 Clans Alliance, the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty, the Great Han Imperial Dynasty, and the Dream Floor Imperial Dynasty. Among them, the main forces were the Night Fork clan and the 100 Clans Alliance. However, the Night Fork clan is acting in the name of the Brahma Palace, and all parties should not know that the Brahma Palace is behind the Night Fork clan. Wu Ji listened quietly, somewhat undeniable about Qin Shiyu's last sentence. All of them were matured characters, He didn't believe that the Night Fork clan had been active for 100 years in manipulating the Brahma Palace and hadn't been detected as something fishy. But even if they really knew about the relationship between the Night Fork clan and the Brahma Palace, those guys would close their eyes and pretend they didn't know at the critical moment of dealing with him together right now. After all, compared to the unpredictable Night Fork clan, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, which had already shown its fangs, was the over-river dragon they were most afraid of. Of these participants, the Night Fork clan and the Great Shang Dynasty need not be mentioned. One of them, the Dream Tower Imperial Dynasty, was located in the southeastern corner of the First Heaven, bordering the Great Zhou's vassal, the Jinghai Imperial Dynasty, in the north and the Great Han Imperial Dynasty in the west. To the south is the ocean, and to the east is also the ocean, but across the sea is the island where the Nightjars are located. However, according to Luo Hegi, the emperor and the court of the Dream Tower Imperial Dynasty were already under the control of the Night Fork clan, and were considered vassals of the Night Fork clan. While the northern part of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty was the Hack clan dynasty, the northwestern part also bordered with the Great Forest Imperial Dynasty, which was also a side of the empire that relied on the sea in the south. Of the three great imperial dynasties, Great Zhou, Great Shang, and Great Han, if we were to talk about the strength of the country 2 months ago, Great Shang was a shade stronger than Great Zhou. As for the strongest, it is the Great Han. Because the southern part of the Great Han dynasty was bordered by the sea, and there was a large circle similar to the Bohai Sea rim with calm seas, and the spirits produced in the sea were extremely prosperous, so its national strength and military strength were quite impressive. As for the 100 Sect Alliance, this was a very special existence. The 100 Sect Alliance is in the northeastern part of the First Heaven, near the sea, with many islands rich in resources. Its territory was so large that it was tens of % larger than the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. There is no state within the 100 Clans Alliance, and the basic order and laws are determined by the Alliance Covenant. In turn, in the areas under the control of each clan had its own clan rules and regulations. After a long period of development, it is, by and large, quite peaceful though occasionally chaotic. Although the 100 Sect Alliance is called the 100 Sect, but in fact there are countless large and small sects, 100 word just a general term. As for the current 100 Sect Alliance, its actual controllers were the 5 major sects. Each of these 5 great clans had at least 10 experts of the late Nine Heavens realm. But sects are sects after all, and although the sects have also set up army like sect protectors, due to the fact that the mountains are like thousands of warlords, it is difficult to organize large-scale battle formations that work together seamlessly. Therefore, although the 100 Sect Alliance was proud of the eastern part of the First Heaven in terms of experts, it didn't dare to insult other countries at will. On this side, Wu Ji was constantly combing through various information, while Qin Shi Yu's words on the side continued. Their numbers totaled between 5 and 6,000, and 200 or so of them were of the Nine Heavens realm. There were another 1,000 or so in the Eight Gate realm, and the rest were also in the Seven Star realm. As for those in charge of commanding, they were the Brahma Palace Palace Master, a knight, and the Black Underworld Sect Master Lin Wuxia. According to the intelligence, Jia Yu and Lin Wuxia were both at the 9th level of the Nine Heavens realm, in addition to 8 others who were also at this level. However, according to Rohaigo, the Night Fork clan chief had quietly disappeared from the clan land. It is very likely that the other party has also arrived and is lurking in the shadows, to personally carry out the fatal assassination of His Majesty when the situation is unfavorable. In addition, we can't rule out the possibility that the 100 Sect Alliance is also hiding Dragon Gate realm old antiquities and is secretly coming to this place. Wu Ji had been a little less concerned, as such 5,000 men could not yet pose a sufficient threat to the Forbidden Army. However, when he heard that the Night Fork clan chief had also possibly sneaked to this place, he instantly brightened his eyes and revealed a look of interest. He wasn't so much interested in the old man from the Nightjar tribe as he was interested in what happened after the old man died. If the clan leader of the Night Fork clan and the palace master of the Brahma Palace both died here, then there would only be one Grand Clan elder left to press down on Luo Hegi's head. Then send someone to cooperate with Luo Hegi to get the Night Fork clan's Grand Clan elder killed. At that time, won't the Night Fork clan become a knife in their own hands? He didn't have any good feelings towards the Nightbloods at all, and he even hated to kill them. But wouldn't it be even better if they were to act as free cannon fodder and drudgery, letting them use their blood and lives to lay the foundation for Great Zhou's hegemony? What's more, the Night Fork race had been laying out in the neighboring dynasties for a long time through the Brahma Palace, and the vast majority of the members of the Brahma Palace were actually unknown human races. This part of the force is equally significant to the Great Zhou's hegemony strategy. As for using the light of compulsion to control the Night Fork clan chief, Wu Ji had little interest, because that would be a waste in his eyes, and one of the Nightbringer's pawns would be enough. There's some fun to be had. I hope I don't let me down. Listening to Wu Ji's mumbling, Qin Shi Yu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, failing to understand the meaning of Wu Ji's words. She didn't ask many questions, though. She knew exactly where she stood, especially after seeing a series of amazing changes with her own eyes. She didn't want to be alienated by the big leg in front of her because of a slip of the tongue. A blue sky dotted with white clouds, serene and beautiful, especially when a palace pulled by a black augur and escorted by mighty armored soldiers appeared in the clouds. It added a lot of mysterious colors. It was like an immortal palace and heavenly soldiers, spectacular and jaw-dropping. However, this mesmerizing atmosphere was soon ruined by the sudden arrival of a change of heart. Kill! Fierce shouts and killings rang out from mid-air like thunder, shattering the floating clouds. As the clouds collapsed and opened up, the assassins hidden in them through the illusionary formation were finally revealed. The assassins came from the white clouds at the four corners of the Songlong Palace, each 2 or 3 miles away from the Songlong Palace, and had apparently calculated the Songlong Palace's route of travel and surrounded it in the center. Their attire varied, but they were all glowing and eager, with the bloodthirsty excitement in their eyes of prey hooked. Great Zhou tyrant Wu Ji, you have massively brutalized clan members, poisoned the people, and are even more despicable and evil. Why don't you cut yourself off as a thank you? In front of the left, a white-robed middle-aged man with a handsome god and intimidating eyes stepped forward a few steps toward the Songlong Palace and drank loudly with a righteous face. Tyrant Wu Ji, killing my Brahma Palace's 3 vice palace masters and 7 protectors. This debt can only be repaid with your head. In front of the right, an ordinary-looking, dry and thin black-clothed young man stepped out. His gaze was like the dark night, not seeing the slightest bit of light.
Tyrant Wu Ji.
Slaughtering millions of our great Shang army, and even openly invading our dynasty's vassal Daki. You deserve to be killed. At the right rear, a gnarled and burly man clad in heavy armor took a few steps forward, followed by a cold shout. Tyrant Wu Ji, how dare you, force Daki to offer my great Han Crown Prince's sweetheart as tribute. We have orders to only borrow your head. At the left rear, another old eunuch with a white beardless face marched out and smiled grimly. Chapter 58. It's hard to tell the difference between a human and a ghost remembering history. National Day of Peace and Well-Being. Way! With Lu Ziheo's deep shout, the 800 trapped front battalions silently held up their shields, instantly pulling out a steel shield wall around them. The 180 Yan-Yun riders also quickly spurred their horses into motion, splitting into 4 cavalry squads, facing the incoming enemy in all directions with a conical arrowhead stance. As for the 200 hunting knights and the East Chamber servants, they retreated back to the near front of the Songlong Palace, protecting the edges. This action is extremely rapid, before and after less than 5 breaths of time to complete, and do not see the slightest confusion and panic. Lu Ziheo straddled the black nightmare horse, a touch of sneer implied in his murderous eyes. After he inherited the skills of that Zhao Yun from the god and demon realm, he possessed a pair of insightful spiritual eyes. Before his spiritual eyes, any charm, illusion, compulsion, bewitchment, and other mesmerizing means or formations were all a joke. And he also has quick insight into ambush traps and enemy weaknesses. As early as half a quarter of an hour ago, he had seen through the other party's illusionary formation and ambush, only pretending not to know. On the other side, seeing the fast and unruly response of the Great Zhou Forbidden Army, many people were a bit surprised. However, not many people cared. The surrounding area had already been set up by them to cut off the spiritual signals, and below them, they had also set up a phantom array to cover up the mid-air scene. Therefore, at least within half an hour, the other side would not have reinforcements. And with that time, they were confident that they could exterminate their targets. At this moment, a lazy woman's voice suddenly came from within the Songlong Palace. Janite, is this palace master going to call you the Brahma Palace Master? Or the Night Fork Clan's second clan elder? Hearing the contents of those words, many of the assassins in the 4 directions were stunned, staring suspiciously and in disbelief at the ordinary-looking black-clothed youth. Oh, I didn't expect the 9 Spectres Palace Master to be there? But you sound like you're in the throes of spring. Aren't you under that little tyrant's body? In the face of a crowd of wary, questioning eyes, instead of showing a hint of panic, Jia Yu spoke out in mockery. With this sentence, many people's attention was distracted, and there was even a fiery look of envy and hatred in their eyes. The Nine Spectres Palace Master Qin Shiyu, that is one of the two beauties of the great show, which man in the world does not long for it. But right now, the thought that Qin Shiyu is most likely being unclothed and being favored by that tyrant of the great show, their whole body is a little bad. It is said that the Night Fork clan is treacherous like a ghost, and now it seems that the name really lives up to its reputation. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's laughter suddenly came out, and not the slightest hint of anger could be heard. To be at the mercy of His Majesty of my dynasty, that is an honor that this palace master could not have asked for. It's just a pity that this palace master's bushy-tailed figure can't yet fit into His Majesty's eyes. As the words fell, Qin Shiyu suddenly changed her tone and sneered. You are all good heavenly prides of the human race, but to think that you would join with the vile Night Fork race and come to plot to assassinate my human race's emperor. Heh, the face of the human race has truly been disgraced by you and others. Hearing Qin Shiyu's relentless step-by-step pressure, the atmosphere in the outer room could not help but become a bit dull. Inside the temple, on the other hand, it's a different story. Does the secretary know what the offense is for lying about military intelligence? Wu Ji encircled Qin Shiyu's thin waist, smilingly staring at Qin Shiyu's constantly fluttering eyelashes. Qin Shiyu's body was tense and her eyes were a bit flustered. Your Majesty, why do you say that? When did I say that the posture of the Secretary of Love could not meet my eyes? Wu Ji reached out his left hand to pinch Qin Shiyu's smooth chin with a playful expression. Since I have never said that, wouldn't the words of the Secretary of Love just now be a misrepresentation of the military situation? Qin Shiyu's body was a little hot, lightly biting her red lips and struggling with her eyes. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. It's good to know your mistakes. Wu Ji laughed, and after releasing his left hand, he slowly crossed along Qin Shiyu's side. Ding! You molested the Nine Spectres Palace Master and Ninth Heavenly Realm 9th level expert Qin Shiyu, triggering the Desolation attribute, Emperor's Might +6. You should also be clear about what the Nine Sepulchre Palace means to me. And as you in control of the Nine Spectres Palace, how can I be assured of you? You're a smart man, and a smart man should know exactly where the path leads. Procrastination is not a good solution to a problem, and it's about time you faced up to that. As the words fell, Wu Ji loosened his hands and allowed Qin Shiyu to jump away from his lap as if he were fleeing. After that, Wu Ji no longer paid any attention to the blushing and tangled-eyed Qin Shiyu and walked to the edge to look out. Jia Knight Palace Master, are you going to give everyone a statement? After a long silence, the gnarled and burly man from the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty finally spoke out, staring at Jia Yu with a gloomy and guarded gaze. General Su, this is obviously the other side's plan to sow discord. How can we believe it? The white-robed middle-aged man from the 100 Sect Alliance Black Underworld Sect Patriarch Lin Wuxie voiced out with a sullen face, clearly not wanting to cause trouble at this juncture. After Lin Wuxie's words fell, the old eunuch from the Great Han Dynasty similarly spoke out leisurely. General Su Li, what Patriarch Lin said is reasonable. The other party is clearly trying to disassociate us and buy time. The most urgent task is to kill the tyrant of Great Zhou immediately. As for the rest, let's wait until afterward. Su Li, however, was unmoved and still stared dead at Jia Yu, because his father had been ordered to infiltrate the islands of the Night Fork clan. But once he had gone, he had never seen his return, nor had he heard anything. It wasn't until 30 years ago, when his father's tragic body drifted to the coastal beaches of the Daki dynasty, that there was a result. Between him and the Night Fork clan, there was a direct blood feud, so he was unwilling to tolerate it. Jia Knight Palace Master, you'd better prove your innocence immediately. If not, we can only leave here. Lin Wuxie and that old eunuch's faces changed slightly, and after scanning around, their faces became even more unsightly. Because after Su Li said this, quite a few of the people behind them also started to become restless. At this moment, after Jia Yang's eyes, which were as dark as the night, stared deeply at Su Li, he suddenly let out a faint smile. It's a good thing that General Su is so cautious. Since General Su has no trust in this palace master, then General Su will personally use his means to verify it. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly before he pulled out a silver scroll without hesitation and handed it over to one of his personal guards on the side. This is the delusion-breaking scroll. Under its effect, any disguise will be invisible. Please also ask the director of the Jia Knight Palace to verify it. And if it proves that the Jia Knight Palace Master is not of the Night Fork race, Mr. Su will sincerely make amends. May. Jia Yu laughed softly and answered, waiting for Su Li's personal guards to arrive close, letting the other party tear the scroll, not moving or flashing. The crowd in the arena couldn't help but hold their breath and watched carefully with wide eyes. Only after the scroll broke, a silver-colored beam of light was projected from it, covering Kaya's entire body. In that instant, the space around Kaya seemed to have silver-colored ripples like water being ruffled. And in the silver ripples, an image was reflected. It was the very face of Kaya, not the least bit different from his own. Upon seeing this scene, a large exhalation instantly rang out in the arena, obviously heaving a huge sigh of relief and letting go of their hearts. Lin Wuxie frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. That old eunuch narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at the expression, it seemed to be somewhat unexpected as well. As for Su Li in the distance, his expression stiffened and his face turned a little red. Inside the Songlong Palace, Wu Ji smiled faintly, his eyes playful. There is some meaning. According to you, how is this? On the side, Qin Shiyu, who had already regained her composure, slightly knitted her eyebrows, and after a slight contemplation, a flash of light flashed in her eyes. The only possibility, in my opinion, is one. That is, this scene in front of them was an illusion that Jia Yu and Su Li had planned long ago. Jia Yu is well aware that the relationship between the Night Fork clan and the Brahma Palace is no longer a secret as far as my Great Zhou Court is concerned. Therefore, they have long anticipated that one of us would shake it off and turn on them today. So, they went the other way and took the initiative to arrange for someone to question and get a fake scroll, so that they could seize the initiative early and thus dispel all suspicions and concerns. The more Qin Shiyu spoke, the more certain she became, and a look of indignation appeared in her eyes. These treacherous nightbloods, they're really cunning enough. Wuji crossed his arms and rubbed his fingers, looking outward with a deep gaze. What you have guessed is quite a bit chic and interesting. If the other side did so, it would indeed be a good move. But as I see it, it should not be such a thing. Qin Shi, you couldn't help but be suspicious. What makes your majesty think otherwise? Besides, if the delusion-breaking scroll is real, how can that Jaya Knight not reveal its true form? After all, there's no mistaking the power of a delusion-breaking scroll. Wu Ji smiled bashfully and pointed at Su Li. That Su Li is the right general of the host guards of the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty, and to be able to hold this position, he must be one of the most trusted generals of the Great Shang Emperor. With a status like his, it was highly unlikely that he would join the Night Fork clan or be controlled by the Night Fork clan. In addition, I have gone through a lot of documents and books in the past 2 months, and I have read a lot of information about the Night Fork clan in this regard. One of them mentioned the person Su Wuji. Su Wuji was Su Li's father, as well as a deputy hallmaster of the Dark Lord Division of the Great Shang Empire. 70 years ago, Su Wuji had been ordered to lead a team of Dark Lord Division elites to lurk and explore the Night Fork clan's land. But this went away but never came back, and not even a bit of news was spread. It wasn't until 30 years ago that Su Wuji's body was found by the sea in the Daki Imperial Dynasty. At that time, the blood and flesh on Su Wuji's torso and limbs were all gone, and above the Mori skeleton, only a head was intact. In the eyes of the world, this was clearly a warning from the Night Fork clan to the human race, warning the human race not to send any more dark spies to infiltrate their clan lands to probe for hidden secrets. Since then, it is also true that countries seldom send out covert spies, as the harvest has always been minimal. These are not in detail. In short, Su Li and the Night Fork clan has a father killed and humiliated the corpse. The depth of this hatred destined Su Li is impossible to bow to the Night Fork clan. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Li to secretly conspire to make a play with Jia Yang. Unless the Night Fork clan has the means to completely wash Su Li's brain and control his sanity, but I have not found any signs of the Night Fork clan having such treasures or means. As Wuji spoke slowly, he thought of that ability of Makuhara's, the death spell. However, the death spell needs to be planted without the opponent's knowledge, and the stronger the target, the shorter the duration. Assuming that what the Night Fork clan's clan chief had mastered after breaking through the Dragon Gate realm was also an ability similar to a death spell, it would be difficult to plant it on Su Li's body. Because Su Li is the 7th level of the Nine Heavens realm, and has been in the battlefield for a long time, the sense of danger is very keen. Chapter 59. You call the Nine Heavens realm a pawn? What your majesty says is quite true. Qin Shiyu nodded her head indistinctly, and afterward frowned in disbelief. But if that is not the case, then what is the matter with what we see before us? Can't it be that Jia Yi is really a human race? That's not right. Luo Huge clearly said that Jia Yi is the second clan elder of the Night Fork clan. Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly as he calmly scanned the surrounding void. The greatest likelihood would come from that Night Fork clan chief who is hidden in the shadows. Qin Shiyu quickly reacted. Her eyes lit up as she said, "Your Majesty is saying that the ability mastered by that Night Fork clan's clan chief, after he broke through the Dragon Gate realm, should be a camouflage-type spell capable of circumventing all types of probes? The cultivators of the world cultivate martial arts. However, there is a special group of people who are able to practice the art path. One of the arts is strange and unpredictable, with very little inheritance. In the first heaven, the art path had even been lost a long time ago. However, if one was able to carry through the heaven and earth cataclysm in the first heaven to advance to the Dragon Gate realm, one could naturally obtain a spell. For example, Makohara's death spell ability is actually a kind of spell. It was rumored that spells were only the lowest order of the art path, and on top of that there were spirit spells, forbidden spells, and so on, and even immortal spells. Regarding these, Qin Shiyu had only seen half words from the ancient books, and did not know much about the specifics. Wu Ji nodded slightly. That should be the case. To be able to conceal the detection of the delusion-breaking scroll, only spells can do that. It was also while the two were talking that the group of assassins in the outer room finally began to strike. Hundreds of giant crossbows were lined up in each direction, and the 10-foot-long crossbows with chilling light were aimed at the shield wall of the Forbidden Guards, as well as the towering Songlong Palace. Looking at the body of the crossbow as well as the complicated patterns on the crossbow bolt, it was clear that these giant crossbows were all pseudo-treasure weapons without a doubt. Except for those who manned the giant crossbows, the rest of the men descended a few feet, shouting and killing with their weapons. Lu Ziheo's eyes were cold, and after exchanging glances with Gao Chong at the back, he held out his spear and bellowed, "Yen Yun riders, kill the enemy." The 180 Yen Yun riders were silent, but the forward movement had already given the answer. The great battle instantly erupted with the sound of killing. Accompanied by the loud sound of crash, the crossbow vectors wrapped in flames sped across several miles and fiercely crashed into the tightly sewn shield wall. In that instant, a dull crash resounded like thunder, sending ripples through the air. But what was unimaginable was that these horrific impacts only made dazzling sparks and caused the shield wall to tremble slightly, but none of the crossbow bolts ever penetrated. Upon discovering this scene, Su Li, who was standing high in the sky at the rear, could not help but have his pupils shrink, a horrified look in his eyes. He had been in battle for a long time, and his eyes were extremely venomous. He could see that the shields of those great Zhou forbidden troops were clearly all pseudo-precious artifacts, and that the entire shield wall had actually formed a hole in a hidden way. His side's crossbow bolt appeared to be shooting at one of the other side's shield wall, but in reality it was shooting at the shield wall as a whole, and its force would be spread out to all the shields as soon as it made contact. Thus, not to mention that they only had 400 pseudo-precious artifact-grade giant crossbows, even if they had thousands of them, it would still be for nothing. According to his deduction, in order to break this 4-square shield wall, it would take at least 4,000 giant crossbows firing at the same time to make it possible. Su Li's heart sank greatly, and he again stared intently towards the dozens of crossbow bolts that were shot towards the flying palace.
Kalala.
Accompanied by a soft sound, those crossbow bolts actually cracked into pieces the moment they touched the light veil of the palace. It was as if it wasn't some light veil, but a terrifying, crushing treasure weapon. But before he could marvel at the strangeness of that palace, a large chorus of screams drew his attention again. As his gaze shifted, upon seeing the situation clearly, Su Li's face suddenly went pale, because the 45 forbidden cavalrymen, who had not originally been placed in his eyes, were currently slaughtering his men and allies indiscriminately. The dual swords were held backwards, easily slitting the neck of an expert during the speedy forward charge. The horse whose eyes and hooves were spewing strange black fire was also like a devil crawling out of hell. But almost none of those who were knocked away by them were able to crawl to the ground again. As the 4 hooves flew, there were even sporadic flames splashing out. Once touched by that fire, the entire person would bizarrely self-immolate, and there was no way to extinguish it. Many people can only be burned to nothingness by that black fire in fear, and there are also individuals smart decisively cut down the parts that were stained, which was spared. But these were not the most horrifying. The most horrifying were still those densely packed, wantonly flying black cicada-winged knifelets circling the crowd. These small knives seemed to fly out from the umbrellas behind those cavalrymen that only had skeletons left, and each umbrella was able to split into hundreds of small knives, which added up to tens of thousands. They were like poisonous bees of the Eighth Order, enveloping all the men and horses, slashing down slices of flesh and blood, even eyes and throats. This is... what kind of bizarre treasure weapon? Their weapons. Is it hard to believe that they are all treasure weapons? Su Li's heart jumped as he watched, and his hands and feet went a little cold. Also, they are surprisingly all 9 Heavens Realm experts, using 189th Heavenly Realm experts as minions, and there are even 18 of them who are in the late 9th Heavenly Realm. At this moment, not only was Su Li panicked, but in the other direction, Jia Yi, Lin Wuxie, and the others were also completely flustered. 180 forbidden pawns whose weapons and armor are all treasure weapons. This is ing crazy. Although they also had 209 Heavens Realm, each of them couldn't even apportion a single pseudo-precious artifact. If this were to allow the other side to kill like this, I'm afraid that these 180 cavalrymen alone would be able to slaughter all of their men. Today, Tyrant Wu Ji must die. With a bellowing cry, Jia Yu then rushed towards the Zonglong Palace with the 4 people beside him. In the other 3 directions, Lin Wuxie, the old eunuch of the Great Han Dynasty, and Su Li each moved quickly with a few people beside them as well. But just as Jia Yu was halfway through his charge, a lurid spear suddenly leaped to him. With a wave of his large sleeve, Kai broke the spear aura, but he himself was shaken back several steps. You and others and go first, Jai commanded in a cold voice, while his gaze was dead set on Lu Zihao, who had blocked the way. Those 4 people bowed their heads slightly, then darted around the path from both sides, and Lu Zihao did not stop them. Great week. It's getting really elusive. Looking at Lu Zihao, who had an astonishing aura across the street and was like a long spear, Jia Yu leisurely uttered a voice, and his eyes, which were like the dark night, began to change like 2 swirling black holes. This palace master can sense that you are very strong enough to suppress 99% of the 9 Heavens Realm Extreme Realm experts in the world. But you should never, ever, stop this palace master's path. Oh, yeah. Lu Zihao sneered, a mocking look on his face. Inside, however, he was quite wary, as the other man also gave him a not-so-weak sense of threat. And the source of that threat was none other than Kaya's eyes. On the other hand, when Lin Wuxie and the others converged with the 4 men under Jia Yu and arrived near the Zonglong Palace, 5 strange beast chants suddenly rang out. After that, they saw the 5 black augurs that had always been peaceful and quiet suddenly open their eyes, revealing their hideous fangs to stare at Lin Wuxie and the others who were more than 10 feet away. Feeling the majestic and astonishing aura coming at him, Lin Wuxie's face instantly became incomparably ugly. He had never expected that these 5 black scaly puppets that originally only had an aura of the early 9 Heavens Realm were actually all at the extreme 9 Heavens Realm. Moreover, on the backs of these 5 black augurs, there was also a golden armored guard standing on each of them. They, likewise, are in this realm. Originally, the 9 of them were the deadliest killers against Tyrant Wu Ji, but right now they might not even pass the barrier in front of them. At the back of the Zonglong Palace, Qin Shirui, Gao Chong, as well as the experts from the Night Hunting Division and the East Chamber, also blocked the front path of Su Li, the old eunuch of Dahan, and the others. Feeling Qin Shiruyu's as well as Gao Chang's astonishing aura, Su Li's face twitched and he only felt his mouth become slightly bitter. These 2 were clearly both at the 9th level of the 9 Heavens Realm, and the strongest on their side was only that dead eunuch from Dahan. In this situation, even if they used their underhanded cards, they most likely wouldn't be able to kill their way through However, while they were a little nervous, they were in no hurry. This was because, in their opinion, since the strongest few people in Great Zhou had been scattered, the true killer on the front path would not be blocked by much strength. But just at this moment, within the Zonglong Palace, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Except for Lin Wuxie and Su Li, for the rest, no one will be left behind. By the Emperor's will. Flagellation sounds rang out from everywhere, after which the great battle instantly entered a climax, with violent fluctuations sweeping across the entire sky. And the sunken battalion also withdrew their shield wall, scattering towards the 4 directions to step into the air and kill. Because those manning the giant crossbows had already been killed by the Yen Yun riders, there was no longer a need for them to maintain a defensive stance. Blood dyed the sky red, screams echoed in all directions, and even more corpses kept falling, smashing through the illusionary formation below and falling to pieces after touching the ground. A well-prepared ambush devolves into a role-swapping bloodbath. But right at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly appeared from even higher up, and then thunder heavenly descent raged towards the top of the Zonglong Palace and smashed down. As this fluctuation appeared, the surrounding air and dust seemed to be imprisoned, and the people in the arena sweated even more, as if mortals were being stared at by ferocious tigers. The strength of this fluctuating aura was so strong that it almost made one's heart despair. But in the next instant, this feeling quickly disappeared, and even the terrifying fluctuations were annihilated into nothingness, never to be seen again. The change came and went so quickly, not even half a breath of work before and after, that many people thought they were hallucinating. However, upon realizing that there were 6 more figures in the sky above the Zonglong Palace, the speculation about the illusion instantly disappeared. Among these 6 people, the one in the middle was a mysterious man wearing a bucket hat and a gray silkworm coat. Instead, the 5 people blocking the mysterious man's head, as well as the surrounding area, were 5 golden armored guards wearing light golden armor and golden wisp cloaks. Obviously, these 5 golden armored guards were the same identity as the 5 people from earlier when, "Old man, you finally appeared. You really made me wait." A light laughter suddenly sounded, followed by the appearance of Wu Ji's figure on the roof ridge of the exterior of the Zonglong Palace. And on either side of Wu Ji, 2 more golden guards loomed noiselessly. Chapter 60. What's the harm in chopping up the sky and burying the earth? Dragon Gate Realm 5. The silkworm-robed mysterious man slowly uttered a voice with an old timbre, then looked around and shook his head again. No, it should be 12. It seems that the old meager guess was right, Great Zhou Emperor. You do have a great hidden secret in your body. Saying that, a bizarre gaze unexpectedly pierced through the barrier of the black veil of the cloak and stared at Wu Ji like a lamp wick. Just how did you know that the old man would come? Seeing that the other party is not afraid although shocked, Wu Ji slightly raised his eyebrows and smiled with a negative hand. Night Fork Clan Chief Luobluff, rumor has it that you have advanced to the Dragon Gate realm, and now it seems that the rumors are not false. As for how I could know you'd come, do I need to guess? In the Battle of the Black Dragon Ridge, your Night Fork clan sent out 5 Nine Heavens Realm 9s, but in the end, only one of them managed to escape. You, Luo Bluff, are at least the patriarch of the Night Fork clan, so you can naturally project some of my Great Zhou's depths from it. I don't think you can rest assured if you rely on these losers alone. Since that's the case, it's naturally nothing unusual for you to personally appear to press the issue. Luo Bluff was slightly silent, and in the next instant he actually shook his body, shattering the cloak on his head. On a face as old as the intertwined roots of a tree was a frighteningly large mouth with corners that extended to the edges of the cheeks. The sharp, dense teeth in his mouth looked like sharks, and the yellowish hue added to the disgust. The real ooze, though, was the 2 slowly rotating green eyes on the top of his head and chin. Tyrant Wu Ji, it seems that the old man's prediction of you was still too low. Originally, I thought that you were the most difficult emperor to speculate on among the dynasties in the eastern part of the continent, but right now, I'm afraid that there is no emperor in this entire first heaven that can compare to you. With that, a cracked and intertwined ancient round platform suddenly appeared under Luo Bluff's feet. It's just a pity that you're so overconfident that you're thinking of using yourself as bait. It's fine. I'll get rid of you today and get rid of an unpredictable enemy. As the words fell, a circle of gray fluorescence suddenly swirled around the bushel-sized circular platform. At the same time, Luo Bluff's aura suddenly soared. Peak 2nd level of the Dragon Gate realm? Wu Ji's eyes narrowed, but his focus was on the round platform at Luo Bluff's feet. This thing, could it be that it's also a sacred relic of the Nightblood clan similar to the Garuda idol? However, looking at that dilapidated state, it's quite a bit more miserable than the original Garuda idol. Thinking of this, Wu Ji suddenly had a change of heart. The association of the holy relics of the 2 clans, as well as the name Brahma Palace, however, reminded him of the legend of the 8 tribes. The 8 sectors, also known as the 8 celestial dragons and the 8 sectors of Brahma. And the Night Fork tribe as well as the Garuda tribe are among the 8 tribes. This, coupled with the fact that the Night Fork clan uses Brahma as the name of the dark palace that stirs up the various forces of the human race, vaguely suggests a mutual connection. At that thought, Wu Ji's eyes suddenly flamed quite a bit. Since the Garuda idol had those uncommon abilities, what about this round platform under Luo Bluff's feet that was suspected to be a holy relic of the Night Fork clan? If it is taken down and restored, then there's no need to waste time. Go all out and settle the fight as soon as possible. As this cold cry from Wu Ji rang out, the battle instantly became quite a bit more intense. Up in the air, Luo Bluff had thought of quickly decapitating the 5 golden guards, but when they actually exchanged hands, he realized that the other party was actually all at the second level of the Dragon Gate realm, not the first level as he had guessed. Although his strength was a bit higher, and he had the power of the round platform to help him, he could only passively parry under the attack of the 5 golden guards. In front, the other 5 golden guards who had let go of their strength obliterated their opponents in an instant and captured Lin Wuxie with serious injuries. After sealing off Lin Wuxie, the 5 golden guards scurried up to the top of the battlefield, wanting to quickly decimate Luo Bluff. At the back, Gao Chong slashed the jade belt in the old eunuch's hand with a heavy chop, and then directly took the latter's head on the spot. On the side, Qin Shi also took advantage of Su Li's empty moment when he was glaring at Luo Bluff with hatred to break Su Li's treasure artifact heavy shield, capturing and sealing the latter in one fell swoop. As for the Forbidden Army's stranglehold on the assassins group, it had also come to an end, and more than 300 people had been separated to land and clean up the seriously wounded and dying living. In the last direction, as 2 black awns shot out from the eyes of Kaya Knight, Lu Ziheo's body suddenly froze in place, his eyes in a daze. It was as if the whole person had suddenly gone out of his soul, so much so that the lance gripped tightly in his hand also slid diagonally down from his palm towards the back. Kaya quickly lunged forward, a cruel smile on her lips. He had previously been attacking Lu Ziheo's spirit god only with his dark pupil stabbing god ability, without using his most powerful mystic god ability. For this moment, the black blade broke through the air and appeared at the center of Lu Ziheo's brow with unimaginable speed. But just as Kaya was about to stab down hard, she suddenly felt a pain in her heart. At the same time, his right wrist, which was holding the sharp blade, was also firmly grasped by a large hand, making it difficult to advance the slightest bit. Looking down at the barrel of the gun that had penetrated his left chest at some unknown time, Kaya's mind was in a daze. When he raised his head again, what he saw was Lu Ziheo's mocking eyes. To use the means of confusing the gods on this general, "Hey, you're really stupid," Lu Ziheo snorted, then turned his vertical palm into a blade and directly cut off Jia Yu's neck in his unresisting state. Kaya's pained eyes were filled with daze and confusion. What did the other man's words mean? It's just a shame that he'll never get an answer to this query. As Kaya's aura completely disappeared, its corpse suddenly changed. Only a pair of black fleshy wings suddenly stuck out from the back of Kaya's corpse, and his face twisted a bit, turning into the typical image of the Nightbloods. Lu Ziheo let out a cold smile, then carried Jia Yu's corpse upside down towards the distant Songlong Palace. And in the sky above the Songlong Palace, with the 10 golden guards joining hands to attack fiercely, Luo Bluff's body had already added many light and heavy wounds, and the round platform under Luo Bluff's feet was also shaking lightly, and it seemed that it would soon be detached from the fight. "Great Zhou Emperor! Stop the war! Stop the war!" Luo Bluff's bizarre green eyes flashed violently. His face was pale, and he kept calling out loudly, "Heh! At the expense of you being a clan leader, you can say such whimsical things?" Wu Ji snorted lightly and responded with a sneer. "Junior Wu Ji, you must not force me. If you really want to go to the extreme, this patriarch will die today, but you too will die." Luo Bluff roared angrily, feeling the constant erosion of the sharp blade intent within his body, his old face turning green and white in a hurry. Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he violently sent out a command between his thoughts. "Go quickly. Set up the 12 earthly branches formation and suppress it immediately." The psychic Ziyu Erwei did not hesitate and appeared in the sky with only a blink. The other 10 golden guards also instantly changed their positions, hooking up with the 2 Ugui guards that swept in. In that instant, the 12 golden guards' auras rose, and their raging killing machines directly severed Luo Bluff's connection with that circular platform. Luo Bluff instantly changed his face and violently cut off his left arm and threw it on the round table, while his divine mind induced the blood on the round table to quickly smear it, as if he wanted to outline something. However, the 12 golden guards did not give him a chance, slashing out 12 sharp and piercing blade intent on the spot. Boom! A loud bang violently exploded in the high altitude, and a horrible fluctuation centered on the round platform, like a heavy explosive bomb sweeping towards the surroundings. Gao Chong and Qin Shi, who had already arrived at Wu Ji's side, couldn't help but turn pale and hurriedly blocked in front. Fortunately, that terrifying fluctuation was mostly dissipated as it passed through the 12 golden guards' grand formation, and did not affect the bottom too much. When the dust settled, the somewhat miserable 12 golden guards slowly descended, with one of the Ziwei carrying a tattered and dying body in his hands. and the ugly guards clutched a few pieces of gravel in their hands. The 12 golden guards in front of him were obviously much more downtrodden compared to before. Almost every gold guard had a break in their torso, some had a small half of their chest armor shattered, some were missing a small piece of their waist, and one was directly missing a left arm. Wu Ji's face was indifferent, unable to tell if he was happy or angry, but there was a smudge of fire pressed under his eyes. Obviously, Luo Bluff, this ghost nightshade, had already blown himself up on the circular platform, which undoubtedly put paid to his thoughts of seizing the spoils of war. Old thing, you're ruthless enough. You're even willing to blow yourself up with a racial holy relic. Wu Ji sank his face, hemmed and hawed and sneered and scolded, while carefully observing Luo Bluff's change in expression, wanting to ascertain whether or not that round table was a holy relic of the Night Fork clan. It was a pity that Luo Bluff had not shown any mood swings since the beginning, making it impossible for him to judge. Ahem. It's a shame I couldn't get you, little thing. Luo Bluff was already dying at this point, coughing up blood and mumbling. His voice slurred. Fortunately, the strength of the people in the arena were not bad, which made it possible to hear them clearly. But it's okay. Before too long you'll be coming to hell to keep this matriarch company. Heh. Wu Ji's brows wrinkled, unable to determine whether the other party was bluffing, or if they really had some kind of sneaky trick up their sleeve. Oh? Is that so? I'm not sure if I'll die or not. However, I at least know one thing, your Night Fork clan will be completely removed from the scene before too long. Of course, don't worry, I won't let them die too dryly. I will let them carry the noble idea of dedication to the great cause of the Night Fork clan, and use their blood and bones to lay the foundation and pave the way for my hegemony. Wow! That's pretty funny tight when you think about it. Hearing this, Luo Bluff's body violently trembled dramatically, and he raised his head with a furious roar as if it was a flashback. Despicable human race. If you dare to exterminate my clan, the billions and billions of heroic souls of my Night Fork clan will surely kill out of hell and drag you into the endless abyss to suffer all kinds of torture. That's a good ambition. Then I will wait and wait for the demons and monsters to kill their way out of hell. Wu Ji sneered, then turned around and waved his hand. Luo Bluff instantly panicked and roared in a dismal and urgent manner. Wu Ji, you must not. If you dare to destroy my Night Fork clan, the other 7 tribes of Borneo will spare no effort to turn your great Zhou into flying ashes. Slaughter the human race for tens of thousands of miles. Luo Bluff, you've got a good name, you're quite good at bluffing, aren't you? However, even if what you say is true, the Night Fork clan will never be able to escape the great calamity. Ancient blood feuds must be liquidated. Not only the Night Fork race, but those races that once wantonly victimized the human race and fed on them. I, for one, will not spare any of them. Not to mention just the 8 Brahma tribes. Even if all the races came to hunt, what could they do? If the sky is full of human souls, I will chop it up. If this land is filled with the wailing of the human race, I will bury this land. Wu Ji's appalling cold drink of murderous intent was still echoing in midair, but Luo Bluff could no longer recall it, because his spirit god had been completely strangled. Chapter 61, The 2 Beauties of Dazi enter the imperial capital shelved in the early hours of the morning. Great Zhou imperial capital Wuwei. Today's Wuwei city was extraordinarily bustling, especially the main street along the East City Gate, and the buildings on both sides of it were packed with people. Even the wide plain outside the East City Gate was crowded with 100,000 or so people. Even if the sun was scorching, even if the soldiers and magistrates maintaining order coldly drank from time to time, it did not affect their high spirits at all. The reason for this was because today was a good day for the Dazi twins to enter the imperial capital. Ever since the news of Daki's surrendering to pay tribute came out some time ago, the people of the 2 dynasties were in an uproar, and the intensity of the attention, instead of decreasing with the passage of time, grew higher and higher. The difference was that the people of the Daki imperial dynasty were as if they had lost their koans, were grief-stricken, and were mortified to the core. The people of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, on the other hand, were in high spirits and boiling with joy. Dang Daki Empress, the mother of a country, was even treated as tribute to serve that great Zhou tyrant, which I do not know how many Daki people chilled their hearts. What is even more unbelievable is that even that most beautiful princess, the Empress's own daughter, has to be given away together, so that the mother and daughter flowers of unmatched voluptuousness can jointly undertake the favor of the tyrant of Great Zhou. Such a move is unheard of and ruinous. So much so, that the Daki folks' chants and curses against Wu Ji were surprisingly far lower than the invective against Daki Emperor Qi Zifeng. As an emperor of a country, for the sake of his throne and rule, He even bent the knee to give away his own empress and daughter. How else can such an emperor convince them? How could they expect to guard them with such an emperor? In these days, some people in Daki have been making joint appeals, and some people have even sobbed and kowtowed to their deaths, wanting to make Qi Zifeng withdraw his order. However, instead of adopting it, Qi Zifeng, the emperor of Daki, killed a number of people and ordered the rest to be thrown into prison. To this day, the Daki dynasty, with only the center, east, and north realms remaining, is dead silent, devoid of vigor and fighting spirit. Even the Daki volunteers who were originally active in the western and southern borders to resist the rule of the Great Zhou gradually disappeared, and even directly stepped out of the mountains to offer their surrender to the Great Zhou. But these are nothing to the people of Great Zhou. On the contrary, in their view, it is still a matter of extreme pride. The Daki imperial dynasty dared to wield its troops to invade the Great Perimeter Pass, so it should be prepared to bear the punishment. And having the Daki imperial dynasty offer its empress and princess as tribute was even more enjoyable for them. The people of Great Zhou had begun to get used to their own emperor's lustful nature. Compared to the emperor's civil and military achievements, and compared to the great changes that the emperor had brought to the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, the item of lust for color was nothing at all in their eyes. After all, which emperor in this world did not have 3 palaces and concubines? The reason why they had to gather and wait today was naturally because they wanted to witness the elegance of the Dazi twin beauties with their own eyes. They wanted to see what the 2 stunning beauties who were rumored to be unmatched in terms of their voluptuousness actually looked like. They also wanted to see just how different a queen and princess were from them. On the official road 10 miles east of the East City Gate, thousands of forbidden troops were scattered on both sides, towering in silence. And at the very front, there were dozens of other cavalrymen standing still with their faces to the east. Of these, 3 are again the most forwardly positioned. That said, that Daqi emperor is also really tolerant, and he can even agree to such conditions? Yang Yang swept his eyes at the duo on the side and laughed lightly. It's not unusual. One way is the destruction of the country and death of the body, and the other way is the survival of the country and the safety of the body, even though it will bear the curse. But anyone who is selfish and self-interested will ultimately choose the latter. Gao Chong spoke out blandly, his face expressionless. Yang Yang laughed dryly and looked at Lu Wenshu, who had been promoted to Minister of Rights on the other side. Lu Wenshu shook his head and sighed softly with emotion. If you ask Lu, the rarest is still Su Xiang. At first, after hearing those few strategies from Minister Su, I firmly believed that the center strategy should be the top strategy. At the time, Lu could never figure out why the one chosen by His Majesty was the superior strategy. But now Lu gets it. In fact, Su Xiang's most ruthless move was to get Daqi to give up the Yen Queen and the princess. Daki, this dedication, on the surface is the Yen Queen mother and daughter, but in fact the dedication, but the backbone of Daki. If the backbone of the country is broken, not only will people's hearts be disorganized and their will to fight be greatly lost, but also the resistance encountered by our dynasty will be minimal after we capture it in the future. Unless Daki can turn humiliation into grief and recast its spine in a stunning victory. But Daki obviously won't have that chance. Gao Chong was slightly silent, and then made a comment with sparing words. The name Trickster Phase lives up to its name. Lu Wenshu guffawed and was about to say something else when a team suddenly appeared in the distance. Here it comes. Once the 3,000 Imperial Forestry cavalrymen had completed their escort mission, they turned north, intending to enter the city through the northern city gate. The main force of the Imperial Forest Army had already taken the lead in returning. They were specifically left behind to escort the troops of the Dazi Twin Beauties to the imperial capital in the name of escort. Seeing a 4-horse-drawn carriage appear in sight, the surrounding crowd of onlookers who had been waiting for a long time instantly became lively. Crowds of people have patted their toes and stretched their necks to look excitedly, and the sound of discussion and playfulness is endless. As for flying up to watch, no one dared to do so. Whoever dares to fly around on such an occasion will definitely be shot by a random arrow. TSK. This is really shabby. The Empress and Princess of Daki are accompanied by less than 10 palace maids. It's quite shabby. That Daki Emperor is also really stingy. I don't think it's that Daki Emperor who is stingy, but he's afraid that sending out more people will displease His Majesty in our dynasty, right? That's possible. Heaven! That carriage has no solid walls, but only a light veil to cover the 4 directions. Blessed are the eyes. What an eyeful! Snort! What's the excitement? That's a green rosette. Can't see much. That's better than not being able to see anything, right? At least you can see a vague outline. That's it. Don't pay any attention to him. It's coming over soon. Take a good look. Imperial Palace. Ding. You coerced the Emperor of Daki to offer his own empress, the #1 showgirl Empress Luo Qingqing, to serve him in the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, Emperor's Might +30. Ding. You coerced the Emperor of Daki to offer his most outstanding princess, the stunningly beautiful Princess Su, to serve him in the palace, triggering the attribute of desolation, Emperor's Might +32. Upon hearing the system's beep, Wu Ji did not care at first, as he was well aware of the timing of these two people's arrival. But after a single turn of thought, it was an instantaneous freeze, frowning as he reread the message. After confirming that what he had heard was correct with reality, Wu Ji's eyes slowly narrowed. To say that this Luo Qingqing was able to contribute 30 points of Emperor's Might, he wasn't surprised at all. It was because Luo Qingqing was the first Yanhou of the Eastern dynasties with a far-reaching reputation for voluptuousness, and regardless of her status and position or influence, she could afford the 30 points. But what about Qi Zaishi? How come she still has 2 more points than Luo Qingqing? If you follow common sense, this is simply not possible. Because the reason why Qi Zaishi could be collectively known as the Daki twin beauties with her mother was because of her mother's light, plus the reputation of being a stunningly beautiful princess. If we really talk about delicacy, it's a lot worse than Luo Qingqing. At the very least, Luo Qingqing had that flavor she didn't have. What's more, her status and influence was much worse than Luo Qingqing. In this situation, Qi Zaishi was considered very good to be able to contribute 20 points of Emperor's Might, so how could there be so many? Wu Ji acutely realized that something was wrong and immediately let out a deep cry. Come on, man! The old slave is here. Outside the open door of the hall, Su Shiu's figure flashed in, respectfully bowing his head in anticipation. At the corner of the corridor outside the hall, Mu Qingyan was carrying a square plate with a pot of soup on it that was steaming. Her face was a little tangled, as if she was in a quandary over something. Just as she gritted her teeth and made up her mind to walk out from the corner, she happened to see Su Shiu enter the hall. Mu Qingyan, who was about to call out to Su Shiu, couldn't help but feel depressed for a while and could only softly approach. Gather the power of the East Chamber, the Night Hunting Division, and the Palace of the 9 Spectres, and before nightfall, give me a clean and clear investigation of Qi Zaishi's background. Listening to Wu Ji's orders that implied a murderous aura, Su Shiu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. It was too late to ponder whether His Majesty had received any news. Su Shiu responded with a voice without hesitation. Yes, don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely investigate Qi Zaishi's and Luo Qingqing's past and recent movements clearly. In response to Su Shiu's expansion from point to point, Wu Ji did not give a clear response, but only calmly waved his hand. Yes, the old slave retires. Outside the hall, after waiting for Su Shiu to come out, Mu Qingyan fixed her mind and carefully stepped into the hall with the square plate. Your Majesty, my concubine has boiled a pot of nourishing spirit and replenishing qi soup for you. Well, and leave it for now. Wu Ji responded in a faint voice, not looking up. Seeing the palace maid receive the spirit soup to start testing, and by the eunuch to taste, Mu Qingyan did not care, this is the rule. After a roll of her eyes, Mu Qingyan curtsied. Yes, Your Majesty, take care of your rest. My concubine will leave first. Waiting for Mu Qingyan to leave, Wu Ji slowly raised his head, his eyes somewhat surprised. He clearly sensed that Mu Qingyan had something to say, so how did she not say anything in the end? After thinking about it to no avail, Wu Ji shook his head and stopped thinking about it, putting his attention back on the system panel. Yesterday's massive assassination had brought him a total of 220 points of Emperor's Might. Of this, Luo Bluff alone contributed close to half. Together with the previously remaining Emperor's Might and the proceeds of the past few days, as well as the 62 points that the party had just credited, it gave him more chances for the lottery again. Dewey System. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level. First level of the 9 Heavens realm. Dewey, 45. Curiosities. 12 Golden Men, Mountain and Sea Mirror, Martial Emperor's Sword, Songlong Palace. Current number of draws available. 3. Just as Wu Ji was preparing to draw the prize, Qin Shiyu's figure suddenly swept in from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the Grand Clan Elder of the Night Fork Clan, has bitten the hook. Oh! Wu Ji's eyes flashed, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the total number of the Night Fork Clan was only a few tens of millions, all the Night Forks that were in the young and strong stage had a minimum strength of 3 habitats. and perennial fighting with sea beasts, internal ruthless fighting, practical combat experience is very rich. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're universal. Coupled with the fact that the Night Fork clan had been inherited on that island for over 10,000 years, there were quite a number of horrifyingly murderous formations, sharp weapons, and the like hidden within it. As a result, Wuji never thought of sending someone directly there to stage an assassination. I'll give you 2 guards to be on the safe side. After your success, assist Luo Hegi in completing the complete control of the Night Fork clan's top echelons as soon as possible. By the Emperor's will. Testimonials and updates. It goes up at midnight tomorrow and should open around 0:10, so I'll upload 2 chapters first then, with the 3rd and 4th chapters at the same time. After that, 4 chapters 12,000 words will be updated every day at midnight, 12 o'clock, 6 p.m., and 8 p.m. Large quantity to fill up, see which ones still say short and small, For shifts is the limit, maybe 2 if something comes up occasionally. Misery is not called for, but the pressure is really high or else you wouldn't dare to fight so hard. I hope you can support it with a full subscription if you can, and then take care of it if you have a monthly subscription. As for the friends who read the pirated version, I also hope to come to QQ Reading to give a first booking, more than 10 cents kind of support. First orders matter. Matter. So I hope that no matter genuine or pirated friends, they can subscribe to the first chapter in the early morning to give the author a boost so that the author can code harder so that everyone can read and enjoy. Thank you to the editor-in-chief, Shanghai, for his guidance and encouragement, and thank you to all those who have supported this book, and to those who have been quietly watching and supporting it since the previous books. Manual hug. I hope this book will be fun and bring a little mental comfort to your busy life. Finally, another request for a 15-cent initial subscription. Appreciated. Chapter 62, The Struggling Luo Qingqing. It's near dusk in the dumping hall. With a flash of light, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the dressing mirror. This woman looks at the face, seems to be only 30 or so years old. The skin is tender and smooth. The features are delicate and elegant, like a special thing out of the painting. Her Danfeng eyes were like 2 koi carp, her high nose was like agate, and her moderately thick and thin red lips were full of seductive flavor, like charming cherries. Underneath the white neck was a noble pale gold phoenix dress. The neckline of the phoenix dress was slightly open, revealing well-proportioned collarbones and a slight silver bustle. Although she sat quietly on the round stool without moving a bit, she also displayed her concave and convex, plump and seductive proud body to the fullest. What was especially noticeable was the honorable and dignified manner that she unintentionally exuded. Such a woman can be described as delicate and unrivaled. When the combination of beautiful face, proud body, mature charm, and the unique dignity and majesty, it is synonymous with magnificent and incomparable. That kind of elegance, even let the showy court ladies in the temple are ashamed of themselves, but also steadily over the side of another woman's light. Unfortunately, the woman's eyes were rather empty and her expression rather numb. She was like a puppet on strings, letting the palace maid wipe the water droplets left after her bath, help her arrange her hair bun, and lightly apply light powder, without any reaction during the process. The dull, depressing atmosphere lasted for a long time, until the grooming was completed. The palace maid exited, and only 2 figures remained in the hall. A long sigh resounded softly. "Hey, do you hate it?" Chitsaishi, who was dressed in a big red dress, slowly turned her head and looked towards Luo Qingqing, who happened to be illuminated by a touch of the setting sun on her left cheek and appeared to be a little bit disoriented, with a complex expression and bitter eyes. "Mother, sheer. I don't know." "Yeah, don't know." Luo Qingqing murmured and stared blankly at the woman in the mirror, who seemed to have never been so exquisite. "I don't know. Should I hate that tyrant Wu Ji? Or the emperor? Or maybe it should all be hated. Hateful? And for what purpose?" The woman in the mirror murmured just as softly, a look of pain suddenly flashing across her face, pain that burned from her heart. If she could, she really wanted to kill herself on the spot, or perhaps assassinate the tyrant Wu Ji to avenge her father's death. But she didn't dare to, because her little royal son, who was only 3 years old, could die at any moment because of her impulses. He was unable to avenge his father's death, and he had to serve his father's murderer with his own daughter. In the past few days, every time she thought of this, Luo Qingqing's heart and veins were aching. And now, seeing that mortifying, desperate time was coming, Luo Qingqing didn't even know how she was going to set her mind. nor did she know if she could actually withstand that tremendous psychological pressure. It was also at this moment that Qi Caixin's voice suddenly sounded again. Only, the tone of the voice as well as the content of the words made the already confused Luo Qingcheng even more confused. Mother. Sheer doesn't want to do this anymore. Somewhat stiffly turning her head sideways, Luo Qingcheng stared at Qi Caixin, who suddenly seemed to have become much more decisive, her eyes confused and bewildered. You, mother. Heir doesn't want to be this weak anymore. Qi Caixin let out a low cry, and a ruthlessness was in her gaze. Sheer no longer wants to be pushed around like cargo. Sheer wants to control her own destiny, and control over destiny comes from power. From power. But Sheer knew clearly that the best and fastest way for a woman to be in power was through a man. The current Great Zhou imperial dynasty was a tiger with sharp fangs, and it was powerful enough to intimidate the neighboring countries. Heir decided that Heir would try her best to please the Great Zhou emperor and conquer his heart on his dragon bed. As long as we take him, we'll have whatever we want in the future. Luo Qingqing's empty and misty eyes finally regained some focus, but what came through was horror, as well as disbelief. Sheer, how can you? He, but the executioner who killed your grandfather, is the enemy of you and my mother and daughter. Mother, it wasn't the Great Zhou emperor who killed grandfather. It was the army under his command. Qi Caixin suddenly got up and came close to Luo Qingqing with a low growl. What's more, when two armies fight, where are the people who don't die? Since Grandpa went to war, I think he had long been prepared to face death. If we have to seek revenge like this, how much hatred must there be in the world? The Queen Mother is always thinking of Grandpa's blood feud. But what about the millions of Qi soldiers who died? What about their blood feud? And those great Zhou soldiers and generals who were killed by my Daki army? How will their revenge be settled? You rebellious daughter. Luo Qingqing's eyes stared blankly, stretching her finger tremblingly and pointing at Qi Caixin. Her mind was even more messed up. Nonsense, just nonsense. Under the chaos of anger, Luo Qingqing could no longer hold back and violently slapped Qi Caixin's cheek, making a clear slap sound. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Caixin was not the least bit annoyed. Instead, she even mockingly glanced at the exasperated Luo Qingqing. Touching her somewhat bruised cheeks, Qi Caixin slowly took a few steps back. Mother, man is not for himself. What's more, if you want revenge, you must at least have that strength, right? If he could really hook the soul of the Great Zhou Emperor, it might not be impossible to kill those imperial guards, and he wouldn't even have to dip his own blood. Even after giving birth to an emperor's son, it would not be wrong to get the Great Zhou Emperor killed and hang the curtain. There is also that pretense of righteousness of the royal master, that is, he will make him a beggar, married to the barren beast mother ape, but also just a matter of thought. The words, Sheer has already made them clear enough. I hope that the Mother Empress can realize it. In that case, it would be much easier for Sheer and Mother to join forces and try to ensnare the soul of the Great Zhou Emperor. After all, the Mother's advantage is too great, plus the lure of mother and daughter together. There's no fear of not being able to take him. Luo Qingqing instantly froze on the stool, staring at the familiar and unfamiliar Qi Caixin in front of her, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Because the impact of Qi Caixin's words on her was just too great. Sunset is hidden and night is beginning to fill the air. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open slowly, and a consort wearing a light red palace dress with some heroic spirit walked in first. Behind them, there were also 7 or 8 palace maids following closely behind. The mother and daughter, who were far apart in the temple, were startled in unison, and when they saw the attire of the visitor, they frowned slightly, but still stood up. Tisk tsk. No wonder it can be called the first Yanhou with this body and skin. It really looks like a fox-charming girl. Mu Qingyan swept a glance at the two of them, after which she stared at Luo Qingcheng for a long time, and then suddenly spread her face and let out a light laugh. Luo Qingcheng's heart only felt a good burst of absurdity. She hadn't even sat here for half a day, but someone came to fight over jealousy? She didn't know how many bright struggles she had experienced in the Daki harem, and she wasn't afraid of these things. It's just that she really doesn't have the heart for it at the moment. At that moment, he slightly lowered his head and spoke out without being humble. I wonder what the Honorable Hall is here for? Not knowing the other party's identity or rank, he could only address them as such. Huh? You've got some sense. Mu Qingyan let out a light eep, then waved her hand. That's just it. This palace is just curious and came by to see the first Yanhai. Yeah. Also brought you some spirit fruit snacks by the way, so pat out if you're hungry. After saying that, Mu Qingyan let the person put down the food box she was carrying, and then she turned around very sharply to leave. Seeing that Mu Qingyan was so dashing and dry, Luo Qingcheng was confused. So how is this going? Sweeping the food box on the table, and then with the corner of her eye, she swept down Cheat Saishi, who had already sat back on the inside. Luo Qingcheng let out a dark sigh with an incomparably complicated heart, and also sat back on the round stool. This series of changes really broke her down a bit. Perhaps it was time for her to give some thought to those words of haze. The Hall of Diligence. Wuji stared down at the heads of the two pairs of ears, his eyes somewhat disgruntled. So, other than the personal palace made of Cheat Saishi who died 3 months ago, there are no more discoveries of note? Meng Ong and Zhuo slightly lowered their heads, looking a little nervous. Back to your majesty, indeed. 3 months ago, Cheat Saishi had slipped out of the palace with 4 palace maids. There was nothing wrong with their trajectory all the way, and the only thing that was a little strange was that Cheat Saishi was angry for some reason and personally killed the palace maid. In response, the other 3 courtesans had also been feeling strange, but they didn't dare to squeak. I've had my dark spies comb back and forth several times, and I've only found that there's something odd about this. Monin responded in a low voice, slightly embarrassed. At this moment, Zhuo suddenly looked puzzled and touched out a communication token. Your Majesty, Palace Master Qin has sent word that Luo Hongo has discovered many confidential remains in the secret chamber of the Night Fork clan chief. One of the articles mentioned that a year ago, the Nightwing Nightwoman began to go into lurking mode. 3 months ago, the Night Maiden officially began implementing the secret Generation Han policy. Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured softly, Night Woman. Meng Ong thought that Wu Ji did not know the origin of the Night Maiden, and hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, the Night Maiden is an existence similar to the Sacred Maiden of the clan in the Night Fork clan. However, the Night Maiden could be extremely stronger than the Sect Holy Maiden, and the process of competing for the quota was quite bloody. According to the records, the Night Maiden needs to start a sea election from 10,000 female Night Maidens, and finally choose 1,000 of them to enter the next round. In addition to this very first sea selection, the subsequent selection is like raising a parasite. Those who are selected live and those who are not selected die until the last person is decided. In addition, the duration of the Night Maiden selection takes 20 years at the very least. In the process, they need to acquire a variety of skills, most of which are relevant to human life. Therefore, this Night Maiden that ultimately survives is bound to be an existence that is the most outstanding, has amazing means, and is extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing Wu Ji nodding slightly, Meng Ong let out a sigh of relief and followed with another voice. Since the Night Fork clan's hidden message mentioned that the Night Maiden was carrying out the Generation Han strategy, it means that the Night Maiden's target is definitely the Great Han Imperial Dynasty, without a doubt. After all, the only one that was worthy of letting the Night Maiden personally take action and had the word Han in its name was the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. As for the word Dai, I'll take a wild guess that it should mean substitute. I think that the Night Fork clan's plan is to control the Great Han Dynasty through the Night Maiden. Chapter 63 The Night Maiden, the Reason, and the Warning. But since this Night Maiden is targeting the Great Han Imperial Dynasty, she should be in the Great Han Imperial Palace or the Great Han Imperial Capital. Her existence doesn't seem to have much relevance to the matter at hand. Zhuo spoke out softly, his expression somewhat confused. Because Qin Shiyue also knew what they needed to solve at the moment, it shouldn't go off on a tangent. Started lurking a year ago. 3 months ago, the secret policy began. 3 months ago. Monin rubbed his temples and muttered while thinking quickly. When the words 3 months ago popped up, Menang's eyes suddenly lit up and he clapped his hands hard. Your Majesty. I know. Wu Ji had actually guessed a good deal, but he still nodded slightly, showing a listening posture. Tell me about it. Your Majesty. Cheat Saishi is the Night Maiden. The Night Maiden is Cheat Saishi. Looking at the excited face of Meng Ong, and then hearing the content of the words, Zhuo could not help but be stunned. But soon Zhuo reacted and narrowed his eyes. What Master Meng Si means to say is that a year ago, the Night Maiden actually went to the imperial capital of Daki and began to lurk around to feel out Cheat Saishi's movements, mimic Cheat Saishi's habits, and so on. And the time Cheat Saishi left the palace 3 months ago, she was switched by the Night Maid. As for the death of the courtesan, it's likely that she saw a scene she shouldn't have, or maybe she found the beginnings of something. Monin gave a fierce nod of affirmation. Not bad. And at that time, the Night Fork clan chief Luo Bluff should have been present as well, and only if he personally made a move could he erase all traces in the bustling crowd of people and remain unnoticed. At the same time, Luo Bluff will also cast spells on the Night Maiden to make sure that she doesn't reveal her fox's tail in the palace where the means of probing are complicated. After this analysis by Meng Ong, Su Shiyu also gradually came back to his senses. I've heard that the crown prince of the Great Han Dynasty is quite an admirer of Qi Zixi, and that Emperor Qi Zifeng of Daki has a somewhat strange attitude. At first, Qi Zifeng was reluctant, thinking that it was because he was concerned about the Great Shang imperial dynasty. However, after that, Qi Zifeng's attitude was somewhat ambiguous again, and this change should be because of Brahma Palace's close contact with Qi Zifeng. In that case, it seemed that Qi Zifeng was also completely kept in the dark, not knowing the Night Fork clan's true intentions at all. The Night Fork clan clearly wanted to replace Qi Zixi and then push for a marriage between the two dynasties, making Qi Zixi the crown princess of the Great Han Dynasty. When the dying old emperor of the Great Han died, the Night Maiden could gradually control the entire Great Han by controlling the new emperor. Hiss! This Night Fork clan, it's really insidious. As Su Shiyu was speaking, the communication token in his hand lit up once again. After reading the message above, Su Shiyu hemmed and hawed. Your Majesty, Luo Hugo sent word directly that the Night Maiden is only under the command of the Night Fork clan chief, and that the Night Fork clan Grand Clan Elder is only aware of the Night Maiden's contact information and has no commanding authority. As for Rohigo, he had no prior knowledge of any of this. Last night, the Grand Clan Elder of the Night Blood clan entered the clan chief's secret room and used the clan chief's token to give a new order to the Night Maiden. The order reads, with the death of the patriarch, the secret policy shifts to execute Wu and replace Zhou. At the end of his words, Su Shiyu's face was instantly gloomy, and a chilling killing machine swirled around his body. Manong pressed Su Shiyu's arm, and the latter reacted by hastily withdrawing his killing intent and bowing his head in embarrassment. Wuji stroked his chin, his eyes somewhat playful. Even though that Night Maiden is more than capable, she can't be in the Dragon Gate realm. Since this is the case, where did the Grand Clan Elder of the Night Fork clan get the confidence that their Night Daughter could execute me and take control of Great Zhou? Saying that, Wu Ji suddenly had a movement in his heart and looked at Su Shiyu. Ask Rohigo what the holy relics of the Nightshade clan really are and where they are. Originally, Wu Ji thought that the round platform under Luo Bluff's feet was the holy relic of the Night Fork clan. But the power of the final self-detonation made Wu Ji a bit confused. If it was truly a holy relic of a race, even if it was broken again, the power of its self-detonation should be more than just the middle stage of the Dragon Gate realm, right? Yes. Su Shiyu hurriedly answered and began to send a message to Luo Hegi. It was at this moment that Yang Yang's voice sounded from outside the hall. Your Majesty, Consort Yen seeks an audience, saying she has something important to report to your Majesty. Wu Ji frowned slightly and was about to say that he didn't see it, but suddenly remembered Mu Qingyan's strange behavior in the morning, so he temporarily changed his words. Let her in. Yes. Meng Ong and Su Shiyu looked at each other and very silently closed their mouths. A few moments later, Mu Qingyan walked in playfully, looking as if she had a few leaps in her demeanor. Concubine to your Majesty. Aha. Wu Ji nodded slightly and asked lightly, what is the purpose of your love's visit? Back to your Majesty. My concubine has come to alert your Majesty. Mu Qingyan spoke quickly, looking a bit impatient. A warning. Wu Ji raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed. Show what? Your Majesty, although this will sound rather unbelievable, for the sake of your Majesty's safety, my concubine must speak. Your Majesty, that Qi Zixi, she's not human. Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly, surprised. What makes you say that, Afe? Seeing that Wu Ji didn't react much, Mu Qingyan was really a bit depressed. She thought that when His Majesty heard this kind of news, even if he didn't turn pale, his face must be full of disbelief or Frisian displeasure, right? How does this seem to surprise His Majesty at all? Is it hard to think you're joking? Thinking of this, Mu Qingyan's expression instantly became more serious, and there were a few points of anxiety. Your Majesty, what my concubine said is true. That Qi Zixi, she really isn't a human being. She's a night fury. Hearing this, Meng Ong as well as Wu Shiyu changed their faces, looking at each other with some suspicion. How did Princess Yen know about this kind of thing? They were able to find out it was a lot of effort and Luo Huigu, the biggest night trader, as an insider to do it. But what about concubine Yen? She lived deep in the palace, and although she had become one of the vice-palace masters of the Nine Spectres' palace, she was currently only familiarizing herself with some basic things, and hadn't even left the imperial capital. And by what means did she learn of it? On the dragon chair, Wu Ji's eyes were also slightly narrowed. How did the Ape learn of this matter? Mu Qingyan could not help but choke. She only focused on thinking about other things, but forgot to think about this one. That, Your Majesty, my concubine also learned of this by accident. That's not important, Your Majesty. What's important is that Treachery, she's a nightstick. Your Majesty, you must believe the concubine. The concubine? Good, I trust you. Mu Qingyan froze, her eyes blinking as she stared at Wu Ji in a bit of a daze. Your Majesty is convinced? His Majesty has such faith in himself? Not right, ah. Look at His Majesty's expression. From the beginning to the end has not changed much. As if he already knew it. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyan couldn't help but curse herself for being stupid. Yes, His Majesty has 3 pairs of powerful eyes and ears under his command, the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, and the Palace of the Nine Spectres. Even if that night fork disguised as Treachery had used means to conceal herself from the heavy probing and detection, it would still be difficult not to reveal her footsteps under the sifting of the 3 major eyes and ears. Mu Qingyan, who thought she had guessed the right answer, could not help but feel a bit demoralized. Originally she still wanted to rely on this matter to claim credit so that she could propose that matter. But now it looks like she's going to have to be cheeky. While Mu Qingyan was full of tangled thoughts, Wu Ji suddenly let out a light laugh and said approvingly, Afe did well in this matter, say, what reward does Afe want? Mu Qingyan was first stunned, and after reacting, she couldn't help but smile with joy. Your Majesty, concubine actually wants to ask for an errand from Your Majesty on behalf of Brother Wuha. Saying that, Mu Qingyan's face couldn't help but blush a little. Your Majesty, my concubine knows that this matter may cause offense, but it's just that Brother Wuha, he is good at both literature and martial arts, and is truly a great talent. Moreover, after grandfather ordered Brother Goh to resign and retire from the army because of that thing that happened back then, he has never allowed Brother Goh to go back to the civil service. If this goes on for a long time, Brother Goh will really be wasted. As I think about it, the only way to make grandfather not dare to object is for you, Your Majesty, to personally name Brother Wuha. Hence, after hearing Mu Qingyan's request, Wu Ji couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He thought it was about something, but it turned out to be about the Mako River. Honestly, for Mu Wuha, the predecessor owed a lot. If not for that marriage-granting decree, perhaps the current Mu Wuha would have been a famous and brave general. The Mu family has been loyal for generations, and the father of Mu Wuha and the father of Consort Ai both died for their country. I know something about the skills of Mu Wuha. Good, the consort's request I granted. It will be considered as my reward for the consort's merit this time. Hearing Wu Ji's promise, Mu Qingyan couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly bowed playfully to say thank you. Concubine, thank you, Your Majesty. Well, if there is nothing else, Afe and go your way. Yes. Concubine excuses herself, waiting for Mu Qingyan to leave with light footsteps. The smile on Wu Ji's face slowly disappeared. Among these concubines, Mu Qingyan's nature was considered the most simple, so much so that it was too impulsive and furtive. Coupled with the background of the general's family, there was more than a little bit of brute force, but on the whole there wasn't too much of a problem. But that wasn't what he was thinking about right now. It was Mu Qingyan's identification of Treachery. How do you see it? Hearing Wu Ji's inquiry, Su Shiyu weighed his words and softly said, Your Majesty, Consort Yen has a straightforward nature and is not good at stuffy talk. The old slave speculated that Consort Yen should have just learned of this matter not long ago. If not, Consort Yen would not have endured until now to alert His Majesty. As for how Yen Fei learns, how the old slave feels, it should not be found out. After all, the secrecy of this matter, in order to Yen Fei's experience of living in the Deep Palace for a long time, it is unlikely. Just how it was known, the old slave was somewhat unable to put his finger on it. As Su Shiyu's words fell, Meng Ong immediately spoke out. Your Majesty, I thought that what the left factory official said was very reasonable. I dare to speculate that Princess Yen should have been assisted by a strange object. After all, I can't think of any other possibility besides that. Wu Ji nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Then check and find out. I don't care if it's a strange person or a strange thing. In short, I want to know the cause. Yes, sir. Meng Ong and Su Shiyu looked solemn and responded in unison. The matter was not a difficult one for them, because based on the speculation at hand, Princess Yen had just learned of it not long ago. Then the people and things that can be involved in this are extremely limited. Pendulum, pouring palace. Clearly cheat Saishi's origin. Wu Ji will also have the bottom immediately get up with the too good meeting for a while. Yes. Chapter 64. Tears of hatred, dancing and getting rid of clothes. The temple of dumping. His Majesty has arrived. As Yang Yang loudly sang Noi, the door of the Qingqing Hall was quickly opened, and all the palace maids and eunuchs inside and outside the hall fell to their knees.
Top, top.
When the sound of steady and powerful footsteps sounded, Luo Qingcheng and Cheat Saishi, who were waiting with their heads lowered in the hall, could not help but tighten their bodies, and the hands that were resting on their waists and stomachs were nervously pinched together, and their knuckles and bones were all a little white. Wu Ji entered the hall with his hands in the air, and at first glance, he was attracted by the woman wearing a light golden phoenix dress with a noble and elegant temperament. Obviously, this person must be Luo Qingcheng without a doubt. Wu Ji slowly stepped forward while scanning up and down to look around. The phoenix dress that Luo Qingcheng was wearing was the same attire of the Empress of Daki, which he had not commanded before, and was obviously Zuosho's arrangement. I have to say, Zuosho, this guy really understands his heart. This phoenix skirt was loose and moderate, but it still showed Luo Qingcheng's front convex figure, thus showing how enchanting and hot her body was. At the moment, she was keeping her head bowed and curtsied, like a bright red rose folded for a guest. Phoenix assisted and 7 or 8 flavor, what a special thing. Wu Ji secretly lamented and arrived in front of Luo Qingcheng. In that instant, Wu Ji clearly heard Luo Qingcheng's disordered inhalation and rapid heartbeat. From his angle, he slightly lowered his head, just enough to be able to see the silver bustier under the neckline of the phoenix dress, as well as the delicate collarbone. But it was only a casual glance. Wu Ji's eyes quickly shifted to the Chow Yun near incense bun dotted with 3 or 2 hairpins in front of him, and then reached out with his right hand, cupped a smooth chin, and forcefully made the owner of the chin raise his head. It was also only at this point that he was able to see Luo Qingcheng's face. Caressing the clouds and covering the moon to paint the colorful face, collecting all the red haze to make up the colorful fairy. A bit of Zhang's lips are as intense as fire, and 2 cheeks of spring and autumn accompany the king to sleep. Looking at the delicate fairy-like, seductive demonic face in front of him, Wu Ji could not help but open his mouth and softly recite a verse. No wonder this Luo Qingcheng could be known as the #1 beauty queen of the neighboring dynasties. This kind of natural beauty really made it a little difficult to hold on to. However, he was at least a great Zhou emperor who was used to seeing stunning colors and knew the essence of them. Although his eyes were full of admiration, his mind was clear, and he would not be mesmerized or lose his mind. Luo Qingcheng's most alluring thing was her siren body, as well as that noble majesty and mature demeanor. Other than these 3 points, it wasn't a bit different from Su Shiyu, Mu Qingyan, and the others. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. Luo Qingcheng lightly bit her lips. The originally tightly closed Danfeng eyes suddenly slowly opened, and the color of hatred was actually missing from her eyes. At the same time, Luo Qingcheng's slightly trembling body also quieted down, seemingly completely relaxed. Wu Ji raised his eyebrows in surprise before sliding his right hand with a playful expression, gently brushing over Luo Qingcheng's bare cheeks and onto her dark hair. You don't hate me? Back to Your Majesty, I originally hated it. At this time, I don't hate it anymore. Luo Qingcheng did not dodge, looking straight towards Wu Ji's calm eyes that were like an abyss, and spoke softly. Oh, why is that? Wu Ji stared with a smile, an interested look in his eyes. Because Tilth has figured it out. The military battlefield kills and kills, and it is meant to be a matter of life and death and wealth and honor. My father's death was a good death. It was his old man's chosen destination. What's more, the Battle of Dongmeng Pass was provoked by Daki taking the lead and was a provocation to Great Zhou. The Great Weak is angry, and rightly so, and fights back. Therefore, Qingcheng does not hate His Majesty, nor does she hate the generals of Great Zhou. Oh! The smile on Wu Ji's face increased, seemingly believing Luo Qingcheng's words. After a slight pause, Wu Ji suddenly asked, Then can you hate Qi Zifeng? Luo Qingcheng was slightly silent, and then her complexion dimmed for a while.
Leaning, Nochat.
He, the Emperor of Daki. In the view of the nation and the individual, he chose the nation, which is not wrong. Therefore, Tilth does not hate. Heh! That's something. Wu Ji laughed softly, his eyes inexplicable. This Luo Qingqing seemed to have already determined the path she was going to take, and was also quite decisive and intelligent. It's just a pity that she ran into him, Wu Ji. She thought she could hold back to get what she wanted and then settle the score. But did she know what kind of person she was dealing with? He didn't even have to do anything to make the other person completely lost. Lan Zixin and Hao Ningfen are the best examples. That was one thing he had only recently determined, that the passive compulsion of the Garuda idol would be enhanced quite a bit with deeper communication. Today, if Luo Qingqing lowered her head and chose to hold back, then in less than 3 months at the most, her hatred would be completely lost, and in its place would be awe and admiration. However, he didn't want to let Luo Qingqing settle his mind just like that. So what if I tell you that Qi Zifeng drowned that little prince of yours? Wu Ji spoke out slowly, as if the devil's whisper resounded in Luo Qingqing's ears, and also in Luo Qingqing's mind, like a thunderbolt. Luo Qingqing's delicate face instantly turned white. The whole person froze in place. Her eyes were like the sea surface that had been scraped by a hurricane. The waves were turbulent and the space was inverted. No, this can't be, this can't be. It can't be. The murmuring of grief seems to be a cuckoo sobbing, 2 drops of crimson teardrops slipping from the corner of the eye, hating and wanting to be obsessed. I have also just learned of this. Speaking of which, this Qi Zifeng is really a character who can bend, endure, and be ruthless. I'm not sure what Qi Zifeng is doing this for. Is it because after seeing that little prince, it reminds you of the way you whimpered in grief in my chambers? Or do you want to erase all traces of you so that he won't see or think about you, so that he won't be gnawed at by the shame? Or, perhaps, to help you break your ties, so that he can help you do something great that you want to do and that he wants to do? Wu Ji laughed in a low voice. His right hand gradually moved downward, and in Luo Qingqing's eyes that suddenly crossed a flash of panic and despair. He pinched Luo Qingqing's bare neck and slowly gripped it tightly and pulled it back, driving her body to come up to the front. With the tip of his nose against each other and his eyes facing each other, Wu Ji's eyes appeared to be a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Luo Qingqing's overturned pupils. Then, are you able to tell me, Qi Zifeng, exactly why he did what he did? Amidst the increasingly strong sense of suffocation, Luo Qingqing opened her cherry lips with great difficulty, and a slight ho-ho sound came out of her throat. Crystalline teardrops continued to roam out of her eyes, though the color of blood was gone, and her eyes were filled with the colors of pain and despair, mixed with a few hints of grief and hatred at the same time. It was just hard to tell who she was targeting with this hatred. To this, Wu Ji didn't care. What he wanted to see was this kind of look. He didn't like it when his prey showed that he was in control of the initiative in front of him, which was why he had to shatter his prey's disguise. And now that the purpose had been achieved, the clenched palms were loosened, allowing Luo Qingqing, whose body was constantly trembling, to fall to the ground. Your Majesty! At this moment, Su Shiyu, who had kept his head lowered and his eyes closed since he entered the hall, suddenly called out softly, and then transmitted a tone. Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly, and after sweeping a glance at Qi Zaishi, who was cowering and shivering at the corner of the hall, the corner of his mouth hooked into a wry smile. All stand down. Yes. Su Shiyu gave a low response and quickly withdrew with the 7 or 8 palace maids in the hall, at the same time closing the door of the hall and opening the formation that isolated the divine sense from probing. The 4 golden guards, however, remained in the hall, only facing the wall and with their backs to the hall. Wu Ji slowly stepped forward, and after coming to the soft collapse on the inside, he shook the hem of his imperial robe and turned around to take a seat in style. Afterward, he swept his eyes at the 2 people who were standing and kneeling at one stop, and said in a faint voice, "Come forward." Qi Zaishi's body trembled, lowered her head and moved to Luo Qingqing's near front, then lightly assisted Luo Qingqing and came to stand 5 paces in front of the soft collapse. Looking at the extremely similar mother and daughter, Wu Ji gently snapped his fingers, making a crisp ringing sound on the softly collapsed wooden armrests. You mother and daughter are really quite similar. If someone who doesn't know better sees you, I'm afraid they'll think you're a pair of sisters. It would be nice to have you guys accent the colors of this imperial palace of mine. Wu Ji smirked, his eyes sweeping back and forth over the 2 women. It's late at night, so before we begin, let's have a little dance to cheer us up. Well, 100 breaths and a dance and a removal of clothes. Remember, you can't do it yourself, you have to let the other person do it for you, and you can't break the rhythm or mess up the dance during the process. If Your Majesty! When Wu Ji was talking, Luo Qingqing suddenly cried out sadly and raised her head to reveal her pearly face. Your Majesty, would it be possible to allow mother and daughter Qingqing to serve again tomorrow? Tonight, the pouring city liver, the commission. Wu Ji's face turned slightly cold and glared at Luo Qingqing unkindly. Bargaining with me, are you worthy? Luo Qingqing's body immediately trembled, and her tears became denser. I'm here to relax, not to listen to you and others cry and mourn. +1, dancing with a smile. If you shed a tear, break the rhythm, or mess up the dance, I will give you 2-3 feet of white silk each. Luo Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Wu Ji. Is he like a devious, inhumane person? Your Majesty is not annoyed. Your Majesty is not annoyed. Saishi and mother will comply with the order. Cheat Saishi instantly panicked, responding in fear while taking out a brocade handkerchief to wipe away Luo Qingqing's tears, while continuously giving anxious, dissuasive glances. After more than 10 breaths, Luo Qingqing finally stopped her tears with hatred and buried everything deep in her heart. And Cheat Saishi also helped Luo Qingqing to organize her grooming, after which she staggered 2 steps and stood side by side with Luo Qingqing in a playful manner, looking at the mother and daughter in front of him, one phoenix dress and one red dress, one noble and one hot, one mature and one green, one plump and one tall, one seductive and one delicate. Wu Ji nodded in satisfaction. Good start. The red light cuts the ribbon and candles the wall. The 2 dainty figures slowly danced, and the movement of the bearing and the size of the amplitude were incomparably compatible, like shadows accompanying the dance. The lotus arm curves upward and the cattails fold downward and around to the left, as if it were a spiritual branch exploring the sky and catching the moon. The slender waist stretching nearly round. Wonderful foot tiptoe into a point, like a dragonfly flying spinning play water. 100 breaths later, the 2 figures suddenly staggered, like the moon shining on the wall, in a slight clatter, removed the phoenix dress red dress. Chapter 65 The Night Pupil. The moon and stars are thin and the night breeze is gentle. The consorts of the old man lineage, the holy maiden lineage, and the double delicate lineage wandered from palace to palace, indicating that the great Zhou harem was quite a bit unsettled this evening. Perhaps it was the arrival of the Dazi twin beauties, that pair of saucy mother-daughter flowers, that brought pressure to many people, causing them to develop a sense of crisis, or perhaps it was something else. But all of this had nothing to do with Wu Ji, who was currently enjoying the dance in the Qingqing Palace. I don't know how many starts and dances had passed, but in short, the 2 dainty figures in the hall had stopped. Wu Ji was still leaning back on the soft collapse, a pair of aggressive eyes slowly scanning. It was just that he was more concerned about a pattern as opposed to the 2 women's marvelous bodies. It was the bizarre pattern that surrounded Cheat Saishi's navel. The pattern is black overall, with red dotted around the edges like a slender eye, and Cheat Saishi's navel is where the eyeballs are. This pattern is nothing special if you don't pay close attention to it. At most it is a bit strange. But if you stared at it for long, an odd feeling of discomfort would arise. It was as if it was really an eye that was staring at the person gazing into it. Rather eerie. Can you tell me what that eye at your navel is? Wu Ji tapped his fingers gently and slowly made a sound. Luo Qingqing's eyes were tightly closed and her face was filled with shame. However, when he heard this somewhat strange question from Wu Ji, he still couldn't help but let his eyes quietly open a slit, glancing at Cheat Saishi on the side, because it was clear to her that there was nothing odd about her. The only possibility, then, could only be her daughter. Upon seeing that eye pattern of Cheat Saishi's from the side, Luo Qingqing froze and a strong confusion rose in her heart. As far as she could remember, Cheat Saishi not only disliked painting on her body, but also rather detested it. But what's going on here? Has she changed her mind? Back to your Majesty. Saishi had a dream some time ago in which a terrifying desolate beast chased Saishi. Saishi knew it was a dream, but she could never get out of it or wake up. It was in the midst of a crisis when suddenly a creepy eye emerged from the air. After that eye glare, the beasts fled, and Saishi was thus able to wake up. After waking up from the dream, Saishi thought that the beast was an unsettling sign, and that the eye was an arm to help Saishi avoid the unsettling. Therefore, Saishi drew this eye pattern for peace of mind. After Cheat Saishi froze slightly, she opened her eyes to explain shyly. During the process, the body squirmed unnaturally, but in turn showed a normal reaction to the current state. After speaking, Cheat Saishi glanced at Luo Qingqing and added, "In fact, Saishi has never liked painting and drawing since she was a child, and even more so, She is very averse to painting things on her body, and this is something that Mother is well aware of as well. But that day's dream was too real, and Cixi, in the spirit of precaution, still forced herself to endure the discomfort to draw this pattern. If your majesty does not like it, Cixi will erase it tomorrow. Luo Qingcheng could not help but be enlightened, and at that moment, she also went to her doubtful mind. But Wuji above him laughed softly, playfully. Why wait until tomorrow? I am not pleased with it, so you will erase it at this time. Qi Cixi opened her big, confused eyes and returned with a face of innocence and trepidation. Your Majesty, Cixi would like to, but this pattern was drawn by Cixi at that time with a spirit pen and spirit ink, and it needs to be removed with a combination of the spirit removing liquid, the ablating pen, and the tattoo removing talisman. But right now. Saying that, Qi Cixi swept the perimeter with an embarrassed face. That's a good one. Instead, Wu Ji let out a faint smile and clapped his hands. As the applause fell, the ugly guards suddenly raised their hands and moved the side screen a foot from the doorway. After that, the ugly guard went around the screen and out of the palace. When he returned again, the ugly guard had an additional end tray in his hand. Qi Cixi finally changed her face, and after a few hesitations through clenched teeth, she suddenly fell to her knees in fear and sincerity. Your Majesty, Cixi has sinned. I beg your forgiveness. Oh? What does that mean? Wuji raised an eyebrow, a playful look on his face. Your Majesty, this is actually an external manifestation of a treasure. It is not a painted pattern. Cixi is not trying to deliberately hide, just this thing seems to be a little weird. Cixi not yet feel clear about its function. For fear of rashly offering what will happen, then Cixi as the mouth also cannot say. That's why Cixi hid it. I beg your Majesty's mercy. Cixi will present it here. Qi Cixi explained fearfully while stretching out her right palm and pressing it at her navel, causing an eye-like iron piece to appear in her palm. The iron piece was a circle larger than a human eye, thick and thin like a sword blade. The main body was black, red at the edge, and the pupil on the inner side was invisible. The stuff looks flat and somehow manages to fit into the body. Right now, Qi Cixi no longer has that pattern at her navel. Your Majesty, Cixi will deliver it for you. Saying that, Qi Cixi was already standing up and wanted to lean forward. It's not necessary. Wu Ji, however, interrupted in a cold voice, and then with a gentle move of his right hand, the thing disappeared from Qi Cixi's hand and appeared in Wu Ji's palm. Qi Cixi's pupils shrunk slightly, and there was a hidden flash of horror in her eyes. Just now, she only noticed that there were two bizarre vortices appearing on the palms of the two, and when she reacted again, everything was normal. That kind of bizarre means not powerful ingestion, but like magic? Ding. Unknown strange object found. Do you want to explore it? Wuji looked at the bizarre eyes in his palm and sneered silently. The reason why he wanted mother and daughter Luo Qingcheng to get up and remove their clothes was precisely because of Zuosho's report. According to Luo Hegi's explanation, the holy relic of the Night Fork clan is called Night Pupil. Night Pupil, specifically what function Luo Hegi has not yet found out, but other things are clear. For example, the Night Pupil has always been under the control of the Night Woman, and can be integrated into and manifested outside the body. It was based on this that Wuji stepped up to the plate. He accompanied the play because he was worried that the Night Maiden would manipulate Night Hitomi into making some kind of tricky trouble. Right now, since this had already reached him, there was no need for this charade to continue. When he thought of the ugly image of the Nightbloods, he had trouble settling down. After all, Qi Cixi was not possessed by a soul, but was directly replaced. Probe. Ding. The exploration of this object is expected to cost 38 to 50 points of Emperor's Might. Shall we continue? Wu Ji raised his eyebrows and realized that this thing consumed about 20 points less than the Garuda idol. Is this an indication that the Night Pupil's power is much inferior to that of the Garuda idol? The mind wondered, while giving further orders. Go on. Ding. Exploration complete. 45 points of Imperial might have been deducted. Wu Ji's heart was slightly relieved. Although the Emperor's might points had been emptied, at least there wasn't an extra point or two to split up a lottery opportunity. Name: Night Pupil. Origin: Sacred Relics of the Nightjar Clan. Condition: Broken 30%. Characteristic 1. Slave Soul Current Effectiveness: 70%. When a Night Pupil binder makes merry with another, he or she enslaves the soul of the other without a sound or trace, making the enslaved person obedient. The progress of enslavement depends on the cultivation gap between the two parties. Note, women only can bind. Characteristic 2. Summoning current effectiveness. 70%. The Night Pupil Binder can summon the ancient spirits of the Nightblood clan to aid in battle. Summon spirit strength. 7 minor realms above the binder. Duration. 6 moments. Calling interval 1.5 years. Note 1. Can be blocked and disconnected from the bonded person in the system space. Note 2. May spend 3 chances in the lottery to restore the Night Pupil to its original state. Note 3. You can spend 2 chances of drawing to make the Night Pupil in perfect condition merge with the Garuda idol. Looking at the information about Knight Hitomi in front of him, Wu Ji's mind changed. No wonder the Night Fork clan's Grand Clan Elder, after learning of Luo Bluff's tragic death, still gave the Night Maiden the order to kill Wu and replace Zhou. But it turns out that this holy relic of the Night Fork clan is this effective. The point of the slave soul goes without saying, that summoning trait is the most direct killing opportunity. This Night Maiden's strength was at the 7th level of the 9 Heavens realm. If she were to summon a Night Fork race spirit at the 5th level of the Dragon Gate realm to come, it was possible that half of the Imperial Palace would have to be slaughtered in blood. However, compared to the Garuda idol, the Night Pupil was 1 less trait, so it was no wonder that probing required 20 or so points less. It was a pity that this Night Pupil could only be used by females, so he could only merge it with the Garuda idol. But with a total of 5 chances to draw, it was a considerable expense that he wouldn't be able to consider in the short term, nor could he afford to do so. After figuring out the utility of the Night Pupil, Wu Ji let out a long breath. Then, with a flip of his wrist, he put it into the system space. In front, Qi Caixin's body stiffened violently as a flash of disbelief crossed her eyes. This slight change, however, was insignificant compared to her shocking heart, which showed her superb control of her emotions. What do you say? Should I call you Qi Caixin? Or should I address you as Night Maiden? The stone in his heart falls to the ground. Wu Ji lazily leans back on the armrest, his right hand propping up his head as he looks at Qi Caixin with a smile. When these words came out, Qi Caixin and Luo Qingqing's faces changed drastically at the same time. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Who is the Night Maiden? Caixin has never heard of it. Qi Caixin muttered in dismay, incredibly confused. Ha! Wu Ji let out a light laugh, his expression playful. I have to say that your resourcefulness and decisiveness have surprised me. In order not to arouse my suspicion, you even managed to hand over the holy relics of your Night Fork clan without hesitation. This decisiveness is worthy of your name of Night Maiden. Of course, you should also have the ability to remotely manipulate the Night Pupil. If I let you go to Dahan and become Dahan's crown princess, it's not unlikely that the Dahan imperial dynasty will really be under your control. It's just a pity that you've come to the great Zhou imperial palace, and it's me you want to plot against. Towards the end, Wu Ji's face had turned completely cold, and a strong killing chance flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, how exactly is this happening? Sheer, how could she be the Night Daughter of the Night Fork clan? Luo Qingqing was completely flustered. Her hands and feet were at a loss as she screamed in fear, no longer caring to cover up. The light in front of him made Wu Ji's heart burn, but he forced himself to hold back and waved his hand. Chapter 66 Procuring Luo Qingqing. Qi Zifeng spits blood. A vast pressure forced Qi Caixin to her knees, her delicate body constantly trembling. Even the pretty face had become distorted, and the hair that was pulled up on top of her head and coiled into a flying fairy bun had cascaded out, covering the upper half of her body. Ziwei appeared in front of Qi Caixin's eyes without a sound. His sword was already sheathed, and he made a gesture to chop. Your Majesty, spare me, spare me. Caixin really isn't any Night Maiden. Feeling the powerful and irresistible confinement, Qi Caixin's eyes widened in horror as she begged for mercy in fear. On the side, Luo Qingqing couldn't be bothered to cover up anymore, falling to her knees and crawling to Wu Ji's feet, crying and pleading. Your Majesty, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Hair, she passed all the tests. How could she be a Nightblood? Your Majesty, please check before. But right at this moment, a mournful and unearthly scream suddenly rang out, startling Luo Qingqing's body. When Luo Qingqing turned her head to look, what she saw in her eyes was Ziwei's action of sheathing his sword and the hideous head that was being lifted up in Ziwei's left hand, dripping with grayish-black blood. What kind of a head is that? Black leathery hair, a hideous mouth, narrow eyes that grew on his forehead and jaw, and a withered, grassy face. And then look at the body without a head, and I don't know at what point it became a naked corpse with blackened flesh wings and withered like grass. Such a scene greatly impacted Luo Qingqing's thoughts, causing her to freeze in place, failing to react to the extra hand in front of her. She just couldn't figure out why her daughter had turned into a nightstick. Not to mention the Daqi Imperial Palace. Even when they entered the Dezhou Imperial Palace, they had experienced many complicated probes. With that kind of complete probing, how could a nightjar possibly get away with it? Also, since the cheat Saishi in front of her was a fake, where had the real cheat Saishi, her daughter, gone? Well, the chores are taken care of, and now it's time for business. Wu Ji's indifferent voice rang in his ears, pulling back Luo Qingqing's thoughts. Until then, she hadn't felt anything different about her body, but she couldn't care less about that, nor could she look any further at the bodies that were being quickly cleared away by the golden guards, and reached out to grab Wu Ji's arm to call out anxiously, "Your Majesty, where is she? Where is she?" The Night Maiden replaced Qi Zaishi 3 months ago, and as for what happened to the one who was replaced, do I need to say anything else? Wu Ji blandly voiced out, but Luo Qingqing's brain was confused, as if a mountain torrent was raging in her brain, making a rumbling and exploding sound. So, her kids, they're all gone? Looking at the disoriented and unresponsive Luo Qingqing, Wu Ji frowned slightly and violently pushed her away. "It seems that you want to go underground to keep them company." Luo Qingqing let out a muffled grunt in pain as she touched the ground. The pain, however, did bring her back to her senses. Looking at the displeased Wu Ji, Luo Qingqing smiled miserably. "It is Qingqing's fault. Your Majesty is not annoyed. Qingqing will serve your Majesty." Saying that, Luo Qingqing slowly came to the chair and put the phoenix skirt on, but did not gird her loins. After doing this, Luo Qingqing then came to the soft collapse, holding on to the edge of the collapse and slowly kneeling down. "Your Majesty, after this night, Qingqing, is it possible to call yourself a concubine?" Wu Ji closed his eyes and grunted flatly and softly. "Well, granted." The lights went out and everything went dark. A spirit ant turned its dripping eyeballs and looked at the canopy above that kept undulating and swaying lightly, turning its head in confusion. He looked at his forelimbs and drummed his tentacles to sense the surrounding scents. In the next instant, the spirit ants gave a sharp jolt, as if they had been greatly stimulated, and retracted back into the hole not far away. After sticking its tentacles into the stone slab, the spirit ant just looked up at the sky that seemed to undulate like waves, as if it was afraid that this sky above its head would fall down. I don't know how long it passed. The spirit ants finally couldn't hold back any longer, were shaken and fainted. At the same time, the imperial capital of Daqi, the imperial palace. Qi Zifeng flipped through the zhangzi in his hands, his eyes constantly sweeping over from above. But the words on the zhengzhua were like swimming tadpoles, and no matter how hard he tried, he could hardly make them out. In annoyance, Qi Zifeng fiercely exerted his hands and instantly tore the zhengzhua into 2 halves. Even so, Qi Zifeng especially do not relieve the hatred, and Han's force will split into 2 halves of the zhang folded torn to pieces. Throwing away the tattered papers and letting them splatter to the ground, Qi Zifeng let out a light breath and took another zhengzhua. When the cover was turned, a scene suddenly appeared on the title page. In the picture are 2 people, a man and a woman. The female among them was wearing a light golden phoenix dress, the very one he was extremely familiar with. Only at this time, her image was far from the impression of honor and majesty, and her robes were extremely messy. The man, on the other hand, was a being whose face was extremely blurred and could not be seen clearly no matter how hard he tried to look at it. The only thing Qi Zifeng could see clearly was the man's eyes that turned his head and cast a look that was mocking, contemptuous, despicable, and even more complacent and villainous. Qi Zifeng knew very well that this was an illusion that he had developed a heart demon and projected autonomously from within. He was equally clear that he couldn't be led by the nose by this heart demon, and had to get rid of it as soon as possible, or else the consequences would be hard to predict. But he was unable, powerless, to get rid of it, because there was a high probability that this night, this evening, this very moment, was being played out in the imperial palace of the Great Zhou as projected by the visions. Every time he thought about it, he went mad with hatred. Raging anger burned in his eyes, and blazing shame and hatred reddened his cheeks. In the next instant, Qi Zifeng slammed his palm down, smashing the illusion and the zhangji in front of him to smithereens, and at the same time splitting the imperial case with a sunken palm mark. As for the other zhangji, talisman pens, and spirit ink on the imperial case, They even clattered and fell to the ground, making messy crashing sounds. However, after the effectiveness of the heart demon had gnawed away at all of Qi Zifeng's negative emotions, it was rising higher and higher. So much so, that the flurry of voices kept running into the head again. It was a gasp of mingled timbers, an undulating wail, and an unbridled and triumphant harumph. Ah! Asshole! Qi Zifeng threw his head back and growled, his two sinewy fists hammering hard on his temples as he roared in anger. Get out! Get the hell out of here! However, instead of making those voices disappear, this roar of his intensified. Aha! Would it be good for your majesty to take a break? Tisich, what a leprechaun! What do you think that Qi Zifeng is doing at this moment? Your majesty, the spring night is short. What's the point of mentioning that loser? Ha ha ha. Good. Afe. Then let's continue. In the midst of the disorganized and chaotic sounds, when the heart demon made Qi Zifeng spontaneously envision such a conversation sound, Qi Zifeng violently puffed out a large mouthful of reverse blood. Blood spilled in the hall, eyes red like candles. Qi Zifeng also completely stormed out. The lower-grade treasure artifact level longsword stabbed and sheathed, frantically slashing everything around it. First, the extraordinary texture of the imperial case was split in pieces, followed by the throne, table, and the red lacquer pillars, lamps and lanterns in the temple. If it wasn't for the many formations within the hall, I'm afraid that this hall would have been split into pieces long ago. Adulterer, repeatedly, I will chop you all to death. Chop you to death. Outside the main hall, listening to the crackling madness on the inside, the eunuchs and palace maids on guard duty all turned white with fear. There were even timid people who directly knelt on the ground, their bodies shivering and their faces turning white. But no one dared make a sound, much less go in. Some of them were the guards in the temple, but they were all driven out half an hour ago. They also knew exactly why their royal master was like that. At such a juncture, whoever dares to go and admonish will certainly be sent to their deaths. Therefore, no one ever dared to disturb it. Until a black-robed man led by the commander of the Praetorian Guard came. Oh, chuckle! After a heavy ringing sound, the thick temple door was pushed open. When he saw Qi Zifeng, who was on the inside with his royal robes in disarray, his footsteps in vain, and his face pale and somewhat frightening, the commander of the Forbidden Guards, Ma Yuan, immediately changed his face and his eyes showed horror. Your Majesty! As Ma Yuan screamed in shock and was about to step forward, he saw that the black-robed man had already appeared next to Qi Zifeng. The black-robed man gently slapped away the sword in Qi Zifeng's hand, and after that, he quickly made several consecutive points on Qi Zifeng's body. Immediately afterward, he broke open Qi Zifeng's mouth and poured a liquid from a small porcelain bottle into the latter's mouth. After doing so, the black-robed man handed Qi Zifeng over to Ma Yuan, who had rushed closer, and took 2 steps back to stand with his hands tied. After more than 100 breaths, Qi Zifeng, whose eyes were confused and empty, finally regained his clarity. Looking at the worried-looking Ma Yuan in front of him, and then turning his head to look at the wrecked hall, Qi Zifeng couldn't help but be a little confused. What's going on? And here, what happened? But an assassin broke in. Hearing Qi Zifeng's murmured inquiry, Ma Yuan's lips moved, but he had a complicated face, not knowing how to respond. But the black-robed man a few steps away opened his mouth, his voice calm. Your Imperial Highness, you have suffered a heart attack. It is also fortunate that I am in time. If it is half a quarter of an hour later, I am afraid. Qi Zifeng was first stunned, followed by a moment of silence. After a slight buffer and the word demon, he finally recalled his memories before he lost his mind. 10 or so breaths later, Qi Zifeng pushed away Ma Yuan, straightened his blood-stained imperial robe, reached out to right his coronet again, and walked slowly up to the imperial platform. Looking at the overturned imperial case in front of him as well as the mess, and then looking at the imperial throne that had added 5 or 6 sword marks a few steps away, Qi Zifeng's already pale face added a few more points of green and red color. Gritting his steel teeth, Qi Zifeng took a deep breath before walking over to the imperial throne and settling down slowly. After that, the expressionless face looked down towards the 2 people in the hall. Your Majesty, quickly summon the imperial doctor. Seeing Qi Zifeng finally sitting down, Ma Yuan hurriedly spoke out with an anxious and worried face. Qi Zifeng shook his head slightly, then spoke out indifferently. Ma Aiqing, you go down first. Ma Yuan froze, opened his mouth, and after scanning the black-robed man, he finally let out a dark sigh and lowered his head to clasp his fists. I will retire. By the time Ma Yuan left and the door of the hall closed, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 67 Mysterious Black-Robed Man, Mu Yu-hee. How much longer? After more than 100 breaths of silence, Qi Zifeng finally failed to hold back and took the lead to open his mouth. It's just that this kind of reaction, for an emperor of a dynasty, more or less makes people feel a bit strange. However, the black-robed man didn't feel bad and still spoke out slowly. As fast as March, as slow as 6 months. Qi Zifeng's face sank slightly, clearly unhappy with the timing. It was just that he seemed to have a great fear of this black-robed man, and he didn't dare to spread his anger even if he had it. After taking a deep breath, Qi Zifeng said in a deep voice, "As fast as you can and whatever you need, I, by no means, will be stingy." The black-robed man raised his head slightly, and 2 yellow eyes were revealed above a dark face. It was unknown if this was the original color of his eyes or if it was the result of a strange gong method. "I know. The emperor needs to take care of his health. If today's scene happens again, I'm afraid that no one will be able to help in time. At that time, everything will be nothing more than a basket of water for His Majesty." Qi Zifeng's eyes sank and he frowned unhappily. "Don't bother. I'll take care of my own problems. So much the better." The black-robed man let out a non-committal light laugh and slowly lowered his head again. "That little prince's bone and blood spirit is very good, and it will help the progress in no small way." This indicated that the members of the Daki royal family, especially the core members with a pure bloodline, had a not-so-low fit with that object. "Therefore I have come here in the hope that your majesty can be a little more generous. In this way, the progress is accelerated, and is what the emperor expects. What does the emperor think?" Qi Zifeng immediately shuddered and glared at the black-robed man with incomparable ferocity. However, in response to Qi Zifeng's man-eating gaze, the black-robed man did not care at all, still standing calmly with his hands folded. "Your Excellency, it's a bit too deceitful, isn't it?" "Oh, the Imperial Master is overstating the case. Our 2 sides are completely mutually beneficial cooperative relationship. How can we talk about the word deceit? What's more, I've made it clear that this is only a suggestion, and it's still up to His Imperial Highness to decide exactly what to do." The black-robed man laughed in a low, unhurried voice. "If you ask me, there are thousands of people from the Daki Imperial clan, and among them there are at least hundreds of people with pure bloodlines. Plus dozens of royal princesses. This number, too, is really too much. It is the same thing with soldiers. Weeding out people who are not destined to achieve anything great will also leave more space and resources for those who are truly worthy of cultivation. I believe this is a truth that His Majesty can understand." Qi Zifeng's fists under his sleeve robe clenched up tightly, and even more cackling sounds were made between the clashing of his teeth. However, after 7 or 8 breaths, Qi Zifeng regained his composure. "Good, tomorrow night, a group will be delivered. After that, every 10 days send a batch. I've paid such a great price, and I hope you won't let me down either." "Good. Your Majesty, rest assured that the sooner this matter is completed, the more favorable it will be for both of us. On this point, Your Majesty but can rest assured." The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction, then bowed slightly. "In that case, I will take my leave first." "Slow down." Qi Zifeng spat out 2 words expressionlessly. When the black-robed man left, Ma Yuan once again entered the hall. "Your Imperial Highness, who exactly is that man, that minister in the court? Why have I never seen him show his true colors?" After a few moments of hesitation, Ma Yuan still couldn't help but ask. There were too many doubts in Ma Yuan's mind about this person. What the identity of the other party was, he did not know. What strength the other party was, he didn't know. Why the other party was so highly regarded by the Imperial Master, he likewise did not know. The only thing he knew was that this person was by no means a good person, because he has sent so many sins on behalf of the other side. Regarding this person's existence, other than those Forbidden Guard's dead soldiers, he was the only one who was afraid to be clear about it in the entire Daki Imperial dynasty. Therefore, he just couldn't find anyone else to inquire about it even if he wanted to. "I will tell you what you should know. Don't pry into what you're not supposed to know." Qi Zifeng was already full of grievances and anger, and at this time, when Ma Yuan raised his voice to probe, how could he give a good face? Being rebuked by Qi Zifeng in this manner, Ma Yuan could only shrink his head and did not dare to speak again. Perhaps realizing that his attitude was a bit too much, Qi Zifeng then softened his expression and let out a light sigh. Hemp Love Secretary, you are my most trusted right-hand man. The reason why this matter is different from your words. I also have no choice but to have the pain. You do not want to think too much. Ma Yuan's heart warmed, and he clasped his fists in a solemn manner. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll save it. This is a matter that I will not ask again in the future. Well, it's good that you can understand my difficulties. Qi Zifeng nodded in relief. Then his face gradually became heavy. Secretary Ma, I have a matter I need you to attend to. Remember, this is a matter of life and death for Daki, so don't ask too many questions and don't make a mess. I want you. After hearing Qi Zifeng's command, Ma Yuan instantly stared in shock, his lips trembling a little. Your Majesty, this? Qi Zifeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he glared majestically at Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan gulped and clenched his teeth with a heavy expression as he clasped his fists. I, microcosm, obey? Well, go make the arrangements. Also, clean up those guys outside the temple. I don't want any rumors to get out. Qi Zifeng casually waved his hand as if deciding the fate of 100 or so ants. The micro-minister takes his leave. Ma Yuan turned around in response and walked towards the outside of the temple with heavy steps. The deaths and lives of those palace maids and eunuchs outside the palace were not in his eyes, but another order made him walk on thin ice. The next day, Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Qinzheng Hall Side Hall. Wu Ji was standing in front of the desk, his left hand behind his back, his right hand pinching the pen on the smooth white paper, waving the ink. At the entrance of the side hall, Su Shiyu and Meng Ong came together. Looking at the refreshed and excited Wu Ji, the two of them carefully stood in the doorway, did not dare to make a sound to disturb. It was only after an incense stick was burned that Wu Ji's last stroke fell, and he turned around with a satisfied toss of his brush. And only then did the two of them let out a light breath and take a few steps forward. The old slave in the morning was still wondering. I don't know why today that purple plume magpie called extraordinarily happy, but it turned out to be due to Your Majesty here. Seeing that His Majesty is in such high spirits, I think that the purple plume sparrow has also felt the dragon's power active, and that's why she can't help but be happy. Su Shiyu smiled and flattered. At the same time, from the side of the palace, maid holding a square plate of teacups, carefully handed over to Wu Ji. Oh, you're the only one who can talk. Wu Ji laughed and cursed, took the teacup and lightly sipped a mouthful of cloudy spirit tea, feeling that the mouth of the throat was again quite clear. After Su Shiyu mentioned this, he did remember last night's storm again. Why not say that Sunyang wonderful, serving people's tricks but really a lot, then the content of the picture in the catalog is not too bad. Especially the half-virtual, half-substantial attire added to the flavor. After secretly lamenting a bit, Wu Ji put down his teacup and walked towards the main hall. Say, how's the investigation going? Back to Your Majesty. After a meticulous inventory and multiple verifications, the finger of blame eventually points to one person. That person is the most likely. It should be 8 or 9. Monin responded quickly, but showed shame as he spoke. It's just that person's identity is a bit special, and my ministers don't dare to take someone for questioning rashly. So we've come here to ask for Your Majesty's advice. Yes? A person and not a thing. Wu Ji couldn't help but come up with a smile. Who is it that even you two dare not act rashly? Meng Ong glanced at Su Shiyu, who had no choice but to cough low and softly. Back to Your Majesty, that person's name is Mu Yuha, and she is Consort Yan's personal maid. However, she was no ordinary maid. General Mu as well as concubine Yan were quite fond of her. Princess Yan, in particular, is very protective of her and treats her as her little sister. I am afraid that if there is an accident, it will not be good to explain to Princess Yan at that time, so… Squire. After sitting on the dragon chair, Wu Ji thoughtfully knocked on the imperial case. That maid seemed like he had seen it before, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Can you tell where it came from? Back to Your Majesty, when Mu Yuha was still in her infancy, she was rescued by Consort Yan's father in the midst of the war and brought back to General Zhugua's residence. His original surname is no longer traceable, and the Makoto surname was given to him by his master's family. Its origin is known only to Consort Yan's father, but unfortunately, Consort Yan's father was killed in battle long ago, so the matter has become a mystery. Wu Ji nodded slightly, and after a moment's thought, he opened his mouth to command. Summon Consort Yan for an audience, and tell her to bring that Mu Yuha with her. Yes. Su Shiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out of the hall to make arrangements. Monin also dropped his heart and stepped back to wait in silence. 2/4 of an hour later, Mu Qingyan entered the hall slightly nervously, followed by the somewhat cowering Xiao He. However, at this time, Xiao He was no longer wearing a green attendant's uniform, but a white courtesan's attire. "Concubine to your majesty." Mu Qingyan curtsied, and out of the corner of her eye, when she noticed that Meng Ong as well as Wushou were both in the hall and were constantly sizing up little Lotus, her heartbeat became even more rapid, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. As for Xiao Hua behind him, he was even prostrate on the ground, his head touching the carpet and not daring to raise his head. She was just a palace maid, but she didn't dare to stand and salute, nor did she dare to raise her head and look around. "Afe, is there an explanation to be given to me?" Wu Ji stared at Mu Yuhi, who was lying on the ground, and then looked at Mu Qingyan and asked in an expressionless voice. "This?" Mu Qingyan lightly bit her lips, her eyes struggling a bit. She had always felt very demonic about that ability of Xiao He's, so she always hid it from everyone, even her grandfather, because she was afraid that Koho would get into unpredictable trouble because of this ability. It's just that, nowadays, this is something she can't seem to keep under wraps anymore. She was simple but not stupid. From the look in the eyes of the master of the night hunting division as well as the factory master of the East Factory, she could tell that these two must have already become very suspicious of Xiao He. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been that gaze, and one wouldn't have gotten the order for His Majesty to bring little Lotus for a joint audience. That being said, she could only be blamed for acting too furtively last night and not even thinking about sweeping up. But it was useless to think about this now, and she had no room to return to Huan Huan in the face of His Majesty's questioning. If not, with her knowledge of His Majesty, she might have known how it would have ended. Chapter 68, The Three Guaranteed Fleets, The Miles. Your Majesty, my concubine knows that she is wrong. I wish to give a truthful account, and I hope that your Majesty will not be annoyed. Mu Qingyan let out a dark sigh and slowly knelt down. "Oh, and tell me about it." Wu Ji raised an eyebrow, non-committal. "Your Majesty, in fact, Xiao He possesses an extraordinary ability. Her eyes seem to be able to see through all disguises, able to perceive the truest side. The reason why my concubine was able to tell the identity of that Chi Caishi Nightcrawler last night was precisely because of Xiao He's help." After saying that, Mu Qingyan looked at Wu Ji with some apprehension. "Your Majesty, my concubine knows that this ability of Xiao He's is too demonic, and is afraid that it will bring misfortune, so I have never revealed it to others. Even my concubine's grandfather was equally unaware. I know that concealing your Majesty is a sin, and I am willing to be punished. Only, I hope that your Majesty will not make things difficult for little Lotus." Wu Ji was slightly surprised and looked at Mu Yuhi in astonishment. This Mu Yuha was only at the cultivation level of the 7-star realm, but she was able to see through the concealment of the spells, so it had to be said that it was quite a bit astonishing. It seems that those eyes of hers are really extraordinary tight. It was a pity that with the help of the system, he could only see through the cultivation of the target whose cultivation gap wasn't too big, but he couldn't discern any other information. He didn't know what exactly was going on with Mu Yuha's eyes. While rubbing his pencil in thought, Wu Ji turned his gaze to look at Mu Qingyan again. The crime of knowing and not reporting or deliberately concealing is punishable by degradation and confinement. But on account of the fact that you have no bad intentions and have told me frankly, I will be lenient and grounded for 3 days as a punishment. Hearing Wu Ji's punishment, Mu Qingyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and bowed gratefully. "Concubine, thank your Majesty for your forgiveness," Wu Ji softly hummed, and after a little contemplation, he looked towards Meng Ong and Zuishou. "Regarding this ability of Mu Yuha, it is limited to the two of you to know about it. Do not spread it out." "Yes." Zuishou and Meng Ong did not dare to disobey and bowed their heads in response to the order. "In the future, everything will be fine as usual. When there is a need to use Mu Yuha, I will send someone to dispatch." "I thank you, your Majesty." Mu Qingyan was instantly beaming with joy. She was afraid that Wu Ji would bring Xiao He away from her. Mu Yuhi, who had been kneeling on the ground and touching the carpet with her head down, also finally had a sigh of relief in her heart, and her lightly trembling body gradually returned to normal. "All right, go down, all of you." Wu Ji waved his hand, then remembered something and added out loud, "By the way, summon Makoki for an audience." "Yes. Yes, sir." When everyone exited the hall, Wu Ji's attention went back to the system panel. "It's time to use up those 3 chances for the raffle." "Ding! Congratulations. You've acquired the General Sol Ma San Bao. General Sol Ma San Bao. When given to the target, it allows the target to inherit the natural ability, enlightenment, and military strategy of Ma San Bao from the god and demon realms. Attribute 1, Child of the Sea. The successor is familiar with the sea battle, the waters. The sea has an incomparably keen insight into the ability to foresee storms, undercurrents, and other changes in the sea environment, and has a chance to win the favor of the sea beasts, to obtain the help of the sea beasts. Characteristic 2. Tongue-tied. The successor is able to speak well, and can mix a compelling tone in an invisible manner to gain the favor of others, or even induce them to surrender. Ma Sanbao, a Tang and a Ming, but from the characteristics, it must be the Ming's Zhang he undoubtedly. Wuji muttered, showing a look of interest. The Great Zhou imperial dynasty was far from the coastline and originally had little involvement with the ocean. However, after obtaining the western and southern borders of Daki, there is also an outlet to the sea. And it was still a nice harbor, a port of call for the second marine fleet of the Daki imperial dynasty. Although most of the battleships had escaped, the corresponding facilities in the harbor were intact. Originally, he had been thinking about developing a marine division, but now it seemed that he could start making arrangements at once. While secretly thinking, Wu Ji continued to start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations! You've acquired the Soldier's Soul Sanshou Fleet. Soldier Spirit Sambo Fleet. When given to a legion, it allows the legion to inherit the bravery, battle techniques, and battle formations of the Sambo Fleet of the divine and demonic realms. Battleships. Up to 300 ships, soldiers. Up to 500,000. Characteristic 1. Oars and horses. You can use a boat as a vehicle and a pulp as a horse, even when fighting on a storm-ravaged sea. Characteristic 2. Wanderlust. The soldiers will fight in the waters like a fish in water, like a god, and will be very little affected by storms, undercurrents, etc., and their strength and will be increased. The corners of Wu Ji's mouth were slightly hooked, and a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. Originally, he was still worried about the battleship. After all, that wasn't something that could be gotten out overnight. Even if it took 3 years and 5 years, it would be difficult to build battleships with a certain level of combat power and pull out a fleet capable of fighting. But the appearance of the Sanshou Fleet soldier souls solved this problem instantly. After all, battleships are part of the equipment, the equivalent of mounts and long-range weapons. Since the mounts of the armies could be promoted together, the battleships should be no exception. At that time, it would only be necessary to have the army assembled on boats of various sizes and models for different purposes, and the ships would be promoted along with them. After letting out a light breath, Wu Ji stared at the last chance to draw again. Ding! Congratulations! You've acquired the wonderful thing, the Great Wall of China. The Great Wall of China. A national wonder. Attribute 1. Airban. Over the Great Wall of China, flights are forbidden and armies will not cross. The effectiveness of the ban depends on the strength of the nation's fortunes. Currently bannable, below the 9th heavenly realm. Characteristic 2. Lofty. The Great Wall of China is as lofty as a mountain, tough and strong, and extremely difficult to damage. Current non-destructive limit. Pseudo-precious weapons. Attribute 3. Mobility. After the miles are laid out, they can be shrunk to a miniature after a certain interval and re-designated to lay out the area for placement. The interval depends on the length of the wall. The longer the length, the longer the interval. Current movement interval, 1 month. Attribute 4. Derivation. The Great Wall of Miles could absorb spirit wood, spirit soil, spirit rock, and other low-grade spirit materials of more than 100 years portion, as well as blood, flesh, and bones, to continuously derive and expand. Current extension length, 10,000 miles. Looking at an ancient city wall glistening with a bronze color that appeared within the system space, Wu Ji froze in the dragon chair, and it was difficult to return to his senses for a long time. Miles and miles and miles and miles, and it's amazing that it all came up. If he hadn't been mistaken, the pointer should have ended up staying in the heavenly region. Though it's the one near the yellow zone, suggesting that this should be a relatively weak reward in the sky zone rewards. But even if it was weak, it was still a treasure of the heavenly region. This was the first time he had ever drawn a product of the sky zone. Wu Ji just stared blankly until he regained his composure after a dozen breaths. For traits, a full 4 traits which had never been seen before. Even the 12 golden men are only 3 traits. Not to mention what these 4 characteristics represent. So, it's a great wall of flesh and blood. I'm afraid. Looking at the description of the 4th characteristic, Wu Ji's eyes were slightly complicated. However, After thinking about the situation of the world he was currently in, Wu Ji narrowed his eyes again. Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall of China with folk, torturers, and captives, but he had a better option for himself, a foreigner. In the history of the 9 heavens, the human race had been bullied and suffered by all the races for a long time, and the blood hatreds therein were too numerous to be written. As a member of the human race himself, if he had the ability, he would have to repay this blood debt. And now that the Great Wall of China has come into being, then they must be allowed to use their own hands and blood, and even the bones of their corpses to pour the great wall of flesh and blood together to atone for their sins. As for those human traitors who colluded with the foreigners and those who tried to block his path even to the point of death, he would likewise not be soft. In some ways, human traitors are more hateful than foreigners. Everything has a spirit, and the stronger the spirit, the more and more prevalent the selfishness. As a result, he was never naive enough to think that all races could work together and be united. After a good deal of ups and downs in his mind, Wu Ji returned his attention to the length of the wall. The current length of the Great Wall of China is 10,000 miles, while the previous circumference of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty was about 50,000 miles. This also indicated that the Great Wall of 10,000 miles was currently able to protect approximately one direction of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. But for the time being, he wasn't going to lay out the wall. One is that at the moment there is no danger that can jeopardize the survival of the Great Zhou, and the second is to act as a card, in case there is a big change, to be able to reverse the situation. While thinking in his mind, Wu Ji's sight shifted to the opinion map in the hall. The eyes slowly swept from the 4 borders of Great Zhou and then expanded. In the next instant, Wu Ji's eyes suddenly flashed, and a thought suddenly emerged in his heart. What if, with this great wall of miles, the entire first heaven was surrounded? After this thought popped up, it in turn startled Wu Ji himself, then secretly shook his head and laughed bitterly. If it really came to that, I'm afraid that Great Zhou would have unified the heavens long ago, so what's the point of protecting it? Only, that bitter smile at the corner of his mouth soon froze, because Wu Ji suddenly thought of a problem. If he were to travel to the second heaven in the future, wouldn't he not be able to bring his imperial dynasty with him, except for a cadre of highly powerful backbones? At the thought of this, Wu Ji's entire body was a bit bad. Lightly rubbing his temples in thought for a long time, Wu Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. If you can take the entire first heaven with you, and then protect the first heaven with the Great Wall of Miles, then, come on, man. Your Majesty. Su Shiyu quickly appeared in the hall. Pass the decree to Su Xiang. Order him to deploy manpower to check all kinds of canonical hidden secrets. Give me will be about the 9 heavens of the secret, heavy days to and from the way, as well as heavy days between the connection as far as possible to find out. Give me a detailed case. Wu Ji commanded in a deep voice, his gaze firm. All he knew was that the 9 heavens were originally one, and it was only after Taiku that they split apart. As for what the reason for this was, he had no idea. But since the 9 heavens themselves were one, it was thought that there should be a path to reunite as one. And that path he was bound to find out. Yes, sir. Shortly after Su Shiyu led the order to leave, a white-robed man stepped into the Hall of Diligence under Yang Yang's leadership. The man was about 40 years old, with bright and gentle eyes and an easygoing air. Looking at his face, he was none other than Mu Wuha, who had once shown his face in the Pillar General's residence. Herdsman Makige, kowtow to your Majesty. With a respectful expression, Mu Wuha fell to his knees and performed the bowing salute. His military service had long since been removed, and he was a white man, which is why he called himself a straw man. Mu Wuha, has the demeanor of a Confucian general. Are you, by any chance, willing to station yourself at the frontier sea and break the waves for my great Zhou? Mu Wuha's pupils instantly shrunk as disbelief flashed in his eyes. After raising his head, it was a decisive and incomparably firm heavy hug. I, Shepherd Wuha, will fulfill your Majesty's trust. Good. I for one will wait and see. Chapter 69. Qin Shi Yu as consort, fierce man out of the abyss. On the first day of September, the great Zhou harem, Shi Yu Hall. A column of palace ladies carrying various colors of goods in and out, most of them with a happy look in their eyes. To be able to be chosen to be a close attendant in the newly inlaid Shi Yu Hall, this was something that I don't know how many palace maidens could only dream of. It was because the owner of the Xiaoyu Palace was not only the 3rd imperial concubine of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, but also the palace master of the 9 Spectres Palace. To be able to serve such a truly powerful lord consort, it was hard for them not to rejoice. In the back of the Xiaoyu Hall, 7 or 8 palace maids were surrounding a woman carefully refining her makeup and fiddling with her skirt and robe. The woman looked at her face and was only in her 30s, and her appearance compared to Luo Qingqing's, she could be called equal. However, the temperament of the two was obviously very different. If Luo Qingqing was a hot and mesmerizing fox, then this woman was a lazy, arrogant swan. This woman, however, was none other than the palace master of the Nine Sepulchre Palace Qin Shiyu. Only different from the past days, today's Qin Shiyu did not wear the silver palace dress again, but changed into a joyful big red long dress. The red dress was embroidered and woven with light golden magpies and shen birds, echoing the phoenix head hairpin tied in the bun. On top of that, the red dress was also a bit more compact, highlighting Qin Shiyu's high, straight peaks to the fullest. But with a floor-length skirt blocking her back, it's hard to see. After about a quarter of an hour, seeing that everything was finished, Qin Shiyu lightly opened her vermilion lips. Okay, all stand down. Yes, the crowd of palace maids responded in playful unison, curtsied and retreated with their heads bowed. Waiting for the door of the hall to close, Qin Shiyu slowly stepped in front of the one-person high-dressing mirror. Looking at the exquisitely made-up and seductive woman in the mirror, Qin Shiyu cocked her head, blinked, and smiled playfully. If this kind of posture was seen by her men or other concubines, they would definitely be shocked, because they are under the impression that they are sort of a lazy poodle cat and not supposed to be a playful kitten. It's just that how many women in this world don't have an innocent side? The reason she never revealed it was simply the circumstances of her existence since childhood and beyond. Your Majesty after this night, you should also be relieved. Oh, he's obviously still in his early 20s, but he's so suspicious and overbearing. A strong desire to control. Is this the Emperor? The beauty in the mirror murmured, her eyes a little misty and a little complicated. Squeak! With a soft thud, the sliding door to the back hall opened. Qin Shiyu turned her body around and smiled sweetly as she looked at the upright figure that stepped into the back hall. Concubine, welcome your Majesty. Looking at Qin Shiyu, who was curtsying and hitching her hand, smiling and looking straight towards herself, Wu Ji guffawed. Slowly stepping up and back, he hooked Qin Shiyu's chin and sked and sighed lightly. Those concubines served me for the first time, which is not a face of shyness and apprehension. How is it that when it comes to Ifei here, instead of seeing a trace of shyness, she is still generous, like an old friend talking about family matters? Qin Shiyu snorted a smile, her delicate color self glowing, causing the originally somewhat dim light in the hall to brighten up. That's quite an apt description, Your Majesty. The concubine is physically and mentally connected to Your Majesty, so she is free of that strange apprehension and panic. Saying that, Qin Shiyu suddenly rolled her eyes, her delicate face surfacing with a touch of aggravation. Your Majesty, how come you haven't allowed your concubine to level her body? This kind of bending the knees and slightly crouching, but it is quite tiring. You're a hallowed 9 heavens realm extreme realm expert. Saying this, are you trustworthy yourself? Wu Ji smiled heatedly, his gaze traveling all the way down from his delicate collarbone, turning up 2 short slopes of what appeared to be snow-covered smoothness. Qin Shiyu couldn't help but be speechless, skimming her scarlet and delicate fiery lips. Your Majesty, the hour is still early. Why don't you let my concubine play the zither and sing a song for you? Huh? Princess AI even knows how to play the zither and sing songs. Wu Ji raised his eyebrows in surprise, then smiled faintly as he stroked over Qin Shiyu's blush-coated pretty face, his palm descending and pressing on Qin Shiyu's slippery shoulders. This is of course excellent, but before that, could I first use the Cloud Mountain flute as a test sound? Qin Shiyu did not put up any resistance and obediently sat down on the chair. Only, looking at Wu Ji's palm flipping and handing over the silver-colored red spiked flute in front of her eyes, Qin Shiyu could not help but smile bitterly. Your Majesty, my concubine has never studied piping, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Your Majesty. Oh! Wu Ji raised an eyebrow, then retrieved his silver flute with a playful smile. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you. However, there is always a penalty for wrongdoing. As the master of the Palace of the Nine Sepulchre, you should know better that when one thing fails, you should make up for it with another related thing. Afe, do you understand? Qin Shiyu blinked her seemingly talking eyes in some confusion. However, when the line of sight was turned, it was an instant understanding, and he was immediately flushed with shame. Your Majesty, you, concubine, understand. Satisfied with this, Wu Ji laughed and pulled Qin Shi Yu's arm to pull the ladder up. Then let me see the concubine's zither and appreciate her singing voice. Being brought to the zither bench by Wu Ji's gently squeezing hand, Qin Shi Yu smiled delicately. This piano stool is slightly low. Could your majesty help my concubine? Wu Ji looked at Qin Shi Yu playfully, then turned around and sat down on the zither bench. Then with the force of his right arm, he swept Qin Shi Yu into his arms. In that case, Afe is always enough, isn't she? As it happens. Qin Shi Yu let out a low laugh as she ate, and then stretched out her 10 greenish jade fingers and stroked the 7-stringed purple bamboo zither on the table. Ding, dong. After a brief audition, the ethereal, mellifluous sound of the piano began to play slowly, and a chanting voice with some lethargy also roamed up, charming the ears and mesmerizing the mind. The sound of the piano and the song should be accompanied by, like the Sunset Valley, the evening sun makeup, the overall give a person an incomparable relaxation of the lazy cozy feeling. Wu Ji listened quietly, and his mind enjoyed a rare moment of clear, ethereal pleasure. A song is over, the next song but violently changed the style, as fish such as rivers and lakes, dragons swimming in the sea, joyful at the same time, but also a few more points of impassioned aggressiveness. Wu Ji raised an eyebrow, his eyes slightly amused. This Qin Shi Yu, it seems that the preparation is also very well, first suppressed and then raised the tease. Is it trying to catch his heart? Prickly. With a crack, Qin Shi Yu's zither and song were in disarray. Go on. I'll make it harder for you and see how far you can go. Hearing Wu Ji's heckling, commanding voice, Qin Shi Yu pursed her lips, and although she was helpless, she could only continue to play and sing. Outside the palace, listening to the somewhat blurred but very pleasant zither sounds and chants, the palace maids on duty all had faces of admiration and amazement. But then the gradual disorganization of the tone singing struck them as odd. It was only after this that they realized what was going on, and then at some point the sound of the broken strings stopped. When they looked at each other, they all lowered their heads with reddened faces. Black Nightmare Abyss. Ha 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 ha. This clan, finally out. An indulgent and crazy laughter suddenly rang out, which was so wild and open that it even blew away the dense poisonous mist and gray miasma. As for the various tiny poisonous insects hidden in the miasma fog, many of them were even shocked to death on the spot. When the sound got closer and closer, a figure also finally rushed out of the miasma fog's shroud. It was a dark, thin old man with hair as disheveled as a chicken's nest and tattered clothes that looked like a barker. Not only was the old man dark and thin, but his eyes were sunk deep into them, as if he had survived decades in the darkness of the night. Most striking, though, was his ebony black ankle without his left foot. Hehehe, a bunch of fools. With that little brain of yours, you're worthy of fighting with this clan? Heh, joke. After stopping his form, the old man spat towards the abyss below, his eyes filled with disdain. Slowly and methodically, he gathered his dirty hair and shook his body again, shattering his tattered clothing into shreds. And then, the old man's gaze fell on the ancient ring dangling from a thin string on his chest. As he pulled off the ring and looked at the nightmare mark on it, the old man looked slightly nervous. His grandmother, it should always work now, right? Don't break it for this clan. While murmuring, the old man's divine sense penetrated into the ring. In the next instant, the old man let out a long breath, a satisfied smile on his face. A few breaths later, the old man who had changed into a decent piece of clothing once again let out a long whistle, and then ran towards the top of the abyss in front of him and swept away at great speed. A quarter of an hour later, the old man's figure appeared in front of the central hall of the main peak. Only, at this time, the old man's complexion was incomparably ugly, and the surrounding area was even more paved with corpses that were in a miserable state of death. The corpses were almost all wearing uniforms, but obviously not the kind of attire the old man had hoped to see. On several other surrounding peaks, urgent bells were echoing, and running crowds were faintly visible. However, the old man did not pay attention to it, but just stared blankly at the plaque at the lintel of the great hall that was very different from what he remembered. You? Who the hell are you? A middle-aged man in black official robes leaned his back against the wall of the temple. His right hand pressed down on his left armless and bloodied left shoulder, staring at the old man with pain and hateful anger, and asked in a trembling voice, "Who is this clan?" Good question. Good question. You show up in the sect's territory, yet you still have to ask who the sect is. The old man looked back at the middle-aged man, angry as a black lion, his beard and hair all flaring, Even though he had killed hundreds of people along the way, it was still difficult to stop his anger. The middle-aged pupil shrunk slightly and gritted his teeth. Your territory? This clan? You're the earlier sect leader of the Black Nightmare sect. A thing like a mole cricket dares to call this clan by you? The old man was a few points angrier, and with just a casual wave of his hand, he severed the middle-aged man's left calf. Ah! The middle-aged man gave a mournful roar of pain and slammed his right knee down so hard that the pestle broke the stone floor, but he held himself up strongly and did not fall. Regardless of which patriarch of the Black Nightmare sect you are, and regardless of your strength, daring to slaughter imperial officials, you will not escape death. Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down from his forehead, the breakage of 2 limbs and massive blood loss, as well as the constant erosion of some kind of bizarre power, caused the middle-aged man's consciousness to become increasingly blurred. Yet the middle-aged man still held strong, and anger pronounced the old man's fate. Still really an official of the Great Zhou? The old man frowned slightly, followed by a disdainful sneer. The court? Heh, the tiger is not powerful, but the monkey cub even dares to call himself king. Good, very good. Daring to destroy my Black Nightmare sect and seize my blessed land. It seems that this Great Zhou's imperial family does not want to exist anymore. Since this is the case, this clan will satisfy you. While laughing and cursing coldly, the old man raised his hand and gently chopped, directly cutting the middle-aged man's neck through the air. As for the middle-aged's mocking look before he died, the old man didn't care at all. He knew that something big had definitely changed out there, and the Great Zhou court was clearly on the side of the profiteers. But whatever the court got, he didn't care, because absolute strength is enough to ignore all small tricks. Chapter 70 Pei Shijie, the Golden Iron Past. On the 2nd day of the 9th month, the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Meng Ong quickly walked through the hall corridors, looking hurried and serious, and vaguely gloomy. The palace maids and forbidden guards who came and went did not dare to look at them more than they should, even though they felt strange. The Hall of Diligence. Wu Ji was idly teasing the color-plumed sparrow, seemingly in a good mood. What's gone wrong? This fretfulness? As soon as Meng Ong stepped into the hall, Wu Ji's flat words rang out, and he didn't look back. After a hasty salute, Monin gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Back to your majesty, last night, the officials of the Household Ministry's Spirit Mountain Blessed Land Control Division and the Black Nightmare Institute were bloodied, and less than 30% of their men escaped. Muji moved and slowly turned around. The first time I received the news, I assigned Wu Shuang, the master of the Shadowless Hall, to personally go and investigate, because Wu Shuang's ability to conceal himself was extremely impressive. If he did not get too close, even the micro-ministers would find it difficult to discover. But today, when the sky was about to dawn, Wu Shuang returned with serious injuries and without an arm. It was also fortunate that he had brought the broken arm back, but he was able to reattach it. According to Wu Shuang's explanation, at that time, he had only touched the foot of the mountain from afar when he was struck by a sword intent that fell from the sky. This shows that the other party is extremely powerful. Wu Ji listened as he slowly walked up to the dragon chair. The smile on his face also gradually disappeared, replaced by an indifference. Who is it? Back to your majesty, the other party came out from the Black Nightmare Abyss, claiming to be this clan, and should be the previous sect masters of the Black Nightmare sect. The micro-minister ordered people to carefully comb through the roster and cause of death of all the patriarchs and vice-patriarchs of the Black Nightmare sect in the past 1,000 years, and finally locked in on one person, the previous patriarch of the Black Nightmare sect, Pei Shiji. Pei Shiji's last appearance was 280 years ago, when he happened to turn 200 years old, and a big birthday banquet was held in the Black Nightmare sect, as well as a celebration of his advancement to the late stage of the Nine Heavens realm. Listening to Manong, Wu Ji's eyes flickered slightly. The lifespan limit of the Nine Heavens realm was generally 300 years old, and even if there were spiritual medicines and elixirs to increase lifespan, one would most likely not live to 350. Only after advancing to the Dragon Gate realm could one's lifespan be doubled to over 600 years. However, this Pei Shiji had lived for 480 years and had obviously advanced into the Dragon Gate realm. As for exactly what stage of the Dragon Gate realm it was not easy to tell at the moment. It was on that day that the 12 sons of gold and iron blended into the great feast and launched a siege against Pei Shijie. In the end, the 12 sons of gold and iron, Pei Shiji, and the 3 Nine Heavens realm experts who assisted Pei Shiji all fell into the Black Nightmare Abyss and were never heard from again. When no one appeared for several days afterward, the outside world assumed that they were all dead. After all, but anyone who has fallen into the black nightmare abyss has never come out alive. The 12 sons of gold and iron? Wu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression somewhat surprised. How are they related to the 12 feathered groves of the former Golden Iron Imperial Dynasty? But are they the same group? Exactly. Monin gave an affirmative nod, then explained in detail. Your Majesty, 300 years ago, my great Zhou vassal Golden Iron Dynasty was still a party of independent imperial dynasties. At that time, the Golden Iron Dynasty's territory was only 20% smaller than the Great Forest Dynasty, and its national and military power was quite impressive. Unfortunately, the newly crowned Jintai Emperor was so incompetent that he caused chaos in the country in just a few years. Even the Black Nightmare sect had killed a number of loyal ministers under the compulsion of the Black Nightmare sect's saintly daughter at the time. Among them, the pillar of the Golden Iron Dynasty, the Feathered Forest General, who was in charge of the Feathered Forest Tea Riders, was also imprisoned and executed. And the 12 Phelan under his command were also removed from their posts, followed by an order to execute 9 clans. 9 clans were slaughtered, and the 12 Featherwoods went into hiding. It wasn't until 290 years ago that the Black Nightmare sect and Lanrua sect reached a secret agreement with the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty in the north to help the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty invade the Golden Iron Imperial Dynasty. In that battle, the Golden Iron Dynasty was nearly destroyed. Fortunately, the 12 feathered groves appeared as the 12 sons of the Golden Iron, assassinated 16 generals of all sizes of the Snow Eagle Dynasty, and penetrated deep into the Snow Eagle Dynasty to assassinate several ministers and princes, which gave the Golden Iron Dynasty a chance to catch its breath. It was also that brief respite that allowed the Golden Iron Dynasty the opportunity to send an envoy to Great Zhou and eventually become a vassal of our dynasty, preserving the throne. Then after that, the Golden Iron 12 sons assassinated the Golden Iron Emperor and that Black Nightmare sect's holy maiden who had become the Empress. After that, the 12 sons of Gold and Iron went into hiding once again. When it reappeared, it was the battle in the Black Nightmare sect. At that time, most of the 12 sons of Gold and Iron were at the early stage of the Nine Heavens realm, and only 3 of them were at the middle stage of the Nine Heavens realm. However, they shared the same mind and cooperated well, plus a unique battle formation, which dragged Pei Shijie into the Black Nightmare abyss. Wu Ji nodded slightly thoughtfully, then raised his hand and ingested the mountain and sea mirror. Soon, an image appeared in the hall. The image was of a lofty mountain with clouds billowing from the peak near the top. By the time the screen zoomed out, halls and pavilions were constantly visible, along with corpses with miserable deaths scattered everywhere. Looking at the corpses all over the place, Wu Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the speed of turning the screen was faster. But when he waited until he had swept through the several surrounding peaks, he surprisingly didn't even find a single silhouette. It was also at that moment that a blinking yellow dot suddenly appeared at the edge of the mirror. Wu Ji's heart fluttered, and after exiting the current image, he looked towards the location where the yellow was blinking. Its location, however, is precisely in the center of the Great Zhou, that is, in the middle of the imperial capital. The early warning properties of the mountain mirror are generally only for upheavals of a certain magnitude. If a limited number of strong enemies appeared in the territory, there would be no hints unless the opponent appeared in the middle of the imperial capital, Wuwei City. Can't it be that Pei Shiji has run to the imperial capital? Wu Ji secretly guessed, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. At the moment, his strongest card was no longer the 12 golden men. This was because after blessing Luo Qingqing as well as Qin Shiyu, his realm at this point had already reached the 4th level of the Nine Heavens realm, close to the 5th level. Among them, Qin Shiyu helped him the most because Qin Shiyu was a Nine Heavens realm extreme realm cultivator. As for the summoning characteristic of the Garuda idol, it was able to summon Garuda spirits that were one great realm higher than him to come. With this hand of cards in place, and with the 12 golden men assisting in the battle, even the 5th level of the Dragon Gate realm may not be impossible to kill. What's more, he didn't believe that underneath that Black Nightmare abyss was some kind of wonderful blessed land for cultivation. Pei Shijie's ability to survive and advance to the Dragon Gate realm was not bad. So how strong could he be? With that in mind, the idea moved again, and another image appeared in the hall. In the picture, a lame old man was wandering through a crowded street, and underneath his rakish expression was a pair of eyes that glittered with cruel ferocity. A mile away in front of the old man was a city wall that stretched without seeing the head, and in the middle of the wall was a majestic and atmospheric palace gate. Your Majesty, I will gather all the experts of the night hunting division to surround and kill him. As a precaution, Could your majesty order the Forbidden Army to cooperate? Mengong, who had already known what the murderer looked like from the survivors, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes and clasped his fists towards Wu Ji. Unexpectedly, Wu Ji was smiling indifferently and waved his hand. No need, pass the decree, order the palace gate to be opened wide. All the forbidden soldiers and chamberlains along the way shall not be stopped. Let them enter the front square. As the words fell, Wu Ji slowly got up and walked off the royal platform. Let's go. Accompany me to meet this ambitious old man for a while. Your Majesty, you. Mengong wanted to block, but Wu Ji had already left the hall, so he could only stomp his feet and grit his teeth to follow. Outside the western palace gate, Pei Shiji leaned on a wooden stick and limped to the guarding forbidden soldiers. Sweeping his eyes at the hundreds of forbidden soldiers inside and outside the doorway and on the wall that were not moving, Pei Shiji smiled and stared at the Forbidden Army's tooth general who greeted him, grinning a simple smile like an ordinary old man. Little child, I'll go in here and have a look too. Can you give me a path? That tooth general scanned Pei Shiji up and down, suddenly laughed aloud, clasped his fist with a bold face and said, I dare not refuse the elder's request. This is a small matter, so please enter, elder. With that, Tooth would step aside sideways and guide his right hand in vain toward the leveled avenue that led straight to the inside. Pei Shijie was stunned, his eyes more than a little confused. He just wanted to open his mouth to catch a little bit, and then just rush in to kill. Because in his mind, the other party would either politely refuse or blast away with an annoyed and impatient voice. But the other party's reaction like this was really out of his expectation, and it all made him give birth to a trance. After more than 200 years of being out of the world, are the people of the Great Zhou Court this polite? That's not right. Even if one is polite, it's not possible to let people into the imperial palace at will, is it? Elder, the tooth general voiced out suspiciously, pulling Pei Shijie back from being lost in thought. Oh? Haha. Good. Good, you're not bad, little waif. Pei Shijie laughed out loud several times and nodded approvingly towards the tooth general, then limped towards the city gate hole. Vaguely, he also felt something was wrong. Even then, he had guessed that the people of the court might have known his identity. As to whether the court is holding the mind of peace, or has already laid a dragnet in the palace, Pei Shiji does not care, because he has this confident backbone, all the way forward, although from time to time on the way to see the guards of the Forbidden Army, and even there are coming and going chamberlains, officials, etc., but no one has always been out of the way. At most is to usher in some surprised, doubtful eyes. It wasn't until he stepped into a side of the square that was big enough to squeeze tens of thousands of people into it that the atmosphere suddenly changed. Looking at the lofty palace with the inscription front hall at the innermost side from afar, and then scanning the dozens of silhouettes outside the door of the palace, as well as the more than 1,000 forbidden soldiers at the bottom of the steps, Pei Shiji smiled with a smile, revealing a look of interest in his eyes. In the next instant, Pei Shiji's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of hundreds of feet and came to stand a dozen or so feet away in front of the Forbidden Army. After his eyes casually crossed over the bodies of these forbidden soldiers, Pei Shiji's expression suddenly condensed, blinking as he once again took a closer look. Upon realizing that the weakest of these forbidden soldiers were at the first level of the 8-gate realm, and that there were quite a few of them at the 9-heavenly realm, Pei Shiji's eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of horror. Although these people were not able to pose a threat to him, this kind of army was too intimidating. At this instant, Pei Shijie suddenly had some regrets. He felt as if he was a bit impulsive. He should at least carefully explore the recent events, and the current situation is Chapter 71, The Spirit of Calvary. Although some secretly annoyed at his own arrogance and recklessness, secretly sigh empiricism should not be, but also limited to this, Pei Shiji did not have apprehension. After letting out a light breath, Pei Shijie's gaze also turned to the figures above the steps. As far as the eye could see, almost all of them were in the 9 heavens realm. But with the vibration of the Forbidden Army in front of him, Pei Shiji did not feel too rare at this time. Of these people, the only ones that really gave him sideways glances were the 12 guards in pale golden armor. Because he was actually a little bit unable to put the cultivation of these 12 people. But intuitively there was not much sense of crisis, so Pei Shiji was only slightly concerned about it. At last, Pei Shijie's gaze finally set right and aimed at the young emperor who stood like a crane and was surrounded in the very center. 4th level of the 9 heavens realm, you? Now, Pei Shijie was finally greatly shaken, his eyes filled with incredulity. This was because when he had wandered all the way here in the city, he had already known the age of the current emperor of Great Zhou through the conversations of passers-by 22 years old. A 22-year-old at the 4th level of the Nine Heavens realm, is this a joke? Pei Shijie felt his head was a bit confused. At this moment, it seemed like he had run away to the ancient years. Because only in that period was it possible for such a terrifying heavenly pride to appear. Ever since the collapse of the Nine Heavens during the Taiku period, it seemed as if the aura of the first heaven had been in a state of collapse. It wasn't so obvious during the ancient years, and that time was also the most glorious period after the division of the first heaven. At that time, not to mention the Dragon Gate realm, there were large numbers of people who could cultivate to even higher realms. However, as time gradually passed, cultivation became more and more difficult, so much so that in the end, it was difficult to even break through the Dragon Gate realm. In the recent ancient period, the rules of the heavenly Tao of the first heaven suddenly changed drastically. Wanting to break through the Dragon Gate realm was no longer something that could be done by water. If you wanted to be promoted, you had to go through the great tribulation of heaven and earth, and if you won, you would become successful, and if you lost, you would die. And as time passes, the chances of a successful crossing get lower and lower. However, the heavenly Tao seemed to be very concerned with fairness, and after imposing such a yoke, it also gave compensation to the winner. And that compensation is the bestowal of the art. It had been speculated that this change in rules should be an instinctive reaction of self-preservation of the heavenly Tao. This was because the lack of heaven and earth's aura made high-level cultivators a burden to heaven and earth, and would cause great pressure and even damage to the overall existence of the first heaven. This is why the heavenly Tao has imposed restrictions, eliminating the best and the worst, drawing on the essence of the eliminated to make up for itself, and providing for the winners. In this way, an equilibrium can barely be maintained. But speculation is just speculation, and no one knows what's really behind it. Because no one can even say whether or not the heavenly Tao exists, much less prove it. Also, just as Pei Shijie's thoughts were turning over, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Pei Shijie, do you know your offense? Pei Shijie looked back at Wu Ji oddly, a disdainful wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Milky little waif, since you know the name of your ancestor, you still dare to be so domineering. Do you not want to live? Wu Ji's eyes were slightly cold, and he snorted with an expressionless face. A mere 4th level of the Dragon Gate realm, and you dare to speak loudly and disrespectfully to me. Which one gave you the guts? Pei Shijie's pupils shrunk slightly, his afterglow glanced around, and he even launched his divine sense to carefully probe the surroundings, somewhat alarmed. This little emperor, how did he know about his cultivation level? At this moment, Pei Shijie finally felt tricky, as well as uneasy. After squinting his eyes in silence for several breaths, Pei Shijie suddenly let out a long laugh. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I can't imagine. Nearly 300 years without seeing the sun. After coming out, the world has changed greatly to this. Laughing, Pei Shijie suddenly looked solemn and said with a solemn face, Great Zhou Emperor, you viciously slaughtered my Black Nightmare sect's entire family, causing my Black Nightmare sect's legacy to be severed. There has to be an explanation for this matter. How about this, you hand over your own chances and secret treasures as reparation. In this way, the blood feud between the two parties can be resolved, and the sect can leave here and never go on a killing spree. How? Oh! Wu Ji let out a light oh, but with a negative hand slowly said, If I comply with your wishes, when those guys climb up from the Black Nightmare abyss again, how am I going to get rid of them? Pei Shijie's face changed slightly, and he uttered a voice in shock. How do you know? Saying this, Pei Shijie gave a sharp jolt and closed his mouth to stare gloomily at Wu Ji. Oh, it seems I guessed right. Wu Ji smiled bashfully, his expression subdued. The reason he was willing to waste his time talking to Pei Shijie was because he wanted to know if there were others surviving under the Black Nightmare abyss. As for whether or not these people were the 12 sons of gold and iron, Wu Ji didn't care. All he needed to know was simply whether any others had survived. Only then could he make early arrangements to avoid another tragedy like the Black Nightmare Institute. Slaughter. As Wu Ji indifferently ordered, the 12 golden guards flashed out and surrounded Pei Shijie in the center. The little boy is a dead man. Not finding any traces of other experts lurking about, Pei Shijie instantly roared in anger. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure appeared, forcing the people in the arena to breathe heavily. At the same time, the wooden stick in Pei Shijie's hand shed its disguise and turned into a long sword. As the sword blade came out of the sheath, the powerful sword intent was even surging out, as if an indestructible sword was against everyone's brow, causing hearts to tremble. How dare a dog animal fight a tiger? After a disdainful cold snort, Pei Shiji's long sword in his hand shook rapidly, transforming into 12 killing and piercing sword shadows, slashing at the necks of the 12 golden guards. Just then, a half-virtual, half-real figure suddenly appeared above Pei Shiji's head. Under the alarming sign in his heart, Pei Shiji instinctively swung his sword upwards, swinging it at great speed, forming a curtain of sword shadow light above his head. After that, Pei Shiji flew backward. However, the hasty defense was clearly a bit undercooked. After the curtain of light flew and broke, a sharp talon resembling an eagle's claw pierced deeply into his shoulder blade. Ah! After a mournful scream, Pei Shiji clenched his teeth tightly and stared at the enemy that had suddenly appeared from dozens of feet away in death. It was a strange creature with a human face, a hawk's beak, and a bird's body. The other party was golden in color, shaped like a golden-winged bird, and was currently staring at him with a crooked head full of ferocious eyes. What monster is this? This? Pei Shiji did not care to check his left arm that had lost its senses after his shoulder blade was shattered, nor did he care about the weird tingling sensation that was spreading around the wound. He only stared at the enemy in the distance in fear and anxiety. Unexpectedly, this shriek of his was the one that directly angered the other party. Dare to insult the mighty Garuda? Seek death. The creature opened its hawkish beak and roared, revealing sharp, dense green teeth and a face of wrath. When the voice fell, the field suddenly lost its trace. The onlookers could only see Pei Shiji frantically slashing his longsword in place, sending out a lurid sword intent, but they could never see the creature's figure. After only a few breaths, Pei Shiji let out a miserable scream, followed by intensive and continuous roars of pain. After more than 20 breaths, the sound of screams completely disappeared, and the sword intent that was slashing recklessly also disappeared, like the sudden tranquility after a storm. When the debris fell to the ground and the dust cleared, the scene in the field was finally revealed. Only looking into the eyes, many people sucked in a breath of cool air, because that originally incomparably arrogant Pei Shiji, at this moment actually turned into a morose white skeleton. All the flesh, blood, hair, etc. on his body all disappeared. At the last moment, Pei Shiji still maintained the posture of kneeling on one knee, tilting his head back and roaring in pain. As for the originator of all this, he was hovering 7 or 8 feet above the ground, his eyes closed and his eagle's beak constantly wriggling with a face of enjoyment. It was as if he had eaten some incomparably delicious delicacy. Come back! Wu Ji gave a cold cry with an indifferent expression, and the creature swiftly shifted and disappeared on that note. On the side, Meng Ong, Zuishou, Lu Zihao and the others looked at each other in awe. His Majesty's tactics are truly endless and unimaginable. Honestly speaking, when they previously heard His Majesty speak of Pei Shiji's strength, they were shocked, and a cloud of uneasiness spread over their hearts. That was the 4th level of the Dragon Gate realm, and none of them in this scene were in the Dragon Gate realm except for His Majesty's 12 golden guards. Moreover, the 12 golden guards were only at the 2nd level of the Dragon Gate realm, making it difficult to take down Pei Shiji. But who could have imagined that at the critical moment, His Majesty would offer up such an amazing killing move again? As a matter of fact, not only were the group of courtiers amazed, but even Wu Ji himself was quite surprised. He knew that it shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Garuda spirit to take down Pei Shiji. After all, it was the spirit of a race, and perhaps one of the strongest celestials among them. But he didn't expect it to be that crisp and clean, and in less than 30 breaths of work, the battle was already over. Among these, what particularly made Wu Ji look sideways was the speed of the Garuda spirit. That kind of terrifying speed, I'm afraid that the average late stage of the Dragon Gate realm might not be able to match it. After recalling the Garuda-ing spirit, Wu Ji was about to make a sound, but some images and information that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness caused him to faint slightly. When he finished combing through the somewhat fragmented information, Wu Ji couldn't help but see a slight flash in his eyes. That turned out to be some of Pei Shiji's memories, and as for why it appeared in his sea of consciousness, he thought that it was the effect of that Garuda-ing spirit. Although these memories were somewhat fragmented and piecemeal, Wu Ji had drawn 3 extremely important pieces of information from them. For one thing, the Black Nightmare Abyss seemed to be a kind of terrifying confinement array that was self-created by heaven and earth, and access to it was not allowed. Once someone fell into the Black Nightmare Abyss, even if they were as strong as the absolute top of the Dragon Gate realm, they would never be able to escape. The reason why Pei Shiji was able to get out of the trap was because of a change of heart more than a month ago. More precisely, July 23rd. On that day, the Black Nightmare Abyss experienced a considerable earth tremor. But the weird thing was that the field moved without warning, as if it was an impromptu change. According to Pei Shijie's analysis, he thought that the earth movement did not appear from under the ground of the Black Nightmare Abyss, but it was induced by some parallel earth boundary, similar to a kind of remote movement. It's like the heartfelt sensing of the child compulsion without the need for a physical medium of conduction. Chapter 72. Heavy Heavens Unification Day, Yin and Yang setting the dragon's lair. It was also due to that change that a tiny loophole appeared in a corner of the Forbidden Grand Formation. After that, the crowd below joined forces to exert their efforts and barely managed to hold out a passageway. And Pei Shijie, it was from that tiny passage that he escaped to life. Not only that, he screwed the others when he escaped. Regarding that strange ground movement at the bottom of the Black Nightmare Abyss, Wu Ji couldn't help but associate it with the Battle of the Black Dragon's Ridge, because on July 23rd, the only place where earth tremors have occurred in the Great Zhou is the Black Dragon Ridge. In addition, the names of the two locations, the Black Dragon's Ridge and the Black Nightmare Abyss, were also very interesting and vaguely seemed to be involved in some way. Perhaps the changes in the Black Nightmare Abyss were caused by none other than yourself. As his thoughts fanned out, Wu Ji was suddenly reminded of another place, the Black Dragon's Eye. The first time he knew about the place, Black Dragon's Eye, was from the mouth of the Scorched Light sect's previous sect leader, Fu Lin. According to Fu Lin's words, the reason why he was able to quickly break through to the late stage of the Nine Heavens realm was also thanks to that place. So, the Black Dragon's Eye, the Black Dragon's Ridge, and the Black Nightmare Abyss, what kind of connection is there between these three? After secretly keeping this point in his mind, intending to have someone collect the relevant information later, Wu Ji again focused on Pei Shijie's other two memories. Secondly, the bottom world of the Black Nightmare Abyss seemed to be a secret realm or small space. There is day and night there too, except that you can't see the sun, much less the stars. The world there was wrapped in gray mist at all times, and was densely populated with poisonous beasts, poisonous mist, and poisonous zhongs, making it a treacherous environment to live in. But most surprisingly, the pressure there was heavy, at least 10 times that of the outer room. Correspondingly, things are much stronger than in the outer world in terms of sturdiness, resistance to pressure, etc. In addition, although the spiritual chi there was comparable to the outside world, one did not need to undergo the test of the heaven and earth cataclysm when advancing to the Dragon Gate realm there. And this, in turn, was the reason why Pei Shijie as well as the others were able to step into the Dragon Gate realm safely and securely. Only, perhaps it was because they were in a special area on one side, not within the favor of the first heavenly Tao or some other reason. In short, they did not receive the bestowal of spells. Third, in the bottom world of the Black Nightmare Abyss, besides Pei Shijie, there were still the remaining 18 people surviving. Only the one that Pei Shijie set up when he escaped caused all the remaining people to suffer from the backlash of the Grand Formation. Apart from the 12 sons of Gold and Iron, who shared the same mind and responded quickly and only suffered serious injuries, the remaining 6 people all died violently on the spot. As for the cultivation level of the 12 sons of Gold and Iron, they were all at the early stage of the Dragon Gate realm. Their two parties had also fought to the death there nearly a dozen times, but it had always been a case of neither one of them being able to help the other. Therefore, in the end, the two parties could only hold back their killing intent when they met, and even cooperated at the last minute. It was a pity that, in the end, the 12 sons of Gold and Iron were still put on the spot. Right now, the 12 sons of Gold and Iron had all suffered serious injuries and had no other helpers. According to Pei Shijie's estimation, I'm afraid it will take at least a month for them to see the light of day again. After clearing his mind, Wu Ji gave several orders on the spot, after which he returned to the Hall of Diligence. Half an hour later, Su Changhong entered the palace for an audience. Your Majesty, there's a clue. Wu Ji's eyes lit up as he looked at Su Changhong expectantly. Oh? Tell me about it. Yes. Su Changhong arched his hand in response to the order, and then spoke out slowly. Your Majesty, the reason why the 9 heavens collapsed originated from a horrific battle during the Ancient Age. That battle was called the Battle of the Pouring Sky, also known as the Battle of the Heavenly Hanging, the Battle of the Divine Fall, the Battle of the Buried Immortal, and so on. It was just that the two sides of this battle, or maybe it was several sides, and what exactly their identities were, had not even been found out in a single word. It was as if a terrifying invisible hand had erased all traces. In short, after that battle, the 9 great heavens were completely severed, residing in the 9 heavens with a terrifying flood of time and space in between. At the same time, the rules of heaven and earth were quietly undergoing many strange changes. As for the way of passage between the 9 heavens, from the current canon, there was only one, and that was to climb the heavenly ladder and knock on the heavenly gate after practicing to the extreme of the current heavens. If one's strength is sufficient, the heavenly gate can be knocked open, and then there will be a light of attraction to bring the person who knocked to the heavenly gate to the upper heavens. It is clear from this that this passage can only be made from the lower heavens to the upper heavens, and not in the reverse direction. For example, the first heaven can travel to the second heaven, but those in the second heaven cannot descend to the first heaven. However, this is only a judgment based on the canonical books of the Great Show, and it is not known whether there are other paths of passage or not. In addition, although people from the upper heavens cannot descend to the lower heavens, they can teleport non-living objects to the lower heavens through some means and at a certain cost. Speaking here, Su Changhong gave a slight beat, and after changing his breath, he continued. As for the question of whether or not the heavy heavens can be regrouped among themselves and how they are to be regrouped, which your majesty is most concerned about, I have had my people search through all the historical materials, and I have only been able to find one paragraph that might be useful. Wuji was instantly energized and pursued the question. What's the word? The day of heavy heavens unification and the yin and yang setting of the dragon's nest. Since the time when the 9 heavens are restored to light. Yin and yang setting the dragon's lair. Wuji muttered, his brow furrowing slightly. How does the beloved minister look at this passage? Su Changhong had obviously thought carefully about it, and returned unhurriedly after sniffing. Your Majesty, I thought that the word 9 heavens corresponds to the 9 heavens, and the word restoration should mean the reunion of the heavens. Therefore, this last sentence is what His Majesty expects. As for the first 2 sentences, they are naturally the requirements for doing so. The first of these sentences, the day of the reign of the heavens, this is very well understood, and it says that there is to be a power that completes the complete reign of that heavens. Only the exact requirements of such complete rule are not easy to judge, because domination has a very different meaning on the surface, and if it were just complete domination by force, that would be fine. But if it's the ideology or the overall recognition, the presence of rebellion and other detailed and deeper requirements, it's not quite so good. And the second sentence, yin and yang set the dragon's point. This sentence should be about stabilizing and suppressing the dragon's point with the chi of yin and yang, or yin and yang objects. Among them, the word dragon's den corresponds to what, in all probability, should be a kind of terrain, or the core node of an extraordinary earth vein, etc. After all, dragon beasts didn't exist in the first heaven at all, and had never appeared in history. Since there were no dragon beasts, naturally there wouldn't be a real dragon's den. Having established this, it is easier to reverse the word yin and yang. Because what can suppress and stabilize the dragon's lair of heaven and earth is bound to be an extremely extraordinary yin and yang object. The greatest possibility is a yin and yang chi, or a yin and yang object, that is capable of generating great potency, unique and self-generated and self-supporting by heaven and earth. After meditating on this analysis from Su Changhong, Wu Ji couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance. This is a great show's Gue Xiang, who has inherited the soul of Guanzhong, and he is really getting more and more extraordinary. The various things the other party had told were detailed and comprehensive, several of which he had not thought of. For example, when the heavy heaven was unified, he only took it for granted that it was a great unification in terms of force and territory, but he didn't even think about the deeper level of the rule of prestige, hearts, and minds. And then, for example, the concise inversion of the word yin and yang by dragon points, etc. Let's not talk about this one of unification. After all, the path is clear. It is the second sentence that needs to be considered at the moment, and Aiching has a corresponding guess about it. Facing Wu Ji's measured question, Su Changhong smiled gently and bowed slightly and said, on this point, I have not sorted it out for the time being. But looking at His Majesty's demeanor, it was clear that he had already made a guess, and the certainty was quite not low. I wonder if your Majesty could enlighten the old minister. Wu Ji was dumbfounded, shaking his head and pointing at Su Changhong unhappily. Aiching Su, in front of me, you should not think of any small tricks to protect yourself and show imperial wisdom. You should also know what kind of a prime minister I need. Like this behavior others can do, but you cannot do this prime minister. Do you, by any chance, understand? Su Changhong's complexion was straightened, and he bowed his head and arched his hand without panic. Your Majesty's lesson is correct. The old minister has taken note of it. Well, so be it. Only then did Wu Ji's expression slow down, after which he put his pen on the small opinion map on the imperial case and sketched it out while faintly saying, what does the secretary think that I am painting at this time? Su Changhong didn't dare to pretend to be foolish, and after a little contemplation he calmly spoke out. What His Majesty has drawn, when it is an outline drawing in the shape of a dragon. And it is based on 3 points. For one thing, Your Majesty should have used the black dragon's ridge where it is located, as the center spine of the dragon's outline drawing. Secondly, the reverse scale of the dragon painted by Your Majesty should be in the black nightmare abyss. Thirdly, the left eye of the dragon painted by Your Majesty shall be in the eye of the black dragon. As Su Changhong's last word fell, the millimeter pen in Wu Ji's hand also happened to stop and lift. The fruit is worthy of being my humorous. Wu Ji sighed out in admiration, a touch of surprise in his eyes. However, I don't find it unusual that the Secretary of Love was able to guess the first 2 points. After all, before and after the cause and effect of Pei Shi Jie's matter, the AI Qing thought that he had already understood. Only, how did the Secretary of Love guess this 3rd point? Back to Your Majesty, I am not only familiar with the public maps of the Great Zhou and the neighboring dynasties, but I also know by heart the various spiritual mountains, blessed places, and strange and dangerous peaks within the Great Zhou. The word dragon is too conspicuous, easy to remember, and there are very few people who use it as a name. Together with the speculation about the dragon figure, the minister recognized the black dragon's eye. As for the minister's determination that it is the left eye and not the right eye, one reason is that according to the projection of where the dragon's spine and reverse scales are located, it is a bit more likely that it is the left eye. Secondly, because of its name, black is yin, and since ancient times, left yin and right yang. That is why I have reasoned so. After listening to Su Changhong's explanation, Wu Ji nodded his head with emotion, and then threw the opinion map into Su Changhong's hands. Generally wonderful. Su Changhong spread out the opinion map and looked at it, realizing that the dragon outline map on it was really the same as what he had thought. Your Majesty is the man of God. Su Changhong let out a dark sigh, his mind slightly complicated. He knew very well where the reason why he was able to be so demonic lay, but His Majesty was different. Because after inheriting the inheritance of those characters from the divine and demonic realm, once they shine, they can all give birth to more or less sensations. But he didn't find that in Wu Ji. The location of the dragon's point and the yin object has been determined, and the next step is the search for the exact location of the yang object, as well as the determination of the specific yin and yang objects. About these, I will leave it to you. Wu Ji let out a faint smile and threw the specific matters afterward to Su Changhong. Having found the path that could take the entire first heaven together to the second heaven, Wu Ji's heart that had been in front of him this time was finally relaxed. Yes, Your Majesty, don't worry. Su Changhong put away the maps of public opinion, and after a respectful salute, he slowly retreated. Chapter 73, The Great Wall Across the Sea. Glory to the Nightjar Race. On the 6th day of the 9th month, the southern waters of Nightjar Island, above the vast and boundless, choppy sea, an incomparably lofty and spectacular giant pass snaked across, like the end of the sky and the extreme boundary of the earth. Under the suppression of this huge barrier that could not be seen at a glance, the lurid waves that could be tens of feet in length also seemed incomparably small and weak. Even though the waves were high and fast, they couldn't shake that barrier wall even a little bit. Covered because this pass wall was 333 feet high and 33 feet wide. It was like an endless string of perilous peaks and cliffs strung together forming the border curtain of heaven. The pass wall shone with bronze color, majestic and heavy, like a war beast, austere and inviolable. In the lower part of the shutter wall, there are intermittent shutter doors of various sizes. Only, at the moment, these doors were closed as much as they could be, and there was no way to see the other side. At the top of the barrier wall, in addition to female walls and battlements, there are gate towers and enemy towers of varying heights distributed at intervals. At this moment, dozens of silhouettes were standing on the top floor of a certain city gate building, incredulously surveying everything around them. Is this, in fact, true or false? Lu Zihao mumbled as he stroked the thick wall stacks, his eyes in a daze. Despite the very clear sensation of coldness coming from his palms, he still found it hard to believe that the place he stood under his feet was a looming wall of the pass of unfathomable length. For just a short while ago it was clearly still a vast sea, empty. But when he blinked his eyes, there was such an unbelievably magnificent building. How could he believe it? What's more, this kind of lofty to horrible building, he really can't believe that it can appear in the first heaven. On the side, Zuisho gathered his hands together expressionless, but the corners of his eyes were constantly twitching. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Zihao on the side had been yelling softly and continuously like a naive cow, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. This appalling construction seriously shocked his perception. Further ahead, Qin Shiyu held Wu Ji's arm, her body trembling a little. Stiffly turning her head, Qin Shiyu stared at the calm-faced Wu Ji for a long time before she opened her mouth with some effort. "Your Majesty, this horrible giant pass. Is it you?" Wu Ji smiled bashfully, nodding and shaking his head. "It's my arrangement, no less however. I only get it occasionally, and I'm not very clear about its origins. Of course, some basic information is known to me. For example, this barrier wall stretches for 10,000 miles. Another example is that flight is forbidden over the Guan Wall, and those with cultivation below the Nine Heavens realm can hardly fly up, much less fly over it from above. Then again, this magnificent wall of closure can continue to be extended. As for the method of extension, it is to use spirit wood, spirit soil, spirit rock, and other low-ranking spirit materials, and even blood, flesh, and bones to fill in at both ends." Speaking here, Wu Ji gave a slight lurch, and an inexplicable smile flashed in his eyes before he spoke again. "And this, too, is the very reason why I have to travel thousands of miles to come here in person." Hearing Wu Ji's narrative, everyone in the surrounding area was creeped out. Even Lu Zihao, who was still in disbelief, was forcefully pulled out of his frozen state and looked at Wu Ji with wide-eyed incredulity. "Prohibited air? You can't ascend below the 9th heavenly realm? 10,000 miles? And it's able to continue to stretch? What kind of horrible building is this? No, can this thing really be called a building?" Lu Zihao turned back to look at the other side of the wall stacks that are far apart, and then look at the incomparably flat ground surface of the shuddering wall. The whole person is almost out of body. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and forced down her horror, forcing herself to calm down. "It is so horrible. This is if it is arranged in the border. Only let tens of thousands of men and women in the stretches of the wall of the pass patrol. It can be guaranteed that the wall of the pass is not in danger. As long as the door is guarded, any of his millions, tens of millions of troops, or hundreds of millions of troops, will not want to cross the minefield one step. This if we extend the distance to 60,000 or 70,000 miles, and protect the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty as much as we can. Even if all the armies of the entire First Heaven come under siege, it would be nothing more than a mayfly shaking a tree." Saying that, Qin Shiyu's eyes snapped open. Although the resources within the island of Night Fork Island are limited, the Endless Sea and the large and small islands are a treasure trove of all types of spirits. It was a no-brainer to have the Night Fork clan collect all sorts of spirits and hunt sea beasts as a means of sustenance. No wonder His Majesty said that both ends of this barrier wall are close to the southern part of Night Fork Island. So it's because His Majesty already had a plan. Wu Ji shook his head and smiled coldly with his negative other hand. "Your Highness left out one thing. It's not just the skeletons of the sea beasts, but also the flesh and blood of the Nightbloods. I have already given Luo Hegi an order that the construction of the Great Wall of China shall not stop for a moment. Aside from those armies that will come in handy in the future, the Nightbloods will need to mobilize all other manpower and resources to extend the wall with all their might. There is exhaustion. Fill it in. There are those who died fighting sea beasts and buried them. Anyone who resists and does not comply is subdued. In short, there is only one thing that can happen to a dead nightjar, and that is, to add to the expansion of the Great Wall of China. The Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. If it is not filled with flesh and blood corpses, how can it be called the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood?" Listening to Wu Ji's chilling and oozing words, the crowd did not show any different colors. It was because they were well aware of the plunder that the Night Fork clan had once given to the human race. After a short silence, Qin Shiyu suddenly frowned and hesitated. "Your Majesty, placing this great wall in the southernmost part of Night Fork Island is steady enough. After all, with the Nightblood's tight blockade network in place, it would be difficult for the outside world to discover the existence of the Great Wall. However, Your Majesty, the Great Wall is now far away from the sea, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to extend it to the territory of the imperial dynasty within a short period of time. If something drastic happens during the period, causing all the powerful enemies to combine their forces to attack, won't it be difficult for the Great Wall to serve its purpose? Don't worry, I have my own means." Hearing Wu Ji's bland response, Qin Shiyu could not help but be a little stunned, not quite thinking straight. However, she had the sense to keep her mouth shut and did not ask any more questions, as she was well aware of Wu Ji's temperament. At this moment, Zuo suddenly looked puzzled, after which he softly reminded, "Your Majesty, Rohaigo's sealing ban has been lifted, and he is leading his clan towards the southern waters of Night Fork Island. Well, come on, go back. Wu Ji nodded slightly and stepped into the air. Southern beaches of Nightjar Island. The original cacophony of voices quickly disappeared when the top brass of the Night Fork clan flocked to the dunes on the beach, and when the ordinary Night Forks confined by the sealing ban swarmed out of the forest. All the Night Forks looked as if they had been struck by a fixation spell, horrified and even fearful as they looked toward the terrifying barrier wall that stretched across the end of their line of sight, seemingly splitting this side of heaven and earth in two. Even Luo Hongo, who had long been psychologically prepared, froze in place and didn't come back to his senses until 5 or 6 breaths later. Although Rohaigo had become Wu Ji's most fanatical slave, the ability to think normally was still there. In the face of this, then the imagination is more horrifying many times the magnificent giant pass. Luo Hegi heart stirring, eyes full of fervor. Is this the way of his supreme majesty? Sure enough, his majesty is omnipotent. Pop! Suddenly, a clear and loud slap rang out, waking up many people in the neighborhood. Luo Hugo also looked sideways, and when he saw the image of the other party, the eyes at the top of his forehead narrowed slightly. Although he became the new leader of the Nightbloods, his rule was not too secure, because there were several clan elders under him, and these few, except for one, could be somewhat at odds with themselves. Just earlier, when he announced the sealing ban, the guy in front of him was the first to run out and question it. So right now, what does this asshole want? While Luo Hego was pondering whether or not to transfer this clan elder to the land and have his majesty send someone to dispose of him, the other party's next action caused him to be confused. Patriarch, I was wrong. You are indeed the favored one of my clan's Yingling. It is the one who chooses the spirits of my clan. Red Harvest is foolish and has previously shown much disrespect to the Patriarch, as well as continually questioning the Patriarch's orders, so I beg the Patriarch for a smiting. That Night Fork clan elder knelt in front of Luo Hegi's body with a face of shame and self-reproach. On the side, the remaining few Night Fork clan elders were a bit hesitant, but after scanning the horrifying buildings in the distance, they still gritted their teeth and followed and knelt down. Matriarch, we were wrong. We shouldn't have questioned the identity of the Patriarch's English spirit favorites. I beg the Matriarch for forgiveness. The eyes on Rohaigo's jaw dripped and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Previously, for the sake of the Patriarch's position, he had insisted on making up the identity of the Yingling favored one for himself. And the sealing ban was previously issued, and this name was carried, saying that a great gift had been sent down to them by the Injins. Originally, I just wanted to do the right thing, but I didn't expect that there would be this kind of unexpected joy. Looks like it's time to capitalize on that status. Rise up, companions, we are one, and you have not committed a great wrong. There is no need for this. Thank you, Matriarch. When a few clan elders got up, Luo Hegi suddenly sighed softly and sighed. Do you know what this building is? The group of Night Fork executives glanced at each other and unanimously shook their heads, with some apprehension in their expressions. This building is called the Great Wall of Spirits, a terrifying existence created by my clan's spirits who have exhausted their reserves in the ghost domain. According to the Yingling, this object can collect and protect the souls of our dead clansmen in the Great Wall, so that they don't need to go through the ordeal of the ghost realm again. Moreover, this Great Wall can be continuously extended by filling it with spiritual objects, flesh and blood, and once it reaches 500,000 miles, it can allow some of the spirits to remake their flesh and return to the world again. By the time it expands to 1,000,000 miles, all the dead spirits can remake their flesh and live another life. As for what happens further down the line, Yingling did not explain. However, this clan chief speculates that the ultimate goal of the Infernals is most likely to forge a party of small reincarnations that will allow our clan to control the reincarnations of all of our clan members. Hiss! Hearing Luo Hegi's words, all the Night Fork executives all sucked in a breath of cool air. Instinctively, no Night Stalker wants to believe it. But when the eye noticed the alarmingly lofty walls of the pass in the distance, confidence began to waver. This matriarch is actually hard to believe, but the Injins don't lie. What's more, the spirits have delivered the Great Wall of the Spirits to their eyes. So is there any reason to question it? Luo Hugo sank down violently, his voice gradually turning cold. This is the glory of my clan. It is the great work of my clan to open up the wheel of heaven and earth. This matriarch has made up his mind to expand the Great Wall of the Imperium as fast as possible at all costs. Who's for it and who's against it? the group of Night Fork executives once again looked at each other. While the atmosphere was a bit weird, Chiho was kneeling down towards Luo Hegi once again with a determined face. I am in favor, matriarch. I believe in you and in the favor of the spirits. I'm in favor of that too. It's not a bad thing anyway. Great. Rohaigo smiled with satisfaction and casually grabbed and exploded two small executives who reacted a beat slower, shocking a number of Night Stalkers who lowered their heads. Since we are all in favor of this, remember that there is no room for slowness or disobedience in this matter. Anyone who dares to jump around, this patriarch will never be soft. Willing to follow the clan leader's order. Chapter 74, The Grand Lucky Draw. Ding. You have indirectly controlled the Night Fork clan by means of a means, triggering the overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might plus 1800. Ding. You disguisedly enslaved the Night Fork clan to water the Great Wall of China at any cost, triggering the tyrannical attribute, Emperor's Might plus 1200. It was already the 7th day of the 9th month, and Wu Ji was sitting in the Hall of Diligence, reviewing the 2 previous system prompts before staring at the system panel. Dewey System. Host, Wu Ji. Age 22. Cultivation level, 9th Heavenly Realm 5th level. Dewey 38. Curiosities. 12 Golden Men, Mountain and Sea Mirror, Emperor Wu's Sword, Songlong Palace, Great Wall of China. Current number of draws available, 31. 10 days passed, during which there were no other additional entries other than the 11 points of Emperor's Might from the daily White Whoring, and the 28 points gained from taking Qin Shi Yu as a concubine. However, the various means used against the Nightbloods ushered in an explosive harvest. If it weren't for the limited number of Nightbloods, I'm afraid the number would be even more terrifying. And now that he had 31 chances to draw, he was already rich, and Wu Ji didn't hesitate to take out the Garuda Idol and the Night Pupil together. After 5 draw opportunities in a row disappeared, the Night Pupil also disappeared directly in front of his eyes, but the top position of the forehead of the Garuda statue had an additional weird eye that was half open, half closed, and appeared to be lying horizontally on a bed of silkworms. Looking at the idol with a bit more evil aura, Wu Ji silently glanced at the information that had quietly changed. Name Yoga Idol. Origin. A fusion of the sacred relics of the Garuda clan and the Nightjar clan. Condition. Intact. Attribute 1. Compulsion. Yi. After the blood drops are bound can be incorporated into the body, it can subconsciously enhance or transform the senses and attitudes of others, causing them to gradually develop feelings of friendliness, reverence, and adoration. R. Once a year, it can actively strike the light of compulsion, causing the target to react according to the wearer's wishes. The current interval has passed and can be excited once at any time. Note: you can spend 1 lucky draw chance to get 1 chance to stimulate the light of compulsion. San. When making love to a hostile woman, one can silently enslave the soul of the other woman and make her wholeheartedly submissive to the one who binds her. The progress of enslavement depends on the cultivation gap between the 2 parties. Attribute 2. Scapegoating. When the wearer encounters a crisis of certain death, the idol will instantly transfer the wearer to a designated location and leave a puppet in its place that is as good as the real thing. Usage interval 100 years. The current interval has elapsed and may be in effect once at any time. Note: intervals may be offset using lottery chances. 1-year interval per 1 lottery chance. Attribute 3. Summoning. The wearer can summon the ancient spirits of Nightjar to aid in battle. Summon spirit strength 11 minor realms above the wearer. Duration 1 hour. Calling interval 1 year. Note: you can spend 2 chances of lucky draw to get 1 chance of summoning. Note 2. If not covered by the system, it is highly likely that the Nightjar spirit will attack a non-Brahmin 8-wearer after being summoned. Carefully comparing the changes before and after the idol, Wu Ji found 6 changes. For one thing, the name changed to Nightjar. I just don't know if this Nightjar is created out of nothing or if there really is such a race. Secondly, the idol previously had no binding requirements, it was simply worn. However, right now it requires a drop of blood to bind it and be able to be incorporated into the body. Thirdly, the compulsion trait had an extra 3rd point, which was obviously transformed by absorbing the trait of the Night Pupil Slave Soul. This transformation mainly lies in the change of male and female initiative, while the merging of compulsion and slave soul makes this ability quite a bit more powerful. Fourth, the realm of summoning spirits was raised by a small weight. It was only a small weight lift, but Wu Ji wasn't disappointed, because there are times when that little weight can make a big difference. For example, after his cultivation reached the 9th level of the 9 Heavens realm, that summoned out the night-jarring spirit would be equivalent to crossing 2 major realms. Fifth, the number of draws required for summoning has been changed from 1 to 2, which is obviously a change brought about by the increased strength of the idol. Sixthly, the range of wearers was extended to the 8 races of Brahmaputra. But that was of little use or consequence to him at the moment. His eyes once again swept to the third of the compulsion characteristics. Wu Ji's fingers gently knocked up, his complexion somewhat shifting inexplicably, because he suddenly thought of someone who seemed very special in the middle of the harem. Although he wanted to take the other party down, he hadn't dared to make a move given the threat of the hand of unfathomably powerful art that the other party had displayed. Perhaps it was time to prepare to take her down. After all, he was quite curious about the other party's experiences, origins, and other heavy heavens. However, after these days had passed, the other party's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the 9 heavens realm. Moreover, the opponent's methods were unpredictable, and there was no guarantee that he wouldn't have other bizarre abilities. In this way, the 12 golden guards might not be able to suppress it in time at the critical moment. Therefore, just in case, it was better to seal her cultivation first. Although the means of sealing for the late stage of the 9 heavens realm was very rare, it was not unheard of. After making a secret decision in his heart, Wu Ji stared towards the remaining 26 chances of the lottery. He intended to leave a few lottery chances as backups and use up the rest as much as he could in order to strengthen Great Zhou's bottom line in all aspects. The idea was set, and the hands on the roulette wheel began to spin wildly. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the soul of General Meng Tian. Opening the door to red, Wu Ji scanned the 2 main characteristics of Meng Tian's general soul, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Meng Tian was not only well-versed in military strategy, but also the number 1 general in single combat in the late Qin army. The soul of such a valiant general should, by all rights, be given to a general in command of the army. But after reading those 2 main characteristics, Wu Ji decided to give it to Monong straight away. Because there's no one better than Monin. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the servant spirit Wei Jinzhong. Seeing the name Wei Jinzhong, Wu Ji could not help but raise his eyebrows. This one is the top of the strength list of the major eunuchs, and has an extraordinary mind, so it is obviously the most suitable for Zhuo. In this way, the heads of the night hunting division and the East Chamber are considered to be on an even keel together. Wu Ji murmured darkly with a playful look in his eyes as he continued to start the lottery. Only 10 draws down in succession filled him with oddities. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the General Soul Chang Yayu Emotionless. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the General Soul Shangguan Yundun Smiling Face. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the General Soul Ning Zhong Life Snatcher. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the General Soul Gashushin Easy Marquis. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the General Soul Chui Lushong Life Snatcher. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the Squire's Soul Yu Wada. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the Squire Eunuch Chang Sunflower Ancestor. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the soul of the servant Chu Wan Xian. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the soul of the servant Cao Ching Chun. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired Squire Cao Xiao Qin. This is going to give a big promotion to both the hall masters and the guard masters of the Hunting Night Division and the East Factory. The corners of Wu Ji's mouth pulled slightly speechless. Obviously, these 10 general souls are the most compatible with the 10 top pillars of the factory division now. That is, they are also very similar in terms of personality. It's a bit of a bummer, but this outcome is pretty good. It's time for the general soul's reward to be finished. Wu Ji murmured a light breath and continued to dial the pointer with his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the soul of charm inviting the moon. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the charmed soul Shangguan Wan Air. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the charmed soul Wolverine. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the charmed soul Jiang Yuyan. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the soul of the charmed Oriental Undefeatable. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired charming soul Li Qiushui. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the general soul, the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi. After pumping 7 times in a row once again, Wu Ji had to choose to stop with a complicated look on his face. This was because he was afraid that it would continue to be a character inheritance type of reward. While there was nothing wrong with this type of reward, the lack of any other type from start to finish ultimately made him a little impatient. Obviously, the 6 phantom spirits were pointing at the woman. And among Wu Ji's options at the moment, it seemed that only those 5 concubines who held the status of the palace master and vice palace master of the 9 specters' palace were more suitable. Inviting the moon was needless to say, and her characteristics were the only one among the 5 that Qinsure you could utilize the most. Shangguan Wan'er's generation of talented women and hidden phases was most appropriately inherited by Su Shiyu. As for the other 3 and the phantom soul, it's not too much of a match, but it barely goes together. Without thinking for long, Wu Ji came to a decision. Sable Cicada's charming soul was bestowed upon Mu Qingyan, Dongfang Bubo's was bestowed upon Shi Huaiwei, and Li Qiushui's inheritance was bestowed upon Joy. As for Jiang Yuyan's charm soul, Wu Ji planned to bestow it on Luo Qingcheng after completely enslaving her in a few days and ordain her as the 5th vice palace master of the 9 specters' palace. In this way, the 3 dark blades in his hands would also be able to completely establish themselves and roam the entire first heaven alone. As for the general souls of the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi, this one was extremely special. Because it corresponds to 12 people, there are advantages and disadvantages to this package delivery situation. The advantage was obvious. A single draw opportunity could bring the inheritance to 12 people, which was an extreme amount of Emperor's Might points saved. However, the disadvantage is not small, as the direct boost to individual cultivation from this general soul is small. At the moment, there was no suitable candidate for the 12 Furies, but vaguely Wu Ji also had a little idea. We'll just have to see exactly how it goes afterward. Looking again at the only 7 draw opportunities left, Wu Ji exited the system panel and opened his eyes. "Come on, man. Your Majesty." Zuishou's figure appeared in the hall like a ghost, hunched over and answered. "Senior companion Zua, you have high attainments in formation. Do you know if there are formations, prohibitions, and other means that can conceal the movements when breaking through the Dragon Gate realm?" The reason why Wu Ji had to ask this was because 9 times out of 10, people in the late 9 heavens realm would break through to the Dragon Gate realm after using the general soul. At that time, the successive terrifying movements would definitely turn the entire first heaven into a pot of boiling water. Maybe, within a few days, all the forces would have to turn on Great Zhou. Although the Great Zhou of today is already unafraid, but as the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant. With the current manpower and national strength of Great Zhou, it was still too much of a stretch, and there was no telling how many people would die then. According to the strategy that he and Su Changhong had set up, it was to use experts to secretly control the heads of all parties, thereby reducing the casualties of the human race, weakening the resistance, and accelerating the pace of Great Monday's unification of the heavy heavens. If Great Zhou could pull out a group of Dragon Gate realm experts in silence, the process would undoubtedly be smoother and faster. Chapter 75G Ruo Your Majesty. Please let go. Back to Your Majesty. The old slave has limited books on formations and has not seen any such records. Zuishou stole a glance at Wu Ji in surprise, a little confused in his heart. His Majesty asks what this means. Can it be that Your Majesty has already cultivated to the 9 heavens realm extreme realm? No way. Zuishou mulled over Wu Ji's mind while slowly picking up. As far as the old slave knows, the Dragon Gate realm experts with clear records in history have all broken through lest the world not know about it, and have never used any means to cover it up. As for those who hid in the shadows without being known and quietly broke through to the Dragon Gate realm, they either chose a place that was off the beaten path, sought out a Jedi, or had other powerful artifacts to cover them up. Just like Luo Bluff, the patriarch of the Night Fork clan, he had either broken through in the depths of the sea, or he had a powerful holy relic that had been passed down from generation to generation of the Night Fork clan to cover him up. Therefore, what Your Majesty asked, the old slave is also difficult to clarify. The old slave is ashamed. Wu Ji couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but with a second thought, he had an idea. There's something about this system, too, and many times the rewards that end up being finalized are what one desperately needs at the time. So is this a problem that can be solved by a lottery? With this thought, Wu Ji directly sank his mind and opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations! You've acquired the strange art Great Emperor's Mighty Pressure. The Great Emperor's Mighty Pressure. For the Emperor, one man is a nation. The Emperor's might is supported by the country's fortune, and although it is intangible and qualitative, it can deter all things. One word, the Constitution of Heaven. Those who have bad intentions and ulterior motives will lose all their courage. One eye stares, the dragon's might exerts pressure, and those who have evil intentions and are not loyal or righteous will have their blood spilled. The Great Emperor's mighty pressure can suppress demons and evils, cut down on arts and crafts, and take away the mind, depending on the country's fortune. Current pressure. Below the 9th heavenly realm, stare and die 9th heavenly realm and above. Drink and be seriously injured. Su Shiyu was gathering his hands together and thinking wildly, when he suddenly felt a coldness in his body, as if he was being stared at by some horrible existence. When he looked up and saw Wu Ji's expressionless expression, and looked into Wu Ji's eyes that were as vast as an abyss, Su Shiyu suddenly shivered from the bottom of his heart and couldn't help but fall down on his knees. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Su Shiyu's heart was trembling, his eyelids were beating wildly, and his mind was filled with confusion and horror. He didn't even know what had happened, just that all of a sudden he felt as if Wu Ji had instantly changed into a different person. Especially that pair of eyes, as if standing on top of his head mercilessly and indifferently staring at him, as if at any time will be descending the heavenly tribulation to kill him on the spot. Nothing. As Wu Ji blandly spoke out, Su Shiyu suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if the 10,000 pounds of weight pressing on his body had suddenly disappeared. Yes, yes. Not being able to think about it, Su Shiyu hurriedly climbed up and honestly lowered his head and did not dare to walk again. On the dragon chair, after a small test of the great emperor's mighty pressure, Wu Ji glanced at the raffle wheel again, his mind complex. The great emperor's might is undoubtedly a good thing, but what he wanted didn't appear, Go on. After secretly snorting, Wu Ji once again flicked the wheel pointer. He couldn't believe that he couldn't draw the one he wanted even after trying to use up his remaining 5 chances. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired a lower-grade spiritual armament Tianji curtain. Sky Chance Curtain. It can cover up the sky chances of one area and conceal the changes of heaven and earth in one area. After seeing an additional black blanket-like object within the system space, Wu Ji's taut face finally loosened. A spirit weapon was thought to be the existence above a treasure weapon, but this was not important. What was important was that the thing he needed had finally appeared. September 12th. At nightfall, the 18 top pillars of the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, and the 9 Spectres Palace, as well as certain generals in command of the army who had been forcibly suppressing the urge to make a breakthrough, gathered at the southeast schoolyard of the Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, the area around the schoolyard was tightly blocked, and there was no way for others to know what these big names did after they gathered. An hour later, Wu Ji's figure appeared in the Manhwa Hall. Why did His Majesty not send someone to greet him in advance when he came today? Ji Ruo stood playfully on the side, serving the carefully prepared spirit tea to Wu Ji, who was sitting on a round stool, while softly inquiring, her tranquil eyes filled with doubt. Oh? Listening to you, if I want to come to Ming Ruodian Hall, I still need to send someone to report to you in advance. Wu Ji received the spirit tea, but he did not drink it, raising his eyes to Ji Ruo with a touch of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Ji Ruo's face stiffened slightly as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty is overstating the case. Ji Ruofei meant it that way. Great Zhou is His Majesty's Great Zhou, and this palace is even His Majesty's Dragon Palace, so if I were to overstep my bounds, I wouldn't think of doing so. If I mean to, I am only afraid that I am not prepared enough to satisfy Your Majesty. Whether I am satisfied or not depends on more than a cup of tea. Wu Ji snorted and put down his teacup, glancing at Ji Ruo's curvaceous figure under the cover of her long silver dress. Afe. Should understand what I mean? Ji Ruo's eyes flickered slightly, and a touch of helplessness appeared between her brows. Your Majesty, these days of serving tea and having shallow conversations, Your Majesty should already know what Ruo's mind is. If, indeed, I am not blessed to receive Your Majesty's love, it is, therefore, to be hoped that Your Majesty will not spit out such an epithet again. Blessed. Wu Ji repeated Ji Ruo's words and suddenly smiled wryly, followed by reaching out and yanking towards Ji Ruo's arm. Ji Ruo's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she was about to dodge. But this action only to be surprised to realize that the spirit power in the body has been unable to move. Before she could recover from her shock, she was dragged into Wu Ji's arms. Feeling the majestic man's breath, and then feeling the gusts of tingling in her body, Ji Ruo instantly panicked, and her tranquil state of mind could no longer be maintained. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Quickly release! Ji Ruo exclaimed, her face full of shame. But before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt her entire lips being sealed, and the words that followed could no longer be uttered. After the electrifying sensation, Ji Ruo's entire body suddenly froze in Wu Ji's arms, her 2 bright eyes glaring. I don't know how long it has passed. When Ji Ruo recovered some sanity from the daze, Ji Ruo desperately struggled for a long time, and finally escaped from the clutches of the devil. Taking 7 or 8 steps back one after another, Ji Ruo wiped away a little drop of blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Wu Ji in shame. Although her clothes were still intact, what had just happened to her still made her incredibly sad. In all her life, she had never even been alone in a room, let alone touched by a man. But the party, under the hatred and annoyance, shame and indignation, 2 lines of clear tears suddenly roamed out from the eyes, all the way across the unpowdered cheeks, and then dripped down to the ground like rain beads strung on a line, emitting a soft sound of snapping and snapping. Wu Ji laughed and turned sideways to look at Ji Ruo playfully. In my harem, whether or not you are blessed to consume my favor is not up to you, but up to me. Ji Ruo stared at Wu Ji with her tearful eyes and hatred, like ice, without saying a word. So, Afe, have you figured out the situation at this point? In the face of Wu Ji's rogue-like teasing, Ji Ruo finally couldn't help herself and bit her teeth as she cursed out hatefully. Vile! Vile? Heh! It's just getting started. Wu Ji smiled faintly, standing up and approaching towards Ji Ruo step by step. Since Ifei doesn't like pre-dinner refreshments and the hour is late, let's start the main event. If you dare to come any closer, I'll blame you for being merciless if you do. A flash of panic flashed in Ji Ruo's eyes, and she stepped back while uttering threats. Oh, is it possible that Ifei wants to kill the king? Wu Ji was still smiling lightly, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you forcing if? A look of bitterness appeared on Ji Ruo's face, and after a moment of struggle in her eyes, points of silver light vaguely began to surface on her fingers. How dare you? Wu Ji steeply let out a stern cry, while his body disappeared in a sprint. Accompanied by this chorus, Ji Ruo violently trembled, and her legs actually weakened as she fell towards the ground. As for the silver-colored points of light on her hands, they also collapsed and disappeared at the same time. But Ji Ruo ultimately failed to fall to the ground, as 2 strong arms had already snatched her up and firmly embraced her in their arms. I have said that I am in charge of my harem. From the moment you stepped into this place, you were destined to be only my consort for the rest of your life. After this night, you will honestly be your consort. Don't think of any more nonsense, and don't play any more of your noble and lonely nature with me. The scenery on both sides was changing, and Ji Ruo knew that they were traveling towards the sleeping quarters in the back hall. At the thought of what was about to happen, Ji Ruo could hardly restrain herself from trembling lightly, her heart in infinite despair. Your Majesty, please, spare Ruo. There are thousands of women in this world you want at any time you can take, and why do you have to stare at Ruo? At this moment, Ji Ruo didn't even have time to think about why Wu Ji was able to interrupt her technique with just a cold shout. At this juncture, all she wanted to do was struggle to get out of the gray encounter that was about to come her way. If I want to, even the mute heralds will take them in. If I don't want to, I'll kill even the heavenly immortals. It's true that there are countless strange women in the world, but, so what? I have set my eyes on you, and you are destined to serve and enjoy, and have nothing to do with others. In short, the fish and the bear's paw, I want both. Wu Ji sneered and tossed Ji Ruo onto the soft collapse on the inside. Ji Ruo sat up, not bothering to wipe away the lock of hair that had gotten in the way of her forehead, and shivered lightly as she shrank inward until she was blocked by the wall. Your Majesty, if you have to do this the hard way, then if can only tell you that all you can get is an unresponsive fake corpse. In the process, if assured, Your Majesty will never enjoy the desired sensation. If although the cultivation is sealed, but this self-control ability is still available. Does Your Majesty believe it or not? Oh, is that so? I, for one, still have some real disbelief. Wu Ji slowly removed his imperial robes, blinked his evil eyes, and smiled inexplicably. If Consort AI has been to the Spirit Spring Palace, or has had contact and communication with other consorts, she should be clear about my ability. In such matters, the initiative is always in my hands. What's more, there are some things that you can't control just because you want to. Listening to Wu Ji's words, watching Wu Ji begin to take off his silver-white undershirt embroidered with a divine dragon, Ji Ruo became more and more desperate, and his entire body shrank into a ball. Chapter 76: The Wind Rises and Takes Over. But she still reluctantly spoke out to dissuade her, wanting to dispel Wu Ji's calculations and preserve her innocence. Your Majesty, if I have also peeked at those kinds of atlases, I know the dirty things in them. And if you cultivate the Tao of temperance and mindfulness, You are most adept at controlling your own passions and reactions. Your Majesty, you won't get away with it? Stop, and spare wake. Oh? Then I'd love to verify it. Wu Ji raised an eyebrow with a surprised face, but afterward, he smiled playfully and slowly stepped onto the soft collapse. Well, actually, it's kind of a little test of the humdrum life. I fade this way. I am more and more looking forward to it. Looking at Wu Ji's robust body, Ji Ruo closed her eyes in ignorance, her heart as if dead in despair. She knew it was over, but she was definitely not going to let the vile Wu Ji in front of her get away with it. The essentials of the Temperance and Brightness Sutra floated to the surface of the mind, and a cool character appeared in the sea of consciousness, resisting the assault of distracting thoughts. It was a fierce battle of offense and defense in the mind. Ji Ruo contracted his mind's defenses with all his might, focusing his attention on the sea of consciousness. However, all kinds of distracting thoughts were almost pervasive and were constantly pulling on Ji Ruo's mind, making her defense incredibly difficult. She didn't know how long this battle of minds had lasted, and she had no time to pay attention. Through the cracks in the defenses, she could only vaguely feel the sky spinning and disorientation to the point of blurring the idea of time and space. Fortunately, it was a tough battle that she won in the end. In a daze, that was Ji Ruo's last thought. What she didn't realize, however, was that this was just the beginning. As an overbearing and strong emperor, how would Wu Ji let her gain the ultimate victory? September 20th. The southern vassal dynasty of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, the Hack Dynasty, the royal capital. Brahmaputra Palace Dark Helm. Hundreds of figures dressed in black and wearing cloaks crowded the inside, looking across at the dozens of people facing each other warily and scornfully with swords. It was dozens of women in black dresses with masked faces, the leader of which was dressed in an orange palace dress, with a mask on her face depicting an eerie smiling face. People from the 9 Spectres Palace of the Great Zhou? What do you intend to do? The Brahma Palace helmsman scanned the scattered corpses around him, his eyes under his cloak filled with gloom and fury. A dark red palace was embroidered on all of the opponent's front chests, and on the front of the palace were 9 portals, which was clearly the symbol of the 9 Hells Palace. Due to a large number of night forks mixing in with the higher echelons of the Brahma Palace, the new head of the Brahma Palace issued the last order of the palace. Effective immediately, Brahma Palace is completely merged into 9 Spectres Palace. This palace's you Palace Master. Why don't you and the others pay your respects? Joy ate and laughed as she raised her hand and threw out a token. The token hung in the air dripping and spinning, revealing a circle of text around the token. And the text is much the same as what Joy said. Nonsense! The Brahma Palace helmsman roared angrily, with some exasperation still in his voice. As for the other Brahma Palace people, their faces changed drastically while they were somewhat shocked. The Brahma Palace is going to be merged into the 9 Spectres Palace? Are you kidding? The Brahma Palace's power can be much stronger than the Great Zhou Jiue Palace. However, that Palace Master's exclusive Palace Master's order could not be faked. What's more, the other side said that the Brahma Palace's senior management had mixed in a large number of Night Forks. While they were loyal to the Brahma Palace, that loyalty was not to the Nightbloods. Moreover, according to the other party, Brahma Palace should have originally been a human force as well, only that it seemed to have been occupied by the Night Fork clan's finches later on. In their hesitation, most of the Brahma Palace people were caught in a dilemma. Assholes! Signal and call all hands! The Brahma Palace helmsman bellowed, but before he could finish, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire underground palace. In an instant, all the Brahma Palace people changed their faces. This aura was actually extremely similar to their palace master. This was clearly a terrifying expert of the 9th level of the 9 Heavens realm. But the Hack Dynasty was just a small dynasty on one side, and the strongest of the Brahma Palace here was just a helmsman and 3 vice helmsmen. And all 4 of them were only in the middle stage of the 9 Heavens realm, so there was no way they could possibly resist each other. Despicable Night Fork, which one gave you the guts to covet my human Brahma Palace? Joy mocked angrily and flicked her sleeve. The Brahma Palace helmsman was so angry that his body was trembling. The Brahma Palace had always been owned by their Night Fork race. When did it become owned by the human race? But this kind of words he dared not say because in addition to the top level of the Brahma Palace, the main force and pillars are all the human race. He couldn't figure out why it had become like this, and he didn't have the chance to think any deeper, because with that flick of the other party's sleeve, he suddenly felt his body's chi and blood begin to boil and roll backward, and even his spiritual energy began to riot around. under the retrograde flow of qi and blood in his body and the collapse of his spiritual energy. His entire body actually planted itself on the ground, and grayish-black blood splattered out from all parts of his body, staining the bright and clean floor. After seeing the blood chipping out of their helmsman's eyes, the Brahma Palace people who were struggling with their hearts were suddenly confused, because the color of this blood is the very symbol of the Nightbloods. Just when the crowd was at a loss, the Brahma Palace helmsman's clothes and cloak suddenly exploded. At the same time, there were 3 other people whose bodies were crushed, and all of them looked like withered, ugly images of the Nightbloods. In the incomparably oppressive silence, Joy's body swayed and had already arrived in front of the innermost helmsman's throne, and with it sat down with interest. "You palace master in person. Why don't you and the others quickly pay your respects?" A black-skirted woman gave a cold shout, waking up the frothing Brahma Palace people in the hall. "Greetings to Palace Master Yu." Some of the more resourceful black-clothed men rushed to pay their respects, driving up the atmosphere. After the hundreds of people had paid their respects, Joy then lightly tapped the armrest and made a sound. "From now on, you are the people of the 9 Spectres Palace. After that, this palace master will send someone to take over all branches of the Hack clan's Dark Rudder. And those of you who are in charge of the corresponding matters need to cooperate well." Here, Joy gave a slight lurch, leaning forward slightly before continuing to speak. "So, which one of you is going to tell this palace master how the infiltration and control of the Hack dynasty is going?" Upon hearing Joy's question, many heads turned in one direction. The deputy helmsman who was shrinking there couldn't help but tremble, and after cursing, he hurriedly removed his cloak to accompany a smiling face. "Back to Palace Lord Yu. The one we chose to support is the 7th prince of the Hack clan. This 7th prince has no great ambition, but his life and death are under our control, so he has to cooperate with us with all his heart and soul. Right now, there's nothing much wrong with it by and large, except that there's one last obstacle standing in the way. If we can get rid of this obstacle, and then have that 7th prince poison the old king, the Hack dynasty will be within our grasp." "Oh? What obstacles?" Joy asked absently as she fiddled with the light veil in her hands. "It's the auxiliary general of the Hack dynasty, although his cultivation isn't high, just the 3rd level of the 9 Heavens realm. But its influence in the military is great, and more critically, his youngest daughter is the great Zhou Emperor." That deputy helmsman suddenly had a jolt when he said this, because it suddenly occurred to him that this 9 Sepulchre Palace had become a sword for the great Zhou Emperor. Ahem, his youngest daughter is His Majesty's consort, and I've heard that she's still a noblewoman. Therefore, we have not dared to move. "Oh? Is that even possible?" Joy, whose original demeanor was extremely full of concern, couldn't help but stiffen his movements, and after a slight silence, he took out a communication token. After more than 100 breaths, the token lit up, and after reading the contents on it, Joy suddenly let out a long breath. "Slaughter it. Within 3 days, the Hack dynasty is going to change its king. Within 7 days, the Hack dynasty must be completely merged into Great Zhou." That vice helmsman's pupils instantly shrank, and he experienced the ruthlessness of that great Zhou tyrant. As for the words of the Yu Palace master in front of him, he was surprised but not too shocked, because the fall of the vassal kings and the disappearance of the sects within the Great Zhou was enough to illustrate that emperor's authoritarianism and hegemony. The Hack dynasty itself is a vassal of the Great Zhou, and if another king announces that the world will be incorporated into the Great Zhou, I am afraid that most of the people will only be happy and will not have much resistance. Yes, the northern vassal dynasty of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, the Golden Iron Dynasty, the royal capital, Brahmaputra Palace Dark Helm. General Lu Zi, the Golden Iron Dynasty's Xingua general, was dressed in his regular clothes, slowly marching through the blood-sticky, corpse-strewn corridors, his eyes shifting. Along the way, there were corpses almost everywhere, and basically a tiny bit of crimson in the center of the eyebrow, seemingly killed by a fine needle or something like that that penetrated the brain and shattered the sea of consciousness. When he came to the inner hall, a circular pile of corpses appeared even more. There were at least 300 corpses in this pile of corpses, and the 6 corpses kneeling in the center of them were all in attire that Lu Zi was quite familiar with. In his impression, these 6 people could all be in the 9 Heavens realm, and one of them was even a helmsman at the 6th level of the 9 Heavens realm. But looking at the thin eye at the center of the brow, it was obvious that it had been killed by the same means. Such a discovery made Lu Zi's heart sink uncontrollably. The line of sight shifted, and on either side of the pile of corpses were more than 500 people who were prostrate and constantly trembling. Even further inland, there are about 100 masked men, and judging by their physique, they should all be women. And on the uppermost platform, there was a curvaceous silhouette reclining on a seated collapse, holding a white bone fan and gently fanning it. Why don't you run when you see the bodies all over the place? A lazy laugh suddenly rang out, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Mr. Lu was ordered to meet, so he had to come, otherwise no family would survive. No matter what happens here, Lu's fate cannot be changed, and fleeing is pointless. Lu Zi spoke in a deep voice, and then, in his eyes, there was a flash of essence. What's more, looking at the situation right now, it's obvious that the Nine Spectres Palace is already in charge, so there's even less reason for Mr. Lu to flee. Oh, that's something. The mysterious woman with the light veil covering her face on the seated collapse laughed softly and closed her white bone fan. Do you, by any chance, want to be king? Lu wouldn't dare, nor has it ever been like that. Previously, they were also just being held hostage by the Brahma Palace and had to make a false move. Lu Zi bowed his head in denial, then clasped his fists and solemnly said, Mr. Lu had studied in the Great Zhou for 3 years, and I have the utmost respect for the might of the imperial dynasty. If I am fortunate enough to be able to serve the imperial dynasty, Mr. Lu, I am honored. It is said that General Lu is not only skillful in military strategy, but also rich in ambition and hasty wisdom, and now that I have seen it, it is true that the rumors are not false. In that case, this palace master won't beat around the bush with you. Within 7 days, the Golden Iron Dynasty needs to be merged into Great Zhou, and there must not be more than 10% opposition within the Golden Iron Kingdom. You possibly could do it. Lu Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a slight silence, he gritted his teeth and spoke out. If the palace master sends someone to help, Mr. Lu should have 70% certainty. Oh, it seems that you still haven't gotten your head around the situation. Strike that, my lord will speak frankly. If there is no trouble in this matter, you will be the one to take the credit, and then everything will be fine. If there is any disturbance, even a small one, none of the hundreds of people in the Lu family will be able to live. In that case, do you understand? Yes. After more than 10 breaths of silence, Lu Zi clasped his fists with difficulty. Chapter 73 Xiao Min. The southeastern vassal of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, the Jinghai Imperial Dynasty, the imperial capital. King Dinghai's mansion. The waves of the sea cover the eyes of the sky, and a general is alone in the city of wind and danger. Dinghai Wanghua is worthy of being a veteran general with long experience in battle and iron blood and courage. And this painting is really wonderful, showing the majestic posture of Dinghai Wang's prime husbandman to the fullest. A middle-aged eunuch with drooping eyes and reddish fine teeth laughed harshly, his eyes about to narrow as he moved away from the scrolls on the wall and aimed at the old general seated on the main seat. That old general's face was square, and with his iron, overflowing eyes, he appeared unruffled. He was one of the only 2 princes of the Jinghai dynasty, King Dinghai, Xiao Taifeng. Xiao Taifeng slowly scraped the tea lid and shook his head expressionlessly. Eunuch Xiao is joking. This painting is not painted by Xiao. Qiao Zhengyang's reclining eyebrows lifted slightly, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was unchanged. After scanning the scrolls on the wall once more, he hemmed and hawed. Just now we were wondering, saying that this crimson hue was too thick, not like the style of someone who has been in the battlefield for a long time. After all, any character who has actually killed countless people should be well aware that blood on the battlefield is meant to be on the darker side of the light, black and red and dirty and murky. After King Dinghai's explanation, our doubts have been cleared. Now look closely, the painting of the corner of the word, although the strokes of the snake sharp, but in the prancing and turning of the time more rigid and soft, do not complement each other, the sense of contradiction. If our guess is correct, this painting should be from the hand of the royal household's county princess Xiao Min, right? Xiao Tiefeng's movements in his hands suddenly stalled, and after closing the tea lid and putting down the tea bowl, he stared coldly at Qiao Zhengyang. Eunuch Qiao, you've traveled a long way from Great Zhou. What exactly are you here for? Please also ask Eunuch Qiao to be straightforward. Mr. Xiao doesn't have too much work to do as a companion. Qiao Zhengyang pursed his lips and smiled, and then suddenly straightened his robe and shook his duster in the right color. To formally introduce myself, I am the master of the weaving luo guards of the eastern factory of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Qiao Zhengyang. Xiao Tiefeng's eyes were slightly austere, and after a moment's thought, he still arched his hand. Lord Qiao Wei, We have come here but to save the prestige of King Dinghai as well as the Dinghai royal house. After Chao Xingyang nodded slightly, he spoke out of turn. Xiao Tiefeng's face turned cold on the spot, glaring at Chao Xingyang in an unkind manner. Lord Chao Wei, this king honors your status as a key member of the sovereign state, which is why he treats you with courtesy. You don't give an inch and trespass on your word. It seems that King Dinghai is really being kept in the dark. In the face of hidden anger Xiao Taifeng, Chao Xingyang is not at all annoyed. Playful voice at the same time, clapped his hands. An East Chamber servant serving outside the hall bowed his head and clasped his fists as he quickly left. Xiao Taifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, vaguely realizing that something was wrong. It was just that he really didn't know what Chao Xingyang meant by what he said, so he forced himself not to make a sound. After more than 100 breaths, a quarrel suddenly came from outside, and there was even the sound of swords being sheathed. Xiao Taifeng frowned slightly and gave a cold shout towards the outside. Let them come. Before long, a dozen or so East Chamber servants came to the door of the temple. Most of these East Chamber fans were carrying a stretcher in groups of 2. There appeared to be someone lying on top of the stretcher, but it was covered with a white cloth so it was hard to see. 2 of them, on the other hand, were holding a middle-aged man hostage. Looking at the face of the person being held hostage, it was actually Xiao Lei, the eldest son of the king of Dinghai and the executive king of the Jinghai dynasty. Only at this time, Xiao Lei was not only blocked from cultivation, but also had long hair and a dead face, as if he had encountered unimaginable torture. How dare you? Xiao Taifeng was instantly furious, slapping the table while standing up, his lion-like eyes glaring at Chao Xingyang with murderous intent. Guardian Lord Chao here. This is the Jinghai imperial dynasty. As he said that, a powerful pressure raged and forced itself towards Chao Xingyang. Seeing Xiao Tiefeng's great anger, the guards inside and outside the hall drew their weapons in unison and swiftly surrounded the people of the East Chamber tightly. Unexpectedly, Chao Xingyang just laughed and turned Xiao Tiefeng's aura into nothing. Xiao Tiefeng's pupils instantly shrunk, and a rich color of scorn and surprise flashed in his eyes. King Dinghai, it's not good to be smart and irritable. Chao Xingyang shook his head and sighed lightly as he flung his duster. Several invisible qi energy diffused out, sweeping away all the white cloth on the stretcher, revealing the hideous and oozing corpse. Is this the Nightbloods? After seeing the owner of the corpse, the people in the surrounding area were all a bit shocked. King Dinghai, your son Xiao Lei has secretly colluded with the Night Fork race with the intention of subverting the rule of the Jinghai dynasty. If this matter were to spread, what do you think would happen to your reputation with the Dinghai royal house? Chao Xingyang spoke slowly and with a look of emotion. Hehe, in our opinion, I'm afraid it's not as simple as just being left to stink for years to come, right? This can't be right. Xiao Taifeng subconsciously vetoed it, because he didn't think his son would be heartless enough to collude with the Night Fork clan. Oh, yes or no? I'm afraid it's not for King Dinghai's subjective speculations to decide. Well, it's better to let General Xiao personally speak with King Dinghai. Chao Xingyang hemmed and hawed, signaling his men to remove the restraints on Xiao Lei's body and let go of his hands. Layer, tell my father. How exactly is this? Xiao Taifeng angrily shouted at Xiao Lei with a somewhat tense expression. Although he had confidence in his son, the situation at hand made it difficult for him to have peace of mind. Father. No, I didn't know they were the Nightbloods. Really, father? Believe me, I really didn't know they were the Nightbloods. After being woken up by Xiao Tiefeng's roar, Xiao Lei was slightly stunned, after which his face paled and he fell down on his knees, shouting in defense in incomparable panic. Xiao Tiefeng's body trembled slightly with a face of absurdity. Obviously, his son did secretly collude with those Night Stalkers, although it was still unknown whether what they were scheming was what Chao Xingyang had said. Just this point alone was enough to make the Xiao family's face completely swept away. Asshole! In anger, Xiao Taifeng threw out a slap in the air, directly swelling Xiao Lei's left cheek. Is it a human or a ghost yet to be clarified, and you dare to work with the other side? Say, what is it that you are colluding for? Xiao Lei coughed painfully and spat out a mouthful of blood, lowered his head and his face changed several times before finally closing his eyes bitterly. Father, they are from the Brahma Palace, which has a huge power and has been active in the neighboring dynasties. Therefore, I also don't give a second thought to the question of whether they are human or not. In recent years, the emperor is old and dim, long time not to the court, all the important things are handed over to the generals and prime ministers to deal with. But the great general has no tactics and is a reckless person, and only climbed to that position through the Empress's relationship. As for the Chancellor, that greedy, thieving minister, he's even a worm of the dynasty. In the past 3 years, the foreign relatives and the corrupt party constantly trespassing and disrupting the power has already made the dynasty bandits and thieves the people do not want to live. If we let that group of assholes make power and chaos, in the long run, the country will be no country. Therefore, when the Brahma Palace approached me 2 years ago, I agreed to cooperate. Because it's clear to me that this mess has to change. Looking at the entire Jinghai dynasty, the only ones who have the ability to reorganize the river and mountains are you, Father, and King Duhai. But King Duhai, whether it is his virtue or his nature, cannot be compared to you, Father. What's more, this kind of good thing should not be allowed to be taken advantage of by that Duhai king. That's why my son secretly plotted, wanting to wait until the time was ripe before informing my father. But I didn't expect. After forcibly holding back his anger and listening to Xiao Lei's explanation, Xiao Taifeng almost fainted from anger. Good thing? How dare you call the matter of treason and rebellion a good thing? You rebellious son! Xiao Taifeng roared and stormed, and in the next instant, he had already rushed to Xiao Lei's front and lifted his bushel-like slap and fiercely smacked down. For a while, the hall was filled with clear and loud snapping sounds, as well as Xiao Lei's miserable low sobs. Chao Xingyang just smiled and watched until Xiao Taifeng stopped. Then he spoke out slowly. King Dinghai, now you should believe what we said, right? Xiao Taifeng sank his face and stared at Chao Xingyang with an ugly expression. So, Lord Chao Wei, what exactly do you want to do? Naturally, to save your lives. Rebellion, no matter in which dynasty or generation, it is a big crime to kill 9 families. And looking at the entire world, the only one who can save you at this time is my great Zhou. Chao Xingyang narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, his tone unhurried. He joke. Xiao Taifeng, however, sneered and snorted. This king will hand over this rebellious son, and he will be able to put everything to rest. Want this king to commit treason? Heh. Dream on. King Dinghai is really loyal nah, but even if you can be ruthless and righteous, what can you do? Do you think the great general of Jinghai and that prime minister will let go of this heavenly opportunity? Even if the old emperor is willing to ask, do you think he'll let you go? Heh jokes. I fear he will only give harder orders, daring to revolt against him and now trying to pray for his forgiveness. Do you think it's possible? Chao Xingyang snorted disdainfully, his eyes filled with ridicule. Xiao Tiefeng's face sank, and he walked around the hall uneasily, not pretending to be calm anymore. Chao Xingyang laughed at this, and then slowly got up. This is a matter that must not reach the ears of others. When the words fell, Chao Xingyang's figure disappeared into thin air, while those East Chamber servants also thundered out. For a while, the hall was filled with miserable screams from inside and outside the hall. Xiao Tiefeng's heart tightened and he opened his mouth, but nothing could be said. It was at this moment that the dense sound of footsteps and the sound of steel armor clashing against each other came from the distance, along with a pleasant, high-pitched voice. These rebels dared to harm elder brother. They must have been instructed by a foreign relative. Kill. Kill them all for this sheriff. Leave no one behind. Nah. Outside the temple, Chao Xingyang waved his hand to stop his men's servicemen and looked at the dense armor in the distance with interest. More accurately, it was looking towards a woman dressed as a male in the center of those armored soldiers. As a matter of fact, he had discovered the man eavesdropping in the back room a long time ago. Only after guessing the identity of the other party, did not care, the other party halfway quietly left without stopping. Originally, he thought that the other party had gone to ask for a physician for her elder brother, but he didn't expect that she had run off to mobilize the armored soldiers. Xiaomin Sheriff, there is some meaning. Chapter 78 Dark Clouds Covering Business. The imperial capital of the Great Shang Dynasty, Shangjia City. General Pegasus residence. Dozens of spirit beast carriages were scattered on the street outside the mansion. These carriages were exquisitely shaped and the spirit beasts pulling the carriages had clean and neat fur. Obviously, they were all the seats of powerful and noble families. However, the gazes of the car's owners looking at General Pegasus' residence through the curtains were mostly filled with envy. After the Battle of Tushan Pass, Prince Yin Luo was removed from the power of commanding the army and was confined to the Eastern Palace where he was not allowed to go out. Disposed of in this way, it appears to outsiders to be significantly lighter. It also led many to speculate that the court would apportion blame to others. And the one who was most likely to be heavily punished was the Edge Emperor's son, General Pegasus In Xian Yuan. After all, this emperor's son did not have many allies, either within the palace or in the court, and was close to being a loner. But what happened after that was eye-opening and even a bit baffling. Because instead of being questioned, In Xian Yuan was rewarded with real power. It was said that this was so because there were quite a few officials in the courtroom who stood up for In Xian Yuan and took credit for him, and there were even concubines in the harem who blew in the emperor's ear for him. In short, since then, General Pegasus's reputation suddenly flourished, and there were many more allies in the dynasty. Even that master of the great merchant had actually changed his mind and treated In Xian Yuan squarely. Although it is not to favor but also able to do a bowl of water, no longer cold eyes, rejected 1,000 miles away. It was for these reasons that the originally uninvited General Pegasus residence was sought after by many people. These people were mostly mid-level officials, except for some high-ranking military generals from neutral factions. In their eyes, the price they had to pay to climb up a rising top powerhouse was obviously quite a bit smaller than climbing up those old powerful powerhouse groups. And that's exactly what happened. In Xian Yuan for these officials to climb, show goodwill but also to come intimate. As a result, various praises of In Xian Yuan began to be rumored in Shangjia City, which also attracted powerful dignitaries from other parts of the Great Shang. While the powerful people in the car were waiting for a response from the mansion, a cold humming sound suddenly rang out from the street. Humph! A bunch of inflamed melons. Hearing this kind of ridiculing yell, the powerful nobles inside the car were all annoyed. But when they lifted the curtains on the other side of the window to see the person who made a sound, but all of them changed their faces, put down the curtains, and hurriedly ordered the driver to drive away. For what they saw was a group of 100 hosts of heavy cavalry. And the one who led the voices was the right general of the custodian guard Su Li. The left and right generals of the guards are two of the most trusted people of the great Shang Emperor, and this Su Li is the right general of the guards, although his rank is not top, but I am afraid that there are not 3 people in the court who dare to offend him. Just some strange thing is, this Su Li also do not know and Pegasus General In Xian Yuan what grudge, face to face that is damaged, heard the voice will curse, let a person is not depressed. And now that Su Li had bumped into them waiting outside the Pegasus General's residence waiting to be received, it was clearly not a wonderful thing. Although they wanted to climb onto General Pegasus's high branch, they didn't dare to offend the right general of the custodial guard because of it. Therefore, no one dared to linger. Seeing the carriages on the street drive away as much as they could, a flash of inexplicable color flashed across Su Li's eyes. Afterwards, he glared unkindly at the closed door of General Pegasus' residence and waved his right arm. Humph! Go! General Pegasus' residence. A hidden underground palace, hidden underneath the garden of the residence. In Xian Yuan pays his respects to the honorable envoy. I don't know what your honorable ambassador's name is. Looking at the mysterious man standing with his back turned in front of him, In Xian Yuan was slightly silent, then slightly bowed his head and clasped his fists in salute. We, the East Chamber's hidden killing guard master, Chu Ange. The man spoke softly and slowly turned around, revealing a white, beardless face with warm eyes. In Xian Yuan's brows frowned slightly, and a bit more scrutiny was added to his uncomprehending eyes. A eunuch who looks like a feminine scholar? Is this the helper that Great Zhou sent to him? Guardmaster Chu, I wonder if there are any other guardmasters, or perhaps the hall master of the night hunting division who have come? Listening to In Xian Yuan's inquiry, Chu Ange smiled brightly. General In is looking down on our family. In Xian Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he pursed his lips before speaking in a deep voice. It's not that I look down on Lord Chu Wei, it's just that the Great Shang territory is filled with experts, so I'm afraid it's difficult to rely on Lord Chu Wei alone to be of much help. What's more, the people of the Dark Lord Division had already set their sights on In. Their people are pervasive, and I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will be caught. At that time, it would be just as well if I lost my little life, but if His Majesty's errand goes wrong because of this, I'm afraid that no one will be able to answer for it. Oh? Yeah. Chu Ange's smile remained unchanged, but 2 lurid fluctuations flickered in his warm eyes. In that instant, In Xian Yuan's body stiffened, as if a butcher's knife had been hitched to his neck. Looking at the 2 tiny black holes of unknown depth on the side, In Xian Yuan resisted the urge to shiver and bowed his head and clasped his fists with eyes full of horror.
Dragon Gate Realm.
This seemingly weak and gentle eunuch with gentle eyes, he was actually a Dragon Gate realm expert? In Xian Yuan felt that his perceptions had suffered a great shock. The deepest hidden person in the Great Shang dynasty was only an old eunuch who had just stepped into the 9th level of the Nine Heavens realm. But what about Great Zhou? This even possesses the Dragon Gate realm without a sound? And furthermore, thinking about it further, a mere master of the East Chamber's guards is the Dragon Gate realm. Then what about the East Chamber's factory officials? What about the master of the night hunting division? The moment she was enveloped in fear, the hint of dangerous thoughts in In Xian Yuan's heart was instantly thrown out of the sky. In Mao shallow insight, something does not know MT Taishan, but also hope that Chu Wei master do not want to follow my general understanding. Oh, there's no harm in that. As long as we don't make any mistakes or errors in the big things, we won't be concerned about such small things. Chu and said with a smirk, and In Xian Yuan could only nod his head in a cold sweat and keep nodding in response. Well, tell me, how did your errand go? Back to Lord Chu Wei, with the explicit help and implicit assistance of those characters, Mr. Yin has already pulled in 40% of the officials in the court. However, most of these officials are at the back of the class line, and those who are the heavyweights of the dynasty are few and far between. 40%? That's a little low. Hearing Chu Anja's murmur, In Xian Yuan couldn't help but have his mouth go a little dry. Fortunately, the other man's next words brought him another sigh of relief. But there's enough to go around. In Xian Yuan looked and gulped, then said in disbelief, Lord Chu Wei, this is only the number of people, not the share of power and authority. I'm afraid it's unlikely that these people alone will be able to accomplish anything. This we know well. However, His Majesty has decreed and set a deadline, and some things need to be carried out in a different way. A different way? In Xian Yuan's brows wrinkled in confusion. What does Lord Chu Wei mean by that? Chu Eng paced slowly and did not answer, but asked in return. What are the main factions in the present-day Great Shang Dynasty Hall? There are 4 main factions at the moment in the Great Merchant. 1. The Great General's Department. This line is mostly military generals, led by the Great General who only follows the orders of the Great Shang Emperor. 2. The Chancellor's Department. This line was mostly civil officials, led by the Chancellor who really championed the Crown Prince. 3. The Neutral System. There are upper and lower level officials in this lineage, though most are idle. Nearly half of them had literally turned their 2 ears away from factional disputes, while the other half had thrown themselves under the tutelage of other emperor sons and daughters. The 4th one is in my lineage, which is known as the New Noble lineage. The New Noble line has the largest number of people, but its true power is only slightly stronger than the neutral line, and there's still a considerable gap compared to the Great General line and the Chancellor line. Wow! It's not too far off from the information my East Chamber has. Hearing Chu Anja's words, In Xian Yuan instantly twitched his face. So, this is a test of loyalty? It's not right, is it? This method of testing is too shallow. While In Xian Yuan was ruminating, Chu Anja's next sentence caused his face to change slightly. The Great Shang Emperor has lived for 238 years, which is already long enough. Master Chu Wei, if I were to ask you to assassinate your father Emperor, would you be willing to do so? Lord Chu Wei. In Xian Yuan's eyelids kept jumping sharply, and he only felt a chill in his heart. My strength is limited. I'm afraid I don't have that ability. However, if it is truly ordered, I will obey. Chu Eng stared mildly at In Xian Yuan, and after a long time, he suddenly let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Worthy of being the one His Majesty personally named. After laughing, Chu Eng patted In Xian Yuan's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, we were just kidding. This kind of move, after all, is not what you should be doing. After all, a brave general who can trample on the 8 wastelands and leave a name in history shouldn't bear the name of patricide. As the words fell, Chu Eng turned around and sighed softly. Regicide is a great crime against the heavens, and it would be better to let that great general carry such a charge. Once the Shang Emperor died, the pillars of the great general's lineage were bound to keep falling under the exhaustive pursuit of the Chancellor's lineage. At that time, the person who will ascend to the throne will undoubtedly be Crown Prince In Luo. However, the Crown Prince was brutal and ruthless, madly slaughtering and bestowing death on the rest of the Emperor's sons and imprisoning the late Emperor's imperial concubine and imperial daughter. Once this move is publicized, General Yin will be able to collect the remnants of the Great General's Department and the Neutral Department, and even absorb some of the Chancellor's Department. At that time, even if there are sporadic disruptions, they will not be detrimental to the overall situation. In that case, the big picture is set. Yin Xian Yuan couldn't help but stare in disbelief, his heart beating frantically. This Chu Eng, is he crazy? That's a load of crap. If he said that Chu Eng had personally gone out to assassinate the emperor and was able to succeed, he believed it. But all the things that came after that, it's a total pipe dream. Master Chu Wei, I'm afraid this matter still needs to be discussed in the long run. For example, how to make people believe that it was the great general who assassinated the emperor. Another example, although Crown Prince Yin Luo was stupid, there was absolutely no way he could have done such an appalling thing. Oh, there's no need to worry, the court has already set up these things. One of them will be able to provide a pivotal role in the operation thereafter. Yin Xian Yuan's eyes were full of disbelief. Who is it?
Su Li.
Su Li? Right, General Su Li of the Custodial Guard? How is this possible? He. Chapter 79. 3 Concubines Plotting 100 Zongs. Su Zixing. In the northern part of the Great Shang Empire, the 100 Sect Alliance. Zhong Yung Zhong. The Cheong-ing sect was one of the 5 major sects of the 100 Sect Alliance, and the only women's sect among the 5. At this moment, the Cheong-ing sect's welcoming hall was bustling with people. As far as the eye could see, there were flamboyant young girls, seductive and pretty women, and occasionally a few gray-haired old crone. In the center of the main hall, there were 2 rows of seats set up across from each other. And on the seat on the west side, there was a white-robed middle-aged man with a handsome and righteous face sitting quietly in the center, which was also the only male in the hall. On either side of the middle-aged man were 4 women. Only, except for a half-aged woman who was not covered, the other 3 had their faces covered with light veils, making it impossible to see their faces. As for the seats on the east side, the same 5 people were seated at the end. These 5 people were all women, and except for one with a pale face and bright silver hair, the other 4 were all in their 30s. Among them, the one sitting in the center was a stunning beauty with the most outstanding appearance and what appeared to be stars flickering in her eyes. She was the Cheong-ing sect's patriarch and the 100 Sect Alliance's #1 beauty, Su Zixing. When all the spirit fruits and delicacies were served, Su Zixing gave a shallow smile and stared at the opposite side of the Black Underworld sect's patriarch, Lin Wuxie, and nodded slightly. My clan is prepared to be in arrears for a sudden visit from Patriarch Lin. I hope that Patriarch Lin and Mrs. Lin will understand if there is any lack of hospitality. Lin Wuxie lightly smiled and clasped his fists, apologizing. It's rude to come to the door in haste. It's not polite. It's good enough that Patriarch Su doesn't take Mr. Lin's abruptness into account. How would Mr. Lin dare to have the right to pick and choose? Su Zixing smiled and did not continue to chat. And after remotely toasting a cup of spirit wine, he wondered, I wonder why Patriarch Lin is paying this visit? If there's anything we need help with, Patriarch Lin can just have someone notify him. Why do we need to make the trip ourselves? After getting to the point, Lin Wuxie's smile tightened and he swept his eyes at the serving maids in the hall as well as the open door of the hall. Su Zixing's eyebrows knitted slightly, and after a slight contemplation, she waved her hand. Since Lin Wuxie hadn't signaled the elders in the hall, it wouldn't be good for her to let these top pillars of the sect go out. Soon, all the maids in the hall were withdrawn, while the door of the hall was closed and the soundproofing array was opened. Patriarch Lin, please go ahead. As Su Zixing spoke out again, the senior members of the Cheong-ing sect in the hall stared at Lin Wuxie, wanting to know the other party's intentions for this visit. But the ensuing turn of events caused everyone's mouths to open wide in dismay. Only to see Lin Wuxie get up, he actually pulled his lady around to the door of the hall, and then suddenly fell down on his knees towards the 3 mysterious women who were still sitting peacefully. Lin Wuxie's wife followed suit and knelt down with a helpless look on her face. Circumstances dictate that I hope the 3 ladies will not be offended. Listening to Lin Wuxie's humble tone and looking at Lin Wuxie's terrified expression, everyone in the hall was confused. Mama. Su Zixing was also shocked, but she reacted quickly and grabbed a key title after returning to her senses. So, the 3 of you are actually imperial concubines of a certain imperial dynasty? While saying that, a flash of confusion once again appeared in Su Zixing's eyes. However, a mere imperial concubine shouldn't cause great Patriarch Lin to be so terrified. As one of the 5 helmsmen of the 100 Sect Alliance, he could be frank and open with the emperors of the various dynasties without having to salute them. So what kind of involvement is there? Also, looking at Grand Patriarch Lin's appearance, it is obvious that this visit to my Cheong-ing sect was not his idea. In other words, the ones who want to come to my Cheong-ing sect are the three of them. So, what exactly are the three of you here for? Hee, worthy of being the head of a great sect that has set the stage, Patriarch Su's aura of being shocked and unruffled is quite a sight to behold for this palace. Of the three veiled women sitting peacefully across from each other, one of them suddenly laughed softly out loud, while at the same time undoing her veil. Looking at its face, it was none other than the Nine Sepulchre Palace's palace master, Qin Shiyu. Immediately following, another person removed the veil and smiled lightly. Sister is right, this Patriarch Su is indeed no ordinary person. In Shiyu's opinion, she's afraid she's guessed where our sisters are coming from. When the words fell, the last person also revealed his true face, and looking at his appearance, who else was there if not Mu Qingyan? Only, at this time, the Mu Qingyan is less naive and savage, and more a few points of confusing charm. Starry and titillating. This posture is only half a point worse than Sister Shiryu. No wonder it's known as the 100 Sect Alliance's first stunning color. Nine Spectres Palace Master Qin Shiyu. Great Zhou Imperial Capital's twin beauties, Su Shiyu and Mu Qingyan. It's really a big week. Su Zixing frowned as he scanned the three, his expression gradually becoming heavy. Although the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty's national power was considered the weakest among the three great imperial dynasties in the East, the one that Su Zixing was most afraid of was precisely Great Zhou. It was because the changes and transformations of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty in recent months were just too astonishing, and that posture of a fierce tiger coming out of the gate and a dragon coming out of the abyss made her a little alarmed. After comprehensively reviewing and analyzing the various great changes in the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Su Zixing only came to a conclusion that could not be speculated upon. Faced with this potential opponent that seemed to be hidden in the darkness of the night, Su Zixing could not settle down at all, as she was facing a seemingly clear but unknown enemy. Only, at that time she was disturbed but not too alarmed, because the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty and the 100 Sect Alliance were far away from each other. With at least one Great Shang Imperial Dynasty in between, they couldn't threaten them in a short period of time. Moreover, the 100 Sect Alliance was vastly powerful, and she wasn't the only one in the Cheong-ing sect. But what she never dreamed of was that the people of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty had come to the door so quickly. Since Patriarch Su is a smart person, then this palace will not talk nonsense. Qin Shiyu slowly got up and leisurely walked to the center of the porch. Our three sisters have come here precisely on the decree of His Majesty of our dynasty to incorporate the 100 Sect Alliance into the Great Zhou territory. After all, if the troops were to go out directly, there would inevitably be a lot of deaths and injuries at that time. His Majesty in our dynasty has a compassionate heart, so he has ordered us to start from the top down. It would be best if we could fight without bloodshed. As soon as Qin Shiyu's words fell, a snort suddenly rang out. Compassion? Thumbs down. On that tyrant who slaughters 9 clans of people at every turn and pits millions of troops at the drop of a hat. Qin Shiyu's eyes were slightly cold as she swept gently towards the person who had spoken, after which she withdrew her gaze. However, the Cheong-ing sect elder who had snickered out loud was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, and then split apart in a clattering sound. After an eerie silence, shrieks rang out one after another, while there were also raging qi constantly erupting. Heh! Ignorant! Facing the crowd of Cheong-ing sect elders who were furious and wanted to strike at her, Qin Shiyu only smiled contemptuously, then flicked her long sleeve. At that instant, the pressure inside the hall instantly skyrocketed hundreds of times, like a mountain of swords pressing down, making people suffocate and sweat.
Dragon Gate Realm.
Su Zixing struggled to resist the vast pressure, his mind in chaos. Great Zhou, how could there be a Dragon Gate realm? When and where did Qin Shiyu make her breakthrough? Why hadn't they heard a word about it? Moonflower. Suddenly, a murmuring sound rang out from Qin Shiyu's mouth, followed by the appearance of a silver crescent moon pattern on the foreheads of all the Cheong-ing sect's disciples in the hall. Only after doing so did Qin Shiyu collect her powerful pressure. What did you do? Su Zixing was awakened by the cool sensation on his forehead and tried to use his divine soul to dispel it. But as soon as she touched it, she felt the crisis of death and had to rush to stop at that moment. After opening his eyes, Su Zixing gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Shiyu, his eyes incomparably complicated. She was at least at the 9 Heavens realm extreme realm, but she was weak and defenseless under the other party's tactics, which made her very frustrated. Nothing, just a small mark for you all, and a small reminder. I remind you that if you listen honestly and do your work peacefully, you will naturally live. But if it dares to be mischievous, then it will be as it is now. Su Shiyu said with a smile, casually pointing down a square-faced woman in the corner. After this finger, the crescent moon that had originally been hidden on the woman's forehead reappeared. But this time, the appearance of the crescent moon instantly set off the woman's entire head. Well, yeah, that's it, the kind where the head is blown apart along with the soul, and no remnants of either soul can escape. Su Shiyu smiled with a gentle smile on her face. But this gentle smile was like the devil's seductive smile in her people's eyes. Dozens of Cheongying sect senior all frozen in place. Do not dare to have the slightest movement, lest usher in Su Shiyu's death finger. Oh yes, this gadget, it has a time limit, before the period of January will be expired. All of you still have to come to let the palace fixed once. If not, once it pops up, what happens? Well, looking at the witch like Su Shiyu, Su Shiyu as well as Mu Qingyan secretly skimmed their mouths. It's just a technique. When they break through to the Dragon Gate realm, they'll have it too. Su Zixing was silent for a long time and suddenly smiled miserably. When the great Zhou Emperor swept away the sects in the territory, my 100-sect alliance was angry and even more mocking. But where could I have imagined that this calamity would come to us so quickly? Su Shiyu raised her slender eyebrows non-committally and asked slowly. Then, Patriarch Su, it's your turn to make a choice. This clan, do we have a choice? Su Zixing shook his head forlornly, then let out a light sigh. The legacy of my Cheongying sect seems to have come to an end, and of course, there's the Black Underworld sect. Saying that, Su Zixing clenched her teeth and glared at Lin Wuxie. Immediately following that, Su Zixing's eyes, however, flashed with an inexplicable color. But, if Palace Master Qin wants to take down the 100-sect alliance, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Oh? What does that mean? Our 5 great clans are nominally in a side-by-side relationship, but in reality, it is the Hunchback Mountain sect that is truly in charge. Just like before, when Patriarch Lin personally traveled south to participate in the assassination of the great Zhou Emperor, he was assigned by the Camel Mountain sect. If not, I'm afraid that Patriarch Lin might not be willing to go. This is something that Patriarch Lin has explained long ago. There were more than 36 late Nine Heavens Realm Masters from the Camelback Mountain sect, and among them, there were 9 of them at the 9th level of the Nine Heavens realm. Such a power is strong, but in front of my great Zhou imperial dynasty, it is nothing more than a praying mantis. Su Shiyu was non-committal. Su Zixing's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke out. It seems that Patriarch Lin really doesn't know the true depths of the Camel Mountain sect. But it's normal. This clan might not have been able to know about it if it weren't for chance and coincidence. Su Shiyu said with interest. In that case, the Hunchback Mountain sect has a Dragon Gate realm? Not bad. And I'm afraid that old man isn't a first-ranked, but a second-ranked. Heh! It's only the 2nd level of the Dragon Gate realm. Hearing Su Shiyu's disdainful words, Su Zixing couldn't help but open his mouth wide with a dazed expression. District? Su Shiyu ignored Su Zixing's confusion and waved her hand. Don't worry, that old man. I'll take care of him myself. Well, now it's time to talk about the back setup. Chapter 80 Ji Ruo Enchanted God. Origin and Reason. As the winds and clouds changed, Great Zhou's tentacles began to spread in all directions. The dark blades in the hands of the 3 martial seasons, the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, and the Palace of the 9 Spectres, had finally begun to blossom with dark auras that belonged uniquely to them. In this, the power of the Brahma Palace and the Dark Suns contributed notably. That was, after all, the amazing underpinnings that the Night Fork clan had pulled out after planning for 100 years and investing a lot of effort and resources. According to the Night Fork clan's scheming, the Brahma Palace could even help them control more than 30% of the First Heaven's territory. It's a pity that all of this has been cheapened by the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. September 25th. Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Mingrua Hall. Ji Ruo sat in front of the window, looking out at the 3 colored butterflies frolicking in the flower beds. Her expression dazed and her eyes confused. These days, Wu Ji had come a total of 8 times, and she had defended 8 times. The first 3 times were fine, relying on the Temperance Bright Heart Sutra. She fought hard all the way down without getting disoriented. But from the 4th time, everything changed. Wu Ji's body seemed to have a strange magic power, like a potent poison, corroding her heart meridian defense with fissures and tearing away the last of her clarity. In that state, she couldn't even control her voice. She knew she had lost big time. At that time, she hated Wu Ji and hated herself even more. She had never imagined that one day she would be reduced to a being she had despised and disdained, like the woman of the wind, unable to keep her heart and streaked with marks. The hot water washed away the traces on his body, but it could not wash away the dust in his heart, and it could not wash away the black cloth that was caught on the spiritual platform. Her path, lost. But the absurd thing was that her cultivation had instead advanced greatly as a result, and she had even jumped all the way up to the peak of the 8th level, and it looked like she would soon be able to step into the 9th level. She didn't know what it was because of, and she didn't dare think about it deeply. But what really panicked her was that she had actually started to become obsessed and submissive to Wuji. Especially during the 8th passive service, she actually began to respond in a daze. In the days since then, the figure of Wuji appeared in front of her eyes and in her mind from time to time, and not just any figure. Wuji's figure was tall and large, like an immortal god towering over her. Underneath his domineering posture, his eyes were gentle and compassionate, making her heart skip a beat, her ears turn red, and she would unknowingly become infatuated. This discovery made Ji Ruo incredibly panicked, but she had no idea what it was due to, much less how to fight it. In the midst of this great torment to her mind and soul, she had once wanted to leave without any regard, to leave the great Zhou, to leave the first heaven. But the burden and mission she carries on her shoulders makes it difficult to move. Seeing that the great work is about to be accomplished, leaving at this time, she is sorry for all she has paid, and even more sorry for those compatriots who have high hopes for her and are eagerly looking forward to hope in the midst of suffering. Squeak! A soft ringing sound suddenly rang out, and panic flashed violently in Ji Ruo's eyes, shrinking to the corner like a frightened bunny. Obviously, he was an expert with extraordinary strength and amazing means, but he reacted in such a way which really made people laugh and cry. But Kuroko had nothing to cry about. She only had a premonition of the tribulation to come. Because the only one who could directly push the door in without giving the slightest precursor and without knocking for instructions was that great Zhou master whom she hated, feared, and was fascinated by. Time to explain everything? Ji Ruo clasped her arms and pursed her lips tightly without speaking, lonely and stubborn. Oh, interesting. A low laugh rang out, like a demonic murmur. Looking at the Wu Ji who was getting closer and closer, Ji Ruo's body began to tremble and heat up, and her pretty face was even covered in a reddish haze, like a ripe apple. In the midst of uncertainty, Ji Ruo opened her mouth several times, but her final reasoning and stubbornness sealed the words. After half an hour, the stalemate was broken, and the final hold on Ji Ruo's heart was completely torn apart. I said, "Well, say it." The movement stopped and the voice was indifferent. I was originally a princess of the Yunji dynasty in the second heaven, and the cultivation environment in the second heaven is more than 10 times more prevalent than the first heaven. Coupled with my moderate talent, I stepped into the Dragon Gate realm at 20 and 5. After entering the Dragon Gate realm, one would be considered a mid-level expert in the second heaven. But the human race was in a very difficult situation in the second heaven, with enemies almost everywhere, and no one knew if the calamity would suddenly descend on the second day. When I was 28 years old, the Yunji dynasty suddenly ushered in a siege by strong enemies of other clans, and in just 1 month's time, 70% of the territory fell, plunging into a crisis of extinction. It was at that time that the old ancestor of the imperial dynasty used a card to try to send me as well as the 2 imperial sons into the 3 heavens in order to preserve the fire. However, the moment the undercard was unleashed, the experts of his clan lurking in the upper echelons of the palace suddenly attacked, causing those 2 emperors to die tragically on the spot. Even the dynasty ancestor had suffered a serious injury due to the difficulty in distracting himself from the control of his base card. At the critical moment, the old ancestor of the imperial dynasty gave up his own life, accelerated the launch of the bottom card, and sent me out successfully. After entering the 3 heavens, the place where I appeared happened to be a holy place of the human race. There, I was nurtured well, and the inherited Temperance Bright Heart Sutra was extremely compatible with myself. As a result, in just 50 years, he had reached the limit of the 3 heavens. However, the situation of the human race in the 3 heavens is even more difficult than in the 2 heavens, and my holy land has suffered numerous deaths and injuries in the past 50 years, and has been forced to relocate its quarters once. At that time, although I was powerful, the number of his clan's top experts was too large, and with my strength, I did not have much impact on the overall situation. Moreover, the Holy Land regards me as a hope and forced me to go to the 4 heavens. After a few weighings, I chose to agree. It was only after stepping into the 4 heavens that I truly realized the hardships of the human race's survival. There, the human race has few places to stand, and once discovered, they will either die, become food, or be reduced to slaves and playthings. Apart from those human traitors, almost all the rest of the human races lurked in all kinds of harsh Jedi, dangerous and forbidden places, struggling to survive in misery and grayness. Even I myself have been on the run, and very often I am in a precarious situation. It wasn't until 20 years later that I unintentionally entered a mysterious place filled with silver tides while on the run and passed out. When he woke up again, he realized that he had already arrived at the fifth heaven. The situation in the fifth heaven was slightly better than the fourth heaven, but tragedies would still be staged from time to time. Fortunately, I was lucky that the place of awakening was close to a sacred place of the human race. I learned more after joining that sanctuary. In the five heavens, the power of the human traders was huge. They were dependent on the major powerful races and specialized in hunting and capturing the human races that were unwilling to be slaves. There, the unifying body of the human race is called the Black Tower, while the other human forces that are still bloodthirsty and unwilling to bow down to be killed are called the White Tower. It was ridiculous to say that the foreigners of the five heavens who wanted human blood food, slaves and playthings didn't even have to make their own moves. They just ordered the Black Tower and let those people rape their hands. It was under these circumstances that I practiced for another 100 years in the fifth heaven, approaching the peak. But I was suddenly skeptical about my path because I didn't know what the point of continuing like this was. The power of one person is simply meaningless in terms of the greatness of the human race. Even if I could climb all the way to the ninth heaven and cultivate to the highest realm, what's the point? When I get there, I'm afraid I'll still be greeted by hundreds, if not thousands, of peak existences of his race. It was then that the Sacred Land Patriarch showed me the way out. He said that the reason why those existences promoted from the lower heavens were valued by the higher echelons of the clans was because of the gifts of the heavens, because they had the hope of becoming supreme beings. Especially those who had risen up step by step since the first heaven, even if their qualifications were not good, they would be cultivated as seeds. Because a true supreme powerhouse was enough to sweep across the same class and overwhelm the world. However, the most powerful needed to undergo the baptism of the major heavens and needed to be promoted in a perfected position. And the most important of them was the foundation-laying process before advancing to the Dragon Gate realm. This process corresponds to the first heaven. The sect leader said that the path of the most powerful was clear to many people, but to the existences of the high heavens, almost no one dared to walk it. Because of a heavy day climb, which is difficult to count, a little careless is the end of the flying ashes. But I am different because I am an existence that has gradually advanced to the fifth heaven since the second heaven. During the process, there was an unnatural promotion, but at least the passport of the most powerful one had been obtained. As long as one could retake the foundation establishment realm and make up for the lack of a heavens, one would be a quasi-supreme power at the very least. At that time, I alone can greatly improve the situation of the human race, or at least protect the peace of a holy land. Therefore, I have come to the first heaven. Wuji's brow furrowed slightly as she gently brushed the hair in front of her, listening quietly. When Ji Rua's words fell, Wu Ji rolled over and propped his head up to look askance while making a slow sound. And you, how did you descend from the fifth heaven to the first heaven? As far as I know, people from the upper heavens should not be able to descend to the lower heavens, right? What's more, it's still straight from the fifth heaven. Ji Rua looked at Wu Ji in a daze. There was a struggle in the depths of her eyes, but somehow she just couldn't scramble out. In response to Wu Ji's question, she also had trouble controlling herself and honestly told. The sect leader has a secret method and the Holy Land has a supreme treasure, and the combination of the two can transform a living being into an imaginary and real, palm-sized stone tire. The stone fetus did not have the breath of life, and thus could be delivered to the first heaven in a special way at great cost. I was born out of a borrowed fetus. Only, perhaps there was a flaw in the secret method or the supreme treasure, or something had gone wrong in the process of delivering it from the fifth heaven to the first heaven. As a result, my memories came back late and were awakened close to a year ago. This is one of the reasons why it took me so long to cultivate to the nine heavens realm. Wuji mouth corner slightly grin. So long? If this were to spread, I'm afraid that the geniuses of the entire first heaven would want to come and fight for Ji Rua's life. However, this was also a side effect of Ji Rua's talent, which was indeed terrifying. Chapter 81 Dylan, the catastrophe is coming. So, your purpose will soon be accomplished? Wuji narrowed his eyes and made a sound, slowly rubbing his fingers together. Ji Rua bit her lip and closed her eyes at the moment when Wu Ji was distracted from his care, and finally opened her mouth according to her own mind. No, it's not just the peak of the 9th level, but also a breakthrough to the Dragon Gate realm. At this moment, Ji Ruo had realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th level. Wow! Wuji let out a soft "oh" and rolled over. Remember your status, you are already my consort, you should not get involved in those things. What should be done has its own me to do. After saying that, Emperor Wu Ji robed himself and stepped away. Ji Ruo slowly opened her eyes, her expression incomparably complex. It was as if she had, indeed, become dependent on this overbearing, brutal, rude, and even somewhat evil emperor. The thought of saying goodbye to her gave her a feeling of heartache and uncertainty. This feeling of empty misery made her hate, annoy, and panic. But she knew that she had to go, because of her duty and mission, because of the people who were looking forward to her return to change the status quo, because of the people who were suffering and being tortured by the rapes of the Fae and the Black Tower. Although she might not be able to save too many people, even if it was 10,000 or 100,000, it was better than doing nothing. There are some things that someone has to do, and she, more than anything, should, because those people have given so much for her, because she has become the hope of many. The wood is gone, the rice is gone, I don't hate you, and I hope, too, that you don't hate me. Let it all turn into a dream and swing into nothingness with time. His Majesty! Ji Ruo stroked the traces on her body and mumbled, lost in thought, 2 lines of tears dripping silently from the corners of her eyes. The dozens of years in the first heaven were the most pleasant period of her life. The entanglement with Wuji, on the other hand, is something she hates and loves at the same time. But it's all going to turn over like a booklet eventually. The royal capital of the Daki imperial dynasty, Kaiyuan City. A certain underground palace in the northwest corner of Kaiyuan City. A 3-foot-high altar floated in the center of the 100-foot square blood pool, and a 3-legged tripod hovered silently on the altar. And around the pool of blood, hundreds of bare-chested men in black stood quietly with their hands bound. A black-robed man standing on the side of the 3-legged tripod lowered his head and watched the rusty grooves on the tripod gradually fill up with the color of blood, a look of excitement appearing in his eyes. Almost there, the black-robed man muttered, pacing back and forth around the 3-legged tripod. At a certain moment, when 90% of the blood water in the blood pool was gone, and the grooves on the tripod were filled to the fullest, the 3-legged tripod shook violently, and then a few words slowly surfaced on the walls of the tripod. The black-robed man hurriedly fixed his eyes to look at it, and at the same time, he chanted out in a low voice, Ji Ruo, 9 Heavens Realm. The handwriting appeared and then slowly dissipated and disappeared, but the black-robed man had long since stopped paying attention. Ji Ruo He, the White Tower's Yun Ruo Holy Maiden, is this your real name? Originally I was worried about missing the time you have left, but now see, your talent is not rumors of that kind of evil well. After murmuring with a hefty smile, the black-robed man turned around violently and looked down at the black-robed people around the blood pool. After he was born in the first heaven, he was very unlucky and was almost always in an isolated environment. It wasn't until nearly a year ago that he came out of the world, so he didn't know much about the first heaven. Do you know a woman named Ji Ruo? Her cultivation is at the 9 Heavens realm. As soon as the black-robed man's words fell, a dozen people stepped forward. The black-robed man shrugged his eyebrows in some surprise before pointing to an old man. You say, I, Master, you must be talking about the former Misty Sect Holy Maiden of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty and the current Great Zhou Imperial Concubine, Ji Ruo. That Ji Ruo was one of the twin beauties of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Not only was her cultivation talent appalling, she was already in the 9 Heavens realm at just over 50 years old, and being born with incomparable beauty. It is the dream girl of countless men in the first heaven, the old man said, and smiled with a lewd, 2-eyed heckle. A smile flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, but this smile was inexplicably somewhat cold. Although she is the prey of the Black Tower, she is not something that a mole like you can imagine. As the words fell, and without seeing how the black-robed man moved, the old man's head split directly from his neck, and after a few rolls it fell into the pool of blood. Such a horrifying scene should have made people's hearts tremble. But the weird thing was that those men in black didn't react too much. Imperial consort of the Great Zhou. The black-robed man frowned slightly after retracting his gaze, his fingers rubbing lightly over and over. He might not be clear about other things, but he knew quite a bit about this Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. After all, the Daki dynasty, which he was borrowing from, had been ravaged by Great Zhou. According to Qi Zifeng, the Great Zhou of today was already the eastern part of the First Heaven, and might even be the strongest imperial dynasty in the entire First Heaven. Other than that assassination of the Great Zhou Emperor by various forces alone could be seen as a lot of things. His target had actually become the imperial consort of the Great Zhou Emperor, which made him feel very tricky. The Black Tower acts by any means necessary, giving the enemy no respite and leaving no hope. Since you're hiding in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, I'll mobilize the power of the entire First Heaven to exterminate Great Zhou. The black-robed man lowered his voice with a hefty laugh and once again looked at the three-legged tripod above which began to appear with a hooded gray light. The reason why he dared to take on the tricky task of killing the Yunrua Holy Maiden and cutting off the White Tower's hope was that apart from that undercurrent of targeting the Yunrua Holy Maiden, the most important thing was that the people above him would give him great support. This, however, was where his greatest backbone lay, and where the reason he was able to provide Qi Zifeng with his promise lay. Time passed slowly, and when the monumental gray light transformed into a bucket-thick gray light pillar, the end of which probed into the nothingness, a somewhat vague voice suddenly came over. This honored one felt the throbbing of the bloodline on the passing boundary cauldron. Does the person you killed still have a direct relative of the same clan? Hearing the content in these words, the black-robed man instantly turned pale, trembling as he fell to his knees. Back to your holiness. They are the royal family of the Daki imperial dynasty of the First Heaven. The Daki imperial family is prosperous. There should be quite a lot of people with pure bloodline. These people were launched by the current emperor of Daki on his own initiative because most of them are people in the imperial family who have committed criminal acts, and their blood is able to accelerate the launching of the penetrating boundary cauldron, which is... The black-robed man kowtowed while explaining in fear. It had never occurred to him that this Daki royal family was even related to that venerable one. Because these two parties were completely a heavenly and an earthly existence, the gap was indeed too great. But at this point, upon further reflection, a little clue can be drawn. It was rumored that that venerable's ancestor was a true supreme being, and during that period of time, that supreme being had made many foreign races famous and scared. However, after the various foreign races joined forces to suppress him, that supreme being eventually chose to bow down, and then founded the Black Pagoda along with a few others. The reason why the name of the Black Pagoda soared through the five heavens was precisely because of the nightmares that supreme being had brought to countless human races. And the most basic condition for a supreme power to become a supreme power was to continuously advance from the first heaven. In this way, it could also be shown that there was a high possibility that supreme powerhouse originated from the first heaven. When you think about it like this, it is really possible that the present-day honored one is from the same root as the Daki royal family in the first heaven, but he himself, to use the blood of a fellow venerable as a guide, which the black-robed man simply didn't dare to think further. He was afraid that if he continued to think, he would have to be scared to death. Well, so it is. Rong, you did a good job, although my father does not look down on the Daki royal family of this heavy heaven. But after all, it is also the blood from the same source since we have come across. It is always better to pull a hand on the good. It would also be good if one or two of the clan's supreme seeds could appear. As for those wastes that were sacrificed, death is nothing. After that, you make it a priority to complete the mission. If it is possible to do so incidentally, then we will help the Daki imperial dynasty grow up so that it can have the power to defend itself. The voice from nowhere spoke indifferently, causing Rong to let out a huge sigh of relief. However, he couldn't believe that venerable one was really just a little bit concerned about the Daqi imperial dynasty. Yes, don't worry, Your Holiness. My subordinates will do their best to complete the mission as soon as possible and help the Daki imperial dynasty become the overlord of the first heaven. Well, the stuff has been passed out, and my father has added a bit of volume. You'll see to the specifics. In short, hurry up and don't let that immortal Yunrua succeed in returning to the five heavens. Aye. Don't worry, Your Holiness. Rong said yes repeatedly, incredibly respectful and humble. The voice had quietly disappeared, but Rong didn't dare to look up. Only after waiting for more than 20 breaths did Rong carefully climb up. Looking again at this moment, the mysterious gray pillar of light had long since disappeared, but a number of things had appeared inside the tripod. Looking at the pieces of exotic treasures and piles of Lingshu storage bags, the corners of Rong's mouth pulled slightly. Is this adding a little volume? I'm afraid that's a lot to add to a pot. It seemed that he had guessed correctly, that venerable one was actually very attached to the Daki imperial clan. Hopefully, when he returns, he won't come after him for the blood sacrifice. Di Rong sighed darkly and began to examine the contents of the tripod. After a long time, Di Rong hemmed and hawed, a powerful confidence filling his eyes. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, hee, I wonder how many days you guys will be able to hold out under the scenario of all the enemies in the world and all the dragon gates coming out? And Holy Maiden Yunruo, you mustn't be in a hurry. When everything is arranged, I will go to the Great Zhou Imperial capital. I really want to see your desperate, remorseful look. In the 5 heavens, you people of the White Tower can only fall prey to my Black Tower. It is the same in this heavens. To have a party of emperors buried with you, even if it was only a weak emperor dynasty of the first heaven, it was still a party of emperors after all. In that case, it's not an insult. After murmuring in a low voice, Di Rong fiercely stared into the shadows behind the beams of the distant pillars. Come on out. After 3 or 2 breaths of silence, a burly figure slowly walked out. Looking at his face, he was none other than the commander of the Daki Forbidden Guards, Ma Yuan. How did you find out about me? Ma Yuan spoke out shyly, his face unsightly. Since you've already heard it, you should know exactly where Mr. D is coming from. So why do you need to knowingly ask? Di Rong's eyes mocked, then slowly shook his head. But don't worry, Di Mao won't kill you, because you're also considered a usable person. Chapter 82 3 Dynasties Return to Zhou, Reward Renovation. On the 27th day of the 9th month, a succession of drastic changes completely stirred up the wind and clouds of the first heaven, causing countless people to look on in horror. First, the 7th prince of the Hack dynasty 4 days ago staged a palace mutiny and thunderously changed the regime. Then there was the coup d'état staged 3 days ago by Lu Zi, the Jingua general of the Golden Iron dynasty, who brutally killed all the males of the royal family of the Golden Iron dynasty. Immediately after that, King Dinghai of the Jinghai Imperial dynasty, who had always been known for his loyalty and warlike behavior, unexpectedly also suddenly staged a coup and seized the imperial capital. On that day, the Jinghai royal family, the Jinghai Great General's line, and the Jinghai Chancellor's line were lined up to be beheaded, to the point that the entire Jinghai imperial city was almost bloodied. King Dinghai controlled more than 30% of the Jinghai Imperial Dynasty's troops, and with the forced surrender of the imperial capital's 3 elite armies, he had jumped to become the most powerful warlord. King Duhai and other important officials of Jinghai hastily mobilized their troops to attend to the emperor, but the fragmented situation was hardly a cause for hope. But that wasn't the only change during this time. The Great Shang dynasty in the north had similarly undergone a major change. 4 days ago, the Great Shang emperor was assassinated in the harem. After the presence of the consort and the right general of the guards, Su Li jointly identified the assassin as the son of the great general and a close commander under his command. The imperial palace guards thundered around the great general's mansion and imprisoned all the people in the great general's mansion. In the process, there was no large-scale firefight, which seems to have been the result of the great general's orders. Immediately afterward, the great Shang Chancellor invited Crown Prince Yin Luo to take charge of the government and took the opportunity to fabricate charges to bloodwash many key members of the great general's lineage. 2 days ago, Crown Prince Yin Luo ascended the throne in flames. But this new emperor of the great Shang dynasty had not yet settled down in the dragon chair, and that night he hastily chopped up all the emperor's sons in the palace, and imprisoned all the former emperor's imperial concubines and imperial daughters, and so on. There were even rumors circulating in the palace that the new emperor was going to kill all of the previous emperor's imperial sons. As soon as this news was spread, the entire Great Shang was instantly in an uproar, and those emperor's sons who were outside were even more terrified, so scared that they couldn't even eat their meals. But change always happens incomparably quickly, and before the people from the Chancellor's lineage could step in to dispel the rumors and stabilize the situation, Yin Xianyuan, the core figure of the new noble lineage of the Great Shang dynasty, and one of the late emperor's imperial sons, suddenly stepped forward. Yin Xianyuan summoned all the ministers in the imperial capital to the palace, wanting to ask the new emperor to come to the court overnight to give all of them a statement and an explanation. This move undoubtedly catered to the psyche of many people, and at that time it was embraced and supported by the great general's line, the neutral line, other imperial sons, and a small number of people from the chancellor's line. However, after the group of ministers entered the palace in great numbers, they did not invite out the fresh new emperor. What was invited out were the corpses of a group of tragically dead emperors and the corpse of the new emperor after he had lost his life by drinking poisoned wine. At the same time, there was a repentance written in blood, signed by none other than the new emperor Yin Luo. The change of events was too bizarre, but in a chaotic situation, a person in charge must be chosen. At that moment, The emperor's sons who had survived jumped out, wanting to take advantage of the great opportunity to pick peaches. Unfortunately, the peach was not plucked, but the head of the lodger instead. Along with them, the Chancellor of the Great Shang and his loyalists had their heads removed. In the end, when Yin Xian Yuan slowly stood out and stood on top of the imperial steps in the center, the courtiers of the Great Shang vaguely managed to figure out something. But that idea is so outlandish that almost no one dares to think about it in detail. Thus, a short period of tranquility finally came to the Great Shang dynasty, where the wind and clouds were constantly changing. But this finality is something that no one ever expects, because no one dared to believe that an emperor's son born to a courtesan, who was like a fringe character a few months ago, would be the ultimate profiteer, and a day later, on the 27th day of the 9th month, a thunderbolt was thrown over the first heaven again. It was because that usurping 7th prince of the Han dynasty, as well as the Zhenghua general Lu Ziyi who had carried out a coup in the Jintai dynasty, had actually rung the national bell at the same time, announcing that they had merged into the Great Zhou imperial dynasty and had completely become a part of the Great Zhou. Immediately after that, King Dinghai, who had staged a coup in the Jinghai imperial dynasty, also trespassed and sent out a state letter, similarly announcing the incorporation of the Jinghai imperial dynasty into the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. It was also half an hour after that that the Great Zhou imperial dynasty's Green Dragon Legion suddenly appeared at the back of King Du Hai's army, swiftly crushing King Du Hai's army with a mountainous force. Seeing that the momentum had gone, the other diligent imperial armies changed course and chanted the slogan of Great Zhou's might honestly chose to bow down. By this point, some people with extraordinary insights finally came back to their senses. It was obvious that the Great Zhou imperial dynasty was behind this. If not, the changes in the three dynasties had come at no more than a coincidence. At the same time, it was also evident that the Great Zhou imperial dynasty had clearly premeditated and encroached upon the three Great Zhou vassal states, namely the Jinghai imperial dynasty, the Golden Iron dynasty, and the Han dynasty. If not, it would not have been possible to take down the three dynasties almost bloodlessly and thunderously, while not causing much chaos. Only, the change that happened in the Great Shang Empire dynasty was hard to see. As a matter of fact, the changes in the Great Shang imperial dynasty occurred at an extremely similar time to the other three dynasties, which had to make people wonder about the role of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty behind the scenes. Unlike the other three dynasties that are vassals of the Great Zhou, the Great Shang is an imperial dynasty, and the country is even stronger than the previous Great Zhou. For such a behemoth, does Great Zhou have the ability to plot? However, regardless of this, those in power on all sides still categorize the Great Shang at this time as a potential ally of the Great Zhou. At this point, everyone began to truly value the threat of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. And this, in turn, has greatly facilitated a group of shadowy men. September 27th, night, Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Ding! You forcibly occupied Ji Ruo, who is of mysterious origin, triggering the attribute of despicable, the Emperor's might plus 100. Ding! You have actual control of the Black Underworld sect, triggering the overbearing attribute Imperial Might plus 90. Ding! You have actual control of the Cheong Ing sect, triggering the overbearing attribute Emperor's Might plus 92. Ding! You've actually taken control of the Failwan sect, triggering the overbearing attribute Emperor's Might plus 88. Ding! You've actually taken control of 50% of the 100 sect alliance area, triggering the overbearing attribute Emperor's Might plus 500. Ding! You took down the Han dynasty, a vassal state under Great Zhou without bloodshed, triggering the domineering attribute Emperor's Might plus 400. Ding! You took down the Golden Iron dynasty, a vassal state under Great Zhou without bloodshed, triggering the overbearing attribute Emperor's Might plus 420. Ding! You thunderously took down the Jinghai imperial dynasty, a vassal state under Great Zhou, triggering the hegemony attribute Emperor's Might plus 800. Ding! You've taken control of the Great Shang dynasty through others, triggering the domineering attribute Emperor's Might plus 1300. Looking over the previous system prompts, Wu Ji's heart was quite calm and did not have many waves. After that crazy harvest of the Night Stalkers, he kind of had a strong resistance to these not-so-good numbers. Dewey System, Host, Wu Ji. Cultivation Level, 8th level of the 9 Heavens Realm. Dewey, 50. Curiosities, 12 Golden Men, Mountain and Sea Mirror, Emperor Wu's Sword, Songlong Palace, Great Wall of China. Current number of draws available, 44. Looking at the system panel, Wu Ji smiled bashfully. 20 days had passed, and his cultivation had naturally advanced 1 level, but the 9 times he had made merry with Ji Ruo, he had directly risen 2 levels. This also shows that Ji Ruo's body, or perhaps physique, is very somewhat extraordinary. As for the Emperor's prestige points, the original points plus 220 points from the 20 days of white whoring and the 2 points obtained from molesting the little courtesans on certain occasions. Add the above haul to the 4 remaining untouched draws to get to the extremely impressive numbers that are there today. Looking at the gorgeous 2 4s, Wuji slowly closed his eyes. Time to splash the cash. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned the Black Iron 1-star Indoctrination card. Indoctrination card Black Iron 1-star. After use, the indoctrinated person's cultivation rises randomly by 1 minor realm to 5 minor realms. Realm of use below the 8-gate realm. Number of users 10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned the Black Iron 2-star Indoctrination card. Indoctrination card Black Iron 2-star. After use, the indoctrinated person's cultivation randomly rises by 1 minor realm to 5 minor realms. Realm of use below the 9th heavenly realm. Number of users 1,000. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned the Black Iron 3-star Indoctrination card. Indoctrination card Black Iron 3 stars. After use, the indoctrinated person's cultivation randomly rises by 1 minor realm to 5 minor realms. Realm of use below Dragon Gate realm cannot break rank. Number of users 100. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired the Soul Devouring Lance, a medium-grade treasure weapon. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired the medium-grade treasure weapon Jiao Arm Bao. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired the Cold Light Sword, a lower-grade treasure weapon. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned the Black Iron 1-star Indoctrination card. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned the Black Iron 2-star Indoctrination card. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired 1 million true weapon medium-grade foot soldier sets. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired 200,000 true weapon superior grade cavalry sets. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired the top-grade treasure weapon hidden army flag. Ding. Congratulations. You've acquired the 12 capital array. Black Nightmare Abyss. Damn Pei Shijie. When I capture him, I will definitely crack his bones one by one. Pick through his balls one by one. Save your strength, you can't fight. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. It's not that we can't beat them. It's that they're equal half a catty. If you can't kill it or capture it, you can't beat it? Got it? You're the third brother, you're in charge. All be careful, that old bastard Pei Shiji is the sect leader of the Black Nightmare sect. This is his home base. Maybe he has already set up some kind of dragnet waiting. Are you nuts, big brother? We're already in the Dragon Gate realm. Why are we still afraid of a bunch of minions? Eighth brother is right. There are no Dragon Gate realms in the outer world. Even if there was, it was not something that Pei Shijie could find in a short period of time. Even if he could find one, he couldn't pull in the help. All in all, it is just a matter of being careful of him. As for the Black Nightmare sect's gang of disciples, if Master lets him have 2 hands and not move or flash, he won't be able to hurt Master. Who are you calling Buster? Who are you calling Buster? If you don't stop yelling, I'll pull out your tongue. Eighth brother is not good to listen to, or eighth brother is catchy. Beiji, Nong, don't get angry, ha. That's enough of you guys. Make a lot of noise. Second brother Nong is also, are in that hellish place suffocated for hundreds of years. Do not talk but really will die, ah. Among the gray fog cover, there is a cacophony of playful curses, conversations, and as time passes, the distance to the top of the cliff is getting closer and closer. Chapter 83, The Miserable 12 Sons of Gold and Iron. Phew, finally out. Suck. Brothers hurry up and sniff the fresh aura. This damn wet kiss, so nostalgic. Nong is too disgusting. But I like it. I want a wet kiss 300 times, 300 times. Ha 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 ha. 12 figures stepped onto the top of the cliff, some excitedly beating their chests, while others exaggeratedly breathed in the air in large gulps. Some people laughed with open arms, while others held their foreheads with their hands and faces full of helplessness. However, these voices were soon silenced as a person slowly walked out of the night ahead. Hey, it's funny that there's only one person. That guy doesn't seem to be Pei Shijie. Strange. I swept the entire mountain range with my divine sense and surprisingly only found less than 1,000 people. And none of them are even in this neighborhood. How come that guy is a eunuch? Amidst the shouts of 7 mouths, the figure of the visitor finally appeared completely in the eyes of the crowd. It was a man with a full seal, big eyes and thick lips, and a stout body, except that this man was wearing a eunuch's robe, with a duster on his left elbow. Such an image is really doubly odd. Who are you? Where is Pei Shiji? But afraid of being captured and killed by us, fled far away overseas. Among the 12 ragged, bearded men, a long cock-eyed beggar stepped forward and pointed at the eunuch and asked. That eunuch narrowed her big eyes and smiled as she swept over the crowd, then pinched her orchid fingers and pointedly said, Our family, the master of the Blood Eagle Guards of the Eastern Factory of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Wang Chung. Hooray! The 12 hardened men shivered in unison, and then they actually involuntarily took a neat step backwards. After glancing at each other, all 12 of them had some numbness in their scalps and felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Looking at the other party's stout body, it was even stronger than them. But such a hard man, but even as a eunuch, this has been let them feel very twisted. But where to think? The other side will make such a gesture. And that voice is too magical. No, I mean, can you talk properly? You're giving us a hard time. After all, it seems to be a bit out of character for us to kill Nong because of this. But if we don't kill Nong, it'll spoil our flavor. Nong said, Nong, this is not difficult for people. Wang Chang covered his mouth and laughed, but it caused the 12 people on the opposite side to take a step backwards once again. The 12 sons of gold and iron, your temperaments have changed quite a bit. Rumor has it that you are as cold-faced as a foe, and you speak little, but when I see you today, you are almost two extremes. It seems that after spending nearly 300 years down there, not only have you guys had some problems with your brains, but even this temperament has gone awry. Dead too. Bastard. The boss stopped Buster's words with a deep shout towards him. After that, frowning hesitantly, he looked at Wang Chung. You are from the Great Zhou Palace? Just what is that East Chamber? And why have we never heard of it? Lao Zhu looked at Beiji's unhappy expression and gave a don't worry. We'll take it out on you, look. Then stared at the boss and smiled. Big brother, this isn't 300 years ago, so what if it's the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty? We can all be in the Dragon Gate realm now. We think this old eunuch is too much to bear. Why don't we just chop him off? The second couldn't hold back any longer and took a few steps across the room, slapping Lao Zhou on the head. At least you were a general once. Don't act like a street ruffian. Also, are you blind? Can't you see that guy is also in the Dragon Gate realm? Lao Zhou didn't dare to resist and hemmed and hawed a little awkwardly. Don't be annoyed, second brother. It's not that I'm used to it down here. That's true, the Dragon Gate realm is flooded with this. How come a eunuch can also break through? The second oldest slapped his forehead and shook his head helplessly, and the oldest in front rushed out, trying to divert Wang Cheng's attention. May I ask this eunuch Wang if he knows where the Black Nightmare sect leader Pei Shiji is? Pei Shiji? Oh, here he is. Wang Cheng's temper seemed to be very good, always squinting his big eyes and smiling lightly. As the words fell, Wang Cheng flipped his palm and threw out the black cloth ball that suddenly appeared in his palm. Here. The 12 sons of gold and iron looked down at the black cloth ball with a depressed expression. But wait until the black cloth gradually loosened, revealing which wrapped things. 12 people are all changed face, eyes more flashed horror, because it was clearly a head, and it was Pei Shiji's head. After tens of breaths of dead silence, a soft sigh suddenly rang out. He, surprisingly, died just like that, the boss murmured, with joy, relief, pleasure, and even a touch of loss and bewilderment in his eyes. The rest of the people were also somewhat silent, staring at Pei Shiji's head in a daze. Pei Shiji. This was the opponent they had hunted for 300 years without killing. And now finally see each other die. They actually did not give birth to too much joy, more seems to be a kind of disappointment. It was a strange feeling, perhaps because time had dulled the hatred. Perhaps it was the sympathetic nature of the chess rival, or perhaps it was the fact that he had become accustomed to the presence of such a rival in his long solitude. It is difficult for them to say what the reason is, even for themselves. So, the Black Nightmare sect has actually been destroyed by the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, today's Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is already a very terrifying existence. After more than 100 breaths, the boss opened his mouth again, and the content of his words awakened the others, even causing them to be secretly terrified. Fong, they were immersed in the confusion of being without an opponent, but they had forgotten to think about the implied message behind it. True as the boss said, Since this Pei Shijie's head is in the hands of a eunuch of the Great Zhou, it means that Pei Shijie was killed by the people of the Great Zhou in 9 out of 10 cases. But that Pei Shiji was a character of the 4th level of the Dragon Gate realm. How did Great Zhou kill such an expert? It was hard to believe that there was a terrifying existence at the 5th level of the Dragon Gate realm in Great Zhou. Oh, it's not so bad. At least there's still one with a good head on his shoulders. Wang Chong laughed shrilly and pinched up that spicy orchid finger as usual. But this time no one dared to make a mocking sound. You guessed correctly, Great Zhou indeed is not the Great Zhou of 300 years ago. To be precise, the Great Zhou of today is enough to overturn your perceptions. Well, without further ado, we've been waiting for you here for nearly 10 days. Since all of you have already appeared, we can also go back in hand in our tasks. Speaking of this, Wang Cheng's complexion was corrected and he clapped his hands. As the sound of slaps fell, 8 pale golden silhouettes slowly revealed themselves in the dark and gloomy night. I hadn't even found them before with my divine sense sweeping. The oldest whispered in disbelief as his body began to gradually tighten. Dragon Gate Realm? It's the Dragon Gate Realm again? And there are still 8 of them. No, they're not ordinary Dragon Gate Realm. I'm afraid. They're all in the middle Dragon Gate Realm. The oldest 2 looked incredibly serious, and his tone was vaguely light and trembling. Kidding aside, a Pei Shiji at the 4th level of the Dragon Gate Realm had already left them helpless, and this all of a sudden 8 existences that were at least at the 4th level of the Dragon Gate Realm popped up, and they were afraid that they were going to be beaten to death. Wang Chong swept his eyes at the 8 figures, his straight waist slightly hunched for a few moments. In fact, when he stepped out of the Imperial capital with the 8 golden guards, these 8 were still only at the 2nd level of the Dragon Gate Realm. But since noon today, the aura of these 8 golden guards began to change. The threat it brought to him until it stopped changing just before nightfall even choked him a little. Honestly speaking, he wasn't quite sure how many realms these golden guards had reached by now. Dare I ask Eunuch Wang what he plans to do with us? The boss clasped his fists somewhat heavily and looked grave. All of you should be thankful that you have been favored by our majesty. So, congratulations. Instead of having to die, you have the honor of serving his majesty. Wang Chong laughed shrilly, making the 12 sons of gold and iron vaguely chilly. Boss smiled bitterly, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. They've been nestled down there for nearly 300 years, and now they want nothing more than to run off and have a free and fast time everywhere. But how could I have thought that this just out of the wolf's den, and then into the tiger's den? Great Zhou Emperor looks up to us, and we will serve. Only, can you first allow 12 of us to take a month or 2 off from work? After all, after being away for too long, we also want to go to the Golden Iron Royal Dynasty to take a look. The Golden Iron Dynasty? Wang Chong heard the words but revealed an odd expression, after which he spoke out Su. The Golden Iron Dynasty has been removed today, and to be precise, it has voluntarily merged into my Great Zhou, becoming a part of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. What? This? The Golden and Iron 12 Sons' faces changed again, but under the great shock, they didn't know what to say. And since today's Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty didn't even dare to resist them, how could the Golden Iron Dynasty resist Great Zhou's overbearing coercion? Therefore, all of you don't need to worry. If there is still someone you are attached to, after you have met with His Majesty, you will naturally have the opportunity to slowly explore. Hearing Wang Cheng's words, Buster couldn't help but yell softly. This is also too hasty, right? At least let us find a hook bar painfully free on 10 days and a half months. Not seeing a woman for over 200 years is driving our brothers crazy. As soon as Wang Cheng's words fell, 8 incomparably terrifying auras were suddenly declared, forcing the 12 sons of gold and iron to have their hair stand on end. Unbridled. 8 clanging sounds of gold and iron sounded, shocking the 12 people's eardrums. Rest in peace, my lords. The boss hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake before catching Buster in the head. Needless to say, these 8 were too terrifying, and even if the 12 brothers fought to the death in a bloody battle, they would never be able to take one of them down. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly, and his tone was a bit more raw and murderous. Daring to keep His Majesty waiting, we see that you 12 brothers really don't want your heads anymore. No, Eunuch Wang, and all the lords must not be angry. This 8th brother of ours, he just held his head down there for hundreds of years. We absolutely do not dare to show the slightest negligence and disrespect to His Majesty. I hope that Eunuch Wang and all of you will forgive us. The second led the way out, and the rest hurriedly bowed down. Humph. Remember, if there's a next time, you'll be executed immediately. Wang Chang snorted coldly, then turned around and stepped. Quickly go to the water pool ahead to clean up a bit, change clothes, then follow us into the palace to face the saint. Yes, yes. Chapter 84 Thunder Moves. Divining the Forbidden Technique. 1st of October. Chancellor Su Changhong, Left Minister Lu Wenshu, Master of the Hunting Knight Division Meng Ong, and East Factory directors Washo gathered at the palace of Qinzheng. Before long, Wu Ji strides in, followed by Yang Yang bowing behind him. Tell me, how is it really going? After the people looked at each other, Manong stepped forward and reported. Back to your majesty. The news first came from the hidden informants that Brahma Palace had planted in the higher echelons of Daqi. In the process of checking, the Night Hunting Division and the Nine Spectres Palace also received reports from their secret lines. At present, it can be concluded that Qi Zifeng, the Emperor of Daki, has been secretly communicating with the same mysterious black-robed person, and the subsequent changes were all facilitated by that black-robed person. As for the specific changes, 3 points can be confirmed at the moment. For one, a number of 9 heavenly realm experts had suddenly appeared in the Daki Imperial Dynasty, the Great Han Imperial Dynasty, the Great Forest Imperial Dynasty, the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty, and the Ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty. And most of these 9 heavens realm experts were previously in the middle to late 8 gates realm. From this, that black-robed man should have a large number of elixirs that could help others advance quickly. Secondly, the Daqi Imperial Dynasty had drawn a total of 500,000 troops from various military camps into the Iron Beacon Army's military camp. Although it was impossible to find out what was happening to them in that military camp, based on the first inference 9 times out of 10, they were also helping those 500,000 to improve their strength and even equipment. In my opinion, Daki mostly wants to pull out an army of bravery that can compete with the Imperial Forest Army. Third, in addition to our dynasty and the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty, the black-robed man used Daki as a medium to send emissaries to all the human forces in the entire First Heaven. And through the news coming from the Dream Tower Imperial Dynasty and the 100-Sect Alliance there, it was already possible to confirm the other party's intentions. The reason why the other party is contacting all parties is to call upon the human forces of the entire First Heaven to jointly attack my Great Zhou and destroy our dynasty in a matter of moments. As for the benefits, they are all kinds of elixirs and medicines, among which there is even a precious elixir that can help the extreme realm of the 9 heavens realm to obscure the heavenly chances and promote to the Dragon Gate realm without going through the great catastrophe of heaven and earth. On top of that, there was the division of the Great Zhou Ancient Treasure. The other party fabricated a rumor that the reason why my Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty was able to grow by leaps and bounds in just a few months was precisely because Great Zhou had discovered an extremely amazing ancient treasure. The other party also let slip that by relying on these treasures, my Great Zhou has pulled out hundreds of 9 heavens realms, armed millions of elite armies of 1,000 armies pioneering, and even cultivated a dozen or so Dragon Gate realm experts. Right now, the Dream Tower Imperial Dynasty is still waiting for His Majesty's decree, and the 100-Sect Alliance's side is also pulling their punches, which is why the two parties have yet to formally agree to each other's offer, nor have they seen the elixir promised by the other side. Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers gently knocked on the imperial case. Dazi, the mysterious black-robed man. Hundreds of 9 heavens realm experts emerged in a matter of days, and there were also precious pills that could help people easily step into the Dragon Gate realm. All of this sounds rather esoteric. For a moment, Wu Ji was wondering if that mysterious black-robed person would also be a system owner. After all, according to common sense, it was unlikely that such an incomparably astonishing quantity and potency of elixirs would appear in the First Heaven. Putting that aside for a moment, what was the other party targeting Great Zhou so viciously for? Can you find out why the other party is trying to mobilize the forces of the entire First Heaven against my Great Zhou? Back to your majesty on this point, it has not yet been found out. Monin responded hastily, his face a little ashamed. Wuji frowned slightly and ordered after a slight pause. Send orders to the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, and the Palace of the 9 Spectres to investigate the black-robed man's trajectory as soon as possible, and once discovered, have the 12 Sons of Gold and Iron personally take action to capture him in one fell swoop. Yes, sir. Meng Ong and Zhuo led the order at the same time. Wu Ji's expression slightly slowed down as he raised his eyes and swept towards Su Changhong and Lu Wenshu, his eyes focusing on Lu Wenshu's body for 2 breaths. The Lu Wenshu of today is not the same as in the past, for he has been given the soul of Lu Bo when scheming and has been appointed as the left minister of the 2nd grade. Although the rank of the left minister is equal to the 6 ministers, but as an assistant to the Prime Minister, the 6 ministers have a certain degree of unity and coordination. Therefore, the relocation from the Minister of Rights to the Left Minister appears to be a flat transfer, but in fact it is a kind of advancement. Lu Bo Wen's scheming soul was obtained from the last lucky draw, along with Gao Li Shi's service soul, which was given to Yang Yang by Wu Ji. Tell us what you think. Su Changhong slightly lowered his head and glanced sideways towards Lu Wenshu. Lu Wenshu also did not excuse himself, cleared his throat and solemnly said, Your Majesty, I thought that there were 2 possibilities as to why that black-robed man was able to make such a big gesture. First, the black-robed man's words about the ancient treasure may be true, but it is not in my Great Zhou territory, but elsewhere and is occupied by that black-robed man. If that was the case, then it barely made sense that the other party would be able to take out a large amount of elixirs. Secondly, it was highly likely that the black-robed man had come from other heavens. While the idea is a bit outlandish, it's not entirely impossible. After all, the means and secret treasures of the great cultivators of the higher heavens are beyond our cognizance, so maybe they have a method to send people to the lower heavens. Or perhaps the black-robed man was a native of the first heavens, but had by chance made contact with a super-powerful existence in the high heavens and was highly favored. If that's the case, it's possible to enlist the strong support of a high heavens powerhouse, or to be utilized by the former to manipulate great things for the other side. Hearing this, Wu Ji couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Ji Ruo had come from the 5th heaven, so it was really possible that this black-robed man had also descended from the other heavens. As for the means of descent, it is thought to be much the same. Ji Ruo, the black-robed man, Wu Ji was thinking and murmuring secretly, but he was suddenly stunned. Was there any connection between this black-robed man and Ji Ruo? Wu Ji secretly kept an eye on this point, but at the moment there are no clues that can implicate the two together, so did not continue to think deeply. Then which is preferred, according to the Secretary of Love? Back to your Majesty, I prefer the second. Lu Wenshu only paused briefly before speaking firmly. Oh? Why? Wu Ji raised his eyebrows slightly and uttered in surprise. Because there is a slight loophole in the first conjecture, though I do not dare to be quite sure of it, I have brought it up. Be specific. Yes, Your Majesty, there is no doubt that the ancient times were the most flourishing period after the first heaven split off. During that period, the resources for cultivation in the first heaven flourished, and the masters, Dao lineages, and legacies were so vast and powerful that it made sense to leave any treasures behind by means of mustard seed spaces and secret realms. But there was no heaven and earth cataclysm during that period of time to advance to the Dragon Gate realm. Since there was no heaven and earth cataclysm, it would be impossible for the cultivators at that time to concoct a dragon-breaking pill that would be able to cloud the heavens. Unless there was an alchemist with an eccentric temperament who drummed blindly, but it was highly unlikely that this kind of blind drumming would be able to refine a significant number of these pills. Therefore, I prefer the second speculation. Wu Ji looked at Lu Wenshu in surprise, then gave an appreciative nod. About that, he hadn't really thought about it. Fruit is worthy of being the successor of Lu Bowen's scheming soul. This kind of keen control of details alone is quite uncomplicated. Not bad. Then, regarding the reason why the other party is targeting my Great Zhou, may the I Ching speculate on the reason. This, after Lu Wenshu heard the words, but his face showed a difficult color and hesitated. Your Majesty, it's not that you can't. I have obtained a strange method from the inheritance of that godly man, which can measure and know the origin of all things. Only this is an extraordinary method, and if it were not for your Majesty's permission to shelter it, I, for one, would not dare to speculate on it. While saying that, Lu Wenshu actually had a string of false sweat on his forehead, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. And Wu Ji on the dragon chair was also slightly stunned, slowly frowning, because the system's beep sounded at that moment. Ding! Your vassal Lu Wenshu wants to use forbidden art de Lunan Yinchao to divine the causes and consequences of the black-robed man's plot against Great Zhou. Is it permitted? Hint. This divination test will cost 5 chances of lucky draw. Looking at the content of the prompt, Wu Ji's heart was complicated. This forbidden art he had seen in the introduction of Lu Bowen's scheming soul. Only at that time it was introduced as a characteristic. It mentions that you have to ask for his permission before using it, but it doesn't say that you have to use up your draws. And it's 5 times, he only has 3 chances left now. He can't use it even if he wants to. On the other hand, though, the restriction was a bit of a relief to Wu Ji. Knowing 500 years before and 18 generations after, is describing Lu Bowen and the horror of de Lunan Yinchao. if the enhancement of this forbidden art by the divine and demonic realms was added to it, it was feared that it would only become even more astonishing. If this ability was left in the hands of a vassal to exert, he would not necessarily be able to sleep well. So, on the other hand, it's kind of a good thing. Strike that, the matter is put aside. As his mind was rising and falling, Wu Ji waved his hand and then changed the topic. The various forces in the first heaven are already incredibly fearful of my great Zhou, and now that this mysterious person has thrown bait to attract them, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the allied forces to destroy the Zhou will be formed. At that time, at least half of the first heaven's forces would flock here. Tell me, what should I do now? Is it to take the lead and build a favorable defensive front? Or do you pretend you don't know? Continue to bury your head in the sand and wait for the other side to strike before you strike hard. As the words fell, Su Changhong made a sound with a salute. Your Majesty, I suggest that we take the initiative and seize the first opportunity. After a slight beat, seeing Wu Ji reveal a listening posture, Su Changhong continued to speak. Since ancient times, fighting on multiple fronts has always been a major taboo for soldiers. Although my great Zhou has strong soldiers and horses and powerful weapons, we should not despise the enemy army because of this. It is especially important to remain cautious after a sudden large change on the other side. Otherwise, under the chaos of fighting on all sides, there was no guarantee that a big mistake would not occur. Therefore, I suggest that before the other side is ready, we strike with thunder and take the eastern part of the first heaven, maintaining the battle line in the western and northwestern front. In this way, not only can weaken the enemy's strength, but we can also dispense with our worries and deal with the great enemy in the west with all our might. Your Majesty, I agree with Minister Su's suggestion. Lu Wenshu voiced his support. Chapter 85 Preemptive Action, deploying 5 sides of the army. And now, in the eastern part of the first heaven, I, Great Zhou, have practically controlled most of it. Among them, the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty was needless to say, and the 100 Sect Alliance's raiders had also entered the final step. As for the Dream Tower Imperial Dynasty and the Jinhai Dynasty, they were previously controlled by the Night Fork clan, and now they have also secretly thrown themselves under our dynasty. As a result, throughout the eastern part of the first heaven, in fact, only the Eastern Shark Race and the Daki Imperial Dynasty, the Southern Great Han Imperial Dynasty, the Central Great Forest Imperial Dynasty, as well as the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty to the far north, and the even more northern ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty and the Northern Star Imperial Dynasty could be enemies. However, the Daki dynasty has been thoroughly disturbed by the Martial Arts Academy's actions, and has not yet recovered from the previous fiasco and disillusionment. Therefore, as long as we strike with a thunderous force, we should be able to go down with a single drum. In the process, the only thing that might bring a little bit of hindrance was that 500,000 troops, but I thought that the problem would not be too big. On the part of the Sharks, according to intelligence, their current numbers are 60 to 70 million, which is not too far off from the Nightjars. However, the Sailor race is not like the Night Fork race where all the people are soldiers, and it is estimated that the total strength is only 5 to 6 million. Also, while they are favorites of the waters, they are not good at land combat. Against them, at the very least, they could be driven away from the continent and allowed to head to the depths of the sea to fend for themselves. As for the Great Han Dynasty, the Great Forest Dynasty, and the Snow Eagle Dynasty, these 3 countries have also long been eroded by the Brahma Palace for a long time, which has many dark suns. Coupled with the recent layouts made by the Karyushi Division and the East Chamber, the interior of the 3 kingdoms had actually already been riddled with holes. If our army strikes quickly, we can hopefully set foot on the 3 kingdoms within half a month. As such, only the ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty and the North Star Imperial Dynasty remained in the eastern part of the first heaven. At this point, my great Zhou will be able to take more than 30% of the first heaven, close to 40% of the area. At that time, it would be possible to digest the gains of the war, while at the same time making every effort to fight against the enemy on the western and northwestern fronts. As for the Sisan Dynasty, which was manipulated by the Brahma Palace, their existence could be left unexposed for now, allowing them to muddle through with the allied forces. When the time is right, then we'll try to utilize the power along the way to add to turning the tide of battle. After listening to Su Changhong's suggestion, Wu Ji slowly nodded his head, and then spoke out slowly with an expressionless face. It is easy to fight the world, but difficult to rule it. Taking such a large geographic area in a short period of time, the governance issues may be resolved. What if the main army is transferred to the front line at all, and rebellion rises in the occupied regions? Upon hearing Wu Ji's question, Su Changhong but smiled calmly and confidently returned. Back to your Majesty, regarding this step, in fact, I started preparing for it a long time ago. I have always maintained the number of 800 curators in my Hongwenken, and of these 800 curators at the moment, 600 are in fact sages from other countries. The talents of these people are strong and weak. The strong can rule a side of the imperial dynasty. The weak can also manage a county's land. As for loyalty, all the ministers dare not say so, but at least 95% of them are trustworthy. With their help, and with our dynasty's best and brightest, stabilizing the overall situation will not be a problem. Of course, it is inevitable that there will be thieves who will not stop trying to cause chaos, but with the Night Hunting Division, the East Chamber, and the Nine Spectres Palace secretly monitoring, I believe that there should not be any major chaos. After the city guards on all sides have been reorganized, the big picture can be settled. At that time, the court will be able to focus on fighting the allied forces and capture the entire First Heaven. Good! Wu Ji's indifferent face finally scratched out a smile, and after softly praising a sentence to show his affirmation, he straightened his stance and opened his mouth to give orders. Prepare the decree. Yes. Send a decree to Jinbei General Su Li, ordering him to lead 100,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry and 3 million of the old merchant army eastward to attack the shark race by land and force them into the ocean. The decree was sent to Jinhai General Mu Wuha, ordering him to lead the 3 Guarantees fleet to block the sea retreat of the sharks. If the two-sided attack is accomplished, those who surrender will become slaves and be escorted to the southern part of Night Fork Island, and those who resist will be shot. In the previous lottery, Wu Ji once again obtained 5 general souls and 5 soldier souls, and secretly made a run to various places to make the corresponding strong armies quickly take shape. Among them, it was Su Rong's general soul that was bestowed upon Su Li, and the soldier's soul was the 100,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Send a decree to Xie Zhuangji, commander-in-chief of the Xuanwu Legion, ordering him to lead 500,000 Beifu army and 100,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry under Ma Yu's command, as well as the other 1,400,000 Xuanwu armies northward to attack the Snow Eagle dynasty. A decree was sent to Pegasus General In Xian Yuan, ordering him to lead 200,000 Suda flying troops and 5 million of the old merchant army westward to assist in the conquest of the Snow Eagle dynasty. In this battle, Xie Gongji was the commander, and Ma Yu and In Xian Yuan were the generals. The deadline is half a month. Within half a month, make sure to capture the Snow Eagle dynasty. The current controller of the Great Shang, In Xian Yuan, was given the general soul of Zhang Suda by Wu Ji, and as for Suda's flying army, it was naturally a product of the soldier's soul. Send a decree to the commander of the Green Dragon Legion, Wu Changzong, ordering him to lead 500,000 Wei Wu pawns and the other 1.5 million green dragons to attack the Daqi imperial dynasty. At the same time, mobilize the original Jinhai dynasty's 2 million elites to flank and support them, and break their country within 5 days. Send a decree to Bai Haoran, Lord Commander of the White Tiger Legion, ordering him to lead 500,000 Iron Eagle sharpshooters and the other 1.5 million White Tiger armies westward to conquer the Great Forest Imperial Dynasty. A decree was sent to General Lu Zi of Anbei, ordering him to lead 500,000 Liangshan Iron troops and 2 million of the Old Golden Iron elite westward to assist in the conquest of the Great Forest Dynasty. In this battle, Bai Haoran is the commander and Lu Zi is the general. Same deadline of half a month. The general soul that Lu Zi inherited was Lu Junyi, the first fierce general of Liangshan. Send a decree to Vermilion Bird Legion Commander Xiahou Beiyu, ordering him to lead 200,000 Tiger Leopard Riders and the other 1,800,000 Vermilion Bird armies, as well as 2 million of Hack Clan's old elites, southward to attack the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. The order was sent to Hussar General Xiao Taifeng, ordering him to lead 200,000 Hussar troops and 3 million Jinghai's old elites westward to cooperate in the attack on Dahan. The order was sent to General Jin Wuha, the general of martial courage, ordering him to lead 100,000 Iron Buccaneers and 3 million of Dream Tower's old elites westward to cooperate with the felling of Han. In this battle, Xiahou Beiyu was the marshal, and Xiao Taifeng and Jin Wuha were the generals. The deadline for the attack is also half a month, and within half a month, we will definitely break through the Great Han Imperial capital and take the majority of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. This order is to be activated simultaneously from the time of sunset this evening. On the other hand, pass the order to the Hunting Night Division, the East Chamber, and the Palace of the Nine Spectres to strengthen the contact with the armies, and to help the army in time for the great plan of attack. Yes, sir. After settling on a grand plan for the Great Zhou, Wu Ji turned directly to the harem. The great battle was approaching, and he would have to work hard to harvest his emperor's might points as well. As for the queens, royal consorts, royal daughters, and so on that had been brought in from the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty, the Jinghai Imperial Dynasty, the Golden Iron Dynasty, the Hak Dynasty, as well as the Menglu Imperial Dynasty, and the Jinhai Dynasty, he hadn't moved them all the way yet. Even if each of these people could only contribute 10 or so points, or less than 10 points, that would add up to a significant amount. After all, there's a lot of volume. Great Zhou Imperial Capital, Inner City. A handsome-looking young man holding a folding fan was strolling along the bustling streets, his big, dripping black eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, his eyes full of curiosity, as if he was curious about everything here. Behind them, two somewhat odd-looking Hans followed closely. Their numb faces were permeated with deeply helpless eyes. "Miss, the master is pressing again." The burly man on the left side with a dent in his right eyebrow spoke out in a low voice, alerting the male in front of him. That male gentleman stopped for a moment, and then backhanded a fan on the top of the man's head. "What's with the blind yelling? How many times have I said, 'Call the eunuch, call the eunuch'? Are you stupid or deaf? Can't you see that I'm wearing a scholar's uniform?" The strong man had a resigned look on his face, and the dry and thin man on the right side who had dark red birthmarks on both of his eye circles hemmed and hawed. "Don't be annoyed, Your Excellency, old dear. He's just that stupid brain. He just doesn't know how to change." Saying that, the tire mark man kicked the strong man, disgruntled. "Don't you know how to put the message talisman into a storage ring? You have to carry it on your body." Disturbing His Excellency's pleasure. The words fell, peeked at the male son of a brother, revealed a look of satisfaction, and rushed forward to heave a smile. "But Gongzi, what did you have to come all the way to Wuwei City for? Although the old man has become the Hussar General of the Great Zhou, but after all, he has just joined the gang, and he cannot have any allies in the Great Zhou court. This is if you accidentally get into a conflict with any powerful and noble figures in the Great Zhou imperial capital. It will not be a good thing to do at that time." By this point in the conversation, the identity of the male in front of him had been called out. She was the granddaughter of Xiao Taifeng, the former king of Dinghai of the Jinghai Imperial Dynasty, and now the Hussar General of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, and that county princess who loved to dress up as a man, Xiao Min. As for the two people behind Xiao Min, they were the 29 Heavens Realm experts that Xiao Taifeng had indoctrinated 20 years ago. Among them, the strong man with a dent on his brow was named Dear Jiuli, while the dry and thin man with a birthmark outside his eye circle was called He Half City. Xiao Min Hula shook open the folding fan, while staring at the plaque in front of the written, Hongwen Hall South City Branch, leisurely voice. "You do not understand, and today under the great change of the wind and clouds is imminent. Those who have a strong ambition should be whistling 9,000 miles, shaking 30,000 feet, and looking at the world's forces, the only one qualified to stir up the wind and clouds, and to call the thunder and the lightning, and to wail with reckless pride, is the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty in the entire first heaven." Dear Yuri rubbed his head and rasped with a depressed expression. "Naturally, what the Duke said will not be wrong. It's just that, hasn't the old master already joined the Great Zhou? We've already tied ourselves to the chariot of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. So what are we afraid of?" Seeing Xiao Min's face stiffen, He Half City hurriedly bumped Dear Jiuli and glared in reprimand. "Old dear, you know you're stupid, so don't just open your mouth. Okay? The Duke has always had great aspirations, so he wanted to do something on his own. The master's position is the master's, so shall not the prince make his own way?" Xiao Min's face loosened, and he looked at He Half City with satisfaction and approval. "It's still Lao he who understands this Gongzi. Not bad, not bad." Saying that, Xiao Min glared at Dear Jiuli again with dissatisfaction, and admonished with a hateful face. "Old dear, can't you fight for it? This world is not something you can do just because you are strong. The main thing is to rely on your brain. Brains, you know? Why don't you learn from Mr. He? If you are half as brainy as Lao He, this eunuch will be able to rest easy." Dear Jiuli face somehow ran, habitually raised his hand to touch his head, and then silly smile, for the two people's reprimand also did not have the slightest annoyed meaning. When Xiao Min saw this, he could not help but close his folding fan and pat his head. Chapter 86 Hongwen Pavilion. Xiao Min's double armor ascends the floor. "Old He, come tell me, why does my lord stop?" Xiao Min simply stopped paying attention to Dear Jiuli and pointed at He Half City and asked. He Half City looked at the ancient attic not far away, and then at the handwriting on the attic's plaque and said thoughtfully, Is Your Excellency trying to step into the Great Zhou officialdom through the Hongwen Pavilion path, and then climb up the ladder one step at a time? Xiao Min first nodded slightly, followed closely by a light sigh and a shake of the head. He half-city couldn't help but wonder and asked in a low voice, "What is the meaning of this, my lord?" Xiao Min smiled brightly, looking towards the high-hanging plaque with his hands, his eyelids lowered, vaguely looking out of the corner of his eye. This person and a plaque is clearly the front low and high situation but Xiao Min's posture, but it seems to be looking down on the plaque in general. Take a look at those who go in and out of Hongwenken. Can you find any characteristics of them? He half-city was unsure, but still suppressed his doubts to honestly observe. After a long time he half-city spoke out, "My lord, those who entered the Hongwen Pavilion were either confident, full of anticipation, or apprehensive with their hands and feet. As for those who stepped out of Hongwen Hall, most of them were hanging their heads and looked resigned, while some of them were full of gloom and hidden anger. As for the least part of the group, they were a few times more excited and full of excitement. But, my lord, does this have any relevance to your coming?" "Of course I have." Xiao Min nodded his head in affirmation, then once again flung open his folding fan and said slowly with his left hand behind his back. The Hongwen Pavilion was set up by Su Changhong, the Guile minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, with the aim of absorbing the governing sages of the entire First Heaven and accumulating a pool of handsome talents for the Great Zhou imperial dynasty with the mindset of accepting hundreds of rivers and laying the foundation for the hegemony of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Therefore, if you want to really join Hongwenken, you need to have 3 points. 1. Credible and usable. Although the name of Hongwen Pavilion is not to ask about the origin, but as long as the name card is reported, it will certainly be in a very short period of time by the department of the palace to check the bottom of the sky. If loyalty cannot be ensured, then the more talented you are, the quicker you die. This is one of the reasons why there are so many nameless corpses in the septic tanks of the Great Week. 2. The real thing. Hongwenken does not ask what they have learned, and the saying that if they are talented, they will be accepted is true to its name. I have heard that the Hongwen Pavilion houses 3 painters, 2 skillful craftsmen, and even an old blind man who tells fortunes. Although none of these people were stationed in the Hongwen Pavilion, most of them were also placed in the Sifang Palace, or even the Imperial Palace. It can be seen from all this that the Hongwenken is not only a meritocracy, but is also very good at distinguishing whether or not its people have real talent. Perhaps this is due to the knowledge of Guixiang. 3. Self-knowledge. The Hongwenken should have a hard time treating people who are high-eyed and proud of themselves. From the time my lord came here, there have been 5 talented men with arrogant faces and hidden disdain for others who have entered the Hongwen Hall in the process. But they were also the fastest to come out, and they basically came out with angry faces and indignant eyes. To say that they do not have a certain amount of real material is unlikely. After all, to be able to make that kind of gesture basically have a dependence, and besides, all 5 people are an end. Therefore, my lord concludes that self-knowledge is likewise a major criterion in the selection of people for the Hongwenken. Listening to Xiao Min's analysis, Dear Jiuli as well as he half-city were filled with adoration. Your Excellency is too powerful to have mapped out the basis of Chongwenken's selection of people just by relying on some edges. It's nothing. Xiao Min, however, smiled blandly and said without hesitation, "In fact, there is still the most important point, which my lord has not yet uttered." He half-city was piqued with curiosity and asked after him, "What is the gentleman referring to?" In fact, Hongwenken's selection of people begins within 300 feet. HM? How is it that your son's words are somewhat incomprehensible? Dear Jiuli scratched his head bitterly, and with his burly body, it was a bit fierce and naive and strange. He half-city was also a bit confused, turning his head to look at the Hongwen Pavilion, which was only 5 stories and 15 feet high even though it was very high, and then glancing at the Hongwen Pavilion steps which were less than 30 feet long on the sides with a depressed face. However, when his eyes scanned the streets where people were coming and going and the stores and restaurants on both sides, he was suddenly blessed with an answer. What Your Excellency means is that the Hongwen Pavilion has actually planted its own eyes within a 300-foot radius of the sitting pavilion? Or perhaps it's the examiners? Xiao Min nodded with a satisfied smile. Not bad. Ever since my lord began to set foot on that green stone bridge more than 200 feet away, he noticed something unusual in the surroundings. At first, my lord did not care, but after continuing to go deeper, he had to think deeply. If 2 or 3 T heralds like to aim randomly, but dozens or hundreds of them, that's not normal. Not to mention, there were also drinking boys, vendors, and even people in the attire of a shopkeeper, a talented man, and a young lady from a noble family. As such, the testing and observation of the Hongwen Pavilion actually began very early on, and those with truly great talent would not even need to step into it themselves before someone would take the initiative to seek them out. Saying that, Xiaomin violently closed his folding fan and turned around with a light smile. And this is precisely the reason why this Gongzi has not communicated with the two of you by voice transmission, choosing instead to talk out loud. As the words fell out, Xiaomin ignored the somewhat dazed Dear Jolie and he half-city, but instead cupped his fists and saluted towards an old man pushing a unicycle who was naturally close to the side. I wonder, is what I said correct? That old man stopped his unicycle, glanced at Xiaomin in surprise, and transmitted his voice with emotion. That's great. Our group has given you an A+ rating. While transmitting his voice, the old man took the opportunity of wiping his sweat to hand out a bamboo stick without a trace. Please, honored guests, let's enter through the side door of the Hongwenken. Knock on the door and show the bamboo stick to get through. Xiaomin swept the bamboo stick written on the words A on the south 3 groups, but did not go to pick up, but a smiling rumor. As a matter of fact, there is one point that I have not made. The real test should have started 5 miles away at Chongda Gate, and I think the other 3 directions were the same. As for the range of 300 feet, it was just a little hidden reminder given by the Hongwen Pavilion for people with great talent. I wonder, am I right? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he tremblingly removed his tattered bucket hat and lightly shook it to fan himself. Rather, it is our eyes that are clumsy with your guest's talent. He is worthy of this double armor's introductory comment. Xiaomin looked down and saw that the old man's handwriting on the bamboo stick. I do not know when it has changed to the words AA South. After reaching out to receive it, Xiaomin once again rumored. I don't know if the highest rating is 3rd rate. Before that, has anyone ever gotten a 3rd place rating? The old man did not respond, and after putting on his bucket hat, he slowly pushed his unicycle onward again. Xiaomin frowned slightly, watching the old man walk further and further away, and the color of disappointment finally flashed in his eyes. This disappointment was due both to the failure to get an answer and to her inability to learn why she didn't get the highest rating. It was also at this moment that the old man's rumor suddenly resounded once again. The evaluation of the 3rd place is not humanly possible. AA is already the limit, and your guest is the 3rd place. Xiaomin could not help but freeze and look dazed. Not humanly possible. How harsh is the basis for judging that AAA? Could it be that Su Changhong, the Minister of Guile, actually did not want anyone to get the title of the top 3, but only to give a warning to other scholars that there are others, and there is a sky beyond the sky, and that they should not be arrogant? Also, I can't believe I'm in 3rd place? Who are the 2 men in front of him, and can their talents and wisdom really be compared to his own? Duke? Duke. He half-cities call awakened Xiaomin, and after sweeping her eyes around once more, Xiaomin let out a long breath and lifted her steps to turn. Go! Hongwenken 5th floor. Su Xiao, what I said is true. That new purveyor in the Changfeng hooker is really the holy daughter of the supreme sacred secta. That Fox Mei Zi looks like a heavenly fairy and is also clean and lonely. But it is this posture of hers that makes her more alluring. That charming girl can charm a large number of obsessed customers with a single hook of the eye, and has become one of the most popular head cards to suppress all the hook bars and tiles. Such a stunning beauty, she was still clean and innocent, and she was still a holy maiden equivalent to an emperor's maiden. If you don't grab this and take it, you're going to get someone else for nothing. In the hallway, a greasy-haired male was surrounding Su Yu and kept persuading him. Su Yu, however, had an impatient face and cursed as he walked. Wu Wenhao, if you say that to me again, do you believe I'll have someone beat you half to death? Since that incident, Su Yu has been on tenterhooks all day long, afraid that after a sleep, she will never be able to get up the next day. Even though his old man had given him the go-ahead, the fear inside him still kept him at ease. And that's when he started being incredibly honest. Because his old man had already put out the word, but whenever he caused a little trouble again, even if it was to make a move on a purser after eating flowery wine, he would definitely cut him down personally. Not to mention, he had been worried that that master was sending people to keep an eye on him, but he would definitely take care of him whenever he made something happen. Therefore, when the son of the Minister of Public Works in front of him brought up this matter, instead of having a foolish idea, his heart jumped, fearing that this was someone laying out a plan for himself. No, Su Xiao, what are you doing? I'm doing this for your own good. That Mei Zi is really a perfect color on earth. She, As Wu Wenhao was speaking, he suddenly felt a coldness on his neck. When his remaining light saw the cold and intimidating sword, Wu Wenhao couldn't help but gulp and carefully backed away. Su Xiao rest his anger. Rest his anger. Don't say it. Don't say it. Wu Wenhao, I'm warning you. If you want to die, go yourself. Don't ever implicate me. Su Yu hatefully retracted his long sword and gritted his teeth. You're not as good at growing a brain as an ass. If the person you're talking about is really a great beauty, how dare you and I covet her? Do you really think you've lived too long? Wu Wenhao, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, froze again at the words, but finally came back to his senses when he followed Su Yu's gaze and looked out the window at a group of East Chamber servants. In that instant, Wu Wenhao actually shivered, and then with a pale face and some weak legs, he reached out and grabbed the escalator next to him. Chapter 87 Scared to Pee. Su Yu wants to take credit. He has forgotten that the word stunning has almost become a sensitive word in Great Zhou. Although that Great Zhou's master did not say anything personally, his hobbies have made countless people heartbroken. Those who want to send their own beautiful relatives into the palace by all means, and not to mention those who were quietly sent to the palace of various countries' consorts, royal daughter of a class also not to talk about. Alone the East Chamber Fanju wandering is enough to let a person worry about it. Because the East Chamber's servants regarded the emperor's heart as the first rule, the emperor's thoughts and desires is what they fought for. Therefore, if there is a rumor about where there is a great beauty, the first delicate girl, or something like that, the East Chamber's famished servants will definitely come to the door within a few days. Prior to this, the East Chamber servants ran how many places, how many people to find not to say, but confirmed to be sent to the palace, there are 3 people. Rumor has it that one of these 3 is already a married woman. And as the celebrity woman was fated and sent to the palace, her main family was bloodied that night. Although it is difficult to judge the truth of this matter, but also from the side of the East Chamber of the domineering, as well as coveting the stunning, amazing risk. Nowadays, in the Great Zhou, the word stunning means a woman that the emperor has fallen in love with. Competing with the emperor for a woman, that's not like the longevity star hanging itself it's too long to live. Isn't it? The thought that he may be coveting the emperor's woman. Wu Wenhao will be scared to death, for fear that the downstairs of the East factory servicemen rushed up to take him to do. Thump, thump, thump. It was at this moment that the sound of stairs being stepped on came. Wu Wenhao immediately shivered and collapsed against the escalator. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. I didn't dare anything. Woo-hoo. Looking at Wu Wenhao, who was facing the stairway and knocking his head against the ground, crying and whimpering in pain, Su Yu's mouth opened wide with a stunned expression. When did this guy become such a wimp? While crying and laughing, Su Yu shook his head and wanted to go forward to pull him up. But when his eyes swept to the water stains under Wu Wenhao's feet, he immediately froze in his steps, cursing and rushing back a few more steps. Ha! A clear, startled eep sounded, stopping Wu Wenhao's wailing and attracting Su Yu's attention. Brother, this is... Xiao Min had just ascended the stairway when all she saw was a Shitzi kneeling on the floor and crying in pain, and she was about to make an inquiry when she violently smelled a pungent, tawdry odor. The words in his mouth instantly stopped, and his entire body even took several steps backward towards the side, while frowning and covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Behind them, Dear Jolie, and he half-city glared contemptuously at Wu Wenhao, before silently blocking Xiao Min's front. You guys. Wu Wenhao froze for a long time, not even bothering to wipe his nose and tears, only focusing on pointing at the 3 with wide eyes. He thought it was the East Chamber servants outside the street who rushed up to take him, but where did he think it would be someone else? After all, he had been to this Hongwen pavilion several times, and knew that the 5th floor of this southern city would rarely have idlers coming up. Hey, fun, it was worth the trip. Dear Jolie violently touched his head and stared at Wu Wenhao and laughed. Yes, extremely. The scholar's water robes are welcome. It's not a vain trip. He half-city similarly hemmed and hawed and spoke out in agreement. Anyway, they had already sort of fallen into the lap of the trickster prime minister, and at this point they weren't afraid of offending anyone. Assholes. You guys, you wait for me. Wu Wenhao's face instantly became alternately red and white with shame, and the temperature of his face was like boiling water that wanted to scald his cheeks. After throwing down a harsh sentence in shame and anger, he didn't care to greet Su Yu and directly covered his face with his sleeve robe, and then after stomping his feet to steam dry the water stains on the ground, he rushed down the stairs like the wind. Ha ha ha. Still a clean one. Not bad, not bad. At least you know how to destroy evidence. Listening to Dear Jolie and he half-city's banter, the corner of Su Yu's mouth twitched slightly. These two guys are a wonderful pair. It's just that this mouth is slightly damaged. After Su Yu gave a secret sigh of relief, he clasped his fists towards the three of them and said, "Cough, three of you, this fifth floor is not something you can climb just because you want to. The three of you had better go down quickly, or else if the guards on duty find out, even I will not be able to plead for mercy." Rumor has it that Mr. Su Yu Su of the Sangha is frivolous and eager for quick success, and although he has reached middle age, his nature is still the same as that of a young man. But when I saw it today, it was quite different from the rumors. It seems that Mr. Su's closed-door introspection has been quite fruitful. Xiao Min used his folding fan to set aside Dear Jolie and he half-city, and while slowly stepping forward, he laughed out softly. Su Yu's expression froze and she frowned as she stared at Xiao Min. "Who are you? Under me? Well, it's barely half the owner of this fifth floor." Xiao Min spread out his folding fan, his chin slightly raised. "Half owner of the fifth floor?" A flash of sarcasm flashed in Su Yu's eyes, and subconsciously, he wanted to make a mocking remark. However, when the remaining light found the guards below on quiet duty, he could not help but stare. "You, who came to Hong Wenken to introduce yourself, and got a double A rating. Not too stupid." Xiao Min nodded with satisfaction, looking at Su Yu with a childish look. Su Yu couldn't help but be so angry that her face twitched, but she didn't dare to snap. Jokingly, not to mention that the person in front of him has a double A rating, even if he only has a lower A rating, he would not dare to take the initiative to offend. If not, there was no telling if his increasingly deep-seated old man would cut him. It was at this moment that a middle-aged scribe below ran up the stairway with quick steps. In Hong Wenken, flying is forbidden and no one dares to break the rules. After that scribe came up, he just gave a flat nod towards Su Yu, and then he came to Xiao Min with a respectful face, handing over a post with a green frame and red characters on a black background. "Lord Chancellor has an order. Please ask your guest to rush to the meeting place in half an hour. This is the entry invitation." "Okay. Got it." Xiao Min received the post and smiled faintly towards Su Yu before leading Dear Jolie and he half-city towards the inner house. "Little Gongzi, the wood here shouldn't all be Yunxiang wood, right? The smell is too pleasant. Old dear, don't act like an earth leopard, will you? It's not just fragrant wood. It's not like you haven't seen it before. I've seen it, but I've never seen this much of it. Shut up." Little what? Miss?" Su Yu, who was a little upset, suddenly had a change of heart and stared at the three of them as they entered the house. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. After descending to the fifth floor, Su Yu directly ran to the forbidden room on the third floor. Only after some rigorous checking was Su Yu put in. After stepping into the forbidden room, Su Yu ignored the busy paperwork inside and went straight to the innermost screen and called out towards an old man sitting cross-legged there. "Mr. Mu, I'd like to look up information on someone." You don't open your mouth, it's impossible." Mr. Mu slowly spoke out with an unmoving face, not even glancing up at Su Yu. Su Yu was a bit exasperated, and after a roll of his eyes, he smiled heatedly. "Mr. Mu, in fact, you've already guessed what I've come for, right? Now that you've guessed it, it should be clear that I'm not prying into what I shouldn't be prying into, but I'm trying to get credit for it. You know very well, Mr. Mu, that I am in a seemingly secure situation, but in reality I don't know how dangerous it is. For the sake of my little life, I have to try, right?" Seeing that Mr. Mu was still indifferent, Su Yu gritted her teeth and continued to fight. "I say, Mr. Mu, this Hong Wenken's rules are even bigger. It can be bigger than—" Shut up, shut up." Mr. Mu's face suddenly changed drastically, appearing next to Su Yu with a speed that was extremely inappropriate for his age, and tightly covering Su Yu's mouth. "You Su cub, you don't want to ing die, do you? You don't want to die, but I, old man Mu, want to die." Mr. Mu timidly glanced around and scanned the area with his divine sense for a long time before slowly letting go of his hand. "Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? Don't you know that the Hong Wenken is filled with the eyes and mouths of the Karyushi and the East Chamber? If there's even the slightest rumor that passes through their mouths and reaches that person's ears, hell knows what will happen to the Su family." Saying that, Mr. Mu glared at Su Yu with hatred again. Now the dynasty is already in the dark about the relationship between Hong Wenken and Minister Su, and I don't know how many secret letters have been placed on His Majesty's desk, and I don't know how many denunciations have been handed into the palace. Fortunately, Su Xiang had long recognized the seriousness of the problem, so he took the initiative to invite the people from the Sea Factory Palace to enter the senior management of the Hongwen Pavilion, and for the appointments of the talents rated above grade B, they would all be conducted together with the senior management of the other relevant yamen. Otherwise, it's hard to say what kind of a picture it would be today. At such a juncture, you have the audacity to make a big, prickly rant about it. Is the undercurrent not alarming enough for you? Su Yu couldn't help but mumble with a dazed look on his face. Is it that scary? I really don't know. You. Mr. Mu pointed at Su Yu and glared at him for half a day before throwing out a piece of paper in exasperation. Okay, here's what you want, and don't want to know a word about anything else. Su Yu caught the paper and looked at it with fixed eyes, only to see that it read, Hongwen Pavilion, the third double A rating talent. Xiao Min, the youngest daughter of Hussar General Xiao Taifeng of the Great Show, cultivation of 8 realms 7, outstanding in literature and martial arts, heavenly sent, has not yet been married. Hey, it's really a young lady, and it's also a young lady with an extraordinary background and national color. This is not an opportunity. Su Yu hemmed and hawed, his heart excited. He had been thinking for a long time about the way out of his own crisis, and it was only half a month ago that he had settled on the most feasible path, that of meritocracy. But he had never been to war, and his talents were average, so it was hard for him to get credit through normal channels. That's why he's been struggling for the past half-month. It wasn't until the word small that suddenly brought a thought to him. This was precisely why he had to run to Mr. Mu in a hurry to probe if that person was a woman, and a woman of both talent and appearance. Then if he found a way to let that person know, wouldn't he be making a merit? After all, that guy's favorite thing is stunning. Mr. Mu, I'll be going then, having gotten what he wanted. So you couldn't wait to resign at that moment. Get lost, get lost. Don't come here for nothing in the future. You're a pain in the ass when I see you. Mr. Mu waved his hand in a no-nonsense manner. Deri, I'm on my way. Su Yu laughed and left in large strides.
Chapter 88, U Mang, Chan Phen Hu Cơ.
The residence of the Minister of Industry. Boo! With a muffled sound, the door of the gatekeeper's courtyard was kicked open heavily, while an angry roar rang out afterward. Wu Hammerhead!
Cai ya cai.
Where the hell are they? Come out now! The various houses within the courtyard were first silent, followed by a hooting and hollering sound of wind, and dozens of silhouettes instantly scurried out. Sir? What's wrong with you? Looking at Wu Wenhao, who had hidden traces of liquid on his face and slightly dirty robes, the group of gatekeepers first froze, after which a man with a head that looked like an iron hammer spoke out in doubt. What's wrong? Are you blind, Wu Hammerhead? Of course you're being bullied. Wu Wenhao screamed angrily and kicked over the flower pot on the ground. Dare to bully Gongzi? Flatten him. Next to Wu Hammerhead, a fat man with a faceplate as round as a vegetable cake rolled up his sleeves with a face of righteous indignation. The rest of the gatekeepers were also all fierce-eyed and fist-pumping. It was at this moment that a gentle neutral voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard door. Oh? Who are you going to flatten? Hearing this voice, the people in the courtyard all changed their faces, and after that, with a hoot, the originally lively courtyard instantly became empty, leaving only Wu Wenhao, whose body was a bit stiff, as well as Kai Datsao, who was gently shivering. Who do you want to flatten? Kai Datsao? As that voice sounded again, a figure had quietly appeared in the middle of Wu Wenhao and Kai Datsao. It was a round-faced middle-aged man with a medium build and a kindly look. Only the middle-aged man's thick hand bones and the coldness that inadvertently flashed in his eyes spoke of its uncomplicated nature. No, the prince said my skin has been a little itchy lately and I need to be flattened and loosened up a bit. It's good for my health. Kai Daji spoke stiffly, both eyes darting about sheepishly. Kidding aside, he had followed the family head since he was a child, and he knew the family head's nature very well. This if you dare to say that you want to go out and flatten someone, at least you have to be half-mutilated. Oh, that's a good thing. Wu Mang let out a light laugh. Then an iron whip appeared in his hand. Looking at the iron whip that had been stained with an unknown amount of blood before it was black and red from the inside out, Kai Datsai's face instantly turned green. General, spare your life. Ah no, master of the house, spare your life. What are you afraid of? Don't you have an itchy skin? Just in time to scratch you. Wu Mang still laughed softly, but the iron whip in his hand lashed down without mercy. For a while, the courtyard was filled with the screams of Kai Datsai. After 100 lashes, Wu Mang stopped and turned to look at Wu Wenhao. Before Wu Mang could say anything, Wu Wenhao directly flung himself onto his knees. Father, I was wrong. But it's really not what you think. I just thought to bring someone to scare them, so that they don't go out and talk nonsense. Them? Who are they? What nonsense? Wu Mang asked slowly and methodically, but his eyes were fixed on the iron whip that had not cut down the slightest bit of fabric. This? Wu Wenhao was a bit hesitant, but the fear of Wu Mang in his heart still forced him to tell what happened. You've got some nerve. Daring to threaten a talented person with a double A rating? And you have the audacity to find someone to threaten with this kind of embarrassment. Are you afraid that not enough people know about it? Wu Mang laughed in a light voice, unable to see the anger, but there was a touch of helplessness in his eyes. If not for this son is the only blood left by the original spouse, he really wanted to whip to death. It is really too incompetent, double A. Wu Wenhao's face instantly turned white, and only then did he react. Father, why don't you ground me? That's Su Yu. After he was grounded, he seems to have changed a lot now, much more stable. Hearing Wu Wenhao's words, a flash of surprise flashed in Wu Mang's eyes. After a slight silence, Wu Mang put away his iron whip and turned around. My father was once imprisoned for 5 years for whipping and killing the proud sons of the 10 clans, but was pardoned after His Majesty ascended the throne, and some time ago he was even promoted by His Majesty to 2 consecutive grades and entrusted with the position of Minister of Public Works. But my father's connections in the dynasty are shallow, and there are countless eyes staring at my father, wanting to take his place. In such a situation, a single mistake will result in the destruction of the ship and the death of the people. I hope you can reflect on it. My father doesn't expect you to be more capable, as long as you can keep your temper and not cause trouble. Keep an eye on him, and don't set foot outside the mansion for a month. Nah! The group of disciples who had disappeared earlier appeared in the courtyard again like the wind and gave a respectful salute towards Wu Mang's back. Wu Wenhao, with complicated eyes and low emotions, came to the side of Kai Datsai and kicked it without any goodwill. Come on. It's all gone away. What's the point of pretending? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kai Datsai climbed up with a bone, rubbing his arms and waist limbs and screaming in pain, but everyone in the arena was too lazy to pay attention. It was true that what that past whip had lashed was only flesh and skin, not even bone, so who would take him on? Sunset and dusk, long winds and hooks. The sky is still bright, but the hookahs across the mile are already full of bright lights. In the 4 wide open portals, there were elegant and talented scholars who entered gracefully, richly built dignitaries who came in sedan chairs, and dashing Jianghu warriors who walked with their heads held high. There are also broad merchants dressed in exotic clothing, clan sons step by step, dazzled, but also 1,000 dainty, green, fat, red and thin herdsmen laughing and greeting, wanting to refuse to welcome. When you enter the courtyard, you will be dazzled by the beauty of the craftsmanship and the sound and color of the performances. In the center of the pool, 3 women of the shark race hitched their tails and twisted their waists, highlighting their hidden towers to the fullest. Suddenly, he scurried into the back of the pool like a swimming fish, splashing pattering drops of water that outlined the physical appearance of the 3 men overhead. This water-bead appearance of the exhaustive vivid, like a living person, even hair can be seen, and winking smile, hooked a lot of wide-open eyeballs. When the water droplets splash down, the 3 suddenly and spin up, like a gyroscope, will be thin, loose clothing spin up, revealing pieces of spring light. Looking again below the waist of the trio, the scaly, thinly armored tails had disappeared, but had been transformed into long, white human legs. This action can make the neighboring customers completely red-eyed, crazy clapping and shouting, and even more anxious has already run to the side of the night once bidding place. Turning here and continuing deeper, there was a circular ring confined by heavy formations. In the ring, the ones who were facing each other were a man and a tiger. The tiger was an early 8th order, nearly 10-foot-long desert beast Vajra tiger, but the person was a petite woman. The woman, with dark skin and long hair on her head tied into dense pigtails, was now showing her teeth and glaring furiously in the posture of a tiger, and from time to time a ferocious ho-ho sound came out of her mouth. Only, the size difference between the 2 parties was too great, and the woman didn't have a single weapon on her body, so it looked like she had no chance of winning. Most of the onlookers obviously shared this view, but they didn't have the slightest idea of worrying about the woman. They just bet cheerfully, and then shouted at the top of their voices to start the fight. The battle eventually began with the Vajra tiger's impatient pounce, and the 2 sides soon exchanged blows. However, the woman's fingernails and various types of painful strikes were almost difficult to cause effective damage to the Vajra tiger, and the only thing she could rely on was her slightly faster speed and her keen sense of battle. The chants outside the ring instantly rose even higher as they watched the woman's waist and thighs being torn out in long, thin gashes. Hearing the deafening roars of "eat her and bite her to death," the two chivalrous-attired men frowned slightly, glancing at each other before each of them squeezed to the side, leaning towards the exotic-attired silhouettes. "Tsk, this black girl is also too miserable. Its own strength is inferior to that Vajra tiger, and it doesn't give half an inch to the weapon. I'm afraid that it won't take more than 10 breaths to perish." 10 breaths? Chuckle, old brother also underestimates her too much. I bet that within at least 100 breaths, she won't be able to die. Oh? Why are you so optimistic about her, brother? She's no match in her own right, not to mention and now she's already injured. Hey, she's a slave caught from the domain of disorder. Whoever survived that hellhole wasn't battle-hardened. It was a pity. If she had been given a dagger, there might have been hope for her survival. Alas, there is nothing to be done. Caught from the realm of disorder? That's not true, is it? No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly go to that hellish place to catch slaves, right? It's a place of death that even the Black Rock Imperial Dynasty's army doesn't dare to approach easily. Going there to catch someone? Isn't that too much to ask for? This, I also heard from other businessmen by chance. I don't know if it's true or not. Since old brother is interested, let's consider it as listening to a story. To say that this Changfeng hooker, that's really something. Older brother, I've been running around the southeast and northwest of the First Heaven for hundreds of years, and I've been to all of the imperial dynasties as well as 60 or 70% of the imperial dynasties and a few dynasties. If you want to say it feels the most familiar, this Changfeng hookah is one of them. This was because it was found in the imperial capitals of all the imperial dynasties and had good relations with the imperial courts of all parties. I heard that the Changfeng hooker is the property of the most holy sect. The reason why it was named after Changfeng was because the name of that old ancestor of the supreme sacred sect was Changfeng. Supreme sacred sect, that was the most powerful existence in the First Heaven. Although its territory was similar to that of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, it was surrounded by the Spirit Misty Lake, prosperous resources, and Spirit Islands and blessed lands everywhere, so the number of experts and the strength of the country were far superior to that of the Great Zhou. Ahem. Don't be annoyed, old man. I'm talking about the old Great Zhou. Ha! In short, if the master behind this Changfeng hooker is the supreme sacred sect, then going to the domain of disorder to catch someone is nothing unusual. Taught thanks. As soon as the conversation between the two had dropped, the battle in the field was also suddenly divided. In the face of the raging, pouncing Vajra tiger, only to see that the woman whose body was drenched in blood fiercely clenched her teeth, and with a flash of ruthless light in her eyes, she actually stopped dodging and also took the initiative to meet up with it. The Vajra tiger's bloody mouth was already open, pushing straight for the woman's neck, and the tiger's eyes were ferocious and smug. In the nick of time, the woman actually violently raised her left arm, and then took the initiative to send it into the tiger's mouth. At the same time, her right hand then joined her fingers to form a thorn, thrusting in from the Vajra tiger's left eye in a lightning-fast manner. In that instant, the mournful screams and hisses rang out simultaneously. Chapter 89 Myriad Moon Eusixian. Looking at the two defeated men and one tiger in the field, all the spectators were staring in shock. Giving up the left arm in exchange for the right arm to pierce the tiger's eye and the right palm to pierce the tiger's brain. Obviously, this ferocity of the woman was unexpected by everyone. This ruthlessness towards himself is most amazing. But the fight didn't end there. After a deafening and agonizing tiger's roar, the woman without her left arm was viciously thrown out. After that, the Vajra tiger's body kept shaking, stumbling step by step as it slowly forced its way towards the paralyzed woman. During the process, blood and snow-white brain juice continued to flow out of the dark tiger's eyes, trailing oozing trails across the ring. The woman looked up into the air in despair, her face slightly dried out from the massive loss of blood. Outside the ring, manic shouts suddenly resounded again, because they suddenly thought of betting on it, and if the woman had not died, they would have lost a lot of money. It was also at this moment that the Vajra tiger suddenly trembled in all four limbs, and then its head tilted and fell to the ground. Low tiger whistles rang out intermittently, and the Vajra tiger kept struggling, but other than turning its head and tail in pain, it did not stand up again. At this time, there is only a step or so between the two, but the tiger's mouth is 3 feet away. Seeing this scene, A large chorus of curses rang out from outside the ring. The woman, too, could not help but cry with joy, a look of celebration and hatred in her eyes. But just when everyone thought that the situation was settled and the victory had been decided, the Vajra tiger's tail was suddenly raised high, and then it split down like lightning. Boo! With a muffled sound, the woman's head was instantly smashed flat, and the Vajra tiger's body stopped twitching, and there was no movement. Outside the ring, all the voices instantly disappeared until more than 10 breaths later, before all sorts of curses raged out. It was clear that none of the field profited from this deadly fight. The only people who made a lot of money were the hooker owners. The view shifted again, and after skimming over a unique performance, a circular building appeared in the center. The building is called the Aloe House, which is divided into 3 floors, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, with a ring-shaped confined area for seating and elegant rooms. Inside the center is a 10-foot-high circular performance stage, on which there are singers stroking the zither and plucking the strings, drumming and blowing the shangshao, as well as dancers stretching their waists and slender limbs to their heart's content. After the Aloha House, there is the enchanted guests staying home, as well as the internal area of the hooker house. At this moment, in the courtyard where the benefactors stayed, there were already individual houses emitting a vague sound of This kind of place, in love and lust, is almost all aspects. No wonder will let countless pockets of customers linger. Only, today's Chongfeng hookah might also add a handful of blood to its fiery head. Because in the streets on all sides of the hookah, there are a large number of East Factory servicemen gathered in the clouds. Aloha House. When the bell that symbolized the 100 days positive was rung, all of the Ents were instantly refreshed and leaned forward to eagerly look at the entrance of the performance stage, because they know it's time for the main event. As a matter of fact, a number of them were running to that rightful owner. In recent days, rumors have been swirling about Chongfeng Hooker's newest head purveyor, Miaoyue, making them curious. I've heard that this Miss Myriad Moon was once the holy maiden of the Western Supreme Sacred Sect, and that she was expelled from the sect only because she made a big mistake, and that she was later left behind by the Chongfeng Hooker at a big price. I wonder if that's true or not? That Supreme Sacred Sect doesn't have just one holy maiden. According to one of my cousins, there are as many as 9 holy maidens in the Supreme Sacred Sect. Even if this Myriad Moon is a holy maiden, then she must be ranked low and have little background. Hey, who cares if she's not? We're looking at the person, not the status. Hey, at a glance, old brother is the shallow experience. This many times there is no identity, but the difference is very big. You say, the same general appearance, one is only from the common people, but the other is the king's daughter. This movement, that feeling can be the same. This, it seems to be the case. And this thought has given birth to many conquests in my heart. Ha ha ha. That's why this holy maiden's identity is an important bargaining chip to attract people. Brother is worthy of being a veteran of the flower world. I'm impressed. Hey, nowhere. Just a little insight, haha. Yesterday the wind and sleep at the top of the cliff, the magpie brought the colorful clouds to be covered. Hailing, hooting, dreaming of going up to the dome of the building, only to see the solitary shadow and not see the king. The morning frost stings the slender body, and the waning moon wakes people up. Do you know that 3 times I went down to Cloudland Mountain, and I called the return boat at the head of the river. A chant rose quietly, starting with what sounded like a mountain woman's soft humming. Her voice clean, brittle and sweet, echoing through the valley with the fragrance of the mountain springs. But after 2 lines, the tone changed again, like a long-time spirit mountain of the infatuation of the fairy. The voice is misty, mournful, with the ethereal moon palace in the mouth of the river to tell the love of grief in a low voice. In the midst of this gentle chanting, an image actually appeared in the minds of the crowd. In the scene, a delicate woman in a long silver dress stood at the top of a cliff, staring at the sea of clouds in front of her in a daze. I don't know how long later, the woman seems to be tired, curled up and slowly fell sideways on the ground, hands as a pillow, in the cliff wind blowing into a deep sleep. Subsequently, 10 or so spirit magpies rushed into the sky, bringing in the reddish evening sunlight and covering the woman like a quilt. Amidst the whistling of the winds, the woman was dreaming upward in the void to the heavy floor of the fairy palace with its intoxicating clouds. She wandered and looked about, as if chasing to find someone, but saw nothing but her own shadow on the clouds. The frost soaked her thin body, and the moonlight shed its cool light, waking her from her dream. The woman got up and looked out at the distant vast river. Only in the eyes has not been 3 times to steal down the Yunlanshan. in the mouth of the river waiting for the return of the boat's expectations and aspirations, there is only more than the river water is also cold loneliness. The lights singing wrapped up and a woman had appeared in the center of the round table. The woman wore a long silver dress and a jade belt around her waist, and her face was covered with a silver veil that covered her mouth, nose and chin. But the eyes that seemed to hide a lake of loneliness are cold and external. I see pity. The building full of customers staring at the woman's stunning, delicate curves of the delicate body, for a time actually could not give birth to blasphemous thoughts. What's even weirder is that no one has even noticed the bizarre nature of this state of affairs yet. However, right at this moment, a loud laughter mixed with softness and rigidity suddenly rang out from outside. Good song, good tune, good singing. Buy her for the price of a copper. The crowd in the hall was first stunned, and then they were furious. Unbridled. Asshole. Which fool dares to desecrate fairy myriad moon? In the midst of the group's anger, many of the benefactors rolled up their sleeves and glared unkindly at the entrance, wanting to beat the raving asshole to death. However, the first thing that responded to them was a series of miserable screams and exclamations of shock. Immediately after that, a guard leader ran in with a roll, screaming with fear on his face. East, east, east. Useless. In the corner, a black-clothed old man violently appeared and slapped the neck of the guard leader. And then, the black-clothed old man turned to look at the entrance with a gloomy and murderous expression. However, when a figure revealed itself from the shadows, the black-clothed old man immediately stiffened his expression and took a step back involuntarily. And in the ring of 3 layers of benefactor seats, those shouting voices also instantly disappeared, and the figure lying on the railing with an angry face also shrunk in like a spring, not daring to show the slightest bit. What? We'll buy her for a coin and you have a problem with that? As this soft laugh rang out, a figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a man with a demonic appearance and a face that looked as if he was in his 30s or 40s, only to see that he was wearing a black high-topped light hat, and on the brim of the hat right in the center of the front part of the hat, there was also a golden jade stone embedded. On his body he wore a dark silver flying python robe, with a palm-width golden jade belt around his waist, and a green cloak with a cloud-patterned batch of collars on his back. The man's eyes were long and narrow, and there was a faint arrogance in his eyes, plus a deep coldness. The curve of its single thin lips echoed the indifference engraved on its polished face, giving it a sense of oppression that it did not dare to look down upon. But the smoothness of its neck spoke to the fact that it had been purified since childhood. Obviously, this was an eunuch, and an eunuch of extremely extraordinary status. No, Lord Fishguard. The purser, she is not for sale. The black-clothed old man stammered. His waist and back bent down uncontrollably, and a fine sweat could be seen faintly diffusing from his temples. In front of me, this is the master of the East Chamber's hanging cloud guards, Fish Sicien. As the East Factory 5 guards ranked in the forefront of the first guards, Fish Sicien not only strength is unpredictable, but also uncertainty, ruthless, almost no one dares to mess with. Although the time that Fish Sicien had emerged was very short, after a series of spicy moves, his reputation was already very loud, even compared to the 5 ghosts of the night hunting division. And there was already a nickname for Fish Sicien in the Jianghu Yama Kingfish. This nickname was on the one hand illustrating the ruthlessness and mercilessness of Fish Sicien, and on the other hand, it was also a dark irony. Yen, eunuch, homophonic, and homophilic, intended to satirize the eunuch origins of Eusixian. Ha! Fish Sihyan let out a light laugh, shaking his cloak and spilling his seat on the tie-shirt chair carried by his subordinates, while looking askance at the black-clothed old man. It's not up to you to decide whether to sell your body or not, nor is it up to Chongfeng Hooker, it's up to me, the East Chamber. As the words fell, Fish Sicien's eyes snapped cold, and the copper plate pinched by his orchid finger shot out like lightning. The black-clothed old man's face changed drastically, but before he could react, the copper plate had already pierced through his brow, dripping blood as it continued to shoot towards Myriad Moon on the round platform. Lord Fishguard, you passed. A light sigh of vicissitude suddenly rang out, and at the same time, an old crone with a pale face silently appeared in front of Myriad Moon. As the black flute in his hand swung out, an invisible ripple suddenly appeared in midair, like a mirror, blocking in front of the copper plate. However, the circular ripple defense was soon washed away and continued forward. Chapter 90 Rumor, Ruthless Plot, Lord's Head. The old woman's face changed in shock, and she hurriedly blew her black flute to lay layers of sound awnings in front of her body. But the copper was like a cavalryman going forward, never stopping, even though his speed was cut. It didn't stop until there was a soft thud, and the brass plate penetrated into the center of the black flute and was deeply embedded. The crone, on the other hand, had a violent tremor in her arms and grunted as she retreated several steps until she was about to bump into Myriad Moon, and only then did she stop. Fresh blood roamed out from the corner of her mouth, but the old crone did not care to wipe it, only scornful and doubtful to look at the fish Sixian, full of gravity. It was at this moment that a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary scholar's robe floated down from the third floor. Master Fishguard, all the procedures of the Changfeng hooker are in order, and there is no sin involved, so why are you here? Also, if you're blatantly robbing people's girls like this, can you stand up to the great Zhou laws and His Majesty's favor? Left servant Huang Kai of the Ministry of Revenue, servant Huang Kai? Well, it's just as well that you're here. Hearing Fish Sixian's words, Huang Kai couldn't help but change his face slightly and frowned in displeasure. Master Fishguard, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that you still want to take this official to task for no reason? Fish Sixian, however, did not respond positively, and after a light laugh, his fingers gently tapped on his temples. If our investigation is not bad, said my East Chamber forcibly robbed the people's women sent to the Imperial Palace, and even go so far as to slaughter people's families and other rumors, should be from you and other treacherous ministers in the mouth and Changfeng hook bar in the rumors, right? Since you spread this rumor all over the city, we can't afford to hold on to our hats and not do the real thing. How do you say, then how do I, the East Chamber, then our family have to do? Said Fish Sixian with a sidelong smile. What's more, we've already made our offer, so it's not a robbery. If anyone is willing to bid, then the highest bidder will win.
Fish Sixian.
You are unbridled. How dare you spit on people like that? Huang Kai's face turned white as he pointed at Fish Sixian and cursed angrily. Just then, the crone on the stage opened her mouth. Master Fishguard, are you trying to force your way in? Heh, we're just buying and selling by force. So what should we do? Fish Sixian smiled disdainfully, his narrow eyes penetrating with a cold light. The old woman was furious, and after clenching her teeth and struggling for several breaths, she fiercely sneered. Since Lord Fishguard has to be bitter, there are some things that are no longer good to hide. To tell you the truth, Changfeng hooker is the property of the most holy sect. Daring to rob someone in the supreme sacred sect's property. How many guts do you have available? Fish Sixian glanced at the old crone in amusement, then waved his hand in a somewhat uninterested manner. Xian. Yes. One of the deputy guard masters standing behind him bowed his head respectfully, then fished out a volume from his waist and spread it out before proclaiming loudly. Upon investigation, the long-wind hooker and even the place of secret spies set up by the holy sect are guilty of 3 things. One of them has been stealing the hidden secrets of the imperial dynasty of the Great Zhou for a long time and inducing the officials of the dynasty to commit treason. Secondly, he collaborated with the traitorous traitors to spread rumors, vilifying the Emperor's Majesty, discrediting the East Chamber and the Night Hunting Division, and dividing the relationship between the ruler and his subjects. Thirdly, he has been collaborating with traitors, spreading rumors and dividing courtiers with the intention of provoking rebellion and subverting the rule of the imperial dynasty. Above, the crime is very serious, cannot be pardoned, and ordered the hanging cloud guards Fish Sixian, the master of the guards, to clean up, capture all the rebels in the Changfeng hook bar, and treasonous traitors. If there is a fugitive, rather than kill the wrong, do not leave out. This order, Zuishou, the factory director of the East Factory, and Lu Wenshu, the left minister. As this order was read out, the enchanters who had cowered up could not help but be filled with horror. So, the rumors about the East Chamber raiding the Emperor for beautiful women were simply rumors released by Changfeng hooker? There is also the recent undercurrents in the Great Zhou dynasty. In fact, there is also the Changfeng hooker's push and pull. But this Changfeng hooker is after all the property of the most holy sect, and if the court issued such a ruthless order, is it not afraid of setting off a great war with the most holy sect? While the crowd in the building was on tenterhooks, Fish Sixian's voice sounded once again. Those who are not implicated, stay well and live. If anyone absconds, he shall die. Kill. The last kill word to drink out has already been eyeing the East Chamber servants swarmed out, or blocked the escape route, or blocked the corridor, or holding a picture book against the people in the building, or cut down resisting guards, or capture and tie up servants, singers, dancers, and so on. The entire building was instantly in chaos, Some people opened the windows facing outward to escape, but as far as the eye could see, there were all the figures of the East Chamber's servants, as well as the bloody scenes that occurred from time to time. Only at this point did people suddenly realize that the people from the East Chamber had blocked the entire Chongfeng hooker. Inside the building, with only a few people left on the side of Uxixian, 8 black-clothed men suddenly swooped down from the top floor like lightning, slashing out a lurid sword blade. "Hey, Griffin!" Fish Cixien disdainfully laughed, raised his foot and gently stomped. Those 8 people even directly in midair bizarrely turned into blood mist. Huang Kai had been dumbfounded on the spot, and managed to regain his senses to try to escape, only to have his legs cut off by the sword of one of the deputy guard masters. Uxixian ignored the woefully screaming Huang Kai as the old woman was already pouncing towards him. The body dashed forward and out, piercing through the center of the brow and the sea of consciousness with an ingested bamboo stick while staggering against the old woman. The old woman fell to the ground powerlessly, a touch of fear remaining in her eyes, as well as a few moments of relief. Wow! The cloak behind him made a soft sound, and Fish Cixien was already standing 3 paces in front of Myriad Moon. Myriad Moon has met Lord Fishguard. Myriad Moon quietly watched as Fish Cixien came to his body, and was silent for 2 breaths before slowly bending his knees in a salute, his expression rather calm. "You're about to die. Why aren't you afraid?" Fish Cixien sidled up to Myriad Moon and smiled softly with a sidelong glance. Myriad Moon has not been involved in what they are doing, and knows that Lord Fishguard will not kill innocents indiscriminately, so she is not afraid. Myriad Moon spoke out softly, her expression clear and cold. "Oh? And how do you prove it?" The corners of Fish Cixien's mouth were slightly hooked, and there was a hidden mockery in his eyes. Myriad Moon was slightly silent, then sighed softly and said, "Myriad Moon's real name is Dai Miaoshu, and she used to be the 9th holy maiden of the Supreme Sacred Sect. Only a month ago he was falsely accused of treason for offending the first holy maiden. The evidence witnesses were skillfully arranged, and Mythical Moon was unable to defend herself. Fortunately, there were 100 ways for the master to return to the world, which did not lose his life. However, he was also expelled from the clan and ordered to atone for his sins for 5 years before he could regain his freedom. All of this once you check it out. Oh? In that case, you are not only innocent, but a poor fallen man." Fish Cixien asked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. His expression was a bit eerie. Myriad Moon frowned slightly and looked at Fish Cixien strangely, then slowly nodded her head. "That's true. Miaoyue also knows that she is suspected of a great deal, and will not be able to escape some prison. But Myriad Moon didn't mind. Compared to this kind of shameful thing and shameful place, the prison would be quite peaceful instead. The Fish Guardian Lord can take his time to investigate, and when he has the results, it is not too late to release Myriad Moon." "You're looking away." Fish Cixien guffawed, and then his face was violently cold, with murderous intent in his eyes. "To say that your most holy sect is really willing to give up, in order to insert you into the imperial palace to plot against His Majesty, you are willing to give up thousands of human lives, and give up the most holy sect's great foundation that has been painstakingly operated for hundreds of years in the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. And you're really good enough to disguise it." Myriad Moon blinked in shock, but after a few breaths, she let out a helpless, bitter smile. "Master Fishguard, do you think this kind of trial and error can be meaningful to Myriad Moon? What's more, using the supreme sacred sect's underpinnings that have been painstakingly accumulated for hundreds of years in the Great Zhou, as well as the dark lines that it has mastered as a price, as a way to send a person into the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. It's impossible for even a fool to believe such whimsical things, isn't it? Yet this is exactly why we have to sigh and even admire the person in charge of the Supreme Sacred Palace, breaking the rules and masking the possible with the impossible. His heart and ruthlessness are far beyond what ordinary people can think." Fish Cicien's words were full of emotion, but his eyes were full of mockery. "Fish Guardian Lord, this matter, however, if one thinks a little deeper, one can find that there are many loopholes. For example, although Myriad Moon was innocent, she ultimately had the additional title of a Puritan. With such a title in place, how could Myriad Moon enter the Imperial Palace? What's more, even if Myriad Moon is able to enter the Imperial Palace, with Myriad Moon's cultivation at the 8 Gates realm, what can she do? The 8 Gate realm? Oh yeah? Fish Cixien spoke softly, looking to his slender, well-proportioned palm. "My Great Zhou's ears and eyes are indeed limited in the Supreme Sacred Sect, and it's also difficult to detect top-secret information about major events such as these. But you have all forgotten one thing: this is the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the place where our majesty personally sits. The dragon's might is not to be offended, and anyone who dares to offend will be executed. As the words fell, Fish Cicien drew his palm and drew his sword, slashing out a terrifying fluctuation that wanted to shake the aloe house. That fluctuation caused 100 knives to roar in unison, and it was clearly blade intent. Myriad Moon's face finally changed drastically, and with a flick of her wrist, a soft sword had appeared in her palm. The sword moved, and 1,000 swords trembled. Blade intent and sword intent collided halfway, the terrifying aftershocks spreading in all directions, shooting the entire Aloha building full of holes. Splattered cinders rushed in all directions, injuring nearly 100. There were also some unlucky ones that were directly torn off half of their bodies. Fortunately, the two protagonists who had caused all this had rushed up into the sky to a mid-air confrontation. How exactly do you guys know that? Myriad Moon's face was incomparably unsightly as she looked at the opposite side of Fish Cicien, who was also at the Dragon Gate realm. She didn't think that the guard masters of a mere East factory in the Great Zhou district were all in the Dragon Gate realm, and even more so, she couldn't figure out the reason for her exposure. For the sake of controlling Wu Ji and probing out the cause of a series of bizarre changes in the Great Zhou from Wu Ji, they, the Supreme Sacred Sect, had given up and sacrificed a lot of things. And the number of people who knew about it, plus her, totaled only 5. As she thought about it, she couldn't think of a single one that had the potential to leak. Want to know? Go ask the true Yama. Fish Cicien snorted and attacked fiercely. He could already tell that Myriad Moon's Dragon Gate realm cultivation had quite a bit of water in it, and should have been obtained through a weird shortcut. As for how one would know about Myriad Moon's problem, that was naturally instructed by the Emperor himself. If not, they would not have been able to find out Myriad Moon's roots. The terrifying fluctuations in the sky above the Chongfeng hooker attracted the attention of countless people, but no one dared to get close, and could only watch from afar in disbelief. Because the East Chamber's soldiers have blocked off the surrounding streets and are escorting people of all colors to the prison. At a certain point, the fluctuations stopped and a hasty cry followed. Wait, Lord Fishguard, spare my life. I am willing to return to Great Zhou. I am willing to serve Great Zhou. I am right, doesn't he, the Great Zhou Emperor, like beauty? I'm also a great beauty on one side. I can serve the Great Zhou Emperor well. Lord Fishguard, and spare me. The sword comes out, the head falls, the intention moves, the soul is destroyed. Yu Cicien slowly withdrew his sword and returned it to its sheath, with sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. Want to serve His Majesty? Are you worthy? Chapter 91, The Bloodless Sailor Race. Night, Moon, and Stars. The eastern part of the First Heaven, the territory of the Shark clan. The sharks are fish-tailed, and are divided into many groups based on whether they have a head or wings and the type of tail they have. The head wingers, i.e. the fleshy wings that are born on either side of the head and are shaped like bat wings. As for the type of fishtail, it is taken to distinguish between the major categories, such as the mass shark with an unusual tail, such as the tiger shark with a shark tail, such as the tentacle shark with an octopus tail, and so on. Among them, the head-wing sharks are the rarest and have the strongest fighting talent, so they are the most honored and are the royal family of the shark race. The mass sharks are the main force of the shark race, while the other non-mass groups are the most ferocious and are the elite fighting force of the shark race. Sharks originally survived in the deep-sea islands and under the sea, but the sea beasts in the sea is dense, everywhere dangerous, so the shark's young children have a very low survival rate. The overall number has been very rare. Until thousands of years ago, the shark race put everything they had into a bloody battle with the human race on the east coast of the continent for decades, and scattered in the coastal waters constantly attacking and plundering human ships, which made the human race retreat, and was able to seize a side of the land of survival. As a result, the number of sharks has been able to rise. However, a long and stable life also let the shark race warlike blood cut half, although the amount of people but may not still have thousands of years ago the style. For thousands of years, the human race and the shark race had always maintained an invisible tacit understanding. Practices such as the strongest of the human race capturing the sharks as slaves in small increments, and the shark race crossing the border to capture the human race for food have also occurred from time to time, but the two sides have never started a great war of more than 10,000 people because of this. It was also because of this habitual cognizance that made the army of the sharks placed at the border very lazy. And this soon turned into a bloody tragedy. Shire River. As a natural dividing line between them and the Western human race, The 2 million troops of the sailor race arranged on the western front were all aligned along the eastern bank of the Shile River. Only, most of the sharks had not stayed in the barracks, but had dipped into the Shire River. Although they could survive away from the waters for 10 days after reaching the third order, and could even manifest human legs to walk after reaching the fourth order, their natural desire for water still made them more than happy to be close to the waters. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Looking at the surface of the river that suddenly began to tremble lightly, as well as a ripple that seemed to spread out like a fish spitting out bubbles, a tiger shark that had just wanted to jump into the river could not help but froze, revealing a strange color in his eyes. Just as he was about to call out and ask, the river began to splash and a head with messy, weird hair color kept popping up. What's wrong? Who's fooling around? What happened? There was a cacophony of voices, almost all of them confused and questioning. It was at this moment that the sound of a sharp conch suddenly rang out from the watchtower of the rear barracks. Hearing this voice, all the sharks immediately changed their faces and looked towards the dark west in disbelief. The sound of the conch was clearly an alarm of an incoming strong enemy, but many of the sharks were a bit confused. How could the Great Shang Empire in the west move against them at this time when there was clearly a great deal of civil unrest? And for thousands of years, the human race had never had a large-scale war with them. It was almost a convention. And now that the human race has brazenly sent troops, are they trying to tear up the agreement? Deep in the land of the sharks, in addition to have traveled to the sea to hunt sea beasts, simply have not experienced large-scale battle, so the face of such a shocking change for a time actually some uncertainty do not know what to do. Just then, an incomparably dense fire suddenly appeared in the western sky. Those flames were like stars in the sky, and like a terrifying meteorite rain that was swooping madly towards the vicinity of the Shire River. After a moment of shock, some of the sharks finally reacted and began scrambling out of the river, running in the direction of the rear barracks. The grease in the body of a shark is extremely easy to ignite, and once covered in fire, it is almost difficult for those with low strength to escape. The Shile River is only a medium river, the width and depth are very limited. Once the other party used the spiritual fire oil that melts water, they will only be reduced to charred fish to be roasted in it. The river, after all, was not a sea, not to mention that the amount of water in the Shire River was also very limited, and could not extinguish a large amount of spirit fire oil. The sharks frantically pushed and shoved their way to the shore to run away, but with 700,000 to 800,000 sharks crowded in the long but narrow river, how could they escape so easily? After more than 10 breaths, the roiling fire vectors finally arrived and rained down. In that instant, clusters of fire tainted into the river, dotting the surface of the river with the dense firelight of lotus lamps. There were even quite a few fire vectors that shot directly into the crowded sharks, triggering a series of miserable screams while also blooming brightly like human fireworks. The grease in the shark's body burns on fire and quickly splatters onto its nearer companions, starting a larger, denser ball of fire. During the process, there were constantly sharks drumming up their full strength, stimulating the scale armor hidden within their bodies, covering their bodies like protective armor. But with the fire blazing and the fire vectors coming in wave after wave one after another, there were still a steady stream of sharks being pierced through the scaled guards. At the same time, along with a light tremor in the ground, a large open fire, fast-charging army appeared on the western horizon. Undoubtedly, those who came from the west and launched a sudden attack were the army led by Su Li. In the middle of the battle formation that stretched from north to south and had a line tens of miles long, a cavalry was stepping forward in small, unhurried steps. And hundreds of feet above, Su Li was expressionlessly scanning the entire section of the battlefront. Upon realizing that a long fire dragon was gradually covering the Shile River, Su Li's eyes flickered slightly before he swept down and sat firmly on the back of the Ninth Order Horse King. Pass the order. March at full speed and head straight to where the Shark Imperial Clan's residence is located. If you encounter enemy troops during this period, just run over them. No fighting. Nah. Shile River battle, the sharks have not yet formally fought with the enemy, will lose nearly half. Under the morale of the big drop, the remaining half of the rout, the resistance was also quickly strangled. As time slowly passed, the originally peaceful and quiet territory of the shark race gradually turned into a pot of boiling water. The news of the defeat at the front line and the fleeing routed soldiers disorganized the hearts of the people, so much so that the sharks fled like crazy, and almost very few of them took the initiative to meet the enemy and reject the enemy. And the great Zhou foot soldiers were just following along unhurriedly. The 3 million strong army was like an iron net, driving all the shark races to keep fleeing eastward. The eastern coastal region, the royal residence of the Shark clan. 3 days. In just 3 days, nearly half of the territory was lost? Are they all stupid pigs? The sailor emperor, Net Yen, roared in anger and shattered the 37th piece of coral drinking set. My emperor rests his anger. The Western tribesmen lacked fighting and have long since lost their bloodlust. Coupled with the fact that there are few waters in the West, which is unfavorable for our clan to fight in, the route is reasonable. The immediate priority should be to urgently order all the tribesmen to withdraw to the coast, and then rely on the ocean to deal a painful blow to the enemy. It is extremely rare for my clan to have tens of millions of people today, so we must not allow them to be scattered and crushed and slaughtered. A head-winged shark spoke out in admonishment, and after the words, another tentacled shark followed. Good, my emperor, in fact, this matter is not so bad. Thousands of years of peace and stability had made most of the tribesmen forget the honor of fighting, lose the experience of fighting, and lack the bloodiness to dare to fight. If we can use this battle to reawaken the warlike spirit of our people, we might be able to make our clan go further. If my clan is able to take most of the eastern coastal land of the First Heaven, it will definitely be able to keep growing. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Facing a mere 3 million human armies and having to flee in fear and defeat. How dare you say that? The one who spoke was an extremely large tiger shark, and after glaring at the first two sharks, the tiger shark clasped his fist towards Net Yen. My emperor, I would like to lead the 300,000 tiger shark army to attack and crush the insidious and despicable human army. Shu, your mission should be to exterminate the 100,000 human cavalry, not to stare at the human foot soldiers. In these 3 days, that cavalry of the human race had already routed nearly 1 million troops, and the process was quite easy. This shows that its battle power and equipment are very extraordinary. The Tiger Shark Army is one of our Emperor's 3 personal armies. How can it act recklessly without regard for our Emperor's safety? After hearing the chiding of a pale-headed winged shark at the top, Shu shrunk his neck, but he did not dare to speak again. After pondering for a long time with a sullen face, Net Yen slowly raised his head. Good. Then, as the ministers have said, order all the tribesmen to withdraw to the coastal area. As for the Tiger Shark Army, let's go out of the city to wait for the opposing cavalry after some preparation. Remember that human cavalry must be dryly exterminated. Yes, sir. A fleet of more than 300 ships was traveling at a slow pace on the wind and thundering, choppy sea. Report. General, traces of the Shark Clan's Imperial Wave Army have been found. On a huge warship with 5 decks and over 100 feet long, Mu Wuha was sensing the changes in the weather of this area of the sea with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this report, Mu Wuha's expression moved slightly, but he did not open his eyes. Speak. Yes, the Royal Wave Army is 10 miles away in the west, and judging by the number of soldiers and sea beasts they control, they are around 200,000, so they should be all of them. Order the second detachment of the fleet to move to an ambush 9 miles to the northwest, taking care to stay away from the island, where dark currents capable of strangling 8th-order sea beasts will soon arise. Order the fleet of this formation to set up an ambush 5 miles to the north, taking care to rely on Greenstone Island for cover so as not to be detected in advance. Order the third detachment of the fleet to go to the provocation and lure, and when successful, withdraw to the northeast to draw the Sailor Sentinel Wave Army into the ambush circle of the undercurrent. Gotcha! When the messenger left, Mu Wuha slowly opened his eyes, then got up and walked out of the cabin, looking out to the sea that gradually filled with rain and fog, his gaze ghostly. The Royal Wave Army was one of the 3 most elite armies of the shark race. This army fought in the sea all year round, and each member had tamed a sea beast. Their battle strength was quite extraordinary. Though with the strength of the Miho fleet and the power of the battleship weapons, the opponent could be crushed from the front as well. But this was his first battle, the first battle of the Sansho fleet, and he wanted to win it nice and clean. Only then would he be able to stand up to the Emperor's reliance and trust, and be able to plug the mouths of certain people so that those rumors would not be broken. Chapter 92 Snow Eagle Army, Xie Zhuangji's Farsightedness. In the northern part of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty. In the bleak night sky, the 200,000-strong army was divided into 4 clusters hidden above the rolling overcast clouds. This is a Pegasus cavalry armed to the teeth, and the military discipline is extremely strict, in addition to the whistling sound of the wind, without making the slightest sound. Yin Xian Yuan straddled the back of the 9th Order Pegasus King and scanned below the gloomy clouds with an expressionless face. Although the Snow Eagle Dynasty is an imperial dynasty because of the existence of a sharp weapon, It is the two great imperial dynasties of Dashang and Guyuan do not dare to easily infringe. This sharp weapon is the Snow Eagle Army. There are 3 huge habitats of snow eagles in the territory of Snow Eagle Dynasty. Those snow eagles, although they are barren beasts, but since the beginning of the Snow Eagle Dynasty's establishment, they have established a contract with the Snow Eagle royal family, promising to provide some of the snow eagles to help the Snow Eagle Dynasty to set up the Snow Eagle's army. The Snow Eagle is an extremely ferocious and powerful class of flying avian beasts, and it seems that the 100,000 Pegasus army under his previous command did not dare to confront the 50,000 Snow Eagle army head on at high altitude. Because those Pegasus, even if they were 1 rank higher than the Snow Eagles, could not be a match for the Snow Eagles, and they would be frightened and run amok. It was very likely that his Pegasus army had already weakened by nearly half of its combat strength before the two sides had even officially started fighting. Right now, the Snow Eagle Dynasty had a total of 150,000 Snow Eagle army, of which 50,000 of them were the Forbidden Snow Eagle Army, which was one of the 3 major cards of the Snow Eagle Dynasty. As for the other 100,000 Snow Eagles, they were scattered in 10,000 units throughout the army. Right now, it was the 50,000 Forbidden Snow Eagle Army that he was guarding. If it was before, knowing that the Forbidden Snow Eagle Army was coming, he would definitely lead his army to flee far away, or descend to the ground to hide. But times are different now. Right now he is under the command of 200,000 pseudo-flying army mounts, although also is the flying horse. But this flying horse is not the other flying horse. This kind of flying horse is called the bird of prey flying horse. As the name suggests, it is a flying horse that specializes in hunting flying birds. Bird of prey Pegasus body contains a faint dragon power, although very faint, but under the 10,000 horse neighing, but also can make the 10,000 birds trembling. Fighting spirit is greatly lost. What's more, the knights who are actually fighting in the main battle are no match for yesterday. As for why he was able to know the dynamics of the Forbidden Snow Eagle Army and set up an ambush in advance, it was naturally the news that came from the secret spies of the Sea Factory Palace. He wasn't sure how the secret spies of the Sea Factory Palace had gotten this extremely secret information, and he didn't dare to look deeper. Anyway, from this he also made one thing clear, how terrifying the ears and eyes of the Sea Factory Palace really are, which also warned him not to dare to have a dangerous mind to. Report. General. 3 of the 5 road armies have completed their mission and taken the designated target. But the left one and the right 2 are still in a fierce battle, and the report is expected to take another 3 hours. Upon hearing the report from the messenger soldier, Yin Xian Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold color flashed in his eyes. He knew very well why the emperor wanted to pull out the Dashang army without integrating it. It was to weed out the bad and choose the good, and to remove the treacherous and keep the loyal. 30% of the old Dashang troops understood the times and knew when to advance or retreat, and wisely chose to offer their loyalty to the Great Zhou at the very beginning. 50% are in the middle, hesitant and wavering, and can only go along with the flow with the unstable loyalty of the businessmen, wanting to wait for the situation to become clearer before making plans. As for the last remaining 20%, they were either true diehards of the Great Shang dynasty or ambitious ones. And the reason why this big battle is pulling out most of the main battle army of the Big Shang is to take the hand of the battlefield to eliminate those 2 adults and deter those 5 adults. He knew exactly what was in the emperor's mind, and thus the tasks arranged for those 2 adults were all in the extremely difficult category. During the process, even if they were able to win and survive, I'm afraid that they would die because of the chaotic battle, or because of the assassination or poisoning of the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty. As for the soldiers, most of them were supporters of the various generals, and a few were naturally innocent, but whether or not they could survive the brutal battle could only depend on their own destiny. As harsh as this is the reality, and no ruler can allow those with a different heart to be at ease, or even to rise to the top of the ladder. For the consequence of that would be nothing but trouble for himself and mischief for his royal subjects. Poor thing, those 20 adults don't even know they've been targeted and are on the list for certain death. After this battle, the restless elements hidden in the Great Shang army would surely be weeded out for the most part. I just wonder what the outlook will be for the rest of the army. Perhaps the strong have a chance to continue in the military, but those who are weak are afraid that they can only disarm and return to the field. This was because he had heard that Master of Guards of the East Chamber reveal that Great Zhou was going to follow the inevitable route of elite soldiers, and that it was impossible to provide for a large number of soldiers. This can be seen a little bit from the 5 major legions of Great Zhou today. Pass on my general's order. Within half an hour, the passes and cities attacked by the 1st left and 2nd right must be taken. If you don't, you'll be executed. Pass the order again. All ministries must accomplish their objectives in accordance with the established mission deadlines. and this battle will be fought without regard to losses. Whoever fails to complete the mission will have his head chopped off. This is a military order. Nah! 2/4 of an hour later, the sound of the wind suddenly rose, and the flow of air became clearly disorganized. And 100 feet below the clouds, a team mixed with black and white also appeared. It was the same flying cavalry, only the mounts were not horse-like, but large eagles of frightening size. Those eagle bodies were snow-white in color, with a wingspan of between 2 and 3 feet, and almost all parts of their bodies were protected by dense scale armor. Their eyes were ferocious and vicious, and the claws under their bellies shone with a cold, hard metallic luster, giving them an indestructible feeling. As for the riders on their backs, they were covered in armor and armed like tin cans. These knights had white feathers running across the tops of their armor, both to echo the color of the snow eagles and to indicate the identity of the forbidden guards. They had huge bows in their hands, sharp blades at their waists, and throwing spears as well as various bottles and jars strapped to the backs of the statues on either side. Yin Xian Yuan grinned a wordless smile, gripping the precious bow in his hand and waiting quietly, until after more than 100 breaths, he roared violently. Shoot! With the fall of the word shoot, the 100,000 Suda flying troops in front did not hesitate to fiercely throw sharp spears downwards, while the 100,000 Suda flying troops in the rear loosened their drawn bowstrings. In that instant, the mournful air-breaking sound was like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, and the dense sharp spears and arrows were like a downpour of rain, interspersed with fatal rattles penetrating into the array of the Snow Eagle's army. Miserable screams rose suddenly, and angry roars went on and on. The Snow Eagle's forbidden guard's armor was obviously very thick, but it was almost difficult to bring effective defense. Obviously, this is a result of the difference in strength and equipment level. As for those Snow Eagles, their vitality was much more tenacious, but they couldn't stop dozens or hundreds of sharp arrows and throwing spears from running through them. Under a round of projectiles, this Snow Eagle dynasty's base army unexpectedly directly lost nearly 10,000 people, and the others were more or less injured. This is only a small appetizer. The Suda flying army can project more than just one round. The air-breaking sound that wanted to shatter the eardrums resounded continuously, and the forbidden Snow Eagle army gradually formed an effective defense formation and pulled up the distance while gritting their teeth to bear the huge losses. But as 10,000 horses neigh and an invisible fluctuation sweeps out from the night sky, those Snow Eagles, however, look like they have seen the most terrifying natural enemy, shrieking and burying their heads in a chaotic rush. There were even some timid ones that were so scared that their bodies stiffened and fell straight down towards the bottom. With just this one move, the forbidden Snow Eagle army's formation was instantly thrown into disarray. Attack! Another loud bellow sounded the call for a general attack, and sounded the prelude to the overthrow of the forbidden Snow Eagles. Southern part of the Snow Sculpture Dynasty. On the crumbling city gate building, Xie Zhuangji stepped forward from the empty space of a corpse, his eyes indifferent. This was already the 7th city that the main force of the Middle Road under his leadership had conquered. In one night, the rate of 500,000 troops to break through the Wangnan Pass, even down 7 cities, this kind of performance, if it is placed on others, will certainly be excited and difficult to restrain themselves. But he will not, because he is Xie Zhuangji, because he is leading the Xuanwu Legion, of which there are 200,000 of them are the Northern Province Army. Attacking a party's imperial dynasty with such a 500,000 strong army, and in some cities and pools there were also inner curators. If he still couldn't achieve such feats, then he would be embarrassed to meet people. Report. Greetings to the General. General Pegasus has completely annihilated the forbidden Snow Eagle army, and the 5 armies under his command are rapidly advancing according to the established plan. Everything is in order, and for the time being, they haven't encountered any difficult bones to gnaw on. Oh! Xie Zhuangji's eyebrows raised slightly, a small surprise appearing in his eyes. It seems that General Pegasus is a smart man, so it's good that I'm afraid of running into a two-faced, greasy-headed ghost. Continue to keep an eye on it, and if there is any movement, report it immediately. Nah! After the messenger soldiers retreated, Xie Zhuangji came to the battlements of the wall with his hands on his head, looking out over the messy corpses left outside the city as they killed each other in their haste to flee for their lives. How's it going on the left and right? After a few breaths of silence, Xie Zhuangji suddenly asked a question. Back to General, everything is normal. If the situation continues like this, within 5 days, the main force of our army will be gathered before the Snow Eagle dynasty. Within 10 days, we will be able to take the entire territory of the Snow Eagles. Behind him, An adjutant general responded with an agitated expression and clasped his fists. Xie Zhuangji let out a light laugh, non-committal. That vice-general was a bit strange, but after thinking for a while he suddenly realized something. General is worried about the ancient Yuan dynasty? Xie Zhuangji nodded, then shook his head. It's not a worry, it's a necessity. Once the ancient Yuan imperial dynasty realizes that the Snow Eagle imperial dynasty is in danger of being overthrown, they will definitely send a large army to interfere. Speaking of this, Xie Zhuangji however let out a cold laugh, pressing his palm against the wall stack, his 5 fingers slowly exerting force, pinching out deep indentations. However, they won't be able to enter the Snow Eagle dynasty. The vice-general could not help but stare, frowning in thought for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the general has asked General Ma Yu to lead the Western Liang Iron Cavalry all the way straight to the northern border of the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty, while blocking the army of the ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty? He had been struck by the fact that no news had ever been received of that cavalry of Mikoshi's. And now that he thought about it, it must be that Marshal Xie had made an early arrangement to have Ma Yu go to the north to intercept the intervening army that the ancient Yuan dynasty was likely to send out. Unexpectedly, Xie Zhuangji shook his head once again. No, not blocking, but active offense. Chapter 93. The princesses of the lady do not resent the last general. Active offense? The lieutenant general's eyes widened in dismay. Not bad. Right now, the ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty is sitting back and watching our army attack the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty, and in their minds, these few days are naturally the time when the southern border of the ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty is the most peaceful. They would never have imagined that our army would go all the way from the south straight through to the north and take the initiative to attack them. Therefore, this is the time when they are most relaxed. If the Western Liang Iron Cavalry kills out at this juncture, there is at least an 80% chance that it will defeat the southern guarding army of the ancient Yuan Dynasty. At that time, what the ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty needs to consider is how to retake its own barrier, rather than raising an army to step into the Snow Eagle Imperial Dynasty and obstruct our army's attack. Looking at Xie Zhuangji, whose vicissitudes of the eyes were glittering with essence, the vice-general was filled with admiration. This kind of bold action was something that even he had never imagined. But, General, His Majesty's decree is only for us to take down the Snow Eagle Dynasty, right? If we rashly go to war with the ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty, and then trigger an all-out war with the ancient Yuan Imperial Dynasty at that time, will it not be good to explain to His Majesty? You don't understand, my Great Zhou's full-scale war has actually begun. The difference only lies in being active and passive. So that's not something to be concerned about. Xie Zhuangji shook his head and looked to the west as he spoke. Compared to the ancient Yuan Dynasty, this general is more worried about the domain of disorder and the Quicksand clan. Because these two parties are the most difficult to spy on, it is difficult to map out their posture and trajectory. As the words fell, Xie Zhuangji pondered for a long time before fiercely ordering. Pass on my marshal's order. Order the 600,000 troops on the left road to split 300,000 troops to set up towards the western border after taking Qilan City. Facing the border area between the domain of disorder and the Quicksand clan, each of them should be configured with 150,000 troops, of which when each of them has 50,000 northern troops. Tell them that if these two parties attack, they must be guarded tightly and must never be allowed to take half a step across the borderline. Gotcha. Daki Dynasty. The Imperial Palace. Qi Zifeng slowly stroked the Lingnan armrests of the imperial throne. His eyes swept across the empty and silent hall. His eyes became hollow and confused. Even his mighty stance suddenly looked like it had soaked into a cold pool, thin, sluggish and lonely. Tread, tread. 2 footsteps sounded, one heavy and oppressive, as if carrying a huge mountain. A course that is unhurried, neutral and calm, like a regular person hanging out. My emperor. The bitter, hoarse call pulled Qi Zifeng back from his disorientation, and Qi Zifeng glanced at the outgoing Ma Yuan and ignored it, instead looking at Di Rong who was beside Ma Yuan. So, Mr. Dietrich's son, that's what you call an elite that can fight 1 for 10? Qi Zifeng looked askance at Di Rong dryly out, his eyes mocking. Di Rong was slightly silent, then said expressionlessly, Your Imperial Highness, once that 500,000 strong army actually becomes an army, it can naturally be used as a 1 for 10. However, their training period was only a few days, and they had not yet familiarized themselves with the equipment and their own strength, nor had they had time to rehearse the military formation. In that case, at best, it could only be considered 1 against 2 or 3. While the great battle was going on, Di had been secretly observing it. The flourishing of the military might of the Great Zhou is greatly unexpected by Di Mao. Especially the 500,000 soldiers, honestly, just from the cooperation, fighting spirit, even in the upper Di Mao seldom seen this kind of elite army. Not to mention, their strength and equipment was even stronger than the 500,000 underlying armies. Therefore, Mr. Di counts himself responsible for the defeat in this battle. Speaking here, Di Rong gave a slight beat. Then his tone changed and said, "However, now that it has come to this, it is useless to think of anything else. On the northeastern front, although Daki's army can still barely hold on, and even counter-pressure those old Jinhai dynasty troops to fight, but on the main battlefront, Daki has been completely routed. There was no doubt that the destruction of the Great Qi was at hand, and even if a great power descended, it was feared that there would be no way back. So, Your Majesty had better hurry up and arrange a retreat. At the very least, the core bloodline of Daki should be preserved." Qi Zifeng snorted, already disheartened. He placed all his expectations on Di Rong's body, and for this reason he did not hesitate to bite down all the humiliation with hatred. But the feedback he got from the other side made him hate it. Now, at this point, what's the use of escaping? What was the point of him, the emperor, continuing to live without the miles and mountains of Qi and the vastness of his people? Seemingly seeing Qi Zifeng's disheveled and hidden death wish, Di Rong frowned slightly. Regarding the connection between the Qi royal family and the one above, he did not tell Qi Zifeng. But no matter what, the Daki royal family must not perish. If not, he would certainly be a dead man. There is no need for Your Majesty to be like this. Even though we lost this battle, Mr. Di has a way to bring back Daki, and can even help Your Majesty promote Daki to an imperial dynasty and become the most powerful kingdom in the first heaven. But it all takes time. It will take time for me to recover my strength, and it will also take time to exterminate Great Zhou. But it won't be long, 3 months at most, and the emperor will be able to repeat the glory of Great Qi. Qi Zifeng's dead eyes moved slightly, but they quickly turned gray again, followed by a self-deprecating smile. "Oh, Mr. Di, having come to this point, what else do you want to do with the help of me? My country is about to die. My people." Saying that, Qi Zifeng pointed at the empty hall and spat out in grief. "Also gone. And now I am truly alone. What else do you want through me?" Looking at the somewhat nervous Qi Zifeng, Di Rong was filled with helplessness. After a slight hesitation, Di Rong sighed softly and still decided to tell the reason. "If not, Qi Zifeng will lose his life if he is bent on death. Your Imperial Highness, truth be told, Mr. Di was actually entrusted by a great man to bless the Qi royal family and to help Qi become the overlord of the first heaven. There was an inextricable link between that great man and the Daki royal family. Di can only say so much, the rest cannot be described in detail. I hope that the emperor understands. In fact, these Ma commander also overheard some of them. Only by Di Mao's use of some means, he was unable to speak out with his Imperial Highness." Qi Zifeng's lowered eyelashes instantly raised, and his pupils instantly dilated as he glared at Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan pointed to his mouth while nodding heavily with an affirmative look in his eyes. Qi Zifeng froze, and after a long time he suddenly ho-ho-ho giggled. The giggle then turned to a guffaw, straight to the point of tears. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. So this is a twist, a twist, a twist, a twist? Ha ha ha. But it turns out, my Qi family, there is actually a big man on the top." Qi Zifeng laughed as he spoke, on the verge of getting a little sidetracked. The ever-changing expression was incomparably wonderful, and it was unknown how Qi Zifeng's inner activities were changing at this time. This kind of crazy laughter had lasted for more than 100 breaths before it slowly stopped, and Qi Zifeng's eyes gradually lowered. "Good. Then I, for the time being, will live on." After speaking towards Di Rong, Qi Zifeng looked towards Ma Yuan again. "Secretary Ma, I'll give you an errand. Make sure you do it well for me." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will be meticulous." Ma Yuan clasped his fists heavily, his eyes firm. "I want you to personally send all the concubines and imperial daughters in the palace on their way. Not a single one is to be left out. After these, you will lead the heart of the guards to escort a group of royal children from the palace secret passage. Escape it. Out of the secret passage, each camouflage scattered, can live one is won it. As for the crown prince, the 3rd, 7th, 15th, and 16th princes, they will follow me out." Ma Yuan's body immediately trembled, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. He wanted to open his mouth to advise, but after his mouth opened, he still couldn't say anything to dissuade him. because he knew exactly why the emperor had arranged this. My lord, obey. Well, there you go. But if the minister leaves, your safety and security, your majesty. Don't worry, I have my own way back. Qi Zifeng casually waved his hand. Ma Yuan bit his lip and left with tears in his eyes after giving a solemn salute. Is it safe to evacuate the passage and hide out for the emperor? Do you need Mr. D to escort you? Although Mr. D can't change the big picture, it won't be hard to save the life of the imperial master. After a moment of silence, Di Rong spoke up to break the silence. Qi Zifeng shook his head and indifferently said, No need, this road is safe. And where does Mr. D intend to go? Mr. D will be heading to the Great Zhou imperial capital to resolve his mission. Di Rong did not hide it and spoke softly. Mission? Qi Zifeng muttered, then got up and left. Then may I wish you, sir, and me, good luck in your respective ways. Half an hour later, the Huan Yuan Hall of the Daqi harem. Huan Yuan Hall is the hall where the emperors of the Daki dynasty gather with all their concubines and heirs on New Year's Eve to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. It was therefore a place that many concubines longed for, as they might not have the opportunity to see the emperor for an entire year. And on that day and in that place, it will potentially be the turning point of their destiny. It was just that today's Huan Yuan Hall was obviously a little bit different. A group of concubines and imperial daughters were forcibly brought here to gather, and they did not have any sense of anticipation, but instead everyone was frightened and uneasy. Commander Ma, why did the emperor gather us together? A noble consort boldly asked out to the gloomy-faced Ma Yuan. Just like the sculpture standing with his head bowed, Ma Yuan was awakened, and after looking at the noble consort, he suddenly walked to the door of the hall and knelt down to give a long bow. Ladies and princesses on the way to the Yellow Springs, I hope you won't resent the last general. The concubines and princesses that filled the hall suddenly trembled, their faces pale. Commander Ma, you don't want to scare us. You! Ma Yuan, you're big enough to have guts. Do you want to rebel? Ma Yuan, you white-eyed wolf. How dare you plot to kill and maim the entire harem? How dare you? Asshole! The emperor will definitely not let you go. Greeting the ear-piercing sound of scolding and reprimanding, Ma Yuan slowly got up with an expressionless face. Ladies and princesses, when it comes down to it, there is no need to deceive yourself and others. You should know very well why the end of the line acted as it did. I only hope that all the ladies and princesses will go on their way without fear, and that the emperor will avenge you. As the words fell, Ma Yuan waved his hand expressionlessly. Chapter 94 Qi Zifeng. This palace has been waiting for you for a long time. Behind the curtains on both sides, a group of hidden forbidden guards stepped out with expressionless faces. One half of them held a white silk capable of imprisoning cultivation, while the other half carried a plate with a wine pot and a wine cup on it. By this point, all the concubines and princesses were completely flustered. Commander Ma, please, let us go, we're not guilty. Commander Ma, I don't want to die. Is the imperial master worried that we will be reduced to playthings for the great Zhou emperor? No, there's actually no need to do that. I can destroy my face, in which case the great Zhou emperor will definitely not be the least bit interested. Yes, we could have disfigured our faces. We could have kept our chastity for his majesty. Commander Ma, let me go. Oh, I'm still young. I can be a cow for you. I can even be a concubine for you. Commander Ma, I kowtow to you. Please give me a way out. However, no matter how much the concubines and princesses begged for mercy, Ma Yuan remained silent and motionless, like a stone. In desperation, some consorts and princesses began to rebel. Nay, although there were a few among them with notable strength, how could they contend with the heavily armed core elites of the Forbidden Guards? Time passed slowly, and the cries in the hall gradually became muffled until they disappeared completely. Ma Yuan silently scanned the corpses that filled the hall, and after confirming that he had not missed any, he once again bowed and made a bow, after which he left with heavy footsteps. In front of the palace where the secret passage was located, a prince was brought in. As for the personal eunuchs and palace maids of the various princes, they were all killed. There were also some forbidden guards hiding in the dark corners, mercilessly hunting all the human beasts that dared to approach. At the corner, two forbidden guards were staring at each other in silence and wordlessness while communicating with divine sense. This place has been set up with a formation that cuts off communication. It can't be connected to the outside world. What should we do? And now we only know that this secret passage leads to the Cold Wind Valley in the north of the city, but it is not yet possible to determine exactly where it leads to the Cold Wind Valley. Therefore, one more person is needed to continue to follow and get a bearing. Tell you what, you be the panther, I'll be the rabbit. It would be best if I could fool them, I could live and the message would get out. If it fails, there's no harm in it. Though I die, you won't incur suspicion. After entering the secret passage, there should be no more formation blockage, and then you will wait for the opportunity to spread the news. In that case, they won't be able to run away. No, you be the leopard. I'll be the rabbit. There is no need to argue, I still have brothers, but you are an only son. Well, go on. And beware of problems if you delay any longer. Good. Heavenly martial blessing. Heavenly martial blessing. The conversation ended, and while one man continued to stay where he was, the other ran off into the distance with great strides. Half an incense burner later, a dozen or so forbidden guards made their rounds here. Ho! The captain of the forbidden guards keenly caught the hint of a rattle around the corner and immediately gave a cold shout. The forbidden guards behind him drew their swords in unison and surrounded that corner warily. Before long, a scream rang out, and the rest of the forbidden guards who were encircling rushed to quicken their pace. Upon arriving at the field, he saw a body lying on the ground with angry eyes and dressed in the costume of a forbidden guard, while beside him, a forbidden guard with a bleeding left arm was gritting his teeth and cursing lowly while reaching out his hand to keep groping for the corpse's body. What's going on? The captain of the forbidden guards frowned and bellowed. The injured forbidden guard got up and said angrily through clenched teeth, I don't know whether this dog thief is a spy or not. Before I had the chance to ask a question, he even directly moved his sword at me without a word. No, in a moment of inadvertence, the bastard cut his left arm. Unable to, I had to slaughter him. The forbidden guard said as he handed out the cloth and silk he had felt from the body. Captain, take a look. Is there something wrong? After listening to the forbidden guard's narrative, the captain looked slightly relieved. He said why the battle ended so quickly, but it turned out to be this process. At this moment, a forbidden guard suddenly pointed at the corpse on the ground and shouted in surprise. Huh! Isn't that Du Xian from Squad C? Our people. The captain's brow wrinkled as he hurriedly spread out the cloth to examine it. Upon reading the words on it and about the exact location of the secret passage, the captain's face became even more somber. This asshole is really a spy. After gritting his teeth and cursing as he put the cloth away, the captain was about to cut off the corpse's head. The injured forbidden guard's pupils shrank, and his hand couldn't help but touch the hilt of his sword. It was at this moment that a whistle suddenly sounded in the distance. The captain's movements could not help but lurch, and after sheathing his sword, he turned around and walked away, while commanding, the muster whistle is sounding, so it looks like it's time to get going. So let's go. Yes. The group of forbidden guards were not allowed to do so and quickly left after answering the voice. Dozens of breaths later, the corpse on the ground quietly opened his eyes, and then a bone crawl up, hidden in the corner. He could not move until the forbidden secret guards who had broken his back had left, or he would die 9 deaths. East of the Daki Imperial Dynasty, Stacked Mountain, Ancient Yuko. Ancient Ghost Mouth is a cold pool waterfall, due to the rapid flow of water, watercolor black, water temperature throughout the year cold and bone-chilling, and is regarded as a mysterious gateway to communicate with the underworld. So it is called Ancient Ghost Mouth, ordinary people dare not close, is a remote place rarely visited by people. On this day, the weather was clear, the spirit birds were crispy, and the ancient specter mouth was quiet and peaceful as usual. However, a rumbling sound of breaking water suddenly rang out, breaking the tranquility. Only to see the lower part of the waterfall, there was a sampan-like spirit boat shooting out from the turbulent water curtain, and after following the inertia and rushing forward for more than 10 feet, it fell towards the surface of the cold pool. While on top of each spirit boat, there were about 10 people crowding around. All of these people were wearing black power suits, holding sharp blades, and some of them even carried sharp crossbows on their backs. Looking at their vigilant eyes and their athletic stance, it was clear that they were no ordinary guards. Right now, there were already more than 10 spirit boats breaking out of the curtain, and the warriors on the boats also leaped out of the spirit boats, either treading water, running to the cold pool around the alert, or scurrying into the air, scanning the surrounding area. At this moment, another spirit boat shot out. However, this spirit boat was golden yellow in color, and its shape was clearly different from other spirit boats, and the whole thing exuded a faint noble aura. And on top of the spirit boat were 6 people in different attire. Among them, the one surrounded in the center was a middle-aged man wearing a bucket hat and a silver robe. Beside the middle-aged man there was a white-faced, beardless old man standing with a bow. In front of and behind the two, there were 4 youths and young children with different demeanors. As this spirit boat landed on the surface of the cold pool, another 10 or so spirit boats rushed out right behind it. Only the crowd above is wearing the green color suit. Face and action also seems to be a little soft, less rigid air. Huang Tsana, it's been hard on you all these years. The silver-robed middle-aged man let out a sigh and raised his head to scan the surroundings, revealing an extremely ordinary face. Emperor, what is your lordship saying? This life of the old slave was originally your lordship's. What's more, you spared the old slave's life back then and granted him a second life. Besides, it's not at all bitter to do these things, and to create a peaceful and secluded place for his lordship. The old slave is only happy. The old man on the side bowed a little lower, and there was more than a little trepidation in his tone. Oh, originally just boredom out of a random step out of the idle chess, thinking of the big limit will come to the end of the day before going to raise old age. And yet where did I think that there would be a day when it would really come in handy quickly? The silver-robed middle-aged man smiled bitterly with a complex expression. The old man was slightly silent, then sighed softly and said, "Staying green is not a worry. Master, as long as you're around, there will always be a day when you get everything back. Taking it all back. Hopefully." The middle-aged man murmured, his eyes misty. It was at this moment that a euphonious low laughter suddenly rang out from the forest, filling the cold pool. Take back everything? Oh, I wonder, how do you want it back? Hearing this voice, everyone in the arena's face changed drastically. Those guards all sheathed their swords and crossbows, looking around vigilantly. The 40 or so of them who were closest to the golden spirit boat even rushed to form a human wall around them. Compared to the others, the middle-aged man's expression was even more bizarre. For not only was there a look of shock on his face, but there was confusion and trance in his eyes. Qi Zifeng, this palace has been waiting for you for a long time. As this voice fell, nearly 1,000 people suddenly rushed out from the lush forest around them. All of these people are wearing flat black veil hats, black chivalrous dresses and graceful physiques, and they are all obviously women. However, the aura that was revealed made everyone in the cold pool blush. It was because these black-skirted women, surprisingly, were all at the weakest in the 7-star realm, nearly 300 in the 8-gate realm, and dozens more in the 9 heavens realm. But that wasn't the end of it, because 3 more figures came stepping from the sky above the forest on 3 sides. That vast aura was actually all at the 9th level of the 9 heavens realm. Especially the one who came head-on gave a heart-stoppingly strong sense of oppression. It was just that compared to the simple fear of the others, the reaction of the silver-robed middle-aged man was even more drastic. One could only see that at this moment, not only was there a look of disbelief in his eyes, but there was also shame, hatred, and a maniacal rage. Under the strong change of emotions, his disguise also unconsciously disappeared, revealing his true colors. Looking at his appearance, he was none other than the Emperor of Daki Qi Zifeng. You! Why? Why? Qi Zifeng gritted his teeth with hatred, and blood kept roiling out of his teeth sockets. The manic bellowing was a shocking rage and killing intent. Why? The visitor laughed softly and repeated, removing the black veil on his head to cover up the surrounding hat, revealing a graceful and noble delicate face. The voluptuous appearance that seemed to come with an aristocratic aura, but it was none other than Luo Qingqing. Only, at this time, Luo Qingqing had long since ceased to be the empress of the Daki imperial dynasty, but was instead the deputy palace master of the 9 Spectres Palace of the Dezhou imperial dynasty, as well as the tiny consort of Dezhou Emperor Wu Ji. You sold this palace in the name of protecting the country, and you cruelly drowned your own blood and bones, and even caused Sheer to lose her life as well. Why, you say? Luo Qingqing looked down high on Qi Zifeng below, and although her words were biting, her eyes did not fluctuate. Qi Zifeng glared deathly at Luo Qingqing in the sky above, his nose puffing out rough air under his nose, his eyes wanting to spit fire even more. He had never thought to death that Luo Qingqing would personally bring someone to intercept him. He hadn't even considered that Luo Qingqing would rat on him, because this is only a short month and a few days past such a short period of time. Even if it is only a lowest consort, it should not be betrayed so completely, right? What's more, that great Zhou was her father's murderous enemy. Chapter 95, Playing with People's Heart. Luo Qingqing. I admit that I am indebted to you. But it's not so bad that you treat them like enemies and butcher knives because of it, is it? After a long silence, Qi Zifeng slowly spoke out. He will not admit fault because he is faultless. That was a choice he had to make as the king of a country. As the words fell, Qi Zifeng fiercely looked solemn and said with a solemn face, "You, come back and join me in seclusion. I promise that no one will find out, and it won't be long before the great Zhou is overthrown. By then, your blood feud will be avenged. Therefore, if you want to bend over backwards to win the favor and trust of that tyrant Wuji, you need not go any further. I promise you that after the destruction of Great Zhou and the restoration of Great Qi, you will still be the Empress of Great Qi. No one can replace you. Hee, interesting, it's all come to this point, but you're still thinking of compelling people." The corner of Luo Qingqing's mouth was slightly hooked, and her slanted eyes were filled with disdain. "The crime of my father's death was not in the Zhou, but in the war. But war can never be avoided in this world. It was my father's destiny to die on the battlefield, just like the thousands and thousands of soldiers who died on the battlefield. It's just a pity that my father died in battle for a greedy ruler like you. If you are able to ruthlessly cut yourself on top of the throne, the palace will still think highly of you. But at the moment, it seems that you are indeed a villain who covets his own life and power. It's a waste of time to talk nonsense with a villain like you." As the words fell, Luo Qingqing waved her arm flatly. In an instant, sharp blades broke through the air, sword awnings everywhere, and the terrifying fluctuations shook the deep, cold pool into a great flood of water. More than 200 palace guards and chamberlains resisted to the death, but the disparity in numbers and strength was too great, and they were soon strangled one by one. It was only when the old eunuch next to Qi Zifeng was also beheaded in battle, leaving only Qi Zifeng and the 4 imperial sons, that Luo Qingqing landed leisurely. Qi Zifeng looked at the pool full of corpses and shivered with anger. He also swept his eyes at the 4 imperial sons behind him who were pale and wobbly, glaring at Luo Qingqing with red eyes. "What exactly do you want me to do before you're willing to release me and the several imperial sons?" Luo Qingqing cocked her head and glanced at the 4 imperial princes before suddenly smiling wryly. "It's actually simple. Do you like doing multiple choice questions? Then this palace will let you do a multiple choice question as well." Saying that, Luo Qingqing put her left hand behind her back, her right hand pointed at Qi Zifeng, and then pointed at the 4 emperors, her demeanor leisurely. "Well, let's just ask you, the Emperor of Daki, to choose, and see if you want yourself to live or let the 4 emperors live. Wow, if this palace is not mistaken, one of them can still be the crown prince." Qi Zifeng's eyes instantly filled with blood, reaching out to point at Luo Qingqing, his chest heaving with anger. "You! What? Is this multiple choice question hard for you?" Luo Qingqing smiled lightly, like a man eating goblin. "You think about it, the opportunity the palace will only give it once." Qi Zifeng turned back violently, and this single action instantly scared the 4 emperors with a jolt, huddling together to take a step backwards in unison, a look of fear in their eyes. Qi Zifeng couldn't help but stare, and smiled to himself when he turned back. After more than 10 breaths of silence, Qi Zifeng took 2 steps forward and slowly drew his sword. "It's clear that you have no intention of sparing either of us." With that, Qi Zifeng took a deep breath and let out a deep drink. "Draw your swords. If the sons and daughters of the Qi family are to die, they should die with blood." Behind them, the 4 imperial princes glanced at each other, all somewhat hesitant. A few breaths later, a 5 or 6-year-old royal son clenched his teeth violently and drew the short sword from his waist. The remaining 3 emperors stiffened, but tremblingly followed suit and drew their swords. However, looking at that sword pointing towards the ground, shivering and trembling, he really didn't have a little bit of courage to fight. After Qi Zifeng saw the reactions of the 4 emperors through his divine sense, he could not help but see a flash of sadness in his eyes. You have to know that these 4 people are all sons and daughters that he is very optimistic about, and one of them is the crown prince. Could it be that he had protected them too much, not letting them experience bloody killings and training, and that was why they were so cowardly? It was just that, at this moment, he no longer had time to think about it in detail. Fixing his eyes on Luo Qingqing in front of him, Qi Zifeng looked heavy. She was originally only at the cultivation level of the 8th sect realm, so why had her cultivation soared to the 9th level of the 9 heavens realm after just a month had passed? Moreover, looking at the condensed and powerful aura, it was completely unlike it had been forcibly raised through a spirit elixir. What kind of hidden secrets are hidden in the great Zhou dynasty? For such a bizarre opponent, Could the One Heaven's coalition army that Di Rong was trying to stir up really be extinguished? Before you die, will you tell me how you came to this point? Do you think that it is possible for the palace to tell you? Luo Qingcheng spoke with a coquettish smile, but her words almost made Qi Zifeng spit out blood. It is said that a husband and wife are kind to each other for 100 days. How could he have met such a heartless woman? Then when I die, I can always find a place for me, Qi Zifeng said with a bitter face, and in the middle of his words, a flash of murderous intent violently flashed in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand slashed out viciously in a matter of moments. Boom! With an explosion, the water of the cold pool was stirred up dozens of feet high splash. The land outside the cold pool was even split out a black and ghostly, unknown how deep the fissure filled. The change happened too quickly, and by the time the others reacted, they saw Qi Zifeng already kneeling on the ground. While Luo Qingcheng was forming a palm with her right hand and pressing down on the top of Qi Zifeng's head. In her left hand she was grasping a lock of black broken hair, her expression clear and cold. A precious sword sealing a wisp of sword intent. Heh, interesting. As far as this palace knows, Daki doesn't have such a supreme treasure, right? I suppose this sword was given to you by that black-robed man. Qi Zifeng's eyes widened angrily, and the flesh on his face kept rolling, as if there were 7 or 8 round beads rolling under the flesh, which looked very horrifying. Oh, I forgot you can't talk like that. It's just that this broken sword is useless anyway. Luo Qingcheng sighed softly and casually kicked Qi Zifeng away after giving him a light tap on the top of his head. After that, lifting her foot and lightly stepping on it, she stepped on the sword that had almost taken her life and broke it within an inch of its life. I hate not being able to cut you with one sword. Qi Zifeng stumbled up from the spirit boat and pointed at Luo Qingcheng, gnashing his teeth and cursing angrily. Luo Qingcheng was slightly stunned, then guffawed and slowly stepped forward. Man, not only is he forgetful, but he is also fond of turning his own sins into the faults of others. It's really fun and interesting to think about sometimes. Saying that, Luo Qingcheng kicked away Qi Zifeng, who was blocking the way, and arrived in front of the 4 imperial princes who were generally cuddling and shrinking together like quails. So nah. The palace wants to make the fun a little more interesting. As the words fell, Luo Qingcheng raised her hand and flicked it through the air, pointing at each of the 4 imperial sons' bodies. Alright, now that all 5 of you have been banned from your cultivation, you can return things to their original trajectory. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, who was satisfied with clapping her hands, Qi Zifeng's face changed slightly, and his cape roared. What are you trying to do? Luo Qingcheng ignored Qi Zifeng's roar behind her, still looking at the 4 emperors in front of her with a smile out. Since your father doesn't want to do the choosing, it's up to you to do it right. Well, it's simple, it's the same as before, except the initiative is in your hands. Now, you can choose whether you want yourselves to die or your father to die. Oh yeah, gotta add a little something here. This time the choice needs to be made by yourself. Oh, if you choose to die by yourself, then draw your sword and wipe your own neck. If you choose to let your father die, then take up the sword and cut him down. How's that for easy enough? Looking at Luo Qingcheng, who had a gentle smile on her face, but the 3 imperial princes looked like they had seen a female ghost, shivering in fear, not to mention not daring to answer. The 4th prince, however, was an exception. He was the young prince who had first drawn his sword earlier, and at this moment, instead of being frightened, he was filled with righteous indignation. Demon woman, go to hell. After a crisp gulp, that little prince was actually holding a short sword towards Luo Qingcheng and stabbing fiercely. 16. The prince, who couldn't hit a few years older than that young prince, shrieked in alarm and hastily reached out to pull, but failed to do so. That's much more interesting, isn't it? In the face of this incoming short sword, Luo Qingcheng, instead of being angry, even let out a light laugh. Laughing, with a casual flick of his hand, the sword in that little prince's hand fell into the water, while the whole person was also lifted up by Luo Qingcheng. The Daki royal family, after all, still has a bit of blood. Luo Qingcheng sighed softly and complimented, but her right hand began to slowly exert force while the tiny blood vessels on that young prince's face continued to burst open, making his face black, red, and distended, just like a severe ghost. Immediately afterward, the young prince's hair began to fall out, and inch after inch of his bare flesh cracked open. You stop it! Stop it! Qi Zifeng roared, tears of blood dripping from the corners of his eyes. Several times, he raised his sword and tried to approach, but his cultivation was blocked, making it difficult to take a step forward. Luo Qingcheng was unmoved, still smiling and staring at the remaining 3 imperial princes. So, which one do you really choose? Or, are you going to pick this third one? Under the heavy pressure, those 3 emperors finally broke down completely and hissed, lifting their swords and forcing their way towards Qi Zifeng. Obviously, they didn't want to die, or else they wouldn't have hesitated like that before. They preferred not to die a horrible death like little 16. You guys. Retrograde sons. You bastard. Looking at the 3 imperial princes who were gritting their teeth and stabbing with their swords, Qi Zifeng was shocked and angry, yet he had to raise his sword to resist. Amidst the messy slashes, Xiao 15 stabbed Qi Zifeng's left leg with his sword and froze in place. In pain, Qi Zifeng instinctively slashed his sword hard, but it happened to wipe off Xiao XV's neck. After a moment of dead silence, the other 2 emperors instantly reddened their eyes and hissed as they slashed at Qi Zifeng. This time, they were really no longer holding back and showing no mercy. Qi Zifeng's body and mind trembled with infinite grief and anger, yet he had to grit his teeth and block. He could die, but he killed himself not wanting to die at the hands of his own son. At the same time, he didn't want to kill his son with his own hands, which is why he was holding back at every turn. If not, he was at least one who had once killed from the battlefield, and he could slaughter the 2 rebellious sons with his experience. It was a pity that his son, however, only wanted to live and showed no mercy at all when he struck. After being struck once more, Qi Zifeng's hostility could no longer be suppressed, and with a cry of fury, he wiped out one person's neck with a few twists and turns, before stabbing his sword through another person's chest. Snap, snap, snap. Wonderful, wonderful. Fun, fun. Luo Qingcheng clapped her palms and laughed lightly. Qi Zifeng stumbled and turned to look angrily at Luo Qingcheng, half kneeling on the ground with her pestle and sword. Why do you? Qi Zifeng was about to say something when he suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he saw the tip of a sword appear in front of his chest. Father, join us. My son is afraid of the dark. Qi Zifeng stiffly turned his head, and what he saw was the crown prince's powerless collapse after what seemed like a flashback. Plop. With a muffled sound, Qi Zifeng fell heavily to the ground. Before he died, he finally remembered that the prince's heart didn't seem to be. Luo Qingcheng blinked, looking at the father and son trio who had died together. The corner of her mouth drew a playful arc. Clothes sleeve gently lift. Instantly there are 3 heads fly up. One of them has closed his eyes, at this time but suddenly swindled like a panicked stare. That way it's complete. As for what you want to ask, my life, destined to only forever for His Majesty's sword, it's a sword. How can you remember the old days? It, except for its master, is not affectionate. The surrounding experts of the 9 Spectres Palace all lowered their heads, only to feel an endless chill permeating their hearts. Chapter 96, The Wonders of the Forbidden Technique, Tracing the Enemy's Trail. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Ding. You assign your vassal to destroy the rumors and break the conspiracy of the Supreme Sacred Sect, triggering the unruly attribute, Emperor's Might plus 80. Ding. You wielded your army to destroy the Daki dynasty and incorporated it into Great Zhou, triggering an overbearing attribute, Emperor's Might plus 900. Wu Ji looked through the system prompts and didn't see any battle rewards in the other direction. Apparently they wouldn't be awarded until the corresponding kingdom was taken. In the past few days, he had already blessed those tribute girls once, not only pushing his cultivation to the 9 heavens realm, but also reaping a total of 390 points of Emperor's Might. Combined with the rest of the previous ones with the White John, and the above rewards, it brought his draws to 15 once again, along with 8 Emperor's Might points. However, he wasn't going to draw a raffle right now, but rather divine a person. That guy was like a ghost, and no matter how hard the people in the Sima Palace tried, they just couldn't feel the trajectory. At best, we can find out some scattered footsteps, and we are still far from locking down the target. Your Majesty, Lu Zuoxing has arrived. Yang Yang appeared in the hall and reminded softly. Well, let him in. Wu Ji opened his eyes and spoke out bashfully. Yes. Before long, Yang Yang introduced Lu Wenshu, and then retreated with quite a wink. Your Majesty, are you commanded to do something important? Lu Wenshu looked at Wu Ji's expression and asked tentatively. Wu Ji nodded slightly and opened the door. As you guessed, I asked you to come here to divine. Lu Wenshu couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a while, and after coughing lightly, he said with a straight face, At your majesty's command. It's the same thing as last time. Hearing Wu Ji's words, Lu Wensu hurriedly nodded his head, and with a shake of his palms, a bronze-colored turtle shell had already appeared in his hands. There were strange runes painted on the turtle shell with several sinuous golden lines, dividing the entire shell into 6 areas. Lu Wensu held the turtle shell and stood still, but then suddenly spoke out. Your Majesty, I wonder if you want normal divination or precise divination? Wu Ji couldn't help but frown in wonder. Precise? How precise? Lu Wensu could not help but choke, fixed his mind to organize the language before speaking out. This divination, the more complicated and powerful the thing targeted, the more difficult and costly the divination will be, and the results shown will also vary, and this difference is mainly reflected in the clarity and ambiguity of the information obtained. For example, if you want to divine the cause and effect of an event, if it involves too much, then it is difficult to get all the information about the characters and objects in normal divination. For example, if you also want to divine the whereabouts of 2 people, and one person is only in the 4-phase realm, but one person is in the Dragon Gate realm, then the former should be able to give information as precise as a house, but the latter may only be able to be as precise as a yard or even a street. With my current strength, if the object of divination exceeds me by too much, even with your Majesty's help, the information obtained will be quite vague. However, if your Majesty mobilizes the power of the nation to help, you can offset most or even all of the gap, and there is a high chance of obtaining extremely accurate information. Of course, accurate divination also has high requirements for the material of the turtle divination. If the turtle divination material is too poor, it may also fail halfway through. At this moment, the system's beep also sounded within Wu Ji's sea of consciousness. Ding! Your vassal Lu Wensu wants to use forbidden art de Lunan Inchao to divine the causes and consequences of the black-robed man's plot against the Great Zhou. Is it permitted? Tip 1. Choose normal divination. This divination will cost 5 chances of lucky draw. Tip 2. Choose accurate divination. This divination will cost 100 chances of lucky draw. After reading the system prompt, Wu Ji's brows couldn't help but furrow as he cursed. That's a bit too much of a gap, isn't it? 20 times the difference. 100 chances to win the lottery. This is worth his life. Why is that? Is it because the characters involved are too powerful relative to their present-day selves? But not if it's just a few names, right? Not being able to make sense of it for a while, Wu Ji didn't bother to think about it in detail. Normal divination is sufficient. Yes. Lu Wensu respectfully answered the order and then closed his eyes. Before a few days, the turtle shell suddenly had a bright light, followed by Lu Wensu's feet suddenly appeared like a solid projection of the turtle shell, only to be several times larger. On the 6 areas of the projection, several large, ancient and reckless characters flashed in turn. Wu Ji looked at it for a long time and murmured out softly. Occupation Time Moon General Stem and Branches 4 Lessons 3 Passages Bu Tianjun Shunshur. At this time, Lu Wensu's footsteps have already stepped in the area where the occupation of time. At that instant, the turtle shell in Lu Wensu's hand suddenly bloomed with a misty silver light, seemingly like a long river of time flowing and swirling. As Lu Wensu's right foot stepped towards the moon general area, a point of light suddenly diffused in the middle of the 2 areas, and then the point of light enlarged into a Tai Chi diagram of a yin and yang fish, with the black and white fish circling back and forth between the 2 areas. There seemed to be a realization in Wu Ji's mind. So, it's Wu Ji giving birth to Taiji? When Lu Wensu's left foot also stepped into the moon general area and stood still, above the silver light of the turtle shell in his hand, a round silver-white moon suddenly appeared again. This moon combined with the silver light of what seemed to be thousands of stars, and suddenly there was a distinct sense of 3-dimensional space, like the intersection of time and space. As Lu Wensu continues to step out and enter the dry branch area, the scene changes again. Taiji begets 2. Looking at the many magical changes, Wu Ji was interested. When the divination entered the end, when Lu Wensu's footsteps stood in the area of the cloth Heavenly General's God's Fury, the turtle shell in his hand should be a strange thing suddenly transformed into a gold, a purple, a white and a black 4 mysterious figures who could not see their faces. These 4 figures faced each other 2 by 2 and bowed their heads in silence, when suddenly, the 4 unknown existences raised their heads in unison, and the invisible light of their eyes turned the 4 right in the middle into nothingness. A series of characters floated out of the tiny black hole where nothingness was like chaos and collapsed. The heavenly generals, the gods and goddesses. This? Wu Ji looked on in dismay, feeling rather incredulous. This kind of means was simply intercepting the great mysteries of heaven and earth across the long river of time and space. No wonder this thing is called a forbidden art. Under normal circumstances, the cost of forbidden techniques was extremely huge, and I'm afraid that no one would dare to use them until they were in a critical situation. Luckily, I have the bonus times to offset. After suppressing the ups and downs of his mind, Wu Ji fixed his concentration on those words that had been arranged and combined. Di Rong got the order of the Black Pagoda to take the life of the Holy Maiden of the White Pagoda Yunrua, implicating the Great Zhou for this reason. After reading the information displayed, Wu Ji could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. The message was simple, so simple that an onlooker reading it would mostly be in the clouds. For example, who is Di Rong, what is the Black Tower, and by whose order, and who is the Holy Maiden of Yunrua, and how a cause, and so on. However, to Wu Ji, who had already learned quite a few hidden secrets, it was not considered to be much more obscure. Obviously, Di Rong was most likely the black-robed man, and the Black Tower and White Tower had been human forces in the fifth heaven since. Only the former are human traitors and the latter are human resistance organizations. As for the Yunrua Holy Maiden, she was naturally Ji-Rua. And because of the word said when Di Rong, because of the fear of the mystery of the Great Zhou, afraid of a person cannot take Ji-Rua's life. Or maybe he was worried that something would happen halfway through the process, or maybe he simply wanted to make Dezhou give Ji-Rua a burial, so he wanted to stir up the wind and clouds to destroy Dezhou. The only thing that was unknown in this was which character of the Black Tower Di Rong had been ordered by. Of course, it's also possible that Dylan just got orders from the Black Tower as an organization. And now it seemed that their analysis and speculation about the black-robed man's origins were right. Only they didn't expect the other party to come for Ji-Rua. Wu Ji knocked on the armrests, pondered for a long time, then looked to Lu Wenshu, has been closed eyes, did not dare to open the view, slowly out of the voice. Divining another person's trail and current cultivation level. At your majesty's command. Lu Wenshu let out a light breath and collected his strength, making the words on the turtle shell disappear before opening his eyes. This person's name is Di Rong. He comes from the fifth heaven and was previously active in the Daki imperial dynasty. I want to know where he is now. Knowing that the other party was from the five heavens, Wu Ji's desire to get rid of the other party became even more urgent. Because once this kind of guy breaks through to the Dragon Gate realm limited by heaven and earth in the first heaven, that strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Or more accurately, it should be restored. He didn't know which realm was the strongest cultivation level that the first heaven could authorize, and he couldn't conclude whether the other party would be forcibly expelled from the first heaven after reaching the peak of the Dragon Gate realm. Thus, he had to seize the time to kill the other party before they recovered to their terrifying realm. If not, when the other party recovered to the point where it was difficult to clean up, he would be in bad luck then. Your Majesty, do you need? After Lu Wenshu answered, he was a little hesitant again, because he didn't know whether the other party's cultivation gap with his own was large enough to require precise divination. Ding! Your vassal Lu Wenshu wishes to use forbidden technique de Lunan Yin Chao to divine Di Rong's whereabouts and cultivation. Do you grant permission? Tip 1. Choose normal divination. This divination will cost 1 lucky draw chance. Tip 2. Choose accurate divination. This divination will cost 2 chances of lucky draw. Precise divination. I want to know the details. Yes. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Lu Wenshu let out a light breath, then closed his eyes again and started divining. After another similar process of divination, a single character reappeared on top of the turtle shell. Di Rong, current cultivation level, 4th level of the Dragon Gate realm. Current location, Great Zhou Dynasty, Imperial Capital Wuwei City, Inner City, Xuanwu Street, number 333 Yin, Chongfeng Building, 3rd floor, room A3. After seeing Di Rong's cultivation, Wu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. However, after seeing where Di Rong was, Wu Ji could not help but change his face slightly. The other side had actually arrived in his empire, but why didn't the mirror of the mountain and the sea show the alarm? Is it because the opponent is too strong? It shouldn't be possible. The 4th level of the Dragon Gate realm isn't considered high. And normally, as long as the cultivation has not exceeded the monitoring range of the mountain and sea mirror, the stronger the strength, the more it can be discovered by the mountain and sea mirror and timely warning. Could it be that the other party had a strange art that could conceal all kinds of probes? Thinking of this, Wu Ji's heart was slightly relieved. The opponent came from the 5th heaven, and it was not surprising that he had such strange techniques. If that was the case, then the fact that the Division Factory Palace had used every means at its disposal to not be able to feel each other's trajectory would make sense.